This young man, during an expedition into a secret realm, was lucky enough to obtain a sacred beast battle soul. This item was priceless, capable of cultivating a powerhouse who could dominate all living beings. Crucially, only Li Tianming and his lover, Mu Qingqing, knew this secret. So for the past few days, he and his companion beast, Jin Yu, had been here refining it, though the fusion wasn't yet complete. Once Jin Yu successfully merged with the sacred beast battle soul, Li Tianming was certain that he could reach the pinnacle of his life. However, on one stormy day, Mu Qingqing suddenly betrayed him, bringing the #1 prodigy, Lin Xiaoting, to snatch the sacred beast battle soul from Li Tianming's hands. After Lin Xiaoting destroyed Li Tianming's companion beast, stole the battle soul, and beat him, leaving him a cripple, he gloatingly left with Mu Qingqing. 3 years later, in Lihuo City, a small city on the border of the Vermilion Bird Nation, and also the hometown of Li Tianming. Within the Tingyu Pavilion of the Li family's estate, where Li Tianming and his mother lived. In the dead of night, he would still jolt awake, plagued by nightmares. For the past 3 years, he endured immense hardship in Lihuo City, with each day of cultivation feeling as long as a year. Meanwhile, during these 3 years, Mu Qingqing had truly climbed the social ladder, becoming a core disciple of the Yanhuang Academy, and even developed a very intimate relationship with Lin Xiaoting. They fabricated a rumor that Lin had gone out to train and accidentally obtained the sacred beast battle soul. As for Li Tianming, they claimed that to satisfy his own desires, he had assaulted Mu Qingqing and was thus expelled from the sect, becoming a laughingstock for the entire world. But in return, there was one thing that could be considered a comfort to Li Tianming, which was that in his companion beast space, there was still a secret. Besides Jin Yu, whom he had hatched before, Li Tianming still had 10 other eggs, and today, one of them was moving violently, looking like it was about to break out of its shell. Li Tianming had waited for this day for 3 long years, so he was eagerly anticipating what was inside that egg. A blinding light radiated in all directions, momentarily preventing Li Tianming from seeing anything. Dust filled the air everywhere, sparking a glimmer of hope within him. With such a grand entrance, could it be that he was about to get a legendary top-tier companion beast? However, reality dealt Li Tianming a heavy blow, because the thing that had just hatched from the egg was just a very lazy-looking chicken. Li Tianming was furious and shouted, "What a scam! It's just a chick! What's with the grand entrance? Hey, who are you calling a chicken? You dare look down on this old master? I'll crush you right now!" The chicken actually talked back. Li Tianming was utterly shocked to see the chicken speaking. Although companion beasts could communicate telepathically with their beast tamer, this was the first time he'd ever seen one that could speak right after hatching. The other party also sensed Li Tianming's feelings at that moment, and so it became even more arrogant. It continued, "Heck, what's so surprising? This old master has plenty of skills I haven't even shown yet. This chicken dares to call itself old master in front of me? I really want to see just how powerful you are. What's your rank?" Li Tianming suddenly moved closer. When a companion beast is newly hatched, you can see stars in its eyes, and the number of stars corresponds to its rank. But no matter how hard he looked, he could only see 1 star in the chick's eyes. Li Tianming was extremely disappointed. Back then, Jin Yu had at least 5 stars, corresponding to a 5th-rank companion beast. Yet this thing actually only had 1 star. He couldn't help but sigh out loud. If it was a 1st-rank companion beast, then all hope for revenge was truly lost, and even life itself would no longer have any meaning. His attitude was nothing short of an insult to the little chicken. It shrieked, "You idiot! If you don't want to live, I'll have to be buried with you. Take a good look at this masterpiece again." Seeing it so aggressive, Li Tianming wiped his tears and observed it once more. Then, he suddenly discovered that the large star in its eye was formed by countless other stars clustered together. The more he looked, the more he saw. Li Tianming couldn't tell if there were thousands or even tens of thousands of stars in there. "No, these aren't stars, are they? This is a star field," he exclaimed. At that very moment, Li Tianming suddenly felt himself being drawn into another dimension. Different. All around him, every star was ablaze. And then, Li Tianming suddenly saw a brilliant red light in front of him. Looking up, he saw a flame phoenix devouring the entire sun. Then, suddenly, a hand appeared in the space. A terrifyingly large hand. This hand aggressively reached out, then crushed that flame phoenix, causing its flames to be extinguished abruptly. "From now on, I control the cycle of chaos." A strange voice echoed in his head. Li Tianming felt a splitting headache. What the hell were these bizarre things? Anyway, and why could he see them? "Hey kid, why are you spacing out like that? Snap out of it." His new symbiotic beast started to get impatient, repeatedly pecking Li Tianming's face, and finally succeeding in pulling him out of that dimension. Li Tianming felt that this chicken's origins were unusual, so he grabbed it firmly with both hands and relentlessly questioned it. Speak, who the hell are you? Listen up, the little chick replied, with great arrogance. I am the Eternal Purgatory Phoenix. What? The Eternal Purgatory Chicken? Li Tianming misheard and asked again. Chicken my ass! It's Phoenix, one of the primordial chaos behemoths! The chicken shrieked. But when Li Tianming asked what a primordial chaos behemoth was, it itself didn't even know. This chicken had a terrible temper. Not only did it keep referring to itself arrogantly, but it also cursed out Li Tianming with flawless precision. This was also the first time he'd been cursed out by a chicken, and the feeling was truly indescribable. But regardless, this chicken's background was clearly not simple, and Li Tianming even suspected that its past life might have been that sun-devouring flame phoenix. If that was true, then this was his chance for a comeback. Can you cultivate symbiotically with me? Li Tianming immediately proposed. Fine. Cultivating with a weakling like you is absolutely no problem for me, the chicken replied arrogantly. Despite being a chicken itself, the two of them got straight to work, allowing the chicken to inspect. Li Tianming's beast veins. In cultivation, the first realm is the beast vein realm. By nature, beast tamers and their symbiotic beasts each possess 9 beast veins. When a beast tamer and their symbiotic beast cultivate together, their combined 18 beast veins will naturally connect with each other in pairs. With each successful link, the realm of the beast tamer and the symbiotic beast will increase by 1 level of beast vein strength. When all the beast veins are successfully connected, the formidable physical power of the symbiotic beast will flow into the beast tamer's body, helping them strengthen their physique. Conversely, the symbiotic beast can also awaken its intelligence, breaking free from the constraints of a mere beast to become a symbiotic beast capable of cultivation. In short, this joint cultivation brings immense benefits to both of them. And so, Li Tianming and that little chick began to sense each other's beast veins and attempt to connect them. He quickly got the hang of it, but at that very moment, Li Tianming was utterly astonished. Because although that chicken looked tiny, it contained beast veins as majestic as a giant dragon's. Compared to his own, the difference was like night and day. Just as he thought. Li Tianming heard the chicken scolding him without mercy. Trash. What kind of beast veins are as small as a chili pepper? Look at mine. They're several times bigger than yours. Damn. That sounded a bit wrong, didn't it? What's there to be so smug about? Your beast veins are my beast veins too, Li Tianming retorted. Then began the process of connecting the beast veins between them. The process was relatively fast and smooth. Before long, he had broken through to the first level of the beast vein realm. The chicken nodded in approval, praising Li Tianming for having decent comprehension, which made him feel extremely proud. So strong. Li Tianming marveled. This beast vein strengthens my body at least 3 times more than a normal symbiotic beast. That's right, the chicken replied. Now, at the first level of the beast vein realm, you can defeat ordinary people at the 3rd level. After breaking through to the first level of the beast vein realm, Li Tianming was eager to cultivate a technique. He had collected quite a few rare items recently, and now he wanted to practice the profound gold art immediately. Li Tianming excitedly claimed it was the best technique in Flamehaven City, but the chicken didn't even glance at it, dismissing it as a garbage technique. I will lead the cultivation. You just need to follow and learn. We will cultivate my technique, the Eternal Purgatory Scripture, it declared. Li Tianming was shocked to hear this, because normally, the beast tamer is the one who guides the symbiotic beast. He had never heard of it being the other way around. The chicken sighed, chiding Li Tianming for being young and naive. When it came to cultivation, it had already decided to be the instructor, while Li Tianming just had to sit cross-legged and obey. They began to cultivate, and it turned out the chicken was incredibly strict, constantly scolding Li Tianming. But, undeniably, the process was quite effective, as he broke through to the 3rd level of the beast vein realm that very night. And so, Li Tianming endured. A nightmarish night. That little chicken was truly 200% serious, leaving him feeling completely drained of all his strength. Moreover, stumbling upon it was like hitting the jackpot. This made Li Tianming start to hope that among the 9 remaining eggs in his symbiotic space, there would be at least one more, primordial chaos beast. If that were true, his future would undoubtedly be incredibly bright. There was a time when Li Tianming thought he would never be able to hold his head up again. Even with his mother's daily encouragement, he didn't dare to hope. Coincidentally, today was his mother's birthday. He wondered how excited she would be if she knew her son still had a chance to rise again. Li Tianming opened the door. I've brought a grand gift for you and your mother. Suddenly, someone was shouting loudly outside. Li Tianming quickly got dressed, then pulled the little chicken up to go and greet these uninvited guests. Outside was Madame Huang, the 3rd wife of Li Yanfeng, making her Li Tianming's 3rd stepmother. Beside her was her biological daughter, Li Shuihiao, who was Li Tianming's half-sister, but he was not at all happy to see them. Just as he opened the door, his biological mother, Wei Si, woke up. Tianming, who is it? She slowly came out, and her expression didn't change much upon seeing the two visitors. So, it's third sister, and Shuijiao. Wei Shi had been Li Yanfeng's first wife and the mistress of the city lord's manor. But after contracting a strange, incurable illness, she was cast aside and moved to a secluded courtyard, gradually losing contact with everyone. Seeing his mother out of bed, Li Tianming grew extremely worried and urged, "Mother, your health is poor. You don't need to be out here. Please go back and rest. It's fine. I can't just lie in bed all day." Wei Shi replied gently, then turned to Madame Huang, saying, "Third sister, Shui Jiao, please come in and sit down." However, Madame Huang showed her no courtesy, stating she was only there to say a few things and would leave immediately. She then feigned concern and asked about Wei Ji's health. "I'm feeling much better," Wei Shi replied. But as soon as she spoke, Li Shuijiao interjected, "Humph, you're on death's door and still putting on a show." "Shuijiao, don't be disrespectful." Madame Huang immediately reprimanded her daughter, but her face wore a smug and indulgent smile, making it clear she meant no good. Li Tianming knew this mother-daughter pair had always been arrogant bullies who looked down on him and his mother. But for them to suddenly show up here, it surely meant trouble. And just as he suspected, Madame Huang then produced a letter. She explained that because Wei Ji's birthday was approaching, Li Yanfeng had prepared a special gift, but since he was busy entertaining guests, he had sent her to deliver it for him. Wei Shi accepted the letter, and after reading it, her hands began to tremble violently. One look at his mother's face, and Li Tianming knew it was a letter of divorce. He glanced over it. Although Li Yanfeng's words in the letter were extremely courteous, they were also very roundabout. It was easy to see his intention to divorce her. "Mother, don't be too emotional. Think about your health," Li Tianming soothed as he helped her inside. In reality, Wei Shi wasn't devastated. She had long since lost any affection for Li Yanfeng. She just never thought he would be this cruel. In the letter, Li Yanfeng mentioned that Wei Shi should take Li Tianming and leave, clearly intending to revoke his status as the firstborn son. Li Tianming had always been the legitimate heir to Flamehaven City, but he wasn't the least bit surprised. In fact, Li Yanfeng had decided to revoke his status as heir 3 years ago, right when he was expelled from the Flame Yellow Academy and sent back home. In the past 3 years, the man hadn't spoken more than 3 sentences to him. Their relationship was already ice cold. Li Tianming only pitied his mother for her suffering. Li Yanfeng clearly knew she was in poor health, yet he still wanted to drive her away. Madame Huang and her daughter stood by, watching their misery with glee. The two of them even threw in a few extra taunts just to pour salt on the wound. But they weren't done yet. Madame Huang then handed Wei Zi a pouch, saying that out of consideration for their years of marriage and concern for her future hardships, Li Yanfeng had prepared many precious jewels for her. But the way she tossed that pouch on the ground was a real insult. "This should be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives." The pouch hit the ground, spilling jade pieces everywhere. Li Tianming glanced over and couldn't help but scoff internally, as the items inside were practically worthless. "I think it's actually for the best to end things this way, so everyone is comfortable and no one owes anyone anything. Big sister, if you're too heartbroken, go ahead and cry. I won't laugh at you." Madame Huang spoke again. Her attitude was extremely irritating to Li Tianming, so he asked coldly, "Can you get lost now?" "Get lost? What are you talking about?" "Brother Tianming," this time it was Li Shuijiao who spoke. "Do you know why father sent my mother and me to deliver this news? It's because he already agreed that from now on, this Sheng Yu pavilion will belong to us. Now that you've been deposed, you're the ones who should be getting lost. Got it?" Her face was incredibly smug. She was as ugly on the inside as she was on the outside, so young yet daring to speak so disrespectfully to her elders. Madame Huang nodded repeatedly, seemingly very pleased with her daughter's insolence. Shuijiao said, "That's right, big sister, for the sake of our years as sisters. I don't want to make things difficult for you. How about this? I'll give you an hour to pack your things. How does that sound?" Li Tianming smirked. He found the situation utterly ironic. They were supposed to be family, yet these people, including his own father, were so ruthless. If not for his lucky encounter with that little chick yesterday, he would have been utterly crushed by these people today. Li Tianming had no intention of just taking this, even if he had to leave. He wanted to do so with his head held high, not cowering in humiliation like a beaten dog. Besides, he felt his mother didn't deserve such unfair treatment. So, Li Tianming decided to find Li Yanfeng and demand an explanation. However, just as he clenched his fist, Wei Shi grabbed his hand. She gently patted the back of his hand a few times to calm him down. "Don't be rash. I know what you're thinking. Let's just leave. There's nothing left for us here. When you're weak, it's pointless to struggle. Wait for the day you make a comeback, and we will return to reclaim our honor." Although Wei Shi was frail and pale, her eyes were incredibly resolute as she said this, instantly making Li Tianming understand. He realized how foolish he'd been. His mother was far more farsighted. The thought of confronting Li Yanfeng instantly disappeared. Furthermore, Wei Shi's calm reaction made Li Tianming even more curious. He had always sensed that his mother was no ordinary woman. In her youth, she possessed nation-toppling beauty and was skilled in both scholarly and martial arts, yet for some unknown reason, she chose to marry Li Yanfeng. Despite being tormented by a strange illness for half her life, her spirit and integrity remained strong, never broken by her affliction. Yes, we will definitely make a comeback, Li Tianming replied. To Li Shuijiao and her mother, his words were nothing but a joke, and she burst into laughter. A comeback? Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Your companion beast is dead, and it died for a shameless scoundrel like you. You're the laughingstock of Lihuo City, and you still dream of a comeback? That'll happen when pigs fly. How about this? I'll help you get up a tree today. Li Tianming didn't back down and retorted immediately, which naturally made her furious. Li Tianming, you dare to provoke me? Looking at Li Shuijiao's aggressive stance, Li Tianming found it ridiculous. He recalled a time when she was just 3 years old. She had wandered off playing and was kidnapped by thugs, and he had fought them for 3 days and 3 nights just to save her. Looking back, he couldn't believe he had rescued such an ungrateful snake. Truly, there are always people in the world who have no idea what gratitude means. When Li Tianming mentioned this, Li Shuijiao replied without a shred of shame. Enough, let's not talk about that anymore. It's obvious your own shamelessness led to this, so now I deeply regret saving you. Pick one. Of these 3 trees, which one do you want to climb? Li Tianming said, cracking his knuckles, not joking in the slightest. But Li Shuijiao didn't seem intimidated at all. Li Tianming, don't blame me for bullying you. You don't even have a companion beast anymore. I won't have to lift a finger. I'll let my fire spirit deal with you. Enjoy the pleasant feeling of being incinerated. With that, she summoned her companion beast. Li Tianming immediately summoned his eternal purgatory phoenix as well. But when the little chick appeared, it unsurprisingly became the butt of Madame Huang and her daughter's jokes. This wasn't surprising at all, because with its appearance, the chick didn't look the least bit threatening. Using a chicken as a companion beast, your life must be pretty desperate, huh? Li Shuijiao laughed. Fire spirit, take its life for me. On the other side, the chick had also entered the fray, but watching it struggle to fly because it was so fat was truly a pathetic sight. Li Shuijiao was extremely impatient, wanting to teach Li Tianming and his companion beast a lesson, so she used the blazing fire seal, intending to land a fatal blow. Just moments ago, she said she wouldn't attack and would let her companion beast handle it, but in the end, she couldn't help but go back on her word. To her surprise, her blazing fire seal had no effect whatsoever on Li Tianming, even though he took the full force of the attack without dodging. You dare call this a blazing fire seal? Li Shuijiao, have you not eaten today? Li Tianming's voice was filled with provocation. His body was now the eternal purgatory body. How could a few ordinary sparks like these possibly harm him? As for Li Shuijiao, seeing that her blazing fire seal couldn't even scratch her opponent, she was furious. Wei Ji was a bit worried, but Li Tianming quickly reassured her with his confidence. Tolerating things to a certain extent doesn't mean letting these worthless people walk all over you. Li Tianming wanted to teach them a little lesson, so they would know their place. So he gathered his strength and shot forward, lunging towards Li Shuijiao. Li Tianming didn't use any impressive techniques, he simply slapped her across the face. However, he put quite a bit of force into that slap, instantly sending Li Shuijiao flying into a nearby tree, turning her into the very pig climbing a tree she had just mentioned herself. Madame Huang was in a complete panic seeing her precious daughter beaten into such a state. She fumbled around, unable to get Li Shuijiao down from the tree. As for Wei Shi, she was both shocked and overjoyed to see that her son had recovered his cultivation. That's right, Mom. From now on you can. Always put your faith in your son, Li Tianming replied. But just as he said that, he heard several loud squawks. It turned out that while he had dealt with Li Shuijiao, the chick hadn't finished off her fire spirit yet. But it wasn't because it lacked the ability, but because it was toying with Li Shuijiao's companion beast. However, after knocking the bird down, the chick's face turned pale when it realized it was a male bird. It immediately kicked its opponent, cursing nonstop. Damn it, it's actually a dude bird. Who told you to dress so flashy? You got my hopes up for nothing. Li Tianming rushed in to intervene before the chick could peck that flamboyant bird to death. By now, Madame Huang had gotten Li Shuijiao down and threatened him in a cold voice. Li Tianming, you are no longer the young master, yet you dare to strike my daughter. I will make sure you die a horrible death. She had been throwing her weight around for many years, and probably never expected that one day Li Tianming would fight back, and so fiercely at that. Just as she finished her sentence, Li Tianming rushed forward and punched the tree right next to Madame Huang, causing it to collapse instantly. You're the one who said it. I am not the young master of the Li family, so that means I can take your lives without worrying about tarnishing the Li family's reputation, right? And against someone with no martial skills, I won't hold back. You had better think about the consequences before you provoke me. Madame Huang's face turned pale with fear, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, stammering that she wouldn't dare do it again. But as she led Li Shuijiao away, she kept muttering, Li Tianming, I can't believe you could actually recover your cultivation, but it's useless. Do you know why father wants to abandon you and your mother at this critical time? Because he wants to marry someone else. And he even wants to make her his principal wife. Her name is Liu Qing. She's not much older than you, just over 20, and she's a notoriously promiscuous woman. Li Shuijiao said it all in one breath, but the most important detail was that Liu Qing is from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Li Yanfeng wants to use her status to advance his position, and 3 years ago, Li Tianming offended the Thunder Sovereign Manor, which is why he wants to sever all ties with you. Tell me, I wonder if you'll have any place left in this Li Huo city in the future? Li Shuijiao's voice was filled with smugness, and when Li Tianming heard the words, Thunder, Lord Manor, he could hardly contain his anger. First, they caused the death of his Jin Yu, and as if slandering his name wasn't enough, now they were even causing trouble that affected his mother. Currently, Li Tianming's power was not yet strong enough, but he swore that one day he would definitely make the Thunderlord Manor disappear. Li Shuijiao added that the wedding would be held in 10 days, so it would be best for Li Tianming and his mother to pack up and leave the Li residence before then. After hearing this, Wei Shi turned to look at her son with a worried expression. Wasn't the announcement of admissions for the Flame Yellow Academy in 10 days? Every 4 years, they held selections once, and each time they only chose one person. Li Tianming could only sigh after hearing this. The last time he was able to enter the Flame Yellow Academy was because he had the Flame Yellow Order. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed like a dream. It seemed that this time, Li Yanfeng wanted to use the Flame Yellow Academy's selection ceremony to boost the prestige of the wedding. But the Flame Yellow Order this time would most likely fall into the hands of his second younger brother, Li Zifeng. And it was highly likely that Li Yanfeng also wanted to establish this second son as the heir apparent. However, Li Tianming was not one to give up easily. He absolutely could not let those wicked people get their way. Therefore, he swore that this time, he must also obtain the Flame Yellow Order, return to the Flame Yellow Academy honorably, and furthermore, enter the Sky Palace to find a cure for his mother's illness. Wei Xi nodded, praising him for his ambition, truly worthy of being her son, but at the same time, she also advised Li Tianming not to push himself too hard, as she had long given up hope of curing her illness. Instead, just seeing her son grow up was enough to satisfy her. After that, the mother and son began to pack their belongings, preparing to leave. At first, Li Tianming was disdainful and didn't want to accept the jades brought by Madame Huang. But Wei Shi advised him that a true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Right now, he shouldn't let false pride prevent him from using these things, because for them, the most important thing was to reclaim their dignity, not to worry about the loss or gain of these items. Just then, the little chick appeared. It whined that it was starving. Li Tianming asked with a look of disgust, "What do you want to eat? Corn, rice, or insects? I've never raised a chicken before, so I don't know. I want to eat that pile of precious jades you just picked up." The little chick flew in circles around Li Tianming, its eyes shining brightly. "Are you kidding me? How can I let you eat this stuff? Do you want to be the first chicken to get kidney stones? Just make do with some insects," he replied. "What if I told you that eating these jades could help us immediately? Break through to the next level of the beast vein realm," the little chick suddenly said, its expression incredibly serious. And because of that, Li Tianming also became unusually serious. In the end, he respectfully offered the pile of precious jades to his little golden chick with both hands. A moment later, the little chick was so full its belly was bulging. It let out a satisfied burp, then lay on its back on the table. "Not bad. These stones contain flame spiritual energy. You should try some too." "Me? No way. No matter how you look at them, they're just stones. Aren't you afraid of getting constipated?" Li Tianming asked curiously. The golden chick immediately lifted its head and scolded him for being an ignorant country bumpkin. "It only takes me a quarter of an hour to completely digest these low-grade jades. There's no time for them to be pooped out." Then, the chick picked up a jade and held it out in front of Li Tianming. "Eat it. A real man should eat things like this. It's the only way to make your body tougher." At first, Li Tianming still wanted to refuse, but on second thought, after being tempered by the symbiotic lifebound beast, his body could be considered an eternal purgatory body, and he was also immune to the fire attribute, so it was possible he could actually consume the fire spiritual energy in this jade. If the little chick could absorb spiritual energy by eating, then he probably could too. With that thought, Li Tianming risked it and swallowed the jade whole. Immediately after, a scorching sensation began to burn him. It felt as if his entire body was about to be swallowed alive by flames. The little chick quickly urged him to circulate the Eternal Purgatory Sutra, take the flame's spiritual energy, and refine it into beast essence, then merge it into his beast veins. So that's how it is. I can't believe there's such a brutal method. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Tianming grumbled reproachfully, then began to follow the little chick's instructions. Just a few minutes later, the burning pain disappeared. Men continued to eat a few more gems. By nightfall, he finally succeeded in breaking through to the 4th level of the beast vein. After getting into bed, being so exhausted, Li Tianming quickly fell asleep, and then he had a dream. In that dream, Li Tianming clearly heard someone calling his name, but when he looked towards the source of the voice, it was just a giant eye. Li Tianming, your body has been reborn, so the time has come, the voice boomed. Out. Before Li Tianming could react, his arm was severed by an invisible force. Instinctively, he let out a loud scream, then suddenly woke up, escaping the dream. When he woke up, Li Tianming was still panting in fear, but the painful sensation of his left arm being severed lingered. When he looked down, he was horrified to discover that his arm showed extremely unusual signs. Li Tianmeng's arm was covered by some kind of layer, like the exoskeleton of an insect. At first, he thought he was still dreaming, but after pinching his cheek hard and seeing his arm remain the same, Li Tianming realized it wasn't a dream. Moreover, when he opened his palm, he saw an eye, the very same eye he had seen in his dream, but something was slightly different. It sent shivers down Li Tianmeng's entire body. However, that feeling of fear passed quickly, because he realized something interesting, which was that he could now see his own face. A thought flashed through Li Tianmeng's mind. Could it be that the vision of this eye had become his own vision? With that thought, Li Tianming closed his eyes, then used the other eye to observe his surroundings, and his theory was completely correct. He and the eye now shared a linked vision, and he could even see things in the dark, so clearly that he could make out the hairs on his own leg. Li Tianming was incredibly excited, his breathing becoming erratic with anticipation. Just then, the little chick woke up, and seeing him like that, it rushed over and gave Li Tianming a painful bonk on the head. What the heck are you doing? Sticking your hand in your pants in the middle of the night and panting like that? You're definitely up to no good. Li Tianming was speechless, not expecting a chick to have such a dirty mind, so he grabbed it and yelled, "Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson today, you really won't know how tough I am, huh?" At that moment, the chick suddenly felt an immense threat coming from that eye, causing a creature as arrogant as it had been since hatching to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing that, the chick was no longer making a fuss. Li Tianming let it go to talk about serious matters. Tell me, what in the world is this thing? But the chick's reaction was stronger than he had imagined. It immediately backed away a few steps, so scared it was on the verge of tears, and stammered that it had seen a real ghost. Li Tianming didn't think it would be this terrified. Could it be that in its past life, the chick was killed by this giant hand, and that's why it's instinctively afraid? Get it away, quick, don't let it near me. The chick buried its head under the blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Li Tianming quickly reassured it. Don't be scared, don't be scared. This hand is mine now. I'll put it away. It took a while for the chick to calm down. The first thing it asked Li Tianming was why his left hand had become like this, but even Li Tianming himself was unsure, and could only tell it about the bizarre dream he had, and how his arm had mutated after he woke up. I'm guessing you probably didn't eliminate all your enemies in your past life, so now they've come knocking at your door, huh? Li Tianming said, instantly making the chick break out in a cold sweat. No way? Then you have to control it well? Don't let it hurt me. Seeing the chick's trembling form, so different from its usual arrogance, Li Tianming felt extremely gleeful and felt the urge to tease it a little. Don't worry, if this arm really is your enemy, then I'll give you a quick end. After all, my favorite dish is chicken and mushroom stew, right? Hearing this, the chick went ballistic and immediately charged at Li Tianming to fight for its life. But this time, it was no match for him anymore. Even though it frantically attacked Li Tianming from multiple directions, the chick was completely blocked by his left arm, and after fighting for a while to no avail, its beak ended up all swollen. So, chick, are you impressed now? Do you see how strong I am? This is a huge win for me. Li Tianming was extremely pleased with himself. Then he began to wrap his left arm tightly with white cloth to prevent outsiders from seeing its strange appearance and starting rumors. Li Tianming had made up his mind. Even though he didn't know the origin of this arm, if it ever broke free of his control, he would resolutely cut it off. Even if it cost him his life, he couldn't let the little chick get hurt. After all, it was his symbiotic beast, and their bond was just like that of brothers. Seeing Li Tianming wrap his arm tightly, the little chick was deeply moved, its eyes welling up with tears as it nodded repeatedly. That's right. We are the best of brothers, You have to protect me. Besides, even though the arm's origin was a mystery, Li Tianming felt that with it, he had a much better chance of winning the final match at Yanhuang Academy. Seeing this, the little chick's fighting spirit also began to boil, vowing to do everything it could to help Li Tianming defeat all of his enemies. Just like that, the day of the finals at Yanhuang Academy arrived, and a huge crowd gathered around the martial arts arena. Because today wasn't just about the fight for the Yanhuang Order and the right to enter the Yanhuang Palace, but it was also the wedding day of the city lord, Li Yanfeng. The townspeople had heard that the new mistress was both beautiful and enchanting, an absolute treasure, so they came out of curiosity to gaze upon her beauty. Li Tianming was, of course, also present. He wore a black cloak that concealed him from head to toe, silently listening to the crowd's chatter. They were all saying that this year's final was already decided, with Li Zifeng as the winner. He had already reached the 7th level of the Beast Vein realm, making him the youngest and strongest in the entire city. It was said that Li Yanfeng had already contacted the academy to give him special treatment. Hearing this, Li Tianming's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected Li Zifeng to advance so quickly to the 7th level of the Beast Vein realm. He was much stronger than Li Tianming was back when he was accepted into the Yanhuang Palace. It seemed he had put in a lot of effort. Just as he was thinking this, someone suddenly shouted that the city lord had arrived. Everyone present immediately fell silent and respectful, clasping their hands to welcome Li Yanfeng. On his arm was Liu Qing, the new mistress of departing Fire City. Liu Qing was as beautiful as the rumors claimed, but Li Tianming was in no mood to admire a beautiful woman. His eyes were filled with nothing but hatred. Li Yanfeng, and she quickly settled into the main seats, and then he announced the start of the final match for the Yanhuang Order. Li Zifeng, the one destined to steal the spotlight today, stepped forward with an air of complete confidence. Who dares to fight me? I don't mind taking on multiple opponents at once. A meaningful smile appeared on Li Tianming's lips. The moment of his comeback, the one he had been waiting for, was finally about to begin. The little chick on Tianming's shoulder couldn't help but speak up. Look, you're both human, but your little brother is beloved by all, while a pervert like you. Hearing this, he got annoyed and snapped. Get lost! Can't you just keep your mouth shut? Will it kill you? Get back to the symbiotic space. At that moment, the other contestants were scrambling to challenge him. I want to challenge him, a fat guy eagerly shouted. I'm first. I want to challenge him too. In reality, they all had the same thought. If I can beat him, I'll become famous throughout departing Fire City. A man in brown cut in. You two idiots, roll aside and play somewhere else. He's mine. Facing the enthusiastic crowd of contestants, Zifeng arrogantly declared, no need to push and shove. All of you can come at me at once. Let me show you the true power of a 5th-tier symbiotic beast, while simultaneously summoning his purple-eyed double-pupil beast. Hearing that, a sinister-looking guy charged forward. You're the one who said it. Azure Wind Wolf, go. The fat guy from before wasn't backing down either, quickly commanding his Great Bear symbiotic beast. Next was the muscular man in brown, who summoned a gorilla, Black Ape, tear him to shreds. Looking at the fearless crowd before him, Zifeng smirked smugly. Just a bunch of trash. This young master doesn't even need to lift a finger. Zitong, they're all yours. Those words only fueled the 3 challengers' fighting spirit. They roared and charged forward in unison. You arrogant brat who thinks he's so strong, prepare to face the consequences. This time, Zifeng didn't bother wasting any more words. Zitong, beside him, lunged forward, then moved like a flash of lightning past the challengers. They and their symbiotic beasts had absolutely no chance to counterattack, and in an instant, they were all unconscious on the ground. The surrounding audience saw this and immediately erupted in cheers. So strong, the young master has truly inherited the city lord's legacy. Young Master Zifeng is incredible. A 5th-tier symbiotic beast is truly on another level. At this moment, the cheers and the easy victory before him only, making Zifeng even more arrogant. He raised his hand in challenge. A bunch of trash. Who else wants to challenge me? But the contestants below seemed to be emboldened by this, and rushed forward. I'm not convinced. I want to challenge you. The person next to him, not to be outdone, shouted, Me too, young Master Zifeng. Another even blurted out, I love you. Please trample all over me. Seeing this, Zifeng laughed heartily. He enthusiastically commanded, If you're not afraid of pain, then step right up. Meanwhile, Liu Qing was chatting with Yan Feng. Brother Feng, I can see that truly no one in Lihuo City is a match for Zifeng. He was also quite pleased with his performance. For Zifeng to have grown this much in Lihuo City is not bad at all. Then, Liu Qing feigned curiosity and asked, I heard. You have another son, who once studied at Yanhuang Academy and offended the little beast of our Lei Zun. Yan Feng spoke coldly. No need to mention him. I've already crippled him. Back in the arena, Zifeng arrogantly gazed down below. Is there no one else? It seems that this time, the Yanhuang token is mine and mine alone. Amidst the silent crowd, Tianming unexpectedly spoke up slowly. Wait. With that, he decisively leaped into the arena before the astonished eyes of a shocked Zifeng. Then, Tianming ripped off his cloak, revealing his handsome face. Zifeng, you won't be able to take the Yan Huang token. Seeing that he dared to show up, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Li Tianming, what's he doing here? What good can you expect from a degenerate like him? The city lord must be furious. After all, today is his grand wedding ceremony. It's a good thing Li Tianming's sickly mother didn't come along. Why hasn't the city lord had him dragged away yet? Of course, Zifeng paid Tianming no mind. He asked with a contemptuous growl, Are you insane? Or what? Li Tianming, do you not even know your current status? Are you here to beg for scraps? On the other side, Yan Feng was shouting furiously, Tianming, what are you doing here? Go back and take care of your mother. Zifeng has such a promising future. As his older brother, you should be happy for him. Facing the malicious attitude of everyone around him, Tianming calmly replied, It's true, Zifeng isn't bad. His cultivation talent is much greater than mine ever was. However, before he takes the Yanhuang token, I want to give him one more test. Zifeng burst out laughing at those words. He looked down on Tianming. You think a piece of trash like you can test me? Father, rest assured, I won't kill him. I won't ruin your big day. Right now, you're just a mere mortal with no companion beast. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of our father. Unlike the others, Liu Qing seemed quite interested in this display. Brother Feng, don't get angry. Just treat it as a play. Everyone knows what this kid did, so no one will gossip about you. Yanfeng looked away in disgust. He's truly asking for humiliation. Back with Zifeng, he had accepted the challenge and launched an attack. You think you're the same as you were 4 years ago? Let me open your eyes to my true strength now. Inside, he was seething with resentment. Li Tianming, you were clearly crippled, so why did you have to reappear? I am the rightful heir. Zifeng glared at Tianming, his eyes filled with killing intent, and secretly resolved, even though brothers aren't supposed to kill each other, anyone who dares to stand in my way will suffer a fate worse than death. Immediately after, Zifeng and Tianming clashed violently. At that moment, the crowd watching the spectacle couldn't hide their shock. Impossible. He blocked it. Even Zifeng was baffled. That last palm strike was at full power, yet he blocked it so casually. How is that possible? Isn't he supposed to be crippled? But he quickly regained his composure and retreated to gain distance. Zifeng immediately accused Tianming, You're wearing iron armor on your arm. I can't believe you've stooped to such despicable levels. He immediately retorted, Don't spew such nonsense, as if I'd need to resort to tricks to deal with you. As he spoke, a powerful light ignited in the pupils of Tianming. He growled, If you have to blame something, blame your own pathetic body. But Zifeng wasn't listening. He charged forward aggressively. Don't. You dare act tough with me, without a companion beast. Let's see how you deal with this, Zifeng charged. Tianming looked at him like he was an idiot and replied calmly, Who said I don't have a companion beast? Just then, a little chick flew out. The great Lord Chicken is here. Who dares to be so insolent? The crowd below scoffed at the sight, often laughed out loud. They gossiped non-stop, saying his symbiotic beast, that chicken, wasn't even big enough for a plate of appetizers. I see now, he's completely gone mad. Come to think of it, his temperament was always terrible. Someone else added that he had a talent for comedy, and he was here today to put on a show for the city lord's wedding. Zifeng was even more provoked by their words, and he spoke in a mocking tone. Tianming Li, you really are talented, just like everyone's been saying. Zidong, kill that chicken. Seeing Zifeng dare to underestimate it, the little chick flew into a rage. You little punk, you dare look down on me? I'll show you who's killing who. At that moment, Zifeng, brimming with confidence, charged toward Tianming. This time, I won't give you a chance to pull any tricks. Just as he threw a punch, to his surprise, Tianming used only a single hand to block it with ease. Zifeng gritted his teeth and launched several more attacks, but none of them could even touch Tianming. On Zifeng's forehead, a drop of cold sweat trickled down as he began to feel an inexplicable sense of dread. How can he be so fluid and relaxed? Were my senses wrong? His physical body is even more powerful than before. While Zifeng was lost in thought, Zidong's cry drew his attention. Behind him, Zidong was being assaulted by a flash of light that sent it spinning. It roared in pain, but was completely helpless. Seizing the moment Zifeng was distracted, Tianming gathered power into his hand. He roared, Zifeng, with your current strength, you're not worthy of holding the flame yellow order. While silently calculating, this is the perfect chance to test the power of this arm. The moment he finished speaking, Tianming's fist slammed straight into Zifeng's stomach, sending him flying backward. By the time the pain washed over his entire body, Zifeng still couldn't believe it. Impossible. And just like that, after a single blow, Zifeng was utterly defeated at Tianming's feet, while the little chick had also successfully beaten its opponent. It arrogantly stomped on Zidong's head. How about that, darling? See how amazing your big brother chick is now? But Zidong could only struggle to retort. Damn it. Awesome, my foot. Do you ever bathe? I lost because your stench made me so nauseous I nearly passed out. Witnessing the scene unfolding on the fighting stage, the crowd below was stunned into silence. Wasn't he supposed to be crippled? Someone else said. Compared to him, Zifeng Li is the real piece of trash. Another person, in disbelief, speculated. Young Master Zifeng is that weak? Defeated in a single blow? Could he be faking it? After defeating Zifeng, Tianming shot a deathly glare into the distance. Yanfeng quickly caught that gaze, knowing the boy was targeting him. Just then, Qinglu stepped forward and whispered in Yanfeng's ear for a long moment, after which she cast a probing glance toward Tianming. Yanfeng, beside her, seemed to have regained his composure. Then, an authoritative voice rang out. Tianming Li, the little chick suddenly warned. Kid, I've got a bad feeling about this woman. She's definitely up to no good. And just as expected, their intentions became crystal clear. Even though you defeated Zifeng Li, the selection ceremony isn't over yet. A smirk appeared on Qingliu's face as she cheerfully announced, Lihuo City still has one more young prodigy who has yet to make an appearance. The moment she finished speaking, Qinglu shouted to the person she had just mentioned, Get up here, Yang Lu. At her command, a pair of long legs slowly came into everyone's view. No one could have guessed that behind a paper fan that concealed half his face, Yang Liu's piercing gaze was fixed on Tianming. I've barely set foot in Lihuo City, and I'm already receiving such a grand reception. My thanks to you, big sister and brother-in-law. Getting my hands on the Flame Yellow Order in this backwater place is much easier than in the heavenly capital. It was only then that Tianming recognized the person before him as Yang Lu of the Thunderlord Manor at the 9th level of the Beast Vein realm. The little chick was also sizing him up. This kid's no pushover. He's a full 5 levels higher than you. As the old enemies met again, Yang Lu folded his fan, revealing an arrogant face as he spoke. Long time no see, Tianming Li. Tianming's expression suddenly tensed up, and he quietly recalled, Yang Liu was one of Xiaoting Lin's followers back in the day. I never expected him to show up here. Hearing this, the little chick nodded, so that makes him one of your old enemies, too. Just then, a gust of wind swept across the arena. Yanfeng finally spoke. Yang Liu, although you have come from afar, now that your sister and I are married, you can also be considered one of Lihuo City's own. Pausing for a moment, he continued, The younger generation here in Lihuo City are mostly frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of what a true genius is capable of. Today, I must trouble you to give them a little demonstration to help broaden their horizons. Khan, who was nearby, added, Thien Duong, don't disappoint your sister and brother-in-law. Waving the fan in his hand, Lu Duong signaled his understanding. Don't worry, it's rare. To get a chance to claim the Flame Emperor token, how could I possibly waste it? Then, Lu Duong raised his hand and summoned his symbiotic beast, and even if I hadn't made a move, the lightning leopard's corpse wouldn't have been ignored. As expected, this scene stunned the crowd below. One person exclaimed, He looks even younger than Li Tufong. To reach the 9th level of the beast vein at such a young age, he's a monster. Another was just as shocked. What? A 5th-tier symbiotic beast? A lightning element beast is so majestic, he's truly worthy of being from the Thunderlord's manor. Now we have a good show to watch. At this moment, Liu Duong wore a smug expression and spoke up. Li Tianming, you thought the Flame Emperor token was yours, but what a pity, don't blame me. The competition for the Flame Emperor token in Yandu is just too fierce, so I had to use a little trick and assume an identity from departing Fire City to enter the Flame Emperor Academy. Liu Duong seemed to deliberately bring up the past, his voice carrying a strange tone. I know you wanted to make a comeback today, and your performance wasn't bad, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong day. Brother Zhao didn't kill you, because he wanted to enjoy the sight of you struggling with hope, yet unable to ever rise up no matter what you do. That's what makes it a little interesting, right? Facing Lu Duong's contemptuous gaze, Thien Men calmly replied, Indeed, it is very interesting. I held on to the hope of defying fate, but it's just a joke in your eyes, and just when I get a little better, you pop it like a bubble. Feels great, doesn't it? I see your rambling is no better than his. Hearing this, Lu Duong immediately leaped onto his symbiotic beast's back. Fine, since you just made fun of yourself, I won't waste any more time. He then spread his arms, revealing a dazzling power in his palm. Let me show you how much I've progressed in the past 3 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Duong immediately made his move, unleashing the wind and cloud strike. The power shot out, rapidly expanding and hurtling towards Thien Men. In the blink of an eye, a loud bang echoed, and the arena was covered in a massive cloud of white dust. When the dust settled, Thien Men was seen hunched over in a corner, he thought to himself. Just the shockwave from that palm strike injured me. If I had been hit directly, I fear that in my current state, he could only grit his teeth in discomfort. A gap of 5 whole realms, there's truly no way to fight back. At that moment, Liu Duong slowly toyed with the fan in his hand, his words dripping with sarcasm. Li Tianming, I see you're not even worthy of being my opponent right now. With that, he pointed his fan at Tianming and said in a low, commanding tone, in that case, I can't be bothered to act. You can get lost. Meanwhile, Liu Duong was calculating in his mind, even though I could easily crush him, now is not the time. I've just arrived in departing Fire City. I need to build up my reputation and character. I must leave a good impression in the eyes of the citizens and Li Tianming. As expected, the people on the sidelines were full of admiration. I never thought young Master Liu would be so noble at such a young age. With young Master Liu, departing Fire City has a bright future. Young Master Liu has an extraordinary aura. The city lord is truly blessed. Someone even shouted, Li Tianming, you are the disgrace of departing Fire City. Get lost. Tianming clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, and he said to himself, Liu Tianduong, today's palm strike, I will remember it well. Tianmen's gaze was filled with resentment as he made a promise to himself. Soon, I will definitely repay it 100-fold. Thinking this, Tianmen straightforwardly retreated. I'm leaving, but there's one thing I want to ask you. Liu Duong spoke with disgust. Speak. Unexpectedly, Tianmen actually wanted to know when he would leave departing Fire City. Liu Duong seemed to have figured it out, looking to find someone for revenge, as if departing Fire City has some hidden master. He didn't even have to think before, answering, probably in a month. Hearing this, Tianmen decisively raised his hand and issued a challenge. Good. 1 month from now, right here, I challenge you. If you lose, you must hand over the Flame Emperor token. Do you dare? But these words only seemed to amuse Liu Duong, who sneered, how foolish. Despite saying that, Liu Duong was still intrigued and asked back, on the contrary, I'm a little curious. What are you putting up as your stake? Tianmen answered decisively, what do you have? I'll bet my life. I'm wagering my own life. Of course, Liu Duong wouldn't pass up this opportunity. He quickly accepted, fine, I agree. Although, I have no interest in your worthless life, but since you're begging to die, then I can only do my dear sister and brother-in-law a favor. By getting rid of this rebellious blight, I'll restore some fresh air to Liwo City. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and the crowd below couldn't stop cursing. Damn it, that Li Tianming is just shameless. The guy next to him added, is he just putting on a brave face? Defeating young Master Liu in a month and taking back the Yanhuang command token. What a joke. Someone even remarked, what do you know? This is a classic villain trope from the stories. They talk all tough before making their exit. Over on the other side, an amused Liu Qing said to Yan Feng, Brother Feng, this son of yours is quite the actor. Tianming turned and walked away, silently memorizing their current malice. You all just wait. The real show is yet to begin. A moment later, Tianming left the arena without hesitation. He told himself, just wait 1 month. Soon, it was late at night, and the Li family manor was aglow with red lanterns, with the double happiness symbol shining on the door. The day's events had done nothing to dampen the mood of the two inside the room. Liu Qing gracefully brought over a pitcher of wine, Brother Feng, this time with Tianyang. Going to Linghuo Mountain to compete for the divine source. Everything depends on you. She sweetly raised her glass to Yan Feng. I'm worried the competition will be fierce, because the divine source is truly precious. It can help a life-bound beast evolve to a higher grade. Yan Feng quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Linghuo Mountain is Lihuo City's territory. I will absolutely not let the nascent divine source slip through our fingers. If Tianyang obtains it, he'll have a chance to join the Sky Mansion in the future. Then, the status of your Thunder Lord Manor will also rise greatly. Despite his words, Liu Qing was still worried. Linghuo Mountain is vast, and there are many hidden ferocious beasts. It's too dangerous for Tianyang to go in by himself. Hearing this, even Yan Feng remarked with admiration, no wonder the Thunderlord Manor uses this method. To have its juniors compete and mature through harsh trials, it's no wonder you produce so many geniuses. Liu Qing couldn't hide her pride. This time, it is indeed very fierce. There are a total of 7 disciples in the clan qualified to participate. Fortunately, among them, Tianyang's strength gives him a slight edge, and with our help, his chances will be much higher than the others. Pausing for a moment, Yan Feng contemplated, then suddenly asked, when will the other disciples from the Thunder Lord Manor arrive? I assume their entourages are all experts from the manor as well. Realizing the implication in his question, Liu Qing raised her glass and deftly explained, probably in 2 days. I was permitted to arrive early for our wedding. Although the juniors are protected by experts, once they enter Linghuo Mountain, If their guardians make a move, they will immediately be restricted by the Thunder Lord Manor's rules. At this, she drained her glass and said nonchalantly, ultimately, the real test is a matter for the juniors. However, since you're a local, Brother Fang, you're extremely familiar with Linghuo Mountain and will surely be a great help. Only then did Yan Feng relax a bit, and he proposed, in 3 days, I'll officially take you and Tian Yang into Linghuo Mountain. Knowing he had accepted, Liu Qing began to unfasten her robes. Brother Feng, my brothers and my future rests entirely in your hands. She then lay on the bed, displaying her seductive figure, with only her red bodice facing Yan Feng. I will be sure to serve you well. This was exactly what Yan Feng had been waiting for, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. What happened next is anyone's guess, and soon the room was filled with only his deep, husky voice saying, don't worry, I won't let you down. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Fortune Inn, voices could be heard chatting, and that's what happened. Inside the room, Wei Shi looked incredibly upset. She clutched her head impatiently. Wait another month? I can't stand it. This place is scorching. I want to go live in the north, Tianming explained. Mother, 1 month is just a tentative plan. I can't even defeat that guy right now. But Wei Shi wasn't having any of it. She set a deadline. I don't care. I'll give you half a month, tops. Tianming sighed helplessly. Seriously, Mom? If I lose, this little chicken becomes their next meal. These words struck a nerve with the little chick. It furiously darted out. What? Some sickly little cat thinks it can eat me? Just you wait. I'll peck it to death. Hearing this, Wei Ji praised it. Now that's ambition, little chick. I have faith in you. After being praised, the chick snuggled up to her affectionately. My mom is still the one with good taste, unlike that good-for-nothing Li Tianming. Seeing this, Tianming exploded in anger, shouting, Get lost! That's my mom, not yours! My mom would never give birth to, produced an insolent chick like you. However, Wei Xi seemed to ignore it, cupping the face of the little chick she had accepted as her child. Let me give you a name. I don't like just calling you chick. The little chick replied blankly, My name is the Eternal Purgatory Phoenix, but that name seems a bit long. After thinking for a moment, she finally decided, Then I'll call you Yi Huo. How about that? Yi Huo was so moved by his new name that his eyes welled up with tears. Awesome, I love this name. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shi covered her mouth and coughed continuously. Yi Huo anxiously asked, Mother, are you okay? Meanwhile, Tianming worriedly patted her back. Mom, is it because we've run out of the azure spirit grass for your treatment? Wei Shi looked pensively at the bloodstain on her hand, a hint of sadness in her voice. The azure spirit grass can only look intensivant, alleviate the symptoms, not cure the root cause. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. At that moment, Tianming decisively turned to leave, saying to her with determination, Even if it only alleviates the pain, that's good enough. I can't let you suffer, Mom. Yi Huo, come with me to Linghuo Mountain. Yi Huo followed, puzzled. Go there. For what? Aren't we supposed to take care of Mother? Behind them, Wei Xi called out softly, Tianming. Tianming replied as he walked, Of course, we're going to pick azure spirit grass for Mom, to prolong her life. Knowing his mind was made up, Wei Xi could only advise, You two, the road is treacherous, you must be careful. The scene shifts to Linghuo Mountain, a barren land ravaged by a year-round erupting volcano. An unknown amount of time passed. Tianming sat dejectedly in the middle of the forest, having painstakingly searched for 2 whole days, and only found a single stalk of azure spirit grass. Yi Huo, beside him, suggested, Why don't we go deeper into the mountain? Tianming wiped the sweat from his forehead and retorted, No way! The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. We're just on the outskirts of the mountain, and we already have to be constantly on edge, guarding against vicious beasts. Vicious beasts are all cold-blooded creatures. They get stronger by surviving life or death battles. If we run into them, we're dead for sure. After a moment of thought, Yi Huo actually flew off on his own. Tianming watched in alarm. Holy crap! What are you doing now? I told you not to act alone, Yi Huo explained. Then follow me. There's something good up ahead. Just then, the light from a spiritual herb high above caught Tianming's attention. I'll be damned. It's a spirit essence fire Ling Ji. We've hit the jackpot. Yi Huo eagerly flew towards it. Let me get it. Tianming reminded him. Be careful. Spiritual herbs of this grade are usually protected by a guardian beast. Yi Huo confidently plucked the spiritual herb with his beak, replying, Don't worry, I'm quick. Once he had it, Yi Huo immediately gave the order, Let's bounce. Tianming bolted. On it. In a flash, the two of them had hidden in a well-concealed hollow tree. This thing is worth a fortune. We won't have to worry about living expenses for the next few months. You idiot. It's rare to find a high-grade spiritual essence like this. The smart move is to refine it quickly. Hearing that, Yi Huo couldn't contain his craving and said, Come on, let's each swallow half. just like that treasure gem last time. However, Tianming was cautious and examined it. But this is a spiritual medicine. What if we eat it and drop dead? Yi Huo encouraged him. Kid, you have to trust in your eternal purgatory. Body. No fire attribute item can harm it. Without a shred of doubt, Tianming trustingly put the piece of spiritual herb into his mouth. It's that powerful? Why didn't you say so sooner? The moment they swallowed it, a scorching red energy erupted from within both of their bodies. Suddenly, in the quiet forest, a blinding pillar of light appeared. This was the sign of a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Beast Vein realm. A moment later, Tianming walked slowly along the mountain path, grumbling. Say what you will, but the feeling of two males cultivating together is just nauseating. I want to find some hot chicks to dual cultivate with. Hearing this, Yi Huo cursed. Get lost. In this god-forsaken place. Where are you going to find any girls? You might find some hens, though. After a bit of banter, Tianming suddenly stopped. He pulled at the cloth strip on his hand and said, Hey, I've noticed the vision from this eye is getting wider and wider. Yi Huo hurriedly stopped him. Stop, don't use it. It makes my scalp tingle. Tianming retorted sarcastically. You really are a chicken. Just then, the roar of a vicious beast caught the attention of Tianming and Yi Huo. Instantly, Tianming tensed up and got into a fighting stance. There's a vicious beast in the forest, Yi Huo agreed. It sounds really ferocious. As soon as he finished speaking, from that direction appeared a panicked-looking girl, screaming, Help me! Yi Huo's eyes widened as he watched her figure, an involuntary chill running down his spine. The girl's body. She's transparent. Did we really run into a female ghost? In front of them, Fai Lin glanced back as she ran, accidentally revealing her beautiful face. Tianmen was instantly captivated by her face and unconsciously blurted out, You call this a female ghost? She's more like a goddess. Even my common sense can't fight it. She's gorgeous. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Could this be love? While Tianmen was mesmerized, the ferocious beast caught up to them, letting out a savage roar. Seeing Tianmen still dazed, Ngi Hoa urged him, What are you spacing out for, you idiot? Go save her. Tianmen enthusiastically gave chase. Miss, don't be afraid. I'm here to help. Fai Lin replied gratefully. Thank you, big brother. Only the unlucky Ngi Hoa was left behind. It shouted in frustration. You really ditch your friends for a pretty face. You guys go on ahead. I'll hold it off. Tianmen, feeling uneasy, called out, Stupid chicken, don't try to be a hero. If we run together, and if we can't, we fight it together. Just then, Fai Lin, who was running alongside him, suddenly spoke up. Big brother, let me borrow your body for a moment. As she said this, her transparent form began to sparkle brightly. Fai Lin used her spiritual energy to latch onto Tianmen's body. Seeing the spiritual energy wrap around him, Tianmen wondered, What is this? Spirit possession! Are you really a ghost? I'm not a ghost, Fai Lin explained. My constitution is a bit special. I can merge with others to increase their realm and overall strength. Meanwhile, Ngi Hoa, who was on the ferocious beast's shoulder, was laughing its head off, taunting, Your body now reeks of a woman's scent. But by the time Ngi Hoa noticed the beast's movements, it was too late. Crap! It had let its guard down and was quickly smashed by the ferocious beast in one painful blow. Seeing this, Tianmen immediately charged in. I never expected a constitution like this to exist in the world. Let's test just how much stronger I've become after this possession. In just an instant, he and the ferocious beast clashed in midair, their fists aimed at each other. Then, the power from their two fists collided, creating sparks in the air. In the distance, Ngi Hoa was stunned by the scene unfolding before it, a fist-to-fist clash that was so powerful. When the dust from the impact settled, all that was left to see was a large crater had appeared on the ground. The ferocious beast from earlier now lay motionless in the middle of the crater, its fur returning to a lighter color as if its power had been drained. Tianmen looked at his arm in satisfaction. So powerful. It raised my level by at least 2 stages, and even the power of my dark arm has increased. With the job done, Fai Lin quickly separated from Tianmen's body, and he returned to normal. A moment later, she turned to him with a look of gratitude. Big brother, thank you for saving my life. Faced with her exquisite beauty, Tianmen awkwardly scratched his head. It was nothing. It was all thanks to you. The fusion. I mean, the possession. If not for that. Before he could finish, Ngi Hoa interrupted. Little beauty, don't pay him any mind. He's a genuine rogue. As it spoke, it fluttered its charming chicken eyes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Huan Hoa, a superclass chicken, and also the guardian of this rogue here. But Fai Lin just picked Ngi Hoa up and gushed. A talking pet, you're so cute. It immediately denied it. Little beauty, don't be like that. I'm not a pet, and I'm not an easy catch. However, Fai Lin turned and pleaded directly with Tianmen. Big brother, can you give Firefly to me? He agreed without a second thought, and even added some instructions. Take him. When you stew him, remember to add some jujubes, mugwort, and reishi mushrooms. I guarantee it'll be unbelievably delicious. Hearing this, Fai Lin burst out laughing. She released Engi Hoa. Big brother, you're so funny. I was just kidding. I know he's your symbiotic beast. My name is Kung Fi Lin. What should I call you? Big brother. It quickly cut in before Tianmen could speak. His name is hard on the ears. He's a narcissistic idiot named Li Tianming. Fai Lin then offered a proper greeting. Big brother Tianmen. Tianmen replied happily. Hello, little sister Lin He. Inwardly, he was already thinking, Lin He's personality is gentle and adorable. I like her. Suddenly, Tianmen asked again, Little sister Lin He, where is your symbiotic beast? Lin answered casually, I don't have a symbiotic beast. I was born this way. Although I don't have a symbiotic beast, I do have some special abilities. This is my secret, but for some reason, the moment I met you, big brother, I felt an incredibly close connection, as if we've known each other before, so I trust you. As if she was afraid Tianmen still didn't believe her, Fai Lin held up both her hands. Brother, look at my fingernails. Each one has a rune on it. People say I'm supposed to have 10 special abilities, but because they were sealed at birth, for now, it has only awakened 2 abilities. One is spirit symbiosis, and the other is a time formation that can control the flow of time. I can't believe Yi Huo is already trying to play matchmaker. With such amazing abilities, why don't you just marry Li Tianming? If you used those 2 skills of yours to support Li Tianming, it would be, in a word, perfect. This made Tianming so embarrassed he turned to stone. Meanwhile, Fei Ling just politely declined. That wouldn't be appropriate. Seeing Yi Huo act so shamelessly, Tianming quickly grabbed it. Sister Ling, don't mind it. This chicken has been stunted and malnourished since birth, so its brain is a little messed up. Or in other words, it's an idiot. Yi Huo was forced into the companion space and panicked. Li Tianming, you're inhuman. Now, only the 2 of them were left facing each other, and Tianming asked curiously, I was wondering, does Sister Linger not have a permanent host for symbiosis? And why did you come to such a desolate place? Hearing this, she explained, there's someone I always travel with. We just got separated a moment ago, which led to me being chased by a vicious beast. Tianming's expression darkened slightly, and his tone suddenly grew urgent. You already have someone, man or woman? How old? Is it your boyfriend? What does always travel together mean? Are you engaged before? Fei Ling could answer. A voice rang out from behind Tianming. You scoundrel. How dare you bully my Linger? Do you have a death wish? Qing Luan didn't waste a second and launched an attack at Tianming. You lecher. How dare you bully my Linger? Luckily, Tianming reacted in time and jumped back, exclaiming inwardly, a spirit origin realm expert. The expert before him, Qing Luan, shot him a death glare. You're tired of living. Seeing her powerful aura, Tianming thought to himself, she looks so young. To be at the spirit origin realm at her age, she's definitely no ordinary person. Just then, Fei Ling rushed between the 2 of them. She tried to stop the fight. Sister Qing, don't scare him. He's not a bad person. I was being chased by a vicious beast earlier, and I only managed to survive because he helped me. But Qing Luan was still suspicious. Don't let him fool you. Can't you see that despicable look on his face? It was because of Tianming's somewhat infuriating smile. Could she be the host Linger was talking about? Good. As long as it's not a man, that's fine. Still, Qing Luan heeded Fei Ling's words and put her sword away, asking in a haughty voice, Hey, country bumpkin, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm warning you, if you dare have any wicked ideas about Linger, you'll die. Hearing this, Tianming scoffed. She's beautiful, but her words are so harsh, without a shred of politeness. Provoked by his attitude, Qing Luan wanted to teach him a lesson. Country bumpkin, what did you just say? Do you believe I won't strike you down? Fei Ling gently tried to calm her down. All right, please calm down. I've performed spirit symbiosis with him before. I know he's not a bad person. Fine, Tianming added arrogantly. For Sister Linger's sake, I won't stoop to your level. Seeing how much he was asking for a beating, Qing Luan turned to Fei Ling. Linger, why would you perform symbiosis with such a lowly, despicable, and flippant commoner? He will defile your sacred spirit body. Only I am worthy of being your host. Tianming, who was being insulted, could only grimace. Do you have any nastier words you'd like to use? Fei Ling awkwardly explained the situation. I was being chased by a vicious beast. It was an emergency. Oh, that's right. My symbiosis compatibility rate with him is at the maximum level. It's quite surprising, isn't it? At this point, Qing Luan couldn't hide her anger. She asked in disbelief, Maximum? How is that possible? Even the 2 of us, who grew up together, can't achieve that. On what grounds can this lecher? Knowing Qing Luan was in disbelief, Fei Ling reverted to her spirit form and took Tianming's hand. If you don't believe me, I'll show you again. In an instant, she fused into Tianming's body, and he smugly flashed a peace sign. Perfect. Seeing this, Qing Luan grew even more furious. What the hell are you so smug about? With that, she turned away and said disdainfully, so what if it's a perfect symbiosis? In a remote backwater like this, what kind of future could he possibly have? Besides, he's only at the 5th level of the Beast Vein realm, and with such garbage talent, he'll never amount to anything. But the other two acted as if they hadn't heard her and just talked amongst themselves. Little sister, did you feel like the symbiosis was even smoother this time than the first? Fei Ling nodded. Yes, I did. Qing Luan, standing to the side, screamed her lungs out, how dare you ignore me? Then, she moved forward to grab Fei Ling's hand, determined to pull them apart. Forget him. Let's hurry back to Yan capital. We've been out for far too long this time. All right, Tianming thought to himself. Or repeat it. Tianming excitedly called out, Lin Ni, where are you in Yandu? I'll come find you when I have the chance. Fei Ling chuckled softly and replied gently, Brother Men, you better keep your word. I live at. Before Fei Ling could finish, Qing Luan covered her mouth and dragged her away. Live where? A womanizer with your lowly background. You should know your place and stay home, farming and producing food for the Vermilion Bird Nation. That's your duty. Then, she resentfully led Fei Ling away. Let's go. Before leaving, Fei Ling didn't forget to wave goodbye to Tianming. Not only that, but she also ignored Qing Luan's words and called out, See you later, Brother Men. Tianming blushed at the sight. See you later, Sister Lin. His fondness for Fei Ling grew even more. Even though her best friend had a sharp tongue, the way she treated Lin Ni was impeccable. Watching Fei Ling's figure fade into the distance, Tianming thought to himself, Don't worry, Sister Lin. We'll definitely meet again. A moment later, Ying Huo emerged from the pocket dimension. It furiously confronted Tianming. That brat, Li. You've got some nerve. Locking me up so you can go flirt with a girl all by yourself. I curse you to have a baby with no backside, and I curse your little popsicle stick to be chopped into 8 pieces. Hearing this, Tianming felt a pang of guilt and quickly tried to calm it down. Don't be mad. They're gone now. Let's get back to searching for the Azure Spirit Grass. Ying Huo puffed out its cheeks in a huff. You only remember me when you need something. If you ever force me into the symbiotic space again, we are through. Tianming knew it was truly angry, so he coaxed it in a gentle voice. Yes, big bro chicken, I know I was wrong. From now on, I won't do it again. Appeased by the sweet talk, Ying Huo replied, that's more like it. 3 days passed in a flash, and Tianming was still searching the forest. Look, there's a patch of azure spirit grass over there, at least a dozen stalks. Then, he sped toward the patch of azure spirit grass. Finally, 3 days of hard work were paying off. Standing before the bush, Tianming's face lit up with joy. If I can bring this much azure spirit grass back, Mother will be so happy. As he spoke, he bent down to pick the herbs, but he sensed someone approaching, and the ground beside him stirred slightly. Tianming noticed the disturbance and cautiously held back from picking the azure spirit grass. Looking toward the source of the movement, Tianming spotted a fairly large hole in the ground. From inside it, a glossy black pincer emerged before his very eyes. Tianming quickly stepped back. Watch out, Ying Huo exclaimed. An ambush from underground. This beast is pretty sneaky. But Tianming had already figured it out. Are you blind? It's a life-bound beast. In an instant, the massive body of a forest-tailed poison scorpion, a 5th-order life-bound beast, crawled out of the ground. Seeing it, Tianming's expression darkened. He was certain it was a poison-type insectoid life-bound beast, which meant a beastmaster had to be nearby. He didn't have to wait long, as the person slowly approached. You're not from the Thunderlord Manor, yet you dare to enter Linghuo Mountain. The newcomer was Zi Xuan, his eyes as cold as ice, and his tone was a clear threat. Do you have a death wish? From Zi Xuan's words, Tianming's heart stirred. So this was the place the people from the Thunderlord Manor were talking about. What's with me lately? Everywhere I go, I run into these monstrous prodigies. And what's this guy's deal? Mentioning the Thunderlord Manor right off the bat. Outwardly, Tianming decided to try negotiating first. Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you're from the Thunderlord Manor, and only its members are allowed on Linghuo Mountain? Zixuan replied calmly. The fact that I'm asking should make my identity from the Thunderlord Manor obvious. But enough talk. Let me give you a warning. The Thunderlord Manor is conducting business on Linghuo Mountain. As he spoke, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, and his every word dripped with menace. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Off this mountain immediately. Hesitate for even a second, and don't blame me for leaving your corpse behind. The dangerous aura emanating from Zi Xuan even put Ying Huo on high alert. This kid seems dangerous, Ying Huo noted. Tianming whispered back, the Thunderlord Manor is full of people like this. We're just here to gather herbs. There's no need to start a conflict with him. And so, he maintained a peaceful tone and said to Zi Xuan, as it happens, I was just about to leave Linghuo Mountain anyway, but could you give me a moment, brother? I just want to pick a few stalks of this azure spirit grass to treat my mother's illness. Hearing this, The man seemed to pause, glancing at the bush of azure spirit grass, but then he nonchalantly crushed it under his foot. His intentions were now crystal clear. That action was a direct slap in the face to Tianming. When he saw Tianming's face, he froze instantly. Not just one stalk, Zixuan stomped on the entire patch of azure spirit grass that carried all of Tianming's hopes. Don't you understand human language? I told you to scram, so scram. No more begging. You still dare to call me brother? Does worthless trash like you have the right? After saying that, he gave Tianming a disdainful look and emphasized, "Do you have the right?" Ying Huo quickly reacted. It trembled with rage, but still managed to growl, "Worthless trash." As for Tianming, he could no longer hold it in, and a heaven-shaking power erupted from his body. "Brother, are you that strong?" At this moment, Tianming's fury exploded, his eyes radiating an unprecedented rage. "Then allow me to test that theory." Zixuan didn't even deign to look at Tianming, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Oh, you know I'm from the Thunder Sovereign Manor and you still dare to provoke me? Then let me send you on your way." Next, Zixuan ordered his symbiotic beast to charge. "Scorpion King, kill them for me." At Zixuan's command, "Kill them." The Scorpion King immediately shot towards Tianming. Zixuan, already confident in his victory, thought to himself, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for coming to Blazing Soul Mountain at the wrong time. In the 1 in a million chance that you get lucky and obtain the divine source, wouldn't that be a great loss for us? Seeing this, Tianming and Ying Huo immediately charged forward. Looks like this guy is ruthless. Not only that, his biggest mistake is underestimating us. "Sparky, you know what to do, right?" Ying Huo replied fiercely. "Do you even need to ask? Unleash a big move and tear him apart." It simultaneously unleashed a beast art, while Tianming quickly executed a martial art. In an instant, both of their eyes glowed a fiery red. This was their coordinated attack, Blood Fiend Soul. The speed of their attack was so fast that in a moment, only intersecting streaks of light remained in the air. In a flash, the two sides passed each other, but Tianming and Ying Huo were completely unharmed. However, the same couldn't be said for the Scorpion King. Its body had been slashed multiple times by the combined attack. At that moment, panic was written all over Zixuan's face as he unconsciously blurted out, "What? How could the Scorpion King get hit?" Before Zixuan could regain his composure, Tianming growled a reminder, "Now it's your turn." Even after seeing the Scorpion King's fate, Zixuan was still arrogant enough to launch hidden weapons. "Fine, I admit I was careless, but you still won't escape your death sentence. I'll use these needles to pierce you with 100,000 holes and make you wish for death." Tianming immediately recognized them as top-grade beast weapons, heart-piercing needles, and they were even coated in poison. Beside him, Ying Huo couldn't hide its surprise. "Whoa, that's a lot of them. This guy seems really rich." In front of them, Zixuan had already launched the swarm of needle-thin hidden weapons. "Go to hell." But before the needles could reach him, Tianming's figure vanished. Zixuan exclaimed in surprise. He disappeared again, and just as he finished speaking, Tianming's figure appeared right in front of Zixuan. This is bad. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Tianming delivered a devastating blow to Zixuan. He was thrown backward, his mind filled with confusion. How is this possible? Didn't he not call out the name of the technique? Even as he felt the pain from scraping against the ground, Zixuan couldn't stop wondering why his physical strength was so immense. Tianming slowly walked towards him and revealed without hesitation, "You thought that just because I didn't call out the technique's name, I wouldn't use it? Blood Fiend Soul is a top-tier divine technique, and it just so happens to counter your martial arts. As long as I'm in range, I can activate it at any time." However, Zixuan, battered and bruised on the ground, revealed a strangely excited smile. I don't care where you came from, but you will definitely die. I want to slice off every last bit of flesh and blood from your body, piece by piece." This time, it was Tianming's turn to hold the upper hand. He calmly pressed Zixuan's head down with his heel. "Still talking tough? Remember that you're under my foot." With that, Tianming bent down, arrogantly glancing over Zixuan's body. "Which foot was it that destroyed the azure spirit grass? Let me help you with that," Ying Huo urged him. "Why are you wasting time? Hurry up and cripple him. Scum like him will definitely cause trouble later." Seeing the deadly serious aura from Tianming, Zixuan immediately called for help. "Mom, Dad, save High Air." Hearing this, Ying Huo cursed in annoyance. How pathetic, bringing your parents to a fight. At the same time, a figure in the distance, along with a giant serpent, had caused Tianming's face to turn pale. Danger had arrived. "Run!" Instantly, Tianming bolted away at his top speed. Ying Huo was confused. "Run? You're so shameless," he retorted. "So what? His parents are high-ranking members of the Thunder Reverence Manor. I can't let them catch me." Seeing them flee, Tu Hien was unwilling to give up and shouted irritably, Don't even think about escaping. The people from the Thunder Reverence Manor have already sealed off this entire blazing fire mountain. I swear that before nightfall, your body will be nothing but a mangled mess of flesh. When you go down to meet the King of Hell, remember to tell him that the one who finished you off was Truong Tu Hien. While hastily escaping, Thien Men couldn't help but retort sarcastically, Truong Tu Hien. What a disgusting name. I was born and raised here. You think I don't know the way to escape? Just as he was about to get away from that place, two figures appeared in the sky. Dong Tan called out, Hiener. Truong Sung landed first. Hiener, what happened? Seeing his parents arrive, Tu Hien said, Quick, go after that brat and avenge me. He's about my age and build, with his left hand wrapped in bandages. He ran that way. Seeing his son's condition, Truong Sung immediately instructed, My lady, you stay here and treat Hiener's injuries. I will pursue the culprit. Today this old man will definitely chop him into 1,000 pieces. At that moment, his fury erupted into demonic energy that enveloped his body. As he finished speaking, a giant pillar of demonic light, representing the power of Truong Sung, grew immense, piercing the sky. On the other side, Thien Men began to sense that something was wrong with that power. Someone was chasing him at an incredible speed. If this kept up, he would be caught soon. Right then, he could only focus on running for his life, beads of sweat rolling down his face. Just then, in Thien Men's line of sight, two figures suddenly appeared. There were people ahead, and it turned out to be Thon Lone and Phi Lin. Thien Men was secretly delighted. It's them! What a fateful encounter! To meet the little sisters again, right after saying goodbye. But now was not the time to be happy about it. Thinking this, he continued to speed up while urging Phi Lin, Lin Her, run! The only reply was a cold punch from Thon Lone, run my foot. In an instant, both Ngihoa and Thien Men were unexpectedly knocked flat on their backs. To make matters worse, Truong Sung had caught up. He charged forward aggressively, shouting, You little thief, where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on Truong Sung's face. On the ground, Thon Lone calmly watched the person rushing over. It seemed the two of them knew each other. Sure enough, as soon as he landed, Truong Sung respectfully clasped his hands. Truong Sung of the Thunder Reverence Manor pays his respects to Princess Thon. Hearing him, Thien Men finally learned that Princess Thon was the daughter of the king of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. In front of him, Thon Lone was questioning Truong Sung. Spare the formalities. What are the people of the Thunder Reverence Manor doing here? Truong Sung was momentarily at a loss for words. He hesitated for a long time. This? Thon Lone looked at Truong Sung with an arrogant gaze and commanded in a stern voice, Speak! Seeing Truong Sung still hesitating, Thon Lone threatened him directly. What's the matter? Are you waiting for me to twist your head off before you talk? He bowed his head and quickly reported, Your Highness, please quell your anger. Recently, the Thunder Reverence Manor discovered that a divine source has appeared on Blazing Fire Mountain, so we selected 7 disciples to compete for it. The elders who came along are mainly here to protect them, not to compete with the younger generation. Thien Men repeated in surprise, A divine source? Meanwhile, Thon Lone, with a glint in her eyes, asked, What is its quality? At this point, Truong Sung didn't dare to hide anything. He answered honestly, reporting to the princess, It's an unranked one. Its quality doesn't even reach Emperor grade. At most, its effect is only to help a symbiotic beast evolve to the 6th stage. Hearing that, Thon Lone slowly closed her eyes, thoughtfully repeating, Unranked. Then Thon Lone's eyes snapped open, and she questioned him with the authority of a princess. You know what the consequences will be if you deceive me, don't you? Truong Sung bowed even lower and hastily reported, I swear it is merely unranked. Besides, my foolish son's chances of obtaining the divine source are slim. I would never dare to offend the princess. Only then did Thon Lone relent. You'd better be telling the truth. All right, you may leave. Truong Sung didn't dare to linger. He quickly clasped his hands in a salute. Thank you, princess. Truong Sung will take his leave now, but he didn't forget to drag Thien Men along. Kid, don't bother the princess here. Come with me. Unexpectedly, Thon Lone, with a dark expression, stepped in to stop him. Wait, you can go, but that pig stays. Of course, Truong Sung was unwilling. He earnestly pleaded with the princess. This boy is just a mountain villager. He just ambushed my son. I begged the princess to grant me the chance for revenge. In response, Thon Lone just frowned in annoyance. Didn't you hear me? I want this pig. Scram. Thien Men scowled and retorted, Who are you talking about? Is that a pig? Faced with Thon Lone's unyielding attitude, Truong Sung had no choice but to leave Thien Men and back off. Yes, I'll scram right away. Watching the retreating figure of Truong Sung, Thien Men couldn't hide the smug look on his face. I'm alive. However, he then turned to glare at Thon Lone, who upon seeing this had to scold him loudly. What's wrong? What are you glaring at? You got a problem with me calling you a pig? At this, Thien Men's demeanor instantly turned servile as he put on a fawning act. No problem. No problem, of course. I don't have a problem. You are the noble princess. How would I dare disagree? Fai Lin, standing nearby, couldn't watch any longer. She stepped forward to mediate. Big sis Than, stop teasing big bro. Tien Men was touched and called out softly, Lin hair. Seeing him, Fai Lin gave a gentle smile, her hand nervously fiddling with her hair before she spoke. Big bro, I don't think our meeting here was a coincidence. Actually, after we parted last time, Thonher has always wanted to know why we can achieve a perfect fusion, so she's been thinking about it the whole way, but the more she thought, the more confused she got. I then said it might be because of the destiny between you and me. As she spoke, she looked apologetic. Big bro, these past few days, we've been talking about you constantly. You won't blame me, will you? Thien Men quickly reassured her. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Receiving his affirmation, Fai Lin felt more at ease. She boldly requested, then you must come visit me in the Flame Capital in the future, okay? When Linher unlocks other skills, I'll try them. Out on your body, big bro. Faced with Fai Lin's expectant gaze, Thien Men agreed in a heartbeat. No problem. I will definitely come to the Flame Capital. Nhi Hoa chimed in, spoiling the mood. Little girl, no matter how you want to torture his body, he'd be willing. I think you two should just hold your wedding right here and now. Than Lone, at the side, immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. With your strength, even if you made it to the Flame Capital, you couldn't even jump over the city. Walls, know your place and stay home to farm. After that, Fai Lin turned to ask Thon Lone, Big sis, Thon, how about you give Big Bro a jade pendant? It'll be easier for him to find us. Later, she replied bluntly. No, but Fai Lin kept pleading. Big sis Thon, please. You're the best, big sis. Powerless against Fai Lin's pestering, Thon Lone had to agree. Fine, Linher has already switched sides. It's true what they say. A daughter raised is a daughter lost. Then, she casually tossed Thien Men a token. Hey pig, take it. I'm warning you, don't use my name to swindle people, or I'll kill both you and your companion beast. Nhi Hoa, being dragged into it, protested. What did I do? Holding the exquisite jade pendant in his hand, Thien Men replied softly, Thank you, Princess Thon. I assure you, before I go planting rice, I'll be sure to put the jade pendant away carefully and will never let it get muddy. Than Lone immediately warned, If you dare wear it while farming, I will wring your neck. A moment later, the three of them still had to part ways. Fai Lin reluctantly held Thien Men's hand. Big bro, come here, I have something to tell you. He smiled brightly and replied, What is it? Inside, he was already thrilled, wanting to shout, Linhair's hand is so soft, and she even took the initiative. Unexpectedly, Fai Lin directly passes, pointed out the location of the divine source for Thien Men. Big bro, do you want to get that divine source? It's over in that direction. Thien Men nodded gratefully. Really? Thank you. Linher, you've helped me so much. Then, he beckoned Ngi Hoa to go with him in that direction. Let's go, Firefly. We're going to find the divine source. It quickly flew after him. The divine source. I think I have something about that in my memories. As they walked, Nhi Hoa explained, transforming from a primordial chaos beast into a companion beast sealed away many of my innate talents, and a divine source can help me break those seals, gradually restoring my power until I return to being a primordial chaos giant beast. Hearing this, Thien Men teased, Since you're so thirsty for a divine source and I know the location, what are we waiting for? Nhi Hoa immediately urged, What the hell are we waiting for? Let's go. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. 10 days later, a powerful roar echoed from within, a blinding light of power. Beast Vein, 6th level breakthrough. Thien Men satisfyingly felt the spiritual power in his hands. He never expected that after days of searching, he wouldn't find the divine source, but he did find quite a lot of green spirit grass and spirit essence. His cultivation speed was skyrocketing. Nhi Hoa cheered excitedly. This must have all been within Linher's expectations. The path she showed you is a treasure hunting path. Those words motivated Thien Men to venture even deeper. If that's true, then she's too amazing, too incredible. The location of the divine source probably isn't far now. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two of them arrived before a crystal-clear lake. This is it. This is the final location Linher mentioned. After thinking for a moment, Yi Huo suggested, I bet the divine origin is right in this lake. Let's go down and take a look. Even after diving in, Tianming was still hesitant. Be careful. Wherever there's a divine origin, there's a trial. I can feel something terrifying in this lake. Yi Huo scoffed. Such a coward. At this rate, when will you ever be as incredibly brave as me? But Tianming quickly sensed something was wrong. Something's off. Why is it getting darker the deeper we go? Yi Huo, dazed by the water pressure, still talked tough. Are you an idiot? That's obviously what happens. Once they were deep enough, Tianming quickly held out the eye in his palm to investigate. Sure enough, the two of them found a solitary well at the bottom of the lake. What's that? Yi Huo immediately guessed A sealed well. Could there be some kind of treasure inside? Tianming quickly noticed. Look at this groove. It looks like a keyhole. Yi Huo grumbled. It's pitch black. What is there to see? But Tianming was still lost in thought. Could the divine origin be inside? Just then, something glowing in a corner caught their eyes. Let's find the key first. It's probably here in the lake. Something's glowing over there. It's the key. But Yi Huo insisted. No, that's the divine origin. Tianming looked doubtfully at the glowing rock before him. What do you mean? This rock's shape seems to fit. That groove. At this point, he could only think of one possibility. It must be the key to the well. Yi Huo retorted. If you don't know, then don't talk. This is the divine origin itself. I can smell it. You think I can't tell the difference? Though skeptical, Tianming reached out his hand. Really? Yi Huo confirmed with a confident tone. Of course it's real. Hurry up and take it. Although he had the divine origin, Tianming was still hesitant about the strange well. Even if it is the divine origin, I'm also sure it's the key to the well. Who knows, there might be other treasures inside the well. Yi Huo seemed convinced by him. Then let's take the divine origin first and then give it a try. At the same time, it tilted its head as if sensing something and exclaimed, Wait, something's heading our way. Tianming then spoke tensely. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. It's probably the guardian beast of the divine origin. Hearing this, Yi Huo ordered, You take the divine origin and go first. I'll distract it. Without making them wait any longer, a ferocious beast charged at them. Tianming shouted in alarm. It's a third-tier fierce beast, a blade-backed giant croc. We can't beat it, Yi Huo urged. Stop rambling and get back. Even though I can't kill it, it can't touch me either. In this critical situation, Tianming had no choice but to follow Yi Huo's words. Be careful. Once I get to the shore, I'll come back. Immediately after, Yi Huo charged forward with its full power. Go now. Don't linger and mess up its aggro. Wait for me to lure it away. Then you can come back down. Come here, little fishy. Let Big Bro Chicken give you a taste of my fire. The taunt worked perfectly. The fierce beast was immediately baited and chased after Yi Huo. Good. Keep chasing me. A moment later, the calm surface of the lake suddenly churned violently and rapidly. From the center of the swirling water, Tianming emerged. But he was quickly startled by an unfamiliar voice. Who are you? Yi Lin, with her arms crossed, looked at Tianming in the middle of the lake and asked sternly, What are you doing skulking around here? As soon as she finished speaking, the two people on the shore signaled, Child, he has the divine origin. Snatch it from him. Hearing that, Tianming immediately understood Yi Lin's identity, and tension showed on his face. Crap. It's people from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Instantly, Yi Lin's narrowed eyes flashed with danger. She growled out a command. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. When the two faced each other on the water, Yi Lin continued her threats. I don't care where a country bumpkin like you came from. All I know is that this divine origin belongs to the Thunder Sovereign Manor. It's not something you can mess with. I'll give you one chance. Leave the divine origin and get out of here immediately. As she spoke, her expression grew frighteningly dark. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. But Tianming wasn't so easily threatened. He quickly put away the divine origin. You tell me to hand it over, and I'm supposed to just hand it over? Then, Tianming decisively turned his back to leave right in front of Yi Lin's eyes. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Provoked by his indifferent attitude, Yi Lin roared with fury. You're courting death. Then she immediately summoned her symbiotic beast, chasing in the direction Tianming had gone. In a flash, he saw a giant shadow in the blue water rushing towards him. Tension was written all over Tianming's face as a sense of unease washed over him. The moment Yi Lin's symbiotic beast lunged at him, Tianming quickly calculated, This ice water-type symbiotic beast is a bit tricky to handle. Fighting on water isn't my advantage, and the firefly isn't here either. Looks like I need to get to shore quickly. With that thought, he used his agile movements to dodge and then jumped onto the symbiotic beast's head. Using the momentum from its leap, Tianming successfully launched himself a considerable distance. However, Yi Lin was still in hot pursuit. She even used her status to threaten him. You thief, I am. Jiang Yi Lin of the Thunder Lord's Manor. My father and uncle are both top-tier figures. If you don't stop right now, I guarantee your entire family will suffer because of you. What followed was a chase between two people and one beast. Yi Lin, from behind, kept shouting relentlessly, I'm already at the 8th level of the beast vein. Killing you would be as easy as pie. On the shore, the man was silently watching the chase unfold before him. This kid is so naive. He thinks he's safe just by getting to shore. Elder Ming added, This little mountain bandit isn't even enough for our little Linner to practice on. Just then, the fleeing Tianming suddenly stopped, looking up with suspicion. What is that? I can't believe that symbiotic beast has already caught up. Tianming was momentarily stunned. It could use its fins to fly. Yi Lin followed right behind. You think you can escape? How dare you disregard me? You must die! With that, she stopped, using the water current beneath her feet to launch an attack. Let me show you what top-grade combat power really is. Go, Fei Yu. At her command, Fei Yu opened its mouth wide and then viciously dove down toward Tianming. Facing it, he didn't flinch at all, quickly gathering power into his fist. Then, Tianming struck, using just one hand to block Fei Yu. In an instant, all Yilin could see were splatters of blood. She exclaimed in horror, "How is that possible?" With just one punch, he did that to Fei Yu. At that moment, Elder Ming rushed forward. This kid was hiding his true strength. If we don't intervene, I'm afraid Linner will be at a disadvantage. The man charged at the same time. Capture him quickly. We can't let him take the divine origin. However, Tianming had taken advantage of Yilin's stunned state to grab her. With Yilin in his grasp, Tianming then threatened the other two. You two, I advise you not to make any rash moves, or I'll snap her neck. They stopped in their tracks immediately. Elder Ming immediately tried to calm him down. All right, don't be rash. The man beside him also spoke up. Kid, you're still very young. You have no idea what kind of existence you're offending. If you knew what kind of power the Thunderlord's manner is, I'm sure you'd be crying your eyes out, but it's useless. Tianming laughed loudly and replied, Well, that's not necessarily. I don't have tears to shed. Seeing that his words had no effect, the man said, Kid, don't be so smug. This old man can. Take your life before you can even do anything? Even if you're a top-tier genius, at your age, you can't be faster than this old man. At this point, Tianming directly took out the jade pendant that Princess Qing had given him earlier. The man was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. That's the royal jade pendant of Princess Qing. That's right, Elder Ming confirmed. It truly belongs to the princess. But how did it end up in his hands? Could he have just found it? Tianming then declared, I am a man of Princess Qing. Is there a problem if I want to take this divine origin with me now? As if that wasn't enough to intimidate them, Tianming added in a low, threatening voice, I've already memorized your faces. If you dare to fight me for this divine origin today, I wonder what will happen when we return to Yan capital. Elder Ming whispered softly. No wonder he has such impressive combat power. Hearing this, the man had to step forward to smooth things over. Young master, you have quite a sense of humor. Of course, the Thunder Lord's manner wouldn't dare, but may this humble one be so bold as to ask for your esteemed father's identity? Of course, Tianming wouldn't dare answer. He pushed Yilin forward and calmly replied, My father, he is a great figure whom you all surely know. Go ahead and guess. Immediately after, Tianming quickly fled. Being a servant for the princess is really busy. Anyway, I don't have time. Goodbye. Seeing him leave so easily, Yilin angrily questioned, Father, why did you let him go? What if that jade pendant was something he just found? Her father spoke cautiously. No, it's impossible for the princess to lose her jade pendant, and even if he did find it, an ordinary person wouldn't have the means to know the princess. Elder Ming also came to a conclusion. From the very beginning, he wasn't afraid of us at all. If he didn't have powerful backing, he couldn't possibly be so calm. Lin looked dejected upon hearing this. Are we just going to let him take the divine core like that? His father bowed his head helplessly. What else can we do? He's the one who snatched it from that fish's territory anyway. Just then, an arrogant voice suddenly spoke up. Jiang Yilin, you obtained the divine core. The person gracefully flicked open a fan and gave a slight bow. Greetings, Uncle Jiang. Unexpectedly, the newcomer was Liu Yang, acting as arrogant as ever. Uncle Jiang, it seems a bit inappropriate for two seniors to appear so openly here. This is supposed to be a game for us juniors. Yilin couldn't help but speak up. Liu Yang did indeed. Find the divine core, but I don't have it on me. You're too late. Her father immediately added. There was an unexpected incident. The divine core was stolen by an outsider. However, Liu Yang didn't believe it and questioned them. An outsider? In a backwater place like Tongshan, which is also the territory of Li Huo City, how could there possibly be an outsider getting in? The father had no choice but to recount what happened. It was a young man claiming to be one of Princess Qing's people. He took the divine core from the bottom of the lake. My daughter was no match for him, and we originally wanted to take back the divine core, but unfortunately, he produced Princess Qing's jade pendant. So we couldn't do anything. He just left a moment ago. If you go after him now, you should still be able to catch him. Hearing this, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold as he uttered, Princess Qing. With that, he immediately turned to leave, simultaneously giving an order to his symbiotic beast, Lightning Leopard, track him for me. Seeing Liu Yang leave, Yilin immediately asked, Father, why did you tell him? If he gets the divine core, he'll just use it to crush me even more in the future. Her father shook his head. We have no choice. I must have the other disciples find that young man. Otherwise, what will we say when we return? If the story only comes from us, the Thunder Lord's manor will definitely not believe us and will assume we tried to keep the divine core for ourselves. In this situation, Yilin could only reluctantly agree. Fine, but I'm so frustrated. We were clearly just a step too late. A short while later, Yi Huo found Tianming and began chattering away. Tianming, you won't believe it. I stabbed that fish in the back with one blow and then led it on a wild goose chase. It's totally lost now. Where's the divine core? Let me take a look. Tianming put on a mysterious expression and gestured to Yi Huo. Keep it down. I have the divine core, but there's a high chance someone is following us. We need to leave this place quickly. Hearing that, he immediately replied, then what are we waiting for? Let's bolt. That fish will probably catch up to us soon enough. But Tianming started walking towards the water. I have an idea. Let's go back to that well. As he swam down, he explained, if we hide inside the well, not even the Heavenly King himself could find us. Unexpectedly, as soon as he placed the divine core, the well lid began to stir. Tianming cheered with joy. Just as I thought. The divine core is the key. It's opening! Quick! Quick! Let's get inside! Before he could do anything, a terrifying sound echoed from behind him. What was that sound? Following the direction of the noise, two dark shadows appeared on the water's surface in pursuit of each other. It's the blade-backed crocfish. It came back. Tianming, beside him, also realized it was chasing Liu Yang. How did he get so unlucky? On the surface of the water, Liu Yang was being chased with no room to breathe. He cursed loudly, damn it, where did this fish come from, and why won't it stop? Hounding me? Liu Yang could only dodge, knowing full well that with his current strength, he likely had no chance of escaping it. He could only stall for time and wait for his older sister to show up. No longer interested in the boring scene, Yi Huo urged, let's not worry about that idiot. We should hurry inside. Tianming added enthusiastically, well, this well sealed is actually a good thing. We can refine the divine core in peace now. As the two of them disappeared, the mouth of the well sealed shut. As long as we don't stick our heads out, they will never find us. Unexpectedly, the space below was incredibly vast. Tianming reminded him, Firefly, hold on tight to the divine core. There's a secret chamber over there. Let's go take a look. Filled with anticipation, Tianming gently pushed open the door to the secret chamber, hoping to find some good stuff inside. While Tianming was busy admiring a giant pearl in the room, he thought, so there really is a white pearl here. I wonder how valuable it is. That the divine core itself can only serve as its key. Yi Huo, however, was focused on only one thing. Who cares about that? You can take your time figuring it out. I'm going to refine the divine core first. Those people outside probably think I only have a first-stage symbiotic beast and won't be able to refine it. Tianming's eyes remained glued to the pearl. Into that orb, he exclaimed. Then hurry up and refine it. I need to study this sphere carefully. It might be hiding some secret. At the same time, Liu Qing had found Liu Yang. She spoke worriedly. Brother Feng, it looks like Tianyang can't hold on much longer. We should make a move. But Yan Feng had reassured her. Wait a little longer. This battle is good for Tianyang's training. We shouldn't interfere unless it's absolutely necessary. As for Liu Yang, he was about to collapse. He panted heavily. Damn it, I've used every skill I know and still can't injure it. If this keeps up, just as Liu Yang let his guard down, the ferocious beast sent him flying high into the sky with a swipe of its tail. As Liu Yang was about to fall back down, the beast had already opened its wide mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. At this moment, Liu Yang was so scared that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he desperately cried for help. Older sister, save me! Hearing him, Liu Qing rushed forward. Brother Feng, but Yan Feng had already dashed ahead. Don't worry, Tianyang will be fine. In a flash, another 6 hours passed. A group of people was discussing by the lakeshore. What? The one who stole the divine source was Li Tianming. Are you sure? A small chick with its left wing bandaged said, it was definitely him. Zhang Chong pushed Zi Xuan forward as proof. He injured my son. I was going to capture him, but Princess Qing stopped me. Perhaps the princess gave him the jade pendant then. Yi Lin was skeptical. Even if he has the jade pendant, he's not a member of the royal family, and the princess has already left, so we still have a chance to take back the divine source. Liu Yang, agitated, immediately yelled from the side. Easy for you to say. What if he refines the divine source? If I had known, I would have killed him from the start. But Liu Qing calmed him down. Don't panic, Liu Yang. His symbiotic beast can't refine the divine source. Your brother-in-law will have a way to find him. Liu Yang, ignoring his disheveled appearance, shouted with joy. That's right. His symbiotic beast is only first stage. Brother-in-law, do you have a way or not? However, Yan Feng thought of a less strenuous method. If we can't find him, we'll go back to Li Huo City and wait for him. In no more than 7 days, he will definitely have to return. Elsewhere, a few flickering specks of light appeared at the mouth of a well at the bottom of the lake. Below, Tianming was still engrossed in studying the light-emitting sphere. In an instant, an eye appeared on the surface of that orb. Tianming looked closely at the shape and realized in astonishment, what is this? It looks like an eye. At the same time, the light radiating from it grew stronger and stronger. Tianming quickly covered his eyes. It's blinding. His consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. In a moment, his consciousness was drawn before mysterious lines of text. This is like entering another world. It seems I've unlocked the sphere's secret. Perhaps this place is its consciousness space. While he was still bewildered, a voice suddenly echoed, "Young one, when you cultivate my divine soul heavenly tome. To the realm of the heavenly extreme eye, you will fully open the spirit core, then you can enter the illusory heaven realm to seek my divine legacy." As expected, Tianming calmly perceived it. It seems I'm about to receive a new fortune. Then, a scroll appeared, covered in dense ancient characters. That voice continued. To explain, the first level of the Divine Soul Heavenly Tome, the Bewildering Spirit Pupils. Only by cultivating the Bewildering Spirit Pupils to mastery can you unlock the second level of the Divine Soul Heavenly Tome. Tianming immediately realized, it's a cultivation technique. With that thought, he focused even harder. Even though he couldn't understand a thing, memorizing it first was the way to go. Meanwhile, the real-world Tianming was still contemplating with his eyes closed. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open, his amber pupils even clearer. Ying Huo hurriedly flew over to tease him. "What the heck are you doing?" Chanting sutras for half the day, Tianming excitedly recounted, "I thought I was about to become a monk. I received a great fortune. It's a cultivation technique called the Divine Soul Heavenly Tome. You've finished refining the divine source?" But Ying Huo poured cold water on his excitement. "It's not that fast. You have to slowly refine it within your body. Keep cultivating. Wait until I finish refining the divine source. Then I'll check your cultivation results." After saying that, both of them, quickly, entered a state of cultivation. "Let's do this, little chick," Tianming replied. "Good. That way neither of us will be delayed." As soon as he closed his eyes, that mysterious voice spoke again. To cultivate the bewildering spirit pupils, the first step requires continuously opening the illusory spirit veins in the eyes, while simultaneously placing beast origins into your gaze, a total of 9,981 of them. You must also pay attention to the speed and sequence of their intersection. In just a moment, a stream of red tears flowed from Tianming's eyes. He exclaimed in strain, "This is so hard. Is this really a cultivation technique for humans? I'm afraid this technique is only suitable for someone with an extremely high talent for ocular arts." Tianmen held his forehead as if he wanted to give up. "I thought I had obtained a peerless technique, but it turns out I can't even meet the conditions." Nihua immediately reassured him. "Hey, you chicken, you have 3 eyes. You're already way ahead of others. Doesn't that one count as a talent?" Hearing its words of encouragement, Tianmen quickly perked up. "That's right. How could I forget about it?" Nihoa's eyes widened in encouragement. "Hurry up and master it, so I can broaden my horizons," he readily agreed. All right, let's try again." Then, Tianmen entered a state of cultivation again. Only this time, the spiritual energy around him was much stronger than before. Indeed, in the face of absolute talent, effort is nothing but a joke. Cultivating with this eye, everything went as smoothly as a fish in water. Time slowly passed, and 5 days later, Nihua seemed to have broken through to a new level of power. Tianmen looked at it with a judgmental gaze. "What is this? Why are you still a chicken?" Other creatures evolve after using a divine source, becoming imposing and majestic. "What about you?" Its pride wounded, Nihua immediately screeched, "Get lost, you frog in a well, judging evolution by appearance. If you're not convinced, then let's fight and see if I don't pluck you clean." That seemed to be exactly what Tianmen wanted. He excitedly raised his arm. "All right then, I just happen to want to test the effects of this bewitching spirit eye technique." Then, they both shouted in unison, "Come on, get a taste of my power," and charged into a duel. As soon as the fight started, a flash of oppressive spiritual energy shot from Tianmen's pupil. As expected, Ngihoa was caught completely off guard and hit by the technique, freezing involuntarily. In an instant, a beautiful hen with sparkling eyes appeared before Ngihoa. It was immediately mesmerized by the hen's beauty, shouting in fascination, "Where did such a beautiful chicken come from?" But reality quickly delivered a painful slap. Tianmen looked at it, pecking at his hand, and wondered, "Snap out of it. You look like you're in mating season. What on earth did you see?" Ngihoa honestly recounted. "I saw you turn into a seductive naked hen, who is my dream girl." "Wait a minute, is this your new ability?" Hearing this, Tianmen nodded. "I see, so this eye can create illusions based on the opponent's mind." Looking at his hand, Tianmen couldn't hide a smug smile. Although it doesn't cause direct damage, if used at the right moment, it can distract the opponent for a moment, and even a blink of an eye can create an opportunity for me to exploit. A secret weapon. After that, Tianmen decided to leave the bottom of the lake. "Let's go back. I've been away from home for too long this time. Mother must be very worried." Nihua then said, "I bet those punks you provoked are all waiting for you in Li Hoa City." But Tianmen no longer wanted to hide. He replied calmly, "That suits me just fine. I want to take back the Flame Emperor token in front of everyone." In the blink of an eye, the scenery of Li Hoa City appeared before Tianmen. He uttered, "The final battle," carrying Ngi Hoa on his shoulder. Tianmen was somewhat looking forward to the upcoming battle. It's time. Inside the city, a group of people were gathered, discussing, "I've already had people watch the inn he was staying at and the city's surroundings. As soon as he returns, we'll know immediately. All that's left is to lie in wait." Liu Duong, who seemed to have forgotten his disheveled appearance from the other day, speculated aloud, "It's been 7 days, and that brat still hasn't returned." Diak Lam immediately retorted, "He couldn't have died on Hoa Lang Mountain, could he? Based on the combat power he displayed, it's impossible for him to have died." Hearing that, the others also chimed in. The Thunder Lord Manor sent a message saying, "As long as Li Tianmen returns, whoever among us gets the divine source gets to keep it. Let the younger generations settle it amongst themselves. If Princess Thon wants to pursue the matter, the Thunderlord Manor will help us handle it. Now we're just afraid that Brat will take the divine source to the Flame Capital to find Princess Thon, leaving us to wait here in vain." But Wiem Fong spoke calmly. "That's not possible. He is a filial son and wants to return to get his mother. Besides, he wants the Flame Emperor token." As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate entered to reporting to the city lord, "Li Tianmen has been spotted." Wiem Fong cautiously asked, "Very good. Where is he hiding? Are any of the princess's people with him?" The subordinate reported everything. "He is alone, and he's not hiding at all. He's brazenly out in the open, as if he's waiting for us. Even the people on the street are whispering, 'Look, that's the guy who—'" The shameless group finally appeared before Li Tianming. After waiting for a long while, Tianming finally saw the people he was looking for. "Hey, I've been waiting for you guys for half the day, and you're only just showing up now." Before Li Tianming, the group slowly approached. "You really have some guts. You actually came back. We're just here to give you a heads up." Among them, the shameless Liu Yang blurted out, "Even if you have Princess Qing's jade pendant, this divine source itself belongs to my Thunder Lord's mansion, so let us juniors compete with you for it fairly." On the high platform, Liu Qing carefully gauged Yan Feng's thoughts. "Brother Feng, are you perhaps feeling soft-hearted?" But he coldly made it clear, "It's all fate. He chose this himself. It has nothing to do with me." Liu Qing replied with satisfaction, "I'm very happy that you think this way, brother. After this is over, come back to the Thunder Lord's mansion with me, brother. The Thunder Lord's mansion will grant you even higher status and power." Yan Feng tried to maintain his composure and replied, "All right." Back to Tianming, he bluntly exposed this group of hypocrites, saying they were trying to steal someone else's property while calling it righteous, and he didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Tianming commanded in a loud voice, "Cut the nonsense, all 7 of you, come at me at once." Ying Huo also chimed in with a taunt, "Come on, you little imps." Yi Lin, arrogant due to their superior numbers, scoffed, "How arrogant. I bet you'll be eating your words and running away with your tail between your legs. You're the one who said it." Liu Yang, as if waiting for this moment, announced, "We also happen to think that arranging the order for a wheel battle is too difficult to agree on. From now on, whoever gets the divine source wins." Before the fight, Tianming still wanted to confirm one thing. "Liu Tianyang, I just want to ask you, do you still stand by our agreement from a month ago? You said you'd only take out the Yan Huang scythe after losing to me." At this, Liu Yang's face twisted into a grin, and he readily agreed. "Of course, a true man's word is his bond. If you lose to me, just hand over the divine source without a fuss." Receiving his public confirmation, Tianming leaped high into the air. "Very good. I hope you can keep your word." However, in the narrow-minded view of the people below, it meant something else. Liu Yang quickly rallied the others to follow. "He's trying to escape. After him." It turned out Tianming had already calculated everything. First, this place was too close to the inn. He couldn't let it affect his mother's rest. Second, he needed as many people as possible to see who the true winner of the Yan Huang Academy's selection finals is. Tianming shot forward like a blur, silently vowing to finally let Li Yanfeng get a taste of something. What it feels like for a glorious genius of the Thunder Lord's mansion, like him to be trampled under my foot. Down below, the curious onlookers were watching the rooftop chase, discussing it animatedly. "Look, it's the 7 geniuses from the Thunder Lord's mansion teaching Li Tianming a lesson. This is going to be a good show. Li Tianming is doomed. Look, look, Li Tianming's about to get beaten up." Meanwhile, the speeding Tianming suddenly stopped, thinking to himself, now's the time. Just as he had guessed, although they were together, they weren't united, so he decisively turned around. The first target, Zhang Zixuan. Then, Tianming pushed off the roof to gain momentum and charged straight at the stunned Zixuan. Immediately after, Tianming unhesitatingly delivered a painful blow. Seeing Zixuan get hit, Zhang Cheng and Bai Yi grew anxious. He frantically called out, "Xuanair!" The crowd below was just as shocked. They screamed, almost in unison. How terrifying. Before them, Tianming had returned to his original imposing posture. Li Tianming had taken out a genius from the Thunderlord's mansion with a single punch. Seeing Zixuan unconscious, Liu Yang shouted, "Useless trash," then charged forward on his symbiotic beast. "Don't get in my way. This young master can handle his few tricks by myself. The others wouldn't have it." Yilin signaled to his companions. "He wants to. Hog the divine source for himself. Stop him." The guy next to him also rushed forward. "Liu Tianyang is even harder to deal with than Li Tianming. Let's hold him back first." Their reactions pleased Tianming. It was just as he expected, an internal conflict. All he needed to do was seize the opening and defeat them one by one. Sure enough, an argument broke out among the group from the Thunderlord's mansion. "Hey, are you looking to die? Get out of the way. The divine source doesn't belong to you alone." But there was still one guy riding a bird who was more clear-headed. He spoke as if giving an order. Li Tianming, obediently hand over the divine source. Tianming gave the stage to Ying Huo. "Here, isn't that the legendary storm swallow? Make your move." It eagerly entered the battle. "You, little swallow, have grown up quite beautifully. That makes two of them." Seeing this, the guy in front also ordered his symbiotic beast to attack. "Too bad for you. Time to die." But he would soon regret this decision, because Tianming's speed was something he couldn't possibly keep up with. What's happening? Teleportation. What followed was a one-punch knockout just like Zixuan's earlier. He couldn't evade it at all. How can this be? The power behind that punch. We're not even in the same league. His symbiotic beast fared no better. After toying with it for a while, a bored Yihuo dashed off. Damn it, another easy win. After easily dispatching the two, Tianming immediately scoffed. "So this is the level of the so-called geniuses from the Thunderlord's manor?" His words snapped the remaining crowd out of it. They quickly stopped fighting amongst themselves. Ling Yan called out cautiously, "Zhang Zixuan was the weakest among us, so it's not surprising he was taken out in one punch. But he just one-punched one of our strongest fighters as well. This isn't a fluke. We underestimated him. His power is at least a level above ours." With that said, she didn't hesitate for another moment and decisively turned to leave. "I'm out. You guys can have at it." The spectating crowd erupted at the sight. "Incredible. Li Tianming knocked out two people and scared another one away. No one's dead, they're just unconscious. Stop yelling. Are these people really the geniuses from the Thunderlord's manor?" Just then, Tianming made a proposition to the few remaining opponents. "There are 4 of you left. Should I wait for you to fight it out and decide on a winner before I step in?" Hearing this, Yilin rallied the others. "Stop fighting each other. Let's deal with him first. Once we get the God Source, we can settle the score among ourselves." Aware of her plan, Tianming remained calm and provoked them. "Bring it on." At his words, they all mounted their symbiotic beasts and charged forward. "Let's see how long you can act so smug. Everyone, attack." Their combined aura was nothing in Tianming's eyes. He muttered impatiently to himself, "Too slow," and quickly gathered his power. Just as they were about to reach him, Tianming had already taken down the one who looked weakest. Yihuo wasn't idle either, perfectly in sync with Tianming. It began taking out the symbiotic beasts one by one. They were all defeated. In an instant, the sky lit up with the brilliant flashes of Tianming's spirit energy. The crowd watched in awe. "Look, Li Tianming is dominating the entire field." Then, a series of earth-shattering sounds echoed, followed by successive explosions. A worried Liu Qing asked, "Brother Feng, what in the world is going on?" Yan Feng actually had the gall to say, "I fear he's just experiencing a final burst of glory before his flame dies out. That kind of power shortens his lifespan with every use. You must have faith in Tianyang. He's been holding back all this time, concealing his true power." But the situation didn't unfold as they'd hoped. Tianming only fought with more and more vigor, while on the other side, Yilin was already begging for mercy. "I withdraw! Don't hit me!" Her pragmatism saved Tianming some effort. He praised her. "Very good. You're a smart woman." With that, Tianming casually cracked his knuckles and called out, "Liu Tianyang, you're next." Now, as the last one standing in the duel, Liu Tianyang was still brimming with confidence. "Finally, there's no one else to get in the way. The God Source is mine. As for that blood god pact of yours, it only got you a symbiotic beast, but you can't even use the God Source. You're nothing but trash, destined to be my stepping stone." An overwhelming aura instantly erupted from both of them. Liu Tianyang snarled, "Even if you get the Flame Emperor's token, the Flame Emperor Academy will never accept you. How pathetic is that?" Tianming replied nonchalantly, "That's fine by me. The God Source and the Flame Emperor's token. Even if I have to use them to build a toilet, I will still take them back from you." Liu Tianyang looked down his nose at him arrogantly and even brought up the past. Talk is cheap, just like 3 years ago. It's a pity you were destined to be nothing but a failure in this life. But those words no longer had any effect on Tianming. We'll see who the real failure is in the end. You'll find out soon enough. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky, heralding the start of a ferocious battle. This time, Liu Tianyang still wanted to seize the initiative and strike first. Li Tianming, you should feel honored. As he spoke, chains of spirit energy emerged from his body. Because you're the first person I'll be using my Thunderfire shackles on. Tianming saw through it in an instant. A third-tier beast weapon. The Thunderlord's manner really dared. Spared no expense. Is this the source of your confidence? Such a fine weapon is wasted on you. Meanwhile, Liu Yang couldn't wait any longer and assumed a fighting stance. Come on, let me see if you're worthy of using it. Over here. Yi Huo flew towards Liu Yang's symbiotic beast, taunting it loudly. Hey, you stupid leopard! Let this old master test your strength. The battle between the two sides quickly erupted, and Liu Yang immediately flung the chain violently toward Tianming. He didn't flinch at all, quickly ducking to dodge his chain. Seeing Tianming evade so easily, Liu Yang was emboldened and charged forward. But his next attack missed as well. Tianming simply had to leap up to neutralize his deadly blow. This made Liu Yang charge forward even more frantically. What's the matter? Is all you know how to do is run and hide? Weren't you acting so arrogant just a moment ago? But Tianming remained completely unfazed. I'm in no hurry to take you down in a flash. I'll play with you for a bit first. In the distance, the crowd of onlookers couldn't clearly see the situation on the rooftop, but they commented anyway. Look, Li Tianming is getting beaten black and blue. He's completely helpless now. Oh well, his performance today was actually quite impressive. We shouldn't mock him anymore. They chattered on and on, saying that aside from his public humiliation in Yandu, Li Tianming hadn't actually done anything else wrong. It was forgivable, but that one failure ruined his entire life, and now he can only struggle helplessly. Little did they know that Tianming himself was scoffing at their words. Struggling helplessly, how ridiculous. I'll show you all who the prey is, and who is the hunter. With that thought, Tianming decided to stop playing around. He pointed the eye in the palm of his hand directly at Liu Yang. In an instant, the man before Tianming wore an incredibly vile expression. In his own illusion, Liu Yang actually saw Liu Qing in a seductive pose. Big sister, Tian Yang. This immediately filled Tianming with disgust. Hey, you can't be serious? You're in love with your own sister. You're absolutely rotten to the core. He couldn't take it anymore and landed a punch right on Liu Yang's face. You animal, let me give you something even more satisfying. Then, Tianming spun and leaped high into the air. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Dragon Elephant Heavy Fist. And with a single blow, Liu Yang suffered the same fate as the guys from earlier. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below erupted into an uproar. Another one-punch knockout, unbelievable. Is that really Li Tianming? It was then that Yan Feng and Liu Qing realized the situation was dire. She called out anxiously, Tian Yang. The battle between the two symbiotic beasts had also concluded. Yi Huo stood arrogantly on top of its opponent, daring to fight while being this ugly. If you ever act so cocky in front of Lord Chick again, I'll tear off all your family jewels and peck them to bits. By now, the outcome was perfectly clear. Tianming deliberately asked, Young Master Liu, how about it? Feel good? Terrified, Liu Yang conceded defeat. Li Tianming, you're powerful. I surrender. Please let me go. But Tianming had other plans. A crazed look appeared in his eyes as he raised his hand in front of his face. This isn't enough. I have no intention of letting you off this easily. As he spoke, Tianming immediately channeled his power into his arm and forced Liu Yang's head down, his killing intent palpable. Feeling that murderous aura, which was clearly no joke, a warm stream of liquid began to flow from beneath Liu Yang. He pleaded, don't kill me, I'm begging you, please don't kill me. Desperate to live, Liu Yang even trembled as he cried out, I'm the real trash. I'm an animal. I was wrong. Please forgive me, I don't want to die. Disgust was written all over Tianming's face as he called out loudly to those behind him, What a disgrace. I say, Lord Mayor, Tianming said, intentionally directing his words at Yan Feng. Your face has turned pale. Did you hear him? I'm starting to feel like the so-called genius of the Leizun Manor. And then, looking at the crowd he had defeated, he sneered, Are all just trash who can't even withstand a proper fight. As he spoke, Tianming gripped Liu Yang's hair tightly. They're even worse than me, the trash from Li Huo City. At this, he shot a deathly glare behind him. Isn't that right, my dear father? The moment he finished speaking, a humiliated Yan Feng yelled, You rebellious son, stop this madness and let him go immediately. Tianming didn't want to waste any more time either, so he stated his demands directly. Letting him go is simple. You just need to agree to a few of my conditions. Before Yan Feng could even respond, Liu Qing hastily agreed. Name your price. We'll agree to any condition. Just let Tian Yang go. Hearing that, Tianming finally smiled. Satisfied, he continued, "Good. You value your clan's honor. In front of the entire city, I don't think you'll dare to renege. I'll state my conditions now. As long as you agree, I'll release him immediately. First, I won this battle for the divine source by myself, so the divine source is mine. Second, as per our agreement, I get the Yanhuang token and will receive the treatment of a Yanhuang disciple." Then, he emphasized in a stern voice, "Finally, the city lord must prepare a fine carriage and send my mother and me off from the city in a grand procession. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other." The spectating crowd immediately started chanting, "Agree to his terms, agree to his terms." Li Tianming did a great job. He's truly the genius of Liwo City. Faced with this situation, Yan Feng could only reluctantly agree to Tianming's demands. "Understood. I'll agree to everything." Immediately after, a grand farewell ceremony was held, with red firecrackers filling the sky to send off the Yanhuang disciple. Ying Huo flew happily beside Tianming. "This is even more lively than a wedding procession. Impressive. You've completely won back all of your honor," he replied nonchalantly. "It was nothing." Ying Huo even suggested, "So cheeky. You should change your name to Cheeky Tianming and officially sever all ties with your father." Inside the carriage, Wei Jing was completely lost. She asked, "Tianming, what in the world is going on? I'm so confused. What are we doing?" Tianming replied, "Mother, we're going to Yan capital." Ying Huo chimed in, "You don't need to worry about a thing or ask any questions. Just trust your son." "Mother, I'll get in the carriage with you and tell you just how cheeky Tianming can be." This irritating nickname annoyed Tianming, and he quickly shooed Ying Huo away. "What cheeky Tianming? Scram." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Cheerful singing could be heard from the carriage as it traveled through the forest. Tianming happily admired the new weapon in his hands. "If that fool Liu Tianyang knew I also took his Thunderfire chains, he'd probably explode with rage. This chain is a really nice piece of equipment." After traveling for some time, the massive city gates of Yan capital came into view. Tianming excitedly announced, "Mother, we're here." The stone-paved streets of Yan capital were bustling with people. Tianming spoke softly, "Mother, we'll be living in Yan capital from now on. I'll take good care of you. The most urgent thing right now is to find a place to stay. I'll handle it." Years ago in Yan capital, his mother had quite a few friends. They stopped in front of a vast estate, its curved roof tiles reflecting the pale yellow sunlight, surrounded by lush green trees. Standing beside his mother, he asked with a hint of worry, "Mother, you've decided this is where we'll stay?" The estate was called the Divine Palace. He added, "This is the Starlight Commerce Guild, the mansion of the Divine Saint. Don't tell me you have a friend here?" "No way, right?" Wei Jing tilted her head slightly, her voice low as if recalling a distant memory. "I once had a dear sister who married the Divine Saint. We haven't seen each other in over 20 years. Hearing this, his jaw dropped, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy cow! Your friend is the mistress of the Divine Palace? That's awesome." He then elaborated, "I never imagined you had a connection to the Starlight Commerce Guild." The Starlight Commerce Guild is the largest merchant alliance in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, controlling the economic lifeblood of the entire nation. The two heads of the Starlight Commerce Guild, the Star Saint and the Divine Saint, are legendary figures in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. They were commoner geniuses who built their empire from nothing. More than 20 years ago, they were known as the Starlight Twins, and today they are revered as the Starlight Twin Saints. They not only possess the wealth of an entire country, but they also command superior military strength, enough to rival millennium-old powerhouses like the Thunderlord Manor. Just then, a guard at the gate spoke up. "You wish to visit the Divine Palace. May I ask if you have an invitation?" She replied softly. "Please be so kind as to inform Madame Xuelan that an old friend, Wei Jing, has come to see her." A short while later, the guard returned and announced, "Our madam will see you. Young master, please come in as well." The two of them quickly followed the guard. Their footsteps echoed down the hallway. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from up ahead. "Again! Again!" Cheers erupted across the courtyard, where a group of people were raising their hands, their eyes gleaming. With excitement, Dongqing shouted loudly, "Young Master Shen Yao is incredible!" The young master tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his eyes blazing with confidence as he issued a challenge. To the crowd, "Isn't there a single one of you who can put up a fight? The official palace examination is in 3 days. Let me spar with you to get your spirits up." Next to him was a lion with a lustrous golden mane, a high-grade 6th Order 6-star glorious lion. At that moment, Tianming's eyes filled with admiration. He thought to himself, a 6th Order symbiotic beast. This young man could be considered a top genius in Yan capital. And at such a young age, even Liu Tianyang couldn't compare to him back in the day. Yan capital is truly full of hidden talents. Shortly after, Wei Jing asked, "Is this Xuelan's son?" The guard replied decisively, Of course, Shen Yao is the madam's youngest son. Her eldest son, Shen Hao, entered the Sky Mansion to cultivate long ago. Right now, on the Sky Mansion's ranking list, he's ranked among the very top. Young Master Shen Hao will participate in the palace examination in 3 days. He hopes to achieve first place in the examination and become a member of the Sky Mansion. Hearing those words, a few thoughts flashed through Tianming's mind. First place in the palace examination? That's my goal too, if I can join. The Sky Mansion. There might be a clue to my mother's illness. At that moment, the sky outside was clear blue, with a few lazy clouds drifting by, and the gentle sunlight blanketed the Terlian Dovers, curved roof tiles of the Wei residence. Finally, the two of them arrived, and a gentle voice called out, "Jinger, it really is you." Wei Jing replied softly, "Xiao Lan." In that instant, time seemed to stand still as old memories flooded back. Shui Lan and Wei Jing greeted each other warmly. Shui Lan said, choked with emotion, "It's been 20 years, I never thought we'd be able to meet again." With her graceful figure, she spoke softly, "Let's not just stand here. Hurry and come inside to sit." Then his mother gestured towards him and said in a clear voice, "Xiao Lan, this is my son, Li Tianming." He politely greeted Auntie Lan. Shui Lan looked towards Tianming and said in a pleased tone, "Your son is already so grown up, he must be around the same age as my Hauer. That's wonderful." He thought to himself, for mother to be able to find an old friend in Yan capital, I'm truly happy for her. But I didn't expect Lady Lei to be so young. Inside the spacious room, soft light from the window shone on, the ancient paintings hanging on the wall. The three of them sat facing each other, and she spoke with a tone of shock and regret. "The lesser fate calamity in you has finally acted up, hasn't it? You're only 40 years old, yet you've become so frail. Jinger, I never imagined you'd gone through such hardships. If I had known sooner, I would have gone to Liuo City to visit you." The atmosphere grew heavy as Wei Jing replied, "I've cut ties with Li Yanfeng. I'm not going back to Liuo City anymore. I'll be staying in Yan capital from now on. I miss this place and everyone." Hearing this, she exclaimed with remorse, "If only you hadn't been so willful back then." Wei Jing quickly interrupted, "Xiaolan, let's not talk about what happened that year." Across from them, Tianming watched his mother lower her head, a storm of thoughts raging in his mind. Just how many things about his mother did he not know? Hearing this, Shuelan asked in a worried tone, "Did you come back this time to go to the Sky Mansion, to have the Mansion Lord remove the lesser fate calamity for you? I feel that, based on that old man's temperament, it would be very difficult for him to forgive you." She calmly replied, "No, I didn't come back because of the lesser fate calamity." At this moment, the boy was feeling a mix of unease and curiosity. His inner voice spoke up, "The Mansion Lord of the Sky Mansion, removing Mother's lesser fate calamity? This is a lot of information. What on earth is going on?" Right after that, Wei Jing spoke slowly, with a tone of weariness and a desire for peace. "This time, I've returned only because I want to spend my final days quietly in Yan capital with my child, and to visit you all. Xiaolan, I have one more thing to ask. If it's possible, could you find me a place to live near Yanhuang Academy? It doesn't have to be too nice, just somewhere we can stay with convenient access. My son and I don't have a place to stay yet." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuelan insisted, "How could that be acceptable? You two should stay at the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace is near Yanhuang Academy, and it would be convenient for me to take care of you." She then turned to Tianming and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, your son must be planning to take the palace examination. Child, what is your current cultivation realm?" He replied decisively, "Auntie Lan, I am at the 7th level of the Beast Vein realm." Just then, the sound of someone's footsteps entered the room, followed by a skeptical voice. "The 7th level of the Beast Vein realm, and from some backwater place, wants to enter Yanhuang Academy." It was Shen Yao's voice. He walked in saying, "You must be dreaming," and then turned to his mother, asking, "Mother, do we have guests today?" "How rare." She confirmed, "Yes, it's an old sworn sister of mine." Immediately, he blurted out a question full of surprise and disbelief. "Sworn sister? You've got to be kidding. You were sworn sisters with this old hag when you were young. This woman is old enough to be your grandmother." Hearing such words, Tianming scowled, looking a bit displeased. Instantly, Shuetang chided her son Shen Yao, telling him not to speak so rudely. "Have you been training diligently today?" he answered his mother with great confidence. "Of course I have. I'm more than ready for the entrance exam in 3 days." And then he hurried his mother along. "Mother, you can't just bring anyone home. Hurry up and get rid of them." After that, he glanced over at Tianming and his mother with a look of disdain. "More poor relatives trying to mooch off us. Just looking at them is annoying, and it's ruining my mood for the exam." Shutang spoke softly, with a hint of helplessness. "All right, I'll be done in a second. I'll go make you the golden essence soup now." "What can I do? This child is just so immature, still making me cook his golden essence soup for him personally. That soup is so expensive and hard to make. It truly pains me." I feel like I've aged so much. Sister, do you see any new wrinkles on my face? At that moment, his eyes flashed with a cold red light as a thought echoed in his mind. This woman is completely insincere. Her words are sharper than any blade. Just then, Wei Shi spoke gently and tactfully. Not at all. You look just as exquisitely beautiful as you did 20 years ago, little Lan. We've only just returned to Yan capital and have a lot to sort out, so we won't trouble you any further. Xuetang quickly interjected. You can't stay a bit longer? I'll have the servants prepare. A feast, she immediately replied. There's no need. Tianming, help me home. He politely bid farewell. Yes, mother. We'll be on our way now. As soon as they left, Shen Yao prompted. They're gone, so hurry up and make my soup, mother. What are you smiling about? She, however, was lost in thought, thinking how strange life's encounters can be. Then, he stared at his mother, his voice full of suspicion. That brat looked really familiar. What was his name? She sat in her chair and answered softly, casually, as if it was of no concern. I think it was Li something Ming. How could I remember the name of some village kid? Suddenly, he exclaimed with excitement, Li Tianming. I remember now. He's that piece of trash who was disgraced and kicked out of the academy that year. Hearing this, she smirked knowingly and said sarcastically, a woman destined for a short life and a despicable child. What a perfect match. Suddenly, Shen Yao exclaimed, it sounds like father's back. I'm going to train now. Shui Tang whispered to herself, this child is still so scared of his father. The door opened, footsteps approached, and a deep voice called out, Little Lan, master. The voice was Tianyang's. He asked, who were the two people who just left? They looked very familiar. Xuetang sat confidently and said in a cold tone, so you saw her. Did you get a good look? She's old and ugly, enough to make you sick. She's the one you couldn't have all those years ago. 40 years old and this hideous. Can you still love her? The moment she finished, he immediately asked for confirmation. You mean it was her? After saying that, he turned to leave. She screamed after him, you'd better get a good look at how hideous she's become, and if you don't vomit from the sight, then don't you dare come back to this house. A few hours later, after night had fallen, Tianming and his mother stopped in front of an inn. He spoke softly, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Luckily, the carriage sold for a decent amount of money. It should be enough to get us by for a few days. After entering their room at the inn, he eagerly asked Wei Si, Mother, tell me about the Tianfu. What is the lesser life calamity, and who is the lord of the mansion? In the quiet of the late night, his voice broke the silence. Mother, tell me what's going on with the Tianfu. What is this lesser life calamity, and who is the lord of the mansion? She replied gently but firmly, you are still too young. Knowing these things will not benefit you in any way. Just being able to return to Yan capital this time, I am already satisfied. Hearing this, he looked at Wei Si with sadness in his eyes. So you have no hope for me at all. You just want to be forgotten like this, and just quietly fade away from this world, right? In that instant, she lowered her head, unable to answer her son's question. Just then, he clenched his bandaged fist, his voice firm and strong. Mother, listen carefully. I will enter the Tianfu. In that instant, his aura flared up as he declared, every word an unbreakable vow. I will cure your illness. No matter what difficulties I face, I swear I will succeed. Upon hearing this, Weixi's eyes welled with tears as she whispered, Tianming. Outside, the crescent moon hung high, casting its gentle glow. He said softly, Mother, you should rest now. I need to go cultivate, she replied warmly. All right, Tianming, but make sure you get some rest as well. A while later, in the stone-paved courtyard, Yihuo quietly, it tilted its head, its voice filled with curiosity. Mother is asleep, Tianming replied calmly. Right, it's time to cultivate. Yihuo immediately spread its wings, its gaze filled with eagerness. Awesome. I just need to eat a lot of precious jades. How many do you have left? He crossed his arms with a helpless expression, saying he used all the spare money to rent the room, so now I have no money left. Hearing this, Yi Huo flew into a rage. Damn it, you're so poor. Why did I end up with a broke loser like you? You're not worthy of having me. He yelled. Seriously, that's the only thing you say when things get tough. Are we even brothers? Yi Huo shot back. What brotherhood is there without money? So naive. My stomach is empty. There's no room for brotherly love. Just then, a mysterious figure in black was lurking on the other side of the wall. Tianming seemed to have sensed it, whispering, Hold on, I think someone is over there. Yi Huo kept nagging. Don't try to change the subject. He shot to his feet, his sharp gaze fixed on the source of the strange sound. He yelled, Who's there? Show yourself! A few seconds later, the mysterious man in black appeared, placing his index finger to his lips in a hushing gesture and then whispered, Don't disturb her. The man in black then stepped forward, his voice low. I know who you are, Li Tianming. And do you know why? Because I know you were the one who obtained the Saint Beast War Soul, only for it to pave the way for Lin Xiaoting. After a brief pause, the man in black continued. 3 years ago, you were in Yan capital without any support, which led to your tragic fate. He stood facing him and said with admiration, but it's undeniable that you were the one who first obtained the Saint Beast War Soul, and you were the one it acknowledged. Tianming immediately responded with caution. You are correct, senior. Almost no one else knows about this. What guidance do you have for me? But at the same time, thoughts were racing through his mind. He's worried about waking my mother, and he's secretly concerned about me. This person must be one of my mother's friends. Plus, our whereabouts are only known to people from the Divine Palace, and this man's aura strongly suggests he's from there, though he seems unwilling to reveal his identity. The man then took out a jade that glowed a brilliant orange and instructed, take good care of your mother. Also, take this and crush it in case of an emergency. I'll be able to find your location, but you can only use it once. Cradling the jade, he replied firmly, thank you, senior. I will, of course, protect my mother with my life. The man then added a reminder, but you must remember, I cannot help you openly. He replied without a moment's hesitation, rest assured, senior, I have my own plans. The man then turned to leave, not forgetting to add, all right, I wish you success in the palace examination. I'm leaving now. But just then, it seemed, Tianming had figured out his identity and called out, Senior Shen, please wait. The man stopped instantly, looking back at him with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Senior Shen? You're a sharp one, kid. What is it? Tianming immediately grinned and said cheekily, well, could I borrow some money? The man immediately burst into laughter. Your personality is just like your mother's when she was young, so blunt. Tianming replied with confidence, thanks for the compliment, but I promise that when I'm rich, I'll pay you back tenfold, not a single penny short. Let's make it a 1-year term, the man repeated, emphasizing every word. Are you certain you can pay me back tenfold in 1 year? And what if you can't? Just then, Tianming grabbed Yi Huo and said with a mischievous tone, you can have him. He's like a brother to me. Losing him would be like losing half my life. Meanwhile, Yi Huo flapped its wings in protest, squawking loudly. The man looked down at Yi Huo and commented, seeing how attached you are, your bird must be something special. It would definitely make a fine stew. It's a deal. I'm thinking of lending you a bit more. How much do you need? Hearing this, Tianming's face lit up with a huge grin. Senior, no need to be polite. Just lend me as much as you can. In the blink of an eye, a massive bag of money landed in front of him, and the man added, if you've got the courage, then hold on to it. He then soared into the air, his voice echoing back, remember, tenfold, and don't tell your mother I came. At that moment, Yi Huo quickly dove for the money bag, urging, hurry, let's see how much there is. A brilliant golden light radiated from the jades, and Tianming joyfully exclaimed in excitement, holy crap! These are top-grade celestial fire jades, a full 1,000 of them. We've struck it rich. But Yi Huo warned him, you're a dead man, this is. That's a huge sum of money. You definitely can't afford it. The silence was broken by his and Yi Huo's bickering. If I can't pay, can I just sell you to settle the debt? Bah, you're not even human. I'm done with this. Just let me have a full meal first. We'll talk after. A while later, the space returned to its usual tranquility. The stars twinkled like tiny gems in the night sky. The next morning, brilliant sunlight shone on a magnificent building called the Spirit Sky Palace. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, Hey Li Tianming, why did you bring me here so early in the morning? Tianming explained, the Spirit Sky Palace is the commercial center of Yan capital. You can buy battle arts of any level here. This time, to pass the hall examination, I need to secure a rank on the leaderboard. Acquired level battle arts are obviously not enough. I need to get origin level ones. Yi Huo looked annoyed. This guy, even when you have money, you need to be a bit more frugal. I still have to eat, you know. The two entered a vast library space with many shelves filled with precious books. He muttered to himself, calculating. A low-grade origin-level battle art costs 50 yellow heavenly pattern fire jades. A mid-grade one costs 200, and a high-grade one is over 1,000. Yi Huo sighed. So expensive. I thought that money would be enough. At this rate, we can only afford mid-grade ones, and just a few of them. Just buy one low-grade one. That'll be fine. Don't waste my money. Broke again. Tianming lowered his head and said with determination, this money can't be saved, for the sake of the ranking board. I need overwhelming power. I have to get it at any cost. Yi Huo could only lament. You're spending all of my money? It hasn't even been a day. As if to reassure her, he quickly said. Not all of it. Don't worry. I'll pick some mid-grade techniques that people overlook. For example, this Rushing Thunder 9 Whip scroll. although it's a whip method. I can learn it with my chains, and it only costs 100. Then he added, next, I'll pick a cheap movement technique. This one right here, Fire Shadow Illusionary Trace. Right after, he continued calculating. Nether Fire Ghost Claw is also rarely chosen, but it's a perfect fit for the Dark Arm. Heavenly Fire Soulbind, a control-type battle art, is compatible with my chains. I definitely have to buy this. He grinned smugly. The total is 470. Not only did I get the battle arts I wanted, but I also saved a huge amount of money. I'm such a money-saving genius, I can't help but admire myself. But Yi Huo immediately yelled, saving my A asterisk asterisk, you just borrowed the money yesterday. And in a flash, half of it is gone. Then, he gestured with his hand and winked at Yi Huo. All right, don't be angry. Let's go to the counter, pay up, and then hurry. Back to train, he said to himself. With these battle arts, my path to revenge officially begins. Suddenly, a voice from behind him rang out. Quick, who is that? Another voice replied. Li Tianming. He thought to himself, it's Shen Yao. I'm sure he didn't recognize me when we met yesterday. In front of him was Shen Yao. Behind him stood Shen Ding, and the girl beside them was Shen Yu. Shen Yao asked suspiciously, why are you here? Tianming put on a clueless expression and said, do you know me? Hearing that, Shen Ding burst out laughing. Who doesn't know the famous Li Tianming? Shen Yu added mockingly, you were pretty famous here in Yan capital, but if you hadn't come back, everyone would have forgotten you soon enough. Then Shen Yao stepped forward, his tone serious yet sarcastic. Shen Yu, Shen Ding, stop mocking him. If he can't handle the humiliation and decides to take his own life, he might try to pin the blame on you. He walked up to face him, his voice a warning. Was that old hag from yesterday your mother? She's pretty good at playing weak. Let me tell you this, don't you ever bring her to see my mother again. Then, a calculating look flashed in his eyes. He spoke with a mix of sarcasm and disdain. Seeing your poor, pathetic state not only dirties my spirit palace, but it also tarnishes my mother's reputation. Instantly, Tianming's eyes, sharp as daggers, locked onto him. He warned with a threatening tone, Shen Yao, it's too early for you to be saying things like that. You don't want to find yourself regretting it when it's too late. Shen Yao shot back defiantly. So what? Are you saying I'll regret looking down on you and your mother? That's hilarious. So you're issuing a challenge, he growled. Take it however you want. Just wait patiently, and I'll give you exactly what you're asking for. The moment he spoke, a brilliant circle of energy erupted around him. His voice rang out, concise and challenging. And what if I am? His expression suddenly shifted. His face darkened, his eyes turning a fiery orange-red as his rage boiled over. Outside the Spirit Heavenly Palace, the sun was high overhead in a clear blue sky dotted with a few white clouds. Just then, Shen Miao suddenly questioned Tianming. Hold on, what are you doing at the Spirit Heavenly Palace? And you're holding 4 battle art scrolls, when just yesterday, you were looking so pathetic and begging me for help. Shen Yu, who was beside him, chimed in decisively. I'm sure he stole them. We should throw him out and give him a good beating. Consider it a public service. Hearing such baseless accusations, his face hardened as he shouted sarcastically, Stole them? I'm truly impressed by your imagination. Fine. I can't be bothered with you all. I need to get back to my training. Do whatever you want. In his heart, he reminded himself, the Divine Palace is right before me, so I won't lower myself to your level today. He then turned and decisively walked away, but Shen Miao hurriedly shouted, You think you can just walk away? Guards, someone stole battle art scrolls. Come and seize this thief. He let out a cold, bored remark, and immediately, someone blocked his path. Sir, please stop. Surely you know the consequences of causing a disturbance in the Spirit Heavenly Palace? Tianming smirked slightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm, as he lifted a money pouch. Is this the hospitality of the Spirit Heavenly Palace? Truly eye-opening. Then, he slammed it onto the floor, and the offer lighting. Brilliant spirit stones spilled out with a clatter. Tianming shouted, Count it! See if it's enough! Witnessing this, Shen Miao, along with Shen Yu and Shen Ding behind him, were all stunned and could only stand there watching. Now, an employee of the Spirit Heavenly Palace bowed and pleaded with him. Young master, please don't be angry. It was all a misunderstanding. This is more than enough. Young master, please be on your way. We welcome you to visit again. He turned to leave, not forgetting to call back, Be smarter next time. At that moment, Shen Yu watched him go and said resentfully, How? Could that shameless bastard have so much money? Shen Miao added sarcastically, Ignore him. Associating with that kind of trash just lowers our own class. Shen Ding added contemptuously, Exactly. A lion doesn't concern itself with a mangy mutt. A moment later, Shen Miao reminded them, Let's hurry and prepare for the assessment. That's the most important thing. Meanwhile, not too far away, Tianming stood before the gate of a house. He said with deep satisfaction, I finally bought a house for mother. Now we have an official home in Yandu. Ying Huo, beside him, quickly, spoke up greedily. Then all the remaining spirit stones are mine. Right after, Tianming clenched his fist, his gaze firm, and said with determination, of course. I have to train like crazy before the palace examination starts. I didn't buy these battle art scrolls just to look at them. Ying Huo added excitedly, if I eat the rest of that money, I could break through to the 8th level of the Beast Meridian. 2 days later, the morning sun shone down from a clear blue sky onto the grand gate of the assessment registration area. Below the gate, groups of people gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation. At the registration desk for Mu Wan's class, a wooden table was set in the center, with 2 people sitting behind it. The 2 in charge of registration were busy at work. The woman, Lin Xiaoting, spoke in a clear and polite voice. Junior brothers and sisters, no need to crowd. Please form a line. I, on behalf of Mentor Mu Wan, welcome you all to register for our class. The man, Fang Zhao, asked in a firm voice, name, place of origin. At that moment, he stood straight and firm, his voice ringing out loud, clear and confident. Li Fire City, Li Tianming. Instantly, both of the people in charge looked up at him, exclaiming in unison, Li Tianming? Why is it you? He scratched his head and gave a faint smile, holding an orange token high as he said proudly, Fang Zhao, Lin Yu, you two doing well? I got the flame yellow order again and I'm preparing to make a comeback, so of course I'd choose your class. Suddenly, Fang Zhao's face hardened, and he spat out a single, sharp word, scram. Right after that, he let out a stream of words, each one dripping with fury and resentment. You still have the face to return? Because of the shameful thing you did that year, our entire class was dragged down with you, looked down upon, and bullied by the other classes. It took forever for everyone to finally forget about you, and now you bastard dare to come back? You're a truly shameless black sheep. If you don't, get lost right now. Don't blame me for not being polite. Tianming immediately shot back, displeased. Fang Zhao, what are you talking about? Even if I did drag the class down, senior mentor Mu Wan wouldn't permit any conflict here. Besides, you're the one who enjoyed getting picked on. When I was here, you're just a punching bag, Fang Zhao roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't forget your place right now. As soon as he heard this, Tianming bristled with fury. My place? I have the Yanhuang command token, so I have the right to register. What right do you have to stop me? Then, he looked over at the female attendant in charge. Yu, please say something fair. I've waited for this moment for 3 years. Hearing this, Yu said slowly, he's right. We still have our own duties to perform. Fang Zhao, calm down. We can't afford any mistakes with the task Grandmaster Mu Yuan assigned us. Everyone is watching us. The atmosphere grew heavy, and he tried to restrain himself, hastily replying reluctantly, I know. Then he said to him, I'm on an important mission today. Just wait. Another day I'll show you the results of my 3 years of cultivation. I will crush you, you piece of trash. Yu spoke up. Li Tianming, you're registered. Hearing that, he immediately replied, thanks. Then, he waved goodbye with a confident air. Goodbye, old classmates, and little Fang Zhao. I'll come find you later. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and growled, that bastard still dares to be so arrogant. Paying him no mind, he walked away with confidence and determination. Ying Huo, flying beside him, spoke up, Kid, you still enjoy being mocked as always. How pathetic. He calmly replied, aren't you used to it yet? Can't you see I'm having a great time? Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the assessment plaza. At this point, Ying Huo continued to tease him. You're just setting yourself up for a face-slapping moment, he replied curtly. All right, stop yapping. Let's go inside. Before them was a vast plaza. The area ahead was designed with concentric circles, with a prominent black emblem at the center. Surrounding it were tiers of crowded stands. Murmurs echoed from all around, creating an atmosphere that was both bustling and tense. Faced with this scene, Ying Huo exclaimed excitedly, there are so many people. The competition is so fierce. All the young people of the Vermilion Bird Nation are here. He replied slowly. Not all of them are candidates. Many are just spectators, but there are definitely more people than there were in my year. Just then, the announcer's decisive voice rang out. I hereby declare, the first round of the assessment begins. Next, the announcer gestured towards a spirit stone while explaining the details. The rule is to drip the blood of your symbiotic beast onto the spirit stone to assess the level and realm of the symbiotic beast. A reminder, regardless of the realm, anyone at the 5th layer or below will be eliminated. He mused, his hand on his chin in thought, then said softly, the rules are different from previous years. The first round is all up to you. The little chick, Ying Huo, narrowed its eyes and chirped, we even have to drip blood? Down in the assessment field, the announcer continued the introductions. Next, let's give a warm round of applause for the assessor of the first round, Grandmaster Mu Yuan, Grandmaster Mu Yuan. The crowd in the stands roared with admiration. Long live Grandmaster Mu Yuan. She's still so young and beautiful after all these years. The excited screams grew even louder. Grandmaster Mu Yuan, my goddess, while a passionate voice cried out, Grandmaster Mu Yuan, I love you. At that moment, the woman, with her seductive figure and stunning beauty, was smoking a pipe as she issued a warning. You brats, give it your all for me. I'm very strict. At this, he also felt a sense of admiration. Grandmaster Mu Yuan's demeanor is the same as ever. Ying Huo said mischievously, I finally understand why a fool like you chose her class. You're mesmerized by her beauty. Hearing such words, he immediately retorted, What are you talking about? The Grandmaster was once a benefactor to me. I'm simply feeling nostalgic and grateful. The two started bickering. Then if you've got the guts, stop sneaking glances at her legs. Are you stupid? Everyone else is looking, so why can't I? Just then, Shen Ding, who was standing behind them, spoke with contempt. Li Tianming, why are you here? Didn't your symbiotic beast already die? Did you actually use a blood pact to bond with some trashy fiend? Shen Yu was standing beside him. He chimed in sarcastically. I mean, have you no shame? Using a blood pact and still daring to show your face here. Did your family not teach you any manners? Instantly, he became visibly annoyed and snapped back. Shut your mouths. What business is it of yours? Ying Huo jumped up and added, Who are you calling trash, you sack of meat? As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ding lunged forward and grabbed Tianming by the collar. Are you looking to die? He spoke calmly. What's wrong? Let me just give you a little reminder. This is the examination ground, not your home. Go ahead, hit me, and see if the master doesn't throw you out. His face then darkened as he pointed at the boy, saying with contempt, Li Tianming, Duque can't be bothered with trash like you, because you're already finished anyway. But I'm different. You dared to offend me. Just wait until you're out of the academy, and I'll make sure you die. The boy smirked slightly, his eyes glowing crimson as he issued a challenge. There's no need to leave the academy, right? Before us is a perfect opportunity. The atmosphere in the arena was both bustling and tense, with everyone holding their own feelings of hope, nervousness, and rivalry. At that moment, Tianmen stood facing Tandin, his eyes crackling with electricity, as he said defiantly, If you want to fight, it's simple. Before the evaluation round, there are always combat matches. We'll meet on the stage then. Hearing this, the man pointed straight at him and said scornfully, You think you can even get past? The first round? Don't get your hopes up. Tianmen paid him no mind, turning to walk away and calling back, Whether I can pass or not, you'll find out very soon. You just get ready for a beating. Nearby, Thandu stood with a cold, sharp gaze and said sarcastically, I really don't know where he gets that confidence. However, I actually think he might pass the first round. If so, you can teach him a lesson fair and square, he added, his voice full of calculation. Even if he can't pass the first stage, should he get lucky and pass, I will make him regret it. Suddenly, the crystal in the middle of the examination ground began to glow, and the sound of cheers erupted from the stands, mingling with the crowd's excitement. Then Du's companion beast, a 6-star DO master, a high-grade level 6 companion beast, at the 3rd level of the spirit source realm. So amazing, as expected of the son of the divine palace, like father, like son. At the same time, down in the arena, then Du placed a hand on his golden lion, praising it. Well done, 6-star DO lion. In the section for the noble ladies, voices of admiration and expectation rang out. Sister Lam has truly raised them well. Both of her sons have extraordinary talent. It's truly enviable. Another voice chimed in. Sister Lam is truly incredible, helping her husband teach them so well. If we could learn just 1,000th of what Sister Lam knows, happiness would be within our grasp. Hearing such words, Tuyet Lam gently replied, her face showing smug satisfaction, You are all exaggerating. Right now, I just hope my Du can perform well, just as he usually does, and then secure the first place position in the ranking battle and be taken by Howard to the Sky Palace to train. Only then can I be at ease. Suddenly, she spotted Tianmen down on the examination ground, and she whispered to herself, That's Vaitich's son. Scornful thoughts flashed through her mind. That brat is only at the 7th level of the Beast Vein realm. He definitely can't advance any further. Her eyes turned cold and calculating as malicious thoughts flooded her mind. What's more, his is also a companion. Beast, and a ferocious one at that, so his chances are even slimmer. Just wait until you've lost all hope, brat. When death is near, I will watch to see just how tragic your final moments in Yan Capital will be. Down in the examination arena, Mu Wan approached him, standing confidently as she said humorously, Li, Tianmen, it's been 3 years. Did you bring a little chick as a gift for your teacher? Not bad. I'm on a diet right now. The meat on this chicken looks perfect for me. He quickly explained, Master, you're joking. This is your disciple's new companion beast, a new species called. He hesitated, then smiled brightly. Let's call it the searing flame bird. Mu Wan spoke up after a moment, urging him. Sounds like you just made that name up. Let's begin. Nihoa then muttered to itself, the master's leg is truly invincible. After that, a few drops of fresh blood fell from Ngihoa's face, which the boy quickly let drip onto the crystal. Ngihoa whispered, a nosebleed. Suddenly, the crystal erupted with a brilliant golden light that exploded in the middle of the examination ground, with rays shooting out like arrows. Everyone in the stands burst into an uproar, and the sounds of chatter rose continuously. Quick! Look at that crystal! What's going on? It suddenly changed color, and is releasing waves of energy. Is the crystal broken? Wait a minute. That's the little yellow chick. Mu Wan quickly bent down, gently lifting Jihoa, and remarked, your luck isn't bad. A level 6 ferocious beast, still this small, and you managed to find it, and the blood god contract has an extremely low success rate. Ngihoa thought to itself, they're huge. The boy replied with a touch of confidence, confirming his own good fortune. Master, they say handsome guys have the best luck, and it looks like that's really true. She then extended her hand toward him and announced clearly, Li Tianming, companion. Companion beast, Scarlet Flamebird, a high-grade level 6 companion beast at the 9th layer of the Beast Vein realm. The atmosphere in the stands grew tense. Everyone was stunned by the name that was called. What was that name again? Wasn't Li Tianming the one who despicably drugged his girlfriend Lin Xiaoting 3 years ago and had his companion beast executed and torn to pieces? Why is it him? A piece of trash like that, his companion beast is a blood god pact. How is that possible? Suddenly, a sound rang out, shaking the entire area. It was the sound of Shui Lan slamming both her hands on the wooden table. She screamed, this is impossible. The spirit stone must be broken. We should use a different spirit stone to measure it again. At this moment, Shen Ding and Shen Yu also chimed in. That's right, measure it again. A blood god pact could never reach such a high level. In that moment, Mu Wan made a suggestion to Tianming. Stinky brat, you seem to be quite lucky, so why don't you put on another show to convince these people once and for all? He replied immediately. No problem, I could do it 100 times and it wouldn't make a difference. Meanwhile, Ying Huo cried out, because that's not your blood. This time, Mu Wan personally dripped Ying Huo's blood onto another spirit stone, and the stone emitted the same light as before. Witnessing that scene, everyone in the stands could only accept it, albeit with contempt. The result is the same. This kid is just incredibly lucky. Clearly a crude disciple. Shen Yao, while comforting his mother, made a disdainful comment about the boy. Mother, don't worry about it. This brat will definitely fail the next test. Shui Lan was visibly annoyed, clearly displeased. Down in the testing grounds, Mu Wan raised her pipe and spoke decisively. All of you, shut your mouths. The examination will continue. If you want to gossip, get out of here and do it. Suddenly, a voice called out, look, Lin Xiaoting of the Thunderlord Manor is taking the stage. He glanced back, Thunderlord Manor. In the middle of the vast arena, a graceful figure emerged, her light blue robes fluttering in the wind. A voice rang out, she's Lin Xiaoting's younger sister. I heard she's also the most promising disciple this year. The Thunderlord Manor is truly something else. A top disciple for 2 consecutive terms, something you don't see often even in the Vermilion Bird Royal clan. Tianming watched intently, a look of surprise in his eyes. That guy has a younger sister? I've never heard that before. Ying Huo added seriously, she may look like that, but she's only 14 years old, so it's not surprising you didn't know. Her spirit stone also emitted a brilliant golden light, its rays radiating outwards. The announcement rang out, Lin Xiaoting with 2 high-grade, Level 6, companion beasts, the tricolor Thunder Rock and the Vajra Thunderstorm Ape, at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Source realm. The announcer added, to achieve such results at just 15 years old, and as a twin beastmaster no less, is truly remarkable. The atmosphere in the stands erupted in an uproar once more. The top disciple, definitely the top disciple. Twin beastmasters are so powerful, and at such a young age, her future is limitless. The Thunderlord Manor has produced another top-tier genius. Seeing this, Tianming lightly touched his chin as if in thought, muttering to himself, this little girl. Then, the announcer declared loudly, I now announce the rules for the 2nd round of testing. Each person must participate in 1 battle and may choose their own opponent. Immediately after, someone in the stands pointed towards the pavilion and shouted excitedly, everyone, look! Besides Grandmaster Mu Wan, there are 9 other Grandmasters at the front observing to make a comprehensive evaluation. Following that, one of the 9 Grandmasters spoke in a deep, warm voice. Everyone, do not worry. We will not only judge by the results, but will also observe your performance in battle and take your age into account. If you gain our approval, you can receive a disciple token. If you receive multiple disciple tokens, you may choose your own Grand Master. Then, down in the testing grounds, Mu Wan casually replied with certainty while smoking her pipe, "That's right." Pausing for a few seconds, she spoke clearly, "But if you don't receive any disciple tokens and your performance is too poor, you go straight home." He made his own analysis. There's no difference between receiving a disciple token from one Grandmaster or 10, it just means that with more offers, you get to choose. He then said hesitantly, "Although that's the case, all the Grandmasters consider a family's background, but for me," pausing for a moment, he clenched his fist. His voice rang out decisively. "I only need Grandmaster Mu Wan," Ying Huo immediately retorted. "You're absolutely just smitten by her beauty." Suddenly, a sharp, cold voice cut through the air, making the atmosphere tense. "Hey, Li Tianming." Shen Ding, standing behind him, issued a challenge. "Don't forget the battle between you and me." At that moment, Shen Yu spoke with disdain. "Rest assured, as long as you perform well, even if you lose to Shen Ding, the Grandmasters might still want you. However, if they find your character to be too poor and unworthy of a Yan Huang disciple, then just pretend I never said that." He stood opposite him, quickly raising a sturdy arm with a clenched fist, issuing a challenge. "Well, do you dare or not?" He showed no fear, his entire being radiating an aura that overwhelmed his opponent. His voice rang out, sharp as a blade. "Of course I dare. Isn't beating a big idiot like you simple?" The announcer's voice boomed clearly. Next up, 9th level Beast Vein Realm Li Tianming versus 1st level Spirit Source Realm Shen Ding. The entire stadium was tense and excited, the cheers echoing thunderously. The announcer shouted, "Let the battle begin." Tianming and Shen Ding faced each other, the air around them still. "The battle begins." He immediately raised his hand and summoned a massive eagle with radiant feathers, a 5th grade superior spirit demon rock. Tianming and Ying Huo stood there calmly with their arms crossed, their eyes full of confidence and unwavering. The crowd below began to stir. Look at that, such a stark contrast in their entrance. That chicken looks so golden and tender, absolutely delicious. Do they even need to fight? With an aura like that, it's a total loss. Shen Yao sneered. Li Tianming is definitely dead. With such a huge gap in their realms, it'll be a piece of cake for Shen Ding to teach this lowly scum a lesson. Shui Lan replied smugly, "That's right, Shen Ding should teach him a lesson and toy with him in front of everyone." Ying Huo flew behind Tianming and asked a question first. "Is your companion beast a he or a she?" He was speechless. Here we go again. Hearing this, Shen Ding gave a sarcastic smile, parroting, "So what if it's a he, and so what if it's a she?" Ying Huo grinned wickedly. "If it's a he, we'll snip him. If it's a she, hehehe." Tianming shook his head in exasperation. "If you keep this up, I'll have no way to argue when people call me a scoundrel." In the blink of an eye, Shen Ding and his massive eagle shot forward, leaving a turbulent gust of wind in their wake as they swooped down from above. "Go die!" Ying Huo refused to be outdone and shot forward as well. With a voice this loud, "It's gotta be a he. Getting the gender wrong is your fault. Li Tianming, get him for me." Tianming ran after him. "Who's the real companion beast between the two of us anyway?" Ying Huo gathered all its strength, flapping its wings fiercely and summoning its latent energy to block the giant rock's ferocious attack. "I'll block it," Shen Ding smirked coldly. And with a slight wave of his hand, purple spiritual energy erupted and shot forward, an elementary-grade origin-level combat art. He roared, channeling power into his arm and swinging hard, aiming a powerful blow straight at Tianming's face. Heavy star fist. Then Shen Ding curled his lip into a smug grin, his eyes glinting with arrogance. Right in the head, he's definitely dead. It turned out to be just an afterimage of Tianming. He scoffed, his eyes full of mockery. "My second shadow clone was already here, waiting for you. What spirit source realm? Your speed is pathetic." Shen Ding realized with shock that this was the mid-grade origin-level combat art, Fire Shadow Bewildering Steps. How could a mere Beast Vein Realm practitioner learn this? Even I can only cultivate mid-grade combat arts. Could this be the combat art he bought that day? Ying Huo suddenly remembered something and immediately unleashed a powerful move. "I almost forgot this old master learned this move too." He couldn't believe it. Impossible. No one can learn something so far beyond their realm in such a short time. Tianming then casually glided past Shen Ding. "You can take your time playing with my afterimage." In an instant, a crackling lightning chain appeared, shaking the space around it. The chain, surging with lightning, coiled around and tightened on Shen Ding's rock, making it shriek in pain. Seeing this, he immediately went berserk, his eyes burning red with fury. "Spirit demon! Li Tianming, you despicable bastard! I'll fight you to the death!" Seeing him lose his cool, he sneered, tightening his grip on the lightning chain. "You want a death match? Let me take care of you then." Immediately after, the lightning-filled chain whipped through the air, slamming straight into Shen Ding's face, erupting in a brilliant flash of electricity. Watching him struggle, Tianming laughed tauntingly. "Weren't you acting all tough? Get up and fight." The crowd below was stunned. Is that Shen Ding just standing there taking hits? He can't even touch him. This is too ridiculous. Isn't that guy supposed to be at a higher realm than him? This is just absurd! Shen Ding was getting whipped in the face by Tianming's lightning chain, struggling miserably. Damn it! To lose. This is so humiliating. I have to find a way to turn this around. Below, the crowd crossed their arms, looking at him with unconcealed contempt. Shui Lan and Shen Miao were stunned by the scene. Shen Ting, she cursed inwardly, is a complete waste. After a short puff, Mu Wan blew out the smoke and said coldly, "All right, that's enough." Her cold, clear voice rang out, seeming to freeze the air. "The outcome is clear. It's over. Stop fighting." Shen Ting was beaten black and blue, but still refused to concede. Li Tianming continued, "I don't accept it." Tianming scratched his ear. "All right, you've already been beaten to a pulp. Stop trying to act tough." Mu Wan slowly walked forward, exuding a powerful aura with every step. "Don't waste any more time. Go get your disciple token. There are still over 1,000 people left." She softly called out his name, her voice, both gentle and decisive, echoing in the tense space, "Li Tianming." Mu Wan smiled gently. "Congratulations. You've become my student once again. Welcome back." A move Tianming called out to her, "Senior Master Mu Wan." He couldn't contain his happiness. He had finally waited for this moment. Mu Wan handed him a jade pendant. "This time, you've made me see you in a different light. Keep working hard." Tianming then knelt and received it with utmost respect. "Thank you, Master. I will not waste your painstaking efforts." The people below also started talking. Shen Ting, "Although you lost, I'll give you a disciple token. I choose you too. Come to my class. I need you more. We all choose you. Just pick one." Tianming was stunned to see this. What's going on? I'm obviously the one who won. So why are they all acting like he won and not me? Why are they fighting over him? Lin Xiao glanced over, and after a moment of thought, she coldly called his name, Li Tianming. High above, a vast blue sky was adorned with picturesque, fluffy white clouds. At the Sky Manor, Lin Xiao stood before a colossal gate that radiated majesty and splendor. When the guards saw Lin Xiao, they teased her lightly. "Xiao Xiao, here to see your sister-in-law Mu Qingqing again? I heard you performed." "Very well. Keep it up, Xiao Xiao. With your ranking, getting directly into the Sky Manor later will be a piece of cake, won't it?" Lin Xiao replied politely, "I will do my best." "Thank you, senior masters. I'm going in first." As she stepped inside, a strange and enchanting melody suddenly began to play. A girl was playing music, her movements as fluid and gentle as flowing water, and the melody spread through the air with her every graceful motion. Lin Xiao saw Xingxing playing the instrument with such light and elegant gestures that the melody seemed to merge with her every move. She tilted her head slightly. "Sister Xingxing, your music is so lovely. I'm so jealous of my brother for having a girlfriend as beautiful as you." She stopped in surprise. Xiao, you're here? You're such a sweet talker. Did you pass the trial?" Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "I did. Brother has been in seclusion for so long, leaving you alone, so of course I had to come keep you company." Xingxing smiled gently. "Your brother's seclusion this time is expected to. We all have to work hard, or we'll be left further and further behind him." Lin Xiao sighed. "That brother of mine has gotten stronger again." Lin Xiao then whined to Xingxing, "Sister Xingxing, you'll never guess. A bad guy showed up at the examination today," she asked in surprise. "A bad guy? Who?" "The one from 3 years ago," she quickly answered. "The villain who tried to assault you, Li Tianming. Remember him?" Just hearing his name, Xingxing couldn't control herself and slammed her hand on her instrument. Her face darkened as a murderous aura erupted from her. "He shouldn't have been allowed at the examination, right? Didn't he already lose his symbiotic beast?" Lin Xiao said angrily. "He used a blood god contract to find a new symbiotic beast and managed to pass the trial today. Sister, let me teach him a lesson for you. After all, 3 years ago, he nearly ruined you." She just coldly refused. "There's no need. In this life, everyone makes impulsive mistakes. Besides, your brother already executed his symbiotic beast, and he was kicked out of the academy. He's paid a heavy price and learned his lesson. For him to be able to pull himself together and start over, I'm truly happy for him. Becoming a disciple of the academy again will help him get back on track. I should congratulate him." Inside the vast, imposing grand hall, everything exuded magnificence. The sky outside was clear, with clouds drifting by like soft silk ribbons. As night fell, the sky filled with stars like 1,000 shimmering gems on a dark velvet canvas. An elegant line of text was written, "Bloodflower Hall Bounty. To kill one person, Yanhuang Academy disciple Li Tianming, for a reward of 1,000 royal-grade celestial jades." Xingxing's lips curled into a wicked smirk. "Vicious. Li Tianming actually dared to come back. This time you must die." Warm sunlight streamed through the estate, glinting off the antique wooden doorframe. A voice called out, "Auntie, while I'm at the academy, I'll be counting on you to look after my mother. Young master, don't worry, I will take good care of the madam. Wei Shi gently saw Tianming off from the estate, her eyes filled with a lingering reluctance. Tianming, you have to do well at the academy and stay out of trouble. He gently squeezed her hand, saying firmly, Mom, I know, you need to take care of yourself too. The deep blue sky stretched out endlessly as white clouds drifted lazily, blending with the air of their farewell. Far away on the rolling hills, the silhouette of an ancient village emerged dimly through the morning mist. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, a blissful smile spreading across his face. 3 years, I'm finally back. This place hasn't changed a bit. Now, it's time to prepare for the new disciple ranking tournament. A flicker of excitement crossed Tianming's face, his lips curving into a slight smile. First, I'll go report to the senior master and get assigned a cultivation spot. A lantern, bearing the weathered words Mu Zhong Hall, was coated in a silent, golden layer of dust by the setting sun. In the dimly lit room, a woman sat cross-legged on a chair, her posture leisurely. Li Tianming. Every one of Mu Wan's movements radiated a cold nobility. She leisurely scolded him. You ungrateful brat, off having fun. Do you have any idea how much pressure I was under for taking you in? Tianming bowed his head slightly, his mind in turmoil. He said anxiously, Senior Master, I have caused you too much trouble. Your disciple will repay you handsomely in the future. I'll work like a dog for you. I won't refuse anything. She spoke, her voice as eerily calm as an undisturbed lake. There's no need for the future. Just serve me well now. Come here. He gulped, his nervousness apparent as a feeling of dread washed over him. Is it starting already? The trial from Senior Master Mu Wan. She always uses her beauty to test the student's self-control. Tianming suddenly remembered the time he saw Mu Wan stringing up a disciple and whipping him mercilessly. The sickening sound of leather on skin echoed in his mind. If you failed the test, you'd suffer the senior master's cruel beatings and trampling. It was truly horrifying. She was reclining on the wooden chair, her seemingly frail and delicate posture radiating an inexplicable allure. Come here and massage your master's shoulders. The corners of Tianming's lips curled into a pleased smirk, even as his face flushed red with embarrassment. Senior Master, is this pressure okay? He realized. It seems this isn't a test after all. I was just overthinking things. Mu Wan looked completely relaxed, thoroughly enjoying the massage. Not bad, kid. You actually know how to do this. Now bring out that little chicken of yours so I can play with it. Tianming quickly brought Yi Huo over, who was curled up and fast asleep in the gentle warmth of his hands. Senior Master, here he is. Mu Wan leaned down slightly, her lips curving into a mischievous smile as she pinched Yi Huo's cheeks hard. It jolted awake. Who dares? Yi Huo froze, its eyes wide and its little beak hanging open in astonishment. Senior Master Mu Wan. She snatched Yi Huo and began spinning him around in her hand like a toy. She looked delighted. Your chicken is so much fun. I can't bring myself to let go. Yi Huo trembled in her grasp, its round eyes pleading. Please, just trample me instead. Tianming froze, scratching his head in embarrassment. Senior Master, when you say things like that, I might get the wrong idea. Mu Wan's expression darkened, her gaze turning icy. Li Tianming, you dare to tease even me? Your punishment will be to massage my shoulders and clean the latrines for a month. She squeezed Yi Huo tightly, causing it to shriek in pain. Ow! Tianming was horrified by what he saw. I get it, I get it. Yi Huo noticed the pipe, tilting its head curiously with sparkling little eyes. All right, let's get down to business. Seeing the pipe's flickering ember, it flapped its wings and waddled over. Mu Wan spoke calmly. I know the purpose of your return, and while I was powerless to help you back then, I hope you understand now. Her brows knitted slightly, her gaze piercing right through him. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment, and don't destroy your own chance at rebirth. They say for a gentleman, 10 years is not too late for revenge, let alone just 3. The air around Tianming suddenly grew heavy, his face turning dark and somber. Senior Master, I endured hell for these past 3 years, for the sole purpose of sending my enemies there. Maybe no one cares about the truth from 3 years ago, but dark memories surfaced, and a furious, murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. The blood debt for my brother's life must be paid. I am no gentleman, and I can't wait 10 years. She was stunned, a strange sense of pity welling up inside her. This boy has changed so much. What on earth did he go through compared to before? Tianming's hand trembled slightly, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his fist. I came back this time to kill him. A thick killing intent radiated from him, chilling to the bone. Master, you don't need to advise me. I must get justice for Jin Yu. Mu Wan instinctively rushed forward and hugged him tightly, her warm embrace pulling him back to his senses. You foolish boy, I told you not to let hatred blind you. Why must you insist on fighting a losing battle? How could I not be heartbroken? You must get stronger first. Tianming's face was tinged with sadness, his distant gaze lost in the void. Thank you, Master. I know what I have to do, he said casually, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Master, you should show expressions like that more often. Can you hug me like that again? The deep blue sky stretched on endlessly, with fluffy clouds, drifting by slowly. Ali smiled brightly, pointing to a small, simple house tucked away in the back. This is the place Master Mu Wan assigned to you. He suddenly let out a helpless sigh, his voice tinged with dismay. Are you sure this isn't a storage shed? She replied with a strange nonchalance, an innocent smile, still playing on her lips. You must have offended the master, otherwise she wouldn't have assigned you to such a remote place. Despite his bruised body, Tianming said calmly, his voice composed. How could that be? What kind of person do you take me for? You can tell just by looking at me that I'm a man of integrity. Ali snorted lightly, her gaze scornful. Just looking at you, I can tell you've messed up big time. He scratched his head, feigning ignorance, and quietly moved away. It doesn't matter. Having a place to live is good enough. It's perfectly quiet here, so no one will disturb my training, she said nonchalantly, her clear voice devoid of any concern. It is very quiet, and there's no one to bother you. But did you forget that you already offended Feng Zhao during registration? Her gaze landed on him as she spoke sternly. Once he finds out where you live, it won't be long before he comes looking for trouble. He gave a faint smile, completely unconcerned. What's that guy's cultivation level? Second level of the spirit source realm. You're on your own. She disappeared after saying just that. The small house stood there, left alone in the silence. Inside, Tianming closed his eyes to meditate. His fire elemental power surged, threatening to incinerate the very space around him. The spiritual energy in the room suddenly erupted, and a brilliant light burst outwards, breaking through to the 9th level of the beast vein realm. After the breakthrough, Tianming collapsed onto the bed, breathing heavily, his energy completely drained. That was exhausting. I've finally completed the first cultivation realm. Next up is the spirit source realm. Sweat soaked through his shirt, but a determined glint remained in his eyes. The spirit source realm is a completely new stage. I'm really looking forward to it. Outside, it was strangely silent. He stared at the ceiling, gave a small smile, and said to himself, but first, I need to get some proper rest. He had just laid down when the door was suddenly kicked open. Li Tianming, he froze. Damn it, my door! Feng Zhao stood with his arms crossed, his scornful gaze sweeping over him as he let out an arrogant chuckle. Li Tianming, I brought the boys to pay you a visit. Tianming's lips curled into a smirk, a look of amusement mixing with his ice-cold gaze. Feng Zhao, Jin Yu, Guanxiang, Zhao Ying, Chen Kun, what distinguished guests. It's been a while. Feng Zhao, are you trying to hold a class reunion? The group erupted, their voices filled with sarcasm and blame echoing through the room. You committed a great sin. Our entire class was shamed because of you. Why did you even come back? Everyone had just barely managed to forget you. He smiled, a smile that looked friendly, but a cold glint was hidden in his eyes. It's been a while. Shouldn't we be reminiscing? It sounds to me like you're all here to take care of me. The other guy narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a sneer, his gaze filled with a mix of threat and arrogance. Scared now, are you? It's too late for that. Tianming's expression remained calm, looking at him as if he were nothing. Of course not. It's just that I feel we had some history together, so I can't bring myself to beat you up. One of the goons sneered. What a load of crap. He's still as stupid as ever. Feng Zhao. Just teach him a lesson so he remembers his place. Feng Zhao grew furious, his fists clenching, his eyes filled with a murderous glare. You don't have to tell me twice. He immediately unleashed his spiritual energy, and a divine crane materialized, its massive wings beating powerfully. Dragon Spirit Crane. Everyone, back up a little, or I won't be able to unleash my full power. He stared straight ahead, his voice was calm, but every word was as sharp as a blade. Blade. All right, stay away from me and my little house. Don't wreck the place. Tianming's eyes twinkled, his face lit up with amusement, and his voice was full of mischief. I'm telling you, his symbiotic beast is that thing. Don't you want to do something about it? Yi Huo sighed in exasperation. You're so pathetic, and way too ugly. I'm not interested. He was startled, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, his whole body seeming to freeze in surprise. This is a celestial crane, isn't it beautiful enough? What kind of standards do you have? It was so mesmerized it was drooling, its eyes shining brightly. Ever since I witnessed the gentleness of Master Mu Wan, I'm no longer interested in chickens or birds. Seeing Tianming not even spare him a glance, Feng Zhao's face turned red with anger, his hand tightening around his sword. Are you two done talking? He charged forward in a rage, dark spiritual energy, swirling around his body, daring to treat me as if I don't exist. Immediately after, he swung his sword, a flash of light cutting through the air. The sword strike aimed straight for Tianming, who managed to dodge, but its terrifying power split the ground beneath his feet. Such a ruthless attack. His eyes remained calm, as if completely unfazed by the slash. It seems you, the coward from 3 years ago, have grown some backbone now. Gritting his teeth, Fang Zhao charged forward again. Li Tianming, 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. He channeled all his power into his legs, stomping hard on the ground, the explosive force making the earth tremble. Fang Zhao leaped into the air, swinging his sword straight at Tianming. The wind howled around them. Don't look down on a poor young man. He was suddenly surprised, as a dark killing intent erupted and surrounded him. Fang Zhao, you bastard! Tianming clenched his fists in fury, killing intent practically radiating from them. He charged forward. His fist, brimming with power, flew straight at Fang Zhao's face. What's this nonsense about bullying the poor? When did I ever bully you? I even helped you, and you don't even know how to be grateful. You damn bastard. Watching the scene unfold, the onlookers were stunned and horrified. What is this situation? Li Tianming's speed is too fast. It was over in the blink of an eye. Punch after punch, each one landing squarely on Fang Zhao's face, the force relentless as crashing waves. This is a complete beatdown. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion, not understanding what was happening. Even the symbiotic beast was getting flattened. Yi Huo repeatedly flapped its wings, slapping the crane's face as if taking revenge, leaving the crane with its beak hanging open. How dare you ignore me? I'll smash that stinking mouth of yours. Blood dripped down, his face bruised and swollen. Fang Zhao felt every punch, penetrating his body. His mind raced. How is this possible? He's only at the 9th level of the Beast Vein realm. Where did he get such ferocious power? If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Help me, everyone. Help me. He trembled, shaking from fear and pain, losing control and wetting himself. Fang Zhao had lost all strength to resist. Tianming flung him straight back towards his cronies. Here, take your friend back, and remember to tell him to change his pants. The sight filled his companions with disgust and revulsion, and they quickly moved away from him, utterly filthy. He and his celestial crane lay flattened on the ground, their bodies limp, with no strength left to stand up. A fiery killing intent blazed in Tianming's crimson eyes. He looked straight at Fang Zhao's companions. Well now, aren't you all going to make a move? The group sneered, their voices dripping with contempt. Li Tianming, just because you beat a nobody like Fang Zhao, do you think you're so superior? You dared to act so recklessly and beat up Fang Zhao. We have to teach you a lesson so you remember the academy's rules. His voice was stern, his eyes confident, without a hint of hesitation. You're all ganging up to bully a new student from Master Mu Wan's class, showing absolutely no respect for Master Mu Wan. They sneered contemptuously, their words filled with clear disdain. Don't bring Master Mu Wan into this. She couldn't care less about you. Don't tell me she's here. So what if she is? If you know what's good for you, you'll kowtow and admit your guilt right now. From behind them, Mu Wan's voice rang out, both angry and stern, sharp as a blade. What's this? Just because you've graduated, you think you can disrespect me? I see you're all itching for a beating. Is that it? The group jumped when they realized she had appeared behind them, both surprised and terrified. Master Mu Wan, one of them, reacting quickly, hurriedly tried to explain in a panic. Master, don't misunderstand. We were just trying to stand up for Fang Zhao. Her anger surged, and the killing intent in her eyes flared violently, enveloping the space around her in darkness. You just got into the intermediate class and you're already here causing trouble? Your strength is pathetic, you get beaten, and you still have the nerve to come crying to others. You people. Her anger transformed into immense power, erupting around Mu Wan and making the air tremble. Today, you'll have to crawl. You're way out of here. Their faces turned pale, filled with terror as they witnessed Mu Wan's horrifying power. Watching from the side, Tianming couldn't hide his own fear at her ferocious strength. How tragic. You should never, ever provoke her. In the blink of an eye, one by one, they all collapsed, the ground littered with motionless bodies. Mu Wan calmly held her pipe, took a deep puff, and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. If you dare come here again, I'll show you just how gentle I can be. She looked at Tianming, her calm yet powerful gaze instructing him, and you, be a little more humble for me. Don't get too carried away, prepare well for the battle, and don't make any mistakes. He quickly replied, Grandmaster is right. Grandmaster is right. The sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, drawing closer with each step, carrying a sense of both strangeness and familiarity. Mu Wan, a man stood imposingly there, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Is he the new disciple you've taken in? He was the Phoenix Hall's master, Wei Zikun. Her eyes brightened, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, that's right, Hall Master. Tianming bowed, every movement exuding absolute respect. Disciple Li Tianming pays his respects to the Hall Master. The man stood tall, his shoulders broad, his words full of conviction, his gaze shining with absolute confidence. The ranking battle is in 3 days. Although you're a bit old, your strength isn't bad. Try to get a good rank, and bring honor to the Phoenix Hall. He nodded eagerly, his voice firm with affirmation. Hallmaster, I will naturally do my best. Zikun turned his gaze directly to Mu Wan, his tone serious. Are you ready? The Lantern Festival is about to begin, she replied, her voice decisive and full of confidence. I'm ready, Hallmaster. They walked and talked, laughing cheerfully, creating a light and intimate scene. When we're out, just relax a bit. No need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Kun. Yes, Brother Kun. Yi Huo glanced at them, its eyes following their every move, not leaving them for a second. You should be heartbroken. That old man likes your Grandmaster Mu Wan. Tianming gave a faint smile, his eyes exuding confidence, his voice soft yet firm. You really can't tell. Grandmaster Mu Wan's attitude towards him is just respectful. It's obvious she doesn't like him. I heard a long time ago that the Hallmaster has feelings for the Grandmaster, but she has always rejected him. Excitement was clear in Yi Huo's eyes. It was filled with enthusiasm. Today is the Lantern Festival, so let's go check it out too. Joy was evident on his face, and he agreed without hesitation. We should relax a bit. Let's go find Mom and take her with us. The sky was crystal clear, with fluffy clouds drifting gently, carrying a feeling of jubilation and overflowing joy. Let's go back and find our mom. Arriving at his home's gate, Tianming suddenly froze. The atmosphere inside the house was incredibly gloomy, signaling that something was wrong. A sense of unease flared up in his heart, making his thoughts race in confusion. It's already night. Why is the main gate still open? Quietly opening the room, moonlight seeped through the doorframe, casting his silhouette onto the floor like a faint sketch. The feeling of unease grew, and he silently told himself, absolutely, nothing bad can happen. Taking slow steps, he approached the bed where his mother was curled up under the blanket. He said worriedly, Mom? Tianming's sharp eyes noticed something strange, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. He reached out, his fingers gently touching the blanket, his heart filled with anxiety and caution. He flipped the blanket over, revealing a swarm of insects crawling all over his mother. Tianming's eyes widened, horror etched on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Rage surged within him, his eyes blazing with fire, his entire body trembling with fury. The blood-ming insect Yi Huo cried out in indignation, as if wanting to vent its anger with him. Damn it! Which bastard did this? I'll kill him! Yi Hoa shot forward, its eyes blazing with fire as it snapped up the insects one by one. Scram! Get the hell out of here! Under the cold moonlight, Xue Fei revealed a sinister smile, his eyes filled with contempt. The Yanhuang Academy disciple, Li Tianming, has finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time. He approached Tianming, his killing intent radiating out as if to devour him whole. Someone paid to have you killed. The boy instinctively turned his head, his gaze suddenly landing on the hem of the man's robe. The shape of a red flower on his robe emitted a strange light, making it impossible for him to look away. Tianming's eyes widened, fury erupting violently as the truth suddenly dawned on him. You're an assassin from the Bloodflower Hall? The man smiled wickedly, licking the scythe in his hand, his eyes glinting, revealing his cruelty and perversion. That's right. Are you in despair? Any last words? I'll make your death a little more comfortable. A surge of anger made the killing intent around him explode, his eyes blazing with fire, his gaze sharp enough to tear apart the man before him. Don't get me wrong, I want to confirm your identity first, then I'll kill you. Under the hazy moonlight, Tianming's shout echoed through the air. You bastard, how dare you target my mother? He gritted his teeth, a wave of killing intent radiated fiercely from his body. Go to hell. Xue Fei licked his lips, a twisted smile appearing. You're a whole 4 realms weaker, and you want to kill me? Ridiculous. I doubt you'll even get a chance to escape. It's been a long time since I've found such an appetizing meal like you. Can you feel it, little one? Then he waved his hand, summoning a giant worm that opened its mouth wide and roared. My precious baby is so hungry it can't stand it anymore. Tianming fell silent, his face darkening as his thoughts raced. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Over there, Ying Huo was struggling amidst the swarm of worms, fighting to destroy one after another. Meow Meow was busy, clearing the insects off his mother's body so it couldn't help him. Finally, Tianming made a bold decision. He would risk his life to kill this bastard. In an instant, a purple streak of light tore through the air, zipping past so fast it was hard to see. Xue Fei lunged toward him like a lightning bolt. The weapon in his hand glinted coldly. He swung his sword horizontally, the tip slicing through the wind and leaving a brilliant purple trail behind it. Xue Fei swung his sword again and again, attacking, forcing Tianming to struggle to use his phantom shadow step just to dodge. He zipped past him, whispering mockingly, compared to a true assassin, your footwork is still too amateurish. A flash of red light appeared, and Xue Fei swung his sword forcefully, sending a swirling wave of energy straight at Tianming's back. Stop. struggling and just lie down obediently. He was constantly getting thrashed by him. Unfortunately, his opponent's movements were too fast, giving him no chance to strike back. The gap in their strength was just too great. Shui Fei's giant worm suddenly opened its mouth wide, blasting a wave of scorching heat toward Tianming. A deafening roar resounded as it opened its mouth wide, a sonic wave like a storm, sending him flying and making him cough up blood. Caught in its sonic wave, his body was suspended in midair, as if swept up by the wind. Away. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Fei ordered his swarm of worms to rush toward Tianming. "My babies, it's time to eat. Eat your fill for me." The worms crawled all over him, trapping him completely. Tianming's body collapsed to the ground, with no strength left to resist. He raised his sword and lightly licked the tip of the blade. "My babies seem to really like your blood. As long as you're alive, your blood will stay warm, and we can't let that go to waste. Your blood is quite hot, so to let my babies eat a satisfying meal, I'll let you live a little longer, until your blood runs completely dry." Ying Huo couldn't believe he would be defeated so easily, and shouted, "Li Tianming, stop playing dead and get your ass up." Ying Huo tried to remind Tianming, "If this keeps up, our mother won't be able to hold on." The shouts, calling Tianming's name, caused his eyes to tremble slightly. "Do you still want revenge, you bastard, Li Tianming?" Immediately after, Tianming's eyes shot wide open, a brilliant light blazing within his pupils. "Kill!" Fire mana erupted violently from his body, and the crimson flames spread out, incinerating the entire swarm of surrounding worms. Seeing this, Shui Fei couldn't help but be stunned. "Interesting. You broke through to the next realm on the verge of death. But even if you've entered the spirit source realm, the outcome will be the same." Tianming chuckled softly, killing intent radiating from his body, his voice chillingly cold. "You really like drinking my blood, don't you?" He slowly advanced toward Shui Fei. The blood of a primordial chaos beast isn't so easy to drink. Then, Shui Fei suddenly froze, his face turned pale, and his eyes filled with horror. Shui Fei clutched his stomach in agony. "Damn it, is your blood made of molten rock?" At that moment, a flash of light shot out, tearing through the air like a whirlwind. When had Tianming gotten so close to Shui Fei? A strange eye pattern appeared on his hand, which he thrust straight at his face. It's too late to find it hard to drink now. Shui Fei was suddenly startled, his eyes widening in bewilderment at the scene before him. In his vision were beautiful, alluring women, reaching out their arms and beckoning to him seductively. Tianming's hand with the eye on it moved slightly, vibrating ominously. Then he clenched his fist and landed a fatal blow on. Shui Fei was thrown back by the punch, while Tianming grinned sinisterly, filled with killing intent. "Die." Over on the other side, Ying Huo also escaped from the giant worm's mouth. "As expected of the man I chose, the important thing is that he's okay." When it was all over, Ying Huo and Tianming immediately rushed to Wei Xi's side. "Quick, see how mother is doing." Seeing his mother gasping for air, he gritted his teeth. The blood-packed poison in her was still not neutralized. Damn it, her body is so weak, especially at times like this. Suddenly, Tianyang burst through the door. "Sorry, I'm late," he panted heavily. "Although I received your signal and did my best to rush over." Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Tianyang couldn't help but remark, "But it seems you've already handled it." "I just don't understand. I never expected the Bloodflower Hall to target you," Tianming shouted in desperation. "Divine Senior, forget about that for now. My mother is afflicted with the blood-packed poison. What can we do?" Tianyang glanced at Wei Zi on the bed. "Rest assured, the poison in your mother can be cured." He blamed himself. "This time it was my negligence. I will immediately send guards to protect her, so an assassin like today's won't be able to get in here. Your mother's body is not the issue. It's all due to the lesser fate calamity." Tianming was astonished. "What in the world is a lesser fate calamity?" he asked. "So your mother didn't tell you, then it is not my place to speak of it." Soon after, Tianyang added softly, "However, if you can get into the Sky Mansion, then your mother will have a glimmer of hope, which is why the ranking battle is your only opportunity. All you can do for your mother is to win the ranking battle." He immediately clasped his hands. "Thank you, Senior. I'll leave my mother in your care. Ember, we're continuing our training." Ying Huo was incredulous. "Are you insane? You just had a breakthrough. Training now will destroy your body." A burst of blue spiritual energy flared up as Tianyang spoke. "He's not wrong. Haste makes waste, even if your body could withstand it. Repeated breakthroughs will lead to chi deviation. I'll help you solidify your spirit source realm to reduce the pain and drawbacks of continuous breakthroughs." Under the moonlight, his voice mingled with the vast night breeze. "That's wonderful. I'll be in your debt, Divine Senior." On the day of the ranking battle, in a grand hall resting among white clouds under a vast blue sky, a girl with incredibly long legs, clad in a form-fitting cheongsam, sat captivatingly in the quiet room. Through a wisp of smoke, the girl, Mo Wan, growled his name, That bastard Li Tianming. Mo Wan couldn't hold back her anger and screamed, "The ranking battle is about to begin, and he's still not here. Does he want to be disqualified?" On the day of the ranking tournament, a bustling and festive atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Wei Zikun stood in the arena, his presence majestic, and announced clearly, "I, Wei Zikun, along with the four hallmasters, welcome all participants. I declare, the ranking battle officially begins." Upon hearing this, Mo Wan frowned, her voice laced with annoyance. That fool Li Tianming, something had to come up at such a critical time, and he's still not here. Suddenly, echoing footsteps grew louder and louder, as if approaching. A calm young man walked up. His brows were knitted, but he remained composed. It was Tianming. He spoke as soon as he arrived. "Instructor Mo Wan, sorry I'm late, but the star of the show always arrives last." Mo Wan promptly kicked him from behind. Her face fuming from his lateness, she yelled irritably, "What's with the act when you're already late? Get on the stage for me." After saying that, she glared at him and spoke, "This tournament is based on points, and the rankings are decided by the total score. You just keep fighting until you're defeated. I've already picked out your opponent for you. All you have to do is get on our class's fighting stage and start." He bowed with his hands clasped, his voice filled with a warrior's pride. "Understood, instructor. I hope you've picked a strong opponent for me, so that I can rack up some high points," Mo Wan shot back. "So confident? Just make sure you don't get beaten into a pulp," Tianming answered in a low and determined tone. "How could I? I am fighting to win glory for you, instructor, and to bring honor to the Phoenix Hall." The atmosphere on the stage became tense. The two contestants were in position, ready to fight. Standing face to face, Tianming looked at his opponent and muttered, "It's even someone I know." Their eyes locked again. The corner of his lip curled into a smirk. "We meet again. It seems we're fated." On the other side was Liu Tianyang. Tianyang stared at him, his eyes wide, and he growled through clenched teeth, Li Tianming." After speaking, he pointed a finger at him, his voice booming with anger and contempt. "I protest fighting Li. A duel? On what grounds? He's a criminal who assaulted a woman. How can he be a student of the Yanhuang Academy?" Whispers and sarcastic remarks echoed from the stands. "So he's the infamous Li Tianming from the rumors. It's a good thing Lin Xiaoting got away back then. Otherwise, the goddess of the sky manor would have been defiled by this guy." Tianming frowned, thinking this guy is clearly scared and is just wasting time here. From below, Mu Wan suddenly spoke up. "Refusal is not an option. Do you have any objections to the student status I granted him?" She stood there with a cold demeanor, her voice filled with arrogance. "Unless you forfeit, the match will proceed as normal. Refusing to fight will also be considered a loss." Yan Feng stood watching with a thoughtful expression, with Liu Qing beside him. She shouted, "Tianyang, fight him head on. Don't disgrace the Thunderlord's manor. A disciple of the Thunderlord's manor never runs." In the arena, Tianyang clenched his fists and said confidently, "As a disciple of the Thunderlord's manor, I will defeat you and utterly humiliate you." The audience below erupted in cheers, encouraging Tianyang with excited voices. "That's right, teach that molester a lesson." Empowered by the cheers, he charged forward on his beast, roaring in anger as blue lightning enveloped his body, his eyes flashing fiercely like a predator's. Below, the cheers intensified. "Go for it, avenge us. We're all behind you. You're carrying everyone's hopes now." Tianming just stood there, a fierce magical energy flaring around him as he prepared to counter. He said casually, "You're carrying everyone's hopes, are you?" The two charged at each other, fire and lightning clashing explosively. The confrontation between them erupted violently. Tianming raised his hand and sent a palm strike right at Tianyang's face, causing his face to twist in pain. With just that one strike from him, his opponent's body was instantly sent flying, tumbling through the air. Tianyang was thrown back, crashing hard onto the ground. His eyes were wide with shock, his breathing ragged, and his face bruised. Tianming pulled his hand back, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he taunted sarcastically. Something about being unbeatable? Down in the stands, the crowd was stunned by what they had just seen, and murmurs broke out. "One slap! How is this possible? That guy Liu Tianyang is completely useless." Up above, Liu Qing gasped, her voice trembling with worry as she cried out Tianyang's name. A girl held up a sign that read, "Li Tianming, 480 points, rank 576. Mu Wan strolled over to him and said, "You finished that too quickly. The judges couldn't fully assess the fight, so they couldn't give you a high score." She continued, "Don't worry. I'll arrange another opponent for you, a slightly stronger one. Judging by your reputation, there are plenty of people who want to fight you." Tianming then asked, "Who's ranked first right now?" Mu Wan replied, "A few days ago, the one in first place was Shen Yao. That man named Shen Yao had just taken down an opponent and said arrogantly, 'Trash, isn't there anyone stronger?'" Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed. "Lin Xiaoting, total score 950, ranked first, a beautiful girl." appeared, and then thunderous cheers echoed across the stadium. Someone else had taken first place. Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Xiaoxiao, Shen Yao said in an annoyed tone. I hadn't even warmed the first place seat before getting knocked down to second. Meanwhile, Tianming narrowed his eyes, thinking that this woman's target was his older brother. The announcer's voice rang out again. Li Shufan, total score 920, ranked second. The image shown was of a man sitting on the back of his opponent, a sword slung over his shoulder, looking completely at ease. Hearing this, Shen Yao gritted his teeth and said angrily, Now second place is gone too. I'll just have to try harder. The atmosphere was still buzzing with excitement, the sound of the results echoing throughout the vast stadium. The announcer's voice continued to ring out. Li Tianming, total score 700, ranked 109. Li Tianming, total score 790, ranked 95. The announcer's voice read out the results, showing that his rank was steadily climbing higher. He said casually, Is this what the master calls a steady and sure approach? By the time I reach the top 10, my dinner will be cold. Tianming turned to Mu Wan and asked, Master, I want to directly challenge the number 1, Lin Xiaoxiao. She replied, You can't. That's against the rules. The point difference is too great for a direct match. Besides, she doesn't have time to deal with you right now, because there's already someone else, the challenger. Meanwhile, in the arena, Xu Fan said confidently, Lin Xiaoxiao, this is our first time facing off, so I won't be going easy on you. He stood there, ready for battle with a calm gaze, as Lin Xiaoxiao looked him straight in the eye and said slowly, Bring everything you've got. The crowd in the stands roared with encouragement, their voices echoing with excitement. This is going to be good. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Tianming watched and said, It seems the audience is really into this match. Mu Wan replied, Of course, they're both top-tier geniuses. He turned to look at Mu Wanbing and asked thoughtfully, If my challenge is accepted, does that mean I don't have to worry about the score limit? She said calmly. Theoretically, yes. Very few people do it, because if you lose all your points. Besides, high scorers usually look down on challenges from those with lower scores, so they're often ignored. Tianming didn't give up, saying with determination, Then please, mentor, I want to challenge the person ranked third. Shen Yao, that kid will definitely accept the challenge, because he really hates me. Mu Wan almost burst out laughing. She said, Hey now, you're probably the only person in the world who's so happy about being hated. A shocked voice rang out. What? That piece of trash Li Tianming wants to challenge me? Shen Yao's expression relaxed into a look of pure satisfaction, as if he finally had a chance to vent his pent-up anger. He gritted his teeth and said, like a mad dog barking, just in time, to avenge the divine cauldron. Then he thought, damn it, everyone's attention is on Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Shufan, which has been pissing me off, so this is perfect. To use him as a punching bag. As the afternoon wore on, the roars from the growing crowd grew louder. Is someone finally going to teach that scoundrel a lesson? Look, the second-ranked Shen Yao is about to put Li Tianming in his place. It seemed like more people were watching this match than the first and second place bouts. Knock that arrogant pervert down a peg. He needs to be taught a lesson. They were even more fired up than the contestants. Get him, get him, get him. Defeat Li Tianming. Show him your power. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Shen Yao became even more confident. Excellent. I didn't expect teaching Li Tianming a lesson would be so popular. This is my chance to shine. He taunted Tianming. Hey, you're still not bringing out your symbiotic beast. Are you planning to fight 1 against 2? Tianming just smiled lightly. 2. Let you save some face. I won't go 1 on 2. Just so you won't have any excuses when you lose. In the stands, a young master asked Shui Lan, Mother, is that kid the Li Tianming you mentioned? He's as arrogant as they say. He looked down on him. This kind of naive and conceited fool, my little brother only needs 2 or 3 moves to finish him off. Mother, just watch closely. This was Shen Hao, a disciple of the Heavenly Palace and Shen Yao's older brother. Shui Lan first chided him. I told you to come and support your brother's reputation. Why are you only arriving now? This match is very important for your little brother. Shen Hao, however, showed a confident attitude. This year's ranking match is nothing special. We disciples of the Heavenly Palace already know the outcome. Lin Xiaoxiao of the Thunder, Sovereign Palace, and Li Shufan of the Heavenly Secret Palace are both ranked above Shen Yao. He predicted with certainty, little Yao is guaranteed 3rd place, but the notoriety of this Li Tianming is making the match more interesting, which isn't a bad thing. After hearing this, Shui Lan smiled in agreement. Yes, your little brother is carrying everyone's hopes to teach him a lesson. He might even make a name for himself from this one battle. In her mind, she had her own thoughts. Wei Jing, this is the gap between us. To have a son, like this, what do you have to compare with me? After today's match, you can only crawl back home in disgrace. Over here, Ying Huo provoked its opponent. Hey, hey, Moonface, protect your little brother down there. Don't let me bite him off in one go, or you'll have to go to the Imperial Palace to be a eunuch. Shen Yao, launching his attack, was enraged. You filthy-mouthed little brat, watch me tear that mouth of yours apart. Tianming just smirked, grabbing Ying Huo's head and charging swiftly at the enemy. The two sides collided, instantly creating a massive explosion that ripped through the sky. Although Ying Huo was smaller, it didn't back down from the beast. A massive lion beast belonging to Shen Yao. On his side, he drew his sword, preparing to strike him down with his ultimate move, the Starfall sword art. But Tianming created countless illusions of himself to distract Shen Yao. He obviously didn't expect this, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? And he never expected Tianming was actually right behind him. He's in danger. The next thing he knew, a sharp, arcing slash swept down, a kick delivered by Tianmen. Tianmen landed a precise kick straight to Shen Miao's face, knocking him to the ground. The impact sent him tumbling a great distance, his sword flying from his grasp. Shen Miao immediately sprang back up, shouting, "Damn it, I was careless, you won't get another chance." But Tianmen gave him no time to rest. He had already wrapped him in a thunder chain, leaving Shen Miao bewildered. "When did you do this?" Tianmen chuckled softly. "The heavenly wind dog's son on a dog chain. Doesn't that suit you better?" Shen Miao screamed, "Who are you calling a dog?" But was immediately yanked away as Tianmen violently controlled the chain, mercilessly throwing Shen Miao once again. While he was down on the ground, Tianmen ruthlessly began striking him over and over with the chain. Tianmen yelled, "Shen Miao, are you still not ready to concede? My rushing thunder 9 immortals is no gentle technique. When a summoner is injured, so is their core energy." The once mighty lion now lay battered in a heap, being humiliated by a tiny little bird standing on its body. Just another pretty boy, who's completely useless. Meanwhile, the audience witnessing this scene was in an uproar once again. This is happening too fast. It's a total steamroll. How can everyone who fights him be defeated so easily? Lying on the ground, Shen Miao endured the relentless barrage of attacks, unable to find an opening to counter. He thought with utter humiliation, just how much is this bastard hiding? Damn it, I'm completely outmatched. What a disgrace, Shen Miao cried out in despair. "Ugh, I give up." Victorious once again, Tianmen sneered. "See, that's better. Only dogs refuse to speak up. As for your mother, did she need to be so hysterical?" Shui Lan was heartbroken seeing her son in such pain. My dear Miao," she cried before fainting on the spot. Shen Hao was startled and worried. Mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, don't scare me like this. Someone, quick, find a physician. My mother has fainted." His eyes blazed with fury. Shen Hao seethed. "Li Tianmen, I'll remember this. You just wait." With that done, Tianmen calmly walked down from the stage, where Mu Wan was waiting. "Kid, you're not bad. I really thought you were going to lose this one. I truly underestimated you," Tianmen replied confidently. "How could I possibly lose? I told you I would make you proud, Grandmaster." Mu Wan got straight to the point. "Cut the sweet talk. You're now ranked 3rd. If you wish, you can officially challenge the number 1 rank. Your opponent has been decided. It's Lin Xiao from the Thunderlord Manor. Elsewhere, another defeated contestant was kneeling before a woman. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Lin Xiao just walked past him coldly. Then you'd better try harder. The man, completely drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. Damn it, I was so close. With the final match concluded, Zikun announced, after some discussion, the 5 Hall Masters have unanimously decided. The top spot on this year's Flame Emperor ranking will be chosen from one of 2 individuals, Lin Xiao of the Myriad Beast Hall and Li Tianmen of the Phoenix Hall. The next morning, gentle sunlight shone through fluffy white clouds drifting over the pavilion roof. Fei Ling ran out swiftly to greet him. "Brother Tianmen!" Tianmen's eyes lit up and his spirits soared when he saw her. "Linger!" Just then, Qinglan walked out with a cold, scornful expression. "Linger, I told you not to bother with this country bumpkin. Didn't you hear what they said? He was a total scumbag 3 years ago, so what good is all this progress now?" Fei Ling immediately defended him. "Don't talk nonsense. I can see that his heart is pure. He's not the kind of person the rumors make him out to be." Qing Luan, however, was unforgiving. "There you go again. I don't know what to do with you." Tianmen's annoyance was plain on his face. Why is this troublesome woman always around? Some men in the stands noticed the girls and immediately started shouting. "Look, it's the 6th princess, Jiangqing Luan, and the Vermilion Bird King's adopted daughter, Princess Ling. Princess Ling truly lives up to her title as the number 1 beauty of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. She's like a celestial fairy who descended to the mortal realm. How can a woman be so beautiful?" Tianmen was pleased to hear such glowing praise for his girl. The number 1 beauty of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Linger absolutely deserves that title. Someone in the crowd then questioned, "Why are the two princesses standing so close to Li Tianming? Impossible. The two princesses must be here to cheer for Lin Xiao. Mu Qingqing, who was with Lin Xiao, was also pondering this. There's a rumor that Li Tianming belongs to Princess Qing. Could it be true? What's really going on?" Meanwhile, Qing Luan demands her belongings back from Tianming. "You little thief, you've made it to the rendezvous point and found us, so give me back my jade pendant," Tianming asked nonchalantly. "Do I really have to?" Qing Luan exclaimed, "Of course you do," but Tianming, enjoying the teasing, replied, "Too bad, I'm not giving it back." This enraged Qing Luan, who looked ready to attack. "You really are a despicable scoundrel." Angrily, she pulled Fei Ling's hand. "Linger, you've seen him now. Let's go back quickly. His reputation is terrible. Don't get involved with him." But Fei Ling firmly shook Qing Luan's hand off, saying, "I don't want to." Fei Ling told Qing Luan, "You can go back first. I want to test my newly awakened ability with Brother Tianming, and I also want to cheer him on in his fight." Qing Luan relented. "You'll be the death of me." "Fine, I'm done with this, just hurry up." As Fei Ling walked over, Tianming asked, "Linger, did you gain a new ability?" She explained, "I've unlocked the finger armor ability. Let me show you. It works similarly to spirit attachment, and it needs to be attached to you." Tianming readily agreed to be her test subject, spreading his arms wide. "No problem. Go ahead and try it out. I'm really looking forward to it." The audience above exploded with jealousy once more. That bastard Li Tianming dares to make such a lewd hugging gesture at the goddess. "Don't you dare disrespect the goddess. Get lost. Stop pretending you know her. The goddess would never associate with trash like you filthy beggar. How dare you stand so close to the goddess? Get away from her." Fei Ling was focused, her entire being centered on him. "Brother, here I come." She began to dissolve into her own power. The magic wrapped around Tianming's back. That energy slowly split into two streams, entering his back on either side. Instantly, a magnificent pair of wings, as translucent as water, appeared. Everyone was shocked. Tianming had actually sprouted wings, a means of flight. Fei Ling was eager to see them in action. "Brother, hurry and try flying to see how good the fusion is." Tianming was more than happy to oblige. He stomped hard on the ground to launch himself, cracking the earth beneath him. Without much effort, Tianming spread his wings and took flight, soaring straight up. The spectators watched, pointing in amazement. "Look, that kid is flying." Just as he neared the clouds, he turned and dove back down. Everyone shouted again, "He's coming back!" Tianming's ascent and descent were incredibly fast and spectacular, and he laughed heartily as he made a perfect landing. "The feeling of flying is incredible." Fei Ling emerged from the wings. "The wings of heaven are at max level 2. This is perfect." She eagerly encouraged him. "Brother, Qing'er is a disciple of the Heavenly Palace, and we both live there. If you become the #1 disciple today, you'll be able to visit us all the time." Tianming scratched his head. "All right then. For you, Linger, I'll make sure to become the #1 disciple today." All the male fans in the stands collectively despaired. "No, my goddess. How could she be so close to Li Tianming? This can't be happening. My goddess, why are you with him? My heart is breaking into a million pieces." Watching from the side, Qing Luan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How utterly embarrassing. Just then, Lin Xiao stepped forward. "What's all this talk about becoming the #1 disciple?" "You'll have to ask for my permission first. I don't care what kind of trickery you used on the two princesses, but you just spoke such cruel and heartless words to my sister. That's why I'm going to defeat you and make a shameless person like you apologize to her." Tianming first turned to Fei Ling. "Linger, you two should go back for now. I have a match to fight now." Fei Ling was clearly smitten with him. "Okay, good luck, brother." Then he turned to Lin Xiao with a completely different demeanor. "Hey you, Lin Xiao, isn't it? It seems to me you're the one who's blind, unable to tell who's truly shameless. If you ever open your eyes, you'll realize this world is full of shameless people, and one of them is standing right beside you. Who wouldn't be enraged by such a taunt?" Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. "What are you trying to say? You're the most shameless person I've ever met." Tianming found his reaction amusing. "Good. Your anger makes this much more fun." At that moment, Zikun stepped in. "All right, that's enough arguing from you two. Get into the arena. The best way to shut someone up is with your fists." Warrior's stance. Once the two were in position, he announced loudly, "I declare the decisive ranking battle officially begins." Seeing that neither side was willing to back down, driven by the same goal, the #1 disciple would directly enter the Sky Palace. The spectators were obviously biased against him. Kill Li Tianming and rid the world of a menace. That shameless Li Tianming doesn't deserve to live. Li Tianming, get out of Yandu! Mu Wan felt uneasy seeing her disciple's name being called out so much. The little brat was even being sarcastic. Lin Xiao was very determined. "Today, I will definitely teach you a lesson." In an instant, she summoned 2 giant beasts to fight her enemy. On Tianming's side, he didn't even need to call before Ying Huo eagerly reappeared. Brother Chicken has arrived! Seeing the opponent's beasts, it gave a backhanded compliment. Truly, twin lifebound beasts. Tianming asked it, Brother, are you scared? But Ying Huo was always as confident as Tianming. Scared? My ass! I was born to take on two at once. Lin Xiao and her two beasts were concentrating as hard as they could. A resounding shout from the announcer ignited the atmosphere. The final match of the ranking battle begins. In the middle of the arena, Lin Xiao and Tianming were ready. Each stood at one end of the fighting stage. Below, the seats of the high masters and dignitaries were arranged in an arc. She charged forward, shouting a command to her lifebound beasts. Crush him, Diamond Thunder Ape, three-colored Thunder Rock. On this side, he and Ying Huo advanced with unbelievable speed. As he said, It's all you, Ying Huo. At that moment, the Thunder Ape, with its giant body, charged forward like a thunderbolt with overwhelming momentum, its sharp claws digging into the stage, kicking up a cloud of dust. He still stood tall with a confident demeanor, his challenging voice ringing out, Come on, you useless pretty boy. Witnessing the situation, Mu Wan was worried for him. She muttered, You idiot. It's a complete mistake to think it's just a big, clumsy oaf. The Diamond Thunder Ape is a berserker-type close combat lifebound beast, strong in both speed and power, and even has superior combat experience. You rotten brat, don't underestimate your enemy. As it got close to him, the lifebound beast suddenly vanished, leaving Tianming bewildered. Damn it, what's going on? It disappeared. He scanned the stage, thinking to himself, So fast, its speed is no less than mine. However, the Thunder Ape had already appeared right behind him. Instantly, it threw a gigantic punch, its immense power surging outward. The entire arena shook violently, and a loud explosion rang out, sending shattered stones flying and kicking up a white dust that obscured the view. Murmurs spread through the stands. With such destructive power, if Li Tianming isn't dead, he's crippled. Someone finally dealt with him, another voice added admiringly. As expected of the top genius of Thunderlord Manor, she's not inferior to her older brother at all. Li Tianming really doesn't know his own limits. At this moment, the dust on the stage slowly settled, revealing two hazy figures. An unbelievable sight was revealed. He was facing the giant fist of the lifebound beast head-on with his bare hand. In the stands, shocked cries rang out. What? He blocked such a powerful blow with his left hand? Is Li Tianming even human? Reacting to the situation, Lin Xiao and the three-colored Thunder Rock rushed forward like lightning. She shouted, Brat! I didn't expect you to be so formidable! At the same time, in a corner of the stands, a worried Fei Ling whispered words of encouragement. Brother, hang in there, Qing Luan added. I have to admit, this kid has gotten stronger. Then, Mu Wan, taking a puff from her pipe, slowly said, The Diamond Thunder Ape is most difficult to deal with because the longer it fights, the stronger it gets. You can't drag out the fight. Brat, I'm afraid the biggest problem right now isn't the lifebound beast, but Lin Xiao. Xiao is looking for an opportunity to strike from the side. Just then, Lin Xiao seemed to have spotted something. She cried out, An opening! As soon as she spoke, she raised her bow, arcs of lightning coiling around it like angry electric dragons. Shouts erupted from the crowd. Everyone look, that's the divine thunder roar bow and the electric light arrow from the Thunder Lord Manor. This time, Li Tianming is finished. The arrow was released, shooting forward as multiple brilliant golden electric currents twisted around its shaft, creating a dazzling light that tore through the air. At this moment, he was completely caught off guard. Before his eyes was an arrow like a lightning dragon hurtling towards him. In a few seconds, an explosion boomed, and a brilliant golden light erupted, swirling into fierce waves of electricity. Seeing this, Mu Wan's voice was laced with worry. This electric arcane arrow technique is truly formidable. I'm afraid Li Tianming's chances are slim this time. Fei Ling stammered, Brother! Suddenly, from within the cloud of dust on the stage, a giant chain shot out, and in an instant, it tightly bound the Diamond Thunder Ape. The symbiotic beast could only roar. Just then, Thien Men stepped out from the smoke. He said in amazement, For a young lady who's just turned 15, you are truly the strongest genius I've ever met. But as soon as he finished, he raised the arrow that had been aimed at him and said confidently, You're still too weak. I absolutely will not let you win. A commotion erupted throughout the arena as everyone's eyes turned to the stage. They murmured, He actually caught it with his hand. How did he do that? Just how powerful is his left hand? At that moment, Lin Xiao rushed forward, shouting, Give me back my lightning arrow! And then she thought to herself, How can this be? He actually caught the lightning arrow that my brother gave me. But he paid her no mind, quickly snapping the arrow in two. The sound of the break was sharp and cold. She screamed, No! Her hand reached out, as if trying to grasp it, a thought swirling in Lin Xiao's mind. The birthday gift her brother gave her was just destroyed by him like that. Thien Men looked at the broken arrow and said comfortingly, Don't cry, I'll just get you a new one later. In response, she quickly drew her weapon, her grip tightening as she declared firmly, you can't afford to replace it. You've really pissed me off now, Lin Xiao roared. Unforgivable. She then unleashed her Thunder Dragon War Halberd technique, and immediately after, she shot forward at a terrifying speed, the tension in the air becoming suffocating. She thrusted repeatedly at Tianmen, but he dodged every strike. He taunted her. Hey kid, that's a pretty decent top-grade beast weapon you've got. At that moment in the stands, Muan said with admiration, I didn't expect Lin Xiao's close combat skills to be even stronger than her ranged attacks. Cheers erupted from the stands. Look, Li Tianmen is being overwhelmed and can't even fight back. He's finished this time, he has completely enraged Lin Xiao. There's no way this ends well for him. Hearing those words, Qing Luan sighed softly, her eyes filled with disappointment. Haven't these people been proven wrong enough times? Just then, on the stage below, Lin Xiao swung her weapon, creating a brilliant arc of light. She unleashed her heaven-sundering halberd technique. Meanwhile, he was still holding the chain that bound the diamond thunder ape. She quickly leaped high into the air, aiming her weapon straight down for an attack. Below, on the stage, he remained perfectly calm, a thought forming in his mind. Although her technique is incredibly powerful, it lacks flexibility. This one strike is definitely not something I can block with my bare hands. A piercing crash echoed as sparks of electricity coursed through the chain, wrapped around the symbiotic beast, paralyzing it as if it were being electrocuted. He whispered, You've lost. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao was truly horrified. She screamed, Thunder Ape! Suddenly, fresh blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. She doubled over, clutching her stomach and writhing in pain. He spoke slowly. A symbiotic beast and its master are connected by blood. You are now so severely injured that you can't possibly continue. Just admit defeat, she immediately retorted. I will never lose to the likes of you, he calmly replied. Why be so stubborn? Continuing will only make your symbiotic beast suffer more. Suddenly, high in the sky, the three-colored Thunder Rock dived down to attack him. It thought to itself, Brat, you want to test your strength against me, do you? However, he managed to use his Purgatory Fire technique in time, engulfing the symbiotic beast in flames, causing it to lose its momentum and plummet. It's falling, Lin Xiao screamed. Thunder Rock! At that exact moment, Lin Xiao was overcome with fury. She charged toward him, her voice filled with resolve. Li Tianming, I'll put my life on the line to fight you. Then, he executed a special technique, creating multiple agile clones and shouting, Enfeeble. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's weapon was knocked from her grasp, spinning through the air. Within seconds, she collapsed to the stage, her knees hitting the cold floor in a display of helplessness. The entire arena seemed to fall silent as Lin Xiao's weak voice was heard. I surrender. He calmly turned to walk away, saying sarcastically, See, wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just given up sooner? Then, in the stands, the atmosphere froze. A murmur spread through the crowd, their voices filled with disbelief. She lost? Just like that, in the blink of an eye? How is that possible? At that moment, Fei Ling was ecstatic. She said joyfully, I knew my big brother would win. Meanwhile, in a corner of the stands, Mu Qing gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred as she said coldly, Li Tianmen, you just wait and see. The resounding announcement echoed across the arena, shaking the very air. Li Tianmen is victorious. At that moment, he suddenly saw Mu Qing in the distance. He said softly, yet with a hidden meaning, Qing, no. Weren't you the one who wished me luck earlier? I won, so why are you looking at me with such fury? She immediately responded coldly. Beating a child 5 years younger than you is nothing to brag about. And another thing, don't you dare call me Tin. Then, Tianmen retorted sarcastically, if I don't call you Tin, then what should I call you? Should I call you Bloodflower instead? As soon as she heard that, she flinched, her face tensed, and beads of sweat rolled down. Witnessing that expression, from Mach Tin, he whispered to himself. So it's true, she was the one who sent the assassins from the Bloodflower Hall. I should have guessed sooner. The two walked past each other, and she called back, You should take care of yourself. He replied with a hint of sarcasm and hidden meaning. You take care too, and while you're at it, wash your neck nice and clean. Pausing for a few seconds, he looked up. With a chilling gaze, his voice short but filled with cruelty, so I can conveniently collect the blood. The atmosphere grew tense, and she issued a challenge. Li Tianmen, don't get cocky, you're a dead man. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Fei Lin was happily running towards him, calling out, Big brother. At this moment, Tianmen broke into a bright smile, exclaiming excitedly, Lin her. Then she spoke while handing him a piece of paper. Congratulations, big brother, on becoming the first disciple. This is where Qing'er and I live, in the Celestial Mansion. After you enter the Celestial Mansion, you must come visit us. He reached out to take it, simultaneously blurting out a reply. Quickly. Definitely. Definitely. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly asked in a gentle voice, Big brother, can I give you a hug? Hearing this, his face turned red, and he asked in surprise, Of course you can, but why all of a sudden? In his mind, a wave of confidence washed over him. It must be because my performance was so incredible. Lin her worships me, that's why she wants to hug me. Her eyes welled up with tears as she answered softly, After my spirit possessed you, big brother, I could hear your heart beating. I could hear the sounds within your soul. She choked up. I could even see the painful scenes in your heart. I could see how they bullied you. It's truly heartbreaking. He then moved closer to Fei Lin and placed a hand on her cheek. He thought to himself, so she just wanted to comfort me. And then Thien Men spoke gently, Linner, don't cry. Your tears break my heart. After that, he wrapped his arms around her back, holding her tight, his voice a soft whisper. Linner, a romantic atmosphere enveloped them as they embraced, and he whispered, Thank you, Fei Lin murmured. Big brother, even if the whole world turns against you, I will stand here with you. At the same time, many shouts erupted from the stands, filled with rage and helplessness. No, my goddess has been tainted. She's been defiled by that bastard. Damn you, Li Tianming. All the men in this city curse you. At this moment, Qing Luan also screamed, Lin her. Are you insane? You can't do something like this in front of so many people. You're going to be the death of me. Then, in another corner of the examination grounds, Wei Shi watched him intently. She thought to herself, Teen Men, you've grown up. It seems it's time to let you go find that person. The sky today was unusually clear, with clouds drifting lazily. The scene was truly peaceful. A few hours later, when night had fallen completely, the crescent moon cast a gentle light upon the ground. Inside a room at an inn, a table was laid with many beautifully arranged dishes. Thien Men said softly, Here, mother, try this dish. It took me a long time to make. In response to his words, Wei Shi said sternly, Tien Men, when are you going to the celestial mansion? The two were eating at a wooden table, and he said in a low voice, First, tomorrow night I have to meet Grandmaster Mu Wan. She will recommend me to the celestial mansion to find a master. She slowly added a reminder. So, the first thing to do when you enter the celestial mansion is still to find a master. He looked up slightly and continued in a serious tone. Mother, tell me, once I get into the celestial mansion, how can I help you break the lesser life calamity? Hearing this, Wei Xi explained, Only the palace lord of the celestial mansion can help me resolve the lesser life calamity. He is the one who controls the entire Yanhuang Academy. I was once his daughter, and I wronged him. He threw me out of the house and disowned me, so he will never save me. Suddenly, his eyes widened, reflecting a furious glint, the words tumbling out like thunder. What? You're the palace lord's daughter, which means the palace lord of the celestial mansion is my maternal grandfather? What did you do to make him lose all hope in you like that? The warm, yellow candlelight illuminated the dining table, but it couldn't dispel the chill in her words. She said slowly, When I was already pregnant, he still couldn't stand the sight of Li Yanfeng. Do you think I brought this upon myself? Hearing this, he shot to his feet and shouted, How could that be? If I had objected, wouldn't I have never come to this world? Then he calmed down, his voice ringing with the determination of an oath. Mother, rest assured, as long as I know a way to save you, no matter how difficult it is, I will do it. I don't care who the other party is, and I care even less about what happened back then. I just need you to live well. In that moment, she was moved, to the verge of tears. A soft voice called out, Tianming. Under the quiet night sky, her advice for her son echoed, Tianming, if you want to find a master, then look for a person named Mu Yang. He can help you. He replied softly, Yes, mother, Mu Yang, I'll remember. 2 days later, before a closed wooden door, a series of rapid knocks echoed. Upper Master Mu Wan, I am Li Tianming. I've come to see you. Are you there? Then he called in. Upper Master, tomorrow I have to go to the Sky Palace, so I came to ask you about the situation with the Heavenly Masters. But he was met with silence, and thoughts began to race through his mind. What's going on? I can clearly hear movement inside, so why isn't she answering me? It sounds like she's bathing. At the same time, inside the house, in a hot bath filled with rose petals, Mu Wan was soaking. Hearing the knocking, she spoke, Stop knocking, I'm coming out now. A room, spacious and delicately decorated in a light pink theme. She stood up and put on a robe. The sound of red heels lightly tapped against the tile floor. Mu Wan had long, fair, and slender legs. She appeared in a white robe that hugged her figure, revealing every curve. She spoke with an annoyed tone. Brat, you have the worst timing, interrupting me right when my bath was getting good. At this, he gave a slight smile, not knowing what to say. Ying Huo, however, kept saying, So, should I make myself scarce? For a bit? What are you still avoiding? Li Tianming, you're being a scaredy cat. I'm fine with whatever. She immediately picked up Ying Huo, her amused voice ringing out. Your chicken feels just as nice as I remember. How adorable, Ying Huo snapped back irritably. Woman, show your old man some respect. After that, Mu Wan handed a piece of paper to him, saying calmly, Here, Li Tianming, take this. I, your master, have prepared a list for you. The 18 upper masters of the Sky Palace, their specialties, personalities, and preferences. I've already compiled it all for you. Take a look. Tianming quickly bowed, taking the list with both hands and replying, firmly, Thank you, upper master. She then sat on a chair, one leg relaxed and the other propped up, her eyes fixed on him as she said mockingly, No need to thank me. I just appreciate your good looks and your hard body. He clenched the paper in his hand, his voice ringing with determination. Then I must seriously study this list. Thoroughly, he thought to himself. She's testing me again. I won't be fooled and get beaten up. Ying Huo, however, was very excited. I can do it. I'm great at this. Next, he carefully read the information on the list. Then he spoke up and asked, Upper Master, did you happen to miss a Heavenly Master? She replied, How could that be? All 18 Upper Masters are on there. At that moment, she was stretching Ying Huo's face out to the sides, and Ying Huo cried out, You're using too much force. Ah, I like it. After a moment, Tianming looked up at Mu Wan and asked quizzically, Is there no Heavenly Master named Mu Yang? As soon as he finished, she slowly replied, each word seeming to hold a secret, You actually know my older brother? He's the Vice Palace Master now, and in 3 more years, he will officially become the Palace Master. Ever since 1 year ago, after the Palace Master designated him as the next Palace Master of the Sky Palace, he stopped accepting disciples. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in astonishment, The future Palace Master, your older brother, he whispered to himself. No wonder she's usually so arrogant, and no one dares to mess with her. Then she replied firmly, Obviously, the entire Yanhuang Academy belongs to our Mu family. Seeing this, Tianming quickly pleaded, Upper Master, I really want your outstanding older brother to be my master. Could you act cute with him a little and help me out? She refused flatly. Dream on. Forget acting cute. Even taking a leak in front of him wouldn't work. She gazed into the distance and explained slowly, If it's my brother you're after, then you can forget it. His standards are frighteningly high. He's rejected many people with powerful backgrounds already. But 3 years ago, he did accept one disciple, and it was his only one. It's someone you know. Hearing such words, Tianming blurted out a question full of doubt. Who do I know? At this moment, Mu Wan, while twirling her pipe, enunciated each word clearly, Lin Xiaoting. Hearing this, Tianming's eyes widened as tension filled his mind. He whispered to himself, Could it be her? Outside, the deep blue sky stretched endlessly, and the leaves rustled gently in the wind. Tianming blurted out slowly, but with great shock. Lin Xiaoting is Mu Yang's only disciple, which means she's being groomed to be the next palace lord. Mu Wan took a puff from her pipe and replied, That's right, she relies on her Saint Beast War soul and is also the top genius of the Vermilion Bird Nation, so there's no reason she wouldn't be groomed. Then, she blew a puff of smoke into his face and slowly explained, However, I know a young boy. As innocent as you wouldn't do those obscene things, it's just that no one believes you. Furthermore, based on Lin Xiaoting's background, you can also guess that tomorrow, very few heavenly masters will be willing to take you in. Pausing for a few seconds, Mu Wan warned in a stern voice, Even so, you must perform well and try to win the favor of the heavenly masters. Otherwise, you can only come back and study with me. I am just a minor grandmaster, and the resources I can provide you are limited. He quickly clasped his hands, bowed his head low, and said firmly, I understand. Thank you, Grandmaster. A heavy thought immediately came to his mind. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow for the results. The morning of the second day dawned, and under a clear blue sky, soft sunlight covered the ancient pavilion roof. On his way to the examination grounds, he met Zi Kun. He spoke in a deep voice. Li Tianming, Mu Wan has met with you, hasn't she? Prepare yourself mentally, today. A situation may arise where no heavenly master is willing to take you as a disciple. He quickly bowed and replied, Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Hall Master. A thought flashed through his mind. Wei Zikun's surname is also Wei, just like his mother. Could they be related? Then the man turned and started to walk away. He said decisively, I will now take you to meet the Inheritance Heavenly King to prepare for the discipleship ceremony. Tianming replied briefly, Yes, and then followed him. Soon, the two arrived at the Inheritance Hall. Zikun announced, Inheritance Heavenly King, esteemed Heavenly Masters, the first disciple of the Phoenix Hall, Li Tianming, has arrived. At this moment, the Inheritance Heavenly King sat majestically, holding a book, his voice echoing with authority, This year's first disciple, Li Tianming. Raise your head so that I and the Heavenly Masters can see you clearly. In the silent hall, Tianming's reply rang out clearly, Yes, Heavenly King. The eyes of all the heavenly masters turned towards him. The king spoke slowly, each word clear. The first disciple has arrived, and I'm sure you heavenly masters already know a thing or two about him. I've heard that 4 years ago, he was a disciple of the Institute, so you are all well aware of his aptitude. Therefore, whoever wishes to take him as a disciple may choose directly. Afterwards, the atmosphere grew restless, with whispers spreading throughout the hall. Meanwhile, he observed with a sharp gaze. He scanned his surroundings, his thoughts swirling. As expected, no one is choosing me, and Mu Yang isn't here either. At worst, I'll just get this ceremony over with and then find someone from the Wei family to save my mother. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, the inheritance heavenly king's voice boomed. Li Tianming, how about this, right now? You demonstrate some of your skills. Otherwise, given your age, you've nearly passed the best period for cultivation, and the heavenly masters won't be able to help. You, he immediately replied decisively. All right, but without even an opponent, how could he demonstrate his skills? The king then suggested that one of the disciples present could spar with him a bit. As soon as the words were spoken, Guohao stepped forward, his voice full of vigor. Let me, Wei Guohao, a disciple of the heavenly manor at the spirit source realm. Peak. He approached Zikun and said calmly, Second uncle, I'm here to help our brother from the Phoenix Hall. Hearing those words, he thought to himself, this person calls Wei Zikun second uncle, and Wei Zikun's older brother is Wei Tiansheng, the palace lord of Yanhuang, who is also my mother's older brother. So this person is the eldest grandson of the Wei family, Wei Guohao. A few minutes later, the two took their positions for the duel, and Guohao asked confidently, You're Li Tianming, right? I am Wei Guohao, a disciple of Heavenly Master Zhao Tianshen. Tianming replied calmly, Senior brother Wei, how shall we proceed? On one hand, he said, confidently, just hit me with all you've got, unleash every trick you have so the Heavenly Masters can see your true strength. I won't fight back. But on the other hand, he thought to himself, this clueless brat, can't you see no one is interested in you? What a waste of time. Of ours, let me help you get the hell out of here. Then, Tianming said with determination, All right, Senior brother Wei, I'll take this chance. A storm of thoughts brewed in his mind. He's at the peak of the spirit source realm, so it's not impossible to win. I'll just have to play it by ear. He immediately spoke with confidence. All right, then put on a good show. Give it your all. He calmly called out to the little chicken. Now, he looked at his opponent with a sharp gaze and said seriously, This time it's 2 against 1. The opponent is very strong, so don't get cocky. Yihuo narrowed its eyes and said coldly, This guy seems really arrogant. He's not taking you seriously at all. As soon as it finished speaking, Tianming and Yihuo charged forward. He swung the purple chain, letting out a loud shout. Seeing this, one of the masters praised, Not bad. After unleashing his beast origin, he's almost at the 4th level of the spirit source realm. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Xiao. Another heavenly master replied, At his age, our Tianfu Palace disciples are about to break through to the 6th level of the spirit source realm. The voice of another heavenly master rang out. Besides, he's only close to the 4th level. He hasn't even reached it yet. A few seconds later, Yi Huo leaned in and charged faster, whispering, Let me test his abilities first. He then swatted Yi Huo aside with his hand, saying deceitfully, Humph, didn't I say I wouldn't fight back? Suddenly, he appeared right next to Guo Hao, who had already noticed and said scornfully, Too slow. I can't even be bothered with you. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The chain in Tianming's hand glowed, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air. He froze, momentarily blinded by the sudden flash. He exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Instantly, he channeled his power, shattering the chain into pieces that scattered to the ground. In that moment, he seemed frozen, unable to believe his eyes, his voice filled with shock. What? A few seconds later, Guohao spoke mockingly. My bad. I broke your beast weapon. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. Just then, Yi Huo lunged forward, spewing a fierce torrent of crimson-orange flames, the eternal purgatory fire, and then shouted defiantly, Looks like it's up to Grandpa Chicken to teach you a lesson. In this situation, he calmly held out his hand, speaking with contempt. A petty trick, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, he observed intently, smirking to himself, You're calling the ancient eternal purgatory fire a petty trick. Then, the flames blazed fiercely, surrounding him. Ah! Guohao screamed in panic. What's happening? This fire! I can't break through it! Suddenly, one of the masters shouted urgently, Guohao, take off your clothes quickly, don't let the fire burn you! Hearing this, he hurriedly tore off his clothes, muttering, That bastard Li Tianming must have done this on purpose. This move doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely humiliating. At this moment, Yi Huo was ecstatic. Look at him! I beat him so bad he's stripped naked. You might as well take off your pants, too. After struggling to escape the ring of fire, Guohao thought, How dare you embarrass me in front of the heavenly masters? I'll make you pay. He shouted, Come on, let's continue. Just then, Tianming smiled, his voice tinged with sarcasm. No need. You've already destroyed my weapon, and I've used my strongest divine art. I have nothing left to show. Seeing this, Zikun spoke up. All right, Guohao, step down. He bowed his head slightly. Yes. Second uncle. Then, he asked, Now, he can be accepted as a disciple. Is anyone interested in him? A master slowly replied, Li Tianming, the spirit source divine art of his symbiotic beast isn't bad. Everything else is not worth mentioning. What about you, fellow heavenly masters? Do you want to take him in? The sound of hushed discussions rippled through the air as the heavenly masters debated amongst themselves. The green-bearded heavenly master said loudly, I won't take him. Another replied decisively, I pass. Another heavenly master also chimed in, I pass as well. The bald heavenly master exclaimed, Not interested. Just then, Zikun turned to leave, saying curtly, If no one wants him, then I won't waste any more time here. Tianming slowly followed, replying, Yes, Hall Master. In the quiet moment, his thoughts raced. Although I expected this, entering the Tianfu Palace was the fastest way. It seems that path is closed now. How troublesome. Suddenly, a voice rang out, full of challenge. What kind of joke is this? You're going to kick out the #1 disciple selected from the ranking battle? It was Mu Yang's voice. He continued angrily, This is breaking your word. How can you still call yourselves the Tianfu Palace? He respectfully greeted, Vice Palace Master. The heavenly masters in the hall bowed in unison, their voices echoing as one. We greet the Palace Master. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. And then he wondered, Vice Palace Master, could this person be him? Standing before him, with long hair like a flowing silver river that stood out in the room, a name surfaced in his mind, Mu Yang. Then, in the middle of the hall, he spoke with a commanding voice. The reward for the #1 disciple is direct admission into the Sky Palace. This is our solemn vow, and it is something the Sky Palace is bound to uphold. If you heavenly masters wish to let this #1 disciple leave today, I will not allow it. A heavenly master answered, feeling the pressure. You speak wisely. But then another voice spoke up awkwardly. We do have our own predicaments. And then a final cold remark was made. Indeed, the disciple who took first place this time is far too unremarkable. At that moment, he was lost in the thoughts swirling through his mind. This Vice Palace Master Mu Yang has an extraordinary and imposing aura. He seems trustworthy. No wonder Mother believed in him, but he's also one of Lin Xiaoting's heavenly masters. In this situation, Mu Yang spoke slowly but decisively. Since no one wants to accept him, then let him choose for himself. Then he turned to Tianming and asked, What is your name? He answered clearly, Disciple Li Tianming. Then the man's voice boomed with authority. Li Tianming, you may choose any one of these 18 heavenly masters. I guarantee that the heavenly master you select will be responsible for instructing you. This is the vow of the Sky Palace. In that instant, Tianming lowered his head and answered resolutely, There's no need. If they already find me an eyesore, why should I be the one to force a decision? This master-disciple relationship, I believe, should not be coerced. Mu Yang asked doubtfully. Are you certain? Then he warned. In that case, you will not be allowed to enter the Sky Palace. Is that worth it? Zikun hastily interjected in a harsh tone. Li Tianming, don't be a fool. Seize this opportunity properly. However, his eyes glinted with resolve as he spoke, each word seeming to hang in the air. Of course I won't give up the chance to enter the Sky Palace. It's just... Then, he declared firmly, I don't wish to become a disciple of the heavenly masters. I want to become your disciple. The moment he finished speaking, Mu Yang froze, his eyes wide open, his sharp gaze filled with utter astonishment. Just then, laughter began to echo through the hall, as scornful voices spoke up one by one. This kid is completely delusional. Are you even worthy? What a hopeless case. Amidst the jeers, Mu Yang slowly began to speak. If these heavenly masters do not meet your standards, and since I have already declared before everyone that I will not send you away, then wait. When you have the strength to become my disciple, I will take you in, he answered clearly. To become your disciple, what level of strength is necessary? Then he pointed towards Guo Hao and stated his condition. When you can effortlessly crush Wei Guo Hao, I will take you as my disciple. Until then, you may remain at the Sky Palace and cultivate on your own. He scoffed arrogantly. Crush me? In your dreams. At this, Tianming bowed deeply and said clearly, This disciple understands. Thank you, Vice Palace Master. Inwardly, however, he thought, Excellent. Cultivating on my own is exactly what I wanted. As for crushing Wei Guo Hao, a few more days is all I need. Then, he turned to the heavenly masters and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Everyone, this matter is now resolved. You may all be dismissed. They bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, Vice Palace Master." And with that, they began to file out of the hall. Suddenly, he raised his hand, waving, and called out, Vice Palace Master, could I have a word?" The scenery outside the hall was breathtaking, with a majestic mountain range stretching into the distance. The pale blue of the peaks blended with the vibrant green of the forest below, creating a tranquil yet mysterious atmosphere. In the quiet of a lakeside pavilion, he spoke in a low voice. "I have a private matter I wish to discuss with you." Mu Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. "What private matter could there possibly be between us?" Tianming quickly asked. "Does the Vice Palace Master remember an old friend of yours?" Slightly surprised, he asked back, "Who?" At this, Tianming lowered his head, his lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze profound. Then, he softly uttered a name, Wei Jing. Instantly, the man was thunderstruck, his eyes flying wide, reflecting absolute shock. Then, Mu Yang grabbed him by the throat, his words laced with suspicion and fury. "You're just a boy. There's no way you could know her. Speak now. Who sent you here to threaten me with her name?" Facing him, Tianming quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding. I'm her son. Wei Jing is my mother." He thought to himself, "Whoa, calm down, man." Instantly, he gripped the boy's shoulders and shook him hard. "What? You're her son? No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity the moment I saw you," he cried out. "Could you please calm down? You're about to crush my shoulder." Then he waved his hand and hastily explained, My apologies. I was rude. I'm usually a very composed person." Tianming rubbed his shoulder and replied in a weary voice, "I understand." Then he stood up straight to speak, seriously. "Vice Mansion Master, I don't know what happened to my mother back then. I've trained so hard for all these years, hoping that one day I could enter the Heavenly Mansion, because my mother told me only by entering the Heavenly Mansion could I help her." At this, Mu Yang frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with doubt. "Save her? What do you mean?" the young man explained, each and every word like a pain hidden for many years. "Do you know about the minor life calamity? My mother has been tormented by this affliction for many years." The man was stunned and exclaimed in shock, "When did she contract the minor life calamity?" Pausing for a few seconds, the young man spoke slowly. "It's been nearly 20 years since I was born. Even after enduring for 20 years, the minor life calamity refuses to recede, refuses to bow." The man frowned slightly, his brief question laced with concern. "What about Li Yanfeng? Did he take care of her?" Tianming replied with a sigh. "Li Yanfeng, he abandoned my mother and me. He's now the son-in-law of the Thunder Sovereign Mansion, acting as their attack dog." As soon as he heard this, Mu Yang erupted with killing intent, and he exclaimed, "That bastard, I'm going to take his life." Immediately, the young man spoke urgently, "Vice, Mansion Master, there's no time. I just want my mother to live. She might not be able to hold on for much longer," my mother said. "The Mansion Master of the Heavenly Mansion can help her get rid of the minor life calamity. This is the only hope. Please take me to see the Mansion Master immediately." However, the man's reply was not what he expected. "With my understanding of Master, even if you meet him, he won't help. He might even kick you out of Yan Capital. That father and daughter, neither of them will compromise with the other. Getting him to act is too difficult." The young man clenched his fist, his voice ringing with determination. "Just take me there. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I have to charge in. Even if they want my life, I have to go. My mother is more important than anything," Mu Yang replied. "All right, I'll take you. They won't go so far as to take your life. At worst, they'll just throw you out." In the distance, the red-tiled roofs of the Wei Mansion appeared against the azure sky, brilliant sunlight pouring down, reflecting off the ancient tiles and the wooden sign carved with the two words, Wei Mansion. Raising a wine cup, a soft voice spoke with deep reverence. "Grandfather, today is Xuaner's 18th birthday. I toast to you." Her voice was formal, each word seeming to hold a deep wish and respect. "I only wish that time could slow down a little, so that grandfather can stay forever young and always be by Xuaner's side." She was Wei Ling, Xuan, the youngest daughter of Wei Tiansheng and the younger sister of Wei Guohao. Across from her was a man with a dignified air, who spoke slowly. "It's still Xuaner who has the sweetest words. I still remember when Xuaner was born, she was only the size of my palm. He was Wei Tiansheng, the mansion master of the Heavenly Mansion, the father of Wei Jing, and the master of Mu Yang." He continued in a warm, deep voice, "In the blink of an eye, 18 years have passed, and you've become a young lady. Later, grandfather has a gift for you." The atmosphere in the room was warm and filled with laughter. At the banquet table, a voice spoke with a hint of humor. "Grandfather, you're so biased. On my birthday, there was no gift at all." Immediately, Jin chimed in. That's right. We want gifts too." The old man chuckled, his voice indulgent. "All right, everyone gets one. Now Zi-kun, spoke up. See that? Father, the old master, actually smiled. Tiansheng replied, You're right. Even an iron tree has to bloom. From now on, I should let the kids get closer to you more often. Every time I come to see you, you just chase me away. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden floor, and a voice called out, Master, your disciple has come to see you. Seeing the atmosphere, Mu Yang felt hesitant. It seems I've come at a bad time. Everyone is having a banquet? Then I won't disturb you. I'll come back another time. The young man behind him was picking his nose while thinking, This matter can only be discussed with him quietly. I can't let the whole family know. Tiansheng spoke slowly, with a hint of gentle reprimand. Is that you, Mu Yang? It's been several days since you've come to see your master. Although it's a family banquet, you're hardly an outsider. Come and sit down. Who is that kid next to you picking his nose? He looks so ill-mannered. Mu Yang quickly tried to explain, but the young man immediately blurted out earnestly. Junior Li Tianming, I implore the master of the house to save my mother. Upon hearing this, the man looked up at him and asked, What is your mother's name? Then, Tianming answered, his voice clear and firm. Wei Jing, my mother suffered a minor life calamity 20 years ago, and now her time is running out. I have returned with her to Yan capital to beg the master of the house to save her. Instantly, a dark aura filled the air as the man erupted in fury, his voice booming with indignation. 20 years! Are you saying she would rather suffer for 20 years than return? Seeing this, Zikun grew flustered. We're screwed. Sister's name is the ultimate taboo. I can't believe Li Tianming is her son. Tiansheng was just as worried. Father's good mood is about to be ruined. Why did he have to show up now of all times? And right in front of the whole family, suddenly, Tiansheng slammed his hand on the table, his voice seething. Mu Yang! He roared without hesitation. Throw this man out of Yan capital for me, and his mother too. Cast them out and never let them return. At that moment, Mu Yang quickly tried to placate him. Master, please calm your anger. We will handle this. The young man standing beside him grew furious. He shouted indignantly, To watch someone die and do nothing, you are unworthy of being a father. Tiansheng quickly shouted, How dare you? Zikun also yelled, Shut up, brother Mu Yang, get this brat out of here now. At that moment, Tiansheng's white eyebrows shot up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He snarled furiously, You rotten brat, what did you just say? In this tense situation, Mu Yang gave a strained smile while covering Tianming's mouth. He said gently, Master, please don't take it to heart. The boy is just anxious. I'll take him away right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yang quickly let him out. Rotten brat, don't say another word. Suddenly, Tiansheng called out, Wait a moment. I've changed my mind. The two of them froze. Mu Yang still had his hand over the boy's mouth as sweat trickled down his cheek. Then, he spoke in a cold, resonant voice. I cannot allow Wei Jing to bring shame to us from the outside, nor can I let this brat flaunt the Wei family's name. I must imprison them. If they are to die, they can only die in the Wei estate. At the Wei estate, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Tiansheng made his position clear. I will not allow it. Letting them stay outside will only bring shame to the Wei family. If they must die in the Wei estate. His tone was incredibly harsh, carrying an air that permitted no dissent. Tianming raised an eyebrow slightly and retorted directly. You say that as if the Wei estate has such a good reputation. The moment he opened his mouth, Mu Yang sensed trouble and helplessly held his forehead. Here comes another conflict. What a headache, just as he predicted. The very next second, Tiansheng furiously roared, Tiansheng, throw this brat and his mother into the Lin Yu pavilion for me. Without my order, no one is allowed to visit them. How could Tiansheng dare to disobey him? He quickly and respectfully replied, Yes, father. Having received his answer, Tiansheng flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind a single stern sentence. Mu Yang, I'm leaving this matter for you and Tiansheng to handle together. The other man nodded slightly. Understood, master. Watching Tiansheng's departing figure, Ling Xuan was endlessly frustrated. Grandfather must be furious. What do we do now? My most anticipated 18th birthday gift. Guo Hao, standing next to her, pouted and mumbled. What else can we do? It's definitely cancelled. It's all because of that Li Tianming. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. I haven't even settled the score with him for embarrassing me in front of the Celestial Master this morning, and now he causes this mess in the afternoon. Ling Xuan was astonished. So he's the first disciple? How detestable. Why are we even related to him by blood? Returning to the group in the middle of the hall, Tiansheng frowned with dissatisfaction. Brother Mu Yang, for something this major, you should have discussed it with me first, don't you think? Even Zikun was anxious. What do we do now? The old master must be furious. Mu Yang calmly reassured them. Senior brother, don't worry. Not only did master not kick them out, but he even used this method to accept them back into the Wei estate. There must be a hidden meaning to this. Tianming immediately grasped the main point and said, This means my mother has a chance. Upon hearing this, Zikun made his stance clear, waving his hand dismissively as he left. I'm not that optimistic. As for getting involved, I'd rather go find Mu Wan for a drink. I'm leaving. Mu Yang didn't mind at all and smiled at Tian Xiong. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about this either. Just leave it to me. I'll find a way to discuss this matter with Master. I'll take Sheer back first. The other man nodded slightly. This is the only way for now. Soon, they stepped outside, where the warm sunlight shone down on every corner of the Wei estate. Tianming strode alongside them. With Mu Yang, he took the initiative to ask, Vice Lord, will grandfather really save mother as you said? The other man answered frankly, I can't say for sure, but at least he'll give her a chance. I know Master well. He cares deeply about his reputation. Tianming was confused. A chance? What kind of chance? Ying Huo chimed in from the side. That old geezer is so stubborn. Fine. One of these days, I, the great chicken lord, will peck his beard clean, pull down his pants, and set them on fire. As soon as it said that, Mu Yang's interest was piqued. He sized it up for a moment and remarked, This life-bound beast of yours isn't a parrot, but it can talk. Coincidentally, I'm craving some chicken soup tonight. What do you think? Ying Huo glared angrily. Hey there, handsome sir. A gentleman uses his words, not threats. Let's talk this out. Mu Yang intentionally ignored it, smiling as he said, You know, you do have a bit of meat on you. Hearing this, Ying Huo jumped up in a panic. Can we please not talk about eating me? Seeing that Mu Yang still hadn't answered his question, Tianming grew more impatient. Please, just ignore that stupid chicken. What's this chance you were talking about? The moment he said that, Ying Huo puffed up its feathers and shot back. Who are you calling a stupid chicken? Mu Yang just nodded and muttered, A stupid chicken it is, then. After walking a bit further, he glanced back at Tianming and said cryptically, You are the key to resolving the issue between your mother and your grandfather. Li Tianming was stunned for a moment. Me? What should I do? Go beg that old man again? But Mu Yang looked Tianming straight in the eye and answered clearly, It's simple. Get stronger. The boy was confused. Get stronger? I'm already working on that. How is that the key? Mu Yang shook his head slightly. No, you need to become a powerhouse in a very short time, strong enough to capture everyone's attention. If you can make Master look at you differently, your mother will have a chance. The Wei brothers aren't interested in the position of clan head, and as for the younger generation, their talent is just too average, and that's a sore spot for Master. He has a great appreciation for those who are ambitious and strive hard. As he said this, he glanced at Tianming. The hint in his words was obvious. The boy understood immediately, his eyes shining. In other words, to win that old man's approval, I have to be the one to prove my worth for my mother's sake. Mu Yang chuckled softly. Exactly. It's not just about approval. You have to make him genuinely admire you. Tianming looked doubtful. Does that mean I have to become your disciple? The man replied seriously. Not officially, but I will help you get this. As he spoke, he summoned something. An energy current in the shape of a fire dragon slowly drifted toward Tianming. He watched it intently. Mu Yang said calmly, Your weapon was destroyed, so consider this a gift. It's a fifth-order bestial weapon, the flame dragon chain. Hearing this, Tianming was stunned. This is far too precious to be a gift. Mu Yang simply smiled. My boy, I will persuade Master to allow you to cultivate in the flame-yellow pagoda. For now, leave your mother's affairs to me. The moment he heard that name, Tianming hesitated. The flame-yellow pagoda. That wasn't a place someone like him could just come and go as he pleased. Mu Yang guided him, saying, You don't have a friend to get you inside, so first, ask someone to take you in, and I'll give you the key afterward. Tianming's face lit up with understanding. A friend? I get it now, thank you, sir. He thought to himself, Looks like it's time to find Linger to help me train. Seeing his excited expression, Ying Huo pouted disdainfully. Look at that shameless grin on your face. You're definitely up to no good. Tianming immediately glared back and snapped. Get lost. You're one to talk about being shameless. With their discussion concluded, Mu Yang had no reason to stay any longer. All right, I'm off to get your mother. Come find me if you need anything. Tianming smiled brightly and replied, I will train as hard as I can. Time flew by, and soon, he found himself standing before the Azure Phoenix abode. He muttered to himself, This must be the place. Tianming walked up to the door, grinning at the slip of paper in his hand. Thankfully, Linger had carefully written down the address for him before. He raised his hand to knock a few times, and in an instant, Fei Ling peeked her head out, calling happily, Big brother. She gracefully pushed the door open, her eyes crinkling with a smile. She spoke in a gentle voice. I knew you would come. Tianming scratched his head shyly and got straight to the point. Linger, I've come to trouble you for help with my training. Just then, Qing Luan also peeked out, her face twisting into a frown the moment she saw him. And here I was, wondering who it could be. It's just this country bumpkin. Ying Huo quickly tried to make a good impression. And don't forget me, the super adorable chick. We want to take Linger to the flame yellow pagoda. Qing Luan snatched it up, glared, and shouted, "Get lost, you!" Cute? Where? Ni Hoa immediately begged for mercy. "Milady, please go easy on me." The next second, Than Lone shifted her hostile gaze to Thien Men. She stated clearly, "Hey, your reputation is terrible, so Lin Ni will definitely get dragged down with you. I don't approve." He smiled slyly and assured her, "Don't worry, with the token you gave me. Who would dare to mess with her?" Mentioning this, Than Lone became visibly annoyed, putting her hands on her hips and demanding, "I almost forgot you brought it up. Now give the token back. To me, to keep you from using my name to go around scamming people." As she said that, the smile on Thien Men's face instantly froze. "Big sis, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of guy. Please don't ask for it back. You're putting me in a tough spot." Ngi Hoa, being a traitor again, gleefully revealed, "I know where that token is. Just pet me for a little while and I'll tell you." Than Lone squeezed it hard, her face cold as she demanded, "You meddling damn chicken, speak, where is the token hidden?" Ngi Hoa pretended to think seriously, but its words came out extremely flippantly. "Big sis, he hid it in his pants. All you have to do is stick your hand in and..." Before it could finish, Than Lone irritably grabbed it by the neck. It let out a piercing shriek. Thien Men and Phi Lin froze in place, mumbling as they asked for permission to leave. "Well, Lin Ni and I will be heading out now," Than Lone warned in a growl. "Get out of here, before I really blow up." The scene shifts to the outside, where a gentle breeze was blowing, and the sky was incredibly clear and blue. Along the way, Thien Men struck up a conversation. "Lin, hi, I have a feeling you can help me cultivate, especially in the possession state." Phi Lin agreed without a second thought. "Sure, my possession state has now reached perfection. According to her, a perfect possession will enhance every aspect of you, big brother, and I can only achieve perfection when I'm in the possession state with you. I'm really looking forward to dual cultivating with you, big brother, because it will allow me to break through to a higher realm." Thien Men's eyes instantly lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Can we enter the possession state while we travel?" Phi Lin nodded enthusiastically. Of course, in the blink of an eye, they quickly merged into the possession state. Thien Men lightly stomped his foot for momentum, and the earth beneath him instantly cracked. He effortlessly leaped into the sky, a pair of massive wings sprouting from his back, and Thien Men looked utterly exhilarated. "Lin Hai, I can't believe I can even feel your heartbeat now." Phi Lin's clear laughter responded. "Does that mean Lin Ni can feel your heartbeat too, big brother?" Thien Men chuckled, and continued to soar through the sky. Phi Lin murmured softly, "I guess this must be what people call telepathy." The two of them laughed cheerfully and joked for the rest of their journey. The scene cuts back to the Wei Manor. In a quiet courtyard, leaves drifted down, dancing in the wind. Inside a room, Mo Duong respectfully bowed to the person before him. "Master, you were looking for me?" Thien Thuong asked in a solemn tone. "How is the matter progressing?" The corners of Mo Duong's mouth lifted slightly. "Rest assured, Master, I've already arranged for Teach Ni's return to the manor. No one will dare to bother her, and I've also suggested that Li Tianming go to the flame yellow pagoda to cultivate." The other person nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression suddenly darkened. "Good, you understand me best. I heard that kid once did something despicable. What was it?" Mo Duong didn't hide anything and recounted the specifics. "It's related to my disciple, Lam Tio Din, but it seems there's more to the story now." Hearing that, Thien Thuong instructed sternly, "That boy has a resolute look in his eyes and doesn't fear authority. He is definitely not a petty criminal. You must investigate this matter thoroughly for me." Mo Duong understood and immediately complied. "Yes, master, the truth will be brought to light for all to see." The scene changes to the flame yellow pagoda. From a distance, it was a towering structure, its spire hidden among the fluffy white clouds. Looking up from the base, Thien Men couldn't help but marvel. "This pagoda is so tall, you can't even see the top." Phi Lin giggled. "Big brother, is this your first time at the Flame Yellow Pagoda?" He admitted it outright. "Yeah, from now on, Lin Ni, you'll have to come and help me out often." Phi Lin giggled teasingly. "Than He will get jealous if you do that." Thien Men shrugged and said with a straight face, "Who cares? It's not like she likes me or anything." The moment he finished speaking, Phi Lin smacked him. "What nonsense are you spouting? She's jealous of me." Ni Hoa covered its mouth, a mischievous smile on its face, and pretended to scream in shock. "Oh my god. So, that's the kind of relationship Lin Ni and Princess Than Lone have?" Phi Lin immediately bonked it on the head and snorted in frustration. "You too, you damn chicken. Shut your beak." "For me," she then urged. "Stop playing around. Let's go. Don't think I'm just some goody two-shoes. I have a mind of my own." While the two were engrossed in their conversation, someone had already recognized them. "Isn't that Princess Jiang Filing? Who's that young man beside her? I've never seen him before." Immediately, someone else chimed in. "I know him. His name is Li Tianming, the one who poisoned Mu Qingqing back in the day. The crowd started to murmur amongst themselves. How is someone like him allowed into the sacred palace, and even brazenly entering the tower with Princess Linger? These murmurs reached Ling Xuan's ears, and at that moment, her impression of Tianming plummeted drastically. This fool has brought complete shame upon the Wei family. I really don't understand why grandfather let him out. The surrounding crowd grew more animated, even starting to spread malicious rumors. Princess Filing is so innocent, she must have been deceived by him. I wonder who will stand up to help the princess. Hearing this, Ling Xuan grew even more anxious and silently resolved, no, I can't let him succeed. I must expose him for who he is in front of the princess. Acting on her thought, Ling Xuan strode forward without a moment's hesitation. She stopped, in front of Feeling and Tianming, speaking in a serious tone. Princess Feeling, please halt. Tianming recognized who she was, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze. You're that little brat from the Wei family. Failing frowned slightly. Wei Ling Xuan, correct? Do you need something from me? As soon as she asked, Ling Xuan launched into a clear speech. Princess Filing, I don't know how you're acquainted with Li Tianming, but I implore you to be clear-headed, see him for who he truly is, and don't let him entice you with sweet nothings. The moment she said this, she received an enthusiastic response from the crowd. They shouted in unison, finally, someone is standing up for justice. Well said. His true colors are ugly and disgusting. His kind will defile the flame-yellow tower. Just then, Feeling proved with her own actions that she could tell who was good and who was bad. She took the initiative to hug Tianming's arm, rested her head on his shoulder, and curved her lips into a radiant smile. I don't think my brother is ugly. You all are. A mob that laughs at, mocks, and harasses others. I enjoy being with my brother, and I don't need you to interfere in my business. Witnessing this, Ling Xuan and the crowd were completely frozen in place, their jaws nearly hitting the floor in astonishment. Suddenly burst out laughing, a smirk playing on his lips as he smugly declared, that's right, a bunch of fools who love to slander others, but in the end, Linger still chose my side. What do you think? Pretty infuriating, huh? My character might be flawed and my talent lacking, but Linger still likes me. How does that feel? As he spoke, Tianming gripped Feiling's hand tightly, pulling her closer to him in an intimate pose. He gazed at her intently, his eyes filled with affection, and softly called, Linger. She replied softly, brother. The two of them, perfectly in sync, formed a heart with their hands, putting on a public display of affection just to spite the onlookers. Feeling giggled. Of course, our minds are connected. The crowd was so furious they could cough up blood, choked, and unable to say a single word in rebuttal. Tianming didn't even bother with them, taking Feiling's hand and walking away. Let's go, Linger. Reacting to these petty individuals will only disgrace you. I truly don't get why they would slander a pure man such as myself. Watching them walk away, Ling Xuan was still stubbornly unconvinced. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Li Tianming must have used some kind of trick to blind the princess, causing her to defend him without any regard for her own reputation. Ling Xuan was so angry she trembled. She clenched her fists and yelled, Li Tianming, stop! I swear I will expose your true nature today. Tianming frowned, genuinely annoyed by her. You really are a persistent pest. Out of respect for the Wei family, I'll let this slide. But if you insist on pestering me, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xuan completely ignored his words, directly channeling her inner power to challenge him. Don't you bring the Wei family into this. Who the hell do you think you are? Tianming's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. What a nuisance. I guess I have no other choice. As he spoke, Feeling transformed, entering a symbiotic state with him. The atmosphere instantly tensed up, and the crowd began to buzz. A fight's breaking out. Now we've got a good show to watch. Most of the people there looked down on Tianming, sneering. He's a villain with no real power, yet he still dares to act all high and mighty. Right at that moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, stop! An old woman stepped out. It was Qin Shi, the heavenly master of Princess Qing and Wei Ling Xuan. She warned with a stern face, the Heavenly Palace has a strict rule against fighting inside Yanhuang Tower. Do you all want to be expelled from the Heavenly Palace? The moment she saw Qin Shi, Ling Xuan immediately dropped her arrogant demeanor, hurriedly waving her hands to explain, Heavenly Master, this disciple wouldn't dare. Qin Shi glared at her. The most important thing for you is to focus on breaking through to the 7th level. Don't waste your energy on such trivial matters. Ling Xuan lowered her head, mumbling in response. Yes, this disciple will remember. After that, Qin Shi scanned the surrounding crowd. You lazy brats, always slacking off. Disperse. Go and cultivate for me. They didn't dare delay for a second, and soon scrambled away for their lives. Yes, Heavenly Master. Tianming turned to the person beside him. Let's go cultivate too, Fei Ling. She nodded gently in agreement. Qin Shi silently glanced at them, thinking to herself that this brat Li Tianming really causes a commotion wherever he goes. Very quickly, Tianming and Fei Ling arrived at the Yanhuang Stone. Fei Ling exclaimed excitedly, "We're here, big brother. This is the Yanhuang Stone. Everyone cultivates here." He looked up, completely overwhelmed. "Years ago, when I was a disciple of the lowest rank, I heard about this place. It's truly magnificent," Fei Ling cheerfully suggested. "Let Linger give you a brief introduction, big brother." According to her, the Yanhuang Stone was said to have been placed here by the founding seniors when Yanhuang Academy was established. It can condense endless heaven and earth spiritual energy and can also channel its flow. This source of spiritual energy is beneficial for cultivation, specifically as follows. With the Yanhuang Stone as the center, the area is divided into 5 cultivation levels based on distance. The furthest is called the initial level, corresponding to level 1, while the closest is level 5, known as the peak level, which means you get to cultivate right at the foot of the Yanhuang Stone. Tianming looked doubtful. Then wouldn't everyone fight to sit at level 5? Fei Ling gently shook her head. Yes and no, because it also depends on each person's endurance. She explained that the heaven and earth spiritual energy is extremely volatile, and not everyone can control it. The closer you get, the more dangerous it is, and it's easy to suffer a backlash, ruining your cultivation for life. Tianming understood immediately, saying metaphorically, "Your eyes are bigger than your stomach. You're afraid of eating until you burst." He smiled and asked, "So I guess very few people currently qualify for the peak level?" The answer was beyond Tianming's expectations, according to Fei Ling's research. Not very few, but none at all. Throughout all of history, no one has ever achieved it. The highest has only been level 3. Tianming was momentarily stunned. "What? It's that difficult? Then who is at level 3 right now?" She stated with certainty. "You won't want to hear that name, big brother." Hearing this, he could only think of one person, gritting his teeth unwillingly. "It's Lin Xiaoting. Linger, now that we've fused, let's try for level 3. Fei Ling gave a forced, helpless smile. "It's better if we take things one step at a time." Their conversation was overheard by Ling Xuan, who was standing nearby, and she sneered, "Challenge level 3? In your dreams." Ling Xuan arrogantly pointed at Tianming's face, letting out a scornful remark. "Even I can only cultivate at level 4, let alone a newcomer like you. If you can manage to cultivate at level 3, I swear, I'll get on my knees and lick your shoes." Seeing her, Tianming was visibly annoyed. "You again? You're like a ghost that won't go away." Inwardly, he secretly scoffed. What a stupid taunt. She refused to let up, continuing to insult him in an arrogant tone. "Li Tianming, you're just as much of a waste as your mother is. That incurable disease is the best karma she could get." She schemed to herself, "Since I can't make a move myself, I'll use the Yanhuang Stone to punish you. If you try to go to level 3, you'll end up dead or crippled." Fei Ling looked at Ling Xuan with clear disgust on her face. "How dare you openly insult Big Brother's mother? That's just too much." On the other side, Tianming confirmed again with a cold face. "You just said, if I successfully challenge level 3, you'll kneel and lick my shoes? So do you dare to announce that publicly?" Ling Xuan didn't take him seriously at all, and declared decisively, "What's there to be afraid of? Everyone. Listen up. Li Tianming wants to challenge level 3. And if he succeeds, I will get on my knees and lick his shoes." The commotion between the 3 of them quickly attracted the attention of the people nearby. They quickly gathered around to gossip. "Looks like we've got another good show to watch. Everyone is mocking him so excessively. Is that Li Tianming guy nuts? The 3rd level is a joke." Tianming ignored the harsh words aimed at him, smirking slightly at Ling Xuan. "Good, then you'd better get ready to lick my shoes." Just then, outside the flame-yellow tower, the sun was high in the sky, its warm rays shining down on the tower's windows. Ling Xuan aggressively laid out the conditions for Tianming. "You have to last for at least half an hour, and you must go alone, with no help from the princess. Understand? Do you still dare to bet?" He readily agreed. "Of course, same as before, just you wait and lick my shoes." Fei Ling was a little worried and called out softly, "Brother." Tianming was still in a joking mood. "It's nothing, don't be scared. If I happen to lose, Linger can take the punishment with me, all right, for company." The opponent was left speechless. What a cunning brother. She wasn't even part of the bet. Meanwhile, the crowd was chattering endlessly, certain that he had a screw loose. He actually dared to accept this kind of bet. He clearly knows nothing about the flame-yellow stone. As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. "You said it. A sane person wouldn't be stupid enough to harm Mu Qingqing and nearly destroy himself in the process." And so, under the intense gaze of the crowd, Tianming advanced step by step. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Hua, "Firefly, this time, it's all up to you." With the eternal purgatory body combined with the eternal purgatory scripture, reaching the 3rd level shouldn't be too difficult, right? It snorted dismissively. You're underestimating your great lord. Just charge right in. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can rest and watch the show. Tianming shook his head slightly, looking mysterious. Don't. Going all out right away is a bit too arrogant. The fourth level will be fine. Yi Huo immediately raised an eyebrow and retorted, Arrogant? You only have half an hour, and you're acting like this is some huge ordeal. And just like that, it wasn't long before Tianming drew closer to the flame Yellowstone, leaving everyone stunned. Why is he heading to the fourth level? He's planning to skip the first three and go directly to the fourth. Are you kidding me? Seeing this, Ling Xuan clicked her tongue in contempt. He knows he's going to fail, so he's trying to go one level higher. Does he think failing there will be less embarrassing? How naive. The crowd's chatter didn't affect Tianming in the slightest. After walking a certain distance, he stopped and uttered in a deep voice, Let's begin. Firefly, begin. The words had barely left his mouth when Yi Huo landed on top of Tianming's head. At the same time, a brilliant golden energy erupted. Seeing this, Ling Xuan was momentarily stunned. Could he not be pretending but actually be serious? Panic suddenly seized her heart. Hey, if he actually dies, they won't pin the blame on me, will they? Time passed. On the other side, Tianming sat cross-legged, concentrating on circulating the internal energy within him. Sweat streamed down, soaking the hair at his temples. The distance between Tianming and the flame Yellowstone was quite short, and a massive wave of worldly spiritual energy quickly enveloped him. Fei Ling was overjoyed. I can feel brother starting to resonate with the flame Yellowstone. The people present also began to feel a sense of dread. He can't actually be doing it, can he? Witnessing the entire process, Ling Xuan began to panic, even feeling a tinge of regret. He had already lasted for a quarter of an hour and was still going strong. If this continued, meanwhile, Tianming was marveling to himself. The flame yellow stone truly is a sacred training ground. In just a few short minutes, I've already felt its wonders. He slowly got to his feet, nodding with satisfaction. Half an hour really is a short amount of time. With that said, Tianming leisurely lifted his foot and raised an eyebrow in Ling Xuan's direction. It seems my shoe has gotten dirty. What should I do now? What a headache. At that moment, every bit of Ling Xuan's previous arrogance vanished completely. Her face, flushed beet red with shame. She bit her lip hard, rendered speechless. Seeing her awkward situation, many people stepped forward to mediate. Li Tianming, why don't you just drop it? We all acknowledge your victory today. Don't make things hard for a young lady over a simple joke. The person beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. As a man, you should be more magnanimous. We all recognize your exceptional talent. Everyone can disperse now. It was just a silly bet, that's all. We're all gifted disciples. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Trying to sweep everything under the rug with just a few words? Tianming found it utterly ridiculous. The precious daughter of the flame yellow palace master, yet in front of so many people, she goes back on her word and hides behind others. I guess some people aren't worthy of being from the Wei Manor. At this point, Ling Xuan was so humiliated that her eyes welled up with tears. She yelled at the top of her lungs, Li Tianming, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? He simply smiled calmly and urged her. Well, get to licking. Ling Xuan adamantly refused. Who wants to lick your disgusting shoe? You're shameless. Yi Huo, who had disliked her from the start, immediately shot towards her like an arrow, slammed into Ling Xuan's foot. I'm here to help you. The very next second, she lost her balance and fell face first onto the ground. Tianming was startled by this. Ling Xuan's face landed right on the tip of his shoe, and blood from her nose dripped onto it. Tianming sighed helplessly. Didn't you say you were going to lick my shoe? Why did you have to get it even dirtier? The nearby crowd witnessed the entire scene. They were utterly stunned, their lips trembling without a word. At that moment, Ling Xuan was overcome with shame and burst into tears while covering her face. Li Tianming, you scoundrel! How dare you bully me? I will never let you get away with this. With that, Ling Xuan scrambled to her feet and ran for her life, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. You just wait. Fei Ling stood there, dumbfounded. She's gone, Tianming sighed, knowing more trouble was on the way. Despite that, he quickly put the matter out of his mind. Oh well, let's start cultivating. Fei Ling nodded in agreement and suggested, Big brother, how about we try to challenge the peak compatibility together? Of course, Tianming didn't refuse. He gave a firm thumbs up. All right, let's do it. As Linger spoke, the two walked side by side toward the Yanhuang stone, amidst the crowd's gasps. Look, they're going up again, aren't they? Are they really going to challenge the fifth level? Fei Ling quickly transformed and merged with Tianming, and they began to advance. Big brother. He smiled faintly. Thank you, Linger. Tianming strode right up to the Yanhuang stone, looking incredibly small before its majestic presence. Tianming reached out to touch the surface of the Yanhuang stone and couldn't help but marvel. The peak compatibility was truly extraordinary. The spirit energy and flames were incredibly intense. If it weren't for Linger's fusion, I probably would have been torn apart by now. In an instant, his arm suddenly transformed. Fei Ling exclaimed in surprise. Big brother, your left arm is a beast arm. Tianming hesitated before replying. It's a long story. I'll tell you when I get the chance. Let's focus for now. With that said, he immediately tensed up and mustered all his strength. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he let out a piercing scream. After a moment, Fei Ling suddenly spoke up. Big brother, it's too intense. Linger can't take it. Still straining and gritting his teeth, Tianming quickly replied, relax. Right at that moment, Yi Huo suddenly popped out and immediately made a snarky remark. What are you two doing? All this panting, screaming, and sweating? Anyone who didn't know better would think you two were getting it on. Tianming had no energy to argue with it, urging in a trembling voice, if you have time to talk nonsense, then hurry up and help me withstand this. Yi Huo chuckled and said, all right. I knew you'd have to rely on me at the critical moment. Not long after, its jaw dropped as it exclaimed in terror, this is a spirit energy storm. At this very moment, a brilliant golden energy was swirling in the air, vortexing violently around Tianming's position. Yi Huo, realizing the danger, panicked. It warned, stop now. If you're devoured by the spirit energy storm, you'll die. Having come this far, Tianming obviously wasn't going to give up easily. Let's hold on a little longer. We have to hold out for at least half an hour. A moment later, Fei Ling bit her lip and said weakly, Big brother, Linger can't go on. Tianming quickly thought of a plan. Linger, I can still hold on. Quickly transfer all your power to the back so I can bear it. As he finished speaking, the very next second, he took the full pressure of the energy flow from that enormous source, letting out an involuntary roar. The spirit energy vortex grew stronger and stronger, gradually expanding outwards. At this point, the people, who had been crowding around to watch, had to flee for their lives. This is bad. The Yanhuang stone is out of control. Li Tianming is being devoured by the spirit energy storm. Meanwhile, outside, Mu Yang was slightly startled when he saw the unusual energy emanating from the distant Yanhuang tower. That's someone challenging the peak compatibility. Who could be so bold? Thinking of that possibility, he frowned in suspicion. The commotion from the Yanhuang tower was excessively loud. This naturally drew many powerful experts who rushed over to assess the situation. Why did a spirit energy storm suddenly appear? Quick, check what happened. Inside the tower, the spirit energy vortex gradually dissipated, and the crowd immediately focused their attention on the Yanhuang stone. Look, he's coming out. Tianming strode through the dense smoke, and as soon as they saw his figure, the crowd erupted. Li Tianming wasn't actually devoured by the spirit energy storm. What an unexpected inheritance. He successfully challenged. The peak compatibility. Mu Yang nodded slightly. It seems so. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tianming slowly walked out. What? What's with all the commotion? Wasn't I just looking for a suitable place to cultivate? How did I end up alarming the Vice Palace Lord and all the Celestial Masters? He asked with a nonchalant smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Mu Yang got straight to the point. How did you do it? Tianming just shrugged and let out a sarcastic laugh. Of course, it was with my unparalleled talent, the very talent that you esteemed Celestial Masters looked down on. Surprisingly, the Master didn't seem to mind. This time, he finally had to nod in admiration. I have to admit, this is the first time I've misjudged someone. What do the rest of you Celestial Masters think? Someone immediately chimed in. It's too late to say anything now. He's already the Vice Palace Lord's disciple. We can't just claim him. The Master sighed with regret. If only I had known his talent was this high earlier, I would have. Whatever he might say, it was already too late. Meanwhile, Mu Yang smiled and didn't hesitate to praise Tianming, peak compatibility, enough to write your name into the history of Yanhuang Academy. Not bad. He gave a slight nod in return. Thank you for the encouragement, Vice Palace Lord. I need to take Linger back now. She needs to rest. Fei Ling spoke weakly, a troubled look on her face. My apologies, everyone. Since she said that, Mu Yang had no reason to keep them any longer. He waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Remember to find me when you get back. I have a few things to discuss with you. Tianming replied decisively. Understood, Vice Palace Lord. Time flew by quickly. The scene changes back to the Qing Luan Pavilion. At that moment, the bright sunlight was shining down on the ancient roof. Inside one of the rooms, Qing Luan stood with her hands on her hips. She questioned him irritably. Li Tianming, you country bumpkin. How could you let Linger end up like this? So what? Is having peak compatibility something to brag about? Her tone grew increasingly harsh. Tianming was a bit speechless. Big sis, I haven't said a word. You're the one making all this up. Fei Ling, standing between them, quickly tried to intervene. Don't fight. I'm fine. Her voice was too quiet. Qing Luan pretended not to hear, patting Tianming's shoulder with a cunning smile. Even though you're just a country bumpkin. But if you agree to serve the Vermilion Bird royal family, I definitely won't treat you poorly. Seeing her act like this, Tianming could only sigh. You change your tune so fast. A second later, thinking of something, he suddenly agreed cheerfully. Of course, that's possible. I'd be a fool to refuse. This time it was Qing Luan's turn to be speechless. You change your tune even faster than I do. Ying Huo piped up, heck yeah. It goes without saying, his dream is to become the prince consort of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Hearing this, Qing Luan's cheeks suddenly flushed red. She covered her face, feigning shyness. Let's talk about that later. The important thing is to get my father's approval. A second later, Ying Huo immediately threw cold water on her. You're overthinking it. He doesn't want to marry you. He wants to marry Princess Linger. Being told she was overthinking things by a symbiotic beast, Qing Luan was suddenly stunned into silence. In that moment, Tianming suddenly spoke up with a bright smile. I'm being serious now. In this foreign land, the two of you are the only friends I have, so no matter what, I'm willing to risk my life for you both. He had just uttered a sincere sentence when Ying Huo jumped in to spoil the mood. It grinned mischievously. What, trying to bag them both? Tianming, annoyed, threw it away. Get lost! Go find yourself a chicken coop to play in. Qing Luan's expression suddenly turned serious. What are you messing around for? Li Tianming, there's one more thing. In a few days, I have to leave for a while. You have to protect Linger well. Also, you are absolutely forbidden from bullying her. If I come back and find out you did anything bad, I'll have you dragged to the palace and made into eunuch Li. She glared at Tianming, her voice filled with threat. He hastily promised. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare. He said that on the surface, but inside, Tianming was already overjoyed. With this shrew gone, wouldn't he be able to date Linger freely? He suddenly remembered something important and quickly asked, by the way, where are you going? Fei Ling answered on her behalf. Qing Er is going to the abyssal battlefield. As for the specifics, it's not convenient for us to say. Big brother, you can ask the Vice Palace Lord. Perhaps he will tell you. Not long after, at a waterside pavilion in a bamboo forest, Tianming did indeed go to ask Mu Yang about it. He was a little surprised. What? You're asking about the abyssal battlefield? Tianming was curious. Can I ask about it? The other man shook his head slightly. It's not that. The abyssal battlefield is a competition for the most elite disciples. If you win, you'll receive many rewards. Additionally, the abyss itself contains many fortunes and rich resources. However, the number of slots is limited, and there are also requirements for one's cultivation realm of a disciple. Through his brief introduction, Tianming immediately understood and let out a soft sigh. Is that so? The slots are all filled. I see. Seeing his disappointed expression, Mo Yang proactively offered, if you have any requests regarding cultivation, you can tell me directly. Since he had said so, Tianming readily accepted his kind offer. Thank you, Vice Palace Lord. I won't be polite then. Right now, I want to find a few top-grade origin-level martial arts. Mo Yang didn't hesitate for a moment, and agreed, certainly. I'll take you to the Battle Merit Hall and let you choose for yourself. From what Tianming knew, the Battle Merit Hall was where the Sky Palace stored its techniques. No matter how rare or powerful the combat technique, it could be found here. But it was said that only the most outstanding geniuses were qualified to come and choose a single combat technique. Mo Yang was a man of his word and quickly led him to the Battle Merit Hall. He carefully instructed someone below, Yuan Ji, take Li Tianming, to select 3 top-grade, origin-level combat techniques. The other party didn't dare to delay, hurriedly replying, yes, senior brother. The moment he stood inside the Battle Merit Hall, Tianming still found it a bit hard to believe, mixed with a hint of smugness. Outstanding geniuses only get to pick one, but I get 3. I've definitely latched onto a powerful backer. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 10 hours had passed. Mo Yang looked at the young man before him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. You took that long to choose just 3 combat techniques? You're certainly thorough enough. Let me see the 3 techniques you've chosen. Tianming excitedly introduced them. To him, after careful selection, these are the 3 I'm most satisfied with. In order, the first scroll is a movement technique called Fire Soul Flickering Shadow. When cultivated to the highest level, the body becomes like a ghostly flame, appearing in a flash. The second scroll is a fist technique called 3 Suns Heavy Fist. The 3 Suns Heavy Fist has a total of 3 moves, characterized by continuous attacks, with each punch powerful enough to take a life. The third scroll is a whip technique called Soul Morning 7 Kills. This Soul Morning 7 Kills can emit ghostly wails through the vibrations of the long whip, suppressing the opponent's spirit. Tianming had calculated it carefully. The reason he chose these 3 was that the fist technique could multiply the power of his dark arm, and the whip technique, combined with his soul-bewitching eye, would create a comprehensive attack on both sight and hearing. I feel like I'm about to become invincible. I can't wait to start training. Hearing his continuous introduction, Mo Yang stroked his chin and assessed, these are all highly difficult combat techniques, especially the third one, which isn't bad at all. If you can cultivate these 3 to the South achievement level, it's enough to be proud. In the Sky Palace. Receiving his recognition, Tianming became even more determined. He clenched his fist and said to himself, "I'll do my best," while silently adding in his heart, "What's the South achievement level? I can master them to the absolute peak." Seeing Tianming's enthusiasm, Mo Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then work hard. I'll be leaving first." He didn't forget to add a final instruction. "If you need anything, come find me at the Mo residence." Tianming enthusiastically waved goodbye. "Got it. Thank you, Vice Palace Lord. You're too kind." He was eager to return to the Qingluan Pavilion. "I'll go find Linger and cultivate these techniques with her." After taking a few steps, Tianming suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute. It's probably not a good idea to go find her in the middle of the night. I guess I'll wait until tomorrow." Time passed quickly, and soon, night fell, the space becoming deathly silent. The night wind slipped through the window frame, making the pale yellow candle in the corner of the simple room flicker. The wavering candlelight illuminated Tianming's face. At that moment, he was sitting properly cross-legged, his eyes shut tight, completely focused on his cultivation. A moment later, Tianming suddenly opened his eyes. "I feel the egg in my symbiotic." Space getting agitated. In an instant, the egg was resting snugly in his palm. Tianming muttered in a low voice, "That's right. Are you finally ready to be born?" Yi Huo chimed in. "No need to ask. It's a super lazy bum. It should have hatched a long time ago. It's just been holding it in, not wanting to come out." This was the first time Tianming had heard of such a case, his eyes widening in amazement. "There's such a thing? Then when will it come out?" Yi Huo explained, "It's sleeping in. You can't count on this type. Just ignore it. I have something for you." After speaking, it took out a red bodice and enthusiastically introduced it, a top-quality item, the red bodice of Princess Qing. "It took me a lot of hard work to steal it. I know you've been longing for this, and as your brother, I naturally wanted to help you get it. So, am I a true brother or what?" Tianming immediately jumped up. "You damned chicken, who asked you to do this? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Huo acted as if it didn't hear, urged with a grin. "Go on, enjoy the fragrance." He took it and sniffed quickly, still playing it cool. "I don't believe it smells good. Let me just check." Nihoa sneered, thinking he was just putting on an act. Tianmen quickly snapped out of it, shaking his head frantically. "No way. We have to burn this now. Don't let the princess find out, or she'll really have me made a eunuch in the royal palace." Fast forward to the next morning, he excitedly knocked on the door of the Thon Lone Pavilion. "Is Lin Hai here? Are you awake yet?" To his surprise, the one who opened the door was Thon Lone. She frowned and complained, "What's with all the knocking? It's so noisy this early in the morning. Why are you here again?" Thien Men looked past Thon Lone and pressed, "Where's Linani?" She answered dismissively, "She's still doing her makeup." "Why are you here?" Thien Men confidently walked straight inside. "Why shouldn't I be here? I came for Lin He, not you." He panicked and mentally warned Ni Hoa, "You absolutely cannot let it slip that I stole her bodice." But it deliberately went against him, asking with a mischievous grin, "Brother, that red bodice you used to wipe your nose yesterday, the one with the vermilion bird embroidered on it, wasn't that Princess Thon's?" In that instant, Thien Men wanted to strangle Ingihoa, gritting his teeth and cursing that stupid chicken. Of course, Thon Lone overheard every single word of their conversation. Oozing killing intent, she snarled, "Li Thien Men." He meekly tried to do some damage control. "Big sis, it's a misunderstanding." The result was predictable. A moment later, Tien Men's terrified scream echoed throughout the Thon Lone pavilion. He got beaten to a pulp by Thon Lone, his face all swollen as he spoke. "I came to ask Lin Ni to train with me." He inwardly seethed, wanting to grind Ni Hoa to dust. "That damn bird! How dare it trick me?" Than Lone grabbed Phi Lin's sleeve, her face filled with worry. "Lin Hai, don't hang out with this scoundrel. Just stay home and help me." Seeing her expression, Phi Lin chuckled. "It's fine. Lin Ni." She smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay, brother." Thun Lone was stunned. "Don't go, Lin Ni. Are you completely blinded by him?" In the end, she couldn't break the two of them apart, so she yelled irritably, "Li Tianmen, you've got some nerve." The scene then shifts to the young duo. A short time later, they were at the Yan Huang Tower. Blending into the crowd, Tianmen asked in a low voice, "Lin Hai, do you know who is participating in the Sunken Abyss beast fight? How many spots are available?" Phi Lin explained that while it was supposed to be a secret, it was actually an open one. She then gently asked a question. "Brother, have you heard of the 7 prodigies of the heavenly ranking?" Tianmen misheard and was utterly confused. "The 4 Sun, Frog?" Phi Lin burst out laughing. "Not quite. It's the 7 top-ranked disciples on the heavenly ranking." She explained that the first was Lam Tu Din from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Tianmen scoffed in annoyance. He didn't even have to guess to know that guy was number 1. Phi Lin nodded in confirmation. "The one you despise." She went on to name the second-ranked person, Mac Lam of the Heavenly Secret Palace. Upon hearing that name, Tianmen nodded. "I know him. He helped me when I went to the main hall to choose a cultivation technique. He's a good guy. I respect him." Next up was Quang Thon Lone of the Vermilion Bird Royal Clan. He couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe Princess Thon is that strong. A top expert ranked third. Fai Lin continued to list the others, Tin Quiet of the Starry Spirit Merchant Guild, and Wei Kwok Hao of the Heavenly Prefecture's Wei family, most of whom were people Teen Men was somewhat familiar with. Fai Lin's voice went on. Next is the person ranked sixth, Than Hao, also from the Starry Spirit Merchant Guild. And the remaining person, the final member of the seven prodigies, Mok Tin Tin from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. The smile on Thien Men's face vanished instantly. He frowned slightly. Mok Tin Tin. So she managed to rank seventh. Fai Lin explained, she used to be ranked outside the top 10, but she recently climbed her way up to 7th on the heavenly ranking. Just hearing that name made Thien Men visibly uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this woman would do anything to climb the social ladder. It's no surprise someone like her would use me as a stepping stone to reach a higher station. The Sunken Abyss Beast Fight has a total of 7 spots. Lam Tu Din is an inner disciple of the Holy Heaven Mansion, and the other 6 conveniently fill the remaining 6 slots. But I heard the Holy Heaven Mansion only intends to accept 1 person this year. Thien Men was taken aback. Intends to? He suddenly grew curious. So what exactly is this Holy Heaven Mansion you mentioned? Their ultimate goal is to compete for that single spot. Fai Lin looked surprised, brother. For small nations like ours, the Sacred Sky Mansion's existence is godlike. According to you, the Vermilion Bird Nation is also just a small country. On this vast Yanhuang continent, there are countless nations like it, and the Sacred Sky Mansion is the celestial palace of the entire Yanhuang continent. All the Yanhuang academies and core celestial mansions in this world were established by the power of the Sacred Sky Mansion. Hearing this, Tianming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In other words, disciples from other nations also participate in this abyssal beast battle. Fei Ling nodded slightly, confirming, that's right, after all, this is truly an opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step, so the competition is extremely fierce and brutal. Tianming quickly pulled himself together, smiling as he remarked, even though this stuff has nothing to do with me, it's still good to know. It gives me more motivation to train. Let's go, Linger, we're heading to the top floor. She agreed instantly. Okay, brother. With that, she scurried after Tianming into the bustling crowd. From a hidden corner that Tianming didn't notice, Shen Hao glared fiercely at his retreating figure, grinding his teeth and scoffing. If fighting wasn't forbidden here, I would have beaten him to death long ago for daring to assault my little brother like that. Xing Kui chuckled reassuringly. Don't be hasty. There will be no shortage of opportunities to teach him a lesson. And besides, we aren't the only ones with a score to settle. Look around. Plenty of people are hostile toward him. And just as he said, countless hateful gazes were currently fixed on Tianming. Ling Xuan was among them, glaring as she cursed. That bastard. Why do I start grinding my teeth the second I see him? Guo Hao was equally irritated, wondering to himself, why would the princess want to be so close to him? It's infuriating. Meanwhile, Tianming was completely focused on his training, unbothered by that troublesome bunch. He asked in a low voice, Linger, how long can you possess me each time? She replied with a gentle smile, for as long as you want, brother, even forever. Hearing this, he let out a huge laugh. Really? We truly are a match made in heaven. Suddenly, Fei Ling confessed earnestly, actually, I was also hoping you could join the abyssal beast battle, brother. That way, I can possess your body without revealing myself and go help Qing'er. To be honest, I'm really worried about her. At the mention of this, Tianming immediately expressed his regret. Your feelings for Qing'er are truly precious. It just means my current cultivation level isn't high enough to qualify. The only thing I can do is use the Yanhuang stone to get stronger, but it's still too slow. Fei Ling gently comforted him. Brother, don't blame yourself. You've made the most rapid progress of anyone I've ever seen. However, Tianming still couldn't rest easy. He felt a powerful urge from within. I need to get even faster. Tianming slowly got up and gently touched the surface of the Yanhuang stone. He shared his thoughts. Actually, the first time I touched the Yanhuang stone, I felt like it was alive. Even though it has always stood imposingly in this spot, what it wants isn't to be admired by thousands of people. It wants to interact with others, to spar with others. But nobody understands it. They don't even dare to get close. He paused for a few seconds at this point and took a deep breath. Tianming slowly unwrapped the white cloth bandages from his left arm. This is just my theory, but I really want to give it a try. He looked directly at the Yanhuang stone and muttered under his breath, you all revere it as a god, but I see it as a brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tianming lowered his body, his hand clenching into a fist. I want to spar with it. His fist, carrying a ferocious stream of spiritual energy, slammed directly into the Yanhuang stone. He had struck with his full power. In that instant, an earth-shattering sound suddenly reverberated throughout the entire area. In the next second, a bizarre sight caused the crowd to go into an uproar. Look, what's happening to the Yanhuang stone? It's emitting an unprecedented light. This result was exactly what Tianming had hoped for. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly as he thought with certainty, "It's working." Tianming stood proudly, facing the blazing, lava-like flames before him. "Just as I thought, the Yanhuang stone is reacting to me. It's slowly transforming." Acting decisively, Tianming channeled his internal energy, gathering blue spiritual qi around his left hand for another punch. Not only did he not back down, he attacked the Yanhuang stone again. This feeling of excitement is so liberating. The sight was so terrifying that the people nearby scrambled to get away. "Quick, inform the preceptor!" Li Tianming is trying to destroy the Yanhuang stone. Damn it, that idiot Li Tianming. He has a perfectly good life to live, but he insists on courting death. For 2 hours. 1 hour later, the conflict was over. White smoke billowed everywhere, and from within, a pair of legs stepped out, parting the thin veil of smoke covering the ground. "Let's rest for a bit, I'm dead tired." It was none other than Tianming, completely unharmed, who spoke while rewrapping the gauze on his hand. How was he so unscathed? His sudden appearance made their jaws drop. He was actually still alive. He had really been in there for a whole hour. "It looks like his realm has increased by 2 levels, the man said, breaking out in a cold sweat. "That's right. This talent is truly heaven-defying." Seeing that Tianming was safe and sound, Fei Ling quickly ran to him and suggested, "Brother, it's too chaotic here. Let's go." Hearing his little sister's words, he had an idea. "It's been a few days since I've seen my mother. Do you want to come along?" As they were happily chatting, Ni Hoa flew over and teased, "So soon? You already want my mother to meet her daughter-in-law?" This made Tianming blush. Stop imagining things. Her cheeks turned pink as she shyly lowered her head to ask, "Brother, what kind of gift should I bring to meet your mother?" He gently shook his head, stroking Fei Ling's flowing hair as he replied, "You don't need to." Along with his words, Tianming gave her a look full of affection. "For my mother, you are the best gift in the world." Hearing such sweet words from him, Fei Ling could only lower her head in embarrassment. "Brother, why do you say such nice things? You're so annoying." The two continued their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. Ni Hoa yelled out a reminder. "Hey, stop with all the PDA. Look around you. Everyone is turning green with envy." It's true. The group of successors, their faces as red as boiled shrimp, gritted their teeth from afar. "Li Tianming, you bastard, who do you think you are? Trying to steal our goddess. If you keep whispering those sweet nothings, don't blame us for what we do." The situation looked bad, so Tianming quickly grabbed her hand and picked up the pace. "Let's run." Meanwhile, elsewhere, sunlight streamed through the tiled roof of a luxurious mansion where a slender hand was skillfully placing go pieces on a board. Across from him, Shen Gong had already made the first move on his favorite go board. The way he moved the piece made Mu Yang rack his brain, pondering his own move. Suddenly, a subordinate entered, bowing to report. Reporting to the vice mansion master, Li Tianming attacked the Yanhuang stone and received an unexpected fortune. He advanced 2 realms at once, causing a huge commotion. Listening to the news, Mu Yang broke into a smug, wide grin. "It seems our old friend's son always manages to surprise us." Beside him, Shen Gong chimed in. "Li Tianming is truly a remarkable character. I feel that if we were to lend him a little money, his future returns will surely be great." Mu Yang seemed to catch the hidden meaning in his words, his expression turning serious as he lowered his voice. "Lend money? What do you mean? Are you running some kind of business?" Shen Gong quickly let out a small laugh and explained, "Brother Mu, don't get the wrong idea. This is quite interesting. Let me tell you all about it." Back in another location, large houses stood side by side, warmed by the sun. Tianming and Fei Ling had arrived, and he pointed ahead, telling her, "Linger, my house is just across that bridge." But before they could move, they both had to stop, because a group of people was standing in front of the bridge, seemingly blocking their path. "Let's go take a look." Tianming's face remained expressionless as he lowered his head slightly, his eyes turning cold. I guess what's coming is coming. As it turned out, Ling Xuan had predicted his arrival and was standing with her arms crossed, blocking Tianming's way. "Li Tianming, so you finally came back. If we don't teach you a lesson this time, we won't be worthy of the Wei family name." Behind her, Guo Hao and his 2 lackeys also started jeering. "Hey, loser, if you get on your knees and apologize to my sister right now, I might go easy on you. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." "Brother Hao, stop wasting words on him. He dared to bully Xuaner. We should beat him until he's crippled." He paid them no mind, raising a hand and cracking his knuckles. "Beg for forgiveness? You're dreaming. Come on, who wants to go first? Or you can all come at me at once. I'll teach you a lesson about respecting your seniors." Seeing Tianming's attitude, Guo Hao and his cronies clutched their stomachs, laughing until tears streamed down their faces. "All at once? Is this you trying to show off for the girl?" Ling Xuan felt utterly humiliated by him, her body seething with killing intent and her face flushed with rage. "You shameless, despicable bastard, still trying to cling to your connection with the Wei family? I'll make you kneel every day just to speak to me and lick my shoes, she immediately shouted, summoning her power. His own spirit beast, six-winged great peng bird, you don't need to interfere. I want to teach this arrogant fool a lesson myself. Tianming, relying on Yi Huo's support, smirked triumphantly at Fei Ling. Ling Shi, the little firefly is more than enough to handle her. We can just stand back and enjoy the show. With that said, the six-winged great peng bird spread its wings and charged forward, its mouth wide open, spewing red flames. In an instant, a massive fireball formed and grew as it sped toward the two of them. It's starting. Ah, he quickly snatched it while it was still sound asleep, drool dripping from its beak. You stupid chicken, is this any time to be sleeping? I was just dreaming of a cute little hen. Before Yi Huo could even come to its senses, it was thrown forward by Tianming. Go get him! Just like that, it single-handedly charged headfirst into the raging flames. Guo Hao's group was left completely stunned by his action. What kind of master directly sells out his lifebound beast? He's truly shameless, using his lifebound beast as a shield. That powerful collision created a terrifying explosion. White smoke billowed everywhere. From within, Yi Huo emerged, its body ablaze with fury. You dare disturb my beautiful dream and try to burn me with this pathetic flame? It spoke with a chilling gaze, its voice as cold as ice. Don't you know? I'm the ancestor of all fire. It's this big-bodied chicken, right? Not wanting to waste any more time, Yi Huo shot forward like an arrow, spreading its wings. You must have a death wish, don't you? Despite its small size, its power was immense. It beat Ling Xuan's spirit beast to a pulp. Even she, standing on the sidelines, felt her heart ache watching the scene. Guo Hao's six-winged great peng bird furrowed its brow, its face drenched in sweat from a mix of shock and fear. It was crushed in an instant. How is this possible? After dealing with one spirit beast, Yi Huo turned its attention towards Ling Xuan. It's your turn, little girl. She gripped her sword tightly, formed a hand seal, and declared loudly, Don't get cocky. I haven't even gone all out yet. But it seemed completely unfazed, even headbutting her sword tauntingly. Then please, do me a favor and go all out. Just like that, Ling Xuan was attacked by Yi Huo, each peck on her body teaching her a lesson she'd never forget. Seeing his junior sister injured, his heart ached, and he immediately stepped in to defend her. Get lost! Yi Huo crashed into Guo Hao's armor and was sent flying backward. Isn't this the idiot I burned a few days ago? It's him, Guo Hao. With an aggressive demeanor, he declared, Li Tianming, today I will make you pay a heavy price. Didn't Mu Yang say that if you defeated me, he would take you as his disciple? Seeing her senior brother like this, Ling Xuan's face was filled with worry. Brother, be careful! His cultivation level has increased. Unable to hide his emotions, Guo Hao's brow twitched, his eyes filled with extreme anger. I'm giving you a chance today. You better make the most of it. Tianming, on the other hand, flashed a mocking smile. Fine by me. It just so happens I was looking for a scarecrow to test my new technique on. Seeing Tianming's utter disregard for him, Guo Hao lowered his head, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Li Tianming, you like to talk tough, don't you? In that case, let me cut out your tongue first. He channeled his internal energy, and instantly, Guo Hao's spirit beast was summoned the six-winged golden great peng bird. Over here, he smiled and asked Yi Huo, little firefly, how should we deal with this chicken? Perched comfortably on Tianming's head, it suggested, pluck its feathers. Seeing the two of them so eager to fight, Fei Ling warned from behind, Brother, be careful. Guo Hao didn't want to waste time arguing. He clenched his fist and arrogantly shot forward. On the other side, he was also ready, stomping his foot so hard the ground cracked. Then, with a look of glee, Tianming smirked and moved forward quickly. Opposite him, Guo Hao pulled back his right arm, his hand clenched into a tight fist. He gathered all his internal energy, unleashing a diamond-heavy fist. And so, the two sides plunged into battle. Guo Hao attacked relentlessly, while Tianming switched to a constant defensive mode. A moment later, the fight reached its climax, and a terrifying explosion erupted, shattering the ground. The momentum threw him backward, but he managed to steady himself with his hands. You dare to meet my fist with your own? Your hand must be crippled by now. On the other side, he wasn't much better off, staggering back a few yards. Seeing Tianming like this, Fei Ling's face filled with worry. Brother, are you okay? To ease her worries, he quickly stood up and waved his hand. It's nothing. Don't worry. It was just scratching an itch. Tianming's action left Guo Hao frozen in place, unable to believe his eyes. What? Not even a scratch? How is that possible? He had long suspected there was something strange about that arm. He originally thought he was just bluffing, but he never expected it to hold a real secret. What on earth is it? On the surface, Tianming appeared calm, but inside, he was thinking, this Wei Guo Hao is truly worthy of being one of the 7 sons of heaven. Damn, he's really strong. With my current power, it'll be tough to beat him. To end this fight quickly. Tian Men looked over at her, seeking her help. Lin He, help me. I need your support. Yes, brother. Understanding her senior brother's intention, Fai Lin clasped her hands to her chest and stood behind him to provide support. Watching the two of them, Kwok Hao sneered, his contempt plain on his face. Pathetic tricks. You think getting help from the princess is enough to beat me? Are you scared? Looks like that last punch wasn't just a tickle, huh? As he received spiritual energy from her, Thien Men looked down and retorted fiercely, "Scared my ass. I'm just showing you some respect by revealing my strongest form." In an instant, a golden dragon spirit beast appeared, its mouth wide open as it charged forward. The golden dragon coiled around Thien Men's body, seemingly clinging to him. "Oh, right. I have you to thank for this. You destroyed my Thunderfire chains, which is why the Vice Mansion Master gave me these new ones." Outwardly, Kwok Hao maintained his scornful, triumphant smirk, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. Damn it, the Vice Mansion Master actually gave a weapon to a scoundrel like him? This is so infuriating. Kwok Hao channeled his internal energy and immediately summoned a sword. Gripping the Huyen Thien Kim Vu in his hand, he pointed the weapon forward. He declared smugly, "I could shatter your weapon once, and I can certainly do it again." Faced with Kwok Hao's provocation, Thien Men burst out laughing. "Is that so? Let's find out." Nearby, Nihoa grew worried for him and changed direction, spreading its wings. "Can you handle this? Let me help you." Seeing Nihoa leave Kwok Hao's spirit beast, Thien Men turned his head and reminded it, "You just worry about handling your own opponent." Without a single wasted motion, Kwok Hao charged straight at him with his weapon. Just like that, the two engaged in a fierce battle, laying waste to the surrounding landscape. Filled with anxiety and alarm, Lang Huyen unconsciously muttered, "What is happening? Is this an illusion? How can he be evenly matched with Brother Hao?" While they were locked in a stalemate, his spirit beast charged from a distance. It was trying to lend Kwok Hao a hand, but Thien Men, with his sharp eyes, shifted slightly and dodged it cleanly. "Firefly, don't let that bird sneak attack me! Go deal with it!" Hearing its master's complaint, Nihoa spread its wings from afar and built up speed to fly forward. I know. This chicken may look dumb on the outside, but it's actually quite clever. It's time to show you my true skills. Behold my new technique." In just a few short seconds, it was face to face with the ugly bird, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. 3 Yin Heavy Claw. "I'll gouge out one of your eyes and see how you sneak attack then." Ngihoa opened its beak wide, and a stream of fire-red energy erupted. "When it comes to sneak attacks, I, this great chicken, am the master. Let me show you how it's done." It wasn't a gentle stream of energy, but a blazing red flame that looked like it wanted to devour Kwok Hao alive. His face was covered in sweat as he looked down, seeking help. Damn it, it's that inextinguishable fire again. But it seemed too late. The flames from Nihoa were steadily closing in, and this time, they were clearly a much stronger version. "This is bad. I have to dodge this wave of fire first." Seeing Kwok Hao's predicament, he immediately seized the huge opportunity. An opening. Thien Men raised his arm high, tensing it with so much force that his veins bulged. 3 Yin Heavy Fist. He delivered a devastating blow right to his opponent's face, making it impossible to dodge. And so, Kwok Hao lost his balance and, with an injured face, fell straight into the flames Nihoa had prepared. Lang Huyen watched from the sidelines, and seeing her brother in such a state, she cried out in anguish, "Brother Hao!" Not far away, after teaching him a lesson, Thien Men advised, "Cousin, are you ready to admit defeat? Just surrender, and I'll retract these flames." It seemed Kwok Hao knew when to quit. He obediently listened and begged desperately, "I surrender. Make it stop." Quite satisfied, he stood there with Nihoa and agreed at once. "Good boy. At least you know your place." Quickly, the massive flames that had been burning Kwok Hao were gradually extinguished. "No one could have expected you to have this kind of power, but if you think that's enough to show off and humiliate us, you're dead wrong. I'm humiliating you right now, so what about it?" He turned on him in an instant, placing a hand on the ground with a cunning look in his eyes. "Li Tianming, today you will surely die. Reverse Blood Azure, Demonic Forest descends. Demonic Descent Art, open." Kwok Hao's sudden change in expression made Thien Men freeze. He gritted his teeth and guessed, "This is a demonic art. Are you trying to take me down with you?" True to his word, Kwok Hao channeled his internal energy, his spiritual power and body turning a deep ocean blue as he executed the technique. Seeing her senior brother in this state, Lang Huyen's tears streamed down her face as she begged, "Heaven's mandate is a forbidden demonic art. Li Tianming, hurry and stop Brother Guo Hao. He's going to die. I won't bother you anymore. I'm begging you. Please stop him." It seems you still don't understand how immense that power is. His face was rather emotionless. "What kind of grudge is so deep that you'd need to use a forbidden demonic art to risk your life against me?" To put it bluntly, he's just petty and can't stand losing. He clearly hasn't been beaten enough. Back with Guo Hao, he channeled his power, lifting his foot from the stone ground. The stone shattered. Guo Hao flickered in and out of sight. A few seconds later, he shot forward like an arrow to face Tianming. The situation was becoming more dire and unpredictable. Ying Huo urgently shouted, "Hurry and run! We can't handle him in this state." But Tianming suddenly stood frozen like a statue. "You think I don't want to? My body suddenly won't listen to me." This demonic art was truly formidable. Raising his arm high, he clenched his palm into a fist. Guo Hao declared, "D." And with that, his power completely erupted, sending smoke billowing across the area. Even from a distance, Ling Xuan was blinded by the dust and had to shield her eyes. A few moments later, the white smoke began to clear, revealing a dark figure in the mist. It was Tianming. He stood motionless in shock. "I'm not hurt at all. What happened?" It seems someone stopped him. Suddenly, from nearby in the smoke, a reproachful voice caught Tianming's attention. Since when has Guo Hao been cultivating the Azure Demon art? It was Tian Kang. He was suppressing Guo Hao by pressing a hand on his head. "I established a family rule long ago that cultivating this heretical art would be met with severe punishment." Seeing his disciple do such a thing, Tian Kang's eyes widened with anger. "You all have truly disappointed me." Witnessing his fury, Ling Xuan kowtowed. She begged ceaselessly, "Grandfather, please calm down. Please save my brother." She kept her head bowed, her voice choked with emotion. She pleaded earnestly. "He obtained the Azure Demon art on the Sunken Abyss battlefield. He didn't let me tell anyone, so I didn't dare to say anything. Your granddaughter knows she was wrong. I hope grandfather will forgive us and just spare my brother's life." Suddenly, from high above, a group of people descended as fast as arrows. "Who is using demonic arts over there?" Tian Xiong's eyes widened as he dazedly asked Tian Kang what was going on. "Father, what in the world is happening?" Guo Hao, "Master?" But all he got in return was a shake of the head and a disappointed look. "Go ask your precious daughter." Having been standing here the whole time, Ying Huo complained, annoyed by their attitude. "Hey, Tianming, are we invisible or something? That old geezer hasn't even glanced our way this whole time." After questioning his daughter for a moment, Tian Xiong seemed to freeze. "What? Guo Hao was defeated by Li Tianming so badly that he had to use a demonic art? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Ling Xuan faced him and nodded affirmatively. "Father, that is exactly what happened." He furrowed his brow slightly, still clinging to his own belief. "That's impossible. Guo Hao could crush Li Tianming with one hand. How could he possibly be defeated? Li Tianming, what in the world did you do? It's only been a few days. How could anyone change so drastically?" With nothing else to do, he gently squeezed Fei Ling's shoulder and added, "It wasn't me, it was mostly Linger and my life-bound beast who did the work. If you want to cause trouble, go find those two." His words left Ying Huo, who was sitting on his head, speechless. "Shameless! You'd even sell out Linger?" Seeing how tense the situation was, Mu Yang stepped forward to mediate. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Today, the Eternal Infernal Stone granted him a great fortune, probably allowing him to break through 2 cultivation realms at once." As he finished speaking, he raised his index finger in praise of Tianming. Li Tianming's talent is truly impressive. With the evidence and reason now clear, Tianxiong was left speechless. He let out a long sigh and conceded, "In that case, we can only blame Guo Hao for his lack of skill and his hot-headedness. Li Tianming is quite capable, worthy of the Wei family bloodline." With a bright expression, Tianming added that he once won an award for being in the top 3 of his entire village. Putting that matter aside, he walked over to Tianchang and asked repeatedly, "Father, how is Guo Hao's condition?" After checking his condition, he immediately reported, "His life isn't in any great danger. I'm just channeling spiritual energy into Guo Hao." Tian Kang then added, "To make a full recovery, I'm afraid he'll be bedridden for 3 months." A moment later, he stood up, looked at the gossiping disciples, and said, "All of you disperse now. Do you have nothing better to do? When you get back, don't spread any rumors." "Yes, Manor Lord." Clasping his hands behind his back, Tian Kang stepped forward slowly. He ordered them to be taken away for strict discipline. Panicked, Tian Jiang followed, supporting Guo Hao. "Yes, father. Over here." Mu Yang looked ahead and continued, "Master, if Guo Hao has to recuperate for 3 months, what are we going to do about the spot in the Abyssal Beast Arena?" Hearing the question without hesitation, Tianshang turned his head to look at him and answered right away. "What else can be done? Our Wei Manor will just have to forfeit." Hearing that place mentioned, Tianming's expression changed, and he rushed forward quickly. "Manor Lord, I want to participate in the Abyssal Beast Arena." He bluntly stated his own goal. "I want to fight for glory for the Wei family, and this is such an important opportunity. How could I possibly let it go?" Having walked a fair distance, Tianshang spoke without turning his head, only his back visible. "Don't talk so high and mighty. Our Wei family doesn't need you to fight for our glory." But it seemed Tianming wasn't discouraged, adding another resolute sentence. "No, the Wei family needs it, and so do I." That brief statement made him turn pale. He spun around to look back and declared, "Your relationship with the Wei Manor, unless you want me to save your mother. Let me be honest, there's no way." With a face as cold as ice, Tianming made a complete commitment. "No way. I'll make my own way. If not, the people of the Vermilion Bird Nation will mock us, saying the Heavenly Wei Manor sent a young disciple to the Abyssal Beast Arena. That would be a huge loss of face." His arrogant attitude displeased Mu Yang, who immediately chided him. Tianming, stop talking nonsense. Tianming's confident spirit greatly intrigued Tianshang. Li Tianming, if you want to go, then I'll give you a chance. He quickly turned around, moving backward. Though this is an opportunity, it's also a gamble. Let's see if you have the guts to take it. Over here, his face was fearless and unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? State your terms. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tianshang offered a tempting condition. I will let you go to the Abyssal Beast Arena, and if you emerge victorious in the end, I will grant your mother a chance to live. He didn't forget to point a finger straight at Tianming's face to emphasize, but if you fail to seize this opportunity and don't end up the winner, you can just wait to see her off. Hearing that, the boy's lips curled into a slight smirk. So all I have to do is win. Is that right? Spreading his hand and opening his mouth wide, Tianming roared his assurance. Then I'll take that bet with you. Never mind just going to the Beast Arena, the Abyssal one. So what if you told me to go to my death? With the challenge and condition set, Tianshang turned and walked away, adding a soft reminder, you have 8 days. Get yourself ready. Watching them walk into the distance, Tianming looked forward with a pleading gaze. Vice Manor Lord, what can you tell me about the Abyssal Beast Arena? Turns out he was seeking advice from strategist Mu Yang. From now on, just call me Uncle Yang. The Abyssal Battlefield, to put it bluntly, is an inverted version of the flame-yellow continent. It's the continent's dark underbelly, a side of darkness and slaughter. With a serious gaze, he earnestly advised Tianming, bit by bit. It's a world without rules or laws, where slaughter is rampant, but it's also a place with many divine sources, spiritual mineral stones, and other treasures. Ignoring Mu Yang, Fei Ling smiled and pleaded, Big brother, I want to go with you. That's the only way I'll get to see Qing'er. Tianming happily agreed right away. Okay, I knew you were going to say that. But to their surprise, Mu Yang disagreed, shaking his head to deny her request. I advise you not to take Linger with you. She'll die in there. The midday sun on the road to the capital grew increasingly harsh. The path was deserted, but Tianming still didn't quite believe Mu Yang's words, and he kept pressing. Uncle Yang, is the abyssal battlefield really that dangerous? Linger can't go. Standing with his head bowed in thought, he tried to explain the reason. The danger isn't the place itself, but the people. The young geniuses from the nations of the flame-yellow continent are also an issue. That's a real headache. Mu Yang strode closer to Tianming, his gaze fixed on the boy. These people, on a battlefield without any rules, can kill at will and are absolutely insane. Hearing you say that, I'm actually finding this more and more interesting. He placed a heavy hand on the boy's sturdy shoulder and shared some heartfelt words with Tianming. You're just another freak like them. You have to come back alive. I'm going to get you a few things to protect yourself. The man's overly emotional expression left the boy stunned. You talk so much, just like one of my parents. It would be great if you were my father. Father, Li Yan. My skills are a pile of crap compared to yours, uncle. His casual remark made Mu Yang's face flush red. What nonsense are you talking about? I just didn't want your mother to worry. I get it. No need to explain further. To change the subject, he steered the conversation elsewhere, his voice echoing down the street. All right, you should hurry and visit your mother. Don't talk about the abyssal battlefield, to avoid making her worry. Yes, Uncle Yang. A moment later, the two of them arrived at Tianming's home, standing before his gate. Mom, look who I brought home. Seeing the elder, the well-mannered Fei Ling shyly bowed her head to greet Wei Shi. Hello, Auntie C. After observing the girl for a long moment, she finally recognized her. It was Princess Ling. The two held hands and chatted away happily. Fei Ling suggested, Hello, Auntie Shi. You can just call me Linger. Wei Shi happily obliged. All right, Linger. I'm very happy to have you visit us. Seeing his mother giving all her attention to Fei Ling, Tianming immediately got jealous. Mom, I'm here too. Pay some attention to me. As if remembering something, she looked over at him and said, You, hurry up and cook dinner. The princess and I want to eat something delicious. Tianming pointed to himself, asking again, Are you talking to me? The two women then watched his retreating back. As he walked away, smiling smugly, Big brother knows how to cook. That's amazing. Let him handle it while we go chat. Night began to fall, and stars twinkled over the roof of the Tianming estate. Turns out, he was a pretty good cook. Soon, the dining table was laden with delicious dishes, like spicy pickled chicken feet and stir-fried chicken with green peppers and a nourishing chicken soup. Fei Ling, who was already starving, drooled at the sight of the food. It looked so delicious, but why is it all chicken? She glanced over at Ying Huo, who had a strange expression, and Tianming asked, Firefly, are you trembling? Don't tell me you're scared. Knowing it loved mushrooms, Tianming began to tease it. Don't worry, we ran out of mushrooms, so I'm not going to stew you today. Hearing this, Ying Huo burst into flames, flapped its wings, and screeched, Me? Scared? I am a phoenix. I'll eat all of it. It was midnight, and the stars glittered like jewels on a dark velvet cloth. The three of them were gathered around the table, eating. Mom, I might have to be away for more than 1 month. While I'm not here, Uncle Yang will look after you, but you also need to take good care of yourself. Hearing her son say this, Wei Zi became worried. Is it dangerous? Is Linger going with you? Tianming glanced at Fei Ling and shook his head. She's not going. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. It'll be a piece of cake. And so, for the rest of the meal, she fell into a worryingly pensive state. Dinner ended, and as late night fell, darkness enveloped the entire estate. The two of them were still strolling down a path, deep in conversation. Big brother, thank you for dinner tonight. Your mom is so nice. Hearing this, Tianming crossed his arms and playfully chided her. Why are you being so formal with me? Fei Ling suddenly hesitated. Big brother. No longer holding back, she looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. I want to go to the abyssal battlefield with you. But he only gave her an affectionate pat on the head. There's no need, I can protect myself. It's too dangerous for you over there. Lowering her head slightly, Fei Ling confessed her reasons. First, I'm worried about Qing'er. For her to be alone is too dangerous, and I was going to find a way to help her anyway. If I can't go, the constant worry will torment me. That was the first reason, but she didn't continue, he prompted. And the second? This made her a little flustered. The second is, I've decided. But Fei Ling summoned her courage and spoke from her heart. For the rest of my life, I want to live and die by your side. That one sentence was enough to make Tianming freeze completely. He stared at the girl before him as if he'd turned to stone, his mind racing with thoughts. How could I, Li Tianming, be so fortunate to have an exceptional woman like Linger willing to face death with me? This life of mine is already more than worth it. From this day forward, I swear to protect Linger. Realizing that silence wasn't the right response, he took action and gently took Fei Ling's hand. She was pleasantly startled by his action. Big brother, why aren't you saying anything? Can I go with you? And so, they held each other's hands tightly, walking forward together in the romantic atmosphere. We'll definitely go together. In the quiet of the late night, only their voices remained. From now on, let's never be apart. Okay, forever. As they were lost in their blissful moment, Ying Huo appeared out of nowhere and started heckling him. Big brother, I want to live and die with you too. I want hugs and kisses too. Are you two trying to rub your romance in my face? It's disgusting. Tianming slapped it so hard it went flying into the sky. Do you have a death wish? Sooner or later, I'll stew and eat you. Under the starlit sky, 8 days later, in the vast courtyard of a luxurious mansion, a small hand gently glided over the zither strings, creating a mesmerizing sound. It turned out that Mu Qing was the one playing the captivating, deadly melody. From a distance, Lin Xiao was also present, striding towards her. I was so worried about you. Have you heard what happened with Li Tianming? He defeated Wei Guohao. Mu Qing, with a completely emotionless face, spoke softly. I heard. So what? Her expression took him by surprise. He quickly added, Aren't you afraid he'll enter the abyssal battlefield and find a chance to kill you? His ranking is higher than yours now. Still looking at the ground, Mu Qing assured him. Once you enter the heavenly mansion, you'll realize that in the face of a life or death battle, a sky ranking means nothing. I have plenty of trump cards to deal with him. Hearing her resolute words, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Really? Then I'm relieved. You must control him, and don't go soft on him again. A strange smile formed on her face as Mu Qing's eyes turned crimson. This time, no one will look down on me again. And just like that, their loud conversation echoed throughout the garden courtyard. The time is almost here. I should go to the Flame Emperor Tower to assemble. Xiao Xiao, walk with me. Lin Xiao agreed immediately. Of course, sister-in-law, I truly hope you and my brother will be happy. At the Flame Emperor Tower, the sun shone brightly, high in the sky. Tianming had already arrived, looking up with admiration. He had finally waited for this day. These past 8 days, each day felt like a year. Suddenly, from a distance, 2 figures appeared as a sweet voice called his name. Big brother, over here. It was none other than the 2 beauties Tianming cherished and treasured, Fei Ling and Qing Luan. The presence of the 2 beauties made his eyes light up. Ling, heir, Princess Qing. After looking at Tianming for a moment, Qing Luan began to scold him. Linger insisted on coming here. Even father couldn't dissuade her. This is all your fault. You better protect her well, or I'll deal with you. Despite being chided, he waved his hand and assured her, Don't worry, I'll be responsible for both of your safety. Abruptly, from afar, Mu Yang approached Tianming. He was a little surprised to see him, Uncle Yang. With a serious gaze, Mu Yang informed and carefully instructed Tianming. All the trials of the Abyssal Beast Arena are unknown. The only thing I can do is wish you all the best. I hope you'll care less about first place and more about your own lives. Seeing his puzzling attitude, Tianming was bewildered. Uncle Yang, why are you suddenly so serious? While lost in confusion, someone from behind called his name loudly. Li Tianming. The voice was very familiar, causing Tianming to hastily turn his head to look. This voice belonged to Lin Xiaoting. The entire tower was bathed in an unusually bright sunlight. On the steps, a pair of legs took long strides down. I never thought I'd be able to see you here after 3 years. It was none other than Xiaoting, still alive and standing before Tianming, his life spared by a stroke of great luck. His sudden return left Tianming stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing their senior brother return, Mu Qing and Lin Xiao were overjoyed, their emotions overflowing. Senior brother, you've come out of seclusion? This is great. Senior brother has reached the Unity realm sooner than expected. Brother Ting, she ran like a child into Xiao Ting's arms, hugging him tightly. Brother Ting, I missed you so much. While hugging his junior sister tightly, he looked straight ahead. Master, it's been a while, hasn't it? I've now reached the Unity realm, so entering the heavenly sacred mansion is a sure thing. I'm grateful for your dedicated guidance these past 3 years. Mu Yang, standing to the side, heard Xiao Ting's words and said in a low voice, you have a bright future ahead, but before you leave, you are still a disciple of the heavenly mansion. Don't cause trouble, and quickly finish your reunion. Everyone, prepare to head to the abyssal battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a silence fell over the area as everyone stood there looking at each other. Nestled beside him, Mu Qing whispered a request. How about you just kill him right now? Xiao Ting, with a fearless expression, chuckled confidently and said to her, why not? No one dares to stop me now. And he was right. Like a rocket, he shot forward, his fist clenched tightly, aiming straight for Tianming as his target. Li Tianming, I want you dead. But unexpectedly, he was prepared. Opening his palm, an eye appeared, soul-bewitching eye illusion technique. Xiao Ting was stunned by the sudden move, his face a bit bewildered. Neither of them would back down, throwing punches at each other with petty tricks. The fists drew closer and closer. It looked like something bad was about to happen. As expected, the two fists collided, revealing a terrifying explosion. Xiao Ting was completely unharmed. He clenched his fist as if celebrating. None of the young people in the entire Vermilion Bird Kingdom can withstand this one full power strike of mine. Outside, Mu Yang covered his face from the smoke, furious. That bastard actually dared to kill someone? Fei Ling and Qing Luan were extremely worried about him. A sneak attack? How shameless. He can't really be dead, can he? Big brother. Suddenly, a foot stepped out from the smoke. Hey, Lin Xiaoting, I can't believe you're still so weak after 3 years. Tianming adjusted his bandages, a clear sneer on his face. Was that punch thrown on an empty stomach? It was actually really strong. One more time. And I probably wouldn't be able to take it, but I should still play dumb. He was a little dissatisfied seeing that he was still alive. What? You're not dead yet? But not long after, Xiao Ting flashed a strange smile and spoke. Interesting, you've successfully attracted my killing intent. Today, you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward frantically, leaping off the ground with his fist clenched. Xiao Ting launched himself down at the unprepared Tianming. Die. But before he could land a second attack, Mu Yang stepped in to stop him. That's enough! Lin Xiaoting, stop! Seeing this, Xiao Ting became enraged. Master, get out of the way. I must kill him! Seeing his reckless disciple, Mu Yang was very displeased. Openly killing a member of Yan Huang, you've got some nerve. And you? Protected by the old man, he stood with his hands on his hips, taunting. Come over here, you moron! It seemed he had lost his senses, pointing his finger and speaking wildly. I get it now, master. Are you opposing me because of your old affection for him? Don't you know that after I go to the Sacred Heaven Mansion, my power will be overwhelming and no one will dare to touch me? Immediately. Xiao Ting was immediately slapped by Mu Yang as a warning, who kept his hand in the same position. Looking at his disciple, he was incredibly disappointed. As long as you haven't gone to the Sacred Heaven Mansion, what I say goes here. I guided your cultivation for 4 years, and you use this tone to speak to me? With an attitude like yours, what could you possibly achieve even if you go to the Sacred Heaven Mansion? He, on the other hand, held his bleeding cheek and smirked. Consider this slap as my full repayment for the kindness. You've shown me, I'm telling you. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth, his eyes wide as he declared word by word. Wait for the day I return from the Sacred Heaven Mansion. If you kneel and admit you were wrong, I will crush your head. His words left everyone around him stunned. Has Lin Xiaoting gone insane? He became ungrateful a little too quickly. In this world, strength is everything. There's nothing to be done. He's already got 1 foot in the Sacred Heaven Mansion, so he can't be touched. Before he could do anything else, the old man pressed a hand to his temples. Wait until you've survived the Sacred Heaven Mansion. Before you talk big! Then, Mu Yang unleashed a shockwave that shattered the ground around Xiao Ting. He lay there on the ground, unconscious. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Standing tall and looking down at Xiao Ting, he spoke, You think you can threaten me? Get lost. From this day forward, I no longer acknowledge you. Lin Xiaoting, as my disciple. With a defiant tone and fiery eyes, he continued, You can keep threatening me, but for every one word you say, I'll strike you once. Tianming had been watching his actions carefully, filled with admiration. Uncle Yang is so cool. He's truly my idol. Once everything was settled, Mu Yang looked at the people behind him and ordered them to depart. Everyone, move out. Yes, Vice Mansion Master. After they had gone far, Mu Qing and Lin Xiao ran over to help Xiao Ting up. Brother Ting, have you gone mad? That was so disrespectful to the Vice Mansion Master. He turned into a beast, grabbing his junior sister's neck tightly. Get lost. It's not your place to speak. You only have one chance, you hear me? If you want to come with me, you have to find every possible way. To reach the top. Mu Qing could only accept it in silence. I know, you don't need to remind me. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, defiantly calling Xiao Ting's name. Lin Xiaoting. It was Tianming. Clenching his fist, he spoke. Wait until I return from the sunken abyss battlefield. I will drain every last drop of blood from your body, and let Jin Yu drink his fill. Just you wait. Xiao Ting found his challenge so amusing he couldn't stop laughing. He agreed to it. Gritting his teeth, he said firmly, Fine, I'll wait. You better not go back on your word. Watching him and Mu Yang leave, Xiao Ting thought to himself, Li Tianming, today, with Mu Yang backing you up, I'll let you live a few more days. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his smile became twisted. Then one day, Mu Yang will have to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, and when that time comes, should I crush his head, or just chop it off with one swing of my sword? The next morning, in a forest, the interlocking mountains were covered in green moss. Finally, Mu Yang's group and Tianming had gathered on a stone slab, looking towards the clear blue water. A man spoke up. This is the entrance to the sunken abyss battlefield, also known as the bottomless cave. Every nation has an entrance, like this one. After the 6 of you go inside, you won't be able to come out unless the sunken abyss beast battleground ends. Observing carefully, the man beside him added a reminder. Entering from here, you will all appear in different locations inside. Therefore, you can't team up, but since you are all from the Grand Orient sect, it's best to help each other if you meet. Let's go. Suddenly, next to Tianming, the appearance of Mu Qing made him extremely uncomfortable. When you run into an acquaintance, you have to treat them well. Not wanting to waste time, Mo Lin smiled brightly. Farewell, everyone. I'll be going first then. And so, everyone followed suit, diving into the clear blue water. Let's get going too. Before leaving, Qing Luan looked at Tianming and reminded him one last time, Protect Linger well for me. You're getting the better end of this deal. Don't worry, you can leave her to me. After the instructions were given, she also dove into the lake with everyone else. Hearing the two of them talk, Mu Yang figured it out. So Linger is already with you. In that case, don't let her reveal herself. Hearing his advice, he smiled confidently. Got it, Uncle Yang. I won't let Ling lose a single hair on her head. Finally, Tianming, along with Xu Ye and Mu Yang, plunged into the water. In an instant, he had dived deep, his eyes filled with determination. Let's go. A few minutes later, Tianming emerged from the cold water onto the shore. He gazed towards the slowly setting sun. So this is the sunken abyss battlefield. A black sun. It's truly a different world. Clenching his fist, his voice filled with utter determination, Tianming declared, From this moment on, there are no rules, no orders, no direction, but it's incredibly thrilling. The exhilarating sunken abyss beast battleground officially begins now. Unexpectedly, Ying Huo appeared behind him. This place isn't half bad. You can clearly feel the overwhelming danger, which really suits my style. I like it. Glancing at it, Tianming wondered, This isn't your hometown, is it? Not wanting to waste time, Ying Huo spread its wings and flew ahead, urging him on. What are you spacing out for? Let's move! Seeing it so eager, he happily ran after it. You're really proactive. I haven't even figured out where to go. After running for a short distance, Tianming suddenly stopped. Linger, what's wrong? It was Fei Ling sending a signal. Big brother. She immediately reported to him without hesitation. I can sense a divine origin. Hearing that, Tianming's eyes lit up. Fei Ling appeared, with wings like an angel on her back, as he asked, Linger, you can find divine origins because of the power in your fingernails? To find the divine origin faster, Ying Huo suggested, I'll take you. And so, both of them spread their wings and began to soar high into the sky. Not exactly. My fingernails can only undo 3 types of seals right now, but they're very sensitive to divine origins. I don't know why either. Sensitive to divine origins? How magical. As he flew following its directions, he asked, What do we need to do for your fingernails' power to be able to undo more seals? Following her intuition, Fei Ling confided, I'm not sure, but as long as you're by my side, big brother, I feel at ease. Flattered by her words, Tianming became visibly smug. It seems my charm is just too great. Linger can't resist it, to the point that, even, the seals are letting go. His expression clearly annoyed Ying Huo. I'm getting the distinct impression you're being a pervert, but I have no proof. A moment later, the two of them stopped, at the edge of a cliff, where Fei Ling announced, Big brother, the divine origin is down below. It must be in the abyss, right? Definitely. By the time they arrived, the sensation was already extremely strong. Standing on the cliff and peering into the depths, she reminded him, Big brother, vicious beasts are rampant down there. Aren't you afraid? To prove his manliness, Tianming declared, It's fine. Let Firefly lead the way. If there's any danger, he can take the hit, and we can make a quick getaway, ensuring Linger doesn't get hurt. Yi Huo was frozen, stiff, his eyes wide as he was pushed into a corner. Have you no shame? Not wanting to waste any more time, with a great wingspan, he dove straight down from the cliff to see what was down there. A moment later, Tianming landed safely on the ground, right at the mouth of a deep cave. Big brother, the light in this mountain cave is coming from the divine core. Hiding in a corner to observe, he spoke, This ferocious breathing must be the aura of a vicious beast. Firefly, you go in first and see what kind of beast it is. Seeing this, Yi Huo moved forward while looking back at Tianming and ordering, Don't you dare run off without me. With his short wingspan, Yi Huo shot a sideways glance at Tianming before flying inside. You'd better keep your word. In the center of the cave, a colossal beast with its mouth wide open had a ball of fire, flickering into existence. The power shot out from it like an arrow, blasting straight ahead and tearing through the air. He was stunned by the sight before him. What kind of beast is that? And what's its tier? Hiding not far away, Yi Huo answered Tianming with a dazed look. Beats me. All I see is a giant monster bird spitting fire. That's absolutely huge. Seeing that he had no useful information, Tianming complained in frustration. You don't know anything, so what was the point of you going in to look? Yi Huo felt insulted and yelled back irritably. You're the one who told me to look. Couldn't you have looked yourself? But as he searched his memories, Tianming's eyes lit up. He remembered it was a fourth-tier vicious beast, the green-scale fire dragon, which possessed the awakened divine ability, the Azure Flame Shield. Looking at the ferocious beast breathing massive flames, Tianming analyzed. Its defense was extremely high, making it impenetrable. The divine core was almost completely intact. This green-scale fire dragon had refined less than 1% of it. Hearing the gist of it, Yi Huo understood. He flapped his wings and flew higher. So, are we stealing it or not? The stupid question made Tianming furrow his brow. What a dumb question. Of course we're snatching it. This divine core is a perfect match for you. Standing behind Tianming, he asked, Do you have a plan? Holding his chain, Tianming was brimming with energy. Same old plan. You lure it out, and I'll go snatch the divine core. The plan was clear. Yi Huo landed on a rock, looked at the beast, and said, You big idiot. He was fearless, shouting a challenge. What are you looking at? You want some more? And I'll skin you alive. As if it had a sixth sense, the beast put the divine core back into its chest, and Yi Huo froze on the spot. What's wrong? Did it put the divine core away? Normally, shouldn't it have put the divine core down and chased after me? Even Tianming was startled, his eyes wide with shock. Damn it! To make things go smoothly, Yi Huo risked his life to bait the beast, but the luring plan failed. This thing isn't stupid at all. It's already put the divine core inside itself. Get over here and help me. Seeing the situation, Tianming understood. Grasping his iron chain, he said, Here, watch this. He channeled his internal energy into the weapon in his hand and leaped high into the air. Tianming came face to face with the beast. He swung the chain back forcefully, unleashing an attack that sent the murderous beast flying. Flame Dragon Locking Chain. Thinking it was all over, Tianming landed lightly on the ground. It's over, but who would have thought? The beast was still alive, and it roared in the air. Damn it, I used my full strength, yet it was like I was just scratching an itch, and it's completely unharmed? Its outer armor is activating a shield. Over here, Tianming and Yi Huo were observing side by side and immediately recognized it as the Azure Flame Shield. It seems physical attacks can't hurt it. With his stubborn nature, Yi Huo immediately suggested, If physical attacks are useless, then I'll punish it with magic. Watch this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Huo opened his maw wide and spewed a powerful stream of fire straight ahead. Eternal purgatory. In an instant, the flames engulfed the body of the beast, which was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. To their shock, the beast was once again unharmed. On the contrary, it seemed to grow even stronger as it flew in the sky. At this point, both Tianming and Yi Huo's faces turned pale, their mouths trembling. Impossible. This didn't work either? We're screwed. What are we supposed to do now? Deep within the dark cave, a voice echoed, It's so strong. We basically Can't beat it. The two were face to face with a mutated monster that was quite terrifying. They had to think of another way. It opened its maw wide, and a blazing fire appeared, chasing after Tianming to incinerate him. We have to break its divine ability first, otherwise we can't hurt it at all. How do we break it? As he ran at full speed, he looked over at Yi Huo and asked about the divine core. Where did it put the divine core? After getting a closer look, Yi Huo immediately figured it out. It's stuffed in its chest. Now that they knew the location, there was no hesitation. As predicted, he threw the golden chain forward. Its chest, the chain shot out with overwhelming speed, making it impossible to block with bare hands, and just like that, the monster was caught, its entire body bound tightly by the chains. Holding the chain, Tianming gave Firefly his orders. I'll control it. You attack its chest. Attacking the chest is my specialty. In an instant, it raised its two wings and crossed them, slashing in an X shape. The great nether ghost claw, a fiery slash, enveloped the monster's entire body in just a few short seconds. It let out a frenzied roar, its agony palpable. Finally, the monster collapsed, and Firefly looked visibly pleased. All taken care of. Impressive. This beast has no intelligence, so of course it would die. Looking at it, he smiled as a brilliant idea came to mind. Even the defense of this heaven-defying beast's divine ability, the Azure Transformation Pure Armor, is so incredible. If I could transplant this ability onto myself and Firefly, wouldn't that be amazing? Seeing that Firefly had extracted the divine source, he asked it to store it carefully for now. Give me 3 breaths' time. I'm going to try to refine its beast soul. Seeing this, it didn't seem to mind and immediately gave permission. Go ahead, don't mind me. Tianming began the beast soul refinement on the monster's body. A clap of thunder roared through the sky as he yelled in triumph. It's a success! Holding a beast soul flame in his hand, Tianming showed it to Firefly. Firefly, go and refine both the beast soul and the divine source. As he suggested, it moved to the base of a tree and burrowed deep inside. I need time and quiet to refine this. I'll hide in this hole, so guard me well. Stay outside. Tianming nodded, giving his word. Don't worry, brother. To ensure maximum safety, he gently spread the wings on his back and said to Filing, Lingxi, let's go patrol the area for Firefly. As they weaved through the air, Tianming confided in her. The last time Firefly refined an ordinary divine source, it took quite a while. I wonder how long this Emperor-grade divine source will take. As if possessing a keen sixth sense, while he was still musing, she urgently warned him, Brother, I can sense someone is heading this way. The news exasperated Tianming. Just my luck. Has someone already detected the divine source this quickly? A massive foot stepped slowly, as if searching for something. Why do I feel like a life-bound beast is refining a divine source around here? The man with red hair and a scheming smile spoke. Refining a divine source on the abyssal battlefield? You've got some serious nerve. Do you have a death wish? I see it now. It's right over here. That's why. I'd say your life-bound beast must be some pathetic little creature. Spotting Tianming in the distance, he approached and asked, Who are you? From the Zeke Nation, or the Kanghai Nation? Not one to be trifled with, he shot back immediately. Shouldn't you state your name before asking for someone else's? Smirking slightly, he introduced himself. I am Ji Changyan, the 7th prince of the Zhulong Nation. And you are? Hearing the name of Changyan's nation, he instantly recognized it. The Zhulong Nation. That country has committed countless atrocities in my Vermilion Bird Nation. I'm your daddy. Without hesitation, Tianming taunted him. Zhulong Prince, my good son, you don't recognize your own father so soon? Hearing this, Changyan's expression froze and darkened like a stone statue. He forced a smile, his fist clenching tightly. All right then, I was originally debating whether to just defeat you or to kill you. Now I have my answer. Tianming wasn't intimidated in the slightest, waving his hand tauntingly. Come at me, son. Changyan's brows knitted together as his anger flared, and he growled in a low voice. Tianzhu, come out! A gigantic snake materialized behind him in an instant. Your life-bound beast can't fight, so you might as well wait for death. Tianming showed no fear, and even let out a soft chuckle. Brother, are you really going to fight 2 of them by yourself? They look very powerful. Lingxi, don't be afraid of him. With you by my side, I'm not exactly fighting alone. He flexed his arm, channeling his power and asking Filing for support. Yes, brother. On my command. He activated his time domain, and a transparent cube-like space enveloped them. Seeing Tianming's display, Changyan laughed in admiration. So, you can control such a large domain? That's quite impressive. However, he then lightly lifted his foot, pushing off his toes to launch himself into the air. Then, Changyan and his formidable spirit beast charged forward. It's all just for show. On the other side, with his long wings spread wide, he watched and announced with a smile, I've Whether I'm all talk or not, you'll find out soon enough. And so, the two of them charged at each other, ready for a fierce clash, neither willing to back down. Truong VM, with his effervescent, azure spear in hand, struck first with his dragon fist soul-piercing spear, but it seems he's still quite inexperienced. The boy leaped in an instant, dodging cleanly. The movement of Tianmen was so swift, it left Truong VM utterly dumbfounded, so fast. But he never expected that the boy had already moved and was standing right behind him, unbelievably so. He vanished. Just as he said that, Tianmen swung his chain, piercing through the arrogant Truong VM's chest. Fresh blood poured from his mouth, but he still muttered in resentment. How could this be? With a fiery glint in his eyes and a scornful smile, the boy spoke up. Ko Truong VM, I don't know what the rules of this game are, but anyone who wants to kill me, I will pay it back twofold. In the arena, the sunlight gradually gave way to dusk, and the sky began to darken. Big brother, is the Tram Uyen Beast Arena really this cruel? Fai Lin, in her spirit form, appeared with her upper body visible, her face full of sadness. Will the Than Thien Palace really make it so that only one person can survive? Out of everyone? Thien Men stood tall, Truong VM's corpse at his feet. Not necessarily. Don't overthink it, it's pointless. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. Huddled behind him, she whispered, but Thon Ni is in here too. I don't want Thon Ni to die. At the mention of Thon Lone, Thien Men's eyes widened in fury. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to Thon Ni either. I'm just afraid the others will be like Ko Truong VM, killing anyone they see. This is a stage, and we are all just pawns. He composed himself and looked at Fai Lin. Reassuringly, you don't have to worry so much. She's a master after all. We'll wait until the Firefly finishes refining the divine origin, then we'll go find her. She could only lower her head and comply with a small smile. I hope Thon Ni will be safe. I'm so worried. Suddenly, high above where the mountain peak touched the clouds, they just had to be patient a little longer. Patiently waiting for the Firefly to emerge from its seclusion, a ferocious bolt of lightning appeared, its destructive power immense. The bolt, glowing a brilliant red, struck the ground, letting out a deafening explosion. One day later, the fading embers of the lightning strike rushed towards Thien Men, causing him to reflexively shield his face. An Emperor-grade divine origin plus a beast soul. This was a huge level up. Even its entrance was so damn cool. From a distance, the familiar figure of Ni Hoa appeared, making Fai Lin wonder, Big brother, look, the Firefly has changed. It's not like before anymore. Hearing this, he also looked up. How is it? Pretty perfect, right? It, with its body, full of spiritual energy, angrily cursed at Thien Men. Perfect my ass! I just grew this pathetic little horn on my head. Nothing else changed. Its whole body, Ni Hoa burst into flames. Looking down on me, there'll come a day when that thing of mine will be bigger than your head. The boy wasn't one to be trifled with either. With your mouth and tail twitching, just drop that half-baked grown-up act. A moment later, the two had cooled down. Thien Men spoke up. All right, enough talk. Let's use the symbiotic cultivation system to transfer the results of your evolution onto me. Ni Hoa, seeing him soften his tone, started to get cocky. Now you see how useful I am, huh? Who was it that was mocking me just now? Go on, beg me. Its attitude annoyed Thien Men, who clenched his fist and asked loudly, Are you going to do it or not? Seeing his expression, Ni Hoa panicked. I'm coming, big bro. Please put that hand away. Standing high above with half her body visible, Fai Lin watched cheerfully. With such a funny brother, even if the Tram Uyen Beast Arena is brutal, everyone can still move forward with optimism. I, on the other hand, can't be so optimistic. The sun began to set behind the great mountain range. After absorbing all that, I still didn't break through to the 5th level of the spirit origin realm, Thien Men, and it were sitting together, entering a state of meditation. Young man, although your realm hasn't broken through, you've become tougher than before. It's mainly because we've gained a new protective armor skill. Having set his goal, he opened his eyes and looked forward. Next, we have to find Quang Than Lone quickly. As long as she's by our side, we won't have to worry anymore. And just like that, Thien Men and Fai Lin soared into the sky. Okay, big brother, I'm just afraid that Thon Ni will also run into someone like Ko Trong VM. They entered a domain surrounded by a transparent barrier crackling with lightning. Tram Uyen Beast Arena, Day 6. Big brother, what is that? Have we reached the border of the dark green zone? But this place isn't a border. It's an astronomical barrier. Something unexpected happened. The barrier layer is shrinking day by day. The celestial barrier is contracting. So that's how it is. If the celestial barrier continues to shrink, all of us will be forced together. In other words, no matter how scattered we are now, we will eventually be gathered together due to the barrier's contraction speed. Although Tianming didn't fully understand, he observed some of the barrier's characteristics and made a guess. When this hemisphere shrinks to its limit, I'm afraid it will be the final day of the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena. With a cold expression and fiery eyes, he lowered his voice. Even though he still didn't know the specific rules, he had figured out a few clues. Outside, the celestial barrier is probably a very dangerous place. Quickly, Tianming spread his wings and landed beside a blue stream. Next, I need to find Princess Qing while conserving my stamina and strength. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke. Moving will attract unwanted attention. Staying still is safer. I'm being cautious, so no one better mess with me. Fei Ling's sharp senses suddenly alerted Tianming, startling him into quickly looking to see who it was. Isn't that Li Tianming? I was discovered as soon as I got here. After looking closely for a moment, his face broke into a smile with a hidden meaning. So it's you two? What a coincidence. It turns out they were the two he had met before entering the arena. Shen Hao, Xing Kui. Shen Hao approached from behind and said, running into the one person I wanted to deal with most. There's nothing more satisfying than this. Xing Kui spoke next. Li Tianming, your luck has run out. You've walked right onto the path to the underworld. Xing Kui bowed his head slightly and suggested to Shen Hao, brother, let's take him on together. But he flatly refused. No need. I can handle him myself. Even if he sprouted wings right now, he couldn't escape. Looking at the two who couldn't gauge their own strength, Tianming's face was filled with exasperation. Out of respect for the three of them, I won't take your life, but I still need to teach you a lesson. Tianming couldn't hold back and let out a helpless sigh. What a pain. To avoid wasting time, Shen Hao summoned his spirit beast to fight Tianming. Come out, 7-star apothecary lion. In an instant, his 7-star apothecary lion appeared, looking incredibly majestic. Tear him to shreds! Seeing their preparations, Yinghuo also urged Tianming relentlessly. Let's finish this quick. We're in a hurry. I've been wanting to beat this guy up for a while now. Quickly following Shen Hao's command, the 7-star apothecary lion spread its wings and flew straight forward. On the other side, Tianming's spirit beast, Yinghuo, also unleashed its own attack, flying rapidly towards its opponent. As the two beasts clashed, Shen Hao swung his sword and joined the fray. Die! Every slash of his sword was incredibly swift, and its destructive power was just as ruthless. But who would have thought that Tianming would pay him no mind, simply spreading his wings and soaring high into the air? Flying again? What a coward. Shen Hao looked at him and let out a mocking laugh. But do you think you're the only one who can fly? He didn't want it to end so easily, his eyes widening as he called to his spirit beast. Little 7, come carry me up. When the 7-star apothecary lion didn't answer or respond, Shen Hao grew curious and looked back, only to see it getting beaten to a pulp. Little 7! But it didn't end there, as a fist suddenly slammed into his face while he was distracted. It was Tianming. He was the one who threw that punch, sending Shen Hao flying. Xing Kui saw his brother heavily injured and became extremely worried. Shen Hao! He grabbed his weapon and launched himself towards Tianming, seeking revenge for Shen Hao. You bastard, Li Tianming! Tianming just stood there, his eyes wide and vacant as if nothing had happened. Crimson Sun wore God's Thorn. A terrifying explosion erupted, the sound echoing throughout the arena's forest. Tianming and Yinghuo quickly hovered in the air, looking down at Xing Kui below. He was now clad in armor, with a white tiger-like spirit beast by his side. Li Tianming! Filled with resentment, Xing Kui looked up and roared maniacally. No one has ever injured Shen Hao this badly before. Today, I will definitely make you suffer a miserable defeat. No more talk, time for action. He raised his spear high, and a bolt of lightning-like energy shot out, its destructive power immense, forcing him and his beast to opposite sides of the sky. Not stopping there, Xing Kui seized the opportunity, launching a hidden weapon that appeared behind Tianming. Die! But luckily, with his sharp senses, he turned his head and countered with an open palm. Bewildering spirit pupil. The tables turned, and Xing Kui was now on the receiving end of an attack, his entire body feeling as if petrification, thorns, and golden chains under Tianming's control also appeared, rushing toward him. Just like that, in a few short seconds, Tianming launched his attack, finishing off Xing Kui with ease. His mouth spewed fresh blood, his face contorted in indescribable pain. To finish the job, from above, he threw a punch, slamming Xing Kui hard into the ground. The impact sent dust and smoke billowing. Shen Hao, lying on the side, saw Xing Kui and shouted, Xing Kui! Despite being beaten to a pulp, Xing Kui was still conscious, opening his eyes to look around. He was startled by the scene before him. His own spirit beast had been annihilated, and the one responsible was the tiny bird before him, Yinghuo. Tianming's golden chains suddenly moved, darting forward. In an instant, they had tightly bound the two who had launched the unprovoked attack together. Xing Kui and Shen Hao could only sit there helplessly as he strode over from a distance. With a mocking gaze, Tianming flashed a smile at the two and asked loudly, Shen Hao, how does it feel? Burning with resentment, Shen Hao screamed, his voice hoarse. Li, Tianming, don't you go too far. You dare to humiliate us, we'll make you suffer for this later. Unwilling to waste words, he switched to actions, landing, slap after slap without missing. I'm humiliating you? When you said those things to your mother, did you ever think a day like this would come? Go home and tell your mother how I humiliated you. A moment later, Shen Hao's face was swollen from the slaps, and he finally shut his mouth. Seeing his brother in such a state, Xing Kui resentfully challenged him. Li Tianming, if you've got the guts, come at me. Hearing this, Tianming smiled. What's your hurry? Your turn is coming right up. With a darkened expression, he faced him. Xing Kui, when you were bullying others. His arm muscles tensed. A series of well-deserved slaps rained down on Xing Kui's face. Did you ever think a day like this would come? I won't kill you, but I can make you regret ever coming into this world. He didn't stop there. Once his face was swollen, Tianming stomped on Xing Kui's face with his foot. He was furious, pointing his index finger at himself, emphasizing every word. Shen Hao, Xing Kui, remember the humiliation I've dealt you today. In the future, if anyone dares to insult us, I'll beat you so badly your own parents won't even recognize you. Tianming's long hair fluttered in the wind amidst the silent space. With everything settled, he and Ying Huo left, unconcerned with their survival. Let's go. And so, the two soared into the sky, leaving Xing Kui and Shen Hao bruised and battered on the ground. The Sunken Abyss Beast Arena, Day 14. A section of the forest had been ravaged by battles, with shattered earth and rock. Tianming walked ahead, with feeling behind him. They ceaselessly observed their surroundings. Is the destruction from the battle really this great? It proves the lifebound beast was huge, and it even used the lake, so it was probably an ice-water-type lifebound beast. There are quite a few scorched trees, which means there was also a flame-type lifebound beast. As if they were on the same wavelength, Ying Huo spoke up. It's possible it was. One ice and one fire. The ice and fire here are at the second heaven level. The statement hit the nail on the head, making him laugh and give a thumbs up. Exactly. After walking a bit further, on the ground, something sparkling caught his eye. Tianming bent down to take a closer look, and Filing, her curiosity piqued by him, asked, "What is this?" She searched her memories, and immediately screamed, "It's a feather from the vermilion bird of fire that belongs to Qing'er." The sudden information made him freeze. What? Looking at the feather, Tianming's expression sank a notch. It's Qing'er. Who is she fighting? He tried to remain calm and looked at the sobbing Failing, suggesting, "Linger, let's fly up a bit higher and see if there are any other traces around." She transformed into a pair of wings, and together with Tianming and Ying Huo, they flew high up to search. "Big brother, what happened to Qing'er? Don't be nervous. There are no bodies or other traces here. It doesn't necessarily mean something bad happened." With her help, he soon flew quite a distance, his eyes constantly scanning, when suddenly Tianming's eyes widened as if he had seen something completely unexpected. Below, not far from him, was a lake with a strange shape. The shape of this lake, it's the form of the raging sea dragon whale. Searching his memory, Tianming was stunned, immediately remembering Mu Qingqing. He fell silent, bowing his head, forcing Ying Huo to make its own decision. It seems the time for revenge has come. Seeing Tianming like this, in her Filing form, she called out to him, "Big brother." Regaining his composure, Tianming gritted his teeth, raised his head, and declared, "Let's go find them." The Sunken Abyss battlefield, 10,000 Islands Lake, where the lake's water lapped in continuous waves. Mu Xing stood on the surface. Water. She gazed at something. Channeling her inner energy, Mu Qing closed her eyes, sensing the flows of spiritual energy. After a few seconds, a symbol appeared on her forehead. Her eyes blazed with light, and the sea surface rippled. The three monsters summoned by Mu Qing were all present. Standing on the head of one monster, Mu Qing addressed the giant centipede. "Master, the purple blood soul seal consumes too much energy. You've already subjugated two large, ferocious beasts. If you continue like this, I fear your body will." With the symbol on her forehead, she declared without hesitation, "No, it's still not enough. This death game only offers one chance. Even if I die from this forbidden technique later, I will give it my all." As she spoke, Mu Qing's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage. "No one can stop me. Not even Lin Xiaoting in the future. One day, everyone will have to look up to me. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Her expression made even the giant centipede wary, bowing its head in fear. It reared up, letting out terrifying screeches. Mu Qing continued, "Submit to me now." The 100-meter centipede quickly obeyed her, bowing its head and touching its forehead to Mu Qing's hand before setting off again. "I need at least two more ferocious beasts." With that part of her plan complete, she rode on the head of a sea monster and spoke again. "Can you handle it? Don't worry. I won't die. With the purple flame-like symbol on her forehead, she thought silently. This time, the forbidden cultivation technique will severely injure me, a path of life and death, but as long as I get that spot, it'll be a meteoric rise. Li Tianming, I'm really looking forward to the day we finally meet. I'll give you a big surprise. Not far away, on the sea's surface, a rock formation with two figures appeared, quickly spotting the person ahead with the purple blood soul seal. Qin Feng and Mu Lin appeared, and she annoyedly scolded Mu Qing. Are you crazy? Do you have a death wish? To even use a self-harming forbidden cultivation technique like this? You really will stop at nothing. Who are you? State your name. Seeing their arrogance, she immediately questioned them back. Before asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Qin Feng said with a smug look, pointing to himself as he introduced himself, stating he had never changed his name, nor his surname. I am Li Qingqing, son of Marshal Fuhai of the Kanghai Kingdom. Beside me is Her Highness, the 7th Princess Su Yu of the Kanghai Kingdom. After finishing his introduction, he immediately began interrogating Mu Qing. Who in the world are you? Using such a mind-destroying forbidden technique, I'm going to report you. As soon as he finished, Mu Lin chimed in. You want to win by using a forbidden technique? What a pipe dream. That purple blood soul seal will destroy you first, before anyone else. Seeing her like this, Mu Qing continued to question them. You're a princess, and his surname is Li. You two are in love, aren't you? An unexpected question from her made Mu Lin a bit flustered, and she stammered in response, So what if we are? What's it to you? Without answering, Mu Qing covered her face and giggled, her laughter growing more and more sinister. Seeing this, Qin Feng looked annoyed, gritting his teeth and yelling, This woman is completely insane. She gently brushed her hair back and looked at the two of them, asking loudly, Me? I'm the one who specializes in killing princesses and guys named Li. At this point, both Qin Feng and Mu Lin had their weapons ready, standing close together. Princess, leaving this person alive will definitely be a problem. Should we capture her? Even though she has ferocious beasts, she herself is already weakened, right? And who knows, we might even get a reward for eliminating someone who breaks the rules. Mu Qing lowered her head slightly and slowly praised them. Very good. I'll be taking both of your lives. Life-bound beasts. As she finished speaking, the 4 monsters from before all appeared, ready for battle. The sky above the arena now crackled with continuous lightning and destructive power. On the 17th day, in the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena, the sky was quite clear. Suddenly, as Tianming was moving, he was hit by a whirlwind-like gust of wind. He struggled to keep his balance, looking around, but there was no one in sight. Where did everyone go? During Tianming's search, Fei Ling was praying non-stop, only able to hope that Qing'er was safe and sound. Fearing she would worry too much, he floated in midair and calmly reassured her, It's okay. You can tell just by looking at her that she has great fortune and a strong life force. Nothing will happen to her. We'll see her again in a few days. Why does the terrain here look so familiar? With the help of his wings, Tianming hovered in the air, looking down at the water. This was the place where he had obtained the sacred battle soul beast all those years ago. That year, to confirm his suspicion, he spread his wings and glided swiftly over the water, returning to the old spot to check it out. A moment later, Tianming landed, his eyes gazing at the clear blue water. Back then, I came here by complete chance, and returning now must be fate. But the depth of the lake is greater than before. Suddenly, Fei Ling appeared behind him, her senses quite sharp. Brother, I feel something at the bottom of the lake. As expected, Tianming had the exact same feeling as Fei Ling. He seemed to sense it too. To find the source, Tianming leaped high into the air, then dove into the water. He swam quite well, quickly descending deep into the lake to get a clear look at what it was. Tianming hurriedly opened his bandaged palm, and an eye appeared, glancing around to investigate. Not far away, a flower growing on the lakebed caught Tianming's attention, a soul essence with sky blue patterns. He darted over like a squirrel and plucked the divine soul essence. This was an incredibly rare soul essence, and Ying Huo appeared beside him. We've got some good stuff again. This is great, my man. Let's split it. With a foolish expression, Tianming scratched his head and offered, You eat it. I don't want any. Seeing his expression, it became extremely frustrated. So pathetic, you won't even eat a plant. Eating this thing raw could burn your insides to a crisp. Shrugging his shoulders, Tianming looked at the divine soul essence. Anyway, we both share a symbiotic cultivation, so it doesn't matter who eats it. His words made Ying Huo's eyes turn red with anger. Coward, you're worthless. Chicken, are you even a man? Seeing its attitude towards him, Tianming became furious, pressing his forehead against Ying Huo's. So damn noisy, I'll eat it right now to show you, so shut up. True to his word, his hands took the divine soul essence and broke it, splitting it into 2 clear halves, one for each of them. Filled with apprehension, Tianming still gritted his teeth and ate it piece by piece. Ying Huo did the same, devouring its share. That's right, now that's a real man. After the last piece was gone, his body suddenly reacted, causing Tianming to collapse completely. So hot. He looked like a man on fire, his face contorted in extreme pain. It's hot enough to kill me. Standing aside, Ying Huo understood the crux of the matter and urged him, "You idiot, hurry up and refine and absorb it." Fei Ling also appeared, encouraging Tianming. "Don't waste it, brother. Are you okay?" Thanks to their encouragement, he forced himself up, lifting his head high. "Linger, help me refine it. I'm about to be burned to the point of losing consciousness." A hazy scene appeared, Tianming and Fei Ling, both completely bare. She wrapped her arms around him from behind. "Brother, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you." A while later, Tianming returned to normal, smiling brightly as he thanked her. "Thank you, Linger." From beneath the lake's surface, something shot out, sending water splashing everywhere, breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit origin realm. It was none other than Tianming and Ying Huo, who flew high into the air after their breakthrough. "My power has increased greatly now. Although I'm only at the 5th level, I'm confident I can face someone at the 9th level of the spirit origin realm. Furthermore, I feel my vision has become sharper and can see farther, which will make searching for Qinger much more convenient." In the distance, a long, dragon-like monster moved. Across the water's surface, there are people fighting up ahead. Naturally curious, he and Ying Huo quickly hid behind a rock, peeking out to watch. "Damn, that woman is actually riding a Feng Yin. So badass. Who is that person?" At that moment, Mo Lin appeared, his body and face covered in blood. "Mo Lin, who on earth are you? Why? Are you slaughtering innocent people? They clearly surrendered. Why do you still want to kill them?" Standing tall on the Feng Yin, the girl introduced herself. "Listen closely, I am Yue Lingji, but what does it matter if you know?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her sharp sword at him and dove down from above. "Because you're about to die." Seeing the dangerous situation, Tianming and Ying Huo launched themselves into the air in an instant. The water's surface now erupted violently due to the terrifying power unleashed by Lingji. Tianming spread the wings on his back, standing imposingly in front of Mo Lin. The hilt of the sword in Lingji's hand hummed softly as her hand tightened around it. Buy one, get one free deal. My luck is pretty good." Her tongue lightly grazed the tip of her sword, her eyes flashing with a crazed light that sent a chill down one's spine. "If I include you two, that'll be 7 lives I've taken. I'm sure to win this beast-taming arena." Tianming was stunned to hear this. "Killed 5 people in a row? I wonder if anyone from the Vermilion Bird Nation is among them. Mu Qingqing, Jiang Qingluen?" He glanced sideways. He glanced at Mo Lin behind him, knowing it would be too dangerous for him once the fighting began. After a moment of thought, Tianming told him, "Senior brother Mo Lin, you go first." Mo Lin clutched his injured arm and shouted in protest, "No way! I absolutely can't abandon you here and escape on my own." Fei Ling's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Big brother, get senior brother Mo Lin away from here first." Tianming immediately agreed. "All right." Realizing Tianming's intention, the corners of Lingji's lips curled into a slight smirk as the sword in her hand slowly rose. "Trying to leave?" Lingji lunged forward, the tip of her sword cutting through the air as her spiritual power violently erupted, like a tidal wave. "In your dreams." The terrifying spiritual power exploded, rushing directly at Mo Lin. He froze in place, his eyes wide, unable to move a muscle. The moment the spiritual power was about to strike, Tianming flew over and grabbed Mo Lin, pulling them both out of the attack's path. Seeing that they had dodged her fatal blow, Lingji roared in anger and ordered Feng Yin to give chase. Amidst the pouring rain, Lingji and Feng Yin stayed hot on Tianming's heels, their oppressive auras kicking up water, splashing white water everywhere. He suddenly turned back, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the temporal domain. Right after, a square-shaped temporal domain appeared in an instant, trapping them both in a silent space, enveloped by the temporal domain's barrier. Lingji faltered and then screamed in fury. Her movements had slowed down. A flash of spiritual power sliced through the air, chasing right behind Tianming's figure. He held on to Mo Lin, and the two of them shot off like a streak of light. "Senior brother Mo Lin, break through the heavenly pattern barrier. I don't know if it'll lead somewhere else, but if not, just hide. Your own safety comes first. Don't worry about the sacred heaven palace. Just save yourself," he replied softly, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you for saving my life, junior brother." Right after that, Mo Lin turned into a brilliant beam of light, shooting into the heavenly pattern barrier like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky. The ground trembled violently amid a cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust settled, Mo Lin was gone, leaving only Tianming sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. He wiped his face and prayed silently. Looks like senior brother Mo Lin was teleported somewhere else. I hope he's okay. Fei Ling immediately appeared and asked with concern, "Big brother, are you all right?" He smiled and replied, I'm fine. Tianming forced himself to remain calm, putting on a brave face to reassure her. If senior brother Mo Lin hadn't been by my side, I would have taught Yue Lingji a lesson today. Fei Ling lowered her head, sadness and self-blame clear in her eyes. Big brother, was it about Qing'er? He gently patted her head. She'll be fine. We'll definitely find her. Just as the atmosphere turned tender, Yi Huo suddenly popped up and interrupted, puffing its cheeks angrily. They're both girls, but Linger is still the cutest. The moment he saw Yi Huo, he angrily pinched its cheek. You little rascal! You hid in the companion space and left me to deal with everything alone, Yi Huo casually replied. If I hadn't gone in, I would have been blown away. Suddenly, Tianming looked up, his eyes freezing for a second before, widening in shock. Before him was a blue, dome-shaped heavenly pattern barrier, covering the space with its faint glow. Tianming stood stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized something. Of course, this heavenly pattern barrier is a hemisphere. If the highest point corresponds to the ground, wouldn't that be the exact center of the barrier? After speaking, he came to a final conclusion. Wouldn't that place be the final destination? Hearing this, Yi Huo's eyes widened and it nodded. That makes sense. The moment the words left his mouth, Tianming suddenly grabbed Fei Ling's hand and excitedly started pulling her. Let's go, Linger. If we can't find anyone, we should just head there. And wait. The scene shifts to the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena, Day 19. The vast sky above was consumed by dark, ominous clouds, blocking out all light. A firm footstep landed on the ground, casting a long, sharp shadow as if it were carved into the very space. Tianming stood on a high point looking down. So this is the center of the 10,000 Islands Lake's heavenly pattern barrier. Gazing at the vast space before him, he wondered, I wonder if anyone else has made it here. In the middle of the silent expanse, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name, Tianming. Mo Lin had a bright, energetic smile on his face, cheerfully waving toward Tianming, senior brother Mo Lin. He turned and was slightly surprised to see Xing Ke and Qin Hao as well. They're here too? The two of them immediately looked away, ignoring him. Mo Lin was confused. What's with them? They were perfectly fine and talkative just a minute ago. He just smiled helplessly. Maybe they're constipated. Tianming stood. He unexpectedly turned to ask Mo Lin, senior brother, have you seen Princess Qing? He replied, I haven't. Not getting the answer he wanted, he glanced over at the two people sitting on the ground. What about you two? Neither of them had seen her. Tianming immediately turned and rushed off, but before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Mo Lin, all right, everyone is injured, so don't wander off. The wings on Tianming's back unfurled, and he soared away. I'm going out to find Princess Qing. Leaving Mo Lin on the ground shouting, Tianming, you must be careful. As soon as he left, the area fell silent, leaving behind the cold cave filled with a skeletal aura. Outside, layers of dark clouds churned, swallowing the light and covering the vast sky. As he flew, Tianming analyzed, in his mind, that Qing'er might be hiding in one of the caves of this myriad island lake due to the danger. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Tianming immediately covered Ying Huo's mouth, pulling it behind a large rock. It was her. Amidst the downpour, Lingji stood calmly, her hand tightly gripping the hilt of the Moonling sword. At Myriad Island Lake, a tranquil shore was surrounded by crystal-clear blue water that reflected the sky. From behind the rock, Tianming cautiously peeked out. Lingji, what is she doing? Standing straight on Feng Yin's back, Lingji's gaze was cold and proud. Are there any survivors? If so, get out here and die. The celestial barrier is about to finish shrinking. I know you're all hiding around here. Her eyes widened in anger as she roared. Of course, with 6 of you, dead by my hand, and the rest of you killing each other, there can't be many left. Seeing no response, Lingji snorted coldly, just as she expected. No one with any real skill. How pitiful, how laughable. Faced with such arrogance, Tianming frowned slightly, remaining silent in thought. This woman is truly arrogant. Lingji then leaned back, sitting down on Feng Yin's head. If you won't come out, then I'll just wait here. Her eyes suddenly flashed, with a chillingly arrogant and cruel light. This is the center of the celestial barrier. You'll all have to show yourselves sooner or later. Once the celestial barrier shrinks to its limit, that will be the day you die. The space subtly shifted, and the spherical celestial barrier slowly contracted, its surrounding light dimming. Meanwhile, Mo Lin's group had just stepped out of the cave, moving quietly through the heavy rain. Mo Lin, could the rule of the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena really be to kill everyone else? He pondered for a moment before replying. I don't know. Let's just keep a low profile and wait for the Beast Arena to end. Amidst the circles of magical symbols, a crimson spark suddenly flashed, emitting an enchanting glow. Qingqing's eyes were red as she hugged herself warily. This woman isn't the one I'm waiting for. I can't make a move on her until I've killed Li Tianming. From his hiding spot behind, the rock, Tianming saw a brilliant light erupt from the distant water's surface, illuminating the gloomy space. He was stunned, his eyes wide, his face a mask of shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. What is that? Chunks of rock seemed to be pulled together by an invisible force, merging with the colossal beam of light that erupted into the air. From within the dazzling light, a multitude of divine dragons roared and charged out as if tearing space apart. Each majestic divine dragon spread its wings. In midair, its enormous body radiating a brilliant, golden light. Fei Ling suddenly appeared behind Tianming. Brother, this looks like a divine origin phenomenon. The 9 dragons soaring to the heavens. What do you mean? He asked. She gently explained, according to legend, among the 4 types of divine origins, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, starting from the profound grade, a phenomenon will accompany their appearance. It's said that when the profound grade sea dragon's heavenly pillar divine origin appears, it's accompanied by the 9 dragons soaring to the heavens phenomenon. Hearing this, Tianming pointed in astonishment. You mean a profound grade divine origin has appeared over there? She replied. Yes, I've read about it in books. His eyes suddenly lit up, shining with unconcealed desire. A profound grade divine origin. That's something that could dominate the entire Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Right after, Tianming began to calculate. A single profound grade divine origin was worth nearly 3 entire cities, perhaps even more. You could say the value of a profound grade divine origin is even greater than that of a sacred beast battle soul. He suddenly paused. Wait, a profound grade divine origin appearing at this exact moment? Could it be that the true rule of the sunken abyss beast arena is to obtain the divine origin? A cunning laugh escaped Ling Ji's lips, echoing throughout the area. Chilly space. Her hand gently reached out, catching the brilliantly glowing mystic-grade god source in midair. Its light brilliantly illuminated the entire surrounding area. If you don't show yourselves, this mystic-grade god source will be mine, Tianmen finally understood, so this was the true rule of the Abyss Beast Arena. Killing was just a rumor. Obtaining the mystic-grade god source was the only way to take first place in the Abyss Beast Arena. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Even if one's talent wasn't enough, possessing a mystic-grade god source meant that once successfully evolved, their talent would become sufficient. Amidst the downpour, Lin Ko stood majestically on Fong Am's head, lightning coiling around her body. The Sea Dragon Sky Pillar, mystic-grade god source, is right in my hands. The Abyss Beast Arena isn't over yet. Does anyone else want to come and die? Her eyes blazed with a cruel glint, her tongue lightly licking her lips. I've already killed 6 people. I want to collect a full 10 to make it an even number. From above, 2 figures suddenly shot down, landing heavily in front of Lin Ko. The general stood, arrogantly, Witch, hand over the god source. The old man beside him didn't forget to warn. If not, our Azure Sea nation will not be merciful to you. Men saw the two, feeling helpless. It seemed the allure of the god source was truly immense. Someone had already been lured in. Seeing her prey had appeared, the corners of Lin Ko's lips twisted into a wicked smile. Enough talk, come here and die. The general stood proudly on the back of a divine shark. Shark, tear her to shreds! Beneath the churning water, the old man rode a colossal sea beast, charging towards Lin Ko with ferocious waves. Sea beast, go! Fong Am suddenly raised its head, and she instantly shot forward like a flash. Lin Ko's figure zipped by like lightning, gliding over the calm water, the sword in her hand, flashing as she charged straight towards the 2 opponents. A series of slashes rained down, the screech of metal echoing through the air, the aftershock like rolling thunder. In the blink of an eye, the 2 prey were torn to pieces, unable to even let out a scream. Too small fry. Seeing the time was right, Tianmen and Nihua calmly stepped out. Hey, Nuet, Lin, Ko, you mad woman. Someone needs to come and punish you. This great one will teach you a lesson. I want to ride a dragon to the heavens. She held her sword in both hands, stepping forward with a composed demeanor. You again? Who the hell are you? The corners of his lips curled slightly, a bright yet provocative smile. Tianmen emphasized each word as if to carve them into Lin Ko's mind. I haven't changed my name or my surname. My name is Bu Li. Hearing this, she sneered. What a strange name. But from today onwards, it will be the name of a dead man. Seizing the opportunity, he and Nihua deliberately provoked her. Your name. You'd better remember your father's name. So obedient. Humiliated, Lin Ko's eyes widened in anger, her killing intent flaring up intensely. You dare! Tianmen let out a confident smile, the pressure emanating from him, spreading throughout the area. Good girl, the god source. It's mine now. Her fury blazing, Lin Ko glared and roared, causing the surrounding air to tremble. A useless cripple. Who dares to mock me? You're asking to die? A deafening roar erupted from Fong Am's mouth, unleashing a massive amount of energy that made the ground shake. That swirling stream of spiritual energy converged into one, powerfully shooting straight towards Tianming. In an instant, a colossal wall of ice covering the sky and earth rose up, covered in sharp spikes, emitting a bone-chilling cold. Tianming reacted in a flash, his figure blurring as he shot to the side, escaping the icy blast that threatened to tear him apart. A cold gust of wind swirled by, and Lin Ko appeared before him. "You dare try to steal what's mine with just this little skill?" She swung her sword fiercely at Tianming, and he quickly circulated his spiritual energy to evade Lin Ko's fatal blow. Immediately after, Lin Ko narrowed her eyes at Tianming, the corners of her lips curling slightly, holding a hint of a challenge. "Can you even take it?" His face was covered in a dark killing intent, his eyes as cold as ice. "It wasn't originally yours to begin with. So, are you saying you're the one who gets to decide first?" She stood amidst the icy mist, two swords gleaming in her hands. "Can't compete with me, so you resort to schemes to attack me? I'm standing here honorably, not for you to slander." A wicked smile spread across Lin Ko's lips, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied look. "If you have the guts, then defeat me, and I'll give you first place and the mystic-grade god source." Hearing her words, the deep-set eyes of Tianming flashed with a terrifying light, and the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. "You're the one who said it." She didn't hesitate and immediately began to channel spiritual energy, unleashing his technique, the raging wind dragon fist, as if to devour everything. Tianming reacted in a flash, channeling his spiritual energy to soar into the air, narrowly dodging the attack. Before he could even react, Ling Ji appeared right in front of him out of nowhere. She swung her sword powerfully, and Ling Ji let out a gleeful laugh. A wicked smile spread across her face, the blade tearing through the air as she swung it down hard. "Die!" Then, Ling Ji suddenly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment. The slash had clearly landed, but something seemed off. Tianming was completely unscathed, and his eyes suddenly flashed red, as a fierce killing intent erupted from him, and his left arm instantly transformed into iron armor. His arm, from a distance, Yi Huo's jaw dropped in surprise. A burst of blazing fire shot straight towards her. The crimson flames swirled into a torrent, surging violently. Ling Ji was startled, and before she could compose herself, the fire had already reached her, sending her flying. Ling Ji's face contorted in pain. She gritted her teeth, her murderous intent so strong it felt like she wanted to tear both Tianming and Yi Huo to shreds. Right after, before the anger in Ling Ji's eyes could subside, a sudden sense of unease washed over her, making her pause. Ling Ji watched in shock as Tianming and Yi Huo charged straight towards Feng Yin at a terrifying speed. She suddenly realized, what? Their target is. Ling Ji didn't even have time to react before fiery red iron chains, as if forged in a furnace, suddenly shot out, writhing violently and radiating scorching heat. Feng Yin let out a blood-curdling roar of pain. The red-hot chains tightened around its body, the intense heat searing its flesh. Ling Ji screamed in panic, her eyes glued to her symbiotic beast, Feng Yin, as it struggled in agony. Power surged within him, boiling like an erupting volcano, and Tianming's entire body ignited with a fierce, crimson spiritual energy. Immediately after, Feng Yin let out one last tragic roar before its entire body collapsed to the ground. Before Ling Ji's horrified gaze, her feet felt rooted to the spot, unable to move. She could only stand there, helplessly watching it fall amidst the hazy smoke. Through the thick smoke and dust, Tianming walked slowly towards Ling Ji. "Yue Ling Ji, do you submit?" Her voice rang out slowly. "You despicable, shameless person. You only know how to gang up on my demi-beast." Ling Ji gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot with rage, her whole body trembling violently. "And now, you still want to fight me 2 against 1, ganging up on me, even if you win." Rage exploded in her eyes, losing all composure. Ling Ji charged at Tianming. "I will never admit that you defeated me." Tianming remained unfazed, looking straight at her, his calm voice echoing. "Very well. Then it's 1-on-1. His eyes were fixed on Ling Ji, witnessing the utter collapse and extreme fear appearing on her face. Ling Ji seemed to freeze midair, her body rigid, shocked as if she couldn't believe what was happening right before her eyes. What? Countless iron chains slithered up like snakes, coiling around her from her feet to her shoulders, tightening their grip. The harsh clang of metal echoed as the chains wrapped tightly, hoisting her into the air, soul replacing 7 kills. In the sky, thunderous bolts of lightning ripped through space. Her agonizing screams mingled with the fierce crackle of thunder. Shortly after, Ling Ji slammed onto the ground, coughing up blood and breathing heavily in pain as she slowly opened her eyes. She cast a weary, desperate, yet still fiery gaze of fury upwards. Before Ling Ji's eyes was the sight of Tianming and Yi Huo smiling wickedly. "The mystic rank divine source is mine now." The battle was over. The dust slowly settled, and the dark, gloomy sky was a testament to the fierce fight that had just occurred. It seems this is the shape of the hemisphere. Fei Ling shouted angrily. Brother, what are you touching? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. He quickly apologized. Don't be mad, Linger. I really didn't do it on purpose. Tianming sat down on a large rock in the middle of a vast expanse of water, its surface shimmering with light filtering through the dark clouds. In his hand was the mystic rank divine source, radiating. A mysterious aura. Tianming stared at it intently. Now that the mystic rank divine source is in my hands, what else can Yue Lingji do? Yi Huo tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity. Why did you let that crazy woman go instead of killing her? He looked down at the mystic rank divine source in his hand, musing for a moment, his voice steady but thoughtful. I only needed first place, and the mystic rank divine source. There was no need to kill anyone. Besides, Nugiet Lin Ko was transferred internally. I'm afraid it's related to the Sacred Heaven Palace. What in the world happened at the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena? Looking up at the sky, thunder rumbled amidst the thick, dark clouds, its explosions echoing everywhere, blending with flashes of light that struck the water below. I'll find out in half a day. Thien Men took a deep breath and slowly stood up, the water beneath his feet splashing upwards, creating shimmering trails of light amidst the ripples. He threw his head back and yelled, his shout so powerful it made the very air tremble. Kuang Thun Lon, are you there? Come and get me. Not a single sound answered. The space grew so silent that everything seemed to settle, leaving only the lapping of the waves and the whisper of the wind. Suddenly, a strange voice called out from the distance. Ying Huo was instantly stunned, its eyes widening in bewilderment. Just like his companion, Thien Men froze, his eyes flashing with utter disbelief as he heard the voice that was all too familiar echoing from afar. Kuang Thon Lon. A sense of dread washed over him, causing both him and Ying Huo to turn simultaneously, staring intently toward the source of the sound. On a distant stone platform, a woman's figure appeared, her gaze locked directly on the two of them. Mok Tin sat calmly with her legs crossed on the stone, her posture relaxed, yet she exuded an aura of quiet, unpredictable power. You won't be seeing her again. Her voice was chillingly calm. She's dead. And I'm the one who killed her. The rippling water reflected the gloomy sky, where lightning streaked across like cracks in the black of night. Against this bleak backdrop, Mok Tin stood on the stone platform, her eyes cold and proud. Li Tianming, did you hear me? She's dead, and I was the one who killed her. I killed her just like Lam Tu Din killed Kim Vu. Hearing this, Fai Lin immediately appeared, shouting in alarm. Thien Men, though filled with anxiety, forced himself to stay calm and comfort her. Lin Ni, don't get worked up just yet. What she's saying might not be true. Nevertheless, Mok Tin's words filled him with an uncontrollable rage, his gaze turning as sharp as a blade. Mok Tin! Thien Men unfurled his wings as fierce flames erupted from them, seeming to embody his rage. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Thien Men stared directly at Mok Tin, his eyes burning with hatred, his voice booming like a death sentence. I want you dead. Completely unfazed by Thien Men's fury, Mok Tin regarded him with indifference. Li Tianming, the sea dragon heavenly pillar is clearly not meant for you. It is mine, and it is destined to be mine. Fai Lin immediately shouted a worried warning to Thien Men. Brother, she's using the forbidden technique, the purple blood soul seal. He knew Mok Tin all too well. This was exactly her style because she would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Killing intent flared up around her, and her icy gaze made the atmosphere suffocating and dreadful. Li Tianming, you always get in my way. Because of that, this time Mok Tin's eyes widened and turned blood red, a crazed light flashing deep within them. You must die! She casually channeled her spirit energy, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal waterfall thundered down behind her. Immediately after, 5 massive semi-sentient beasts appeared. Their growls shook the very sky. Ying Huo watched the scene before it, completely unfazed by the power of the colossal beasts. 5 semi-sentient beasts. This woman is truly ruthless. Thien Men felt no fear, observing the situation intently. Kuang Thon Lon's semi-sentient beast wasn't among them. If she had truly killed Kuang Thon Lon, she would have undoubtedly claimed her semi-sentient beast. Thien Men suddenly placed a hand on his chest, feeling a powerful beat, coming from the egg within. At this critical moment, the egg of the spatial beast was pulsing relentlessly. Inside him, the shell had begun to crack, and a light from within spread, a purple glow filling the space as if preparing for the birth of an immensely powerful being. It seemed like it wanted to hatch, but it was hesitating, refusing to emerge, just pulsing relentlessly. Thien Men's hand could still feel the egg's frantic beat. Ying Huo sighed wearily. It should have hatched by now. I think it's just a coward and doesn't want to fight. Let's ignore it and finish this quickly. Mok Tin commanded her 5 ferocious semi-sentient beasts to charge, storming towards him in a direct assault. Li Tianming, I really must thank you. A wicked smile spread across her lips, filled with danger and malice. Thank you. For letting me crush you under my heel so many times, for getting me into the sacred heaven palace. Ma Qing's eyes widened, brimming with sadistic glee, her excitement written all over her face. After you're dead, I will remember you. You will forever be the most important person in my life, far more important than he is. Fai Lin could no longer contain herself. Enraged by her attitude, her eyes turned cold and sharp with determination. Brother, this is the first time I've ever been so provoked that I truly want to kill someone. Let me help you kill her. The power in her wings exploded, making them grow significantly larger and covering them in a brilliant ocean blue hue, its light spreading throughout the entire space. This is the effect of the spirit talisman. It seems to have surpassed its max level. Even the form of the wings has changed. Fai Lin's voice echoed through the space. Brother, the spirit talisman's effect is now at 15%. In Tianmeng's eyes, anger and determination merged, threatening to burn away any obstacle in his path. Lin, thank you. Next, watch me and Firefly take care of her. He shot forward, his figure like an arrow of light, leaving a brilliant streak trailing behind him. Tianming gathered all his power and charged forward at a terrifying speed, like a storm of light tearing through the space ahead. He shot straight toward the first semi-sentient beast, felling it with a single powerful punch. With the first one down, Tianming quickly changed direction and rushed toward the next, his punch crushed its body, sending large waves across the water's surface. The second one. In just a moment, Tianming had taken down 3 beasts. The third one, Ma Qingqing, was stunned as she watched, unable to believe his power. How can this be? Tianming shot forward, tearing through space, his terrifying power causing the water beneath his feet to churn violently. The fourth one. Tianmeng's eyes blazed, his wings were soaked in blood, and he roared in fury. Ma Qingqing, just die. Hearing this, a crazed smile suddenly appeared on her lips, her eyes filled with wicked glee. Then an armored hand reached out, brimming with killing intent, its metallic gleam and powerful aura spreading out and creating immense pressure. He gripped Ma Qingqing's neck tightly, and the space around them darkened. You're about to die. What are you smiling at? On the contrary, she wasn't afraid at all, her eyes flashing with a terrifying pleasure. I'm smiling because, even if you defy the heavens to change your fate, become so strong that you make me tremble with regret, in the end, you're still going to die by my hand. How pitiful. Rage surged within Tianming as he growled out each threatening word. Where do you get the nerve? Are you having a pleasant dream right before you die? Under the gloomy sky, Ma Qingqing was completely unfazed. She replied calmly, Tianming, do you really think you've won? You value emotions and cherish your bonds, but that is precisely why you must die. He frowned, completely bewildered, not understanding what she was saying. What the hell are you talking about? Nihoa urged him. Hurry up and kill her. Don't waste time talking with her. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Ma Qingqing's lips. She gently reminded him, if you don't understand my meaning, then why don't you look behind you? From beneath the water, a massive, long centipede emerged, its body writhing and coiling menacingly. He slowly turned around, utterly horrified. By the sight before him, his body froze and his heart felt like it would burst from his chest. Tianming stared in shock at the giant centipede coiled around a person. It was Quang Than Lone, held high in the air, unconscious in the centipede's tight grip. Her body was completely trapped. Quang Than Lone! Fei Lin immediately rushed towards Than Lone, her eyes filled with a mixture of worry and fear. Than Ni, unable to hide his own anxiety, Tianming tried to stop her. Lin Ni, calm down. He bent down, his voice low and warm, gently comforting her. Don't worry, at least she's not dead yet. Nihoa also offered comfort. There's still a chance to save her. We'll find a way. A tear rolled down, and Fai Lin wiped it away, trying to stay calm. That's right, at least she's not dead. A blazing anger surged within him, and he whipped around to face Ma Qingqing, his teeth clenched, his voice a low growl. Ma Qingqing, you are truly despicable. I should have seen this coming. What do you want? She stood there, then stepped forward and calmly said, 2 choices. She dies, or you die. Ma Qingqing gave a wicked smile, her eyes as cold as ice, looking straight at Tianming as if she already knew the choice he would make. Since you care so much about your feelings, then you should end your own life. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to think it over. Right after that, she began to count down from 10. Ma Qingqing's voice echoed as she counted. Damn it, Tianmeng's mind was a mess of worry and indecision, unsure of which choice he wouldn't regret. Fai Lin didn't want to lose either of them. Her heart felt like it was being torn to shreds, and tears streamed down her cheeks as her choked sobs echoed in the silence. Unable to comprehend this absurd situation, Nihoa cursed furiously. Damn it, this rotten woman. There was very little time left to think, as the centipede's sharp legs, The horrifying centipede drew near Than Lon's unconscious body, ready to crush her at any moment. Above the furiously churning blue water, the sky rumbled ominously. Bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. Mach Tin's countdown had reached its final seconds. 4. Just at that desperate moment, a mysterious voice suddenly rang out. "Let me help you," Thien Men asked in astonishment. "Who's speaking?" The voice continued, emanating from the cracking egg. "It is I, your life-bound beast, about to be born. From now on, follow my instructions. I can help you overcome this crisis." Facing the dire situation, Thien Men desperately agreed. "Fine, I'll listen to you." Meanwhile, Mach Tin had run out of patience. She shot a deathly glare at Thien Men. "It seems you don't plan on dealing with this yourself. Then you can just watch her die." With the divine egg's assurance, Thien Men didn't hesitate to take it out, raising it high towards Mach Tin. "Mach Tin, see what this is?" The moment he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down. Mach Tin was forced to retreat immediately. After a long moment, she regained her composure and glared in disbelief. "How is this possible? This guy can actually..." Before Mach Tin's eyes, ferocious bolts of lightning struck down continuously, astonishing her by summoning the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Not only that, the heavenly lightning even began to attack Mach Tin's symbiotic beast. In just a moment, her symbiotic beast was blasted to bits by the lightning, but Than Lon was still right there with the symbiotic beast. Seeing this, Phi Lin cried out in panic. Than Ni Hoa, who was on the side, had seen everything and offered reassurance. "Don't worry, look quickly, she's being protected." And indeed, a sphere of spiritual energy had enveloped Than Lon's body, and the lightning seemed to be protecting her. The destruction of her symbiotic beast immediately caused a backlash for Mach Tin. She collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. "Impossible. Why?" Mach Tin trembled as she tried to get up, her heart filled with disbelief. "It's only been 3 years. Why? Has he changed so much?" Just then, a familiar pair of shoes appeared in her line of sight. Thien Men looked down on Mach Tin arrogantly. "Just you wait. In a little while, you and I will have some fun. I'll have to think a little about this debt, about how to settle the score with you properly." As he spoke, his eyes radiated a surging fury and killing intent. Thien Men growled, "Brace yourself, because today, even dying will be a luxury for you." For the time being, Mach Tin was no longer able to cause any trouble, and Phi Lin had managed to retrieve Than Lon. Than Ni lay in Phi Lin's arms, and Than Lon seemed to be stirring. Seeing this, Phi Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. Than Ni really is still alive." At the same time, bolts of lightning were striking the egg from before. The second head of the primordial chaos beast was about to be born. Thien Men watched from a distance, explaining softly, "It said it can use this phenomenon to be born." Ni Hoa, beside him, couldn't hide its surprise. "The thunder and lightning of heaven and earth are converging. I never thought it could reach this level." The sky suddenly grew quiet, and the purple-gray clouds began to part in an orderly fashion. Thien Men pouted jealously, thinking to himself, "What's there to be so proud of? If I had been born in a place with a spiritual embryo flame like that, my grand entrance would have been even bigger than yours." Despite that, Thien Men praised it out loud ceaselessly. "It's definitely a ferocious beast, finally befitting the characteristics of a chaos beast." "So awesome!" Not keeping them waiting any longer, a fierce voice echoed out, "Little primordial chaos beast, what is your name?" From within the dissipating clouds, the life-bound beast that had just been born began to emerge. "My name is..." Appearing before them was a life-bound beast with a lightning bolt on its forehead. It introduced itself, Primordial Chaos Thunderfiend. Seeing it, 1,000 questions popped into Thien Men's head. He and Nigi Hoa were stunned with surprise. Then, Thien Men yelled at the top of his lungs, "Where's the ferocious tiger beast?" "It's another fluffy thing. Was I born just to be made fun of by others?" In disbelief, he even picked it up to inspect it. "This has to be a fake life-bound beast, or maybe there's some kind of mechanism to make it bigger." Now that things had quieted down, Phi Lin dared to approach. "Big brother, is this your new life-bound beast?" Seeing the life-bound beast, she immediately hugged it tightly, exclaiming happily, "It's so cute. I love it. I want to cuddle with it all day." Ni Hoa hurriedly urged them, "All right, stop wasting time. While the remnants of the myriad lightning are still here, you should quickly cultivate with it to increase your lightning attribute." Hearing this, Thien Men finally understood. "You mean my power and beast essence are all cultivated through you two?" Ni Hoa replied calmly. "What did you think, especially? Is this environment filled with lightning?" Ni Hoa's gaze shifted to the horizon, flashing with lightning as it explained, "There are countless lightning spirits here that can all be absorbed and converted, making it the best place for cultivation." Thien Men couldn't wait any longer and hugged his companion beast. "So that's how it is. Then we must seize this time to cultivate." After that, he quickly entered a state of cultivation with his companion beast. Beast veins open. As soon as he finished speaking, the bolts of lightning were drawn in, striking their location. From behind, Fai Lin watched in a daze. Are they devouring all that lightning? That's amazing. Ni Hoa suddenly spoke up. The amazing part is yet to come. Lin Ni, let me ask you something. Pausing for a moment, it pretended to be serious and asked her, between me and that lazy cat, who's more charming? Fai Lin answered bluntly, the little cat is 10,000 times cuter than you. You can't even compare. Ngi Hoa was completely crushed by that answer, and Fai Lin looked on worriedly. Are you okay? In an instant, all the lightning in the sky had been absorbed, Thien Men said with satisfaction. Dual cultivation of lightning and fire. At this moment, the power in his eyes had increased manifold. It's complete. In a flash, the sky returned to its original peace, and the rain stopped falling from the dark gray sky. Right now, Thien Men was joyfully observing the spirit energy in his hands. The dual cultivation of lightning and fire is complete. But the companion beast didn't seem to care much, lying lazily on the ground. So tired, I'm never cultivating again. With that, the companion beast immediately fell asleep. I'm so sleepy, I have to go to bed. Ngihoa saw this and scolded it. You really are lazy. Then it complained to Thien Men. It's very clear this lazy cat is a little princess. He sighed softly. I'm afraid in the future, it'll be a bit difficult to get it to fight. Unexpectedly, Fai Lin looked at Tien Men with sparkling eyes. Brother, don't take the little cat to fight. Don't let it get hurt. If there's danger, let Ngihoa go. Its face is thick enough to take a beating. Ngihoa was furious when it heard that, shouting, You heartless woman, I was wrong about you. Caught in the middle, Tien Men spoke awkwardly. It seems you really love cats. Fai Lin suddenly asked, Brother, what name do you want to give this cat? Hearing this, Tien Men suggested, Since you like it so much, you should name it. Fei Lin didn't hesitate and said, That's great. It's so black and lazy. Let's just call it Meow Meow. Thien Men had a confused expression on his face, wondering, Hey now, what does being black and lazy have to do with the name Meow Meow? Just as the two were talking, a voice suddenly called out, Li Tianming. The person who arrived was Mo Lam, who saw that he was okay, and said, That's great. Are you all right? Then Hao and Tin Kuyet also walked over with looks of disgust. How is this kind of disaster not dead yet? Seeing them, Thien Men replied, Senior brother Mo Lam. But Mo Lam had already noticed Than Lone behind him. Thien Men, what happened to Princess Than? At that, Thien Men's face became serious, and he answered in a low voice, She's been poisoned, but I don't have the antidote. Do you guys have any? Hearing this, Mo Lam walked straight over to Than Lone. Let me take a look. I'm a physician. I know how to detoxify poisons. After examining her for a moment, he quickly reassured them, It's the black demon poison. Don't worry, this poison I can cure, leave her to me. Receiving Mo Lam's confirmation, Fai Lin spoke emotionally. That's wonderful, brother. Than Ni is saved. That's right. It seems she's fine for now. It's a good thing senior brother Mo Lam is here. With someone taking care of Than Lone, Thien Men also had to go settle a personal score. Mu Tin woke up, and he walked up to her and said arrogantly, It's time to settle the debt between us. Now, Mu Tin finally felt fear but still threatened him stubbornly. What do you want to do? I'm a person from the Thunder Lord's manor now. If you dare touch me, they won't let you go. Thien Men paid no mind to her words and said furiously, Do you really think Lam Tu Din values you? Mu Tin, do you need a mirror to see how ugly you are right now? Seeing that she couldn't move Thien Men, the shameless Mu Tin dared to say, Thien Men, please spare me for the sake of what we used to have. Together, Thien Men cut her off with a growl. I only remember that you caused the death of my best brother and framed me for it. If I had any sympathy for you, then I'd be nothing but an animal. These words caught Tin Kuyet's attention. What's this situation? Could it be that there's a hidden story behind what happened 3 years ago? Then Hao, who was beside him, recounted, Father did mention it once. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems there really is a hidden story. At this moment, the clearing was filled with Mu Qing's desperate screams. What in the world do you want? Are you going to kill me? Tianming sneered. Killing you would be letting you off too easy. At this, a hateful glint flashed in his eyes as Tianming declared, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly gathered his spiritual energy that he had just cultivated into one of his arms. Then, Tianming launched a decisive blow at Mu Qing, sending her flying high into the air. Mu Qing screamed in agony, her body ravaged from the inside by Tianming's spiritual energy. Standing before Mu Qing, Tianming coldly announced, All of your beast veins and your spiritual source have been destroyed by me. From now on, don't even think about being a beastmaster again. You can only be a cripple. For Mu Qing, this was no different from another death sentence. She screamed, Just kill me now. But Tianming turned away. Impossible. You must live to experience a fraction of the suffering I endured for 3 years. You don't need to endure for 3 years. You just need to hold on until the day I slice Lin Xiaoting into 100 pieces. Experiencing that feeling of utter helplessness, Mu Qing could only sob in anguish. At the same time, the barrier surrounding the area began to stir, and in just a moment, it shattered into pieces. Before them, Tianming's expression grew thoughtful as he caught a fragment of the barrier and said, "The sky pattern barrier has been shattered. The sunken abyss beast arena has finally ended." Seemingly remembering something, Tianming instructed, "Oh right, Linger, a lot of people will be coming soon. You should possess my body and hide for now." Hearing this, Linger replied softly, "I understand." After that, Tianming walked over to Mo Lin and asked, "Brother Mo Lin, how is the princess?" He replied, "Don't worry, the poison is almost completely neutralized. With me here, she'll wake up soon." At this point, everything had been settled, and the group just had to wait for Qing Luan to wake up. A while later, Qing Luan finally showed signs of waking. She slowly opened her tired eyes. The first thing she saw upon waking was Tianming's smiling face. "Hey, you're awake, princess?" Seeing him, Qing Luan spoke up, "Li Tianming, why are you here? Where's Ling Er? Is she possessing you?" Hearing her voice, Ling Er, who was possessing Tianming, immediately flew out. "I'm here, Qing Er. You survived a great disaster. Big brother saved you." Seeing that Ling Er was safe, Qing Luan finally noticed her own aching body. "Saved me? Wait a minute, why is my head so fuzzy?" Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open, and she shouted, "I remember now, Mu Qing! That witch attacked me with a forbidden technique. I have to find her and settle the score." Tianming proudly pointed behind him. "No need, I've already crippled her. She just passed out from too much blood loss." Following his finger, Qing Luan suddenly blushed. "Ah, so you really did save me?" Tianming smiled confidently, and replied, "Don't look at me so adoringly. If you're thinking of repaying me with your body, I'm not going to agree. After all, I won't accept the cliché plot of seducing my girlfriend's best friend." His reward was a heavy punch from Qing Luan, who yelled with all her might, "Go to hell, you scum!" After landing the blow, Qing Luan finally vented her anger and said, "I'll admit you've got some skills, but don't think this means I'll approve of you deceiving Linger." Tianming, with a swollen red cheek, asked resentfully, "Is this how you treat your savior?" At that moment, Mo Lin spoke up, "You two, stop arguing and look up there, quick!" In the sky, a massive vortex of spiritual energy had appeared at some point, carrying two dark figures. Before long, they landed in front of Tianming and the others. A person in a hooded cloak introduced themselves. "We are the deputy surveillance envoys of the Sacred Heaven Palace. My name is Jin Yu, and she is Song Yilei." Yilei immediately called out, "Who is Li Tianming? Step forward." The sudden appearance of these two immediately made Tianming suspicious. People from the Sacred Heaven Palace. He had a bad feeling about their arrival. Why were they looking for him? What in the world was going on? Seeing that no one spoke up, Yilei repeated her earlier question in a harsh tone. "Who is Li Tianming?" Although he didn't know their intentions, Tianming still stepped forward. Disciple Li Tianming pays his respects to the surveillance envoys. At this, Yilei's expression suddenly darkened, and she asked in a cold voice, "The profound gray divine source, the sea dragon sky pillar, did you take it?" Tianming maintained his respectful posture with clasped hands, and frankly admitted, "Reporting to the surveillance envoys, I was the one who obtained it." Just then, Yishuan finally spoke. "Li Tianming, take out the sea dragon sky pillar. Let me see it." Hearing that, Tianming took out the sea dragon sky pillar. This was it. He secretly guessed they were here to confirm who the final divine source belonged to. But the moment he took it out, the sea dragon sky pillar was snatched into Yilei's hand. When it vanished into her palm, Yilei immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Seeing what she just did, Tianming frowned and spoke up. "Lord Supervisor, what is the meaning of this?" Just then, the corner of Yishuan's mouth curled into a smirk. He said smugly, "This Li Tianming guy." Pausing for a moment, Yishuan continued, "How could you possibly snatch away the first place prize of the Beast Arena?" Thinking it was a misunderstanding, Tianming tried to explain, "Lord Supervisor, I was the one who defeated Yue Lingji and took the Sea Dragon Sky Pillar, thereby winning first place in the Abyss Beast Arena, right?" But Yi Xuan shot back, "And who told you that taking the Sea Dragon Sky Pillar means you get first place in the Abyss Beast Arena?" Yi Lei chimed in, "When this Sea Dragon Sky Pillar appears, the Abyss Beast Arena concludes, and the Sea Dragon Sky Pillar is the reward. Who told you to go and steal it?" At that point, it wasn't hard for Tianming to realize that these two were blatantly twisting the facts. Not only that, but Yishuan brazenly inverted the truth. In the Abyss Beast Arena, first place is determined by kill count. Yue Lingji killed 8 people, securing first place. That's why the Sea Dragon Sky Pillar appeared. The reward is hers. These words made Tianming absolutely livid. He struggled to remain calm and repeated, Kill count? The air grew frighteningly still, with only Mo Lin softly calling out, Tianming. As if in answer to Tianming's doubt, a voice piped up, of course it's for me. Lingji appeared before them with an air of arrogance. If it weren't you, don't even have a water attribute, they would never reward the sea dragon sky pillar to you. Hearing her voice, Tianming's gaze darkened as he looked over at her. Yue Lingji. Right before his eyes, Lingji was respectfully accepting the divine source from Yi Lei's hand. Yue Lingji, take your divine source, and don't lose it again. She replied in a soft voice, thank you, Lord Supervisor. At this point, the biggest question in Tianming's heart was answered. It was exactly as he suspected. This was an inside job. Otherwise, why weren't the rules announced beforehand? It was so they could change them on a whim. Looking at the smug expression on Lingji's face as she received the divine source, Tianming instantly understood. If Yue Lingji had obtained the Sea Dragon Sky Pillar, then the rule would have been whoever gets the pillar wins first place. Since Yue Lingji couldn't get it, the rule became whoever has the most kills is number one. At that moment, a suspicion formed in his mind. This inside game invited everyone to join, just for 11 people to be sent to their deaths, all to guarantee Yue Lingji's entry into the sacred sky mansion. What in the world was this Yue Lingji's background? Tianming seethed internally. This was the game of these two vice supervisors. Whatever they said was law. How could anyone possibly fight back? The whole situation felt utterly ridiculous to Tianming. It reminded him of a power-driven chess game, where might makes right. Right now, they held immense power. They were the players. As a pawn on the board, you can only be arranged, with no right to speak up. While Tianming was lost in thought, Lingji intentionally brushed past him and spoke in a haughty tone. You want to compete with me? Who the hell do you think you are? The moment she finished speaking, she let out a haughty laugh, while Tianming's expression remained dark and still. It was the same for Qing Luan and Mo Lin. They couldn't do anything. This was even more true for Xing Kui and Shen Hao. They lowered their heads slightly, their eyes pensive. After a long silence, Yi Xuan finally spoke up. Young ones, I know you all have your own thoughts about this, but this is a test from the Sacred Sky Mansion. Once you leave here, don't you dare speak recklessly. Affecting your own prospects, affecting the destiny of your clans. That wouldn't be beneficial, now would it? Tianming remained as silent as ever. Fei Ling suddenly spoke up in his mind. This is a blatant threat. Big brother, what should we do now? Does this mean it's a lost cause? Tianming felt helpless. There's nothing we can do. We can't afford to clash with these people right now. For the time being, we have no choice but to go along with them. Then, to placate them, Yi Xuan announced loudly. Li Tianming's performance in the Abyss Beast Arena was exceptional, so the two of us have decided to grant you an outstanding reward. The reward is a sovereign-grade divine source. Yi Lei then asked, Kid, what attribute do you want for your divine source? Long was still seething. Damn it, that profound rank divine source was supposed to be mine, but those two bitches downgraded it to an Imperial rank 1. Still, an Imperial rank 1 isn't bad. Outwardly, Tianming had no choice but to accept it. Lord Supervisor, I require the lightning attribute. Hearing this, Yi Lei quickly took out a purple crystal. This is an Imperial rank divine source, the triple-tipped electric thorn, a reward for you. With that done, the two turned to leave, leaving behind a parting word. We hope that in the future you will train diligently, and maybe you'll have a chance to enter the Sacred Heaven Palace. Tianming accepted the divine source. Thank you. He calculated in his mind, this divine source is perfect for Meow Meow. As for the Sacred Heaven Palace, in an instant, several blinding flashes of light emerged from the spiritual energy vortex above. Following that, a group led by Mu Yang slowly approached Tianming and the others. Seeing the two supervisors, Mu Yang immediately clasped his hands in a salute. Deputy Lord Supervisors. Yi Xuan coldly signaled to them, You're here. The Deep Abyss Beast Arena has concluded, so take the geniuses from your nations and leave. Right after, Mo Lin cheerfully led everyone towards Vice Palace Master Mu Yang. Seeing them approach, Mu Yang immediately broke into a gentle smile. Excellent. Everyone is still alive. In contrast to their happy reunion, the person walking beside them looked quite displeased. My Kanghai Kingdom's line of geniuses has been severed. Once everyone was gathered, Mu Yang continued affectionately. You've all been through a lot these past few days. Let's go home. Just as he was about to say, Mo Lin, you carry Mu Qing back. Yi Xuan called out from behind. Palace Master Mu Yang. He gave Mu Yang's group a cold look and ordered, Please stop. Mu Yang turned around and asked, Do the two Lord Supervisors have instructions for us? To his surprise, Yi Xuan made a direct proposal. We also need to travel to Ye capital, and it happens to be on our way. Let's travel together. Mu Yang was surprised. You two are going to Ye capital? Yi Xuan said nonchalantly. Have you forgotten Palace Master Mu Yang? We must go to Ye capital to pick up a disciple. Hearing just that, Tianming instantly knew who he meant. He frowned slightly. Lin Xiaoting. And just then, Yixuan uttered that very name. We are going to Ye capital to pick up Lin Xiaoting, which is on the same path as you, Palace Master Mu. Are we welcome? Being addressed so directly, Mu Yang certainly didn't dare to refuse. He made a welcoming gesture. For the two Lord Supervisors to grace Ye capital with your presence is an honor. Mu Yang is flattered and welcomes you 1,000,000 times over, please, he said as they began to walk. I understand now why you two chose the green zone of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom for the Beast Arena. It must have been so that after it concluded, it would be convenient to travel to Ye capital to pick up Lin Xiaoting. Yixuan replied, that's right, it was simply convenient and saved us the trouble. As they were on the move, a weakened Qing Luan could only hold onto a tree for support. Fei Ling reminded him, Big brother, Qing Er is still very weak, you should carry her. Tianming confidently pointed to his own face and eagerly accepted. All right, leave her to me. Qing Luan was visibly displeased at the thought of relying on Tianming. Tianming, on the other hand, was a different story. Even while carrying Qing Luan on his back, he had enough energy to whistle continuously. Turns out, Qing Luan's two large melons were unconsciously pressed firmly against Tianming's back. Feeling that wonderful sensation on his back, Tianming's face was filled with bliss. So soft. Just as he was enjoying himself, Fei Ling yelled out a warning. Big brother, don't get any weird ideas. Tianming explained awkwardly. It's a misunderstanding. I'm a pure-hearted person. She's your best friend. I would never think of anything. But Fei Ling wasn't so easily convinced. She angrily called him out. Her celestial pattern barrier is pressing into your back. Realizing he was caught, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Tianming's forehead. I'm speechless. After some time, the city gates of Ye capital finally appeared before them. Upon their arrival, Tianming couldn't hide his curiosity. What is this? Qing Luan saw it and immediately recognized her royal father. Seeing the scene of thousands of citizens kneeling, Tianming muttered to himself, although I knew the supervisor's status was revered, and that even someone of Yan Feng's standing had to bring out his entire family, but I never expected it to be this grandiose. The Vermilion Bird King personally came to the city gates to greet them. Jiang Cheng bowed his head. This humble one is Jiang Cheng, a subject of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, and this was just from seeing their figures, from a distance. His voice rang out, greetings to the two Lord Supervisors. Yi Xuan, at the head of the group, slowly returned the courtesy. Vermilion Bird King, there's no need for such formalities. Jiang Cheng continued respectfully. Your Excellency's presence brings honor to our home. The entire Vermilion Bird Kingdom welcomes you. Jiang Cheng has arranged a banquet at the Imperial Palace and invited the two of you to attend. But Yi Xuan refused outright. Let's skip the banquet. We came here this time, primarily to take Lin Xiaoting with us. Let's head straight to the Thunder Reverence Manor. We can inspect Lin Xiaoting's cultivation while we're there. Rejected. Jiang Cheng's actions froze for a moment. Well, very well, if that's the case. With that, he shot an authoritative glance at a nearby person. Lin Zhao, Lin Tianjian, did you hear me? Give the two supervisors a proper reception. Lin Zhao immediately replied, rest assured, Your Majesty, our Thunder Reverence Manor would never dare to slight the esteemed supervisors. Seeing Xiaoting appear, a miserable-looking Mu Qing reached out her hand. Xiaoting. From behind Yi Xuan, Ling Ji peeked out mischievously. So you must be Lin Xiaoting. Xiaoting cupped his hands in a salute. Xiaoting pays his respects to the two supervisors and to Lady Yue. Yi Xuan said calmly, there's no need for such formalities. Once we arrive at your manor, I will personally test the extent of your innate talent. At that moment, Xiaoting was looking straight at Ling Ji with a calculating glint in his eyes. Congratulations, Lady Yue Ling, on winning first place in the Abyssal Beast Arena. Once I pass the test, I hope to accompany you, Lady Yue Ling, to the Sacred Heaven Manor. Ling Ji met his gaze without flinching and patted Gu Yu on the shoulder. He's quite handsome and seems capable. I'm very much looking forward to going to the Sacred Heaven Manor with you. Xiao Ting smoothly complimented her. Lady Yue Ling, you're even more exceptional and beautiful than the rumors say, Ling Ji continued. As for the test, make sure you perform well. As if in response, Xiao Ting casually placed his hand over Ling Ji's on his shoulder. With utmost confidence, he declared, I will certainly not disappoint you, Lady Yue Ling. Seeing them flirt so openly, Yi Xuan interjected. You two, tone it down a bit. Am I, the supervisor, invisible to you? Meanwhile, Tianming just smirked at this little drama, imagining the awful look on Mu Qing's face. Just as I predicted, Mu Qing has been cast aside. It all went exactly as I thought. Mu Qing's comeuppance arrived swiftly, as someone soon gave Xiao Ting an order. Xiao Ting, escort the two supervisors and Lady Yue Ling to the manor. Yes, sir. This way, supervisors. After you, Lady Yue Ling. Seeing that the group had departed, Jiang Cheng ordered everyone. The supervisors have left. You are all dismissed. The crowd dispersed on command. Strange, Your Majesty. Just then, Qing Luan placed her hand on Tianming's shoulder and said, Ling Shi, come on out. We're going to see Royal Father. In a flash, Fei Ling emerged from Tianming's body. She and Qing Luan joyfully called out, Royal Father! Seeing them, Jiang Cheng's eyes filled with doting affection. You two are back. Come with me and rest. Just as he was about to say something more, Qing Luan interrupted, Royal Father, this is Li Tianming, the person I told you about. Tianming immediately stepped before Jiang Cheng and gave a formal bow. Greetings, Your Majesty. At that moment, Qing Luan suddenly cut in. Royal Father, there's something I want to say on behalf of Li Tianming. Jiang Cheng was curious. What is it? Qing Luan's expression turned serious. She stated frankly, it's something important. Actually, we believe that first place in the Abyssal Beast Arena should have belonged to Li Tianming. In a matter of moments, Qing Luan recounted the entire story, clearly, and that's what happened. After listening, Jiang Cheng couldn't hide his astonishment. Are you serious? That's unbelievable. Mo Lin also spoke up to confirm. We can all testify for Princess Qing. She is telling the truth. Shen Hao couldn't help but add, if it weren't for Li Tianming, I'm afraid we would have all been killed by Yue Lingji. This planted a seed of doubt in Jiang Cheng's mind. If that were the case, then this Abyssal Beast Arena truly seems like a trap set by Yue Lingji. I wonder what's really going on within the Yue Ling clan. Tian Shang heard this and requested, Li Tianming, take out the Emperor-grade God Source. Tianming did as he was told and presented the God Source. Please take a look, Manor Lord. With this unexpected event, I wanted to ask you something, Manor Lord. My mother's illness, can you cure it? Faced with that question, Tian Shang involuntarily froze, a flicker of tension crossing his face. Seeing Tian Shang's silence, Tianming's voice grew more urgent. Manor Lord, my mother's life. Can you save her? Qing Luan tried to persuade him. Manor Lord, Li Tianming may not have taken first place in the Abyssal Beast Arena, but his performance was first place in our eyes, and I hope the Mansion Lord understands. Jiang Cheng knew this was a difficult situation, so he pulled Qing Luan away. All right, this is a family matter of the Wei Mansion, so don't say any more and come back with me. Linger had to leave as well, so she could only obey. Yes, Royal Father. As Jiang Cheng's carriage rolled away, the people on both sides of the road immediately cheered, We bid Your Majesty farewell. At this moment, Tian Kong sighed and turned to walk back to the mansion, deciding to talk later. Mu Yang saw that Tianming was still dazed and reminded him, Tianming, follow your maternal grandfather, but he still wanted to be sure, so he turned to Mu Yang for an answer. Uncle Yang, are the chances high? Mu Yang wasn't sure either. He replied softly, We'll know when we get back to the Wei family. No one can see through Master's thoughts. Anyway, however, Mu Yang suddenly blurted out, But do you know what the crucial key to this matter is? It seemed like Tianming knew what he was referring to. He carefully placed a hand on his chest and replied, I know, it's the second heart disease, so the stronger I am, the less he can look down on me. Seeing that Tianming understood this clearly, Mu Yang continued, Correct, so next. His gaze drifted into the distance as he spoke. If there's a place where you need to show off, don't be modest. In a flash, the entire group had followed Tian Kong back to the Wei family mansion. Inside, Ling Xuan was reporting this news. To Brother Guo Hao, grandfather and the others are back. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly asked, Is the Chenyuan Beast Arena over? Did Li Tianming fail? Right? Is he dead yet? Ling Xuan calmly replied, Although he's not dead, he didn't get first place. First place went to a girl from the Zhulong nation, named Yue Lingji, but Guo Hao grumpily cursed. Not dead yet. He's got tough luck. I really don't know what he came back for. Ling Xuan suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, I get it! He rushed back like this. He must want to see his mother off. Just as the two were busy gossiping, a voice, full of authority from Tian Kang, rang out, Get out of my way! With that, he directly led Mu Yang's group past them, muttering incessantly, Seeing these useless juniors like you is just annoying. Meanwhile, Tianming took this opportunity to taunt him. How's the recovery going? Guo Hao angrily shouted, What the hell does it have to do with you? Just wait until I break through, I'll show you. Faced with his attitude, Tianming decisively walked away with a sarcastic remark. Impudent. Call me older cousin. Never mind, are you asking for a beating? A moment later, in the main hall, Tianming was cupping his hands and begging Tian Kang, I beg you, maternal grandfather, save my mother's life, save your daughter's life. However, the only response was Tian Kang's indifferent and cold attitude. Li Tianming, I don't have a grandson like you, nor do I have a daughter. Wei Si and I severed our father-daughter relationship long ago, so don't try to associate with me. The bet between you and me still stands. Hearing the hidden meaning in Tian Kang's words, Tianming exclaimed inwardly, "Looks like there's some drama." Tian Kang continued, "The results of the Chenyuan Beast Arena. I believe the truth you all spoke of, but I want to see your performance with my own eyes. If your performance can catch my eye, then I will fulfill my promise to save your mother's life." With that, his gaze sharpened. "If your performance is poor, then don't blame me for refusing, and you must also fulfill your promise. Don't come and bother me again in the future. The only reason I would save your mother is because we had a bet. Now that the bet has run into a problem, I will give you one more chance." Tianming readily replied, "Understood." In his heart, he realized, this old man is afraid of losing face. He won't admit his relationship with Wei Xi even if it kills him, but he's still giving me a chance. However, Ling Xuan, who was beside them, was the first to object. "Grandfather, Li Tianming lost the bet. You shouldn't give him another chance." But all he received was Tian Kang's disgusted reaction. "Both of you, shut your mouths." Next, he quickly ordered the guards. "Guards, summon Wei Qing's grandson, Wei Ziyu, here." The guard obeyed and left immediately. "Yes, Mansion Lord." With that, Tian Kang then issued his challenge to Tianming. "Li Tianming, if you defeat Wei Ziyu, I will give you your chance. As far as I know, without Princess Ling, your combat power will be greatly reduced." He blankly repeated the name. "Wei Ziyu? He's older than you." Mu Yang immediately explained. "He's at the 9th level of the spirit source realm." These two facts just awakened Tianming's reckless spirit. He agreed in a heartbeat. "All right, I'm not afraid of a fight." Scene changed to the martial arts training ground of the Wei family. Right now, everyone was gathered around the large arena, and standing on it was Ziyu, who was sizing up the person before him. "You're Li Tianming?" Facing Ziyu, Tianming calmly spoke. "That's right, senior brother. Please give me your guidance. Don't worry, I'll be careful and won't underestimate you." Below, Lang Xuan was cheering loudly. "Brother Ziyu, teach him a lesson. Show him that for every high mountain, there's an even higher one." On the other side, Tianzhong was carefully observing the arena. Without Jiang filing, does he dare to challenge a 9th-level spirit source realm cultivator? Ziguru, who already knew the outcome, replied, "Ziyu is known for his composure. Li Tianming doesn't stand a chance." However, they were all too overconfident and mostly failed to notice Tianming's hidden strength. At the same time, Tianshang asked, "Mu Yang, do you know why I can't forgive Wei Xi?" He then asked, "Master, please tell me." Unexpectedly, Tianshang answered directly that it was because of him. Gently closing his eyes, which showed the passage of time, Tianshang recounted the old story in a low voice. "Because you weren't worthy, because she threw a tantrum over you. The day I took you as my disciple, I already considered you my son-in-law, but Wei Xi, back then, in everyone's eyes, you two were a match made in heaven." Mu Yang quickly cut him off. "Master, that's all in the past now." But Tiansheng couldn't resist adding a few more words. "That Li Yanfeng is a piece of trash. What on earth did she see in him? Even your biggest rival at the time was 100 times stronger than him." Mu Yang gently advised, "Master, if you truly want what's best for me, you should let go of this hatred." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the arena. "That kid is innocent. The path he walks is incredibly hard, and I like him a lot." Tiansheng mused for a moment. "Whether he's the real deal or not, we'll find out soon enough." Just then, Ziyu summoned his lifebound beast, Ziying. "I'm counting on you." Tianming remained as calm as ever. "A lightning attribute? Sorry, but right now, the thing I fear the least is lightning. I'm now a dual cultivator beastmaster of both lightning and fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit energy around him erupted violently. "Let me give you a taste of just how powerful a dual attribute beastmaster is. Come on out." Hearing this, Lang Xuan was bewildered. Dual lightning and fire attributes? Guo Hao beside her was just as stunned. This aura, how is this possible? Tiansheng also noticed that he was indeed radiating both lightning and fire attributes. Jun exclaimed in shock. "There's more to this guy than that." Ying Huo had also dragged Meow Meow out to battle. "Meow Meow, let's go fight with Big Bro." It was still drowsy. "Brother Chicken, I need my sleep." It was immediately chewed out by Ying Huo. "Sleep your face off, get up, beat this guy, and I'll let you sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But Meow Meow still couldn't fully wake up. "Are you trying to trick me? You'll just go back to your psycho training later." Then it quickly put on a fierce and eager expression, even more so than Ying Huo, and charged forward. "So you're the ones who made Brother Chicken disturb my sleep? You are guilty, and your sins are heinous." Guo Hao hadn't yet realized how formidable the two of them were, so he was still joking around. "Are these your twin lifebound beasts? Are you trying to make your opponent die laughing?" Lang Xuan, on the other hand, was looking on with envy as she watched. "Darn it, they're so cute. I want one too. That's exactly what I've always wanted." Following Ziyu's steps and commands, his lifebound beast also charged forward. Yu was calculating in his mind. His life-bound beasts are very deceptive. I can't let my guard down. I have to use my full strength to face them. Meanwhile, Tianming was waiting with his powerful fists clenched. Bring it on! Immediately after, the clash between the two seemingly mismatched opponents began. In midair, their spirit energies collided directly, causing a blinding light to radiate in all directions. From the outside, no one could see what was happening within. Only two streams of spirit energy could be seen clashing. When the white dust finally settled, Tianming was seen slightly hunched over, having taken a step back, but on his face was a sharp and inexplicably crazed smile. In front of Tianming, Yu had also slid far back across the arena. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with utter horror. How can this be? His power is completely superior to mine. I'm no match for him at all. Thinking this, Yu looked up and simultaneously called out his lifebound beast's name, Ying, but it seemed to be too late. His lifebound beast was being thoroughly schooled by Ying Huo, and before it could even recover, a blast of lightning power shot forward. In just an instant, Yu's lifebound beast was brutally beaten, immediately, lost his balance and fell. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoting gritted his teeth. He was completely suppressed. That cat is both cute and strong. I want one so badly. I'm so jealous, damn it. Even Tianxiong and Zikun over here couldn't hide their shocked expressions. Twin lifebound beasts that dual cultivate lightning and fire. Just how on earth did he manage that? Mu Yang wasn't any better. His expression had already stiffened. This guy gives us a new surprise every time. Knowing he was no match for Tianming, Yu immediately spoke up. I surrender. The match had just ended, and Yi Huo had to fly after the falling Miao Miao, who was still somehow asleep. I'm seriously impressed. Tianming quickly caught Miao Miao, thinking to himself with satisfaction. Twin lifebound beasts are truly formidable. Every fight can be this exhilarating. From a distance, Mu Yang walked over. Since when did you become a dual beast tamer? Tianming explained. I used a divine blood contract to create these two lifebound beasts, but this cat is too lazy, so I've always kept it as a trump card and never brought it out. Hearing this, Tianxiang then said, a divine blood contract. It can allow you to possess two lifebound beasts with different attributes at the same time. He tried to calm his turbulent heart. It's truly unbelievable. I've never heard of such a thing. Getting one is already difficult, yet he managed to get two in a row. Mu Yang patted Tianming's shoulder in praise. This only proves that his constitution is special. He's worthy of being my disciple. Excellent. He happily held up two fingers. It's nothing special. I'm just number 3 in the village. By now, Tianxiong was convinced by the scene. I'm impressed. This kid, it would have been great if he had grown up in my Wei manor. But Zikun understood clearly. That's enough. If he were in the Wei manor, he wouldn't have had the good fortune to get a divine blood contract. After defeating Yu, Tianming hurriedly walked in a certain direction. Arriving in front of Tianshang, he seemed to muster all his courage to utter 2 words, grandfather. Then, Tianming knelt down with a sincere expression and begged, Grandfather, please save my mother. Give her a chance to live. Seeing this, Tianshang was momentarily stunned. He truly couldn't believe this was the son of that piece of trash, Li Yanfeng. Forget it. He then closed his eyes slightly and said calmly, Bring Wei Shi to the Tianyun chamber. I will be in seclusion for half a month. No one else is allowed inside. Knowing that Tianshang had agreed, long streams of tears quickly flowed down Tianming's face. He looked up with a tear-streaked face, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. After saying that, Tianming exclaimed joyfully, Mother is finally saved. Yi Huo shed tears of happiness. Brother, our mother is saved. This is great. The worry in Tianming's heart was lifted, and he shouted to the heavens with joy. She's saved. Yi Huo was a bit busier. It was trying to wake up Miao Miao. Sleep your head off. At this moment, Mu Yang also gave Tianming a look full of admiration. Tianming, you did well. The scene changes to the front of the Leizun Manor, where brilliant sunlight bathed the scenery. Inside the grand hall, Lin Zhao was hosting a lavish banquet. Come, let us raise our glasses together to toast the 2 deputy supervisors. Yi Xuan and Yi Lei raised their glasses in return. Thank you, everyone. Please, feel at ease. Lin Zhao then turned to the Yue Ling family and raised his glass. Patriarch Yue Ling, we will be in-laws from now on. I toast to you. Yue Ling raised his glass cheerfully. Lord Leizun, you're too kind. From now on, our Yue Ling clan in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Leizun Manor, we are all allies bound by life and death. The people present were Yue Ling Hong, the patriarch of the Yue Ling clan, grandfather of Yue Ling Ji, and Yue Ling Xiao, the father of Yue Ling Ji. Hearing them discuss this, Ling Ji immediately blushed and looked shyly at Xiaoting. Seeing this, Yi Xuan laughed heartily. These 2 young people will get married here, and in the future, they will go to the Sacred Heaven Palace to cultivate together. What a divine couple. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. With your 2 families combined, your strength will increase. Everything is going smoothly. You're just missing a heavenly manner status. Lin Zhao raised his hand in agreement. Then that Wei Tianshang probably never expected that we will soon be making things difficult for the Wei family. The Wei family has occupied the heavenly manor for so long, it's time for them to give up their position. The talents of the Yue Ling clan are outstanding. Not only do they have the divine miracle dragon son, but also the genius of the sacred heaven palace, the great young miss of the Yue Ling clan, to control a heavenly manor, to control a Yanhuang academy. Yi Lei added from the side, replacing the heavenly manor is actually a common rule of the heavenly manor. Any family that manages it for over 1,000 years must face challenges if they fail to advance, and their descendants are mediocre. Battle of another clan. Just then, Ling Xiao suddenly asked, Deputy Supervisor, on the day of the challenge, did Lung Ni come to watch? Hearing this, Yi Xuan shouted loudly, Insolent! Brother Yue Ling, it's not that I'm lecturing you, but even if you are Lung Tianzi's father, from now on you must address her as the heavenly daughter, understand? Yue Ling knew he had misspoken, so he quickly stood up to apologize. Understood, Deputy Supervisor. Please don't be angry. I just forgot. I'll remember next time. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Yi Lei spoke up. To be honest, Lung Tianzi left the clan when she was young, and now that she's become the heavenly daughter, she still remembers the Inhung clan. She personally arranged for me to make good provisions for the clan, then organized the Sunken Abyss Beast Arena, and even sent Yue Ling Ji away to cultivate. It's clear that Lung Tianzi still has deep feelings for all of you, but respect and rules must be remembered. After all, you all had a good relationship for several years. Yet you've never seen this side of Lung Tianzi. Xiaoting looked at Lung Tianzi in surprise. Ling Ji explained in a low voice, she's the younger sister of San Yue Ling Lung. Ling Lung's past, as told by Ling Ji, was quite pitiful. She was the daughter of a concubine and wasn't treated well by the family when she was young. Because her father didn't care for her, her mother was killed by the Duanmu clan during a clan war. Her voice slowed as she spoke. At 8 years old, she disappeared. We all thought she was dead. Who would have thought that just a few years later, she would suddenly reappear and wipe out the entire Duanmu clan? Ling Ji recalled silently and continued. When she returned, she was already the heavenly daughter of the sacred heaven palace. Night fell quickly, and in the dark sky, a crescent moon hung high. Under the night sky, Yi Huo wondered. Li Tianming, what are you laughing about in the middle of the night? He replied, but a radiant smile remained on. His lips, I'm just happy. This joyful mood, this excitement in my heart, I just can't stop it. Recalling the day's events, Tianming felt emotional. Seeing Mom so happy, she cried. I'm truly happy for her. Mom really hasn't had it easy. The weight in my heart has finally been lifted. Mom doesn't have to die anymore. The thing that excites me the most is that Grandpa and Mom have resolved all their differences and become a family again. I feel like crying. Yi Huo showed him no mercy and directly exposed him. You idiot. What do you mean you feel like crying? You were clearly the one crying the most back then. So pathetic. Hearing that, all the emotion in Tianming vanished. He angrily knocked Yi Huo on the head. You little rascal. It's not a crime for a man to cry. After thinking for a moment, Tianming happily exclaimed, that stubborn grandpa of ours is actually kind of cute, always creating opportunities for me. So why did our mom give up Mu Yang and Shen Sheng, two heroic men, and marry Li Yanfeng instead? A thought suddenly popped into Yi Huo's head, and it spoke up. I get it now. Our mom has weird taste. She just likes ugly boys. Tianming suddenly flared up. You little bastard, don't you dare insult Mom. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll cook you into a stew. Yi Huo was shaken so hard it got dizzy. Can you not squeeze your little chick so hard? I'm about to puke. Meow Meow, who was fast asleep, grumbled. So noisy. Be quiet for a bit. Stop it, Tianming recounted in a low voice. I heard that back then, Mom made a trip to the Eastern God's domain of the Sunken Abyss battlefield, and when she returned, she was completely changed. I guess she must have encountered something. Yi Huo then suggested, let's wait until Mom recovers in half a month, then we'll ask her. Setting the matter aside for now, Tianming suddenly took out a divine source. Let's not talk about this anymore. Hey, Meow Meow, wake up. Refine this thing. The 3 Immortals lightning extract is perfect for you. Meow Meow, having been woken up, rolled around and threw a tantrum. You're all liars. You said after the fight, you'd let me sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Refining this stupid thing is more troublesome than fighting. I don't want it. I want to sleep. Tianming helplessly coaxed it gently. Be good, Meow Meow. If you don't refine it, Firefly will beat you senseless. Just take it for now. You can refine it slowly, no rush. But Meow Meow just shouted loudly, no way! All of you, just drop dead. I need to sleep. After screaming, it tried to fall back asleep. Going to sleep now. Hearing this, Tianming threatened in a stern voice, do you believe I'll neuter you in your sleep? Seeing that Meow Meow still didn't react, Tianming got angry. Slowly extended 2 fingers towards Meow Meow's 2 little balls. Then he flicked his fingers, right after saying, I'll flick them to teach Meow Meow a serious lesson. It immediately woke up, two streams of tears falling from its eyes in agony. Facing the screaming Meow Meow, Nihoa just coldly covered her ears. How pathetic. Just then, Tianming looked at the divine origin in his hand with a bored expression, intentionally speaking loudly to the hiding Meow Meow. What should I do now? This divine origin needs to be refined, but there's no lifebound beast willing to cultivate and play along with me. You think I can't handle you? Just as Tianming hoped, Meow Meow perked right up. Bro chicken, what's wrong with you? Don't just sleep in all the time. You have to cultivate diligently today too. Look at this divine origin. It's so long and wide, just like this big round stone table. Nihoa said sarcastically. You sure caught on quick, didn't you? Under the fading moonlight, Tianming reminded it. All right, stop acting. Hurry up and refine it. I'll give you one night. Meow Meow immediately replied. No problem. A new day arrived, the gentle morning sunlight covering everything at the Thunder Sovereign's mansion. In a pavilion near the lake, a figure was leisurely playing a stringed instrument. It was Mu Qing. She looked very calm but couldn't hide the look of exhaustion on her face. After playing for just a moment, Mu Qing covered her mouth and coughed until she couldn't breathe, and with it, two long crimson streaks of blood flowed down onto the instrument, so dazzlingly bright. Seeing Mu Qing in such pain, Lin Xiao anxiously approached, her voice filled with urgency. Sister Mu Qing. Seeing Mu Qing's current state, Lin Xiao burst into sobs. Sister Mu Qing, why aren't you resting? The doctor said you're not supposed to get out of bed for a month. Mu Qing gently reassured her. Lin Xiao, you don't need to be so heartbroken. It's my life. I know I'll be fine. But Lin Xiao couldn't help but blame them. They're too cruel, and him too. How? Could he be that kind of person? Mu Qing's despairing eyes seemed to have seen through everything. She calmly asked, is he going to marry Yue Lingji? Lin Xiao looked at Mu Qing in surprise through her tears. How did you know, Sister Mu Qing? Mu Qing remained just as calm. This is just how things are in the world. Facing her, Lin Xiao cried even harder. She sobbed, Sister Mu Qing, I'm sorry. Just then, Xiaoting's voice rang out. Lin Xiao, get out! Lin Xiao was quite surprised to see him arrive. Ah, the stubborn Lin Xiao refused to move. What more do you want to do? Isn't it enough? Already? Xiaoting lost his patience and growled. I have something to say to Mu Qing. Don't get in the way. Hurry up and get out. He scowled and yelled, get lost. Don't interfere. Don't make me say it a second time. Lin Xiao still stood there resolutely. In the end, Xiaoting still had his men take Lin Xiao away. Men, throw Lin Xiao out and lock her up for half a month. At this point, Mu Qing no longer had the heart to continue playing. After pausing for a moment, she still decided to touch the strings. Xiaoting called out, Mu Qing. Unexpectedly, his voice was ice cold. Your life-bound beast is dead. Your spirit core is crippled. You are a complete cripple now. You understand what reality is better than anyone, don't you? Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing calmly answered his question. I know. Xiaoting twisted the knife further. You trampled on Li Tianming to follow me, and now I'm kicking you aside to marry a woman who is more outstanding. All of this is perfectly normal, isn't it? She admitted. Yes, Xiaoting continued. You're an adult. You're not going to be childish, are you? One must learn to accept defeat, you know? Ignoring the two streams of bloody tears flowing from Mu Qing's eyes, Xiaoting then grabbed her chin. My father and I have already discussed it. You can stay in the flowerwood garden from now on. This place is a gift to you, but you can never leave. I don't want anyone to see you. After that, he decisively turned to leave, his hand reaching into his robes for something. After you die, I will allow you to be buried as my concubine. In my family's garden, maybe I'll come visit you next time I'm back. That's right, after I die, I can still be Brother Ting's concubine. That's just wonderful. Unable to stand it any longer, he disgustedly wiped his hand on a cloth, utterly filthy. This disgusted attitude struck a heavy blow to Mu Qing's psyche. She angrily slammed the table as if it wasn't enough. Xiaoting continued. Oh, right, on my wedding day, you can come. I'll let you see how I kill. Li Tianming, helping you get your revenge. Mu Qing seemed to snap out of it, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. All right. A crazed look appeared in her eyes. I will definitely put on beautiful makeup. I won't embarrass you. The scene shifts to the front of the Yanhuang Tower, where a golden stone is being guarded inside. A giant Yanhuang stone. At the same time, someone was repeatedly striking its surface. It turned out to be Tianming, and he was even urging it on. Meow meow, you've already fused with the God Source, so pull yourself together and learn from the pain. Tianming was secretly pleased. I can clearly feel the two great central powers of fire and lightning gradually improving. The day my mother overcomes her minor life, tribulation has arrived, but before that, I must reach a suitable peak, using the Flame Emperor Stone to break through. Mu Yang watched from a distance, praising softly. 5 days later, He's already broken through to the 6th level of the spirit origin realm so quickly. Impressive. Hearing Mu Yang's voice, Tianming turned around excitedly. Uncle Yang, when did you get here? Is something up? At that moment, Mu Yang delivered some intel. The spies say the supervisory envoy and the Yue Ling clan are working together. They're still at the Thunderlord's manor and haven't left yet. Tianming replied nonchalantly, I was hoping they wouldn't leave. I've been wanting to settle the score with Lin Xiaoting anyway. Mu Yang's expression turned serious as he added, in the past few days, other members of the Yue Ling clan have arrived from the Zhulong nation. They're also at the Thunder Lord's manor. They must be plotting something. So, we've been discussing taking some precautions. But Tianming looked confused. Precautions? Even if they're plotting something, it has nothing to do with the heavenly manor, right? Mu Yang spoke cautiously. Not necessarily. It's always better to be safe than sorry. There's another piece of news. Yue Lingji's life-bound beast, through the Xuan rank god source, the sea dragon sky pillar, has successfully evolved into an 8-armed emperor beast, becoming a windsnow sea spirit dragon. Its power has increased significantly. Furthermore, she has entered seclusion to cultivate. It seemed Tianming had figured something out. Perhaps she wants to reach the Unity realm before returning to the holy, heavenly manor. That's not surprising at all. Pausing for a moment, Mu Yang instructed, I've already asked the master. Your mother will have recovered in another 8 days. You should return to the Wei Manor then. Hearing this, Tianming lowered his head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Of course, you didn't even need to tell me. But putting that aside for now, Tianming returned to the present. Before that, I must continue cultivating by the Yanhuang stone. That's the spirit. Keep it up. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. Ying Huo, with the power of fire blazing around its body, exclaimed, I feel so strong right now. I'm itching for a fight. Quick, find me an opponent. In contrast, Meow Meow was still sprawled out lethargically on the ground. I'm dead tired. I don't want to be a life-bound beast anymore. I'm never going to cultivate again. Meanwhile, Tianming was still focused on the dual-core cultivation of the origin source and the chaos thunder source. As expected, it was much more difficult than before. But the stronger this super ability becomes, perhaps, I can already fight and even challenge those in the Unity realm while still being in the spirit source realm. Once he felt the spiritual power in his body had reached the desired level, Tianming grabbed Meow Meow. Let's go. With that, he set off excitedly. Today is the day Mom gets to start her life over. I'll take a day off to go get her, Meow Meow urged. Hurry up and run, I'm in a rush, Ying Huo signaled from his other shoulder. And so, Li Tianming took off. As he dashed forward, Tianming couldn't help but ask, Are you guys rebelling or something? Are you seriously treating me like a mount? Ying Huo arrogantly ignored him and said, Meow Meow, let Big Bro tell you, a guy like Li Tianming is a bottom-tier mount. His master Mu Wan is the real high-class mount. Meow Meow asked curiously, Why is that, Big Bro chicken? Ying Huo explained, Because Li Tianming is flat-chested, but Master Mu Wan has 2 huge mountains that are both soft and comfortable. It reminisced about the sensation with a blissful sigh, resting on her. Is a truly supreme experience. You don't come across a high-class mount like that every day. Tempted, Meow Meow chimed in. That doesn't sound half bad. Big Bro chicken, maybe we should get a different mount. Ying Huo, now deeply invested in the topic, immediately shook its head in dismay. We can't do that. Even though Li Tianming is a bit flawed, he's still our personal toy. We can't just toss him aside. That would be a waste. Being so openly insulted by them, Tianming struggled to suppress his anger. If I wasn't in such a good mood because my mother is getting out today, I would have killed you both already. In a flash, a dark brown courtyard appeared before them. Standing outside, Tianming was filled with anticipation. Let's just wait a moment. Mom should be out any second now. I'm so excited, but I'm also a little nervous. Just then, a piercing yet authoritative voice rang out. Just then, Li Tianming and Yi Huo saw someone approaching and cheered. Our premium ride is here. Seeing them, Tianming called out to Master Mu Wan. Uncle Yang. Mu Wan got straight to the point. I heard you have a new companion beast for sale. Let me see it. The moment she held Meow Meow, she put on that same entranced expression. So adorable. No way, Li Tianming. This one's mine. A jealous Yi Huo flew over. Master, me too. But all he received was a cold glare from Mu Wan. Get lost. Yi Huo felt wronged, as if he'd been slapped across the face. Following behind them, Tian Xiong, Zi Kun, and Ling Xuan also arrived. Brother Mu Yang, you're early? Mu Yang replied, So you've arrived. Zi Kun softly called out, Wan Er. Not just them, Shen Gong is here too. Hearing his voice, Mu Yang and Tianming responded, Uncle Shen. Seeing Shen Gong appear, Mu Yang teased, Aren't you afraid a certain someone from your house will tear you to pieces? Shen Gong pointed confidently. It's fine, I wear the pants in the family. Mu Yang remained openly skeptical. What good does that do? If something actually happens, you won't be able to take it. While they were chatting, someone suddenly noticed. The door is opening. Right after, a pair of small shoes appeared in everyone's line of sight. To their surprise, the one who opened the door was a young girl who looked both strange and familiar. Seeing this, the corner of Tianming's mouth twitched repeatedly. Why did Mom turn into a kid? Should I call you Mom or little sister? It wasn't just him. Most of the people there were stunned by the sight. Then Tian Sheng came out and explained. Such small minds, the minor life calamity has been reversed. Even after 60 years, she's reverted to her state right after the calamity first struck. Wei Shi carefully supported his arm. Father, be careful. Witnessing Tian Sheng, looking as if he'd aged a decade, Tianming was secretly horrified. Grandfather has weakened so much, it seems that breaking this minor life calamity took a massive toll on him. In front of everyone, Tian Sheng pushed Wei Shi away and commanded, Get out now. This old man needs to rest. For over 3 months, and no one is to disturb me. Right after, the wooden door shut coldly. Wei Shi was irritated. This stubborn old man seemed to think saving her was a great loss of face. A moment later, she composed herself and looked at Tianming with teary eyes. He rushed forward to hug his mother, but couldn't resist teasing. And who might you be, miss? Could you be my long-lost little sister? Wei Shi quickly warned Tianming. Stop talking nonsense. No matter how young I look, my spirit is still that of a 40-year-old. Her words only made everyone around them happier. They chattered non-stop. Jinger, those words of yours make us so envious. Yeah, I wish I could get hit with a minor life calamity too. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and the sky turned dark once more. While eating, Tianming asked his mother, Mom, what's that on your arm? Wei Shi paused for a moment. You mean the circle on my arm? Tianming replied obediently, Yeah, I've never seen it on you before. Looking at the few red circles on her arm, Wei Shi explained, I don't know the specifics, but when the minor life calamity disappears, this thing shows up. The Wei family has many people who've had the minor life calamity, but they all broke it within the first year. They have this on their arms too, but only one circle. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Maybe because I let it go on for so long, I have 3. They say that after you get a circle, your cultivation speed gets faster. My father has one, but my older and younger brothers don't. That's why they're so lame. Even though Tianming didn't understand, he knew it was incredible. With just one circle, Wei Tiansheng accomplished so much. Mom, you have 3 circles, so when you reach your peak, won't you be stronger than him by 3 times? You, Wei Si corrected him. Why are you calling your grandfather by his full name? That's so disrespectful. Just then, Tianming's gaze fell upon his own wrist, which was slightly exposed, revealing a faint half of a black circle. This is... Seeing it, Tianming's face filled with confusion. He blurted out in shock, The minor life calamity! Meanwhile, on a rooftop under the moonlight, 2 shadowy figures were conversing. This woman, Wei Shi, has 3 calamity wheels. This is a 3 calamity wheel reincarnation body. I can't believe it's scattered in this desolate bloodline holy land that a 3 calamity wheel reincarnation genius would appear here. The younger-looking person asked, Grandmother, are you certain it's a 3 calamity wheel reincarnation? The other person replied in a low voice, I saw it clearly, Jin Yu. It is without a doubt the life calamity body of a 3 calamity wheel reincarnation. Illuminated by the moonlight, their 2 faces were revealed. Jiang Yu exclaimed emotionally, This is a miracle. In our entire Li Clan Saint tribe, even if, including you, there are fewer than 10 young people with the 3rd tribulation samsara. In our generational records, this branch of the family is considered quite distant, yet it still produced a 3rd tribulation samsara bloodline. Jing Yu asked, Grandmother, are we bringing this sister back to the Eastern Emperor sect? Jing Yu trembled, tightening her grip on her staff, her voice ringing out, firmly, Of course we are taking her. We have traveled through 89 nations, and if we can bring back just one genius with the 3rd tribulation samsara, this journey of ours will be considered a huge success. After speaking, Jing Yu sighed softly. To think our Li Saint clan once dominated the Eastern Emperor realm, only to end up in this desolate place today, searching for relatives with the bloodline. But the heavens reward the persistent, finally allowing this old woman to reap a reward. Jing Yu's eyes brightened. She glanced forward and offered reassurance. Grandmother, things will definitely get better for us. At this point, Jing Yu had already made a decision. Let's observe for a while longer and see what her character is like. However, Jing Yu was still puzzled. Her son seems to have just awakened a 1st tribulation samsara. Are we taking him back too? Jing Yu seemed uninterested. That depends on him. A 1st tribulation samsara is barely enough to qualify for our Li Saint clan. Meanwhile, Wei Shi was examining her son Tianming's wrist. Son, this minor life tribulation of yours is different from others. As if remembering something, she decisively spat a mouthful of water onto his hand. Despite resorting to this trick, Wei Shi still couldn't understand it. His body's lifeblood was abundant, not weakened in the slightest, and the color seemed off. Could it be that your cultivation technique is so powerful you broke through the minor life tribulation yourself? Suddenly, Ying Huo appeared, raising its wing irritably. Under my armpit, and meow meows, there's a booger we can't get off. A booger in your armpit? Wei Shi had to explain. That's not a booger. It's a minor life tribulation. Both life-bound beasts and beastmasters have them, but Ying Huo interpreted it differently. Do I have an infectious disease? Tianming yelled in frustration. I told you it's a minor life tribulation, not a booger. Are you messing with me? Ying Huo quickly changed the subject. Now that we have this, will our cultivation later on be smoother? Tianming was immediately swept up in the idea. I'll go to the flame-yellow rock at dawn to see. So, at the crack of dawn, he gave everyone quite a surprise. Li Tianming, you're early. We were just looking for you. Mu Yang and Chen Gong were walking towards Tianming. Uncle Yang, Uncle Chen, you're here too? Mu Yang said to him. Tianming, stop cultivating here. Today, I'm taking you to the second floor of the flame-yellow pagoda to train. Tianming's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Okay, does that mean you'll be personally guiding me, Uncle? However, Mu Yang clarified, I know you still want to take a master, but you should abandon that thought. Your talent and speed of improvement are beyond imagination. The Vermilion Bird Nation can no longer contain you. Even Lin Xiaoting has already left for the Shengtian prefecture. You should also venture into a wider world and seek out more powerful existences. Pausing for a moment, he emphasized, besides, as your Uncle Yang, I will guide you whether you become my disciple or not. Anyway, I feel like if you were to call me Master, it would put quite a bit of pressure on me. Chen Gong added from the side. Your Uncle Yang has a glass heart. He gets stressed easily. As long as you don't look down on him, it'll be fine. Tianming seemed to have anticipated this, accepting it calmly. I understand, Uncle Yang. In truth, whether I formally become your disciple doesn't matter. I already see you as the person I respect most. Following that, Tianming quickly pulled out a heavy bag. Oh, right, Uncle Chen. Inside here are the spirit ores, plus 10 times the amount of money from before. It should be enough. Chen Gong saw it and praised him. Not bad, kid. I should have loaned you more. Let's go upstairs. The moment he set foot on the next floor, Tianming couldn't hide his astonishment. Mu Yang quickly explained, these are the 4 faces of the flame-yellow mirror. They contain a vast amount of worldly spiritual energy that aids in cultivation. The flame-yellow mirror's greatest purpose is to help you cultivate battle arts. Through the mirror, you can see the standard form of your movements and then adjust them. It can reveal the profound mysteries of your battle arts, which will be a huge help in comprehending heavenly patterns in the future. Hearing this, Tianming exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Yang, are you going to teach me a battle art? He was secretly overjoyed. Uncle Yang is the #1 sword god of the Vermilion Bird Nation, so what he teaches must be a sword art. Mu Yang then revealed, I will teach you the sword, a technique I created myself, the 3 slaying swords of heaven, earth, and man. This is the culmination of my life's learning. This sword art is actually a battle art from the Heaven's Will realm, which is even beyond the Unity realm. Tianming's eyes widened in surprise. The Heaven's Will realm? I'm only at the Spirit Source realm. Isn't jumping 2 whole major realms a bit much? Mu Yang quickly reassured him. I've already simplified, compressed, and selected the parts that can be comprehended at the Spirit Source realm to guide your training. Shengong quickly tossed a sword over. Tianming, catch this. Shengong continued. Tianming, this is my spiritual treasure, and also the most precious weapon in our Vermilion Bird Nation. Catching the sword, Tianming was momentarily stunned by the power he felt within it. This sword even has 2 attributes, fire and lightning. This is the Great Thunder Annihilation Sword, a 6th-rank beast weapon, and its creation process was anything but easy. This sword is annually tempered by heavenly thunder mystic steel, forged by fire and lightning, forged from a convergence of 93 types of spirit ores. This sword has been quenched in the blood of a 7th-rank thunderfire skink beast, possessing both the searing heat of flames and the tearing power of thunder. After his explanation, Shengong cheerfully slung an arm around Mu Yang's shoulder. Your Uncle Yang and I already discussed it. He'll teach you the battle art, and I'll provide the weapon. How about it? Do you like it? Tianming exclaimed excitedly. I love it. Thank you, Uncle Shen. At that moment, Tianming felt a surge of emotion. 4 years ago, he came to Yedu and lost because he had no one to back him up. Now he finally knows what it feels like to have support. It feels great. But getting back to the matter at hand, Mu Yang said in a serious tone, Tianming, you will likely have a chance to face Lin Xiaoting. This sword art is the one thing I never taught him. That treacherous disciple is highly regarded by the Sacred Heaven Palace, to the point where he doesn't even respect me anymore. Tianming, giving you this sword and teaching you this sword art is the only thing I can do to help you. Your life and death from now on will depend on you. Of course, even without being told, Tianming had already made up his mind. I know, I will absolutely not let Lin Xiaoting off the hook. Hearing his reply, Mu Yang immediately tightened his grip on the sword. Watch closely, Tianming. Then, he swung his sword while instructing. The three slaying swords of heaven, earth, and man has a total of 7 moves. As he spoke, a vortex of spirit energy appeared at Mu Yang's feet. The man-slaying sword, first is Ghostly Dance, second is Soul Oath. Immediately after, he executed a complete sword form. The earth-slaying sword, first is Pulse, second is Suppress Hell. Because it draws on the earth's pulse, Suppress Hell will shake the very foundations of hell. Mu Yang explained softly, the heaven-slaying sword gathers the sword intent of the vast heavens. First is God's wrath, second is heavenly tribulation, and third is the vanishing sword of mystic annihilation, which is the supreme sword intent, the true way of heaven's will. Just hearing this, Tianming's face turned pale. This is heaven's will. Even in its infinitely simplified form, I can feel so much. If it were the complete version, I can't imagine how shocking it would be. Even Meow Meow had to look up in awe. So cool. Ying Huo flew out directly. I want to practice too, Li Tianming. Let's see who learns faster. A moment later, Mu Yang pointed the sword forward. Tianming, start by slowly practicing with this sword first. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'll be with you for the next few days, so if you have any questions, just ask me. Ying Huo enthusiastically gave instructions first. All right, let's start with Ghostly Dance, brother. Get into that mirror and practice right now. Tianming excitedly declared that today he would thrust the ghostly dance 1,000 times. Let's see if 1,000 thrusts can help me comprehend the true essence of a single strike. 1,000 times. Even one is already difficult. But when he went to sleep and dreamed, the number modestly stopped at 807, then 80 thrusts. The moment he opened his eyes, Tianming lamented, I dreamed of practicing the sword all night. Yesterday I thrust over 800 times and still haven't comprehended the essence of a single strike. It's so hard, I feel like throwing up. Just then, Ying Huo suddenly spoke up. Hey, what's with your hair? Tianming was bewildered. What hair? It continued. It changed color. So ugly. Sure enough, Tianming looked in the mirror and saw it. Why did it turn gray? Isn't this the same hair color my mother had back then? At this point, Tianming was suddenly startled. Wait a minute, my mother's hair color. Could it be? Just as he thought, another circle had appeared on his wrist. As expected, my lesser life calamity isn't over yet. With that thought, Tianming went back to the room from the other day, where a shocked voice rang out. What? Your lesser life calamity isn't over yet? Mu Yang placed a hand on his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. I don't really understand this thing either, but in short, the more of these circles, the better. Is your body affected in any way right now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tianming rubbed his head in confusion. I don't feel anything. My mind is actually clearer. It seems this circle can also help me absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Mo Duong immediately ordered to continue observing tomorrow. Today, continue practicing your swordsmanship and comprehend the essence of the ghost dance's single strike. Tianmen was now ready. All right, let's see if one more circle can help me break through. After that, he raised his sword high, his eyes filled with determination. 1,000 ghost dance strikes. Time flew by, and today was the 3rd day that Tianmen had been practicing swordsmanship with Mo Duong. But Tianmen still couldn't accept his appearance in the mirror. His hair color was exactly like his mother's. He dejectedly held out his wrist, and what's more, a 3rd black circle had appeared, and it wasn't over yet. Even Mo Duong had never seen a situation like this before. What on earth is this? You have the symptoms of a lesser life calamity, but you also have its fortune. Tianmen replied, I can feel another circle, compared to Mo Duong. My cultivation speed has doubled. At this, Mo Duong fell into a thoughtful silence. The change in color and the black circle are just external symbols. The real change is in his constitution, not just his cultivation speed, but also his ability to sense, absorb, and convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and in terms of comprehension, his ability to understand seems to have improved as well. After thinking for a moment, Mo Duong sighed, I just don't know if there will be side effects like what happened to Tikni 20 years ago. But Tianmen quickly regained his composure. Why worry about it? At least there aren't any now. I'll just practice my sword first. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled strength into his sword hand and resumed his frantic training. Sword dance. Perhaps Tianmen didn't realize it, but Mo Duong, watching from the side, saw it very clearly. He's mastered it. It seems this circle has truly enhanced his constitution and talent, he said loudly to Tianmen. That's the feeling. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. I've finally succeeded. Another strike. However, Ni Hawa chimed in with a taunt. Trash. You're only just mastering it now. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and move on to the next move, Tianmen shouted in annoyance. Did I ask you? Seeing this, Mo Duong could only facepalm. Actually, The real genius is the chicken. In the blink of an eye, the fourth day passed, and unexpectedly, the circles didn't decrease but increased to 4. When Tianming saw Tianmen's wrist, her eyes lit up. Amazing, that's one more than your mother. But Tianmen couldn't bring himself to smile. Why do I feel like this thing isn't going to stop? Mo Duong, who had already gotten used to this, was as calm as ever. 4 circles. Continue cultivating the chaos body sword dance. Tianmen replied, I think I can master it very quickly this time. But things didn't stop there. On the 5th day, Tianmen looked at his wrist in alarm. 5 circles. Ni Hawa uttered a clueless remark. 5 circles. That's one more than 4. Mao added, and one less than 6. On the 6th day, it finally stopped increasing. Tianmen muttered, it's not growing anymore. Looks like it's over. But Ni Hawa reminded him, don't be so sure. A new black spot has appeared under my and Mao's wings. You'd better check your left arm. Mao also lifted its leg. It's so black it's completely covered. Tianmen looked on doubtfully, looking at his arm. No way, right? Could my black arm be growing them too? Looking closely, Tianmen exclaimed in frustration. As expected, because it was so black, I couldn't see it clearly at all. At this moment, a bold guess formed in his mind. Could it be that this side has a matching 5 circles? If that's really the case then, that would be too heaven-defying. My strength would increase tenfold. As expected, by the 10th day, Tianmen's hair had turned completely white, and the number of circles on his black arm had increased to match. Tianmen felt helpless. 10 circles in total. This is insane. Tianming looked at him happily. Amazing, you know. You have a whole 7 more circles than your mother. Tianmen winced slightly. Mom, I know. Mo Duong just replied nonchalantly. Truly strange. You can try practicing the Heaven's Kill Sword. Tianmen obediently replied. Understood. Immediately after, Tianmen lowered his head slightly, silently reciting the incantation. Heaven's Kill Sword! Then, he decisively swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a slash of sword qi that lit up the sky. Mo Duong couldn't help but be astonished when he saw it. So strong, even without the boost from the lesser life calamity, his talent surpasses Lam Teodin's. With 10 circles, he's truly terrifying. In his heart, he suddenly had a premonition that Li Tianming might actually be able to comprehend heaven's will, surpass the will of the gods, and unleash the true power of the heaven, earth, and man trinity. Calamity. Next, on the 11th day, the body check had become Tianming's morning routine. No more circles appeared, and now he could confirm that there were only 10 circles. Just then, Wei Xi walked in holding a golden invitation. Tianming, there's an invitation from the Thunderlord's manor. Tianming asked curiously. Mom, what invitation is it? Wei Xi held out the invitation, a hint of anger in her voice. It was the wedding invitation for Yue Lingji and Lin Xiaoting. They're deliberately trying to provoke you, so don't go. On the contrary, Tianming insisted that of course he had to go. It's not yet certain who will be provoking whom. Besides, there might be a good show to watch. Reading the time on the invitation, Tianming gazed into the distance. It starts in 3 days. Perhaps the day of reckoning between me and Lin Xiaoting has finally come. I'd better practice my swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the place was already decorated with red lanterns. Amidst the celebratory firecrackers, a clear voice rang out, First bow to heaven and earth. Tianming stood in a corner, silently observing the entire scene. Second bow to the parents. It seems Yue Lingji has also broken through to the spirit source realm. Elsewhere, a haggard-looking Mu Qingqing had also arrived early. In a flash, the ceremony was over. The couple bows to each other, now escort them to the bridal chamber. Inside the bright red nuptial chamber, Xiaoting gently lifted Lingji's veil. He sweetly whispered words of love. In this life, I will love only you, hold you, and protect you, and never abandon you. In response, Lingji also made a vow. We will cultivate together, fight together, and never have any regrets. With that said, she gently leaned into Xiaoting's embrace. Husband, I vow to stay by your side, and we will love each other forever. Xiaoting affectionately reminded her. Let's go. It's time to go out and toast the guests. When we return later, I'll show you just how much I love you. All right, you'd better love me with all your heart then. In the main hall, the crowd had already gathered. Please welcome the bride and groom. Mu Qingqing, her face dark and menacing, stepped forward. Brother Ting, I'd like to propose a toast. Xiaoting, seeing his ex, just shot her a disgusted glance. It's you, Mu Qingqing. In the middle of the brightly lit red hall, Mu Qingqing spoke again. Brother Ting, let me toast you. After a moment's thought, Xiaoting finally spoke. You're looking rather well. Mu Qingqing bowed and offered a toast. I've thought through what you said, Brother Ting. She feigned respect as she poured wine into Xiaoting's cup. Brother Ting, let me fill it to the brim for you. As if to reassure him, Mu Qingqing then downed her own cup of wine. Brother Ting, Thank you for taking care of me. I wish you a bright future and many children. Mu Qing has finished her drink, although Xiaoting grumbled. You talk too much. You should go home and rest. He also downed the cup. After that, Xiaoting walked past Mu Qing without any suspicion. You can leave now. She maintained the same obedient demeanor as before. Yes, Brother Ting. The moment she spoke, her eyes flashed with a sinister light, radiating extreme danger. I'll be leaving right away. All this time, Ying Huo and Tianming had been watching Mu Qing. Seeing her expression, it spoke up. Look at that woman. She must have been completely humiliated. As it happened, that was exactly what Tianming was hoping for. That way. Wouldn't it be even better? Just watch. Lin Xiaoting is definitely in for some bad luck. Outside, Jiang Cheng had also arrived. A hint of anticipation was in Tianming's voice. This wedding is quite a grand affair. All the influential figures of the Vermilion Bird Nation are here. Even the Vermilion Bird King himself. I don't see Linger and the princess. It's been a while since I've seen Linger. Just then, Zikun approached Li Tianming and chided him. Why did you dye your hair such a flashy color? Seeing him, Tianming politely greeted, Uncle. Zikun continued. Our Wei family is not so ostentatious. Don't bring shame upon our name. Hearing this, Tianming gave a goofy smile and pointed to his head. Uncle, you might not know, but this is this year's trendiest hair color. Zikun scoffed at his words. Truly a waste of breath. And what's with that gaudy coat of yours? Seeing his uncle's curiosity, Tianming proudly showed it off. My mom made this for me. How is it? Cool, right? Just then, an authoritative voice boomed. Everyone, please quiet down for a moment. Signaling to the crowd, the two deputy overseers have an important announcement to make. Yishuan began. First, all the guests who have come, here are from the powerful clans of the Vermilion Bird Nation, who contribute their strength to the nation and the Heavenly Palace. As I understand it, the Wei family of the saintly Heavenly Palace, their younger generation's strength is mediocre, and they can no longer hold the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, we have decided to organize a trial to reform the Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Tianming's gaze was fixed on Yishuan. He furrowed his brows in confusion. Tiansheng and Zikun were also stunned by these words. He repeated, a challenge? A heavenly mansion renewal. Even Jiang Cheng came forward to dissuade them. You two deputy overseers, this isn't quite in line with the rules. He began to explain that a heavenly mansion renewal must go through the sacred heavenly mansion's approval and receive a challenge order issued personally by the sacred heavenly mansion, but Yi Xuan wasn't listening. He spoke in a cold voice. What? Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Jiang Cheng was suppressed by Yi Xuan's aura, and a look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Then he bowed slightly and apologized. Jiang Cheng absolutely had no such intention. Just then, Yi Lei spoke up. Vermilion Bird King, you are the king of the Vermilion Bird Nation. Nurturing the young and ensuring the longevity of the Vermilion Bird Nation's generations is a responsibility you cannot refuse, is it not? Understanding the hidden meaning in her words, Jiang Cheng replied softly, Of course, Jiang Cheng would not refuse. Hearing this, Yi Lei then proposed. With your status, you are trustworthy enough for this heavenly mansion renewal challenge. Therefore, we have decided to invite you to become an overseer alongside us. Do you agree? Jiang Cheng cautiously replied, for the esteemed overseers to entrust me with such an important task. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not refuse, even if it meant jumping into a sea of fire. May I be so bold as to ask the overseer which clan is fighting against the Wei family? Yi Xuan calmly uttered, Of course, it's the Moon Spirit clan. The Moon Spirit clan is prudent, has undergone 1,000 years of development in the Bamboo Dragon Nation, and has outstanding members in its clan. Their virtue and strength have both been tested by the sacred heavenly mansion. Yi Lei continued. The rules are very simple. The competition is divided into 3 parts. They are the old, young, and middle-aged generations, competing separately. Not only that, but she also added that the loser would step down, and another person would take their place. The match continues this way until one side can no longer send anyone out. For the 3 generations, old, young, and middle-aged, a generation must win to score 1 point. After the 3 matches, whoever gets more than 2 points wins. At this moment, Lin Zhao also came forward to add, Let me add something on behalf of the overseer. After today's wedding, my Lin family will become one with the Moon Spirit family. Our Thunder Sovereign Mansion will all fight for the Moon Spirit clan. This was like dealing another blow to Tian Xiong. He questioned, What? Are you saying your 2 families will join forces to challenge our Wei family? It was then that Tianming finally understood their intentions. As expected, this wedding wasn't just any ordinary wedding. These 2 scoundrels from the sacred heavenly mansion, in their protection of the Moon Spirit family, had truly lost their minds. While the hall fell silent, Mu Yang stepped forward. You 2 deputy overseers, I would like to ask you something. I am the future mansion master of the Wei family's heavenly mansion. Do I have the right to participate? Seeing him step up for the Wei family, A look of amusement appeared on Yishuan's face. Mu Yang paused for a moment, then he agreed without hesitation. You may. According to the rules of the Heavenly Mansion Renewal Challenge, the Mansion Master's disciple has the right to participate in the battle. I am also very much looking forward to seeing your strength. In a flash, it was midnight, and the banquet at the Thunder Sovereign Mansion had ended. In front of the bridal chamber, Xiaoting's staggering shadow stretched long on the wall. He entered the room with a face flushed from wine, calling out sweetly, Wifey, I'm back. On the bed, Ling Ji had shyly pulled down her shoulder strap, revealing her full, round bust. So my husband is finally back? She said in a pouting tone. I've been waiting for you so anxiously. If you do this again, I'll teach you a lesson. Xiaoting was mesmerized by the beauty before him, his hands quickly removing his outer robe. I, Lin Xiaoting, promise you. This will be the only time in this life I make you wait. Just as he lunged like a pouncing tiger, Ling Ji spoke sweetly. Then I'll forgive you this time, she whispered from her throat. Husband, Xiaoting threatened. I won't let you get out of bed tomorrow. Ling Ji reassured him. It's all right. We don't have to participate in the battle tomorrow anyway. Just as he was about to make his move, Xiaoting suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Then, he immediately clutched his stomach, his hand tightly gripping the hem of his shirt. Seeing Xiaoting collapse, Ling Ji cried out in panic. Husband! Xiaoting's voice was urgent. What's wrong with me? It hurts so much. Call for help, quick! By now, Xiaoting was driven mad by the pain, screaming incessantly and tragically. His screams quickly echoed outside the bridal chamber. Lin Zhao grew worried, staring at Xiaoting. My nephew, Xiaoting, what's happening to you? In the blink of an eye, he was horrified to realize the source of the pain as his organs began to rupture. Even in his agony, Xiaoting managed to point out it was definitely Mu Qing. She poisoned the wine, that wench, I'll definitely. Overwhelmed by the crushing pain, gasping for breath, Xiaoting roared in fury. I'll tear you into 100 pieces. The scene shifts to the Wei estate, where a despairing voice echoes, the Wei family is finished. Tian Xiong lamented in a somber tone. In 3 days is the decisive battle of Yanhuang. Those two families have joined forces. I'm afraid the Wei family. Let's not even mention. 2 families. Even if it was just my son estate, we wouldn't be guaranteed a win even if we fought them one after another. The roundtable meeting was filled with nothing but sighs. Father is still in seclusion after suffering grievous injuries. If he forces himself to fight tomorrow, his chances of survival are slim. But Mu Yang had already made his decision, he declared. With resolve, my master gave me this life, and I will gladly shed my own blood to protect this family. I have no fear of death. Seeing this, Wei Shi burst into tears, sobbing, It's all my fault. If I had just held on a little longer, father wouldn't have to go into battle wounded. He's already so old, I shouldn't. Go on living. Tianming quickly stopped her. Mother, don't say that, he quickly reassured her. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just watch your son slaughter. All the scoundrels from the Lei and Sun estates, they dare to touch the Wei family, so I'll wipe out their entire bloodline. You still have me. After saying this, Tianming's expression grew grim. He growled, I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to take care of business. I've waited for 3 years. Lin Xiaoting, thank you for giving me this chance. I definitely won't let you down. However, Guo Hao sneered, you're all talk. It's not like the challenge lets us fight them one by one. We're guaranteed to lose. Ling Xuan sadly exclaimed, there's basically no hope. I can't stand you all. Seeing their defeatist attitude, Tianming stood up in frustration. Rather than stay here and listen, to you all accept this tragic fate, I'm better off going to cultivate. Tianxiong spoke with contempt. What good will a last-ditch effort do now? Tianming simply ignored their words. I'm going to seek some sword enlightenment. Only Mu Yang knew Tianming's true strength, and he silently watched his retreating figure. The silence was suddenly shattered by a commotion. Li Tianming, get to the academy gate, quick! It was you who drove her to her death. The heavens will punish you, Li Tianming. Confused, Tianming walked past her, but the gossiping onlookers began to curse. Stop playing dumb. You know what? You did, don't you? The crowd murmured nonstop. She must have been humiliated, so she ended it all out of shame. On top of that, Lin Xiaoting and Yue Lingji got married, shattering her delusions. It's so tragic. Their harsh words fell upon Tianming's ears, forcing him to face the consequences of what he had caused. Before him, hanging from a tree, was the lifeless body of Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're so clever, not even daring to hold on for another 3 days. If you had just held on for 3 more days, you would have been able to witness Lin Xiaoting's fate. Still, Tianming addressed her spirit. If you have a soul in the afterlife, for the next 3 days you still won't escape your karma. Just stay here and watch. Tianming narrowed his eyes, speaking as if Mu Qing could hear him. From this moment on, everything between us is completely finished. Recalling the past, Tianming thought to himself, the reason I didn't kill you myself at the Abyssal Beast Arena was because, in this world, there are far more terrifying punishments. He slowly approached Mu Qing's corpse. Mental anguish that kills the body is far more cruel, and this is my gift to you in return. Just then, Tianming noticed something beneath her feet. The crowd also quickly discovered the words, written in blood on a stone slab, which read, Tianming, I'm sorry. I am not worthy of you. They were instantly stunned by this message. Look, there are words on the stone. What do they mean? Does anyone know? Didn't Li Tianming cause her death? Why would she apologize to him? Weren't there rumors just a few days ago about what happened 3 years ago? However, Tianming had no intention of forgiving Mu Qing. Too bad your apology came too late. In this world, there's no cure for regret. Once you take one wrong step, you'll just keep making mistakes, and there's no turning back. At that moment, Lin Xiao pushed her way through the middle of the crowd. She cried out, Sister Mu Qing. Then, Lin Xiao lowered Mu Qing's body, closing her eyes with a trembling hand. Sister Mu Qing. It seemed Lin Xiao didn't know what had happened. What happened? She glared at Tianming, filled with hatred. You killed Sister Mu Qing. You'll face retribution for this. Facing the emotional Lin Xiao, Tianming spoke calmly. Lin Xiao, you have the kindest nature in the Thunder Lord's manor. Lin Xiao screamed through her tears. But your crimes are heinous and unforgivable. But Tianming immediately refuted her. You're wrong. You're still too young and don't see how many things there are in this world. Let me ask you, is your older brother dead? Hearing him bring that up, Lin Xiao became suspicious. How did he know something had happened to her brother? The news regarding the Duan Kansan was related to the Thunder Lord's manor's reputation and had been suppressed. Her hatred compelled Lin Xiao to ask Tianming, how do you know? Did you arrange this? This devil will pay the price sooner or later. Tianming didn't want to confront her any further, so he decisively turned to leave. Judging by your reaction, he's probably not dead, but he's certainly in a terrible predicament. Before walking away, Tianming didn't forget to leave her with one last sentence. In a few more years, you'll find out who the real devil is. At that moment, Lin Xiao couldn't process any of his words. She screamed, there will come a day when I will avenge Sister Mu Qing. Li Tianming. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's eyes accidentally caught sight of the bloody words on the stone. Reading them, she was overcome with a wave of emotions, and tears streamed down her face unconsciously. Just as Tianming was walking away in silence, someone called out to him, Tianming. Tianming looked back cautiously. May I ask who you are, senior? The newcomer was a young lady with her hair tied in 2 pigtails. She introduced herself, Qin Xuanwu, from the Heavenly Secrets Palace. Then Xuanwu immediately got to the point. I'm helping His Majesty relay a message. To the Wei clan. You are to tell them, His Majesty says, if they act viciously, they have permission to kill members of the Thunder Lord's manor. But as for the Moon Spirit clan, they should only aim to defeat them. With her message delivered, she turned and left. This was the Wei clan's only path to survival. Tianming replied, understood. Thank you. In fact, in his heart, he had long understood that the Moon Spirit clan was the family the deputy envoy truly wished to protect. As for the Thunder Lord's manor, it was merely because of the existence of Lin Xiaoting that they were valuable enough to help the Moon Spirit clan. Right after that, Tianming completely immersed himself in training, practicing relentlessly. In the end, Tianming gripped his sword's hilt, chanting the sword art, one sword of profound annihilation, then swiftly swung his blade, unleashing a fierce wave of sword qi into the air. Seeing the results before him, a look of anticipation crossed Tianming's face. Everything now depended on tomorrow, on the day of the succession battle at the Heavenly Manor. The crowds had already gathered early in the morning. They sighed with emotion. The Vermilion Bird Nation is about to have a new master. Along with that came endless chatter. I never thought the Wei clan, which has controlled the Heavenly Manor for so many years, would finally have to give up its position in this generation. Looking at the empty arena, the crowd continued to gossip. Their current generation really has no remarkable talents. Squeezed by the alliance of the Moon Spirit clan and the Thunder Lord's manor, the Wei clan's prospects look grim. Honestly, I'm pretty curious to see how many people from the Wei clan will be left alive in 3 days. High above sat familiar faces, Yishuan, Yilei, and Jiang Cheng, which only encouraged the crowd to gossip even more. With the deputy envoy himself presiding, I'm afraid the Wei Manor has no chance of making a comeback, and from now on, the 2 greatest families will no longer be the royal clan and the Wei Manor, but rather the Thunderlord's Manor and the Moon Spirit clan. The Wei clan is here. Amidst the uproar, the Wei clan's party, led by Tian Kang, made their entrance. At that moment, Mu Yang turned to ask, Tianming, how's your comprehension of that sword technique coming along? He answered with confidence, I'm just 1 step away from breaking through the barrier. Mu Yang was somewhat relieved to hear that, and he could see it. Soon, In no more than 3 days, this sword art will be complete. Tiankang suddenly spoke. Tianming, you and Lin Xiaoting have a feud from 3 years ago. This is the perfect time for your revenge. How confident are you? With a sharp, cold smile on his lips, Tianming answered in a low voice, 100% certain. However, Guohao from behind didn't believe him. You're all talk. Confidence is good, but don't be arrogant. Saying that, he looked at the huge crowd before them. The Moon Spirit clan and the Thunder Lord's manor had many people, around 100, at least 5 times the number of the Wei clan. Guohao was even more convinced. What's there to doubt? It's a 5-on-1 fight. They could just take turns and slowly grind us to death. But Tianming's attention was solely on Lin Xiaoting, who, as expected, was not present. He just wondered how he was doing, hoping he was still holding on. Full strength. Mu Yang then said, my servant in the Lei Zun clan told me that Lin Xiaoting was poisoned with lineage-severing powder. Tianming was shocked. Damn it. So his family line is truly over. Mu Yang reassured him. But that won't affect his ability to fight. He will definitely appear the day after tomorrow. He will show up. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's voice rang out from the high platform. Everyone, you all know why we are gathered here today, he announced. In a very serious tone, this will undoubtedly be an incredibly dramatic match. I hope both clans will prove their strength. I am greatly honored to have been appointed by the 2 supervising lords to preside over this entire match. At the same time, I also represent all the people of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom in overseeing this battle. I will not say any more. Today is the decisive battle between the seniors of the 2 great clans. I invite both sides to send their champions into the arena. Just then, Yi Xuan spoke up, blatantly interrupting Jiang Cheng. Hold on. Then, a dazzling light emerged from Yi Xuan's palm. I declare before everyone, before we begin, I will set up the celestial rune barrier. After that, Yi Xuan quickly finished erecting the barrier and explained, this barrier is completely different from the abyssal beast dueling array. Once you enter, you cannot leave, so both sides can fight with all their might without worrying about damaging the surroundings or fearing you might harm innocent people. Pausing for a moment, he added, when a winner is decided, I will open a path. For you to exit, you may begin. As soon as he finished, the crowd in the stands roared in unison, their faces filled with excitement. At this time, Wei Qing spoke up. Big brother, let me go first. Besides you and me, Tiankang then advised, there's no one left from the senior generation. You must be careful. With that, Wei Qing leaped to the center of the stage and introduced himself, Wei Qing of the Wei clan. Come on, which one of you dares to face me? Observing his demeanor, Tianming smiled faintly. Wei Qing was once known as the fighting maniac of the Wei clan, almost defeating his own elder brother. Now, though old, his aura is still as powerful. As ever, commanding respect. Following that, Wei Qing's opponent also stepped forward. Lin Sheng of the Lei Zun clan accepts the challenge. He narrowed his sly, fox-like eyes, his voice laced with contempt. Wei Qing, your past achievements were glorious, but you've grown old and weak. This old man is 10 years younger than you and is currently at my peak. Just wash your neck and wait for death. Wei Qing paid Lin Sheng no mind, urging him, make your move. Provoking with only words is the act of a coward. Hearing this, Lin Sheng didn't hesitate any longer, quickly summoning the Heavenly Thunder Black Panther. Opposite him, Wei Qing also summoned his symbiotic beast, the Sky Pillar Purple Lightning Rock. He growled, Lin Sheng, let's see what you're made of. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qing stomped his foot as if gathering momentum. On the other side, Lin Sheng immediately took a stance, and then the 2 men and their symbiotic beasts quickly charged at each other. Down below, Mu Yang reminded him, Tianming, watch carefully. The battle between 2 experts who have comprehended the Heavenly Will help you better understand the Heavenly Will sword style. Tianming acknowledged, yes, I will watch closely to comprehend it. Just as he focused his mind, he exclaimed in surprise, looks like that won't be necessary. That was way too fast, it turned out. Lin Sheng had been defeated by Wei Qing in a single move. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. The winner was decided in the blink of an eye. There was basically no time to comprehend anything. Look, Wei Qing won so easily. This only increased the audience's excitement. They cheered. It seems the Wei clan isn't so easy to deal with after all. Only then did Wei Qing flash a winner's smile. You're still too green to beat me. Who's next? Get up here. Witnessing this, another man rushed forward. I, Lin Hao, will take the field. He gripped the sword in his hand and said loudly, Wei Qing, we've fought 18 times in our lives, so what if I lost? All 18 matches to you. I have many people behind me, but who is left behind you? So, what if you're strong? Today, we will take turns fighting. To kill you! Wei Qing didn't want to waste words with Lin Hao. He said commandingly, enough nonsense, just come at me. Lin Hao swiftly summoned his symbiotic beast, Azure Cloud Lightning Mosquito. Go for me. Tianming stared intently, shouting in shock, "Holy crap, that's one freaking huge mosquito. This is bad." A high-tier, 7th-grade lightning-type insect beast. This type excels at wearing down its opponent. At this point, he seemed to realize the Lei Zun clan's intention. It looks like they planned to use. This method was to gradually wear down his stamina and create an opportunity for the next fighter. But Wei Qing, acting as if he didn't know, enthusiastically charged forward to kill. The match's outcome was decided in an instant. Lin Hao suffered the same fate as Lin Sheng. Jiang Cheng then spoke up. "Lin Hao is defeated. I invite the Yue Ling clan to send out their next person." At this moment, although Lin Hao was beaten to a bloody pulp, he still had the energy to taunt. "Wei Qing, so what if you've defeated me for the 19th time? Look at the state you're in now. Do you think you can still defeat my third brother?" Hearing those grating words, Wei Qing became enraged. "You've been poisoned by the mist of the Kongyun Dian Wen. You will only get weaker and weaker. Get lost. Next one up." Finally, the decisive battle between the two sides had begun. The surrounding audience cheered relentlessly. The old veteran still had plenty of fight in him. Standing in the middle of the arena was Wei Qing with a heaven-piercing aura. Next one. Immediately after, someone stepped forward to accept the challenge. Lei Zun Manor. Lin Mao is entering the fight. Wei Qing, your performance today can be considered as not disgracing the Wei family. You can step down now. Facing him, Wei Qing sneered, "Right, you guys are the ones being disgraced, taking turns to fight. Every single one of you is a weakling." Lin Mao quickly retorted, "According to the rules of engagement, there's no disgrace. I can admit you're strong, but what's the use? Aren't you going to lose anyway?" Right after that, Wei Qing commanded his symbiotic beast, sky-piercing purple lightning rock, "Go for it." Lin Mao also charged forward quickly. Sky-piercing purple lightning rock, "Go for it." After a few exchanges, both of them were still just stuck in a stalemate. Nothing more, nothing less. But Wei Qing suddenly realized something was wrong. This guy is stronger than the two useless ones before. The poison in his body has started to take effect. Lin Mao seemed to have caught this expression on Wei Qing, and he smirked sinisterly. Outside, Tianming had already predicted the outcome of the match. Wei Qing and his half-beast have been afflicted with a potent poison, and his current opponent is no weaker than him. This round is lost. The best thing to do now is to concede early. That way he can get out and treat his injuries sooner. Just as he thought that, Lin Mao leaped up, attacking Wei Qing's symbiotic beast head-on. Seeing it being killed so tragically, Wei Qing immediately questioned, "Lin Mao, you despicable scoundrel. I never killed your two brothers and their half-beasts, yet you act so viciously?" However, Lin Mao had no intention of stopping and continued to charge. "I'm not just going to kill your half-beast, you have to die too." Of course, Wei Qing wouldn't let him have his way. He risked his life and raised his weapon, in your dreams. Following that, the half-beast of Lin Mao also met a similar fate. He screamed in horror, "Lei Ming!" Lin Mao was startled by that aura. This guy was clearly at his limit, yet he could use such a desperate method to kill his half-beast. He had truly underestimated him. After dealing with the opponent's half-beast, Wei Qing didn't hesitate to admit, "I concede." He looked towards the people above. "I request the deputy supervisor to open the barrier." But Lin Mao took this opportunity. "To charge forward? You've used up all your primal energy in that last strike. Now you can only die." Wei Qing was completely caught off guard by the sneak attack. He struggled to block it with his weapon. At that moment, Jiang Cheng also spoke up for him. "Lord Supervisor, Wei Qing has already conceded." Seeing this scene, Tianming was speechless with anger. Everyone knows they're biased, but do they have to show it so obviously? He's already conceded, and they still won't let him out. Immediately after, Wei Qing's situation worsened. He could barely hold his ground against Lin Mao. At this point, Tian Shang could no longer keep his cool. "Supervisor, Wei Qing has conceded." His shout was so loud it echoed through the stands, but Yi Xuan and Yi Lei remained silent as before. A moment later, he slowly spoke. "Oh, he conceded? My apologies, it was too exciting to watch. I'll open the gate right away." Just as Wei Qing ran off clutching his bloody arm, Lin Mao was about to charge again. "Where do you think you're going?" Fortunately, Mu Yang blocked him from behind Wei Qing. Lin Mao backed down. Then, he threatened in a low voice, "If you dare take one more step, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial." Lin Mao was frightened by that gaze and had to retreat. This guy's terrifying killing intent was making it hard for him to breathe. Next, Lin Zhao approached. "Third brother, you can step down. Your mission is complete. Leave the rest to us," he replied softly. "Yes, eldest brother." Tian Shang, with tears streaming down his face, received Wei Qing. "I'm sorry, brother. It's because I'm useless." He quickly comforted him. "Brother, don't say that. If they were ruthless, they'll absolutely kill you. Brother, I'm afraid this is as far as our brotherhood goes. You have to survive and come back." Hearing this, Tian Shang ordered, "Someone, take Wei Qing down for proper treatment." Spare no expense on spiritual marrow, he must be healed. Witnessing Wei Qing's tragic state, Wei Shi and Ling Xuan sobbed into their hands. Tianming was also incredibly tense. Today's battle was an overall failure, so in the next match, I will fight to the death. If Uncle Yang can hold out tomorrow, we still have a chance. Before they could even rest, Yi Xuan ordered them to continue. All right, let's not waste any more time, proceed with the Tianfu match. This time, Tian Shang stepped up to fight himself. The Wei family's Wei Tianshang enters the battle. Instantly, his figure appeared within the barrier, his aura soaring to the heavens. Seeing that Tianshang had entered the fray, Yue Ling also entered the barrier. Thunderlord, I will go and probe him for you, Lin Zhao replied politely. I'll be troubling you then, my friend. Following that, Yue Ling quickly announced his name, Yue Ling family, Yue Ling Hong. Before the match began, Yue Ling didn't forget to add, Sir, there's no need to risk your life against me. I'm just here to test how much of your strength you have left, he calculated inwardly. Risking my life for the Thunderlord's manor? I'm just going up for show. In terms of real strength, I don't even have the right to be on this stage. Tian Shang didn't want to waste words. It doesn't matter who you are. Since you're up here, let's fight. Tianming was stunned as he observed Tian Shang's symbiotic beast. Is that an 8th rank Emperor beast? The Emperor of the half-beasts. After that, the companion beasts of both sides quickly clashed in the sky. Below, Tian Shang was unleashing fierce attacks on Yue Ling. As they fought, Yue Ling lamented to himself, so strong. Didn't they say he only had 60% of his strength left? How can he be this powerful? I really regret coming up here. I should have just let the Thunderlord's Manor's people fight from the damn start. Not only that, his half-beast was also quickly being crushed under its opponent's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Yue Ling raised his hand to surrender. Wait a minute, I give up. I surrender. At this moment, Yi Xuan's hearing became unusually sharp, and he reminded them in a menacing tone, if you don't stop, does Wei Tianshang not want to live anymore? Inside the spiritual power barrier, the auras of the two companion beasts already revealed the outcome. The cowardly Yue Ling begged for mercy. Wait a minute, I surrender. I surrender. Just as he finished speaking, a circle of spiritual power appeared beneath Yue Ling's feet. Immediately after, his figure vanished into thin air without a trace. Although Tianming knew they were biased, he never expected them to be so blatant about it, opening a teleportation gate right under his feet. They've really lost their minds protecting Yue Ling. Tian Shang angrily looked up at Yi Xuan, only to be met with his sarcastic remark, not a bad glare. Things won't be so easy for you next time. Next, Lin Zhao strode majestically into the barrier. Wei Tianshang, I bet you never imagined in your entire life that after being arrogant for so many years, you would end up dying at the gate of your own family's academy. Seeing him, Tianshang furiously cursed, taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Shameless. Lin Zhao, after all these years, are you truly unworthy of being my opponent? Following that, his companion beast also appeared. Lin Zhao laughed loudly. Ridiculous. In a life-and-death battle, of course I'd take advantage when you're weak. To take your life. You're about to die, and you dare say such childish things to me? Towards someone like Lin Zhao, Tiansheng retorted directly, if you want to take me down, you'll have to lose a layer of your own skin first. These words successfully enraged Lin Zhao, and he quickly ordered his companion beast, go die. At the same time, Tiansheng also commanded his companion beast to fly forward. Immediately after, a fierce clash erupted in the sky between the two companion beasts. Down below, Tiansheng and Lin Zhao weren't idle either. They immediately charged into a duel. The surrounding crowd watched with their mouths agape, and they couldn't stop discussing, Wei Tiansheng has lost over 40% of his combat power, yet he can still fight the Thunderlord to this extent. Doesn't that mean that at full strength, the Thunderlord would be no match for him at all? So strong. Is this a battle between those at the peak of the heavenly will realm? Only Tianming, on the side, noticed something was wrong. No, grandfather's fighting style is aimed at a quick victory by burning all his energy, but the drain was getting bigger. If this kept up, his grandfather wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Just as he predicted, Lin Tuang took a hit and was sent flying backward. Lying on the ground, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The Wei family members immediately panicked. Wei Ji cried out worriedly, Father! Thien Men also shouted anxiously, Grandfather! Having just taken down Thien Tuang, Lam Triu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect you to only have 60% of your strength, and you almost defeated me. What a shame. However, Thien Thuong's spirit was not diminished in the slightest. Lam Triu, so what if you kill me? I, Wei Thien Thuong. My descendants and disciples will surely wipe out your Thunderlord Mansion's bloodline. But Lam Triu only grew more arrogant upon hearing this. He sneered. Relying on those worthless descendants of yours? Can you stop embarrassing yourself? With that, Lam Triyu screamed maniacally. Today you die, tomorrow your entire family will die, and then your bloodline will be extinguished. Tian Tuong then voiced the question in his heart. To be so ruthless, has my Wei family ever wronged you? Lam Triyu nonchalantly replied, There's no feud or grudge, it's just that your Wei mansion is blocking my Lam family's path. If we don't wipe you all out, how can my Lam family ascend to the next level? Can we? Thien Thuong struggled to his feet. Just for blocking your path? Lam Triyu quickly struck Thien Thuong with another blow. You're this old, yet you're still so naive. At this point, he was laughing like a madman, his face filled with overwhelming triumph. Wei Thien Thuong, die. Facing Lam Triyu's fierce attack, Thien Thuong thought in despair, It seems today is the day I, Wei Thien Thuong, will die. So, before he fell, he used his last breath to give instructions. Mo Duong, help me kill every last descendant of the Lam family. Mo Duong, standing outside, was restless and uneasy, watching with great anxiety. Master. With that said, Mo Duong had no choice but to sustain. Turn and plead with Nat Huyen, Lord Supervisor, my master admits defeat. Please open the way for my master to get out. However, he showed no sign of moving at all. Did someone admit defeat? I don't see anyone. Seeing that expression on Nat Huyen's face, Mo Duong glared in anger. A moment later, he regained his composure. Tien Men, give me the Thunder Flame sword. The boy dazedly complied. Here, Uncle Duong. Grasping the sword tightly in his hand, Mo Duong warned in a low voice, Everyone, step back a little. In his hand, the sword began to radiate an incredibly powerful spiritual energy. Earth-slaying sword. Instantly, in the dark sky appeared countless bolts of lightning, one of which struck right down at Mo Duong. Nat Huyen looked up at the sky in surprise. Is Mo Duong summoning the heavenly thunder? Not Loi guessed. Perhaps it's the sword he's holding. Following that, a circle of spiritual energy appeared above Mo Duong's head. He softly chanted an incantation, pulse. Then, the sword, carrying a brilliant aura, plunged straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Under the influence of that power, the barrier surrounding the arena suddenly showed a strange phenomenon, and in just a moment, the massive barrier shattered into pieces before everyone's eyes. Nat Huyen watched in bewilderment. How is this possible? Nat Loi was momentarily stunned. The celestial barrier was. Fortunately, Mo Duong arrived just in time. He quickly supported Thien Thuong, master. At that moment on the arena stage, 3 figures appeared, a gloomy aura radiating everywhere. Not only that, but Mo Duong also issued a direct warning. Who dares to kill my revered master? I, Mo Duong, swear here and now, in this lifetime, I will annihilate their entire clan and have them buried with my revered master. Being interrupted at such a triumphant moment, Lam Triyu roared in a low voice, Mo Duong! On the other side, Nat Huyen was discussing with Nat Loi, shattering the celestial barrier with a single move. Is that something you can do? She replied, Of course not. Neither you nor I can do that. Just what kind of powerhouse is this Mo Duong guy? As if waiting for this moment, Thien Thuong said in a loud voice, Lam Triyu, this disciple of mine is 80% stronger than me when he's at his peak. What do your sons have to compare with him? Although my Wei family lost today, we will definitely take it all back tomorrow. After that, Mo Duong carefully helped Thien Thuong away. Master, let's go, Thien Thuong said gratefully. Mo Duong, it's a good thing you were here today. Watching this satisfying scene, a look of amusement appeared in Nat Huyen's eyes. I didn't expect this small, backward country to have such a hidden talent. This is getting more and more interesting. In the stands, the murmurs of the crowd continued unabated. Did you see that? Mo Duong shattered. The celestial barrier. He's truly worthy of being the next mansion lord. So powerful. Lam Triyu directly proposed, Lord Supervisor, Mo. Muyang interfered with the battlefield. I asked the honorable supervisor to kill this man. Up above, Yilei frowned. If I had known he was this capable, I shouldn't have. Let him participate. Yishuan added, It's not impossible to change the rules now. Jiang Cheng stepped in to mediate. Everyone, please don't get worked up. I believe Mu Yang's intention was to save a life. And besides, Wei Tiansheng has already conceded defeat, so the Wei residence has lost today, and the Yueling family gets 1 point. Hearing this, Yishuan finally backed down, deciding it was better to avoid trouble. If this caused a national uproar, the Long Tianzi wouldn't be pleased. She hates big commotions after all. Yishuan didn't object. Let's do as you say. Who wants to linger in a dump like this anyway? Shortly after, Jiang Cheng formally announced, I declare today's battle concluded. Both sides will return to prepare, and tomorrow the competition for the middle-aged generation will commence. In a flash, the next day arrived, and a crowd of spectators had already gathered around the arena. At this moment, Tianming was discreetly scanning the area. He still hadn't arrived. It seems that being hit with the Duangan powder means eunuch Lin needs some time to recover. Huh, is that? In the crowd, Tianming accidentally spotted a familiar figure, Li Yanfeng. His presence here didn't surprise Tianming. Today was the middle-aged generation's fight, and as the son-in-law of the Leizun residents, he would likely be sent out as cannon fodder for the Leizun residents. Before everyone's eyes, that barrier was erected. Look, the celestial pattern barrier is activating. It's about to start. Jiang Cheng quickly stepped forward to announce. Without further ado, the battle between the middle-aged generation of the two great Tianfu families will now begin. Additionally, he once again reiterated and emphasized the rules. People outside the battlefield are not to interfere in the fight, and you are not allowed to hunt down and kill an opponent who has already conceded defeat. Then, Jiang Cheng gravely began the match, inviting both sides to send out their fighters. On one side, Tiansheng was analyzing the situation. The opponent has too many members. They will surely use a rotation strategy. Muyang, you will go last. Let Tiansheng and Zikun go up first to wear some of them down. Muyang immediately replied, Understood, master. Before entering the arena, Tiansheng said with determination, Father, rest assured. Even though they have more people, only Lin Tianjian is really ruthless. Zikun and I will do our best to wear them down. Zikun immediately volunteered. I'll go first. With that, he majestically strode into the spiritual energy barrier. Wei residence. Wei Zikun. Just as Tianming had predicted, his opponent was indeed from the Leizun residence, Li Yanfeng. Seeing his opponent, Zikun's eyes lit up. It's you! He was secretly overjoyed. This was the kind of opponent he feared the least, definitely just cannon fodder. Down below, Wei Si shot a disgusted glance at Yanfeng. Him again? The audience became increasingly fascinated by the sight. This is getting interesting. The poor boy whom Wei Tiansheng completely looked down upon is now facing his own son. Li Yanfeng finally has a chance to prove himself. Zikun then spoke in a scornful tone. You only recently broke through to the heavenly will realm, didn't you? Yanfeng calmly replied, So what? As for who is stronger, you'll find out soon enough. Immediately after, he summoned his life-bound beast, the heavenly white flame Chongming bird, and growled with determination. Wei Zikun, today I'm taking your worthless life. Zikun paid no attention to his words and sneered. Such arrogant words. Are you really depending on that mongrel life-bound beast of yours? With that, Zikun instantly summoned his own life-bound beast, the five-clawed diamond rock. He said arrogantly, A person of your lowly birth is only fit to be a dog who sells his life for others. But right before his eyes, Yanfeng actually launched the first attack. I'm about to wipe that smile off your face and make you kneel and beg me. But Zikun charged forward without hesitation. Just a piece of trash. Like you? Have you forgotten how my father kicked you out all those years ago? Immediately after, a fierce battle between the two sides erupted in the sky. Watching from afar, Yueling couldn't help but praise. Li Yanfeng isn't half bad. He can fight evenly with Wei Zikun right after breaking through to the heavenly will realm. Lin Zhao sneered. On equal footing? You should take a closer look. No sooner had he spoken than Zikun was struck by one of Yanfeng's attacks in the arena. At that moment, his eyes were filled with a dense killing intent. Yanfeng shouted, Go to hell! And quickly used his technique. The lifeless hell sword, Yellow Spring's thrust, continued to charge forward. The audience was also stunned by this scene. They chattered excitedly. Has Li Weiyuan mastered the lifeless hell sword? That is a superior grade Heaven's Will combat art. Didn't he just have a breakthrough? As Zikun was engulfed by that spiritual power, he kept wondering to himself, This is impossible. Before Zikun could even think, Weiyuan lunged forward. Time to die! In an instant, a massive explosion rocked the space where Zikun had just been standing. Unexpectedly, Zikun's symbiotic beast, the Vajra rock, had rushed out just in time to block the fatal blow. However, the killing intent in Wei Yuan's eyes didn't diminish in the slightest, and he charged forward with even more vigor. Now it's your turn. However, Zikun was in no condition to fight anymore. He screamed, Stay away, I surrender! But Wei Yuan's attack landed anyway, and another massive shockwave filled the sky. When the dust finally settled, Zikun was seen, running out looking like a mess. Open the gate. I surrender. Wei Yuan watched calmly. You're a fast runner. If I'd known, I would have just chopped your damn head off. Yishuan commented that he used the explosion of a golden light pearl to escape, but he also crippled himself in the process. Jiang Cheng then reminded them to ask the supervisor to open the gate for him. The scene on the martial stage left Tianming so stunned his eyes went wide. What the hell? Since when did Li Weiyuan get so strong? Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was loudly declaring, I come from a humble background, without any heaven's will cultivation methods. I was abandoned by Tiankang for 5 years because I had no standing. I didn't waste those 5 years. I didn't have a heaven's will cultivation method. So I first cultivated my determination for heaven's will, and I comprehended heaven's will. The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became. Today, I, Li Wei Yuan, stand here to show all of you who look down on others that you should all tremble in fear. Wei clan, send your next fighter. Right after that, Tianxiong charged forward, seething with rage. Li Wei Yuan, you beast, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Yet, against a strong opponent like Tianxiong, Wei Yuan still effortlessly blocked his sword. Behind them, Lin Zhao laughed smugly. Wei Yuan, the Wei clan may look down on others, but my Thunderfire Mansion respects self-made heroes like you. Today, if you can take Wei Tianxiong's head, I will step down someday. My son, Lin Tianjian, will become the Mansion Master of Thunderfire Mansion, and you will be the Vice Mansion Master. In Thunderfire Mansion, besides my son and me, you, Li Wei Yuan, will be the most powerful. Those words seemed to give Wei Yuan a surge of motivation. He charged forward fiercely. Thank you for your favor, Lord Lei Zun. Wei Yuan will never forget this, and today I shall present Wei Tianxiong's head to the Thunderfire Mansion. After a few exchanges of blows, Wei Yuan taunted loudly, Flame Yellow Palace Master. After devouring so many resources from the Vermilion Bird Nation, you're still nothing but trash. Wei Yuan kept cursing while he fought. Trash. If I had your resources, I would be 10 times stronger than you. Wei Tianxiong, don't you want revenge for your brother? Come on. How can an idiot like you be the Flame Yellow Palace Master? In the audience, people couldn't stop talking. Li Weiyuan is even stronger than in the last match. Is his life-bound beast stronger than Wei Tianxiong's? Could it be that he's held this grudge ever since Wei Tiankong looked down on him back then? Seeing that things weren't looking good, Mu Yang suggested he forfeit. Let me handle the next round. Don't let Master suffer anymore. Hearing this, Tianxiong's eyes welled up with tears. His father had 2 sons, one of whom was already crippled. If he stubbornly continued to fight, would their father have to rely solely on Wei Shi to care for him until he died? Thinking this, he fell to his knees. I surrender! I surrender! Supervisor, I surrender! Wei Yuan said with a sneer. Trash! What a disgrace! I'd rather fight to the death than surrender. As if his vengeance was still not satisfied, Wei Yuan called out directly, Wei Shi, do you see this? Your Wei clan is nothing special. I never had the chance to say this before. Today, I'm going to set the record straight. In front of the whole world, some people think I let that mother and son down, but today I want to tell everyone that I owe Wei Shi nothing. Not only that, he even declared, because Li Tianming is not my son. Inside the barrier, Wei Yuan's voice echoed clearly. Back then, Wei Zi came to find me when she was already 3 months pregnant, wanting to marry me. After giving birth, because of this mongrel, Wei Shi was cursed with a minor calamity. That's why she and I never spent a single day as husband and wife. The gossiping crowd immediately started to whisper. Was he raising another man's child? If there's more juicy gossip, spill it. This conveniently answered the question in Tianming's heart. No wonder she had never accepted him, refusing to help him even when it meant helping Liu Tianyang. With such a revelation, he no longer felt any sense of responsibility. But who could his real father be? Just then, Yan Feng continued his rant, calling her a slut who was pregnant before marriage, and them 2 high and mighty wastes of space. He paid no mind to Wei Tianxiang's grim face, and continued to curse. You old dog Wei Tianxiang! You dare look down on me? Next, I'm going to kill your beloved disciple. Then, Mu Yang calmly stepped out and exposed him. You scoundrel! Back then you were only lusting after Wei Xi's beauty and trying to climb your way into the Wei manor. Now that you failed to get what you wanted, you humiliate Wei Xi in public and call Li Tianming a mongrel. You are truly shameless. At that moment, Shen Gong couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. I really can't stand to watch this any longer. He strode forward angrily. The Yue Ling clan has their family to back them up, but does your Wei manor have any? If you don't, then let me be your family. To make his point, Shen Gong proposed directly to Wei Shi. If you've got the guts, marry me right here. Once I'm done with this fight, I'll divorce you on the spot. You in? She immediately replied, I'm in. It turned out she had already made up her mind. For the sake of the Wei family, she no longer cared about her reputation. It's a good thing you came up with this idea. Wei Shi paid no mind to Tianming coughing up blood behind her. Then, they ignored the uproar and knelt to perform the ceremony. First bow to heaven and earth. In the stands, the audience was completely stunned by the scene. Second bow to the elders. In a corner, Shen Hua had to support Shui Lan. Mother, don't faint. It's just a formality. But the resolute voice still rang out. The couple shall now bow to each other. Fortunately, when it came to the final step, Shen Gong stopped just in time. Let's skip consummating the marriage. I'm a bit busy. Yi Lei's eyes widened as he looked down. Shouldn't we be stopping this? But Yi Xuan was enjoying it like a show. It's fine. They've already thrown away all their dignity. Besides, don't you think this is spectacular? With that done, Shen Gong quickly stepped onto the arena stage. All right, Li Yanfeng, let me see this lifeless hell sword of yours. Seeing this, Yanfeng made a proposal. How about a death match? No surrender until one of us is dead. A glint of killing intent flashed in Shen Gong's eyes, and he immediately agreed. You're quite arrogant. Even though I dislike killing, I'll grant your request. The moment he finished speaking, Yanfeng eagerly lunged forward. Excellent. Then prepare to die, he schemed internally, to surpass a divine being. To slay a god, this would be far more sensational than defeating Wei Tiansheng. Today is the day that I, Li Yanfeng, will make my name known far and wide. Facing Yanfeng, Shen Gong calmly ran his hand along his sword. Come on out. Immediately, a life-bound beast of immense power appeared, an 8-star Empyrean mentor. At this point, a deathmatch between the two had begun, the outcome still impossible to predict. However, after only a few clashes, Yanfeng realized with alarm. How is this possible? He neutralized all of my sword techniques? I've used my entire moveset, yet it feels like I haven't even landed a single blow? Is the gap in our strength really this vast? It was then that Shen Gong finally spoke. Just because you defeated Wei Tiansheng, you thought there was no one else left in the Vermilion Bird Nation? With just that lifeless hell sword of yours, you still want to challenge Mu Yang? Then, he declared loudly to his opponent. Li Yanfeng, open your eyes wide and see what the true Heaven's Will battle art looks like. You trained hard for 5 years. Did you think others were just sitting around? As he spoke, Shen Gong's life-bound beast rapidly condensed its power, annihilating Star River. The crowd immediately erupted. Look! The lion is growing huge! It's already broken through the sky cloud barrier! Are we going to be safe in the viewing stands? Right after, a tyrannical power slammed into the top of the barrier. Even Tianming's group outside was caught in the shockwave. The deadly sonic blast, combined with the physical divine art attack from that monstrous trinity, was insane. Mu Yang sighed in admiration. This guy's gotten even stronger. Yi Xuan's face grew tense. Where did an expert like this come from? I thought he was just some nobody showing off for the crowd. Yi Lei added, this so-called divine being is no pushover either. A moment later, as the dust settled, the divine archer's symbiotic beast gradually shrank. The divine archer appeared in the middle of the arena, looking majestic. He exclaimed, it's over. At that moment, Yanfeng was lying flat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body had no visible wounds, but the blood-red holes on his chest were terrifyingly prominent. The divine archer then explained, Li Yanfeng, of the 7 spirit cores in your body, I have pierced 4 of them, crippling half of your power. I could take your life, but out of consideration for giving Zaire a place to stay all these years, I will spare you. Not only that, he also pointed out, I admit, your strength isn't bad, but you lack the heart of a true expert. You only have resentment and vengeance. Li Yanfeng, get off the stage. Yanfeng, in pain, clutched his weary body and spoke with difficulty. Your strength and mine are equal. Today, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. As Yanfeng stepped down, a frantic Liu Qing rushed over. Brother Feng. But Lin Zhao coldly ordered her, Liu Qing, get back here. He then immediately declared, Li Yanfeng, you are a cripple now, with no more value to exploit, unworthy of staying in the Thunderlord Manor. From now on, you are forbidden from approaching Liu Qing. Get out of Ye City and never show your face again. Liu Yang approached. To comfort Liu Qing's sister, that henchman is finally done for. But he did bring many benefits to our Thunderlord Manor. The Thunderlord and Lei Suo will surely reward us. Only now, after being cast aside, did Yanfeng realize their true colors. He clenched his fists so tightly they bled, and let out a choked, crazed laugh. This bunch of bastards, every single one is vicious. Do you see me as a mad dog? But then, Yanfeng staggered away. I'll get lost. Is that what you want? He still harbored a fantasy. Lin Zhao, just you wait until I get my hands on you, or else. Tianming watched Yanfeng's retreating back. Without a shred of pity, choices determine fate. Li Yanfeng, if you had known this would be the outcome, would you have chosen to treat my mother and me that way? From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. This event was just a passing whisper to everyone, and Yi Xuan spoke up to continue the event. On the stage, the divine archer, exuding an overwhelming aura, proposed, the people from Thunderlord Manor, don't go down yet. Leave the 3 of you for Mu Yang. I want to challenge the 2 from the Moon Spirit clan. Both of you, come up at once. The 2 quickly came forward, even commenting on the others. Arrogance. Aren't you the same? In a one-on-one fight, we're no match for you. But when it comes to coordination, we 2 brothers work perfectly together. Known as the Moon Spirit Duo. It's too late for regrets now. What followed was another dramatic duel. Go to hell. I will show you no mercy. Yi Huo saw this and cheered happily. Looks like we've got some excitement to watch, huh? But not long after, the 2 of them conceded defeat. So strong, Let's run. We surrender. Yi Huo was speechless. Are these two useless guys here for comic relief? Tianming's mouth twitched repeatedly. You can say that again. You came at the perfect time, because Uncle Yang is about to take the stage. Before leaving the arena, the divine archer high-fived Mu Yang. Thanks, the next part is all yours. He then spoke up. What are you thanking me for? I'm not doing this for you. I'm just repaying a favor to the Wei family. But Mu Yang reminded him with a stern face. Hey, we agreed that after the fight, you'd leave your wife. The divine archer reassured him. What are you so tense for? I'm going right now. This time, as soon as Mu Yang stepped onto the stage, he directly summoned his symbiotic beast, the Black Qilin. He frowned slightly, his voice booming with immense power. Prepare for battle! At this point, Mu Yang didn't want to waste any more words. He raised his hand in a taunt. I don't want to drag this out. Lin Tianjian, Lin Xiaoting, Lin Tianxuan, all three of you, come at me at once. These words directly caused Tianjian and Xiaofeng to be stunned. They were momentarily dazed, while Tianxuan burst out laughing. Are you serious? He was secretly thrilled. This Mu Yang, does he really think we're like those two useless guys from the Moon Spirit clan? Even if you're strong, wanting a 1-on-3 fight is no different from asking for a death wish. Lin Zhao ordered them without a moment's hesitation. This is a golden opportunity. Stop wasting words. All three of you, get up there and kill him. Instantly, the three of them rushed forward. Father, rest assured, we three brothers will make sure he dies without a burial place. Then, Xiaofeng swiftly performed a summon, his symbiotic beast, the Azurewood Thunderfang. Then, Tianjian also summoned his symbiotic beast, the Heavenly Storm Wolf, Mu Yang. After you die, all that will be left of the Wei family are the old, weak, and sick. Not to be outdone, Xuantian also rushed forward with his diamond-armed divine ape. When tomorrow's match ends, the entire Wei family will have no path to survival. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see them all get wiped out with your own eyes. Who told the Wei family to block the rise of the Thunder Sovereign Manor? With that said, Xuantian looked up at Mu Yang, and you are the biggest obstacle to the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Then, 4 streams of overflowing spirit power clashed. Seeing this, Yi Huo commented, these three are very strong, and Mu Yang doesn't have the advantage, so why does he want to fight 1 against 3? Wouldn't his chances of winning be higher if he took them on 1 by 1? Tianming, however, was calm, as if he had already figured something out. If it were a solo fight, Uncle Yang would indeed be very strong, but his purpose is clearly not just to win. After a moment of thought, Tianming had a good idea. These three are the pillars of the middle-aged generation in the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Uncle Yang intends to kill them all, and he's not fighting them one-on-one because he wants to prevent any of them from backing out and surrendering. Uncle Yang will definitely find an opportunity to kill this entire group at once. Then, an orb of power condensed in the mouth of Mu Yang's symbiotic beast. Tianming watched the battle in the sky intently. He thought to himself, Uncle Yang's Qilin also has dual attributes. Immediately after, Mu Yang used his signature technique, the human-slaying sword, Ghost Dance. In just a moment, the other three were completely overwhelmed. They had no choice but to admit, so strong. How can he be this powerful? His sword intent is simply unstoppable. But Mu Yang had no intention of stopping. He swung his sword, unleashing a blinding slash of energy. Earth-slaying sword, poison vein. Lin Zhao was so shocked he was left speechless. Even teaming up, they're no match for him. This is bad. We've been tricked by Mu Yang. Only then did he order, quick, surrender. But it was too late. Mu Yang held his sword horizontally. Tianming, watch closely, heaven-slaying sword. When he opened his eyes, powerful spirit energy instantly erupted throughout the annihilation space. Immediately after, a slash of sword energy carrying a brilliant aura was unleashed, quickly annihilating the 3 men from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. Its speed was so fast that only 3 dazzling golden streaks were visible. Tianming exclaimed in admiration, so fast. So the true form of the heaven-slaying sword is this monstrous. Yi Huo also spoke up. He killed them all in one clean sweep. Incredible. Such immense power. Their tragic end dealt a direct blow to Lin Zhao. He reached out in anguish. My son. At this moment, Mu Yang spoke. Throughout my life, I've lived by the principle. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. But if you do provoke me, wanting me dead or trying to take my life, I will absolutely repay blood with blood. This is a principle passed down to me by my master. He didn't pass down his position as the Lord of the Heavenly Manor to me or his relatives. Yet today, your Thunder Sovereign Manor has massacred my Wei family, so I, Mu Yang, will wipe out your Lin family and feed your corpses to the dogs. Lin Zhao was in such anguish that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body on the verge of collapsing, and had to be supported by a subordinate. Thunder Sovereign. Thunder Sovereign. Please hold on. A smirk appeared on Yi Huo's face. That taunt dealt some serious damage, made him cough up blood right away. Tianming added, all of his favorite sons are dead, and his grandson became a eunuch. How could he not cough up blood? Looking at the situation before them, Yi Xuan remained calm. Although he had expected to lose today, he didn't expect to lose so miserably. It's fine. The ones who died are all from the Thunder Sovereign Manor. As long as the Moon Spirit clan suffered no casualties, it's fine, he muttered softly. But this Mu Yang's strength surpasses even the supervisory envoys. We can't afford to provoke him. We must avoid him causing trouble for the Moon Spirit clan and ruining Long Tianzi's grand plan. Yi Lei quite agreed. Yue Lingji has definitely given up on Lin Xiaoting. But tomorrow's match won't be a big issue. The Thunder Sovereign Manor is no longer worthy of being a guardian clan. Let them fend for themselves. Just then, Xiaoting arrived. He looked at the tragic scene before him and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Grandpa! Father! The subordinate beside him advised. Young master, please restrain your grief. The entire family's only hope rests on you now. Bewildered, Xiaoting hugged the unconscious Lin Zhao. How could this happen? Xiaoting screamed with all his might. Mu Yang, in this lifetime, I, Lin Xiaoting, will exterminate your entire clan, down to the 9th generation. I will make you suffer every torment known to man. Hearing this, Tianming immediately sneered. Lin Xiaoting, you said you wanted Uncle Yang to endure all the suffering in this world? Then let me ask you, in your mind, does that include the blissful feeling you're experiencing right now? He bluntly exposed him. That's right. I'm talking about that thing of yours, so shriveled up, rotted away by the root-severing powder. May I ask how you're feeling right now? From a man to something neither male nor female, what does that feel like? Is it fun being a eunuch? The juicy news spread quickly, and everyone burst out laughing. So, the rumors were true? Lin Xiaoting was really hit with the root-severing powder? This is hilarious. Eunuch Lin, I can't take it, my stomach hurts from laughing. His sore spot having been touched, Xiaoting screamed wildly, Li Tianming, I'll kill you! Facing him, Tianming spoke calmly. Lin Xiaoting, she's standing over there under that tree, watching you. As he spoke, a light flashed in Tianming's eyes. He commanded him, come on, be brave and tell everyone clearly. Tell them how 3 years ago you stole my sacred beast. War soul, killed my life-bound beast, and humiliated me in that way. These words directly caused the crowd to fall silent, while another section erupted in an uproar. Non-stop. The sacred beast war soul originally belonged to Li Tianming, but Xiaoting remained stubborn and refused to admit it, saying, there's no proof, it's just a dog barking nonsense. Do you dare to fight me in a life-or-death battle in front of everyone? Only one person will walk out of this celestial barrier, and the stronger one will determine the truth. Do you dare? Of course. Tianming agreed instantly without hesitation. It was exactly what he wanted. At that moment, a powerful spiritual energy began to quietly surge within Tianming's body. Lin Xiaoting, I've finally waited for this day. Tomorrow will be the day you die. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace, the sound of pleading could be heard. Big Brother Guard, please just let us out. It turned out to be Qing Luan and Fei Ling trying to sneak out, but the guards refused. Princesses, His Majesty has ordered us not to let you two out, so please don't make things difficult for us. Besides, we've already told you about the situation with the match, haven't we? The scene changes. It was raining heavily outside, and inside his room, Tianming was wondering, Mom, who is my biological father? What's the real story here? Wei Shi sighed. I really don't know how to tell you. I'm very troubled by it myself. But Tianming was determined to get to the bottom of it. It's all in the past. What's there to be troubled about? Faced with his questioning, Wei Shi had no choice but to recount the story. Back when I was your age, on the disciple rankings of the Yangge Heavenly Mansion, he was number 1, and I was number 4. During a training expedition, I went alone to the Eastern God's Domain, to the Sunken Abyss battlefield. The Eastern God's Domain also has a very tall Vermilion Bird Mountain. That time, I climbed to the top of the mountain. Wei Shi looked at the teacup in her hand, her voice lowering slightly, and then I met him. Hearing this, Ying Huo chimed in. Then what? Then what? Things got hot and heavy, which earned it a merciless shove from Tianming. Get lost, you busybody. A moment later, Tianming pressed on. Who is he? What kind of person is he? Even Wei Shi seemed uncertain. How should I put it? He's very difficult to describe. As Wei Shi recalled those old memories, she couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It was strange. He was a very vague shadow. You couldn't see him clearly or touch him, but at times, it felt like you could meet a living person. What happened? Next was that I found it very interesting and magical, so I started talking with him. He told me it was the most painful period of his life. Back then, the shadow told me the location where he was trapped, and that he could lose his life at any moment. As she spoke, Wei Xi seemed to be reliving those days. He said it was very boring in the cave and asked me to talk with him. At the time, I had a rather lively personality, so I started talking about myself. Actually, he was a very interesting person. He knew how to tell jokes and claimed to be the best in the world, an extraordinary figure. He was especially good at bragging, which seems a lot like you. Now, hearing Wei Shi think of him that way, Tianming couldn't accept it and retorted, Mei, bragging? Don't make such baseless accusations. At that time, that person gave me a strange feeling. He spoke of many magical things, making me believe he came from a very distant world. He said that mortal beastmasters could attain immortality, extending their lifespan for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. They could even undergo the 12 life and death tribulations and become gods of the heavens, saving all living beings and being forever immortal. Thinking of this, she looked down at her wrist. He also said I was like a little pixie, and that for his entire life, he would treasure. After countless battles and life or death situations, it was rare to meet someone like your mother, so innocent, simple, and open. Reaching this part of the story, Wei Shi shyly covered her face, saying this was making her too embarrassed. Tianming was still suspicious, wondering if she had just added that part in herself. She immediately denied it. Praise myself? Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Ignoring that, Tianming and Yi Huo, with eager eyes, urged her on. What happened next? Keep going, keep going. The story continued with what happened after that. We spent more than 20 days together. I found him to be very mysterious, profound, and incredibly interesting, so I grew to like him. But absolutely nothing happened between us. After all, his world and mine were so far apart, it almost felt like a dream. But one day, he suddenly became very distraught. He said he had been discovered. At that time, that shadowy figure said, "The enemy has found my location. I can't accept this. I can't just hand everything over to them. If everything falls into their hands, it will undoubtedly be a world-ending catastrophe." Wei Xi became emotional, but he had nowhere to hide, and he was in great anguish as he said those words. I thought he was just joking to scare me, so I told him, "Whatever you have, I'll help you protect it. I absolutely won't let anyone else find it." He said, "Perhaps the only way is to pass it down through a bloodline." At that point, Tianming had already figured out the rest. After that, the two of you. Wei Xi blushed and awkwardly scratched her head. Then he said he was going to lead those people away as a distraction, and I've never seen him again since. Tianming's face paled. The story sounded completely unbelievable. Yi Huo boldly voiced his thoughts. I have a strong suspicion that our mother was scammed. Wei Xi put her hands on her hips and firmly stated, "No, he didn't. Although it sounds completely ridiculous, he truly didn't deceive me. Besides, you should be the one who feels it most clearly. You've already received what he wanted to protect. Otherwise, where do you think the 10 eggs in your symbiotic space came from?" These words instantly made Tianming realize. So, Mom, you've known my secret all along? No wonder she was never intimidated by his strength. Recalling this, Wei Shi had to make a tough choice. Back then, no one would have accepted the truth, so I chose to hide the fact that I was pregnant. But somehow, Li Yanfeng discovered it. For your sake, I agreed to his proposal. Tianming suddenly grew curious. Is he dead? Wei Shi didn't give a definite answer, only saying, when he was leaving, he told me to wait for him for 3 months, saying that if he didn't come back, it meant he was dead. According to their agreement, she had to make a choice. I waited for him for 3 months. He never showed up, and I couldn't hide my pregnancy any longer. Wei Shi sighed. I don't know if he's dead or not. After all, his very existence is beyond our comprehension. But if you were to meet him one day, you would probably recognize him instantly, right? Tianming was surprised. What do you mean? Do we look that similar? She pointed out. Because he also has a black arm, just like you. Tianming was stunned for a moment. The mystery was finally solved. After all this time, it turned out to be an inheritance from his biological father. After a moment, Wei Shi added emphatically, and another thing, you don't need to change your name, because his surname is also Li. His name is Li Muyang. Hearing that, Tianming was even more stunned. What? It's not. Just don't overthink it. Wei Xi quickly reassured him. It's just a coincidence. It has nothing to do with your Uncle Yang. At this point, Tianming was speechless. What a peculiar name. After learning the whole story, Tianming prepared to leave immediately. Mom, I need to go to the Flame Yellow Tower. Wei Shi was confused. The match is tomorrow. Shouldn't you be getting a good night's rest? Tianming replied confidently. It's okay. I have a feeling I can achieve a breakthrough tonight. Standing in the downpour, Tianming remarked, this rain is so heavy, just like that night 3 years ago. Just then, Fei Ling and Qing Luan arrived. Big brother, I finally found you! Tianming was overjoyed to see her. Linger, what are you doing here? It's been so many days. I've missed you a lot. Linger missed him too, but Qing Luan, who followed behind, grumbled irritably. Hey, you two, if you want to chat, do it inside the Flame Yellow Tower. Don't make me stand here. In the pouring rain with you two. As soon as they were inside the tower, Fei Ling proudly announced, "Big brother, what I showed you just now is my new ability." Tianming gave her a thumbs up, in praise. That's incredible. Not only can it block an enemy's long-range magic, but it can also make you invisible. That's truly heaven-defying, Linger. Tonight, just use this ability to cultivate with me and help me break through, little sister. Fei Ling agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll stay by your side until tomorrow's match is over. Seeing them like this, Qing Luan reminded them, "Am I here just to be your third wheel?" Meanwhile, two figures were quietly watching them, their every move. "Father, tomorrow's opponent isn't worthy of you taking the field." The person sighed softly, surprised that the Vermilion Bird Nation, so small, would have such a prodigy, one they had never even heard of. The person beside them also spoke. Interesting. Unexpectedly, the face revealed beneath the black cloak was none other than Ling Lung. Quite interesting indeed. Just like that, the day of the duel arrived. Discussions were already buzzing in the stands. If Li Tianming doesn't die today, his future will be limitless, they whispered excitedly. But if he doesn't die, Lin Xiaoting will. But how could Lin Xiaoting possibly die here? It's just a shame he wasn't born into the Wei Manor, only to get a heaven-defying treasure and have it stolen. If his spirit still fights today, he deserves respect. All eyes were on the vast fighting arena. Despite the heavy rain today, the crowd hadn't thinned much. At that moment, Yi Xuan impatiently ordered Jiang Cheng, "Just started already." Tianming narrowed his eyes, his pupils flashing with powerful spirit energy. The time had finally come. He slowly stepped inside the barrier. Last night, he had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the spirit source realm, so today's battle was nothing to him. When he saw his opponent, Tianming couldn't hide his surprise. "I didn't expect the first one to come out wouldn't be Lin Xiaoting." "It's you?" Yue Lingji, Lingji arrogantly, rode her life-bound beast forward. "Li Tianming, I have no grudge against you, and I don't want to be the star of the show today. I won't kill you, but I will make you see. The gap between us is one you can never bridge in your entire life. You are destined to die here today, and I will make you feel the true power of a disciple from the sacred heaven palace." She looked at Tianming like he was prey. "Therefore, I, Yue Lingji, will be the greatest benefactor of your life." Seeing that Lingji was being too long-winded, Tianming cut in. "Are you done yet? Then let's begin." He then summoned his life-bound beasts. "Yinghuo, Meow Meow. It's time." Yinghuo flew out excitedly. "My sharp claws have been itching for a fight." Meow. Meow was also unusually fired up today. "Let's do this. Let's go all out. No more sleeping." Hearing them, Tianming praised them. "Looks like you two are full of spirit. Perfect. She's all yours." He then stepped back. His face held the arrogance of the strong. "This one isn't even worthy of me making a move." Seeing this, Lingji sneered. "I'm not worthy? Have you lost your mind? Or are you just insane?" But Tianming didn't bother to say more. "We'll talk after you manage to beat my two brothers." Regardless of his intentions, Lingji immediately charged. Such arrogant words! "Kill him!" At her command, her life-bound beast shot straight toward Tianming. Just then, Yinghuo and Meow Meow leaped forward to intercept it. "Your opponent is us." Lingji paid them no mind, casually unleashing a skill, Purgatory Beast Armor, only for Yinghuo to dodge it with ease. Then, they split up, coordinating an attack from both flanks with Man-Slaying Sword and Ghostly Shadow. Only then did Lingji realize, damn it, this bird can actually use a sword art. This is impossible. Not only that, but Yinghua then unleashed its spirit energy with the Man-Slaying Sword Soul Vow. The attack landed, knocking Lingji to the ground. She screamed in pain. But it didn't stop there. Meow Meow, with its lightning-based spirit energy, was closing in. It immediately transformed into its giant state, the primeval chaos lightning demon. Next, Meow Meow decisively flew towards Lingji's lifebound beast. In midair, the other lifebound beast was quickly overpowered by Meow Meow, without a shred of mercy. In an instant, the stiff body of her lifebound beast, Feng Lei, was returned to Lingji. At this point, Lingji was still lost in a state of denial. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? I must be seeing things. Yinghuo then spoke up. "Hey, beautiful," in a fight, underestimating your opponent's sheer awesomeness is an unforgivable mistake. Those words instantly drove Lingji insane. She roared, "I am at the Unity Realm. I can't possibly lose to a demi-beast from the Spirit Source Realm. All of you, just die." As she spoke, the spirit energy within Lingji erupted violently. She growled, "I'll kill you." Seeing this, Yinghuo was completely unfazed, and on the contrary, found it amusing. "I'm seriously laughing right now. Is she really trying to fight me?" Then from the outside looking in, the audience could only see decisive and powerful blows. Earth-slaying sword, pulse, earth-slaying sword, hell suppression, purgatory, eternity. A moment later, lying sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, Lin Ko was still in disbelief. No, this can't be real. Tianmen slowly walked up to her. Do you still want to fight? He coldly repeated Nu Yet Lin Ko's question. I'm asking if you still want to fight? With that, he leaned down, his voice laced with sarcasm. Your 8th tier companion beast seems to be nothing special. Your Unity realm has shattered my faith. In the Unity realm itself, you truly are just trash. Can someone at your level really go to the Sacred Sky Palace? At this point, Lin Ko had no choice but to admit defeat. You're too terrifying. I take back everything I said before. I give up. Li Tianmen, I surrender. The crowd immediately erupted in cheers upon seeing this. Li Tianmen is incredible, they asked each other, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. How could he win like that? His opponent was Nguyet Lin Ko. I thought he was just playing dumb, but I never expected he really only used his companion beast. In the crowd, Lam Triu and Tu Din couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. Thien Thuong sighed with emotion, without even fighting himself. Just how strong has this grandson of mine become? But Mu Duong suddenly spoke up. Don't be hasty. The main event hasn't even started yet. Vaitich quickly replied, I'm not. I'm just a little excited. Even Than Lone had to admit, that kid is a lot stronger than before. Meanwhile, Phi Lin was quietly calling out, as the person at the very top of the Thunder Arc was stunned. He's a god. Is this Vermilion Bird Nation a land of monsters? The plan was already set, so why are there hundreds of holes in it now? But not Huyan still ordered, continue. I want to see what other surprises Mu Duong and this Li Tianmen can pull. To prevent the Thunder Lord's mansion from pulling any more tricks, Tianmen directly called out Lam Tu Din. Below, he was staring at him with a deathly gaze. Get down here and die. However, Tu Din was still fearless and even taunted back. Your cringy revenge drama is so nauseating. I'm about to puke. With that, he majestically walked into the barrier. Come on, a deathmatch doesn't end until someone stops breathing. Tianmen narrowed his eyes, silently recalling that the heavy rain today was just like 3 years ago, and for these 3 years, he had been waiting for this day. The pain of that day had haunted Tianmen ever since. For 3 years, he had never forgotten how Kim Vu was tortured to death. The more he thought, the more the resentment in Tianmen's heart boiled over. I will make you pay for everything, twofold. Lam Tu Din, today is the day you die. Yet, Tu Din calmly walked forward. Don't think you're invincible just because you beat Nguyet Lin Ko. His eyes showed clear contempt, along with a cold taunt. You're still a long way off. After speaking, Tu Din pushed off the ground and launched himself towards Tianmen. At this moment, the boy grimly instructed Nihua and Meo Meo. You two fall back. I want to kill this bastard myself. You got it, brother. We'll watch your show. The audience, who were anxiously watching the battle, immediately noticed. Look, Li Tianmen sent his companion beasts away. Is this guy planning to fight 1-on-3? In front of Tianmen, Tu Din had also summoned 2 companion beasts, the 4-winged thunder demon eagle and the crimson lightning golden lion. Facing them, Tianmen didn't flinch at all. He raised his sword, the human slaying sword, and shouted ghost dance while swiftly gliding past their bodies. With just one move, Tu Din couldn't take it and knelt on the ground. Damn it. Tianmen slung the sword over his shoulder. Now it was his turn to mock. Lam Tu Din, it's just the beginning. Are you already out of steam? Then, the spirit energy around Tianmen flared up again, and he spoke as if giving an order to Tu Din. Come on, let's continue. This scene immediately caused the audience to buzz with discussion. What's going on? Li Tianmen has the upper hand without using his companion beasts. Tu Din must be going easy on him, otherwise he's afraid. Li Tianmen would lose too miserably. But only Tu Din, who took the hit, knew the truth. He muttered to himself, this guy. Without letting Tu Din rest, an impatient Tianmen rushed forward. Come on, let's go, don't be scared. Provoked by these words, Tu Din charged forward again. Who's scared? Only a coward would be scared. What followed was a clash between 2 streams of spirit energy with vastly different power levels. Any attack Tu Din threw, Tianmen could counter with perfect precision. Blocked it with his arm. Xiaoting was dumbfounded at the sight. What? His arm can actually block my Crimson Demon Electric Spear? You're impressive, but this isn't over yet. Then, he immediately ordered his symbiotic beasts, the Golden Knee Beast and the Thunder Eagle. Now tear him to shreds for me. At the same time, Tianming also unleashed a slash of sword energy, the Mortal Slaughter Sword Soul Oath, swiftly cutting the Thunder Eagle in half before Xiaoting's astonished eyes. He let out a tragic scream, Thunder Eagle. But as if that wasn't enough, Tianming flew up high and decisively hit it with another blast of spiritual energy. Once the Thunder Eagle was completely still, Tianming then gave an order to Yinghuo and Miao Miao. Firefly, Miao Miao, pluck all of its feathers and gather them for me. I want to scatter them over Jin Yu's grave. Yinghuo happily agreed. Jin Yu and I were as close as brothers. Witnessing the Thunder Eagle's death, Xiaoting growled his name, Li Tianming. Then, filled with ultimate rage, He lunged towards Tianming. Just die already. But Tianming had already steeled his resolve. Jin Yu, this was originally our sacred battle soul beast, and today I will definitely take it back. And so facing Xiaoting's relentless assault, Tianming continuously retreated, taking advantage of a moment when his opponent let his guard down. Tianming spun around and lunged at the remaining symbiotic beast. The crowd watched without blinking, and after a moment, endless praise erupted. So fast, I can't even see him clearly. Li Tianming is fighting 1 against 2, and it's obvious he's faster. Xiaoting stared at Tianming in a panic. Why is it that the golden knee beast and I are clearly giving it our all, yet this guy is still moving so effortlessly? In contrast, his own attacks were full of openings, which allowed Tianming to easily land a palm strike right on his face. The fate of Xiaoting and the golden knee beast was the same, as they were both sent flying without a shred of mercy. But it wasn't over. Tianming lunged forward, longsword in hand. Just as Xiaoting thought he was a dead man, the sword plunged into the ground, between his legs. Next, an overwhelming killing intent radiated from Tianming's eyes. He chanted the sword art, Earth Slaughter Sword. The moment he finished speaking, the ground began to pulse with power, and Xiaoting's eyes widened in terror. Before him, a brilliant golden light from a massive surge of spiritual energy shot towards him. Yilei cried out in alarm. What? That's impossible! That's clearly, Yixuan continued. Indeed, his technique truly feels like it's from the heavenly will realm. This kid, only Jiang Cheng, who was on the side, was grinning from ear to ear. In an instant, all that remained before Xiaoting were a few bloody chunks of his symbiotic beast. He cried out its name, Golden Knee Beast. Tianming immediately mocked him. Your golden knee beast was willing to die in your place, which proves you're worse than an animal. Even after being beaten so badly, Xiaoting remained as arrogant as ever. No, I still haven't lost. After that, intense streams of blue spiritual energy erupted around Xiaoting's body, the fallen blood reversal, and even his body itself turned that same bizarre shade of blue. This was the effect of the Azure Demon Art. The people in the stands were thrown into an uproar once again. It's a forbidden technique. Lin Xiaoting is actually Dunni. Using a demonic art, Lin Xiaoting has lost his mind. Li Tianming is doomed this time. By now, Fei Ling had also noticed something was off, and she looked worriedly towards Tianming. Brother. But he was as calm as ever. Another demonic art? Are you planning to give it your all? Thinking victory was already in his grasp, Xiaoting returned to his usual smug self. Li Tianming, what a shame, a real. Before he could even finish his sentence, a grayish hand shot out directly towards him. Right before his eyes was Tianming, his eyes glowing and his body brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Next, he mercilessly slammed Xiaoting down onto the ground, while his opponent couldn't even do a thing. Xiaoting thought in panic. This can't be. I've used the Azure Demon Art, but I still don't have the strength to fight back. Is this guy even stronger than he was before? Pinned beneath Tianming's slowly tightening grip, Xiaoting instantly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Just then, a horrifying suspicion popped into his mind. Could it be that he wasn't even using his full power from the very beginning? Is the gap between us really that huge? If this continues. At that thought, Xiaoting threw away all his pride and began to beg tearfully. I was wrong. I lost. I'm begging you. Please just give me a quick death. But Tianming coldly refused. In your dreams. Give you an easy death? Then who gave me any peace for the past 3 years? What about my brother? His eyes were filled with darkness as Tianming growled. The world is a fair place. You reap what you sow, so now you get to taste your own tragic end. I'll teach you that lesson right now. I'll let you have a taste of it for yourself. At this moment, 2 streams of regretful tears finally flowed from Xiaoting's eyes. He remembered the day he had been showing off. Grandpa, look, it's a sacred beast war soul. Lin Zhao immediately asked. Where did you get it? It was Xiaoting who explained that it belonged to a powerless country bumpkin and was of low birth as well. Not only that, Lin Zhao even asked, did you kill him? He replied, not yet. The Xiaoting of that time had proclaimed cruelly that this guy is still suffering right in front of me. He even said he'd drag me to hell one day. I laughed in his face, and then I crippled his life-bound beast, turning him into a complete cripple, so he could slowly experience just how miserable the life of trash truly is. After saying that, Xiaoting even waited for praise from Lin Zhao. I've utterly ruined him. Grandpa, did I do the right thing? His grandfather denied it. No, you should have killed him right on the spot. Then, investigate his background thoroughly and kill his entire family. That's the only way to be sure. Hearing this, Xiaoting excitedly started to leave. I understand. I'll go right now. But Lin Zhao stopped him. Forget it. Just remember for next time. At that moment, Lin Zhao was also pleading desperately. Xiaoting, my grandson, I beg you, Supervisor Envoy, please let my grandson go. However, the only response was the cold indifference of the 2 figures above and Xiaoting's blood-curdling screams. Witnessing The tragic scene and hearing his screams, many people had to look away. Under the increasingly heavy rain, Lin Xiaoting wailed tragically for 1 full hour. They were cries of tragic despair. Afterward, all that remained were long, winding streaks of blood on the ground. Perhaps several hundred years from now, the descendants of the onlookers will know of this event. Parents will tell them that on this day, Lin Xiaoting suffered the punishment known as death by 1,000 cuts. Yilei sighed softly. We were truly wrong this time. We shouldn't have given in to the Yue Ling clan and let the public watch the match. Yi Xuan disagreed. No, our real mistake was that despite the Thunderlord Manor's considerable strength, we underestimated the Vermilion Bird Nation. Yilei then asked, should we still go to the Kanghai Nation to receive the talents? After dealing with Xiaoting, Tianming finally reclaimed his Sacred Beast War Soul. It was only then that Yi Xuan realized that the Sacred Beast War Soul belonged to him. Next, he put on a bright smile and called down to Tianming below, Hey, Li Tianming. Hearing the call, Tianming immediately put the Sacred Beast War Soul away, and then replied, Supervisor, what are your instructions? Unexpectedly, Yi Xuan extended an invitation. Since Lin Xiaoting is dead, and you have reclaimed your own Sacred Beast War Soul, would you be willing to take Lin Xiaoting's place and come to the Sacred Heaven Palace with us? Hearing this, Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. The sky was still bright, and a rainbow arched across the slowly drifting clouds. After witnessing everything that had transpired, Yi Xuan wasted no time in recruiting him. Li Tianming, since you've killed Lin Xiaoting, you are now the genius with the Sacred Beast War Soul. In 3 days, you can come with us to the Sacred Heaven Palace. Everything that belonged to Lin Xiaoting will be your future. You have successfully made us choose and value you over Lin Xiaoting. Your talent will be forever buried in a place like the Vermilion Bird Nation. What a waste. Therefore, the #1 power that dominates the entire Eastern Emperor realm, the Sacred Heaven Palace, is your best choice. Let me give you an example. With your current talent, if you remain in a place that lacks resources like the Vermilion Bird Nation, you probably won't be able to break through to the Heaven's Will realm even in 10 years. After all, this place is lacking in god sources, and spirit ores, spirit essences, and spirit materials are also extremely rare. Worst of all, the worldview and horizons of the people here are too small. But once you go to the Sacred Heaven Palace, it is a place where all the resources of the Eastern Emperor realm are gathered. Countless top-tier god sources, even Earth-grade and Heaven-grade ones exist. And from all over the Eastern Emperor realm, countless heaven-defying geniuses are all competing. He continued his long-winded speech. Li Tianming, we've said so much only because we admire talent. The disciples of the Sacred Heaven Palace. Lin Xiaoting had already been registered, but he's dead now. You, having reclaimed the Sacred Beast War Soul, are the perfect one to take his place. Shen Yu also added, of course, if you don't want to cause us any trouble, it would be even better for you to just use the name Lin Xiaoting from now on. As for whether you'll make the decisive choice for your own future, well, that's up to you. Tianming felt exhausted just listening to all this. I don't like the way these two operate at all, but Saint Heaven's manor is truly tempting. Difficult matters should be left to the experts. He thought to himself as he turned to look at his mother. I have to go to such a distant place. She's the person I'd hate to leave the most, so I have to ask for her opinion. No mother could make a decision for her child when they're going far away, into a situation of life and death. The mother and son shared a deep understanding, and Wei Shi understood the moment she met her son's eyes. She immediately gave him a thumbs up, telling him to follow his own heart and pursue his dreams. At that moment, in the stands, the crowd also cheered. Li Tianming, go challenge Saint Heaven's Manor. That's where you belong. Li Tianming, you're awesome. From now on, you'll be my super idol. Hearing these words, a faint smile unconsciously crept onto Tianming's lips. He made his decision. Sirs, I will go with you, but on the condition that I can use my real name. Is that all right? The people from Saint Heaven's Manor were naturally delighted to accept. Agreed, they said before leaving. They left an appointment for Tianming. We'll give you 3 days to prepare. In 3 days, we will come to pick you up. From now on, you will make your name in Saint Heaven's Manor. They didn't forget to address their defeated disciple, Yue Lingji. Stop standing there in a daze and hurry up. She looked a little bewildered. Yes. Tianming watched as they left, wondering what his future with them would hold. As the supervising envoys and the Yue Ling clan departed, the announcement declaring the end of the match rang out. With Li Tianming becoming a disciple of Saint Heaven's Manor, the Thunderflame Manor lost everything. Their path out was paved with sarcasm and ridicule. The 1,000-year glory of the Thunderflame Manor would be no more, while the Wei clan of the Heavens Manor, because Li Tianming and Mu Yang were staying in the Vermilion Bird Nation, would be eternally indestructible. That night, while the members of Thunderflame Manor were drunk, senseless, assassins struck. At the same time, Liu Qing had also vanished without a trace. Sometime later, the sky was clear and blue, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves on the palace roof. Inside, everyone was celebrating at a feast, and the host seated at the head table was the first to speak. Come now, everyone, let's raise a glass to today's victory, and let's also congratulate my grandson on becoming a disciple of Saint Heaven's Manor. Wei Tiankong was overjoyed. The heavens truly have not forsaken me. I never imagined that despite my terrible temper, I would be blessed with such luck. This grandson of mine was absolutely brilliant today. Tianming laughed and feigned modesty. It was nothing, just top 3 in the manor. It's mainly because Uncle Yang is such a good teacher. Mu Yang was also modest. It's not that I'm a good teacher. Your talent is innate. I must admit that much. Wei Tiansheng also spoke up. Tianming, you saved the Wei clan today. Your ninth uncle apologizes for having abandoned you in the past. Wei Kun couldn't help but add, addressing Tianming's mother, second sister, I also once stopped father from saving you. And I apologize. Please, be the bigger person and don't hold a grudge against your younger brother. Wei Shi was of course magnanimous. That's all in the past. From now on, the 3 of us will take care of father together. At the same time, Tianming replied to Wei Tiansheng, Ninth uncle, you're too kind. It was my duty to save the Wei clan. Wei Tiansheng still felt ashamed, so he yelled at the younger generation, You juniors, get over here and apologize to Tianming this instant. Tianming spoke with a mature air. We're all family here. It's natural to be a little impulsive when you're young. You've all been taught a lesson, so from now on, just try to control your tempers and be more sincere. In this positive atmosphere, everyone was cheerful. We get it, big brother. Just then, Jiang Cheng arrived with the 2 princesses. The Vermilion Bird King has arrived. Jiang Cheng immediately began to apologize. Manor Lord Wei, Mu Yang, I am sorry. The 2 supervising envoys completely blocked me from offering any help. When the Wei clan faced danger, I was powerless to act, and for that, I am deeply ashamed. Moreover, the Wei clan helped me by essentially foiling the Thunderflame Manor's plot to seize the throne. I feel I have failed. You all, Wei Tiankong naturally offered some placating words. Your Majesty, there is no need to feel at fault. The decisions of beings like the supervising envoys are not something that we can interfere with. Fortunately, the storm has passed, and we can all look forward to the future together. The Vermilion Bird Nation and the Flame Yellow Academy will become better and better from this day forward. Seizing the opportunity, he added, Your Majesty, if you still feel guilty, perhaps you could grant my grandson, Li Tianming, a small request. Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate to give him a thumbs up in praise. Tianming, you are truly incredible. Before today, I had thought the younger generation of the Wei clan, the palace would not be able to stand against their people. You have truly opened my eyes. You can absolutely serve as a fine example for the younger generation. Tianming scratched his head and laughed. Your Majesty is too kind, but if I don't serve as this fine example, who else could? Jiang Cheng was pleased. I just happened to. Like shameless people like you. Li Tianming, state your wish. As long as I can grant it, I will agree to it. But right now, Li Tianming only had eyes for filing, and he unexpectedly dared to say it outright. I want your daughter, Jiang Filing. Jiang Cheng was instantly filled with regret. Asking for gold, silver, treasures, or a career would have been easier. You're aiming too high asking for my beloved daughter. He immediately turned his back and walked away. Farewell. Tianming was heartbroken. Don't go. Don't refuse so decisively. Didn't you say you'd grant anything? Are you backing out now? Failing, who was completely on his side, ran after him and pulled his hand defiantly. Father, please agree. I want to go to the Sacred Heaven Palace with big brother Tianming, or else I'll run away. You know I can do it. Jiang Cheng was completely against it, tears streaming down his face as he cried, My dear girl, how could your father bear to let you go to such a faraway place? Tianming, once determined, made a firm promise. Your Majesty, I admit this journey is very dangerous, and I, in the Sacred Heaven Palace, have no backing. But if I take her with me, from now on, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on Ling Er's head, or if anyone makes her sad or upset, I will make them die a graveless death. Qing Luan, who always opposed him, chimed in, How can so many years of father-daughter affection be swayed by just a few words from you? Aren't you leaving in 3 days? Let's talk about it again in 3 days. Failing was also hugging her father and crying, Father, Ling Er can't bear to be away from you either. Tianming had to agree with Qing Luan's suggestion and said decisively to the Vermilion Bird King, Very well, then in 3 days, I will come to the Vermilion Bird Palace. At that time, I ask for your Majesty's blessing. Then he thought, Although I said that, I can see that the Vermilion Bird King has very deep feelings for Ling Er. The hope of taking her with me is slim. Next, I should go to Jin Yu's grave to pay my respects. Jiang Cheng stood solemnly before his deceased friend's grave and announced, Brother, back then I swore to avenge you. Now that vengeance has been served, you can finally rest, in peace. I'm about to go to the Sacred Heaven Palace. I don't know when I'll return from this journey. For the next 2 days, the three of us brothers will stay here with you. Tianming also made a serious promise. In the next life, we'll still be brothers. Fast forward 2 days, Mu Yang spoke first. You're finally back. Wei Shi was worried. Why were you running around like that? Tiankang also said. Come with us to meet two people. After you meet them, you can decide whether you'll go to the Sacred Heaven Palace or not. Tianming, receiving such urgent concern, was completely baffled. Huh? What's going on? And so, they led Tianming into the Heavens Manor. Tianming's whole family walked in together, where two people were already waiting, a young lady with a cold demeanor, and an old woman with a worried expression. It was Tianming's first time seeing these two, so he wondered, who are they? Tiankang immediately introduced them. Tianming, come and pay your respects to this person. This is Lady Li Jin Yu from the Eastern Emperor sect. Jin Yu was also friendly. Don't treat me as a stranger. We're all family. Just call me Granny Li, and that will be fine. Tianming immediately complied. Hello, Granny Li. Then thought, what is this Eastern Emperor sect? I've only heard that the Eastern Emperor realm is a part of the Flame Yellow Continent. It's vast, with countless living beings and numerous small kingdoms. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom is one of them. The Sacred Heaven Palace is said to be the overlord of the Eastern Emperor realm. Jing Yu then introduced the other person. This is Miss Li Qingyu. She is Lady Li's granddaughter. She is 5 years younger than you, but her strength is beyond imagination. Tianming quickly greeted her, Miss Li. The beautiful Qingyu also smiled gently in return. Hello. Tianming was quite impressed by her, reaching the Unity Realm at only 15 years old, although he didn't know what level. If she were in the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, she would be a legendary genius. One not seen in 10,000 years? It seems this Eastern Emperor sect must be very powerful, Jing Yu tactfully requested. Old brother Wei, Tianming isn't familiar with me and my granddaughter yet. Please explain everything. To Tianming. Tiankang quickly began to explain. Tianming, this story must begin with the minor life calamity. You know about the minor life calamity. Where our Wei clan came from? Tianming answered immediately. Mother said we came from an ancestress with the surname Li. Tiankang asked again. That's right. Did you know that this ancestress with the surname Li actually came from the Li sacred clan of the East Emperor sect? And the lesser life calamity is a trait of the Li sacred clan, which once controlled the East Emperor sect and ruled the East Emperor realm for over 10,000 years. Tianming exclaimed in bewilderment. Of course I didn't know that. Wei Shi quickly chided him. You little rascal, listen to your grandfather, Tiankang also shouted, annoyed at the interruption. Wasn't I just about to say that? First, Tianming has a question. Is the East Emperor sect as big as the Sacred Heaven Palace now? Jing Yu, who was there, answered, they're about the same, but for the past 1,000 years, the Sacred Heaven Palace has been quite dominant, temporarily controlling the East Emperor realm, but the East Emperor sect also has its own outstanding geniuses. She explained in great detail. The East Emperor realm is vast, and our Li sacred clan has been a top-tier clan for a total of 10,000 years. Only a clan that has prospered for 10,000 years can be called a sacred clan. And the East Emperor sect is an ancient sect, passed down through the Li sacred clan. In other words, every sect master of the East Emperor sect is also the patriarch of our Li sacred clan. After hearing this, Tianming thought, I've really never heard of this before. The Vermilion Bird Nation is too small. I've been so eager to venture out into the wider world. What he needed now was the main point. Excuse me, but after all that, what does this have to do with me? Jing Yu still wanted to explain it in a roundabout way to help him understand. Yes, of course it does. Tianming, what do you know about the lesser life calamity? He answered immediately. It's a tribulation that makes people age. She laughed. Wrong. The lesser life calamity is the glorious foundation of our Li sacred clan, the source of our clan's top-tier cultivation talent. Although the lesser life calamity weakens the body and consumes one's lifespan, once it is overcome, it will double our natural talent. An arm with an imprint was raised for everyone to see. Our ancestors, who were tormented by the lesser life calamity for so many years, long ago found a perfect way to break it, neutralizing the disaster of the lesser life calamity and transforming it. In the Sacred Heaven Palace, the more calamity wheels one has, the more terrifying their talent becomes. It turned out the arm belonged to the girl she was pointing at. For example, our Qingyu has 3 calamity wheels, enough to have a chance to reach the Saint Realm. Right now, there are no more than 10 young geniuses with 3 calamity wheels in the entire clan, and every one of them has a chance to reach the Saint Realm. Tianming listened with admiration. That's amazing. Jing Yu added more information. The prerequisite is that the grade of their lifebound beast must be high enough. She was so proud, she shouted. Did you know that in the history of our Li sacred clan, there have been individuals with 4 calamity wheels, and every single one of them was a peak existence in the East Emperor realm, and furthermore, each one of them ensured our Li sacred clan's prosperity for at least 500 years. Tianming feigned shock. I had no idea. But what he was really concerned about was, please stop spitting on me, old lady. Then a hand was placed on his shoulder, patting it gently. Therefore, Jin Yu said impatiently, Tianming, hurry up and show me your right hand. She recalled her conversation with Wei Shi at that time. Your son, Li Tianming, has he really awakened new calamity wheels? Could it be 3 calamity wheels just like you? Wei Ji didn't need to explain much. Grandma, don't get excited, Tianming. Has more than 3 rings. You can see for yourself when the time comes. Jing Yu immediately anticipated with hope. More than 3 rings. It must be 4 rings. Then the Li sacred clan will rise again. Heavens be praised. Please don't let anything be wrong. 4 rings, 4 rings. Who would have thought that when he showed his hand, it would far exceed Jing Yu's expectations? Grandma, take a look. Jing Yu just tilted her head, as if she couldn't see clearly. Qing'er, quickly help your grandma see if my eyes are playing tricks on me. How can I be seeing 5 rings instead of 4? Jing Yu said immediately. Grandma, you're not mistaken. She herself was also stunned in disbelief. It was indeed 5 rings. Jing Yu was truly overwhelmed. She pulled his hand closer to get a better look. Her eyes widened so much that tears streamed down. 5 rings. After confirming she wasn't mistaken, Jing Yu fainted on the spot, which startled Tianming. The old lady didn't wake up until a couple of hours later, and when she did, she asked again. Jing Yu quickly said to her grandmother, This isn't a dream, is it? Jing Yu supported her. Grandma, don't get so agitated. Please calm down first. Tianming hadn't even revealed the full truth yet. This old lady's composure is really weak. Should I tell her that it's actually 10 rings? Tian Kang and the others somehow knew what he was thinking. They all tried to stop him at once. Don't say it. If something happens to her, we can't take responsibility. Tianming was also surprised by everyone's reaction. I get it. Everyone. Relax. Jing Yu immediately knelt down and prayed to the heavens. Oh, heavens. A 5 tribulation reincarnation body. This is the first generation 5 tribulation reincarnation body of our clan. Tianming watched, exasperated. Did she really have to be so dramatic? Then, Jing Yu looked over at him. Tianming, this old lady has something to say. Tianming politely invited her to speak. I'm listening. Jing Yu was so fond of him that she cupped his cheeks and said, Come with me. Then she began her relentless recruitment pitch. You are a heaven-defying treasure for both our Dongshuan sect and the Li Saint clan. Come with me to the Li Saint clan to acknowledge your ancestors. It's 10,000 times better than that god-forsaken place, the sacred heaven palace. At the Donghuang clan, our whole family will protect you. You can do whatever you want. If you wish, I can. Drive away those 2 lackeys from the sacred heaven palace. Tianming, come with this old lady. I don't have a grandson, and I've taken a real liking to you. Tianming was in a tough spot. To be honest, I'm very confused. But Jing Yu couldn't wait any longer. What are you still hesitating for? She continued, mentioning other benefits. Tianming, my son, Li Wudi, is currently the sect master of the Donghuang sect. In the Donghuang sect, his word is law. As soon as you go, he will immediately accept you as his godson. Being his godson makes you my grandson, and when you go to the Donghuang sect, you'll be appointed the young sect master. When my son dies, you will be the sect master of the Donghuang sect. Tianming was stunned. The sect master of the Donghuang sect? He was too popular. This happiness came too suddenly. This couldn't be that simple. Well then, how about it, my grandson Tianming? Do you want to be the sect master of the Donghuang sect or not? Grandma has shown her utmost sincerity. Tianming thought awkwardly. Grandson Tianming? I haven't even agreed yet. How did I suddenly become her grandson? Jing Yu wasn't finished persuading him. If you go to the Sacred Heaven Palace, you'll just be a nobody, an ant. Once your lesser life tribulation is exposed, I'm afraid the Sacred Heaven Palace will even make things difficult for you. The Donghuang sect right now, although not the #1 power, being in the top 2 is no problem at all. Tianming resorted to his old trick, asking his mom about difficult matters. Mom, you're also a 3 tribulation reincarnation body. Can you come with me? Wei Jing was very direct. I'm not going. I'll stay here to take care of your grandfather. Then Mu Yang reassured him. Tianming, just go without worry. I'm still here. In reality, everyone hoped he would go with Senior Li. After all, it was a matter of passing down the bloodline. Seeing everyone's reaction and hearing Mu Yang's words, Tianming felt relieved. All right, I understand. Then he turned to the grandmother and her grandchild. Grandma Li, I've decided to go to the Donghuang sect. Jing Yu was naturally overjoyed. That's wonderful. The Li Saint clan finally has hope. But Tianming had another thought. If I don't go, does that mean they have no hope? It feels less like I'm going to be a young sect master and more like I'm going to save the Li Saint clan. Jing Yu wasn't done yet and even pulled out a gift. Grandson Tianming, before we set off, I have something for you as a meeting gift. This Sumeru ring has an inner space that can store money, weapons, spirit ores, and spirit elixirs. making it convenient for travel. Its value is immense. In the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, only the Vermilion Bird King and your grandfather have one. Tianming's eyes lit up. This was some good stuff. Thank you, Grandma. Jin Yu eagerly prompted him to call her Grandma. After he put the ring on his finger, he called out 3 times in a row, Grandma, Grandma, Grandma. Jin Yu was ecstatic, patting his head. Good, my dear grandson. Mu Yang also had something for him. Tianming, I also have something to give you, but wait until you get there to open it. He saw the large, beautiful box and was suspicious. Uncle Yang, you're too kind, but I'm guessing it's probably chains. Jing Yu was getting impatient. Let's go, Tianming. It's time to depart. Tianming quickly said, Grandma, I need to make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Palace first. Unexpectedly, Jing Yu knew everything and exposed him. Your mother already told me. You have to go pick up your future wife, right? Tianming was completely shocked. This old lady even wants the whole package. But he still happily followed the Li clan's grandmother-grandchild duo. Let's go. We're off to the Vermilion Bird Palace. Blending into the bustling crowd, Tianming walked and thought, will the Vermilion Bird King agree to let me take Linger with me? When I first decided to go to the Sacred Heaven Palace, the Vermilion Bird King was probably hesitant, but now that I've chosen to go to the Donghuang sect, which is related to the Lesser Life Tribulation bloodline and the Li Saint clan, perhaps the Vermilion Bird King will agree. Thinking of this, he, feeling somewhat at ease. Just as he turned to the side, Tianming caught Jing Yu's gaze, which was filled with affection. He was a little startled, sighing inwardly. Come on, can't this old woman take her eyes off me? It just shows how thirsty she is for me. Beside her, Jing Yu waved and initiated a conversation with a bright smile. Hello, brother Tianming. As her gentle voice rang out, Tianming felt a bit more cheerful, thinking to himself, this girl is so gentle. She's really likable. He happily continued. May I ask, little sister Jing Yu, what is your current realm? The other party humbly replied, this untalented Jing Yu has only cultivated to the 2nd layer of the Unity realm. Tianming was astonished. You call that untalented? The #1 genius of the Vermilion Bird Nation, Lin Xiaoting, has only just reached the Unity realm. He only dared to keep this thought to himself, not saying it out loud. Seemingly noticing his thoughts, Jing Yu curled her lips into a smile and said, Brother Tianming, you have the body of 5 tribulations reincarnation. It will only take a few years for you to catch up to me. Jing Yu nodded in agreement. That's right. You were born in the Vermilion Bird Nation and awakened a bit late, so don't worry about your current cultivation level. Your goal is the Saint Realm. You have to look further ahead. Once you reach the Saint Realm, you can immediately live for over 200 years. According to her, just by becoming a saint, you can borrow another 100 years from the heavens. In these 100 years, you can develop your 5 tribulations, reincarnation talent, continue to cultivate, and continue to seize your own destiny. Your future will be well worth looking forward to. Hearing this, Tianming narrowed his eyes and thought, 70 years old? After chatting for a bit along the way, it wasn't long before the 3 of them arrived before the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace. The area was shrouded in silence, and Tianming was puzzled. What's wrong with the Imperial Palace today? There isn't even a single guard in sight. After taking a few steps, Jing Yu suddenly stopped. This presence, it's Ling Yichen, she exclaimed in alarm. This is bad, follow me quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Jing Yu shot forward like a flash towards the main hall. On the path leading deep into the palace, countless guards lay scattered on the ground, completely unconscious. A group of people was strolling down that path, led by Linglong, as Yichen spoke slowly. The Tianfu of the Kanghai Nation has had a very smooth transition. Murong Kanghai is dead, and his entire clan will have no more descendants. This time, the Yue Ling clan has nothing left to worry about. Hearing this, Yichen nodded. I know, let's head back first and we'll deal with it then. Failing was being dragged along by Ling Ji, her hands bound. Her head was bowed in silence, and her beautiful eyes were welling up with tears. Jing Yu arrived just in time, and the moment she saw the group, her suspicions were confirmed. It really is Ling Yichen. Jing Yu spoke with a stern face. Let me ask you, what is a supervising envoy from the Holy Heaven Palace doing here? Tianming quickly caught up to her, and as soon as he arrived, he was horrified to see feeling being restrained and anxiously called out her name. Linger saw Tianming and subconsciously moved forward, replying in a choked voice, Brother. Across from them, Yichen looked puzzled. Li Jing Yu, what is someone from the Li Saint clan doing all the way out here? She replied unhurriedly. This is the illegitimate son of my son, Li Wudi. After searching all over the East Emperor realm, I've finally found him, so of course I must bring him back to the East Emperor sect. Tianming, anxious as a raging fire, was stunned to hear Jing Yu's words. Wait, didn't you say you'd make me your godson? How did I become an illegitimate son? Never mind. Saving Linger is more important. Yi Chen looked skeptical again. This is Li Wudi's son. Did I hear that correctly? He's a disciple of our Holy Heaven Palace. It was just 3 days ago, and we were about to take him back to the Holy Heaven Palace. As soon as he finished, Jin Yu snorted coldly. In your dreams, he belongs to my Li Saint clan. He possesses the talent of 3 tribulations, reincarnation, so there's nothing you could do with him even if you took him back. Her opponent was momentarily stunned, frowning slightly and muttering, 3 tribulations, reincarnation, so that's how it is. Forget it, we don't need him anymore. Let's go. Just as the old man was about to leave, Jin Yu spoke up again with a clear voice. Wait a moment. You all can leave, but leave my granddaughter-in-law behind. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and sneered. Don't even dream of it. This is the servant that our Long Tianzi has taken a fancy to. Hearing the old man's contemptuous words, a fire of rage suddenly erupted within Tianming, and a single word echoed in his mind, servant. In an instant, Tianming's eyes turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and cursed, these bastards. Who the hell is Long Tianzi? As soon as this thought appeared, right then, Tianming's gaze landed on Ling Long. It had to be that shorty. This woman exuded an aura that even startled him. She was likely a true, heaven-defying prodigy from the Eastern Emperor realm. At the same time, Jin Yu probed with a question. Emperor Lung, would you be willing to release her? She is my granddaughter-in-law. I can't let you take her back to the sacred heaven manor. Ling Long looked at her with a stoic expression, coldly uttering a single sentence. And if I don't? Jin Yu didn't flinch in the slightest, giving her a faint, unreadable smile as her words were laced with a threat. If you don't, none of you will be leaving the Vermilion Bird Nation. The moment she finished speaking, Yi Chen roared in anger. Li Jingyu, are you sure you want to do this? If we really fight, you people won't stand a chance. Yishuan snorted coldly, adding, it's just a bluff. Faced with their hostile attitude, Jingyu simply spoke slowly. Don't you underestimate me. If this old woman wants to get serious, killing Emperor Lung would be a trivial matter. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, she's still developing. If she falls into this old woman's hands now, she's nothing more than a small chicken. Trading the 3 of us for 1 Emperor Lung is a deal well worth it. So, want to give it a try? Her words alone were thrilling. The challenge was crystal clear, yet Yi Chen didn't dare to retort. He could only curse through gritted teeth, utterly shameless. He knew perfectly well that these 3 bastards knew they had to protect Emperor Lung, so they couldn't take the risk. Thinking of this, Yi Chen had no choice but to try and persuade Ling Long. Emperor Lung, if we fight, we certainly won't lose. It's just that she is a notoriously crazy old woman. I just don't think we need to take such a risk for this mere servant. You see, after he said that, Ling Long also didn't insist, nodding slightly in agreement, then let them go. As soon as her command was given, feeling was immediately released. She quickly rushed towards Tianming. Big brother, he opened his arms to catch her, anxiously asking, Linger, are you okay? Are you hurt? Ling Long stared straight into Jing Yu's eyes, her face revealing a crazed expression. Li Jingyu, you threatened me today. Remember this, in 10 years, I will go to the Eastern Emperor sect and annihilate your entire Li clan. I will make sure not a single person from your Li clan is left alive. Tianming, completely unimpressed, frowned and played along sarcastically. All right, stop with the big talk. Already. We're so scared. You'll definitely dominate the world, become a supreme ruler, and the whole world will tremble at your feet. You're the real main character, a special kind of firework. Hearing his long-winded mockery, Ling Long just replied coldly with a single word, ant. At this moment, Filing timidly informed, Tianming, big brother, she stole 5 of my sealing abilities. He was startled. What? According to Filing's account, that person used some unknown method to steal 5 of her seals, moving them into a sphere for her to reassemble. She squeezed out all the auxiliary spirits from her body, reaching 70%, which is why she wanted to make me her servant. On the other side, Ling Long declared arrogantly, the illegitimate son of Li Wudi, right? Listen up. She is a fine piece of property, and you are completely unworthy of her. Take good care of her for the next few years. The day I wipe out the Li clan, I will take her away. If you can protect her until that day, I agree to spare your dog's life. She grinned mockingly, her tone filled with smug satisfaction. The expression on Tianming's face instantly darkened at her arrogance, and he just let out a cold chuckle in response. Tianming glanced at the person beside him, exchanging a look. Grandma, can you help me get those 5 seals back? Jingyu shook her head slightly. If we take them back by force, they'll be unusable. Right now, what's most important is that your wife is safe. As for the seals, if you have the chance in 10 years, take them back yourself. After all, your 5 tribulations of reincarnation is truly developing at a pace no slower than hers. She's just 1 step ahead, that's all. I can say that with absolute certainty. Feeling also chimed in to dissuade him. Big brother, let it go. Don't be rash. I still have 5 left, after all. With both of them saying this, Tianming finally understood. He slowly spoke up, Emperor Lung. You said you'd kill my entire Li family in 10 years? Pausing for a second, Tianming met Ling Long's gaze directly and declared with a tilt of his chin, There's no need for 10 years. You just wait for me in the Sacred Heaven Manor. Within 10 years, I will come to the Sacred Heaven Manor, and I will stand before you all. I will behead you in front of everyone in Heavenly Capital City and take back the seal for Lin Ni. As she finished, she curled her lip in a contemptuous sneer. That's the most ridiculous boast I've ever heard. Your entire clan can just wait for its death sentence. Ling Lung didn't bother to argue further, leaving with those words, and led her subordinates away. Let's go. By then, Fei Ling couldn't hold back her anxiety. Brother, let's hurry and check on our royal father. We don't know if he's dead or alive right now. Tianming gently reassured her. Lingxi, don't worry. We'll go right now. They immediately set off. The scene shifts to a palace. A low voice rang out. There's no need to worry. He's only unconscious. A short while later, Jiang Cheng, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Fei Ling, he cried out in relief. Lin Yi, thank goodness, you're all right. She then recounted everything to him. Father, it was brother Tianming who saved me. Jiang Cheng's gaze landed on Tianming, who quickly bowed and asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? Even at this moment, Jiang Cheng still couldn't believe what had just happened. He mumbled, How can this be? They are Long Tianzi and the supervisor, from the sacred heavenly mansion. Wait a minute, who are these people with you? Tianming slowly explained, They are from the Li Saint clan of the Eastern Emperor sect. Your Majesty, I will explain everything to you. In the time that followed, Li Tianming told the Vermilion Bird King everything. The Vermilion Bird King realized that he no longer had the ability to protect Jiang Fei Ling, so he agreed to entrust his daughter to Li Tianming. Afterwards, Li Tianming, along with Jiang Fei Ling and Li Jingyu, set off for the Eastern Emperor realm. Not long after, during their journey, a curious Tianming asked Jingyu, Grandma, what is your life-bound beast? She patiently explained, This is a kunpeng with 2 forms. It can soar for thousands of miles in the sky and swim in the sea. It's a life-bound beast, of dual attributes and dual ranks. Our Li Saint clan is also known as the Kunpeng clan. Tianming excitedly enjoyed the cool wind on his face, gleefully, exclaiming, Is that the Eastern Emperor sect up ahead? It's even bigger than I imagined. Jin Yu confirmed with a gentle smile. Yes, we're almost there. Immediately, the Kunpeng carried the group on its back and flew swiftly forward. Before long, a poetic landscape of mountains and water came into view. Jin Yu laughed cheerfully. Grandson Tianming, hurry and follow me inside to become the young sect master. Quickly now. The scene changes to another location. The sign for the Kunpeng Sacred Hall was cracked in half, covered in a thick layer of dust, and looked like it hadn't been repaired in a very long time. An aggressive crowd surrounded the main gate, shouting, Li Wudi, you get out here right now. If you don't come out, I'll tear down this Kunpeng Sacred Hall and drag you out myself. Our Feng branch will destroy you. Now that the inheritance can no longer be protected, do you still dare to hide? As soon as he said this, Xing Shu seemed emboldened and aggressively slammed on the main gate of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall. Li Wudi, you can't escape today. Hand over the supreme bloodline now. At that very moment, Jingyu's life-bound beast arrived. She spoke with a solemn voice. You shameless fools. This old woman has barely been gone, and you're already staging a rebellion. The crowd hastily looked up at the sky. In a flash, Jingyu had her life-bound beast land, exuding an aura that was anything but ordinary. A whirlwind swirled in the air, and the sheer force of the landing made the crowd fall back in alarm. As the thick white smoke cleared, Jingyu stepped forward with a scowl. Did you all think I was dead? Scram, all of you. Tianming was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, what is going on? These people are calling the sect master by his given name. Is this really a rebellion? He quickly scanned his surroundings, suddenly feeling confused. Furthermore, the sect master's sacred hall of legend is a little. Could it be on the verge of closing down? Across from them, the chaotic crowd quickly settled down. Yi Cheng stepped forward to speak. First, matriarch, you've finally returned. We have been waiting for you for a very long time. Jingyu snorted irritably. Waiting for me? Waiting to drink this old woman's bathwater? What schemes are you useless fools trying to pull now? Despite being scolded, Yi Cheng didn't get angry and instead laughed. Useless fools, matriarch. Clan mother, your son is the most useless sect master in the entire history of this Eastern Emperor sect. Xing Shu, standing beside them, nodded in agreement, noting that even a common disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect can call him by his real name. He has no dignity whatsoever. And you have the gall to call us useless? Fine. Their insolent attitude seriously provoked Jing Yu. She yelled, Enough with the nonsense. Spit it out. What is it you people really want? Hearing this, Xing narrowed his eyes and sneered. Clan mother, we can't leave today. There is a major issue that requires Li Wudi to come out. Yi Cheng quickly added, if he won't come out, then we'll let the clan mother decide. We invite the clan mother to open the door. No longer bothering with this crowd, Jin Yu. Decisively open the door. Let's see what kind of business you people have. Get in here, all of you. The moment she finished speaking, the crowd surged into the Kunpeng sacred hall. They glanced around and came to a single conclusion. Li Wudi was indeed not here. Only Tianming noticed something else, and couldn't help but think to himself, this is the inside? It's so dilapidated and filthy, and the whole place reeks of alcohol. Perhaps the old woman doesn't live here, which is why no one cleans up. The chairs are all old and decrepit, clearly brought from somewhere far away. He was a bit disappointed. It seemed the sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect wasn't as great as he had imagined. After a moment of surveying the scene, Yi Cheng finally spoke with a slight smile. Clan mother, we haven't come here to cause trouble, but to discuss a great matter concerning the Wind branch of the Li Saint clan. The person beside him eagerly chimed in. After you hear this, clan mother, you must relay it to Li Wudi, otherwise your supreme bloodline will be deemed sinners of the Wind branch. Jin Yu looked irritably at the two of them going back and forth. Things have already come to this, yet you're still beating around the bush. Just spit out whatever you have to say, and stop wasting time. Is there anything this old woman hasn't seen? Since she put it that way, Yi Cheng no longer bothered with pretenses. In that case, I'll be blunt. Our inside sources, that we've placed in the gold, thunder, and fire branches have all received news that in 5 days, these 3 branches will pressure Li Wudi, forcing him to immediately select a talented disciple from one of their 3 branches as the new sect master. His voice suddenly grew solemn. Our Wind branch has led the Li Saint clan for more than 10,000 years. The legacy of the supreme bloodline has never once been broken. But in the last 1,000 years, the Li Saint clan has seen fewer and fewer successors of the Samsara wheel, and the number of genius descendants has dwindled. The once glorious Saint clan has now fallen to its current state. Xing chimed in at the perfect moment, and as for Li Wudi, because of what happened all those years ago, his body was shattered, making it impossible for him to ever father a son. Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, getting directly to the point. The position of young sect master will be inherited by the other 3 branches, and eventually, the title of Eastern Emperor sect's master will be theirs as well. From now on, our Wind branch will lose its position as the head of the 4 branches. He began to lead the crowd in a chant. That is why all of us from the 7 Emperor Wind branches cannot accept this, to just lose the position of young sect master, to lose control of the Eastern Emperor sect. The glory of our Wind branch needs us to stand up and protect it. Hearing this, Jin Yu finally saw through their intentions, raising an eyebrow with a cold smile. So, what is your method of protection? She knew in her heart that despite their righteous words, they were just acting for their own selfish gain, weren't they? Even if the Li Saint clan was in decline, the Li ancestral land would forever be a symbol of eternity, and only the sect master and young sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect had the right to enter it. That was the final resting place of the Li Saint clan's ancestors, who had ruled the Eastern Emperor realm for tens of thousands of years. This was a clan rule passed down through the ages, a command from their ancestors. Who would dare to disobey? Yi Cheng, pretending to consider the greater good, curled his lips into a smile and said, to ensure the position of young sect master remains within our Wind branch, the masters of the 7 Emperor Wind branches have decided to make a sacrifice. The 7 of us are willing to offer our most outstanding sons to be adopted by Li Wudi, allowing him to become their father. As he spoke, his eyes began to well up with tears, feigning heartbreak. Only by having Li Wudi appoint a young sect master first can we prevent the other 3 branches from seizing the position, and we can guarantee that from that day forward, we will sever our father-son bond with the new young sect master. The more he spoke, the more choked up Yi Cheng became, finally taking out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. I only have one son. It's truly cruel. But for the clan, I must do this. Xing stood by and patted his shoulder in sympathy. Don't be sad, brother. I also have only one. They're even offering up their own sons, witnessing this shameless charade they've put on. Tianming trembled with rage. These bastards. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly spoke up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How touching. I'm so moved I could cry. Every single one of you is fighting for the position of young sect master for your own son. I'm truly touched. His words struck a nerve with the crowd, and they immediately jumped up. Insolent! Matriarch, whose child is this? How dare he speak so sarcastically in the Kunpeng sacred hall? At this moment, Jin Yu's face lit up, and she replied with a faint smile. Him? Pausing for a moment, she slowly took Tianming's hand, gently pulling him closer. Jin Yu declared loudly to the crowd, these ignorant sons of yours. Think they're worthy of being my grandson? This old woman isn't impressed by any of them, so don't bring them here to embarrass yourselves. Even as grown men, they're not. A match for my granddaughter Qingyu, yet they have the audacity to covet the position of young sect master. In your dreams, she retorted bluntly, holding nothing back. The crowd opposite her immediately erupted, led by Yi Cheng and Xing Shu, who yelled at the top of their lungs, Matriarch, do you intend to give the future young sect master position to the other three branches? Matriarch, what are you plotting? Is this worthy of the sacred Li clan? Soon, the entire sacred hall descended into chaos, and Jingyu's anger flared. She roared, all of you, shut up! Without wasting words, Jin Yu clearly revealed Tianming's identity. This boy's name is Li Tianming. He is the illegitimate son of my son, Li Wudi, and he is the young sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect. He offered a slight smile as a greeting, all the while thinking to himself, this situation is very different from what I expected, but grandmother is very kind to me. I'll play along with her act to the very end. The moment her words left her mouth, the crowd was instantly stunned. What? He's Li Wudi's illegitimate son? How is that possible? What kind of joke is the matriarch playing? Did she just find some random person to be an imposter? Does she think we're that easy to fool? Jin Yu remained completely unfazed, calmly explaining, my son was quite the handsome charmer in his youth, and before he was married, he traveled far and wide, leaving a trail of broken hearts, including a young lady named Wei Shi from the Vermilion Bird Country. Because he couldn't give her a proper title, we never intended to bother them. But you all have forced my hand. Tianming is 1 year older than Qingyu, only 16 years old, and he is the flesh and blood of my son, Li Wudi. Hearing this whole spiel, Tianming found it secretly amusing. She's quite the storyteller. I'm clearly 20 years old. Xingsu absolutely refused to believe it. Matriarch, what are you thinking? Are you trying to fool us with some spirit source realm trash and deceive the other three branches? Yi Cheng shared the sentiment, and even smugly turned to look at Tianming. Hey kid, where did the matriarch find an actor like you? I'll pay you double, now get lost. At this, Jing Yu suddenly burst out laughing, leaving everyone baffled. Matriarch, what's so funny? Were we wrong? Jing Yu slowly ground out each word. I'm laughing at you all, for being such frogs in a well. My grandson, Li Tianming, for the past 16 years, he had no guidance, cultivating in a small, desolate country. Naturally, his realm isn't high, but his talent far surpasses that of your children and grandchildren. The only thing you're fit for is to kneel on the ground and tremble. This time, it was the crowd's turn to clutch their stomachs and roar with laughter. They vied to hurl insults. Matriarch, I'm begging you, please let us see his talent already. Don't drag this out any longer. I'm dying to kneel already. Please hurry, matriarch. My knees are already trembling in anticipation. At this moment, all of Jing Yu's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. She had endured for so many years, hated for so many years. That year, she had watched with her own eyes as her son fell from grace, utterly defeated from that day forward. Almost every day, Jing Yu was hounded by dark forces, struggling to hold on all by herself, her body and spirit long exhausted. But now, this heaven-defying grandson had finally appeared. Tianming simply cast a cold glance at the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. What a bunch of ignorant country dogs. With that said, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately rolled up the sleeve of his robe, removing the bracer from his arm. Tianming raised his bare arm high, revealing 5 distinct marks as he raised an eyebrow and sneered, Open your dog eyes wide, and take a good look. Yi Cheng gritted his teeth in fury. You rotten brat, how dare you disrespect us? Wait a minute, is that? In that instant, he froze, speechless. The 5 marks on Tianming's arm immediately caught Yi Cheng's eye, and he quickly realized what they symbolized. The 5 tribulations samsara body. Jing Yu slammed the staff in her hand onto the ground. That's right, only the first ancestor ever possessed the 5 tribulations samsara body. As she spoke, she swept her gaze over everyone present. Her voice boomed with authority. Why are you not on your knees yet? Throughout the dilapidated sacred hall, endless shouts of protest erupted. This is impossible. The 5 tribulations samsara body is absolutely impossible. Only the first ancestor ever had one. Yi Cheng grew anxious, inciting the crowd to go up there and see if his tribulation marks were drawn on himself. Xing Shu eagerly chimed in. That's right, the color is most likely. Dyed. How could it be that white? Faced with the crowd's onslaught, Tianming remained indifferent, a look of utter annoyance on his face. So damn noisy. He thought to himself, I knew this bunch wouldn't be so easy to convince, but I know just how to make them submit. The most important thing right now is that their focus is no longer on doubting whether I'm Li Wudi's son. Jing Yu sighed helplessly, muttering under her breath, These people are such a headache, they won't believe it even after seeing the proof. He reassured her, Grandma, don't waste your breath on them, they're just narrow-minded. Tianming glanced at Jing Yu, the corners of his mouth twitching into a slight smile. Grandma, don't worry, just watch how I'll get rid of them. She was momentarily taken aback. You can do that? Tianming didn't answer immediately, choosing to prove his words with his actions. He strode forward confidently. Everyone, you all know I'm 16 years old, but you don't know this. I only began cultivating after I turned 15 and obtained the ultimate cultivation technique, so I have been cultivating until now, for a total of 5 months. In those 5 months, I started from scratch and broke through to the 8th level of the spirit source realm. This speed, let me ask you all, what do you say to that? Tianming spoke slowly, his chin held high with arrogance. The moment he said this, some people began to waver. To achieve so much in just 5 months, it's truly incredible. While the crowd was still buzzing, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Then I could just say I started cultivating yesterday. So what? If I cultivated to the 2nd level of the Unity realm, wouldn't that make me a 6 tribulations samsara body? The speaker was Li Kunshu, 15 years old and at the 2nd level of the Unity realm. In front of the entire crowd, he declared, I don't believe a single word you've said. Tianming raised an eyebrow and smirked. You don't believe me, right? Well then, this is simple. I will challenge anyone here who is not older than me. If I defeat all of you, will you then believe that I am Li Wudi's son and that I have the 5 tribulations samsara body? The entire place immediately erupted. What? He's not even 16 years old? And he wants to challenge us? He wants to fight above his own realm. That's just ridiculous. After thinking for a moment, Yi Cheng spoke up. Li Tianming, if you can truly defeat us in your challenge, then of course I will acknowledge you. After all, something like this could only be done by someone with the 5 tribulations samsara body could possibly do. Xing Shu chimed in with a threat. But if you fail, it will prove you're an imposter, and we will proceed, as we discussed before, and offer our own sons for Li Wudi to adopt. Kunshu nodded in agreement and turned to ask Jin Yu, matriarch, do Li Tianming's words stand? Before she could even respond, Tianming answered loud and clear, of course they do. It's simple. Whoever can defeat me will be the young sect master. Jing Yu was a bit flustered, wondering to herself, is this child really all right? As if sensing her anxiety, Tianming reassured her in a low voice. From here on, just watch me perform. Jing Yu had to concede. Fine, we'll settle it that way. But if you're going to fight, you must do it outside. The people below immediately started shouting. The matriarch said it herself. Don't you regret it when you lose? Shortly after, the scene shifts to outside the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, where a large crowd gathered in a nearby open space. They cheered excitedly, Kunshu, when you fight, absolutely don't go too hard. Don't end up crippling the son of the Grand Orient sect master. If word of this gets out, people will mock our Li. Saint Clan, Kunshu replied with a grin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Don't worry, father. I will absolutely not cripple the genius with the 5 tribulations samsara body. At all. Tianming simply smirked and urged, make your move, kid. I'll blow you away. After observing him, he was already confident of his victory. He couldn't say for sure he could beat everyone his age, but dealing with this punk wouldn't be a problem at all. Faced with Tianming's challenge, Kunshu's competitive spirit instantly flared up, and he growled back, since you talk so big, I'll break all your teeth to teach you to stop running your mouth. You're all out of chances to run your mouth. As he spoke, he summoned his life-bound beast, a giant whirlwind Kunpeng. Over here, Fei Ling appeared and asked, Brother, do you need my help? Tianming gently shook his head. No need, you just get some rest. Firefly and I can handle this. Kunsu glanced over at the life-bound beast on his shoulder and immediately sneered. As Li Wudi's son, even with a 5 tribulations samsara body, you should at least have a void Kunpeng, shouldn't you? If you knew anything about our Kunpeng clan, the grade of a Kunpeng would prove your identity. Tianming laughed. Are you blind or something? The one on my back is a void Kunpeng. Ying Huo snorted in disagreement. The hell I am. The surrounding crowd of onlookers burst out laughing. Look at his life-bound beast. He actually dares to call that a Kunpeng. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least make it less ridiculous. Kunshu clenched his fists, glaring at Tianming. This bastard dares to disrespect my clan's sacred beast. You're unforgivable. With that, he lunged forward and growled, Today, I'm going to stew your so-called void Kunpeng. Before Tianming could even speak, Ying Huo was already furious. Li Tianming already wants to stew me every day, and now you want to as well? He raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. So we're using whips, are we? Across from him, Kunshu had already brandished his weapon, the Stormwind whip. He braced himself and cracked the whip straight at Tianming, roaring, Die! I'll smash that smirk right off your face so you can never laugh again. The very moment the whip was about to land on Tianming, he calmly reached out and grabbed it. Kunshu clearly never expected this to happen and stood frozen on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tianming gripped the whip tightly, a mocking smile on his lips. You sure are obsessed with other people's teeth. Get over here! With that, he gave a mighty pull, and the whip went taut, yanking Kunshu off balance. He stumbled and crashed to the ground in a pathetic heap. Tianming let out a sarcastic laugh. So, this is the power of a second-level Unity Realm expert? Falling flat on your face like that. What a beautiful pose. It didn't end there. Ying Huo also attacked, aiming its eternal purgatory fire precisely at Kunshu's Kunpeng. That Kunpeng was no slouch either, skillfully spinning to create a whirlwind that dissipated Ying Huo's attack. Seeing this, Ying Huo was surprised. It actually blew away my fire. Not bad at all. Kun Su scrambled back to his feet, grinding his teeth in fury. Don't get cocky! I wasn't even using my full strength. Tianming just chuckled, his voice icy. Well then, you won't get another chance, because I'm about to get serious. As soon as the words left his mouth, he took his stance, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. With Ying Huo providing support, a massive surge of spiritual power erupted for the human-slaying sword, Ghost Dance. The two of them coordinated to unleash a spectacular attack as Tianming's figure blurred into motion. Countless sword slashes flashed across Kunshu's body. Simultaneously, Ying Huo executed a similar move, raining down a flurry of slashes on the Kunpeng in the sky. Witnessing all of this, the crowd was stunned into absolute silence. That's a Heaven's Will battle art. No, wait, it's an origin-level battle art, but it feels like Heaven's Will. Some couldn't even believe their own eyes. Even that tiny chicken is using a sword art. That's just unbelievable. Tianming put on a look of feigned remorse. Oops, I wasn't careful, and broke your teeth. Is there anyone else who objects? He casually dropped two of Kunshu's bloody teeth onto the ground. It was only then that the guy realized his teeth were broken. As pain flooded his mouth, Kunshu screamed in despair. Seeing this outcome, the people present were finally convinced, whispering amongst themselves, so it's true. He really does possess the 5 tribulations samsara body. Has he really only been cultivating for 6 months? Is he really Li Wudi's son? Some were still doubtful, but if he has the top-tier 5 tribulations samsara body, how come he doesn't even have the supreme bloodline's void Kunpeng? Someone immediately chimed in. Actually, there have been descendants of the ancestors who had the supreme bloodline but didn't inherit the void Kunpeng, but he also inherited the position of sect master. Moreover, other descendants have also given birth to void Kunpeng symbiotic beasts, proving that the bloodline inheritance will change, but it won't be severed. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened as she retorted, Nonsense. I don't believe it anyway. Do any of your sons still want to challenge him? If not, I'll send Ling He up. I say among you young ones, Ling He is the strongest. Does anyone have any objections? Someone quickly chimed in. Then let's have Ling He go up and see what this Li Tianming is really made of. Xingshu nodded in agreement. If even Ling He can't win, then there's no need for anyone else to go up. So they unanimously decided to call Ling He to the fight. As soon as his name was called, he immediately stepped forward. Yes, father. Ling, he was a little expectant. Li Tianming's previous moves were nothing to be afraid of. As long as he could defeat him, then the position of young sect master. He got excited just thinking about it. Just then, Yi Cheng suddenly called out to Ling He. It's time to change your destiny. You know what you need to do, right? He declared confidently. Father, just watch. I'll defeat this flashy show-off who's just trying to look good. With that, Ling He strode forward to face Tianming, aggressively calling his name, Li Tianming. In my presence, you are not worthy of using a sword. Saying this, he clearly didn't even see Tianming as the threat. Glancing his opponent over, Tianming finally understood why he was so confident. 3rd level of the Unity Realm, this guy would be tough to beat on his own. Ling, he tilted his chin and repeated, Li Tianming, you are fundamentally unworthy of using a sword. I ask you, do you dare to fight me on the water? He shrugged slightly, his voice challenging. Tianming answered cheerfully, why wouldn't I? Dare. The corner of his mouth curled up as he murmured softly, Lingxi, I'll need your help next. Failing naturally agreed. Got it, big brother. On Ling He's side, he thought he had already secured victory. Li Tianming, you're finished this time. You have no chance of winning a fight on the water. Thinking this, Ling He snorted coldly. Consider yourself brave. Follow me. As he spoke, his figure flickered, and in an instant, his feet touched the water's surface. Come out, wind devil. Dragon shark! At Ling He's summons, a symbiotic beast appeared, its body thrashing powerfully, causing the water to churn. Seeing its appearance, Tianming was seen, a bit stunned. What the hell is that? Ying Huo immediately informed him. An 8th rank, mid-grade symbiotic beast. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was a black Qilin on the same level as Uncle Yang's in the Zhuxi nation. And here, a junior has one so easily. Noticing the change in Tianming's expression, Ling, he grew even more smug. Are you scared now? It's too late. He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, his gaze fixed intensely on his opponent. Those who use swords follow the righteous path of Qi. You. Heretics with dyed hair like you. Get lost! Ling, he roared. directly unleashing his Ling He water sword technique. Tianming stood, as steady as a mountain, quickly retaliating with a move of his own, Earth Fiend Sword, Earth Pulse. The moment he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy erupted in midair, blocking the water force that Ling He had launched. In an instant, the entire water surface trembled violently, and waves of foam splashed everywhere. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. They canceled each other out. It's unbelievable. Li Tianming isn't using a water-type art, but he's not losing to him. After a fierce clash on the water, the lake surface became calm again. However, Ling He's figure had vanished without a trace. Tianming was momentarily startled, and just then, Ying Huo shouted, "A warning! Above you." He quickly looked up, just in time to meet Ling He's murderous gaze. From the air, he brought down a powerful strike. With all his might, "Go to hell!" At the very moment his opponent's attack was about to land, Tianming didn't flinch, raising a single hand to execute, a technique that blocked the torrent of water. As if hitting air, Ling He's full-power strike was easily neutralized. His eyes widened in horror. How can this be? But it didn't end there. Tianming suddenly leaped from the water's surface, a pair of white wings spreading wide behind him. He panicked for a moment. What? He can fly too? What in the world is that? He froze on the spot, his lips moving but unable to form words. Tianming laughed heartily. We agreed to fight on the water, so why did you fly into the sky? Did you think I couldn't fly? After saying this, he swung his sword, unleashing a finishing blow. Earth Fiend Sword, Hell Suppression. He also, not one to just take the hit, he immediately launched a counterattack, the Reverse Galaxy Sword. Two fierce streams of spiritual energy were unleashed, clashing in midair. But before long, Tianming's attack gained the upper hand. The scorching stream of spiritual energy shot straight toward Ling He. That blinding light directly swallowed him whole. Ling He let out a piercing scream of agony. Witnessing this, Yi Cheng's heart burned with anxiety as he frantically called out Ling He's name. Tianming raised an eyebrow and smirked. Relax. He won't die. I held back. Just as he said, he was still alive, although he looked quite pathetic. His hair was singed and smoke rose from his body as he lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Tianming landed gracefully, his deep voice ringing out, Ling, he is lost. Does anyone else wish to challenge me? Having witnessed his power firsthand and seen the fate of those who opposed him, no one dared to object now. Everyone shrank back in silence. More than anyone, Jin Yu felt incredibly satisfied. She laughed loudly. Now, does anyone still doubt that this is my grandson? That's right. He doesn't have a kunpeng, but his life-bound beasts are all 5 tribulation samsara bodies. He might not have a Grand Orient kunpeng now, but when he gets married and has children in the future, it's not impossible for his descendants to be born with a Grand Orient kunpeng. Xing Shu gritted his teeth resentfully. How are we supposed to know if that chicken is actually a 5 tribulation samsara body? Ying Huo tilted its head, looked straight at the man, and challenged, Fine. Then let me show you what I'm capable of. As soon as those words came out, Tianming panicked. Stop! Can't this idiot tell left from right? You fool! He sighed to himself. It had taken so much effort just to make them believe in the 5 rings. If it revealed 10 rings, what would happen then? When we get back, I'm dyeing those 5 black dots on your left side yellow. The idiot couldn't even tell left from right. Ying Huo ignored him, gleefully spreading its wings to show off the marks. Look! Look! It made no attempt to hide anything. 5 black dots appeared, clear as day, right before the crowd's eyes. They all froze in place, jaws agape, exclaiming, They're actually there. Jin Yu had already run out of patience. She raised her voice at the chaotic crowd. All right, can you all get lost now? At this point, although Yi Cheng was wavering inside, he still tried to put on a brave face. It's useless even if you convince us to accept him as the clan master. If you truly want him to be the young clan master, see if the other 3 branches will agree. He confronted them aggressively. If you still want to use challenges to prove himself, then let's see. If Li Tianming has what it takes to challenge the youth of the other 3 branches, our wind branch is dead last, and the gap between us and them is beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Jin Yu couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. It's not that the gap between them and us is so wide, but that you all in the wind branch are declining at a much faster rate. Everyone is deteriorating. It's just a matter of who can hold on a little longer. Just as Yi Cheng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. In 5 days, the master of the gold branch, Li Xuanyi, will surely bring up the matter of the marriage between his son, Li Jinshen, and Qing Yu. According to the bet between Li Wudi and Li Xuanyi, when Qing Yu turns 16, she is to marry his son. That bet was made because Li Wudi wasn't in his right mind, and he ran to the Council of Elders to act as witnesses. He ended up losing miserably, so I'm certain Qing Yu will have to marry Li Jinshen. Li Xuanyi is a real piece of work, siring a useless son who's ugly, fat, and stupid, yet still wanting to marry him off to a beautiful genius like Qing Yu. Having to deal with a father like that, you better prepare for a miserable future. He went on and on, his tone dripping with mockery, and after he finished, he just turned and left, along with the crowd. The space suddenly became eerily quiet, and Tianming unconsciously looked over at the person next to him. Right then, Qing Yu was silently clenching her jaw, her entire body trembling. Jin Yu noticed her intense emotional turmoil and quickly patted her on the shoulder reassuringly. "My dear granddaughter, don't be afraid. If they try to take you away, your grandmother will risk this old life of mine to fight them to the very end." Qing Yu gently shook her head. "Grandmother, I'm fine." Tianming stood there silently, taking everything in as he fell into deep thought. The Council of Elders was the supreme authority in the Grand Orient sect, and right now, the powerful experts of the council controlled the Grand Orient sect. In 5 days, the other 3 branches would surely arrive. Whether or not he could become the true young clan master, that would all depend on how things played out. I've seen the true colors of these 3 factions. Returning to the old Kunpeng Sacred Hall, Wei Jing slowly said, "Tianming, this ability of Miss Linger, in all my knowledge, I have never seen anything like it. She is an absolute treasure for you. And besides, she left her home 10,000 miles away to follow you, so you must treat her well." She kindly took Feeling's hand, praising her admiringly. "This granddaughter-in-law is not bad at all. I'm very pleased." Feeling also replied warmly, "Grandma, big brother treats me very well." Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Tianming was a bit speechless. He hadn't even gotten used to it, but Ling was already calling her grandma so quickly. As expected, she is beloved wherever she goes. At that moment, a deep, hoarse voice that sounded slightly drunk suddenly rang out, "My son, Tianming." The next second, a figure staggered out, tilting his head back to down the flask of wine in his hand. He let out a soft hiccup, his lips moving as he mumbled, "Let your father get a good look at you. In the blink of an eye, you're already 16 years old. I'm sorry, son." He curled his lips into a faint smile, his hazy eyes fixed on Tianming. Hearing that form of address, he immediately realized the man's identity, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Li Wudi? Tianming couldn't believe the thought that had just crossed his mind. Is he really the Li Wudi of the Grand Orient sect? Looking at the drunken man in front of him, he was a little bewildered. Wait, there seemed to be some black marks on his body, a dark aura. This dark energy is like a worm sucking the life out of him. While Tianming was still lost in thought, Wudi spoke up once again. "My daughter has grown even more beautiful. Come have a drink with your father." Qing Yu didn't answer him, pulling her hood down low and turning to leave. "Grandma, I'll be taking my leave now." Seeing this, Tianming lowered his voice and whispered to Filing, "Linger, could you help me ask Qing Yu about the marriage matter?" She immediately agreed. "Okay." With that, Feeling hurried after Qing Yu, calling out gently, "Qing Yu, wait for me." Tianming watched until their figures disappeared, then Wudi staggered closer to him. He placed a hand on Tianming's shoulder, his eyes crinkling as he chuckled. "Tianming, my son, you've finally seen your father. Aren't you excited and very happy?" Tianming didn't reply, with only one thought in his mind, "He reeks." Wei Jing glared and nagged her son. "Honestly, have you not bathed this entire time I've been away?" Wudi took a few more swigs of wine and casually replied to her, "Bathe? What's the point? It's a waste of my youth. I'd rather spend that time drinking with the ancestors." Seeing him like this, Wei Jing could only sigh helplessly. Tianming observed everything, a question suddenly rising in his heart. From being the #1 genius of the Grand Orient sect, the sect master of the Grand Orient sect, to now being so despised by others, what on earth did he go through? Wudi pretended not to see his mother's annoyance and cheerfully started a conversation with Tianming. "Come on, let your father see your 5 rings." Without another word, he directly lifted the boy's hand, nodding in admiration. "So awesome, they're really full of energy. Way cooler than my 4 rings." Tianming remained silent, thinking to himself, "Do I really have to accept this person as my adoptive father?" His lips moved for a long time, but no words came out. It seems Tianming was extremely conflicted inside, as the words adoptive father seemed very difficult to say. Wei Jing noticed his predicament and stepped in to help. "You can just call him by his name. Everyone in the entire Grand Orient sect calls him by his real name anyway." Tianming disagreed. "How could I do that? He is an elder after all. I should show some respect." Upon hearing his words, Wudi chuckled softly. "My son Tianming, I am very pleased with you." He rummaged through his clothes and took out an item. "This Kunpeng sacred seal is for you. Take it. From now on, I'll have your back. This Grand Orient sect is our turf. From now on, you can be as arrogant and domineering as you want. Beat up whoever you want." With that, Wudi tossed the sacred seal to Tianming, who caught it in a daze. Wudi then grinned and continued, "If you see any pretty young lady, just bring her home, and I'll help you build a harem with 72 concubines to enjoy all the glory and riches." Tianming was moved to tears, but still firmly refused. No, I like to cultivate. The other man immediately burst out laughing. What? You like to cultivate? Then go find my old mother. All that divine essence, spirit ores, spirit marrow, and beast weapons, give them all to my son. He had just said a few words when he picked up his wine flask and started chugging again. That's enough drinking, Woody. He collapsed directly onto the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. Jin Yu sat down beside him and sighed softly. Why is this child sleeping on the ground again? His body is already in such a poor state, and he still doesn't know how to cherish it. Tianming rushed over to help. Let me. He wanted to observe Jin Yu's expression. He was a bit curious, and it was quite strange. From what I could see, there was no blame or disgust in his grandmother's eyes, only heartache and regret. Normally, with Li Wudi ending up in this state, even his own mother wouldn't forgive him. Time passed, and soon, Tianming had moved the man into a quiet room. He helped Wudi onto the bed, where he lay snoring comfortably. After settling her son, Jin Yu finally spoke slowly. He's already given you the Kunpeng sacred seal. Tianming nodded slightly, a little puzzled. What exactly was this Kunpeng sacred seal? He thought to himself that its material was very strange. It looked like jade but also like metal, yet it felt very soft when squeezed. According to Jin Yu's explanation, this was the blood essence of their ancestors, fused together, forming the Kunpeng sacred seal. One piece of it contains the condensed blood of the first ancestor, and by my husband's generation, it had condensed into this blood essence. Hearing this, Tianming's expression turned serious. He repeated, the converged blood essence of countless generations of the Li Saint clan. He understood clearly in his heart that this item was incredibly important. It was a legacy, a bloodline inheritance so profound it could make one weep. Only the greatest of clans could possess such a divine object. Thinking of this, Tianming quickly asked, does this Kunpeng sacred seal have any special function? Jin Yu replied, it is the foundation of the sect masters and young sect masters' identities in the East Emperor sect. Pausing for a moment, she slowly added, this is the heirloom of the Li Saint clan. There are 2 pieces in total, which are fused into the bloodlines of the sect master and young sect master of the East Emperor sect, respectively. Without the bloodline of the Li Saint clan, an outsider simply cannot fuse with it. Tianming grew more and more curious. What happens after fusing with it? Jin Yu smiled faintly. Nothing special. It just grants you entry into the ancestral land of the Li Saint clan. Tianming's eyes immediately lit up. What kind of great fortune is in the Li Saint clan's ancestral land? She shared honestly, there's nothing, really, but the other members of the Li Saint clan believe there is some great fortune there. As for other people, they don't have the bloodline of the Li Saint clan, so they can't enter even with the Kunpeng sacred seal. If there were any great fortune, we wouldn't have been in decline for 1,000 years, and getting worse and worse. Hearing this, the corner of Tianming's mouth twitched a few times, his eyes filled with disbelief. So, the condensed blood essence of so many generations of ancestors, its main purpose is just for identification? Jin Yu sighed. That's right, which is why I say fate is a cruel joke. The other 3 branches want to seize it simply because they want to go inside and see for themselves what's there. After all, no matter what we say, they stopped believing us long ago. Hearing this, Tianming was silent for a long time. The Li Saint clan bloodline within him was indeed very distant. Could he really fuse with this Kunpeng sacred seal? With that thought, he inquired, if I fuse with it now, wouldn't I immediately become the young sect master? That would put an end to the ambitions of the other 3 branches. Jin Yu's voice suddenly grew grave. The principle is sound, but before you can convince them, I advise you not to do it. Tianming looked confused. Why? According to Jin Yu's explanation, it was because after fusing with the Kunpeng sacred seal, it can only be reformed after the holder dies. The only difference is that the new blood essence will then contain a drop of your blood. The meaning is, if you cannot convince them, they might kill you to retrieve the sacred seal. Therefore, if the 3 branches adamantly refuse to submit, your situation will be quite troublesome. She paused for a moment, then declared resolutely, but as long as I am alive, I will not let anyone kill you. Tianming delved deeper. Grandmother, how does one fuse with it? She explained kindly, you must make a cut on your life wheel. As soon as blood appears, the Kunpeng sacred seal will fuse into it. The moment she finished speaking, Tianming bit down hard on his own arm without hesitation. Red blood trickled down his skin. Jin Yu cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Tianming looked her straight in the eye and said with a serious face, Grandmother, now that I am here, if I'm going to compete for the position of young sect master, I won't be afraid of having no way out. I will not leave them any other possibility. Don't worry. As long as you guarantee I won't die, I will absolutely never regret anything I do from this point on. Jin Yu was stunned for a moment, her expression growing complicated as she softly called out, Tianming. He decisively brought the sacred seal to his bleeding wound and spoke clearly, Grandma, I've come to accept and admire your character. The fact that I've called you Grandma means I acknowledge myself as a member of the Li Saint clan. At that moment, a feeling of pain from his arm shot through his entire body. He gritted his teeth, forcing out every single word. You helped me save Linger, and I am incredibly grateful. Because of that, when I came here and saw everyone facing hardship, I became completely willing to dedicate all of my strength to you all. In the next moment, the sacred seal finally reacted, fusing with him just as Tianming had hoped, and then, in an instant, countless streams of red liquid shot out. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The blood essence has scattered. It's all converging inside my body." Tianming stared blankly at what was happening to him. Then his voice suddenly fell silent. His pupils slowly turned crimson. Tianming seemed to see countless hazy figures, and he was momentarily stunned. It was as if the will of every ancestor was flowing through his very blood, as if they were still alive. He closed his eyes, focusing on the changes happening inside him. The blood in his entire body began to boil fiercely. This must be the ancestral soul. A moment later, those streams of blood essence started to move, all converging on a single point. Tianming clutched the sacred seal in his hand as countless streams of red energy enveloped him, completing the fusion. The sensation was like being completely reborn. When the process was complete, Jin Yu nodded in admiration. "Excellent. You are truly worthy of being my grandson." "Very good. I couldn't have even dreamed of having a biological grandson like you." Tianming laughed, smiling warmly at her. "Grandma, from now on, I am your biological grandson." At that very moment, Woody cried out in his sleep, repeatedly calling for Mu He. Tianming was startled and rushed back to check on him. He looked back at Jin Yu, unable to stop himself from asking, "Who is Mu He?" At the mention of that name, her face was tinged with sorrow. She was his wife, Qing Yu's mother. "Tianming, don't judge Li Wudi by how he is now. He was quite the playboy in his youth. But in truth, his heart has only ever belonged to one person." In the corner of the bed, Wudi's brow was tightly furrowed as he continuously mumbled that name, Mu He. Tianming had no choice but to ask directly, "Grandma, how did he end up in this state? Wasn't he the #1 genius? It seems impossible that anyone could have hurt him." Jing Yu didn't deny it. "You're right, back then he was indeed the strongest young sect master." But as she spoke, her voice suddenly grew heavy. "If it were an enemy, no one in the entire Grand Orient sect could have possibly hurt him. But the one who harmed him wasn't an enemy, it was his best brother." Inside the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, the conversation continued. Tianming pressed, "How did he fall for the trick?" Jing Yu began her story. "At the time, he had exceptional talent and a high cultivation level. He was full of passion and made sworn brothers everywhere. His best friend was Yuan Taiji, son of Yuan Fengtian from the Council of Elders. The two of them became sworn brothers and went through life and death together." Tianming quickly latched onto the key name, murmuring it under his breath, Yuan Taiji. She nodded slightly to confirm. Yuan Taiji looked very elegant and polite, seemingly without any ulterior motives. "When he was a child, he and my son got along and played very well together. And after Yuan Fengtian learned of my son's talent, he also came to help frequently." She bowed her head, her voice catching in her throat. It had been a long time since the Li Saint clan had seen a true genius, so I never thought to be on guard against them. And so, the two of them became life and death brothers, cultivating together for 4 or 5 years. His bond with Yuan Taiji was exceptionally strong. I can only say that the members of the Yuan family are masters of deception and incredibly patient. Yuan Taiji put in the effort for 4 years, and although his talent couldn't compare to my son's, he managed to make my son willing to face life and death for him. Jing Yu remembered the situation at the time very clearly. It was the year my son had just gotten married and Qing Yu had just been born. The Council of Elders organized a genius tournament at the Abyssal Battlefield. She slowly recounted the entire story of the tournament, using the trust my son had in him. Yuan Taiji took Yuan Fengqian's Saint Beast armament, the Poison Dragon Thorn, and plunged it into my son's heart. You have no idea how terrifying the Poison Dragon Thorn is. Once it pierces you, it can never be pulled out. Once you are struck, would die anyway. Yuan Taiji pretended to be innocent, having already planned everything and colluded with others to create an alibi. With no evidence, and relying only on my son's words, it was clear he had been framed. The Sect Elder Council was powerless to intervene. Whenever she recalled the past, Jing Yu would sigh. Wudi being betrayed like that was a huge blow to him. She suddenly asked Tianming a question, then answered it herself. "Do you know why that Yuan Taiji didn't just kill my son on the Abyssal Battlefield, but wanted to torture him instead? It's because he had a one-sided love for my daughter-in-law, Mu He. He hated Wudi, so torturing him and seeing his miserable state brought him immense pleasure. According to her story, Mu He had never paid him any attention. That Yuan Taiji came to my Sui Yuan mountain many times, claiming to visit, but his real intention was to take Mu He away." As she continued, Jing Yu's heart grew heavier. Mu He and I struggled to resist him. In the end, Mu He couldn't bear it anymore and left behind a 3-year-old Qing Yu, taking her own life. On that day, Qing Yu was just 3 years old, and she witnessed her own mother fall before her very eyes. That Yuan Taiji drove Mu He to her death. I want to take revenge on them, but Yuan Taiji is now the strongest person in the Grand Orient sect. As she spoke, her voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. Jing Yu looked directly into the young man's eyes. Tianming, I'm not telling you these things hoping you'll do something for us. I just hope you make good use of your 5 tribulation samsara body to cultivate. She didn't forget to add a warning, but you must be careful and watch out for attacks. Absolutely do not end up like my son, Li Wudi, betrayed by the one closest to him. Although Yuan Taiji is the strongest, he is still under the jurisdiction of the Sect Elder Council. The internal state of the Sect Elder Council isn't what it used to be, and it's gradually crumbling, but there are still some who remember the kindness of the Li Saint clan and will definitely protect you. After hearing the whole story, Tianming couldn't help but feel emotional. He never expected Li Wudi's situation to be so tragic. The 3 of them haven't had it easy. Grandma is so old, yet she has had to endure so much. He immediately made up his mind. In the future, he would definitely contribute to this family, and he would make the Yuan clan pay the price. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, a sound suddenly echoed in the room, the sound of someone chugging wine. Wudi had sat up at some point and asked with a bright smile, I woke up from a nap and you 2 are still not done talking? Huh. Have you? Stuffed that thing into your body already? Tianming glanced at him. You mean the saintly seal? I've already fused with it. Wudi excitedly approached, patting his shoulder and praising him profusely. Well done. Now you can enter the ancestral land of my Li clan. My son of destiny. Let's go. Dad will take you to the ancestral tombs. He grinned and asked again, Are you ready? Dad's taking you to the ancestral land to sing and dance? The scene shifts elsewhere. Under the cool shade of a tree, a clear voice rang out. Linger, you're truly beautiful. I've never seen any girl in the Grand Orient sect as beautiful as you. On a long path shaded by green trees, 2 figures moved slowly. Receiving Qing Yu's compliment, Fei Ling smiled gently. Qing Yu is beautiful too. You can just call me Linger. A moment later, the other girl pointed in a direction and said softly, Then you and my brother can stay in this room. Fei Ling looked around, puzzled. Why is there only one room? Qing Yu looked at her, flustered. Don't Linger and brother Tianming stay together? Understanding her meaning, Fei Ling immediately blushed and answered shyly, Of course not. We haven't known each other for that long. She quickly composed herself and warmly took Qing Yu's hand. Where do you stay, Qing Yu? How about I stay with you? The other girl was momentarily stunned, and before she could refuse, Fei Ling pleaded with her. Since I was little, I've always slept with Qing'er, so I feel very lonely if I'm by myself. Is that okay? Being soft-hearted, Qing Yu could only nod in agreement. Of course it is. I couldn't ask for more. Fei Ling cheered happily. That's wonderful. With that, she proactively pulled the other girl along and suggested, Let's go for a walk by that lake. Qing Yu sighed with admiration. I really admire you and brother Tianming. It feels so nice when you 2 are together. Hearing this, Fei Ling immediately took the opportunity to ask about Qing Yu's situation. I heard earlier that your father arranged for you to marry someone you don't like. The other girl confirmed with a sound, even more confused, pressed, Why is that? At the mention of this, Qing Yu's eyes filled with sorrow. I don't know. Maybe it's because they mentioned my mother, so my father got very angry and wanted to make a bet to punish them, but he lost. And on top of that, he impulsively went to the clan elders' council to make it official. She shared in a soft voice. Actually, this happened 10 years ago. Right after my mother passed away, he was very hot-headed during that time. After saying this, Qing Yu fell silent for a long while, her gaze distant and unfocused. Fei Ling asked caringly, So do you hate him for that? Qing Yu shook her head with a faint smile. No, Ling Xi. I understand him. Grandma said that's just how life is. Things don't always go your way. You must never give in. You must never resent those around you. And you must fight bravely to the very end. As long as you try your best, you can die without regrets. Fei Ling sighed softly. What will you do if they really use the marriage contract with the clan elders' council to pressure you? Qing Yu snorted coldly. If I really have to marry, I'll disfigure my own face, burn off all my skin. I'll see if anyone still wants me when I'm that ugly. As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Ling hurriedly grabbed her hand, her tone extremely worried. Absolutely don't do that. Qing Yu smiled reassuringly. Ling Xi, it's okay. So what if I ruin my face? As long as I'm not dead, sooner or later, one day, I will make those people pay a heavy price, twice over, for the crimes they've committed. She had long since made up her mind, gritting her teeth and spitting out every word. Even if I'm crushed to dust in this lifetime, I will never forget how my mother fell right in front of me, Fei Ling quickly hugged her, gently patting her back to soothe her agitated state. Qing Yu, you are not alone. My brother and I will help you. You don't have to bear it all by yourself anymore. Those sincere words directly touched Qing Yu's heart, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. She leaned her head weakly on Fei Ling's shoulder and replied softly, "Thank you, Ling Shi." The two girls continued to talk, and Fei Ling declared firmly, "I'll tell you his story. He's also fallen into the abyss before." Qing Yu was surprised. "Brother Tianming?" The other girl nodded in confirmation. Fate didn't manage to kill him. The scene shifts back to Tianming's situation. He was following Wudi to the ancestral land. The man suddenly asked, "Are those your companion beasts?" Tianming lowered his gaze and asked back, "What about them?" Yinghuo and Miao Miao also stared intently, waiting for the man's answer. Unexpectedly, Wudi burst out laughing. "You could stir-fry them into one nice dish if you put them together." Tianming was suddenly speechless. Miao Miao, lying on his shoulder, muttered, "Li Tianming, there are birds flying and fish jumping everywhere. It looks so fun." Yinghuo decisively suggested, "Let's go, Miao Miao, let's go play. I see fish over there, let's go catch some to eat." With that, the two of them happily scampered off and disappeared. Tianming carefully reminded them, "You two troublemakers, don't go around killing the sacred spirits here." He continued on his way, and after a certain distance, Wudi suddenly stopped. Before them was a giant barrier. Wudi explained that inside this blood-colored barrier is the ancestral land of the Li clan. He carefully added that the power of this blood calamity barrier is #1 in the Eastern Emperor realm. With that said, Wudi tossed out several jars of wine from somewhere. He smiled slyly and said, "Come on, son of destiny, help me take these wine jars inside." The boy looked weary. "You can't be serious? Bringing in this much wine, are you planning to drink yourself to death?" Wudi didn't mind, laughing heartily as he replied, "Of course it's not for me. I wouldn't bear to drink this wine. It's all top-shelf stuff I bought at a high price." Mentioning this, he couldn't help but sigh. Those damn ancestors drink like crazy. If you don't give them good wine, you won't get anything good out of them. They're a bunch of old thieves and robbers. Tianming quickly noticed something was off, his eyes wide with suspicion. "What do you mean? Unless the ancestors of the sacred clan are still alive?" Wudi shrugged and denied it. "That's not it. We just pour it on the ground." Tianming found it secretly ridiculous. If it's an offering, just say it's an offering. But he talks as if the ancestors are actually drinking it. Is this guy sober or drunk right now? Seeing him standing there dazed, Wudi urged him on. "What are you standing around for? Get over here and take the wine." Tianming quickly snapped out of it and hastily replied, "All right, coming." Without hesitation, he stepped forward, placing one foot through the barrier and entering. Tianming wondered to himself, "I wonder what will happen after Linger's fa. Could Linger come in with me?" Just then, Wudi, carrying a jug of wine, walked ahead and enthusiastically shouted, "Let's go! I'll take you to visit those old scoundrels." Before long, Wudi had led Tianming deep inside. He grinned cheerfully and said, "We've arrived at the ancestral land." Wudi meticulously explained to Tianming, "The first monument is Mount Shengxiao, the tomb of Li Shengxiao, the first ancestor of our Li Saint clan." Tianming tilted his head back to admire it, unable to help but feel amazed. So this tall mountain was actually a magnificent tombstone. According to Wudi, this man was the first to have the minor life calamity, and at that time, there was no way to overcome it. But his will was terrifyingly strong. With a body afflicted by the minor life calamity, he persisted in his cultivation day after day, surviving for 50 years without dying. Eventually, he discovered a way to break the calamity, reverting to the age of 15, and from then on, he rose against the heavens to defeat heroes throughout the land. After that, in the chaotic and rulerless Eastern Emperor realm, he founded the Eastern Emperor sect and came to dominate the realm. He was not only the strongest person in the Eastern Emperor realm at the time, but also the strongest member of the Eastern Emperor sect in its entire history, and it's said he eventually broke through to the ancient saint realm. Tianming listened intently, continuously, nodding to show he understood about Li Shengxiao. The first ancestor, it seems he was a world-founding figure, truly the bedrock of the Li Saint clan's faith. While he was lost in thought, Wudi had already walked ahead cheerfully, urging him loudly, "Come on, I'll take you to that old scoundrel's tombstone for a drink." This old scoundrel was the biggest glutton of them all. Most of my stash was offered up to him. Following his lead, they soon arrived at a cave. Tianming was surprised. "There's such a large cavern under this mountain?" He suddenly froze, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at something ahead. At that moment, a massive creature opened its eyes to observe them. It was a gigantic void kunpeng, its entire body intricately entwined with countless streams of violent energy. Tianming stood there, stunned. It's huge. Its entire body is enveloped in a black aura. This must be Li Wudi's life-bound beast. Seeing his reaction, Wudi grinned and said, "Tianming, my boy, feast your eyes. This is the exclusive life-bound beast of the supreme bloodline, the void kunpeng. Tianming frowned slightly. Isn't it a grand void, Kunpeng? The other replied dismissively. Close enough. It's not just weak, it's also a total amateur. Tianming suddenly felt a pang of pity for the Kunpeng. How pitiful, to be weakened to such a state. It seemed to be just like Li Wudi, who, after being tormented by the poison dragon's thorn, struggled on in agony. He glanced around and suddenly asked, Senior Li, this cave probably connects to the summit, right? Wudi nodded in confirmation. That's right, my son. The two of them climbed up the cliff face, one after the other, toward the summit. Wudi explained that each tall mountain here entombs the body of an ancestor. Looking at the neighboring mountain, he pointed out that it was the tomb of the second ancestor, Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was the son of Li Shenxiao, possessing a four-calamity reincarnation body, but his calamity wheel was the blood-colored calamity wheel. The mountains behind them were for the third and fourth ancestors, and the fifth. Soon, they stopped before a stone tablet. Wudi called out, Tianming, my son, quickly put the wine down and come pay your respects. The stone tablet before them was clearly engraved with several lines of text, emanating a faint, sparkling golden light. Tianming knelt reverently and began to speak slowly. First ancestor. Above, your descendant Li Tianming pays his respects and bows before you. Standing behind him, Wudi suddenly smiled. Tianming, to be honest, I don't have a son. Meeting you today, I've taken a real liking to you. I saw you defeat Li Linghe, and it's clear you're a great talent of our generation. I see that you're strong, handsome, and truly outstanding, a real martial arts prodigy. Tianming could only manage a stiff smile, inwardly confused and muttering, what in the world? Wudi pretended not to notice and said seriously, since fate has brought us together as father and son, I've decided to bestow upon you a great opportunity. Starting from today, you will cultivate in this ancestral land. I, your father, will gradually reveal to you the peerless wonders of the Li Saint clan's ancestral land. Are you ready, mortal? He uttered the line with great satisfaction. Hearing this, Tianming was ecstatic. This ancestral land really does hold secrets that are hidden from others. This is great! He clenched his fists in determination and shouted with enthusiasm, I'm ready! Let's begin! However, he never expected that. But the next words out of Wudi's mouth nearly made Tianming faint. All right, son. Go ahead and pee a puddle on this tombstone. This old scoundrel is really craving it. He especially loves a kid's pee. The boy was infuriated and snapped angrily. Father, can you please be a little more serious? Wudi burst out laughing. I know. I was just teasing you. In the next second, he poured a jug of wine onto the ground near the stone tablet. Tianming, my son, watch closely. Then, Wudi continuously poured several jugs of wine onto the ground. He grumbled through gritted teeth. Very clever, Li Shengxiao. You rotten old scoundrel. You want to mess with me, huh? I brought my son here, and you're not even going to show me some respect. Today, I'm going to make you drink, till you drop, you old immortal. Tianming couldn't understand his actions at all, shaking his head in exasperation. What a drama king. Wudi paid him no mind, continuing to pour wine and muttering, That's right, you're already dead, so drink a little less, old ancestor. My stock isn't unlimited, you know. After several jugs of wine were poured onto the ground, the stone tablet before them suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment. The tombstone is turning. White! The next second, he immediately corrected himself. No, it's not just turning a normal white, to be precise. It's transforming into a tombstone filled with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Tianming was suddenly bewildered. I can feel the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth on this tombstone. It's at least 10,000 times stronger than the Yanhuang stone. If I cultivate here, the results will surely be heaven-defying. Then, Wudi clasped his hands behind his back and spoke leisurely. On this tombstone, there are white celestial patterns. They're sacred celestial patterns. Do you know? What do 82 sacred celestial patterns mean? Tianming answered honestly. I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen something of such a high level. The man chuckled lightly. It's all right. You'll find out later. For now, you just need to understand that it's incredibly formidable. At this moment, Tianming was suddenly filled with excitement and hurriedly asked, The first ancestor's tombstone, pouring wine on the ground, can cause this kind of change? How did you discover this, father? Do other people know? Faced with the boy's admiring gaze, Wudi puffed out his chest proudly. That's simple. I've been drinking here for nearly 15 years. The others don't know, he stated smugly. This tombstone was personally crafted by the ancestor back then, made from a spirit ore of 81 sacred celestial patterns. As a tombstone, this is a feat unseen in the Eastern Emperor realm for 10,000 years. According to what Wudi had discovered, it wasn't just this tombstone. The other ancestors' tombstones could also have wine poured on them to reveal the wonders they left behind. So, this bunch of alcoholics are still drunken devils, even after death. After a moment of excitement, Tianming was suddenly overcome with an indescribable emotion. This world-shaking discovery? You're just telling me about it like it's nothing? He understood very well himself. After all, this is the first time we've ever met. Wudi just smiled faintly and replied, So what? Tianming, the world is so vast, you came here from so far away to become the young sect master. Meeting each other is destiny, and destiny is the #1 rule in this world. He stated firmly that sometimes, all it takes is a single glance for a person to know what they must do. Perhaps you feel I am unworthy to be your adoptive father, but from the very first moment I saw you, I was certain I had taken a shine to you. Tianming didn't beat around the bush and stated clearly, I don't feel that you're unworthy. It's just that accepting someone as a father right after meeting them. I'm just not used to it yet. I'll have to see how you act from now on. Hearing this, Wudi burst out laughing. You really are a straightforward kid. After chatting back and forth for a while, he said in a low voice, Go on, let this old scoundrel shelter you. Let's see if you and he have any affinity. Tianming's expression immediately turned serious as he nodded in agreement. Then he loudly urged his companion beasts, Meow meow, let's go cultivate. They quickly appeared. As soon as it saw the scene, Ying Huo exclaimed, Are these celestial patterns this dense? We've hit the jackpot this time. Meow Meow next to it also nodded its head to show its agreement. Tianming was already sitting cross-legged, ready to begin, eagerly urging them, Quick, borrow the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to circulate the Primordial Emperor's Purgatory Sutra. We're cultivating here today, Ying Huo exclaimed in delight. This is awesome, Li Tianming. Meow Meow was also fidgeting restlessly, and Tianming could only chide it, Meow Meow. Stop fidgeting, you're scratching me. Try to focus a bit. Meanwhile, Wudi stood leisurely in a corner, taking one gulp after another from his wine jug. He glanced over to check on Tianming's progress, muttering in a low voice, Keep it up, kid. It looks like that old geezer really likes you. Son. With that, Wudi wandered off to find a quiet corner. With this kid around, the future is something to look forward to. I should continue my cultivation too. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly turned ice cold. Gone was the careless, drunken demeanor from before. Wudi silently took off his robe, revealing his physique. It was sturdy, but unfortunately, a gruesome wound was still deeply etched on his left chest. He slowly circulated the spiritual energy within him, crimson streams of power, quickly converging at a single point. Wudi gritted his teeth, straining with all his might, his hand ready to pull the poison dragon thorn from his chest. Throughout the process, countless streams of blood essence surged wildly in the air. The sky suddenly shook, thunder roared, and lightning bolts intertwined into a dense web that seemed to tear space apart. Wudi stopped his hand at this moment, his eyes flashing with boundless hatred. 14 years, a bitter cultivation between life and death, cultivating at the gates of hell. Countless times on the brink of death, I have walked into the Yellow Springs, crossed the Naihe Bridge. I have seen demons, and I have seen high gods. He snarled, roaring as if declaring an oath. Yuan Taiji, the day I remove this poison dragon thorn will be the day your family is annihilated. The poison dragon thorn had been embedded deep in Wudi's chest for so long, yet the persistent bone-deep pain did not make him yield. He told himself, You used the poison dragon thorn to make me live a life worse than death for 14 years, but you don't know that I'm not afraid of death at all. You know even less that I used the poison dragon thorn to cultivate this severed meridians technique. Wudi declared powerfully, The destiny of my Li Saint clan does not believe in heaven, does not rely on gods, and does not fear demons. We only believe in our will. In the will to fight against the heavens and change our fate. That fierce shout seemed to echo throughout the forest. Ying Huo looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where is that huge commotion coming from? Tianming didn't seem too bothered, sternly reminding him, Why do you care so much? Focus on your cultivation. Time flew by. The scene shifts to 4 days later. Tianming slowly stood up. The aura around him had changed. He let out a small laugh. The 9th level of the spirit source. Realm. The other 3 branches of the Li Saint clan. Tomorrow is almost here. I should go back and prepare. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. At this moment, Tianming was completely confident enough to deal with the upcoming situation. Jin Yu was now extremely happy. She quickly asked him, Brother Tianming, did you have a breakthrough? Or not? Tianming beamed. Of course. He was secretly delighted. Little sister Jin Yu is so open today. It seems she and Linger have come to an understanding. Jin Yu added, Last time, with Linger's spirit possession, Brother Tianming defeated Li Linghe. I'm afraid I'm no longer your match, Tianming reassured her. Don't be discouraged. I'm already 20 years old, and you're only 15. Your future is limitless. I should be the one trying to catch up. Jin Yu looked at him with great admiration. That's right. Brother Tianming has the body of a 5-tribulation reincarnation. His realm isn't high right now because his time recultivating has been too short. Tianming was pleased. From now on, just call me Big Brother. I don't have a little sister, so from now on, you'll be my little sister. He thought to himself, who wouldn't want a reliable little sister like Li Qingyu? Perhaps she's also very pleased with this big brother. At the same time, Qingyu and Fei Ling looked at each other, seemingly exchanging glances. Then, Qingyu hesitated a little and said, Big brother, can I hold that cat for a bit? Tianming's smile stiffened. Of course, you can. So it was because of meow meow after all, he grumbled inwardly. I was overthinking it. Hey, I'm cute too. You can hold me for free. So, Fei Ling and Qingyu started petting Meow Meow in their arms. Let Firefly go to hell. This one is just so adorable. On the side, Tianming and Yinghuo were crying without tears, having been completely ignored. The scene shifts again. Tianming then cheered up a bit. Time for an unboxing, he grinned smugly, wondering what Uncle Yang had given him. He would find out right away. Its name is Evil Demon. It's probably a somewhat dark beast weapon. As soon as he opened the box lid, a light from within immediately flashed out. Tianming looked at the item with undeniable excitement, a black chain. He said to himself, after examining the item, it's covered in sharp spikes. A chain like this, if it wraps around an enemy, even the slightest movement could tear them to shreds. Tianming then gripped it for a moment to assess it. No wonder it's called Evil Demon. It's much scarier than the Flame Dragon's chain. He then whipped it out towards a tree, a nearby ancient tree. Its power was immense. Pausing for a moment, Tianming suddenly stopped. Am I seeing things? It seems to have a special effect. Just now, for a split second, I saw a mystical effect. He then leaped into the air again to confirm it. Tianming was extremely pleased with it. That's right, using it can affect the opponent's mind. If so, it's practically tailor-made for my bewitching eyes. Combined with the spiritual attack of the soul-swapping 7 kills celestial art, it's truly terrifying. Looking up at the bright moon, he made up his mind. Tonight I must master this chain. By tomorrow, the other 3 branches will come here. That evening, at the place where he and his sister were staying, Jin Yu suddenly entered. Tianming, Qingyu. He was a little surprised. Grandma Jin Yu instructed, the people from the 3 branches will be here soon, but don't you worry. Yesterday, I went to the sect and spoke about your 5 tribulations samsara body. With Elder Ye Qingzong of the Council of Elders, she recounted seriously. He said he would come to see for himself today. You were very brave to take the Kunpeng sacred seal and directly fuse with it, forcing them into a corner. So today, you know how to resolve this, right? Tianming smiled brightly and replied, I know. I will prove my 5 tribulations samsara body to Elder Ye Qingzong, then I'll be safe. She looked at the 2 of them and then said, that's right. Our Li Saint clan still doesn't have a member in the Council of Elders. With Elder Ye Qingzong's word, the other 3 branches will definitely ease up. Hearing her say this, Tianming smiled to himself. So there's an elder willing to help the Li Saint clan, that's good news. Elder Ye Qingzong? Jin Yu couldn't help but worry, and added, Tianming, just like last time, you just need to show your talent. As long as you prove you have the 5 tribulations samsara body, you can secure the position of young sect master, she reminded him. The young people from these 3 branches are quite formidable. Remember not to fight them recklessly. Getting injured would be a huge disadvantage. He smiled brightly and replied, yes. Then he added seriously, Grandma, please tell me about the main branch. According to her, the 4 branches of the Li Saint clan have a total of 4 clan heads and 28 branch masters. 10,000 years ago, with such status, every single one of them was a heaven-defying figure. 10,000 years later, among people of the same rank, not a single one has managed to enter the Council of Elders. As of now, the Gold branch is one of the 4 largest branches, maintaining a complete lineage. After my son, Li Wudi, stopped managing affairs, all matters, big and small, of the Li Saint clan fell under the control of the 2nd clan head, Li Xuanyi. From what Jin Yu knew, Li Xuanyi was currently the strongest person in the Li Saint clan, ranked in the Saint realm. His existence is the last saving grace of the Li Saint clan. The other clan heads mostly listened to him, and this time, it was Li Xuanyi who brought the others here. Tianming then added, in other words, this Li Xuanyi wants to get the sacred seal to enter the Li ancestral land. Her face turned grim, and she quickly said, you could say that. At that moment, a loud voice boomed, Matriarch, you've got some nerve. Outside, a group of people had already gathered, looking imposing. Xuanyi stood outside and yelled, Li Jingyu, our 3 branches are holding a Saint clan conference today to redetermine the position of young sect master. Yet you've gone mad and done something so foolish. Tianming sneered inwardly at that ignorant display of power. No need to ask, that must be Li Xuanyi. Jin Yu snorted coldly and said, then tell me, what foolish thing have I done? He replied coldly. You brought some random outsider here, claiming he's Li Wudi's son, and declared he would inherit the position of young sect master. Isn't that foolish? Pausing for a moment, Xuanyi continued, Li Wudi has no biological son, and establishing a young sect master now is the most urgent matter for our Li Saint clan. We were in the process of selecting a candidate, someone who can bring prosperity to the Li Saint clan. Yet you appointed a young sect master on your own, which is not only foolish, but also utterly childish. On their side, the crowd chimed in aggressively. Matriarch, you have no right to appoint a young sect master. That's right, and you clearly don't take this matter seriously, he then threatened. Matriarch, hand over the Kunpeng sacred seal. We are holding the Saint Clan conference too. Let the younger generation compete, and whoever wins will become the new young sect master. Easy for you to say, your son, Li Xuanshen, has already become the disciple of Yuan Taiji, the strongest of the younger generation. You're obviously doing all this for your own son. Have the others agreed to this? The crowd was now in an uproar. What's there to disagree with? My son can't compete with Li Xuanthen, but his descendants might succeed in the future. That's right, the supreme bloodline. It's impossible for you people to keep it forever. The supreme bloodline has no heir. So matriarch, stop monopolizing the sacred seal and hand it over now, Li Jingyu. Don't just find some random outsider who claims to be the body of the Five Tribulations reincarnation to deceive us. At that moment, Tianming spoke up. Who said I was deceiving you? Then, standing in the middle of the crowd, he shouted, People of the Seven-Star Peak lineage, did no one tell you how I defeated Li Linghe? Xuanyi frowned. Young man, we are not as foolish as those from the Seven-Star Peak lineage, and we are not so easily deceived. He then looked at him with contempt. Hey kid, don't take such a huge risk for a small benefit. You should know that opposing us will lead to a miserable death. However, Tianming remained unfazed, staring intently at the man with an unchanged expression. Xuanyi then glared. He thought to himself, this brat dares to be so arrogant. This old man can scare you to death with a single murderous glare. Tianming let out a long yawn. Don't you just want your sons to fight me? I was up all night yesterday and didn't get any sleep, so hurry up and send all your kids up. After I deal with your brats, this old man needs to catch up on some sleep. The crowd shouted, Insolent! What's with this brats and this old man? Do you have no manners? This kid must be insane, spouting such crazy words. The elder was secretly annoyed and surprised. Damn it, isn't my glare enough to kill you? At the same time, a playful voice rang out. Uncles, don't be angry. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous outfit said, Linger will make him understand the price of offending the supreme bloodline and what kind of price he'll have to pay. Tianming was stunned. It's not a son, but a daughter? Did you bring that umbrella for a vacation? Her aura isn't half bad. Shi Ling taunted him. You scoundrel. I'll wipe that smile off your face soon enough. Li Qingyu. Your wretched life is a perfect match for this kind of scum. Qingyu couldn't stand her running her mouth any longer and growled, Li Shi Ling. At that moment, Fei Ling suddenly appeared. Big brother, this person always bullies Qingyu. I know she's the one Qingyu hates the most, so you have to teach her a good lesson, big brother. Tianming then said, Beauty, you're finished. Now that Linger has spoken, this matter has become quite serious. He then channeled his internal energy. Since it's a task from my wife, I have to give it my all. Shi Ling, on the other hand, looked at him with utter contempt. You scoundrel, crawl back to whatever hole you came from. After a pause, she corrected herself. No, that's not right. How dare you tarnish the bloodline of the sacred Li clan? Your only end is death. Tianming didn't want to waste any more time with her. He looked at her with casual disdain. Why are you so noisy? As soon as she heard him, she became furious and quickly drew her weapon. Crimson flame slashing saber, 9-layer water shield. Tianming watched Shi Ling intently and began to analyze the situation. A fire element greatsword plus a water element greatsword. Just as I thought, she's stronger than the previous opponents. She then continued, Crimson flame azure sea kun peng. Behind Shi Ling now stood a massive vermilion bird made of fire, ready to strike. Seeing her summon such a massive bird, Ying Huo also became enraged. It stared intently at the enemy before it. Ying Huo then looked at him. Should I tell Miao Miao to help out? Tianming remained calm. No need. Let it sleep a little longer. Meanwhile, Shi Ling quickly flew over, looking extremely triumphant. Li Tianming, go die. As soon as she finished speaking, the vermilion bird immediately unleashed a massive blast of fire toward Tianming. He stood there without moving, a hint of contempt in his voice. You dare to play with fire in front of me? Now, he channeled his internal energy and summoned the infernal ice shield sword. At the same time, the flame blast flew over, powerful enough to incinerate any opponent in its path. However, Tianming stood firm. He wasn't even the slightest bit hurt. Xiling was extremely surprised. She couldn't help but exclaim, Not injured again? How is this possible? Attack once more. This time, she attacked herself. I'll admit you have some skill, but fighting with a sword is my strong suit. The crimson flame chi surged in the sky now, as powerful streams of inner energy continuously shot through the air. Tianming and Xiling were not willing to back down, both of them relentlessly launching powerful attacks at each other, and this left the onlookers astonished. That kid's swordsmanship is on par with Li Xiaoting, and he's clearly just at the spirit source realm. Unlike everyone else, Jin Yu's facial expression was unreadable, but it seemed she was also very pleased with this result. In a flash, up in the sky, Tianming had already knocked Xiling down to the ground below. Elsewhere, Ye Huo was fighting that vermilion bird. The killing intent radiating from his opponent was incredibly dense, but it looked like Ye Huo had the upper hand and was slowly pushing the vermilion bird back. Her spiritual beast was defeated, and Xiling herself was injured by Tianming. She stared at him, intently, filled with rage. Before she could even process it, Tianming quickly rushed towards Xiling. He extended his hand in front of her face. Xiling now stared blankly in his direction. Who would have thought that the power Tianming used would transform into long tentacles that wrapped around Xiling's body, then hoisted her up? This couldn't help but startle Xiling. How shameless. This scene also momentarily stunned Tianming. Is this some kind of perverted move? Then Tianming picked up the chain and said, I practiced this divine technique all night. It's the perfect time to test it on you. Pausing for a moment, Tianming quickly whipped her on the butt, shouting, Receive the whip of justice. Everyone watching this scene also felt a chill run down their spines. A loss is a loss, but to lose so humiliatingly, how could she ever face anyone again? That kid's chain has a really strange effect. It's too sinister. Now, seeing Xiling lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, the crowd was in awe. She had completely lost her will to fight. Tianming immediately warned them, Don't you dare covet the Holy Seal anymore. I have already fused the Kunpeng Holy Seal with my body, and I've also entered the ancestral land of the Li clan to pay my respects to the ancestors. As he spoke, a vicious glint appeared in his eyes. If you're not convinced, come up here and take a beating. That kid is really looking for death. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone around to fall silent. I am not convinced. It was Shen Lei. Staring intently at him, he said, Li Tianming, if you've fused with the Holy Seal, then you must die. Today, I, Shen Lei, will be the one to kill you. Facing him, Tianming smirked triumphantly. Very well, then come on, I'll break that tooth of yours first. Tianming then said, You, go back. Today we'll test out Miao Miao's new divine ability. Ye Huo then replied to him, I'm off to be the guardian of a beautiful girl. Then it went and perched on the shoulder of his little sister. Isn't your big bro Rooster handsome? She replied cheerfully. Big bro Rooster is the most handsome. After a pause, she added, But my big brother is still more handsome. Ye Huo sighed. I see it now. You and Linger are both blind, underestimating my handsome face and inner depth. Shen Lei then asked him doubtfully, Not using your lifebound beast? Are you serious? Tianming immediately brought out, Meow meow, I'm switching to a different lifebound beast to play with you. The crowd was in an uproar once again. Is this guy a twin beast tamer? Sending them out separately? What does that mean? First a chicken, now a cat? Is this guy running a circus? This also made Shen Lei furious. Li Tianming, you dare to look down on me like this? He then began to channel his inner energy. Gui Lai, heavenly thunder, ghost water, Kunpeng. He looked at Tianming menacingly. You're dead for sure today. The boy glanced over at Meow Meow. Hey, wake up and help me fight. It lazily licked its paws. No way, you fight yourself. I'm tired. Then Tianming flashed a sly grin. Well, you can't blame me for this then. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately grabbed Meow Meow by its two little jewels. Tianming's sharp fingernails made Meow Meow jolt in surprise. Its eyes looked like they were about to explode. At that very moment, a mystical purple light quickly enveloped Meow Meow. Instantly, Meow Meow transformed into a massive beast and roared relentlessly. Looking at it, Shen Lei couldn't help but be startled. He silently asked himself, What kind of lifebound beast is this? Tianming then said to Meow Meow, Defeat him, and I'll let you sleep for 3 days. The moment the words left his mouth, Meow Meow immediately leaped up and shot forward, in midair. Tianming was thrilled. He said, Yours truly finally has a mount, and now was the time for Meow Meow and Tianming to confront their opponent together. The two torrents of power crashed into each other. Tianming lunged forward with an overwhelming aura. Because of the promise of sleeping for 3 days, it frantically charged and attacked the enemy like a starving tiger. Tianming thought to himself, after Meow Meow's transformation, the terrifying power of its flesh and blood is even more ferocious than a beast of the same level. I can't expect Meow Meow to learn beast techniques, so I'll let it rely on its powerful body and lightning divine ability to kill with its body. Down below, everyone was in an uproar. This cat is even fiercer than that chicken. It looks like it's getting angry and is about to go all out. Shen Lei seemed unable to take it anymore. He gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is really hard to deal with, but his symbiotic beast will definitely not back down. Right after that, he suddenly dove into the river. Tianming was a little surprised. Entering the water, from below he actually shouted a challenge. Li Tianming, if you have the guts, come down here. Tianming smirked triumphantly and said, why does this scene look so familiar? When your geniuses can't win, do you all just hide underwater? Meow meow, it's all up to you now. Immediately, Meow Meow refused to be outdone. It opened its mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar. Shen Lei, on the contrary, laughed smugly. Trying to show off your divine ability? We're both lightning attributed. You think I'd be afraid of you? Right after, Meow Meow quickly channeled its energy, condensed it, and shot out a bolt of lightning. This was the chaos divine thunder. Shen Lei looked over and was secretly startled. The never-before-seen black lightning prompted a warning shout. Dodge it quickly! But the energy that Meow Meow shot out was immense and could overwhelm Shen Lei in an instant. Tianming, however, was very smug. You can't dodge it. This entire body of water will be engulfed. Of course, Shen Lei was hit by the blow, seeing stars. He was electrocuted so badly that he couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His white bones were clearly visible. Tianming didn't stop there. He ordered, Meow Meow, go down and catch the fish. I'll wait for you up here. Of course, it didn't refuse. It loves catching fish the most. Right after, Meow Meow moved over, saying to itself, I see that big fish. Shen Lei watched it approach. He couldn't help but be startled, seeing Meow Meow swimming so skillfully underwater. At that moment, Shen Lei yelled, Run! But of course, Tianming wouldn't let this arrogant guy go, and it was also to make everyone fear his aura. Earth Fiend Sword Vein, activate! As soon as he finished speaking, Tianming immediately let out a loud shout. Shen Lei was electrocuted once again. His entire body just froze on the spot. He let out a loud scream, feeling as if his soul was leaving his body. Seeing him and his fish lying sprawled on the ground, a loud shout rang out. Li Shen Lei is completely defeated. The people around began to discuss. This is a total beatdown. This kid really has some skills. Li Shen Lei couldn't do anything but scream in agony. Then Tianming looked at the crowd below and said contemptuously, Does anyone else want to continue? Of course, there are still those who are not convinced. I have come to challenge you. If you want to be the young sect master, you must get past me. After that, Xuanzhen stepped forward, his whole body already emitting a sharp, cold aura. Staring intently at him, Tianming immediately asked, And who are you? He introduced himself, Li Xuanzhen of the Gold Branch, 16 years old, at the 6th level of the Unity Realm, disciple of the 9th Elder Yuan Taiji. Am I a worthy opponent for you? Tianming immediately realized. So, you're the #1 genius of the Li Saint clan, he thought to himself. The previous two were just small fries. This guy is 6 realms higher than me. He has already surpassed my limits. Xuanzhen also knew his own strength and was arrogant. What's wrong, Li Tianming? Are you afraid to die? You can also hide like a turtle in its shell. Now seeing that he didn't react, Xuanzhen glared at him and said coldly, Li Wudi also. Just like that, hiding like a coward in your ancestral land. If you do, you'll be a perfectly matched pair of cowardly father and son. Or has a new little coward been born? Already? Hearing him say that, everyone burst out laughing in unison. A little coward? Tianming thought coldly. This guy is truly shameless. Equally strong. I'm afraid he's even 100 times stronger than Lin Xiaoting. It seems that even if Lin Xiaoting had entered the Holy Sky Palace, he would have just been cannon fodder. At this moment, Jin Yu slowly walked over and said, He's only provoking you because he's afraid you won't fight. She sincerely advised her grandson, Tianming, it's not necessary. For someone at the Spirit Origin Realm to successfully challenge a 6th level Unity Realm expert, that's beyond the 5 tribulations samsara. That's just a dream. The 5 tribulations. Samsara isn't omnipotent, it has its limits, and you've already demonstrated its power. However, Tianming quickly regained his confidence. Grandma, don't worry. I know my limits. He thought to himself, even though it's hard for me to beat him. It won't be easy for him to kill me either. So how can I not fight when my dignity is on the line? Seeing that he didn't answer, Xuanzhen continued to taunt. Li Tianming, are you scared? Tianming raised a finger and beckoned at him, then said, Come on, bring it. I, Li Tianming, have never feared anyone. Xuanzhen let out a contemptuous smile. You asked for this. With that, he immediately channeled his inner energy and charged towards Tianming. The boy stood there calmly, immediately, channeling his own inner energy and throwing a massive punch. The two, like fire and water, clashed relentlessly, creating a massive shockwave. Tianming was sent flying by the attack, his aura slightly in turmoil, while on the other side, Xuanzhen was also knocked back just as far. Tianming silently sized up his opponent. He's truly formidable. That was just a probing punch, and it already injured his dark arm. Xuanzhen couldn't help but be startled. How is this possible? Normally, that punch should have crippled one of his arms, yet my own hand was injured by him. Seeing him lost in thought, the boy added, "Is this all a 6th-level Unity Realm expert has got?" Tianming said to himself, "I should taunt him a bit. It usually has an unexpected effect." Seeing him trembling, Tianming deliberately provoked him further. "It seems that Yuan Taiji guy is nothing special either. The so-called #1 of the Saint tribe. Did they pick him with their feet?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "What did you say?" Even though he saw how furious he was, the boy continued to provoke him. "Let's go on." Failing, scared, reminded him from behind, "Brother, don't fight anymore. I used all my strength to help you take some of the force from that last punch. Plus, he hasn't even summoned his life-bound beast. If he goes all out, I'm afraid we won't stand a chance." Ying Huo was also getting annoyed. "Let me help you. Don't worry, Linger. I won't fight him head-on. I've got plenty of tricks, and if I can't beat him, I'll at least make him nauseous." Tianming then said, "If you want to continue, then let's go. Hurry up and charge. Don't pull a pathetic sneak attack that people will look down on. You ambushed me, and I'm fine. But you're the one who got hurt. Isn't that embarrassing?" He was so enraged by Tianming that his face turned beet red, and he immediately launched a kick. "You're courting death." Ying Huo stared intently at him, and as soon as it saw the opponent move, it immediately said, "Here it comes." Seeing that he was losing the verbal battle, he resorted to shouting, "Li Tianming, do you want to die?" Ying Huo immediately chimed in, "Bring it on, I'm ready to fight." Tianming felt a little uneasy. "Linger, get ready to bolt." Hearing this, Ying Huo was furious. "You're going to run away at a crucial time like this?" Tianming immediately yelled, "What the hell do you know? This is called a tactical retreat." Just then, a loud voice boomed, "Stop this at once." Upon hearing that voice, everyone present fell silent, not daring to say another word. The old man before them was Elder Ye Qing, and his expression was extremely grave. The elders on one side bowed respectfully. Junior Li Xuanyi, leader of the Li Saint tribe, pays his respects to Elder Ye Qing. Greetings echoed from the distance. "Greetings, Elder Ye Qing. Greetings, Elder Ye Qing." The elder frowned and said, "Both of you, stop. There is no need to fight anymore." He looked at them and added, "You are all from the same tribe. There's no need to damage your harmony. I saw both of the previous matches clearly." However, Xuan Chen was still not satisfied. "Elder, I still want to determine a winner between us." He thought to himself, "Damn it, I absolutely can't let this brat get away with this." Elder Ye Qing replied, "You are at the 6th level of the Unity Realm. What does it prove to determine a winner by defeating someone at the Spirit Origin Realm? For someone in the Spirit Source Realm to take one of your punches and not die is already quite impressive." Although he was reluctant, he still replied, "Yes." Xuan Shen thought to himself grudgingly, "Li Tianming, consider yourself lucky. Just you wait." Xuan Shen turned back to listen to the sect elders' council. Yi Huo looked at him amused and asked, "Did you know he was going to stop it, which is why you weren't scared, right?" Tianming immediately replied, "I swear to God, if I had known, I would have definitely been 10 times more arrogant than I am now." Then the old man came over and examined his limbs. "Not bad. These 5 cycles of yours are truly extraordinary." Tianming then replied, "Thank you for your acknowledgement, sect elder." The old man then asked, "Have you entered the ancestral land?" Tianming calmly replied, "I have." The sect elder asked further, "Have you kowtowed to the ancestors?" Tianming replied, "Of course I have." Staring intently at him, the old man continued, "What are your thoughts on it?" Tianming fluently recited a long speech. "The Li Saint clan, glorious for 10,000 years, immortal and indestructible. All the fallen ancestors are worthy of reverence, deserving for their descendants to learn from them. Overcoming minor tribulations and defying the heavens to change fate is the will of this generation's bloodline." Yi Huo watched in annoyance. What a phony. The sect elder seemed very pleased with him. "You are quite sensible, mature thinking, a humble attitude, not like a typical 16-year-old. Hearing this from him, he sneered inwardly. "Of course not. I'm already 20 years old. I just look young." Then the old man said, "The affairs of the Li Saint clan, I originally did not want to interfere, but this boy's talent is enough to be the young sect master, inheriting the traditions of the Li Saint clan with a body of the 5 tribulation cycles of reincarnation. Is he truly Li Wudi's son or not? It doesn't matter, since Li Wudi doesn't have a son anyway." Then he spoke to the crowd. "Since he has fused with the Kunpeng Saint Seal, if you were to kill this once in 10,000-year miracle of the 5 tribulation cycles of reincarnation for personal gain, I would consider that the act of a traitor to the Li Saint clan." "Li Xuanyi, do you wish to be a traitor?" Xuanyi replied respectfully, "Sect elder, to conclude now, that he has the 5 tribulation cycles of reincarnation. Isn't it a bit premature? Then you tell me, what other kind of talent allows someone in the spirit source realm to defeat someone at the 4th level of the unity realm?" Xuanyi was still not convinced. "Well, the old man hesitated, but your concerns, Li Xuanyi, are reasonable. The 5 tribulation cycles of reincarnation, is primarily about cultivation speed. Li Tianming claims to have reached the 8th level of the spirit source realm in half a year, but no one actually witnessed this process firsthand. Then the sect elder's eyes darkened. Within half a year, if he can break through to the 3rd level of the unity realm, then we can confirm that he absolutely possesses the body of the 5 tribulation cycles of reincarnation. Although Xuanyi was displeased, he dared not object. The sect elder's intention was clearly that if he fails to reach the 3rd level of the unity realm in half a year or falls far short, then what? The sect elder stared intently at Xuanyi's group and said, "If you want to replace the young sect master, then I will not interfere." "Thank you, sect elder. Then there is no need to rush. Let's just give him half a year." Tianming felt incredibly smug. "Half a year it is. I will do my utmost not to disappoint the expectations of all of you and the sect elder." Now he was thinking to himself, "My dudes, with my body of 10 tribulation, cycles of reincarnation, plus the ancestors' protection, this young sect master position is in the bag." Xuanshen stared intently at Tianming, Li Tianming. "In half a year, I will personally test you to see if you have truly reached the 3rd level of the unity realm." Tianming maintained a nonchalant attitude, waving his hand dismissively. I know, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll beat you senseless." Then the sect elder handed him an item. "This is the identity token of an inner disciple of my Azure Spirit Mountain. From now on, you are a disciple of my mountain. Come to my Azure Spirit Mountain to cultivate. As long as you are a disciple of Azure Spirit Mountain, I will be responsible for your life safety. From now on, I, Ye Qing, will protect you." Tianming reached out to take it. "This disciple is eternally grateful." Sect elder. Looking at the token, he was inwardly satisfied. Sect elder Ye Qing gave him the token in front of so many people to tell them not to lay a hand on me. I didn't expect this old geezer to be so righteous. He's truly on my side. Everyone was utterly astonished. Why was the sect elder treating him so well? Now, for at least half a year, no one would dare touch him. That token was a great boon. Yi Qing raised his hand, staring intently at Tianming. "Do your best. Prove yourself. I'm genuinely curious about you. The first ancestor is the legend I've admired my entire life. You and he possess the same samsara wheel, so I'm very eager to see what you'll become in the future." Tianming immediately replied cheerfully, "I can only say that I'll do my best to satisfy you, clan elder." Yi Qing responded, "I'm looking forward to it." Jin Yu, standing behind him, also bowed his head. "Thank you, clan elder Yi Qing, for accepting my grandson." But then he looked at Xian He and said, "You don't need to be so formal with me." At that moment, Xuan Yi suddenly spoke up. "Clan elder, I have a favor to ask." The moment Yi Qing heard this, he could smell trouble. He frowned. "What is it?" Xuan Yi then looked at his portly son. "Clan elder, this is my son, Li Jinshan. He's already 15 years old this year. Back then, I signed a contract with Li Wudi, and on it are the signatures of 8 clan elders." Xuan Yi then bowed respectfully. The marriage contract was set, stating that when Li Qingyu turns 16, she will marry my son, Li Jinshan. I want to ask the clan elder if this marriage contract is still valid. The useless Jinshan just stood by his side whining, "Father, I'm hungry." Looking at him, Qingyu instantly couldn't help but turn pale. Yi Huo said to Tianming, "That fatso is a complete moron." Ye Qing appeared unconcerned. He said, "I didn't sign it anyway. What the hell does it have to do with me?" Xuan Yi then replied, "When the time comes, we will come to ask for her hand in marriage. We were afraid clan elder Ye Qing would think we were bullying the supreme bloodline, so we wanted to inform you beforehand." Ye Qing asked scornfully, "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll stop them? Or something?" Xuan Yi was startled for a moment. No, to the clan elder. This is just a trivial matter. How could that be?" Immediately after, his gaze also turned cold. Clan elder Yi Qing asked, "And what if I do stop it?" Xuan Yi actually started sweating. The clan elder said, "Just kidding. If that were really the case, I would just have to seek justice from the 8 clan elders who signed it. Of course, I know you're usually very busy and naturally wouldn't bother with such trivial matters." Yi Qing then replied scornfully, "If it's a trivial matter, don't bother me with it. If you do bother me, I'll tear your marriage contract to shreds." Xuan Yi was terrified and quickly bowed low. "Clan elder, I was wrong. I'll leave right now and won't disturb you anymore." Then he turned around. "Matriarch, on my daughter-in-law's birthday, we will come to ask for her hand. After Qingyu gives birth, the matriarch can carry her grandchild around." Jinshan gave a foolish laugh, then he added, "Qingyu, you have to give me 4 or 5 kids to make my father happy." Yihuo couldn't hold back and cursed, "This damn fatso is so disgusting. It's truly a case of beauty and the beast." Immediately after, Jin Yu spoke up. "Li Xuanyi, you raised this pig-headed son and you still want to marry my granddaughter? You'll have to step over my dead body first," he said in a cold voice. "Matriarch, this was agreed upon by Li Wudi. Don't be unreasonable. If you cause trouble for the Council of Elders, even if you die, Qingyu will still be my daughter-in-law. When they were gone, Yi Huo looked at Tianming. Brother, how about we find a chance to chop that pig's head off you? Don't worry, no one will find out it was me. He then replied, no need to rush, just follow my arrangements. Tianming immediately reassured her, don't worry, little sister. This fatso Li Jinshan, if he dares to touch you, I'll turn him into meatballs. If I, Li Tianming, can't save you this time, I'll give you my head to use as a chamber pot. Qingyu couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile brightly. Big brother, I don't need a chamber pot, don't worry. I'm not that weak, you know. Yi Qing then looked over at him. I have to go now too. Qingyu, Tianming, you two must cultivate diligently, no matter what happens. You must become strong to have a chance to change things. On behalf of his sister, Tianming stepped forward and said respectfully, thank you for your guidance, clan elder. Scene changed to another location. This is Kim Min Peak. Xuan Chen was furiously and relentlessly punching an ancient tree in front of him. He cursed angrily as he punched. Li Tianming. At this moment, Sheng Cheng suddenly appeared. The title of young sectmaster was already in your grasp, but you unexpectedly had to yield it to someone else. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't be able to stomach this, right? He paused, his gaze growing deeper. Senior brother Li. Upon seeing the newcomer, he was completely surprised. Yuan Sheng Cheng. Sheng Cheng continued. I was originally planning to congratulate you on becoming the young. Damn it, it's a shame he had to interfere. Xuan Shen gritted his teeth. It's fine, I can still wait for half a year. Let's see how long this Li Tianming can remain so arrogant. Sheng Cheng looked at Xuan Shen. Senior brother Xuan, you still don't believe in the 5 tribulations samsara body? Xuan Shen replied, of course I don't believe it. The first ancestor took 50 years to transcend his tribulation before awakening the 5 tribulations samsara body. If it were that easy, why would the Li San clan be in its current predicament? Then, his gaze turned cunning. I don't know what cultivation technique he practices, but it's very likely at the Unity Realm level, yet he lacks the aura of someone in the Unity Realm. Xuan Shen resolved to himself. In less than half a year, this guy will show his true colors, and that will be the day he dies. Sheng Cheng added, he really deserves to die. I've been meaning to ask you later what's in the Li clan's ancestral land. He then asked Xuan Shen, your younger brother is going to marry Li Qingyu, right? That Li Qingyu isn't bad at all. I heard she looks a lot like her mother. No wonder my father was so fond of her back then. Xuan Shen then asked, Sheng Cheng, are you interested in Li Qingyu? A cunning look appeared on his face. Sheng Cheng licked his lips. Of course, a little beauty like her. Who wouldn't want her? Xuan Shen, on the contrary, was pleased. Sheng Cheng, are you still a virgin? How about I arrange something for you? The two instantly grew closer. Sheng Cheng replied, really? That would be great. The girls around me are all granddaughters of the clan elders, so I wouldn't dare. Xuan Shen came up with a dark plan. My idiotic little brother doesn't understand a thing. On his wedding night, I'll knock him out. And then, Sheng Cheng. Sheng Cheng replied, really? Your brother won't cause any trouble, will he? Xuan Shen declared, if he dares, I'll kill him. Sheng Cheng then pushed his luck. But I don't want her for just one night. I want Li Qingyu to belong completely to me, to be my personal B times ch, but no one else can know. Xuan Shen's face grew cold. Not a problem. Leave it to me. You'll be rescuing her from my foolish brother. She might even thank you for it. Sheng Cheng was even more delighted. That's right. That's right. I'm doing a good deed. He thought slyly to himself. What my father couldn't have back then, I will get for myself. How interesting. As night fell, Yi Huo's voice could still be heard shouting, kill! 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 Dare to touch my sister Qingyu, and I'll chop off your dog heads. I'll kill all you bastards. Under the bright moonlight, 2 figures sat intimately, enjoying the beauty of the world. Failing rested her head on his shoulder. Brother, have you decided in your heart that you want to stay here? Tianming said with a sincere expression. Of course, I already consider this place my second home. Failing shifted, resting her head on his lap. Is this comfortable? Tianming replied. It's quite nice. Besides, any place with you is my home. She couldn't help but praise him. You're such a smooth talker. Just then, Feeling was startled. What is this? Why is it so hard? Despite Tianming blushing beet red from embarrassment, Feeling innocently asked, the great Thunderleaf sword? Is something wrong with you? Why would you carry your sword on your person like that? You're so annoying. Then Tianming lay down on the ground and asked, so, Linger, would you mind doing something fun before we get married? She asked in surprise. What kind of fun thing? Tianming felt like he was about to get a nosebleed. He said it was the kind of thing they teach in those books about advanced bedroom skills. Failing quickly caught on and angrily pinned Tianming to the ground. In your dreams, you shameless pervert, you're making me so mad, he quickly yelled. Help, my wife is trying to murder me. In this position, Feeling's face was flushed and hot. Her heaving chest only made her appear all the more alluring. Seeing her like this, Tianming couldn't help but blush bright red. Just as the two were about to get intimate, Qing Yu appeared. "Brother, are you free? I need to talk to you about something." The two of them, embarrassed, quickly pulled apart. "Can it wait until tomorrow?" Qing Yu immediately replied. "No." Seeing their awkward state, she felt embarrassed herself. "Why does it feel like the atmosphere is a bit strange?" Qing Yu then said, "Didn't you become an inner disciple of Elder Ye Qing? I'm also an inner disciple of Qingshen Mountain. Tomorrow, an imperial tutor named Ye Xiaoting will be lecturing on the Tao and Beast arts of the Unity Realm. He is the son of Elder Ye Qing and is highly skilled." Pausing for a moment, she added, "It's perfect timing, since you're stuck at the peak of the Spirit Source realm. Tomorrow, do you need me to take you? He gives excellent lectures." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Such a great opportunity? Of course I have to go, Tianming thought to himself. The major realms are the hardest to break through, especially when it comes to comprehending the state of mind. Having a Grand Master explain it is definitely better than figuring it out on my own. Qing Yu, next you have to take me on a tour of the entire Eastern Emperor sect. She quickly replied. "Okay, no problem." Fei Ling hurriedly chimed in. "I want to go too." As he rode the bird, Tianming couldn't help but praise Qing Yu. "This white bird of yours is the most beautiful companion beast I've ever seen. She's a Taibai Kunpeng, her name is Shuoyu, and she's a Moonlight System companion beast." He glanced over and sized her up. The Moonlight System is truly rare, impressive, very impressive. Yihuo, from above, looked at her with a wicked glint in its eyes. "The Moonlight System is the moon's darling. Isn't she a perfect match for me?" Then it swooped down flirtatiously in front of the white bird. "Hey, beautiful. It was love at first sight for me. You can't escape from my grasp," but was only met with a disdainful glare. "Moron." Tianming quickly put a stop to this budding romance. "She's not even half a year old yet. She's like a baby. What are you trying to do?" Yihuo cursed. "Damn it. A kid? And she called me a moron, but I can wait." After the two of them landed, Qing Yu then quickly announced, "Brother, we're here." Tianming then asked her, "Besides the sect elders, what other ranks do the other seniors hold?" Qing Yu explained, "The sect elders are the highest rank. Each sect elder controls a divine peak, but each divine peak also has a palace minister assigned to it. Normally, the palace minister manages the operations of the divine peak. Below the palace minister are the imperial masters, who are responsible for guiding cultivation." Pausing for a moment, she added, "The palace ministers and imperial masters are mostly at the Saint Realm or above, forming the core strength of the Eastern Emperor sect. The son of sect elder Ye Qing is Ye Xiaoting, who is one of the 10 greatest palace ministers and also serves as an imperial master. Palace minister is his highest position." Qing Yu relayed this information to him. "I heard he's about to be promoted to sect elder, possibly becoming one of the youngest sect elders ever." Tianming was surprised. "One of them? Is there someone else?" Qing Yu answered, "The 9th sect elder, Yuan Taiji, and the 3rd sect elder, Yuan Qintian. The Yuan family is the largest family in the Eastern Emperor sect." Tianming was a bit curious and asked further, "What about the disciples? What's the ranking order?" Qing Yu replied, "Starting from the bottom, there are outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, direct disciples, and Tai Chi disciples." Tianming wondered, "Are the Tai Chi disciples equivalent to the holy sons of the Holy Heaven Palace?" Qing Yu answered, "That's right. They are the most heaven-defying geniuses of the entire Eastern Emperor sect. As long as they develop smoothly, they are destined to become existences on the level of a sect elder in the future. Each generation only has 1 or 2 Tai Chi disciples, sometimes even none. However, in the current generation under 20 years old, there's been an explosive surge of talent, totaling 4 Tai Chi disciples." Tianming probed further. "What are their cultivation realms?" Qing Yu said cheerfully, "Peak of the Unity realm, and some have even broken through to the Heavenly Will realm." Hearing this, Tianming was a bit stunned. "That's way too strong. Did they grow up on steroids or something? I thought I was a genius in the Eastern Emperor sect and considered a notable figure, but compared to the Tai Chi disciples, I'm nothing." He then asked again, "Among the Tai Chi disciples, is there anyone from the Yuan family?" Qing Yu was honest. "That's right. Yuan Taiji's eldest son, Yuan Shendu, is the strongest among them." Looking ahead, Tianming said, "It seems our path to revenge is still quite long." Qing Yu, filled with determination, replied, "I've prepared to spend my entire life to do it." After entering and seeing the crowd, Tianming exclaimed, "There are quite a lot of people, huh?" He sneered. "Why does it seem like there are also quite a few people from the Unity realm here to listen?" At Imperial Master Ye's lecture, even those in the Unity realm can gain something. "Is he that amazing?" Qing Yu then asked, "Brother, you're almost 20 years old. Do you mind listening to a lecture with a bunch of 13-year-old kids?" But Tianming quickly cut her off. "Nonsense. I'm only 16 right now." At that moment, a figure flew in from a distance, and the crowd cheered, "Imperial Master Ye." Look, Imperial Master Ye has arrived. The young man, with a dignified aura and a fan in hand, spoke gently. Greetings, students. He stood above, looking down, and then began his introduction. I is Ye Xiaoting. Before the class began, Xiaoting sternly laid out the rules. Today's lesson is about focusing and merging aura fields. Everyone, there will be no whispering or chatting, and no one is to speak without my permission. Below, the students sat in a circle around him, responding in unison. Yes, royal tutor. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Tianming, and he quietly speculated that the conspicuous white-haired young man must be the young sect master his father had mentioned. He looked at the boy and silently praised him. Not bad at all. His gaze is steady and calm. How interesting. Xiaoting held a fan, occasionally waving it in front of his chest, and began his profound lecture. Merging means becoming one entity, combining two into one, or even three into one. What fuses into one entity is not just combat, but a fusion of elements like thoughts, concepts, and intentions. His lecture continued in a steady tone. The most perfect state is when I become the beast, and the beast becomes me. But to reach the realm of unity, one must start with the basics and not get bogged down in complex concepts first. Tianming listened intently, occasionally jotting down a few key points on a piece of paper, while also murmuring in admiration. The lecture is very insightful and well-conceived, a good review. Time flew by, and after 2 hours, Xiaoting concluded his lecture, saying, "That's all for today's lesson. Everyone may be dismissed in an orderly fashion." Beside him, Fei Ling, with sleepy tears in her eyes, sighed in relief. It's finally over. I was about to die of boredom. I need to go take a nap. Why are you still taking notes? Can't you remember it all? Without looking at her, he continued writing and replied, "Of course I can. It's just that some things require reflection. To ponder them over and over, you need to review them several times." The class ended, and everyone stood up to leave. She also urged him impatiently. "Bro, let's go," he quickly replied. Suddenly, someone rushed forward to block Tianming's path, asking in a deeply sarcastic tone, "Well, if it isn't the young sect master?" Ling He and Ziyi stood before him with their arms crossed, looking arrogant. He spoke, his every word and intonation dripping with a strange, passive-aggressive sarcasm. "What's this? Our young sect master came to listen to the lecture in person?" The boy was a bit speechless at their reaction, his face filled with unspoken contempt. "You?" Tianming asked, utterly confused. "Who are you?" Ling, he immediately yelled. "It's me, Li Ling He. It's only been a few days. Why are you pretending to be face-blind?" The boy let out an indifferent "oh" and said, "The loser who fell by my hand. I don't remember him very well." The guy gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Suppressing his rage, he gestured to the person next to him and introduced her. "Wipe that smug look off your face. This is the granddaughter of Elder Ye Qing. She has something to say to you." Yu, beside him, quietly introduced her. "Brother, she is the daughter of Royal Tutor Ye's elder brother. Her name is Ye Ziyi." Tianming remained indifferent, his tone cold as he asked, "May I ask what you want?" Ziyi put on an arrogant expression, not even looking at him as she glanced sideways and said, "So you're the one who defeated Li Ling, he and became the young sect master? Do you know he's a friend of mine?" The boy immediately saw her intentions and sighed internally. Another spoiled little brat who thinks she's always right. Looks like more trouble. He retorted sarcastically, "A friend, or a little dog you take out for a walk." Ling, he felt insulted and roared back at him. "Who are you calling a dog, huh? Watch it, or I'll bite you to death. This is our Ziyi's territory. Don't you know you've walked into a dead end?" Tianming calmly cut him off. "Looks like I was right. Hit the dog and the owner shows up, right?" Ziyi arrogantly glanced at Qingyu beside him and threatened, "Back when I was bullying Li Qingyu, no one dared to stop me. You've got some nerve." He chimed in with a shout as well. The boy's brows furrowed tightly, his cold voice ringing out. "You dare to bully my sister?" She wasn't scared at all, casually admitting, "That's right. I've bullied her over 100 times since we were kids. What can you do about it? And now I feel like humiliating the young sect master too." Tianming's face darkened, and he thought angrily, "Is she trying to provoke me just to feel important? If this were the past, I would have slapped her mouth off her face already." Qingyu, worried about him, quickly tried to leave. "Bro, don't pay any attention to her. Let's just go." He was conflicted, thinking, Elder Ye Qing has treated me very well, so hitting her wouldn't be a good thing. I wonder if Master Ye is watching this scene. This, Xiaoting suddenly appeared behind Ziyi, his voice low as he commanded, "Ziyi, get out, and don't come to my lectures anymore." She immediately dropped her arrogant expression, turning to him with a wronged look and calling out, "Second uncle." Xiaoting's face was filled with anger, giving Ziyi no chance to explain. He just yelled, "Get lost!" She felt aggrieved, her eyes welling up with tears, her whole body trembling with anger. She thought resentfully, "Second uncle is embarrassing me like this. I'm so furious. It's all because of this Li Tianming. Then she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fine, I'll go." Though Ziyi and Ling He were furious, there was nothing they could do, muttering as they left. Li Tianming, you just wait, Xiaoting quietly chided. Go play in the mud, you little brat. Right after that, he folded the fan in his hand and slowly approached Tianming. He made a polite request. Li Tianming, let me see your reincarnation cycle, will you? He was extremely respectful, bowing slightly with his hands clasped and replying, Yes, Royal Master. Upon seeing the rings on his arm, Xiaoting immediately praised him. Not bad. It seems they're the real deal. I'm also a bit curious. Can you reach the third level of the Unity Realm within half a year? Tianming thought to himself, it's definitely not a problem, but I should be a little humble. So he put on a grateful smile and said, Originally, I wasn't sure what to do, but after hearing your lecture, I'm much more confident. Seeing his attitude, he encouraged him enthusiastically. That's great then. It wasn't a waste for me to teach you. For over an hour, it's clear you've been listening very carefully. Tianming quickly said, Royal Master, your detailed explanation has been of great help to me. Hearing this, Xiaoting made a suggestion. In that case, I suggest you go directly to the Grand Orient Ninefold Gate and see if you can break through directly to the Unity Realm. Hearing him say this, he looked blank for a moment before asking curiously, The Grand Orient Ninefold Gate? What's that? He was surprised by his reaction and exclaimed, What? Hasn't Qing Yu told you yet? Qing Yu immediately stepped forward to explain. Reporting to the Royal Master, I was preparing to take him on a tour of Grand Orient Mountain after the lecture ends, and I was going to tell him about everything then. Xiaoting gently fanned the fan in his hand. Is that so? Then I'll give you a simple explanation. The Grand Orient Ninefold Gate is known as the Unity Realm Express. It can use compression, suppression, pressure, and other forms of spatial oppression on your life-bound beast. His voice continued. Then, under immense pressure, it allows you to form a spiritual connection and power resonance with your life-bound beast. This is extremely helpful for achieving the Unity Realm. Right now, you're in the Spirit Source Realm. Only by breaking through to the Unity Realm will your path ahead become a little easier. Xiaoting then patted Tianming's shoulder and advised, So, young man, go try it. You'll get hooked, he said gratefully. Thank you, Royal Master. I'll go get hooked right away. He then left, adding before he went, Keep up the good work, and send my regards to Li Wudi. Tianming and Qing Yu both watched his departing figure, their eyes filled with determination. He gestured excitedly. Let's go. To the Grand Orient Ninefold Gate, she immediately agreed. The scene shifts to the majestic space of Grand Orient Sacred Mountain, and the poetic scenery of mountains and clouds. Qing Yu and Tianming stood before a large gate, and she explained to him, The Sacred Mountain has many important places. The Grand Orient Nine-Fold Gate is one of them. She looked towards the large gates ahead and added, Those are 9 stone gates, built from top-tier spirit ore. The sacred sky patterns contained within are the key to cultivation. Tianming's eyes widened in awe. It's truly magnificent, she continued calmly. The first gate has 1 sacred sky pattern, the second gate has 2, and so on. The 9 gates have a total of 45. After hearing this, he became even more interested, unable to help but feel amazed. Isn't this a simplified version of the Tomb of the Divine Sun? It's just that the 81 sacred sky patterns of the Tomb of the Divine Sun are too powerful for me. His eyes, Tianming locked onto his target, his mind filled with determination. This place is just right for me now. It looks like there's hope for a breakthrough today. Qing Yu carefully reminded him, Brother, you must choose a stone gate that suits you. Forcing it will cause your life-bound space to collapse. Once it collapses, the life-bound beast will also die a horrible death, and the consequences will be severe. Hearing this, he asked with great curiosity, Which gate did you go through? She sighed softly and he replied with a look of frustration, The 5th gate, and I didn't dare go any further after that. Tianming suddenly pointed to a gate and asked, Has anyone ever entered this 9th gate? Qing Yu answered honestly. In previous years, there were quite a few. My father even went in when he was young, but not anymore. She then suggested very seriously, Brother, you're a 7th order life-bound beastmaster now, so it's best for you to cultivate at the first gate. The ninefold imperial gate only exerts pressure when you're cultivating, but the moment you do, it will suppress your life-bound space. Tianming stroked his chin, and upon hearing her words, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. As he exclaimed, So that's how it is? It only suppresses the life-bound space? Qing Yu led him to a gate and suggested, Then come with me to the 5th gate first. I'll show you how it's done, and then you can go back to the first gate. He agreed immediately without a second thought. No problem. Let's go. And so, the two of them calmly entered the 5th gate. The scene shifts to a pavilion, where 2 figures are sitting and drinking tea. Kai Tai then said, Wu Si, my family is throwing a party tonight for Sheng Cheng's 13th birthday. How about I save a spot for you? However, In response, she just said nonchalantly, "Not going." He broke into a sweat looking at her, not even giving me a little face. "This kid is part of the Yuan clan too." Wu Shi said nonchalantly, "Aren't you used to it by now?" "Yuan Kai Tai, I told you a long time ago that I'm not interested in you, so why waste your time? It's not like you're short on women," he replied. "Those other girls aren't my true love." But she showed no interest. "Forget it," Kai Tai thought to himself. "Damn it, sooner or later, you'll be mine." He then added, "Second brother, your Ye Xiaoting has become a clan elder. I heard my father and my older brother talking about it this morning. There were 5 candidates in total, and in the end, your brother got 18 votes." As Kai Tai spoke, he couldn't hide the smug look on his face. "2 of those votes came from our Yuan clan. I put in quite a bit of effort for you on this." But Wu Shi replied nonchalantly, "And without your 2 votes, you think he couldn't have become a clan elder? The other 4 were just a bunch of nobodies. If they could become clan elders, then the position is too easy to get. Even I could do it." At this, a smug expression appeared on his face. "That may be so, but you know how much influence my father and older brother have in the clan elder council. If they hadn't shown their stance first, with all the other complicated factions, the voting wouldn't have been so straightforward. In any case, your Ye clan now has 2 clan elders. Congratulations." Wu Shi couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "What's so special about that? For thousands of years, my Ye clan's power has been at least 10 times greater than your Yuan clan." The two were now debating. "That's right, and back then, the Li Saint clan was 100 times stronger than us. Your Ye clan is the #1 clan of the Saint clans, so it's not really something to brag about. The main thing is that my brother and father are formidable." Wu Shi frowned, thinking to herself, "Does he think the Eastern Emperor sect now belongs to his Yuan clan?" The scene shifts elsewhere as a loud voice shouts, "Out of the way! Everyone get out of the way! Don't block the path!" A crowd of women swarmed around him, chirping, "Sheng Cheng, let's cultivate together. Sheng Cheng, wait for me." He was like a celebrity now. Young Master Sheng Cheng is so handsome, he's already so charming at 13. Hearing the commotion, Kai Tai immediately went over to see what was happening. The scene before him surprised him. "Isn't that my nephew, Sheng Cheng?" He was incredibly pleased with himself. Not bad at all, only 13 and already surrounded by so many beauties. And they're all young ladies from prominent families. This kid has truly surpassed his master, even more of a playboy than my older brother. Wu Shi then warned, "You better keep him in line. Don't let him think he can do whatever he wants just because his family has influence." Kai Tai replied, "It's fine. It's just a small matter. Those bastards have no power or influence anyway. He just arrived in the Saint City and is already causing trouble. Get lost. Don't let me see you again." The young man knelt terrified at his feet. "I'm sorry." At that moment, Tianming walked by and asked in annoyance, "Who is that guy? Why is he so arrogant?" Jin Yu introduced him. "That's Yuan Sheng Cheng, Yuan Shendu's younger brother, a Taiyi disciple." Tianming sized him up. His talent isn't bad, but his character is rotten. Jin Yu, of course, also disliked the guy. People from the Yuan clan have always been like that. Tianming then immediately asked her, "Jin Yu, do you want to break through the 5th level? Want to try the Unity realm for a bit? You can borrow Lin Ni to test it out." Jin Yu looked incredibly excited. "Can I?" Tianming replied with great joy. "Of course you can. Besides, this was Lin Ni's idea." Fei Ling was very pleased. He then held her hand tightly. "Give me your hand. Forever. Together." Tianming said to Jin Yu. "Oh no, it's done now." She looked at her hand happily. "Oh my gosh, this is amazing." Fei Ling then added, "You can do it, Jin Yu. I truly want to help you become stronger." Jin Yu replied, "Thank you, Lin Ni. Thank you, big brother. I'll do my best." Tianming then said to her, "Let's go. We shouldn't stay here anymore. Let's go directly to the 5th gate." Jin Yu happily agreed. Over here, Sheng Cheng saw them and immediately recognized that it was Li Qingyu, and that white-haired punk is Li Tianming. He immediately yelled arrogantly, "You two, stop right there." Suddenly, they sensed someone heading their way. They both turned their heads at the same time. The women following him all had haughty expressions. "Look quickly, it's the daughter of the sect master, of the Eastern Emperor sect, who came to the Grand Emperor's 9-layered gate to train, and still hasn't broken through to the 5th level of the Unity realm. With that kind of talent and the bloodline. Supreme bloodline of the Li Saint clan. What kind of supreme is that?" Tianming then gave a wry smile. "This scene is familiar. It seems you were also born with the fate of being mocked." "We really are blood siblings," Jin Yu replied. "It's okay. I'm used to it." He comforted her. "Don't worry. Use your strength to prove. Yourself is much better than wasting time on trash talk." Jin Yu also said happily, "I understand." Now, all eyes were on the two of them. "Who's that white-haired guy? He's only at the spirit source realm. Is he your boyfriend? You've got some taste, huh?" Li Qingyu, "Your missions for the Worry-Free Alliance. You haven't done them in a long time. Be careful or Sister Wu Yu will kick you out. After this, you'll have to go to the Sunken Abyss battlefield all by yourself. Tianming was surprised and then turned to ask her, "What the heck is the Worry-Free Alliance?" Qingyu explained. All disciples of the Eastern Emperor sect can form their own disciple alliances. The alliance leader and the management are chosen by the internal disciples. Joining this kind of alliance is mainly for sect missions and to form groups to go to the Sunken Abyss battlefield to train. According to her, because the Sunken Abyss battlefield is quite dangerous, they can help each other out. The Worry-Free Alliance is an all-female disciple alliance. Hearing this, Tianming fell into thought. Is that so? It's clear you've been isolated by the people in this alliance, but they say you can't do it, so what should you do now? Hearing this, Qingyu gritted her teeth in anger. Maybe I should prove myself. Tianming showed no fear. He said, "Very good, then go prove it to them." She quickly and happily agreed. Right after, Qingyu quickly went inside by herself. Tianming stood behind her and encouraged her. "Go for it. I'll be here waiting for you." Those women couldn't help but sneer. She's all talk. If she wanted to break through, she would have done it already. She's just putting on an act. This B times teach is just showing off. Hearing this, Tianming glared and shouted, "Qingyu, listen to me. Our Li Saint clan does not fear hardship. We do not fear torment. We do not believe in fate, and we do not admit defeat. If the world is in decline, then we must defy the heavens and change our destiny." He stood in the middle of the crowd and declared heroically, "This is the soul of our clan. I believe no clan is destined for ruin, but the Li Saint clan is a clan of spiritual will." But he was afraid Qingyu couldn't hear him from inside. He spoke louder and louder. "We inherit the blood of our ancestors, so we will also inherit the will of our ancestors." All these words reached Qingyu's ears. As soon as she went inside, she frowned and repeated the 4 words, immortal and indestructible. After a pause, a sharp look suddenly appeared in Qingyu's eyes. Her entire internal energy also began to surround her body. Qingyu repeated those words again, immortal and indestructible. Now, her whole body began to float. Qingyu seemed to be enveloped by an immense surge of power. After a moment, Qingyu immediately let out a loud shout. "Ah!" Tianming could feel it from outside. He couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. "I had a feeling you would break through. I just didn't expect it to be this smooth." Very quickly, Qingyu happily ran outside, shouting at the same time, "Brother, I broke through." She hugged Tianming tightly, overjoyed. "Thank you. From now on, you are the most important person in my life." He lovingly comforted her. "Easy now. You're acting like you haven't broken through in decades. Why are you still crying?" Fei Ling now also appeared, Qingyu, this time. "This breakthrough isn't that simple. Look at her arm." He was startled when he saw the moon-like circles on her arm. "Oh my god, sis!" It went from 3 samsara wheels to 5, and they even turned silver. Qingyu was so happy she started to cry. This is called the Ngu Nyuyet Duong Kong, an extremely rare color-changing samsara wheel. Tianming was shocked. "Damn, something this important. Hide it quickly. Don't let the people nearby see. They've been eyeing us this whole time," Qingyu replied happily. Actually, he was secretly thrilled. Among the ancestors' color-changing samsara wheels, only the blood-colored one from the second ancestor existed, and that one only had 4, yet Qingyu has 5. Now, Tianming couldn't help but ponder. 5 samsara wheels, the new Niet Duong Kong. Ancestors, have you all gone mad? Why do I feel like this is no coincidence? He felt a bit smug. Everyone in the Li Saint clan believes that on the day of the tribulation breakthrough, the number of samsara wheels that appear is set for life, but I'm afraid they've underestimated the minor life tribulations. Then he asked her, "Qingyu, how do you feel now? Have the 5 samsara wheels of reincarnation changed in any way?" Qingyu replied, "My mind is much clearer. Problems I couldn't figure out before are now crystal clear." Pausing for a moment, she added, "The path to the 6th and 7th levels of the Unity realm is now clear, and the Unity battle art I practiced before, there were some imperfect parts, but I just thought about them and everything makes sense now." Looking over at her Fura bird, she voiced another thought. Moreover, has the Ngu and Giet Duong Kong life tribulation also appeared under Shuo Yue's wings? Tianming couldn't help but be overjoyed upon hearing this. "That's incredible, Qingyu. You've truly received an epic level enhancement." Not stopping there, she continued excitedly, "Brother, I've succeeded. Now it's your turn to try and see if you can reach the Unity realm." Tianming was naturally very enthusiastic. "All right, then I'll give it a shot too. Who knows? Maybe I'll also awaken the Ngu Nguet Dung Kong." Meanwhile, the others looked at Qingyu, finding her to be a complete eyesore. She broke through again. It looked so easy. "Damn it, if this keeps up, won't that little wench be on the same level as us?" One of the malicious women among them immediately shouted mockingly. "Li Qingyu, I heard you're going to be married to Li Jinsan. Your husband, Li Jinsan, is both handsome and exceptionally talented, a peerless man. So why don't you have some shame and stop flirting with another man right here? Although they didn't really care, the group just wouldn't let it go. Don't think we can't hear you, you shameless flirt, cheating on Li Jinsan before you're even married. Tianming asked if she was angry. Qing Yu replied calmly, I used to get very angry, but now I want to change. Brother, you were right. Only with strength can I prove myself. No one listens to the weak. Hearing this answer, Tianming was, on the contrary, very pleased. Not bad. That's just like me. Seeing that she paid them no mind, the group of women was dumbfounded. What kind of person is she? So uncultured. What a disgusting woman. She pretends to be so faithful with that innocent appearance, but it turns out she's actually like this. Sheng Cheng then spoke up. That's enough from you all. That's her biological older brother, the illegitimate son of Li Wudi, who recently returned to the East Emperor sect, and now he's the young sect master. Then, his gaze turned vicious, and Sheng Cheng thought maliciously, a bunch of fools. You are cheating on Li Jinsan, not with Li Tianming, but with me, Yuwen Shengcheng. Someone else said, the young sect master isn't even at the Unity realm. Is he some kind of joke? And with that white hair, it's truly disgusting. Sheng Cheng replied, you're all wrong. This young sect master is a peerless talent. He possesses the 5 samsara wheels of reincarnation body and claims he will cultivate to the peak of the spirit source realm within half a year. Upon hearing this, the women couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sheng Cheng, since when? Did you become so naive? One look and you can tell he's just some arrogant fool looking to get himself killed. Don't tell me you actually believed him. In less than 3 years, someone from the other branches of the Li Saint clan will probably have already killed him. His ambition stirring, Sheng Cheng snorted coldly in his heart. Laugh all you want. I'll make sure everyone sees Li Tianming as a laughingstock. Then his eyes were drawn to her ample bust, which was peeking out. But these girls try to seduce me every day. It's a shame they all belong to the clan elder. Her tight rear, visible through her robes, formed a seductive curve that captivated Sheng Cheng's mind. Wavering. Even though he was practically drooling, he couldn't cross the line. There was no way he could touch her. The moment he did, he'd have to marry her. He thought to himself that he shouldn't entertain such foolish ideas. I can definitely endure it. Over here, the crowd was still buzzing. Look, I heard that white-haired guy is the young sect master. This young sect master won't live long. He's not even in the Guiyi realm. I'll bet on it. All the cunning and malicious gazes were fixed on Qing Yu. In less than 1 month, she'll be humiliated to death. The position of young sect, master of the Eastern Emperor sect, isn't for just anyone. Failing couldn't help but speak up. This is so frustrating. On what grounds do these people, who don't even know you, say such harsh things, and even mock you? Qing Yu frowned and clenched her teeth. Even the ordinary disciples who usually kept to themselves came out to jeer. This is too much. Just then, Tianming spoke. Calm down. All living beings are the same. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. In this mortal world, who can escape them? He said casually. Teasing me might make you all feel happy and refreshed. But if you're going to use me for entertainment, then you'd better do a good job and prepare for the taste of failure. Yinghuo couldn't help but call him out. Li Tianming, stop bluffing and deal with them quickly, or Miao Miao is going to fall asleep again. At the same time, on the high platform, a voice rang out. You two masters, let's begin now. Yinghua was suddenly enveloped in a green sphere of energy. It wondered, hey, has it finally started? Isn't it supposed to release pressure into the life-bound space? Tianming also couldn't help but be a little surprised. Strange, I also don't feel any pressure. Even if the power isn't great, I should at least feel something, right? Qing Yu saw him and asked curiously, Brother, why are you out already? Tianming said honestly, It's not working. There's no pressure. Could the gate be broken? There's not even a little bit of pressure. Let me try again. Qing Yu then added, Then go and give it a try. She thought, the 9-layered gate of the Supreme Emperor absolutely cannot be broken. Could it be that his life-bound beasts aren't all 7th order? Everyone looked towards them. Look quickly. That guy's gone to the 2nd gate. Does he actually think he can do it? 2 girls over here were fawning. Little brother Sheng Cheng, which gate were you at when you broke through to the Guiyi realm? He said smugly. The 5th gate. And I was only 15 years old back then. Tianming immediately circulated his inner energy. The 2nd gate still had no effect, and Yinghuo, inside its sphere, couldn't take it anymore. Hurry up and switch to another one. The crowd continued to laugh and mock. He's gone to the 3rd gate now. Is he starting to put on a show? Is he trying to show off? In front of everyone? How childish. Tianming then said, No good. Still no feeling. I'm going straight to the 5th gate. The 5th gate was just used for training. It definitely can't be broken. Qing Yu was surprised. Is it really broken? Tianming now wanted to cry but had no tears. Still nothing at the 5th gate. I give up. Yinghuo was a bit indignant. Is it trying to challenge this great one? Why is it so useless? Is it going to work or not? Meow Meow spoke lazily. Don't disturb my sleep. Just hurry up, Tianming cried out in distress as he scrambled. My two ancestors. Don't rush. We're going to the 7th level. Over here, Sheng Cheng couldn't help but sneer. Young sect master, are you performing a monkey show? A vicious look appeared in his eyes as he stared at him. Yes, and you're the stupid monkey. Sheng Cheng was furious. What did you say? No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. The women beside him shouted, Insolent. Don't you know what kind of status Sheng Cheng has in the Eastern Emperor sect? Tianming found it amusing and asked, What status? Is it higher than the young sect master? Hearing this, they roared with laughter. Does he think he's the main character? A young sect master is nothing. He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sheng Cheng asked him, Are you trying to provoke me? Tianming said contemptuously. A punk like you? Is there anything about you worth provoking? Shut your mouth and don't interrupt my cultivation, he added. Cultivation? I think it's more like you're performing a magic trick. Tianming sighed helplessly, not bothering to pay him any mind. And of course, he didn't believe a word he said. So much for a supreme bloodline. What a coward. Yushi happened to walk over. Is he Li Wudi's son? I just heard about it too. They say has a terrifying 5 tribulation reincarnation body. Then she looked at the person next to her. Do you believe it? Kai Tai smiled brightly. Of course I believe it. This young man is extraordinary. I bet that in 30 years, he will definitely be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the Unity realm. Wu Shi couldn't help but curse. You're insane, she thought to herself. But what on earth is this Li Tianming doing? Why isn't he cultivating properly, just jumping out like that? Meanwhile, Tianming was channeling his internal energy, and he seemed very satisfied, finally feeling the pressure. But Yinghuo was still not pleased. What's this little bit of pressure? Get going for me. The sleeping Meow Meow was startled awake. Boss, chicken bro, stop wasting this cat's nap time. Hurry up and go to the 9th gate already. Tianming then walked out. He said, I know. You two stop arguing. I'm going right now. As soon as Jin Yu saw him come out, she anxiously followed. Brother, what is this? Tianming replied, I'm not playing dumb today. I don't know what to do with these two little rascals anymore. Sheng Cheng was also a bit surprised. What does this guy want to do? The crowd over here was obviously not happy. This guy was just chit-chatting, not releasing his life-bound beast, and just showing off. Is he toying with us? It turns out he's been treating us like monkeys to be played with from the very beginning. Then he turned with a cold expression toward the Eastern Emperor sect, his competitor. Or perhaps his competitor was himself. Then Tianming walked to the large gate in front of him, which was emitting a blinding light. Tianming seemed more than ready. He sneered and said, Come on, let's put on a show. The crowd was still buzzing. Is this guy really starting to cultivate now? Is he planning to sacrifice his life-bound beast just to show off? Is this guy brain dead? I'm sure this young sect master is just a moronic puppet. Inside, Meow Meow and Yinghuo were enjoying themselves. Damn, this feels amazing. This pressure is stretching out my whole body. It's so comfortable. Comfortable my fur, I can barely breathe anymore. Chicken bro, you cultivation maniac aren't just a cultivation maniac, you're also a sadistic pervert. Tianming listened helplessly. You two, stop only thinking about yourselves and protect our soon-to-be hatched brothers. Yinghuo hugged the egg in its claws excitedly and said, Just leave it to me. You don't have to worry about our side. As for you breaking through to the Unity realm, that bunch of loudmouths are still waiting for you to teach them a lesson. Tianming closed his eyes tightly. I'm still feeling it out. Thanks to the 9th gate and Master Ye Huang's guidance, I feel like I'm about to make it. The Unity realm. The most important thing is the spiritual unity of the life-bound beast, reaching a state where you are in me and I am in you. Fei Ling, walking beside him, also spoke up bossily. About to make it? You are in me and I am in you. What nonsense are you all talking about? After a pause, Tianming suddenly froze. What's wrong? Is something not right? She replied blankly. It's not that. The women outside were getting anxious. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Logically speaking, when he went in, his life-bound beast should have been crushed to death, and he himself shouldn't be seriously injured. Unless we've been tricked, and he already possesses a 4th-order sacred beast. But even the disciples of the Grand Orient sect don't have a sacred beast at the elder level. Sheng Cheng shouted, Shut up! A 4th-order sacred beast. He's not worthy of having one. The gate still showed no sign of movement. Everyone now seemed even more anxious than Jin Yu. The moment they saw Tianming's figure emerge, they were startled. He broke through! He broke through to the Unity realm at the 9th gate. No one has done that in 1,000 years. His life-bound beast is also a 4th-order sacred beast. The buzz of discussion was endless. This guy wasn't just pretending to be cool. He really has the 5 tribulation reincarnation body. A 5 tribulation reincarnation body plus a 4th-order sacred beast. This guy is simply heaven-defying. Sheng Cheng, on the other hand, was so angry he gritted his teeth. This is impossible. The gate must be broken. The two women behind him wouldn't stop nagging. Sheng Cheng, what on earth is going on? Yeah, since when did he have a fourth order sacred beast? I remember your brother. Doesn't even have a fourth stage holy beast yet. Is this young sect master even more formidable than your brother? Sheng Cheng could no longer swallow his anger. He shouted back, "Shut up!" Qing Yu cozied up to him flatteringly. "Congratulations, brother, on successfully breaking through to the Unity realm." Tianming stretched smugly. It was nothing special. Easy and enjoyable. Just then, the footsteps of an uninvited guest approached. He stared intently at his face. "Li Tianming, don't think I don't. I knew it. You must have had a trick up your sleeve." Sheng Cheng was unwilling to accept it. "Just by yourself, how could you possibly have a fourth-tier holy beast?" Tianming's voice was full of mockery. "Little friend, what's with that expression? You look like you just ate crap. I don't get what this guy is so mad about. How strange." The crowd on this side acted as if they were listening to a joke. They wouldn't normally laugh, but they just couldn't hold it in. Sheng Cheng's face turned red from the teasing. Who dares to laugh? "I'll kill them!" Used to insulting others, he now questioned the boy. "Li Tianming, you dare to humiliate me." With that said, Sheng Cheng immediately channeled his internal energy and struck. "I want you dead." His hand flew towards him like a claw. Sheng Cheng seemed to have lost control of stock, his emotions. Tianming sneered inwardly. This guy dares to attack here. So bold and fearless. Does he think this is his home? Then he said coldly, "Considering your young age and that you challenged me first, I won't hold it against you." Then Tianming couldn't help but raise his hand. "But now, you brought this upon yourself." He then used a soul-bewitching eye technique. Instantly, Sheng Cheng felt as if two scantily clad girls were constantly caressing his body. Tianming quickly caught his fist, and the sound of his joints cracking echoed. Sheng Cheng's face turned pale from the pain, and he couldn't help but scream in agony. It didn't stop there. Tianming charged forward again. "You naughty child. Let your parents discipline you properly." Immediately after, a thunderous slap landed, deforming one side of Sheng Cheng's cheek. After that slap, Sheng Cheng flew into the air like a soft ball. Then he hit the ground hard, the sound of breaking bones echoing once more. Everyone was gaping in astonishment. This guy is a real beast. He actually dared to hit young Master Sheng Cheng. Things are about to get crazy. Isn't the main point that he, at the Unity Realm, surpassed 4 levels to defeat a Tai disciple? The 5 Tribulation Samsara body is truly terrifying. There were 2 schools of thought on this. Sheng Cheng was just careless for a moment. What's there to be proud of? As expected of the young clan master of our Li Saint clan. Impressive. Tianming was pleased to see a large number of supporters, it seems. Not everyone wants to trample on us. There are still some who support us, Qing Yu replied. Actually, many descendants of the Li Saint clan just have strict standards for others. What they hate most is Yuan Sheng Cheng's personality, the type who is stupid but acts all high and mighty. Many people wanted to teach him a lesson. Sheng Cheng scrambled to his feet. "Li Tianming, if you have the guts, let's go to the second battleground of the Eastern Emperor sect for a life and death match. I admit I underestimated you, but next, I'll show you my true strength." Even though his face was swollen like a pig's head, he still tried to talk tough. "The strength to chop you into 100 pieces." But of course, Tianming paid him no mind. "What is this second Eastern Emperor battleground?" Qing Yu answered. "It's on the Holy Mountain, a place for people to practice martial arts, guarded by elders. As long as both sides agree, you can fight to the death there. But the biggest one is the first Eastern Emperor battleground, where the sect's grand assembly and annual examinations are held. Right after, Tianming stared intently at him. He said, "Fine, I'll go with you." Before leaving, Sheng Cheng didn't forget to add, "Li Qingyu, remember to find a place to bury your brother." Qingyu looked at him with disgust. "Who gave you so much confidence? Look in the mirror. Look at your swollen pig face." Tianming was a bit startled to hear that. Qingyu really knows how to mock people. No one knows who she learned it from. He fumed with rage, his eyes bulging. "Who are you calling a pig face?" Then he charged forward again. "Even you dare to look down on me?" Unforgivable. Tianming was inwardly surprised. This idiot is so easily provoked. This is the first time I've met someone like this. It can only be said that he's never suffered hardship and has been spoiled rotten. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Is this all the son of Yuan Taiji amounts to?" Right after, Yu Shi shouted loudly, full of righteous fury. She smacked Sheng Cheng right on the head. "How dare you make a move in the Taihuang Ninefold Gate? Do you think the elders of our Qingyun Mountain don't exist?" He raged. "Who's looking to die?" Kai Tai looked at him and questioned coldly. "Sheng Cheng, don't be so rude." Staring at Kai Tai, he felt extremely wronged. Third uncle. He then lovingly patted Sheng Cheng's head, calmly advised, "You should go home first. Don't cause any more trouble. If your father finds out, he won't let you off the hook." That arrogant guy actually became as obedient as a puppy. "Yes, third uncle." Then he looked at him. Li Tianming, do you dare to schedule another life and death duel with me? I'll teach you some manners. Tianming said with disgust, forget it. Come back when you've actually hit puberty. Wu Shi's face turned cold. Yuan Shengcheng, I'm already showing you great respect by not punishing you. And you're still running your mouth here. Now get lost. Seeing him scamper away like that, Tianming found it amusing. That kid sure can run fast, Qing Yu said. Elder Ye Wu Shi is Yi Xiaoting's younger sister. She's terrifying when she's angry. Then the two of them quickly went before Wu Shi and greeted the two elders. She replied, at ease. Quickly let me see your life-bound beast. Ying Huo was mesmerized. This beautiful elder reminds me of Grandmaster Mu Wan. Miao Miao was surprised. Are you saying she's a high-class mount? And next to her is a soy sauce egg. Wu Shi affectionately patted Ying Huo's head. This isn't a saint beast. It's just a normal 7th-order life-bound beast. Could it really be just because of his body of the 5 tribulation samsara? This made the other elder snap in annoyance. Soy sauce egg, don't you have any manners? Wu Xi then said, all right, you all can go now. She thought to herself, it seems the ninefold gate has truly produced a situation that even we can't explain, allowing him to be so successful. However, Tianming then dazedly and respectfully said, yes, we'll take our leave. The two of them quickly returned. After reaching the Unity Realm, I feel my body is in an incredibly powerful state, and it's constantly growing. Qing Yu continued his thought. Brother, your constitution is truly special. Fei Ling was surprised. How amazing! I can sense something unusual about your body. Looking up at her, he asked, what's unusual? Fei Ling said, your body is indeed growing. In other words, you're getting older, and what's more, you're aging 10 times faster. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. What? 10 times? As they walked, Qing Yu said to him, brother, if, at this rate, in 1 year your body will have aged to that of a 30-year-old, I'm afraid your lifespan is less than 10 years. As she spoke, she looked at him with a pained expression. Over at him, brother, perhaps this is also your fated tribulation. Tianming grew pensive. I thought unlocking the samsara wheel was to break the tribulation. I didn't expect it to mean enduring it. At this point, he gave a wry smile. But it's not all bad. My time now passes 10 times faster than others. So does that mean my cultivation speed is also 10 times faster than others? Fei Ling was a little unhappy and asked, brother, why is cultivation always on your mind? Qing Yu explained to her. Actually, when a person reaches 50 years old, they're past their peak. Their cultivation will slow down and might even regress. Therefore, your real cultivation time might only be a little over 2 years. Tears streamed down Fei Ling's face. Brother, why is it like this? I don't want to die so young. Ying Huo also grew anxious watching them. What the hell is this? This old master doesn't want to die. Li Tianming, you better think of a way. Fast. Meow Meow then added. This kitty is still just a baby. His expression was extremely grim. Tianming cried out in misery, not knowing what to do at all. Then he told everyone that fate is decided by the heavens. There was a deep sincerity in Tianming's voice. If we can't fight it, we die. If we can fight it, we defy the heavens and change our fate. His eyes were also incredibly resolute. Tianming made a silent vow. I still have a chance. 3 years from now, if I can enter the Saint Realm, I can borrow more time from fate. It all depends on whether I can conquer myself. The scene shifts back to his residence. This is the Kunpeng Saint Hall. As soon as Tianming returned, he said, Grandma, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? She was surprised, then said, the bad news. Tianming said, I've contracted a rapid aging disease, but she was completely unfazed. This is a common ailment in our Li Saint clan. It's nothing serious. Grandma can help you solve it. Hearing this, Tianming couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. He said, Grandma, can you really fix it? Jin Yu smiled brightly and said, of course, this is the field I'm best at. In the entire Saint clan, no one is better at this than me. Time passed just like that. 10 hours later, after trying her best, she was a bit dejected. I can't fix it. Your 5 tribulations of the samsara wheel are not like the ones I have solved before. Tianming was already mentally prepared. It's all right. I already guessed as much. Pausing for a moment, she added, but Tianming, you don't need to worry. I'm just aging faster than a normal person. That's all. As long as I persevere in my cultivation, I can solve it. We still have a long time ahead of us. Just as Qing Yu was about to add, Grandma, actually, my brother, Tianming suddenly remembered and said joyfully, Qing Yu, hurry and tell Grandma your good news. She also hesitated. Qing Yu thought to herself. So brother doesn't want Grandma to know how much lifespan he has left. Qing Yu looked over at her granddaughter. Qing Yu, what good news do you have? She immediately held out her hand. Look, Grandma. Qing Yu looked at her granddaughter's hand and said, are my old eyes playing tricks on me? I think I saw 5 white karmic wheels, she replied happily. You're not mistaken, Grandma. These are the 5 karmic wheels of reincarnation, and it's even the 5 moons hanging in the sky. Taking another look, Jin Yu's jaw dropped in shock. 5 karmic wheels of reincarnation, 5 moons hanging in the sky? As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Yu fainted and collapsed right there on the ground. Qing Yu was startled and cried out, "Grandma!" Tianming lamented. "I knew this would happen. Her mental fortitude is so weak." After waking up in the evening, Jing Yu couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "The ancestors have blessed us." She danced around. "Your grandma is so happy I could ascend to heaven." Qing Yu gave a wry smile. "Grandma, be careful. You might break your back." Tianming also chimed in. "Grandma, please stop for a moment. There's something I want to discuss with you." Jing Yu was in high spirits. Then she looked at him and asked, "What is it, my dear grandson?" Tianming then said, "I want to go with Qing Yu to the nearby Sunken Abyss battlefield to train," she said casually. "If this were before, I might have stopped you. But now one of you has entered the Unity realm, and the other has awakened the 5 karmic wheels of reincarnation with limitless potential. You can go train for a while." Tianming was overjoyed. "Then we'll rest for a bit and set off first thing tomorrow morning." Scene change, now at another location. This is the Yuan clan. Inside, a figure stood imposingly, and in front of him was something very mysterious. It stared intently at him with fiery eyes. Kai Tai had just entered, and he looked at the figure before him and said, "Shendu." His face revealed a cunning look as Kai Tai asked, "How are things?" Shendu replied coldly, "Third uncle. Grandfather and father are still helping, but it should be done soon." The moment he finished speaking, that grotesque face let out a monstrous roar. Shendu's face couldn't hide its cruelty, as he said with great satisfaction, "It's a success." Kai Tai was also smug. "Congratulations, Shendu. You are the first in 1,000 years. Taiyi disciple to possess a 4th-order sacred beast before the age of 12. This cold-faced young man is Yuan Shendu, a Taiyi disciple, the eldest son of Yuan Taiji." Then he looked over and asked, "Where is Sheng Cheng? Didn't he always want to witness my 4th-order sacred beast?" Kai Tai replied, "He felt wronged at the Grand Emperor's 9-layered gate and took a group of beauties to the Sunken Abyss battlefield to have some fun." He let out a wicked smile. "The Sunken Abyss battlefield is a dark place. Who knows what that boy will do to those young ladies?" Shendu was very surprised. "He's still angry?" Kai Tai continued. "I'll tell you what happened during the day." After an hour, he looked at Shendu. "Why no reaction?" "That Li Tianming claims to have the body of 5 karmic wheels of reincarnation." Shendu replied, "Third uncle, my opponent is the Holy Son of Heaven." He added, "From now on, I won't concern myself with the people from the Eastern Emperor sect anymore. Let Sheng Cheng handle these trivial matters himself. He needs the training." Kai Tai was very pleased. "That's right. It seems you've truly matured. Sheng Cheng isn't a child anymore. It's time for him to be properly trained. As for your battlefield, that's right. It's the entire Eastern Emperor domain." Shendu harbored an immense ambition. "I will become the strongest existence." Meanwhile, Tianming was ecstatic. He had finally made it into the Sunken Abyss battlefield. Qing Yu said, "Let's shout out our real purpose for coming here together." The 2 siblings yelled in unison, "Make money! Make money! Make money!" Pausing for a moment, he lamented inwardly, "This family is really poor. The sacred Thunder Rock is like a bottomless pit. I can't keep up. Going to the ancestral land required buying good wine, and a lot of it, now I'm completely broke. I absolutely have to make money. I have to find something here. Some treasures to sell." With that thought, Tianming said to Qing Yu, "Let's go. There's a cave right up ahead." He said, "Let's go inside and check it out. Lin Ni, can you sense any treasures in there?" Fai Lin appeared. "I do. But it seems to be on a person. There's someone inside." Thien Men was surprised. "Someone's there? Then I have to go in and see for myself." Just as he finished speaking, right in front of them, 5 figures appeared, looking like they had been there for a long time. The one in the lead was Diep 2Y. She said, "Look who it is. What a coincidence. Li Hin Negu. And your useless big brother, too." Qin Gu clearly didn't like this person, staring intently at her and said in a cold voice, "Diep 2E." Then she said to Thien Men, "Brother, let's go. Don't pay any attention to her." 2E said, "Leaving won't be that easy. Surround those 2 for me. You messed with me before, and now my uncle isn't here. If you're scared, get on your knees and bow to me, and I'll let you go." Thien Men glanced over at her. "Qin Nu, that girl bullies you often, doesn't she?" Qin Nu replied resentfully, "Yes, I've never been able to beat her." His anger flared up instantly. Thien Men said, "Hin Nu Gu, we're not leaving. You're going to beat her up and unleash all 15 years of your anger for me." Hearing this, she clenched her teeth in frustration, but she's the granddaughter of Elder Diep Thon. Thien Men squeezed her hand. "It's okay. She's made you cry so many times. You're just making her cry once. It's not like it's going to kill her or get her injured." Immediately after, a strange blue flame enveloped both of them. Thien Men continued, People must always trample their demons underfoot before they can move on. Then, Fei Lin also appeared to reassure her. Teach her a lesson once, so that in the future, she won't even dare to come near you when she sees you. Encouraged by both of them, Gu finally found her motivation, saying in a cold voice, I understand. Tu Wai then looked at her challengingly. You, Li Qin, Negu, get lost. Today, I'll teach your brother how to respect me, so that from now on, he'll have to bow his head to me on Tan Mountain. A defeated subordinate like you, step aside. Finally, Gu was no longer afraid, no longer hiding behind him. A sword began to materialize. The Min Hu Yet Nahan. Her stance was incredibly serious, and her posture was filled with much more confidence than before. On the side, Thien Men secretly smiled in satisfaction. This is the first time I've seen Gu's weapon. Gu immediately attacked. She used a type of crescent moonring blade to slash at her opponent. Tu Wai, thinking Nu wouldn't dare to attack her, was startled and simultaneously shook, her head to the side to dodge. Tu Wai immediately tried to flee, as she obviously couldn't just stand there and take the hit. But even though she was fast, a scratch now appeared on Tu Yi's face, drawing blood. She glared angrily and shouted, Li Hin Ningu, today I'm going to strip you naked, so you'll never be able to show your face in public again. As soon as she finished speaking, Tu I instantly channeled her internal energy, summoning a giant bat, the Tu Duck Buck Long. She couldn't help but curse shrewishly. You think you're so tough just because your brother's here? You dare to provoke even me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who the true master of this Than Mountain is. On the other side, Hin Ningu looked at her, then said, Sok Nyet, Kwang Kan, Dean. Now, that bird quickly changed its form, its appearance becoming incredibly strange. Thien Men, standing to the side, thought to himself in amazement, Sok Nyet has transformed into a giant kun, spewing water vapor from its mouth. He looked at King Ningu with some surprise. That water vapor was already forming a moon. She focused intensely, raising the cold, sharp sword in her hand, and said, How Nuyet Saturday Hin Nu began to channel her internal energy as she shot up into the air towards her opponent. Her eyes held a cold and gloomy glint, as if for the past 15 years, Hin Nungu had been suppressing a deep-seated resentment in her heart. Not stopping there, her slender hand skillfully slid across the surface of the blade as she shouted, Thap Lai. Fong Nyet. Tu Wai, on the other hand, was incredibly smug. You've used this move before. Have you forgotten how you lost? Not to be outdone, she also immediately leapt up with the move Dai Han Long Tuk. Immediately after, the two blades clashed, creating two flashes of light in the air. Kin Nu moved like a true assassin, gliding as fast as the wind, and in a flash, she was behind her opponent. Tien Men stood to the side, satisfied. Today is different anymore. Even though the technique was the same as before, with the support of Linger and the 5 tribulations Samsara, its power had already more than doubled. Ziyi's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, muttering to herself, This is impossible. Immediately after, Ziyi couldn't stop herself from spitting out a large mouthful of blood, apparently suffering from internal injuries. Looking utterly miserable, Ziyi could no longer stand and collapsed to her knees, coughing violently. The crowd that followed her witnessed this scene, each and every one of them stunned, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Jin Yu stepped forward, casting a disdainful gaze at her opponent and snarling each word, Ye Ziyi. Then Jin Yu spoke as if declaring to everyone, I thank your elders for looking after my Li family, but that is not a reason for you to humiliate and mock me for so many years. You are no longer my opponent. From this day forward, you are no longer worthy of being my rival. With that, she and Tianming arrogantly walked away, leaving the crowd in a terrifying silence. Ziyi gritted her teeth. How could I lose to her? I refuse to accept this. What right does she have? Knowing she was helpless, she was so furious she started to cry, but she didn't forget to taunt her opponent. Li Qingyu, what's the use in defeating me? You still have to marry Li Jingcan. Congratulations to you. After the two of them left, Tianming asked Qingyu, Your birthday must be coming up soon, right? Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately understood. Brother, you're talking about the engagement. As she finished speaking, she smiled brightly. My mindset has changed recently, and I really have you to thank for it, for helping me become like you, fearless and never admitting defeat, fearing neither heaven nor earth. Because of that, I'm not afraid of this engagement anymore. At worst, it'll be a fight to the bitter end. Tianming was very pleased with this answer, saying, I'm glad you can think that way. In this world, the best way to solve any problem is usually just one thing, and that is to become strong. As he spoke, a sharp glint appeared in Tianming's eyes. Then Tianming laughed heartily. Linger, it's up to you now. Help us find the God source. Fei Ling immediately understood. No problem. Time passed, and another day went by. That night, the bright moonlight illuminated the darkness. Large beasts had been subdued by two small figures under the moon. Tianming panted, still having not found a god source, but they had attracted a pack of vicious beasts, which they finally managed to deal with. At this moment, Yinghuo spoke up. Well, it wasn't for nothing. During that last battle, I awakened a new divine ability. I've gotten stronger. He immediately replied, Is that so? I guess this trip wasn't a complete waste then. Yinghuo glared and flapped its wings powerfully. Li Tianming, watch closely. This move of mine transforms the feathers on my body into sharp steel needles. To shoot out, they're incredibly tough, and their tips carry the flames of eternal purgatory. And just like that, those feathers stabbed right into Tianming's face. He asked it irritably, Are you crazy? Who asked for a demonstration? Besides, could you stay a little further away? Don't hurt an innocent bystander, will you? Yinghuo gave a sly laugh. My bad, my bad. Fei Ling then immediately pointed to the side. Big brother, I can sense a god source. But it's emperor grade, it's no use to you, Tianming replied. That's fine, if I can't use it, I'll sell it for money. Hurry and take me there. Then the two of them swam down below and discovered a cave. Fei Ling continued. Big brother, the god source is inside this underwater stone gate. As soon as they entered, Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Linger is really amazing to be able to sense such a secret place. Tianming immediately replied, Linger is amazing in many other ways too. Fei Ling pointed forward. Big brother, this underwater area has two more emperor-grade god sources. I'll take you. Tianming couldn't wait any longer. Quick, quick, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them immediately swam in the direction Fei Ling had just pointed. After getting a bunch of good stuff, Tianming couldn't stop grinning. This is a huge haul. We'll get a lot of money for selling these. Right after, Fei Ling looked in another direction, and her expression couldn't help but turned serious. Fei Ling urgently pointed it out to Tianming. Big brother, near the shore, there's a profound grade god source. Profound grade? Could we really be that lucky? Are you sure? Fei Ling closed her eyes and sensed it once more. This feeling isn't wrong. It's definitely profound grade. But it seems like someone's already approaching. Tianming was startled to hear this. But who cares who it is? This Xuan grade item is mine. Let's go up and check it out. After a while, the two of them finally made it to the top. Tianming stared intently ahead. Linger, can we get the divine origin before those people? Fei Ling immediately appeared and said, At this speed, it's possible. They have a lot of people, so their movements are very slow. Very good, then let's speed up a bit and try to pocket the divine origin before they show up. Just like that, everyone flew straight towards the cliff. Beneath their feet now was a vast expanse of water. As soon as she saw the 5 colored clouds, Fei Ling quickly pointed, Big brother, it's right ahead. Tianming revealed a knowing smile, a mist with 5 different colors. Only a Xuan-grade divine origin would have such a phenomenon. Yu was stunned. Ah, this isn't an ordinary phenomenon. It's the extremely rare 5 rising auras, he asked in surprise. 5 rising auras? Fei Ling immediately explained. Within these 5 auras are the breaths of fire, lightning, wind, earth, and ice. There might be 5 Xuan-grade divine origins existing at the same time, Yu added. This area is rarely visited. Ahead is the border of the Taihei domain. Hearing this, Tianming's eyes lit up, 5 of them at the same time, and their Xuan-grade divine origins. Fei Ling was a little worried. She said, Big brother, they're almost here. We can't delay. We need to find the divine origins and stuff them into the ring quickly. Upon hearing this, Tianming shot forward, saying, That's right, this is the most important thing right now. As soon as he flew past the bridge, he saw them right in front of him. Tianming was overjoyed. I've hit the jackpot. There really are 5 of them. Are they just waiting for me? As he spoke, he raised his hand and sucked them all into his ring. Then I won't be polite. Yinghuo was drooling on the side. Hurry up and give me some. I've been waiting for so long. Of course, Tianming didn't agree. We'll talk about it when we get back. We need to avoid running into people, or else I'll have to fight again. Yu, standing beside him, immediately gave a warning. Brother, they're here! Just as she finished speaking, those figures began to fly over towards them. As soon as they landed, one of the girls among them shouted, Someone beat us to it. Tianming was stunned. They're all girls? Yu then said, It's the Wu Yu Ming. I told you about them before, brother. I used to be one of them. But I was ostracized. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. This really didn't take any effort at all. Sheng Cheng was incredibly smug. I didn't even have to look for you, and you delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. Yinghuo taunted in disgust. You sissy. Tianming's jaw dropped in surprise. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. This kid changed his clothes and is hiding among a group of women. I couldn't even tell he was a man at all. He couldn't hold back and yelled, What did you say? The woman next to him reminded him, Sheng Cheng, stop wasting your breath on them. They've already taken the divine origin, the one we discovered first. Pausing for a moment, he licked his lips slyly. That's right, It's ours. With so many of us here, we can't let the two of them escape. Sheng Cheng then laughed smugly. Sisters, watch closely and see how I make the young sect master of the Eastern Emperor sect kneel and bow before me. Tianming looked at him with contempt and immediately asked, You want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? The women on his side couldn't help but scoff. So he's the young sect master. Didn't he just break through to the Unity realm? Did his brain get fried too? Dyeing his hair white is just disgusting. Our Sheng Cheng is still the most handsome. Sheng Cheng immediately became smug. Let's just get this over with. I'm in a hurry. Jin Yu, find a cool spot to wait for me. You just need to watch the show. Let me handle him. She was delighted. Okay, big brother. Right after, Jin Yu hid behind a tree and didn't forget to keep cheering. Go for it. Sheng Cheng laughed maniacally. You truly don't know your place. You just broke through to the Unity realm and you dare act so arrogantly in front of me. Do you think you're some peerless prodigy? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the air while shouting, Come out! This time, the thing that Sheng Cheng summoned was a four-armed Taoti. It looked incredibly powerful and terrifying. Tianming's face went pale. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Is that so? Yinghuo's face darkened, looking utterly dejected. Qing Yu quickly explained to him, Brother, the Yuan clan is also known as the Taoti clan. They all have the strange appearance of a Taoti. A dark element Taoti demi-beast is also quite rare. Seeing this, he became extremely smug and immediately asked, What's wrong? Scared now? It's too late. However, Tianming quickly regained his composure and sneered, Which of your eyes sees me being scared? Wake up. Meow meow. Stop sleeping. Do you want to be thrown around like a ball? Meow meow hastily refused, extremely grumpy. Don't! Stop using that to threaten me every chance you get. Right after that, he gave an order. You guys go deal with his ugly demi-beast. Yinghuo quickly agreed. Okay. Meow meow, on the other hand, was furious. Disturbing my sleep is unforgivable. Over here, Sheng Cheng grew impatient and quickly drew his sword, pointing it at him. Li Tianming, you and these little animals deserve each other. Tianming immediately gave a faint smile and also brought out his weapon. There's no point in talking. Come on, make your move, he said to him with determination. This time, no one will interrupt us. You don't have to hold back like last time, so use your full strength. Immediately after, perhaps because he was provoked, Sheng Cheng charged forward. As if you needed to tell me, you piece of trash, go die. And of course, Tianming and his two beasts didn't back down from their opponent. Everyone was ready for this battle. His large saber clashed with Tianming's sword, and a sharp, piercing sound rang out continuously, incredibly jarring to the ears. Neither of them gave an inch, and you could say each blow was meant to take the other's life. The situation in this fight was extremely tense. On the other side, the three beasts had also joined the fray, with the Taote fighting against Tianming's two companion beasts by itself. The women on the sidelines wouldn't stop gossiping. Do you guys think Sheng Cheng might actually kill that young sect master? After all, he's the young sect master of the Holy Li clan, so killing him shouldn't be a problem. What's there to be afraid of? This is the abyssal battlefield. No one cares if you die here. Sheng Cheng gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, How can this be? I've clearly used my full strength, but I still can't suppress him. On the contrary, right after that, he swung his saber. Demonic blade crescent slash. Sheng Cheng calculated inwardly. It seems I can only resort to using my ultimate move. Then he quickly rushed forward, unleashing a fatal blow towards Tianming while shouting, Surrender your life. Tianming's face now couldn't hide its grim expression. Tianming immediately shouted, Man-slaying sword. A demonic flurry immediately slashed straight towards Sheng Cheng, causing him to freeze up, unable to react. Tianming let out a cold smile. Kid, prepare to face my stormy onslaught of an attack. Right after, to the astonishment of everyone watching, Tianming shouted and simultaneously brandished his sword, Man-slaying sword, soul stance, bewitching eye, earth-slaying sword, prison suppression, earth-slaying sword, pulse, heaven-slaying sword, God's wrath. Qing Yu, watching from the side, was also stunned. So strong. Even after I awaken, I probably won't be a match for my brother right now. Over here, Yinghuo couldn't help but shout, Meow meow, you go one-on-one with it. I'll use it to practice my new move and cover it in blood. As soon as it finished speaking, it quickly gathered its internal energy, its entire body radiating a scorching energy. This was the heaven-burning plume wall. The Taoti knew it was at a disadvantage, but now, to survive, it had to charge forward, its loud roar echoing through the air, with terrifying force. Meanwhile, Sheng Cheng had been beaten to a pulp, with broken teeth, a bloody mouth, and a swollen face. He lay on the ground, groaning incessantly, My lord, spare me! Tianming stared intently at him, then gave a faint smile and asked, Yuan Shengcheng, have you submitted? As soon as he heard those words, it seemed the humiliation made him so angry he was about to cry. Those flashy women, however, got angry on his behalf. Little brother Sheng Cheng, There are many of us. Let's all charge forward and avenge Shang Cheng. Immediately, multicolored beams of light shot into the air, accompanied by loud shouts. Li Tianming, hand over the divine source. Tianming's expression didn't change. There are quite a few of you, which is a real headache, but you're all just the pampered children of clan elders, living in luxury. This should be easy to handle then. Right after, his expression changed, and his eyes grew cold. Behind him, Yu finally couldn't watch any longer, and she charged forward with her sword, shouting, "Brother, I'm here to help you." Meanwhile, Tianming sprouted a pair of white wings, appearing like an angel descending to earth. Immediately, he stopped her. Yu, don't be hasty. The good show is just getting started." Those feisty women charged forward just like that, shouting, "Die, Li Tianming!" He held out his hand, and an eye within it immediately opened wide. This was precisely the bewitching spirit eye technique. The moment he used this move, those women suddenly froze in place. Every one of them was startled and astonished. In a flash, an incredibly powerful beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky, shooting straight towards those women. Tianming swept past, taking down all of those women in a single blow. Everyone here was fundamentally no match for him. The sound of a sword slicing through the air whistled endlessly. Just as those feisty girls fell, Yu charged forward with her sword, slashing wildly at the opponents. They were furious. Everyone, don't underestimate the enemy. Summon your life-bound beasts to fight. They all rushed to draw on their divine origin. Yi Huo immediately followed up. Your life-bound beasts will have to get past me first. Meow meow, go take care of them. Meow meow grumbled. You guys are as persistent as leeches, not even letting a guy get a good nap. Now in the sky, all the magical beasts were summoned. These lifebound beasts charged towards Yi Huo and Meow Meow. Meow Meow quickly shed its small cat form. It was now an incredibly powerful lifebound beast, staring intently at the opponents and letting out a loud roar. Yi Huo also joined in on the fun. It immediately spread its wings, simultaneously firing off sharp golden feathers. The roars of beasts echoed ceaselessly. A massive explosion carrying red flames blazed across the sky. Those energy sources slammed right into the faces of the nasty girls over here. Tianming was extremely satisfied with this result. I've always been quite fair, treating everyone equally. One slap for each of you should be enough. Consider this me teaching you a lesson on behalf of your elders, to prevent you from further embarrassing yourselves out in the world. Yu stood behind him with a wry smile. Brother, a gentleman doesn't strike a woman. Your methods were a bit too cruel. He asked back. What's wrong, Yu? Do you feel sorry for them? She smiled until her face turned bright red. Of course not. What I mean is, for something this satisfying, you should have let me do it. Fei Ling was speechless upon hearing this. It's over. Yu has learned bad habits from you. Meanwhile, Shang Cheng struggled to lift his head. Seeing his group of gaudy women being beaten so mercilessly, he was incredibly furious, so angry he was on the verge of tears but could do nothing. He growled out each word. Li Tianming, you've gone too far with your bullying. After that, Shang Cheng decided to do something reckless. Although he didn't have a shred of strength left, he still tried to charge forward. Li Tianming, this old master will risk it all against you. Of course, he paid this madman no mind. Tianming only needed one hand to punch him, sending him flying. He said lazily, Let's go, Yu. Let's head back. Yu replied cheerfully. Okay, brother. Tianming didn't forget to add, By the way, tell me where we can sell these spoils of war. Finally, time passed, and the scene changes to another luxurious place. This place was the Imperial-grade Grand Hall. As soon as Yu saw the crowd, she said, Brother, the Imperial-grade Grand Hall is the most important trading hub in the entire Eastern Emperor sect. Tianming had just arrived when he asked her, Yu, if we sell those 3 unused high-grade divine origins to the Eastern Pole Grand Hall, how much money could we get? Yu replied happily, That would be a lot. The value of a high-grade divine origin is 10 times that of a mid-grade one, and moreover, they're priceless. She couldn't hide her joy. Brother, I don't think you need to sell all 3. The money from selling just one would be enough for you to spend for a very long time. Plus, there's no urgent need to sell right now. Let's go inside and check out the situation first. Hearing this, Tianming became cheerful. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go take a look. A group of young men nearby saw her, recognized her, and started gossiping. Look quickly. Isn't that the great beauty Li Yu? Who's the man next to her? You don't know him? That's her convenient older brother. Let me tell you about it. But of course, they paid them no mind. The two of them went inside together. There were many fine items here. It seemed Tianming had spotted something, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. And Yu noticed it too. Looking at the luxurious and sparkling chain in front of them, Tianming couldn't help but ask, what necklace is this? Hearing him, Yu then pointed at a nameplate and said, This necklace is called the Heavenly Spirit's Ultimate Love. He was a bit bewildered. Doesn't that symbolize the love between Jiang Feiling and Li Tianming? What a coincidence, Yu reminded him. Brother, This thing looks pretty, but it has no practical value. Plus, it's expensive. I heard it's been sitting here for almost 100 years, and no one wants it. Tianming was a bit skeptical. It's beautiful, but it couldn't be that expensive. How expensive could it be? Qing Yu patiently explained. Brother, there's something you don't know. This item was carved from a celestial spirit stone from the violet celestial vein. Spirit ore. It's a work by the famous sculptor Zhang Fusheng from the continent. The celestial spirit stone contains celestial spirit qi, and if it encounters an attack, it can automatically form a celestial spirit shield, which can block an attack from a beast tamer below the 5th level for its owner. She also seemed to really love this item. The celestial spirit shield can only be used once, and it shatters after use. According to the information Qing Yu has, it's valued at 520 violet cloud gems. Tianming was stunned. This thing was unbelievably expensive, and it could only be used once. But he also knew that its value was mainly because it's a beautiful work by Master Zhang Fusheng. Its actual effect wasn't even worth 1/10 of its price. She replied, I think truly wealthy people wouldn't care about its function, they'd just admire it. Tianming then immediately asked, Ling Er, I bet you really like this necklace. Don't you? Failing immediately appeared, I like it, but it's too expensive to buy. But Tianming said, Ling Er, you don't have to worry about the money. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Right after that, he pointed at the necklace and shouted, Shopkeeper, come over here. I want to buy this necklace. Qing Yu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother, you're so generous. You treat Linger so well. I'm impressed. Failing blushed beet red with embarrassment. Geez, you're impossible. I like it, but I never said I wanted you to buy it. Tianming gave a goofy smile. I'd say this investment to win your heart is a good one. Won't it expand my resources? He paused for a moment, a little flustered. Oops, I got carried away and said the quiet part out loud again. Right then, the shopkeeper came out. Young man, I get that you're trying to impress a girl, but have you actually seen the price? This necklace isn't something you can afford. Tianming smugly presented 3 items he had, making the man's jaw drop in cold sweat. Pour down! Is that so? Then is this enough to buy it? The man immediately screamed, a profound rank divine source! Realizing this was a VIP customer, the shopkeeper immediately bowed and scraped. Yes, it's more than enough. Onlookers were stunned. Li Tianming is actually trading a divine source for that old necklace? Is he insane? This young sect master is really generous. After buying the item, Tianming quickly placed it around Feeling's neck like an engagement gift. As he put it on, he instructed, from now on, let's call it the Celestial Spirit's Love, named after you. Feeling agreed. Qing Yu watched, absolutely delighted. Linger, this necklace suits you so well. It's beautiful. If I were a guy, I'd be head over heels for you. Hearing these compliments, Feeling beamed with a radiant smile. And this made him endlessly proud. My woman must be the most beautiful woman of all. Then, Tianming looked over at the 2 girls. Let's go. Come buy some wine with me. Then we'll head home. The crowd stared at Feiling's beauty in amazement. Look quickly. Li Tianming has another great beauty by his side. I've never seen her before. Which family's disciple is she? She's even a little more beautiful than Li Qingyu. How does that Li Tianming know her? I'm so jealous. Time passed, and a day later, back in the Li clan's ancestral land, a man was sleeping soundly next to a large rock, looking utterly content. And this was none other than his father, Li Wudi. Tianming's image of him shattered the moment he arrived. Who said this guy was being tormented by the poison dragon's curse? This guy is having the time of his life. It's like he's living in paradise every day. He looked at his father. Hey, you caused this mess. Your daughter is being married off to a pig-headed bastard, and you can still sit here drinking wine and eating meat? Wudi slowly opened his eyes, still half asleep. What? There's pork to eat. Wudi immediately stood up happily. Where? My son Tianming, you're so filial. You knew your father has been hungry for days. Let's roast some pork. Tianming gave a wry smile. This guy is truly carefree. I finally see that Li Jinshan coming to Li Wudi for a marriage alliance wasn't at all expect anything from him. Right after that, he reluctantly told Wudi, I brought the wine. With that said, he pulled out a large collection of wines from the jade ring on his hand that he had collected on his journey. Facing such a pile of fine wine, Wudi couldn't help but laugh heartily. So much top-shelf wine. This is great. Then he turned and said, My son of destiny, you're so dutiful to your old man. From now on, whatever you want, just tell your father, and your father will even pluck the sun from the sky for you. Tianming quickly retorted, Yeah, right. This is to honor the ancestors. Leaving a portion for you is good enough. Wudi laughed happily. It's fine. As your father, I'm practically your ancestor anyway. I will share this fine wine with the other ancestors. Tianming gave a wry smile. He was truly shameless. Right after that, Wudi took a jar of wine and poured it onto the stone tablet in front of him. Seeing him channel his internal energy, he couldn't help but ask, You've reached the Guiyi realm. That's pretty fast, isn't it? You advanced a whole realm in just a few days, right? Worthy of being my son. It seems my guidance was correct. This sect master of mine is truly deserving. Tianming didn't answer, but he secretly revealed a satisfied smile. Cultivating here was indeed a wise choice. His gaze also sharpened. With the first ancestor helping me, there will come a day when I can break through my tribulation. When that day comes, I'll see if my 10 reincarnations hold a heaven-defying destiny. Pausing for a moment, he added, "Oh, right. I have some good news for you. Jin Yu has awakened the 5 moons in the skylife calamity at the Taihuang 9 gates. Her calamity wheel has turned into 5 rings." When Wudi didn't answer, he immediately turned around. "Senior, why aren't you saying anything? Did you pass out from excitement? Fallen asleep again?" But it seemed Wudi didn't want him to see the tears of joy rolling down his cheeks, so he pretended to have fallen asleep. Unaware of this, Tianming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate his internal energy. That evening, Wudi finally asked, "My son of destiny, let me ask you, what kind of weapon do you use?" He stared intently at his son and said, "Quick, show it to your father." Tianming didn't hide it. "It's this sword and chain, used like a whip. Is there a problem?" Wudi continued, "I've seen your sword techniques before. They're passable. As for this whip art," Wudi then said, "our 18th generation ancestor, Li Wuxian, was also a master of this whip art. How about I introduce you to him?" He turned his back to hide his emotions. "My son of destiny, follow your father. Today, I will take you to pay respects to this bunch of old scoundrels." "Ah, no, I mean ancestors." He was a little surprised. "What do you mean? Are we going to another mountain?" Seeing him dawdling, Wudi said, "Just pay your respects to whoever I tell you to. Don't ask so many questions." In the end, Tianming reluctantly knelt before a grave, not knowing who it belonged to. Wudi explained, "This one is the second ancestor, Li Xinghe. Come on, first bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents. Next, you will perform the couple's bow with the ancestor." He added, "Over here are the 3 freshest-looking things on this land, namely potatoes and green peppers." "Ah, no, this is the 3rd ancestor. Your father misread it. I must be too hungry." Hearing this, he inwardly groaned, "What a weirdo." The 2 of them stood before a grave. Wudi said, "Finally, we've paid our respects to the 18th ancestor, Li Wuxian." Wudi then recounted, Li Wuxian was known as the everlasting demon. In his era, everyone feared him. He was the god of slaughter of his generation. His weapon was this very chain. Then he said cheerfully to him, "Come, son of destiny, serve the ancestor some wine and offer up your pure, youthful body to relieve the ancestor's loneliness." Tianming gritted his teeth in shock. "What is this black energy?" Seeing the cunning face emerge from the stone tablet, Tianming was startled. "Is it really a demon? It's even giving me a sinister smile." Yinghuo hugged Meow Meow in fear. "That sound is so creepy. I think we should get out of here quickly." Meow Meow comforted him. "Don't be scared, big brother chicken. I'll protect you." Tianming reluctantly picked up a jar of wine. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. Right after, he followed the old ritual and quickly poured the jar of wine onto the tablet. Instantly, a massive source of golden energy rapidly radiated from the tablet, causing Tianming to gape in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the face of the stele before him. As soon as Tianming glanced at it, he immediately recognized it as a battle art of the immortal arts, and this was the life and death immortal art, its first form being soul reaping. Tianming closed his eyes, slowly sensing the chains wrapped around his body. The second form, fate weaving, and the third form, salvation of all beings. Then, Tianming's eyes snapped open, revealing a cold and arrogant gaze. Seeing the light radiating from around him, Wudi immediately said, "It seems the ancestors have passed the immortal art down to you." Tianming held out his hands and said, "I can't believe there are so many ancestors and so many blessings contained within. The ancestors guided me with such care, bestowing these fortunes upon me." For some reason, as soon as he heard this, Wudi's expression grew heavier than before, though he fundamentally showed no emotion. Tianming continued, "They were once glorious, but now the clan has fallen into decline, so they are incredibly unreconciled." His eyes filled with determination. "Since I am a blood descendant of the Li sacred clan, I can shoulder this responsibility, the responsibility of reviving the Li sacred clan." The scene shifts to a deep mountain. Night falls on Jinming Peak, and Xuan Shen entered and bowed respectfully. "Father, I have delivered the betrothal gifts to the Sui Yuan room today," Xuan Yi asked in a cold voice. "How did it go?" He immediately replied, "Of course, the main gate was shut tight, they wouldn't let me in, so I had to leave the betrothal gifts in front of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall." Hearing this, Xuan Yi laughed loudly. "But struggling is useless. We have the marriage contract. If they cause trouble, we hold all the cards." Xuan Shen quickly added with flattery, "You were truly brilliant and bold back then, father." The older man stroked his head arrogantly. Shanner's fate is not good, his innate talent is too poor, and his mind isn't sharp either. So arranging such a wife for him is the only thing a father like me can do for him. Xuan then asked, "Aren't you afraid that younger brother won't be able to control Li Qingyu?" Xuan replied, "She is stronger than your younger brother, but once she's on our Jinming peak, her cries to the heavens will go unanswered, and her pleas to the earth will be ignored. She's just a little girl." A cunning expression then appeared on Xuan face. "Regarding Li Qingyu, I've made other arrangements," the older man asked in great surprise. "What do you mean?" he answered. "My junior brother, Yuan Shengcheng, has met Li Qingyu, and he likes her a lot, so I made a promise to him." What followed was Xuan recounting the events to his father, and that's how it all happened. A moment later, after hearing everything, the father furiously shouted, "Outrageous! What were you thinking? This is your younger brother's wife. The marriage contract is in our hands. It was supposed to be a proper marriage, and you took matters into your own hands, making your younger brother look like a fool." Xuan frowned. "Father, I'd rather ask you, what exactly are you trying to do? Unless you're also dreaming of reviving the Li sacred clan?" He didn't hesitate to state his views bluntly. "Get real. The Donghuang sect is now the domain of the Council of Elders, and my master has at least half of the council on his side. In the future, the Donghuang sect will gradually become the Yuan family's Donghuang sect. By currying favor with Yuan Shengcheng, I am currying favor with Yuan Shendu. And why? Isn't it for our family? At a time like this, you're still thinking about Li Jinsan's happiness. Your vision is truly narrow." Hearing this, Xuan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared furiously, "Insolent! Have you heard that Li Tianming beat up Yuan Shengcheng on the Chenyuan battlefield? This proves that Li Tianming possesses the body of the five-era reincarnation. You no longer have a chance to obtain the Kunpeng sacred seal." Immediately after, Xuan's attitude shifted, but he delivered a shocking piece of news. As long as Li Tianming and the Yuan family become enemies, sooner or later, he will die. The Kunpeng sacred seal will then be mine. Under these circumstances, I gave Li Qingyu to Yuan Shengcheng. This way, the conflict between the two of them will grow even larger. Hearing this, Xuan's face paled, but your younger brother was already pitiful. Now he will be even more so. Xuan began to manipulate him. "Father, I hope you can understand me. Everything I'm doing is to better our family's position," he thought maliciously to himself. "As for that incompetent younger brother, he might as well just die. I don't acknowledge a brother like you." In the end, Xuan sighed and turned to leave. "Go ask for her hand in marriage tomorrow." Having achieved his goal, he was pleased. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, though it was late into the night, Qingyu was still training diligently. Fei Ling, sitting to the side, couldn't help but praise her. "Qingyu, you look so cool when you're practicing with your sword." Qingyu quickly turned her head and said, "Linger, I've tested the effects of the 5 moons hanging in the sky." Hearing this, Fei Ling's interest was piqued, and she immediately asked, "Oh, really? Hurry up and tell me." Standing under the night sky, Qingyu explained, "On a moonlit night, I can use the destiny of the 5 moons hanging in the sky to merge with the moonlight. The power of the moonlight will pierce through heaven and earth, gather around me, and fuse into my body." As she spoke, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "This allows me to wield the power of the moonlight when fighting with my beast essence." Qingyu looked up at the sky and added, "Tonight is a full moon, and I feel like I've advanced by half a realm, getting close to 6% of your soul spirit." This made Fei Ling incredibly excited. "That's amazing. As long as there's moonlight, you get stronger." "Qingyu, you're about to become a moon goddess." Qingyu gave a helpless smile. "What goddess?" "Linger, don't talk nonsense. Is brother still in the ancestral land?" Fei Ling guessed. "He'll probably come out tomorrow. Don't worry, he'll definitely be here." Qingyu couldn't help but give a bitter smile. "I'm glad you all are here, otherwise I don't know how I would have gotten through tonight." Hearing her say this, Fei Ling couldn't hide the awkwardness in her eyes. Qingyu then looked at the sword in her hand. "To be honest, I've never killed anyone before. I don't know if I'll have to tomorrow." Fei Ling quickly chimed in. "With him here, you won't have to lift a finger. From now on, you just need to follow behind our brother, and you'll be fine." Qingyu sighed, then looked up at the moon again. "It's really nice to have him as a brother. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow." In the sky, the moon seemed to speak for the heart, full and bright, yet with a hint of loneliness. The scene shifts to Tianming, who is still sitting and absorbing energy in front of the tombstones. After a while, Tianming slumped over. "Damn it, I was so close." His face was dejected. Breaking through to the second level of the Unity realm was just a paper-thin barrier away. But I couldn't make the breakthrough. It seems I underestimated the Unity realm. Even with great talent and resources, you still have to take things one step at a time. His eyes quickly became determined again. "It's time to go. Li Jinsan is about to arrive for the marriage proposal. There's bound to be a fight today." Then, Tianming furrowed his brow. Even though I didn't break through, it's not like I didn't gain anything. He looked over at his two beasts. Ying Huo and Miao Miao had both successfully refined the divine origin, and their strength had increased rapidly. He then turned to his godfather, Wu Di. Today, Li Xuanyi is bringing his son to take Qing Yu away based on the marriage contract. Are you coming with me? But it seemed the old man was completely unconcerned. Wu Di was fast asleep, even drooling. Tianming looked at this display, couldn't help but give him a sideways glance and sighed wearily. After that, Tianming ignored him and left without another word. Early the next morning, at Tianming and Jing Yu's residence, a festive atmosphere already filled the entire street. A six-person bridal sedan chair arrived amidst the booming sound of firecrackers, everywhere, making the scene incredibly lively and bustling. Xuanyi stepped forward and announced cheerfully, "We are here for the bride today. Open the main gates of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall so Qing Yu can get into the sedan chair," Jinsan asked with a foolish grin. Is Qing Yu done with her makeup yet? At that moment, a figure swooped down from the sky. Stunning everyone for a moment, it was Tianming in his familiar black outfit, but his aura was completely different now. He stared at them with ice-cold eyes. "If you want to pass through this gate, you'll have to get through me first." Jinsan, however, didn't seem to understand the situation. He looked at Tianming, brother-in-law. Is this one of those wedding gate crashing games? Xuanyi also seemed amused. Looks like we'll have to follow the old customs to get the bride. Jinsan, take your brothers and head to the main gate of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall. That'll make things more festive and lively. Hearing this, he obediently replied, "Yes, father." Immediately after, Xuanyi led the way, shouting, "Brothers, follow me and get your red envelopes ready to hand out." Tianming contemptuously unleashed a powerful strike towards the crowd. He simultaneously shouted, "Get lost!" Kim-san had no idea what was happening and yelled, "Brother-in-law, have you gone insane?" Hu Yan-not couldn't contain his anger either. "Li Tianmen, we have the marriage contract in hand. How dare you interfere?" Tianmen glared back. "Like I care. When I say no, it means no." Hu Yan-not shouted, "You've got some nerve. Hu Yan-than, seize him and let your younger brother go in." Hu Yan-than immediately stepped forward. "Yes, father." Hu Yan-than stared intently at him. "Li Tianmen, if you dare interfere with this marriage today, your death won't change anything." This marriage was approved by Li Vo-dich himself. After a brief pause, he then roared, "Brothers, get him!" Finally, the main gate of the Can-Do residence slowly swung open. She stepped out from inside and said in a cold voice, "Li Huyen-nyat, this old woman doesn't care what marriage contract you have. If you want to take my granddaughter today, you'll have to kill me first." Can-Do was no longer holding back. "If you fail to kill me, I will end your family line. I'll strangle both of these sons of yours." Hearing this, Huyen-than's eyes faltered. He never expected that the usually gentle old woman could have such a sharp tongue. Huyen-nyat was also astonished. The Can-Do he knew always maintained a gentle demeanor, and he had rarely seen her angry over the years. He then continued, "Matriarch, you are of an advanced age. You really shouldn't push yourself. I am already at the Saint Realm. If we truly fight, you won't have the strength to resist." The clueless Kim San still piped up, "Matriarch, rest assured, I will definitely treat Kin Nungu well in the future." Can-Do immediately replied in a cold tone, "So what if I can't win? The worst that can happen is death. This old woman has long been tired of living. Go on, kill me. Let's see how you establish your authority in the Li sacred clan then." However, Huyen-not looked at her and said sincerely, "I won't let you die, but I must take Kin Nungu with me." At that same moment, Dinmen's voice rang out, startling Huyen-than. "Hey, Li Huyen-than," he said, staring intently at his opponent. "Today, I'll give you a chance to obtain the Kunpeng sacred seal and become the young sect master." Huyen-not tried to reassure his son, Huyen-than, "Ignore him. Just take your men and escort Kin Nungu away first." But he didn't listen. "Li Tianmen, what do you mean?" Tianmen declared, "It's simple. I'll give you one chance to fight me." He added, "This isn't a sparring match like last time. If I lose, then my life is forfeit, and you can take the Kunpeng sacred seal from my body. But if you lose, you must give up the marriage contract, and all of you must get lost. Simple as that. Do you dare? Do you agree or not?" Huyen-than stared at him with piercing eyes. "How can I be sure you'll keep your word?" Tianmen nonchalantly produced a piece of paper. "That's simple. I'll draw up a life and death contract as proof. This is all my own decision. As Li Tianmen, my life and death are my own to command." He gave a cunning smile. "If I lose and am killed, the Kunpeng sacred seal will be yours, and it will have nothing to do with anyone else. Li Huyen-than, you won't have to face any punishment." Hearing this, Huyen-than became ecstatic. "Excellent. Everyone here heard that, right?" He then flashed a confident smile and looked over at Huyen-not. "Father, Do you agree? Huyen Not calculated in his mind that even if they managed to take Li Xianming today, they would just have to hand her over to Vu Van Thon Thon. The real prize was the sacred seal. This was a better bet than dealing with that old hag and letting his son Kim San be made a cuckold. It was better to take this gamble, he then said in a stern voice. Huyen Thon, since the young sect master is willing, you must seize this opportunity. Do not disappoint the young sect master. The foolish Kim San stood by, whining, Father, what if brother loses? An irritated Huyen then punched his younger brother. With a heavy blow, he yelled, Shut your jinxing mouth! As he hit him, he couldn't help but curse. Useless trash! Huyen Not watched this scene and couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Tianming respectfully lowered his head. I'm sorry, Grandma. I have used the Kunpeng sacred seal as a wager. If I lose, I will have wronged the Li sacred clan. But this is a battle I absolutely must fight to have a clear conscience. Can-Do couldn't hold back her tears. My precious grandson, my dear boy, you've misunderstood your grandma. Grandma doesn't care about some Kunpeng sacred seal. Grandma only wants you to keep on living. Tianming smiled. With full confidence. Then it's simple. You just sit aside and let your grandson kill these damn thieves, making them piss their pants in fear. Yu stood behind her, resolute. Brother, if anyone dares to harm you, I will definitely kill them. Tears of emotion streamed down Yu's face. I promise you, from now on, I will work 100 times harder in my cultivation. I will protect my own dignity and the most important people to me, including you. Tianming placed a hand on her shoulder. Why so serious? Relax a little. Come on, hand your sister-in-law over to me. Immediately after, it seemed he had secretly transferred a surge of power into Yu. Staring intently at the opponent, Tianming smiled brightly. Let's begin, Yu shouted. At the top of her lungs, everyone get back and let them fight. Xuanchen laughed maniacally, his eyes fierce. Li Tianming, you brought this upon yourself. With that, he channeled his inner energy, and a gleaming golden spear materialized from his armor. Tianming observed his opponent, calculating inwardly. A level 6 defensive beast weapon, this guy really paid a hefty price just to win, huh? Xuanchen's eyes seemed to be clouded by arrogance, and a smug, contemptuous smile spread across his face. Then, Xuanchen summoned a massive golden eagle. That's the 16-winged golden rock. Ying Huo was a bit startled. The 6th level of the Unity realm, Tianming asked it. What's wrong? Scared? Ying Huo, feeling its pride wounded, retorted. Scared my foot. Now this is getting interesting, right? Meow meow. Charge. Xuanchen was also rushing forward now, leaping into the air while shouting, Diamond Aegis. With the golden spear in hand, he roared maniacally, Indestructible diamond spear technique. Ying Huo, having just moved forward, turned back and said, He's a bit strong. Meow Meow, on the other hand, grew even more enthusiastic. Watch this, chicken. In the sky, the two massive beasts were relentlessly clashing at a terrifying speed. However, the attack that the golden eagle unleashed managed to break several of Meow Meow's fangs. Tianming was shocked by the sight. What? It actually broke Meow Meow's fangs after it transformed? But he didn't flinch at all, instead, smiling with excitement. This guy is truly powerful, just what I was hoping for. While observing his opponent, Tianming calculated that he had to admit, this Li Xuanchen was indeed very strong, and his cultivation realm was much higher. His face grew cold. Even with the time suppression, his speed was still incredibly fast, and his attacks were brutal. Yet, Meow Meow continued to attack relentlessly, showing no fear even in the face of a powerful opponent. However, the golden feathers from that bird shot out continuously, making it somewhat difficult for Meow Meow to retaliate. Watching from the side, Ying Huo was seething with anger. Meow Meow, that wretched bird dares to injure my brother? Xuanchen was delighted, a wicked look in his eyes as he stared at the eagle, and roared the command, Kill it! But before he could savor the moment, Ying Huo channeled its energy and struck with its illusory fluid sword. Looking at his hand, he couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? My armor was actually... On the other side, the bird spiraled towards Meow Meow like a giant drill. This was its golden vortex technique. But now, Tianming wasn't about to let Meow Meow be bullied for nothing. He immediately unleashed his soul-hooking power. Very quickly, the eagle was tightly bound by his chains, which dug into its body, rendering it unable to fly. Tianming looked at it with amusement. You sure know how to spin? I was just getting bored without an opportunity, but you're quite cooperative. Xuanchen was feeling smug, but he never expected Tianming to counterattack so quickly, which startled him for a moment, forcing him to quickly switch targets. Xuanchen roared, You bastard, Li Tianming! Ying Huo also lent a hand, immediately channeling its energy and shouting, Get through me first! Don't even think about it! Being relentlessly attacked by Ying Huo like this, Xuanchen couldn't hold back his frustration. Damn it! He angrily switched targets again. You're dead meat. Ying Huo immediately yelled, "Come and get me, you idiot!" Xuan Yi, watching from below, made an objective assessment. Xuan Chen's cultivation realm is much higher than Li Tianming's, but in terms of combat experience, he's constantly being led by the nose by Li Tianming. If this continues, Tianming then shouted, "Little chick, you and Miao Miao take care of his life-bound beast. I'll handle him." Xuan Chen immediately rushed towards him again. "I'll chop you into 100 pieces." After taking that blow, Tianming was knocked back. Afterward, he couldn't help but spit up blood. Tianming thought to himself that fighting like this was too forced. His cultivation realm was much lower. Then, he looked at his opponent. Li Xuanchen couldn't help but admit, "You're even stronger than I imagined." Pausing for a moment, Tianming steeled his resolve. "But today, I absolutely will not back down. As long as I'm here, none of you can even think about taking Jin Yu away. If you want to touch my family, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Otherwise, you'll never be able to do anything to me in this lifetime." Hearing these words, Jin Yu was incredibly moved and whispered to herself, "Brother, once again, only one's cultivation level could decide. Victory or defeat, life or death. If you're weak, you're destined to die." Tianming unleashed another attack, an air wall, but his opponent passed through it with ease. Tianming grew a little nervous. The air wall indeed couldn't stop him, but if it could just delay him for a moment, he might find an opportunity. While fighting, his opponent scornfully asked him, "Li Tianming, are you trying to get yourself killed?" And just like that, the two continued their frantic battle, even though he knew he was at a disadvantage. Tianming didn't flinch or back down. His opponent's spear then pierced deep into his chest, and fresh blood spurted from Tianming's wound. Xuan Chen looked at him smugly with a disdainful gaze. "You've lost, Li Tianming." However, Tianming was surprisingly calm. He grabbed the spear and said, "Trying to make you lose focus really took a lot of effort. The one who lost is you. Your position is the perfect spot." He felt a strange flow of inner energy behind him, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. "This is bad." Ying Huo, standing beside Miao Miao, said smugly, "This large electro ball has been charging for a long time. It's a gift for you." As soon as the words were spoken, Miao Miao ruthlessly struck. Now Xuan Chen was completely unable to resist. After the smoke slowly cleared, the pathetic figure of Xuan Chen was revealed. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was a mess, and he immediately dropped to his knees, completely out of strength to resist. Tianming pointed his sword at him and said, "Li Xuanchen, thank you for helping me better understand the Unity Realm. The Unity Realm is about fighting side by side, a battle to the death with your brothers." Tianming was actually quite delighted. "Thanks to you, I've successfully broken through to the second level of the Unity Realm." Jin Shan threw a tantrum. "I lost my wife. I don't want this. Father, you owe me a wife." Jing Yu was overjoyed. "Grandma, brother won." Jing Yu was also very proud. "That's right, my grandson is truly amazing." Tianming immediately said, "Second clan head, please honor your promise and nullify this marriage contract, and let's not mention this matter again." But the old man was stubborn. The bet was something Li Xuanchen agreed to, not me. "Li Tianming, this marriage contract has the sect elder's signature. It cannot be nullified. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the sect elder," Tianming said nonchalantly. "Is that so?" he scoffed. "You dare play games with me? Can't you see the situation? It seems you no longer need this son of yours." On the side, Xuan Chen was already screaming his head off. "Father, stop playing around. Save me quickly." With a cunning look in his eyes, Tianming said, "Hurry up. If you provoke me, I'll cripple his spirit source, and by then, you'll be crying, and it'll be too late." Xuan Yi panicked upon hearing this. "Stop! Absolutely do not do that. I'll give you the marriage contract. Don't be rash." Then, Tianming glanced over. "Grandma, check if it's real or fake." Jing Yu read it over and said joyfully, "It's real." She quickly tore the paper to shreds. "From now on, this matter is over." Jing Yu was both happy and moved. She couldn't help it as her eyes reddened and tears began to stream down. Xuan Yi impatiently shouted, "Li Tianming, release him now." But Tianming just gave a sly smile. "Not so fast. To prevent you from causing trouble again in the future, we need to wait a little longer." Then he said to Jing Yu, "Grandma, please help me find Sect Elder Mie Qing. Just tell them that they voluntarily nullified the marriage contract." She was delighted. "My grandson is so clever." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "There's no need to look, we're already here." In front of them was Ye Qing. Walking beside him were Yu Shi and Xiao Qing. Tianming smiled brightly. "Greetings, Sect Elder, Imperial Master Ye, Elder Ye." He rejoiced inwardly. "This is great. They've all arrived. With them here, we'll be fine." Xuan Yi also bowed his head respectfully, but he didn't say a word. Then Ye Qing said to him, "Tianming, release Xuan Chen first." Hearing him speak, Tianming didn't dare to argue. "Yes." Xuan Chen ran over, whimpering. "Father, Huan Yut is worried. Please hurry and eat this pill. He stroked his silver beard and looked at the other man. Li Huan Yut, you have truly disappointed me. You were selfish, oppressive, and even plotted to kill him to pave the way for your own son. Then he questioned in a cold voice. Li Tianming and Li Xiaoting are both disciples of my Azure Spirit Mountain. If you dare to touch them again, I will show you the consequences. Diopthon said coldly. He continued, if you go after Li Tianming and Li Xiaoting again, I will absolutely make you pay. If you understand, then get lost. Huan Yut didn't dare to argue back. He humbled himself, bowing his head and murmuring, Elder, I was wrong. I will leave immediately. Right after that, Huan Yut quickly gave orders to his subordinates. Carry the young master away. Everyone, disperse and return. Meanwhile, Tianming looked at the elder and bowed respectfully. Thank you, elder. But the elder replied to him in a cold voice. There's no need to thank me. You proved yourself and won everyone's respect. I see you in a new light now. Kandu also slowly walked over. Elder, I heard that Theo Khan will be going to the Council of Elders today to accept his appointment and officially become one of the 33 elders. Diopthon replied concisely. That's right, we'll be heading there shortly. Kandu immediately said, Congratulations, elder. Congratulations to the Diop family for having 2 elders in one household. Theo Khan quickly added, Matriarch Li, there is something I'd like to congratulate you on as well. She asked in surprise. Congratulate me? He explained. I just became an elder, and the Council of Elders has assigned me the Azure Dragon Sword Peak. I don't have any direct disciples yet, so I am preparing to accept Tianming and Qingqing as my first direct disciples. Hearing this, both Qingqing and Tianming were ecstatic. Direct disciples, Huan Yut, who was leaving, suddenly turned his head back, thinking, in the entire Li Saint clan, only my son Li Huyanthun is the direct disciple of an elder. Now those 2 are as well. As they left, people started whispering. Everyone knows that a direct disciple is like an heir. Who would dare to touch them? It seems the Diop family is determined to protect those 2. Kandu looked like she was on the verge of tears. This old woman isn't dreaming, is she? Are you really taking my grandson and granddaughter as direct disciples? Immediately, both of them knelt down happily and respectfully. Disciple Li Tianming and Disciple Li Qingqing greet our master. Tiu Khan replied cheerfully, Young ones, no need to be hasty. It's no use bowing now. Prepare yourselves tonight and come to the Azure Dragon Sword Peak tomorrow for the official ceremony. The 2 siblings answered clearly in unison. Kandu also interjected, On behalf of the ancestors of the Li clan, I thank you, Sect Master Diop. Tiu Khan replied, The relationship between a master and disciple is fate. There is nothing to thank me for. In the future, what he achieves will depend on Tianmen's own destiny. Diopthon couldn't help but speak up as well. We have both been paying attention to your recent performances. Keep up the hard work. All right, go to the Azure Dragon Sword Peak tomorrow for the ceremony. We'll be leaving now. Meanwhile, Vodich was still busy flirting. What's the hurry? Hey there, beautiful. Turns out you were here all along. Tonight, wash up nice and clean, come to my room, and serve this sect master. Vu He stared intently at Vodich, her face blushing from being teased. Get lost! Vodich, on the contrary, found it amusing. He grinned. No, but I like it. Theo Khan respectfully interjected. Brother Li, I have matters to attend to today. We'll drink some other time. Please excuse us. As soon as they left, Qingqing excitedly ran over. Dad, I'm a sect master's direct disciple now. I'm so happy. But he looked at her with disgust. Get away from me, you stink. Don't contaminate the perfume on my body. Qingqing scoffed. You reek of alcohol and haven't bathed in hundreds of years. You're the one who stinks. However, Tianming and Kandu quickly understood. He couldn't help but call him out. Godfather is just embarrassed. The scene changes to Huan Yut's house, where he had just returned and couldn't contain his anger, slamming his fist on the table. Huan Yut seethed. We completely lost face today. Why? Is the Diop family so bold? Aren't their actions a direct challenge to the Vu Van family? Especially that Diop Theo Khan. I heard he was the first person to become an elder under the protection of Vu Van Thai Cook. Did he become successful just to immediately embarrass the Vu Van family? Over here, Huan Thun couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Weren't their ancestors a family single-handedly supported by our Li Saint clan? Then, his eyes turned dark. Diop. Xiaoting used to be best friends with Li Wudi. Ye Yushi even pursued Li Wudi for a while, but Li Wudi chose Mu He, causing a period where the 2 families cut off all contact. Xuan Yi couldn't help but feel resentful, thinking that the Ye family was still lost in the delusion of being a second-rate clan. They truly don't know their place. Xuan Shen, still fearless, told his father, Just you wait, they won't meet a good end. Now that he's a direct disciple, he'll definitely attract the attention of the Yuan family. He's a dead man for sure. The scene shifts to the Azure Dragon Sword Peak, where the scenery is incredibly ethereal, with white clouds drifting lazily between the mountain peaks. Inside, all the disciples, along with Tianming and Jin Yu, are kneeling before Xiaoting, proclaiming loudly, "We greet the new sect master." He looked at everyone and then said, "Everyone, although I have just arrived at Azure Dragon Sword Peak, from now on I will be fully responsible for everything here. Today, on this joyous occasion, I am accepting two new direct disciples. They are the first disciple, Li Tianming, and the second disciple, Li Qingyu. I hereby announce this to the entire sect." Once again, the crowd below couldn't help but shout, "We greet you, Master." "Thank you, Master," Xiaoting immediately said. "Everyone, please rise. Hall Master Yuan Huntian, please give the specially crafted tokens for direct disciples to these two." Hearing his words, everyone stood up. "Yes, Sect Master." At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Sect Master, I object to these two. One has a cultivation level that is too low, and the other is mediocre. They are not qualified to be direct disciples. I want to challenge them." This young man was Jin Yu, Yuan Huntian's disciple, 15 years old, at the 6th level of the Guiyi realm. The man standing beside him couldn't hold back. "Jin Yu, shut your mouth!" This man was none other than Hall Master Yuan Huntian. Immediately after, Huntian stepped forward. "Sect Master, please forgive my disciple's impulsiveness." But Xiaoting said nonchalantly, "It's fine. The position of Sect Master was originally meant for you, Hall Master Yuan Huntian, so I can understand the resentment in your disciple's heart. If you were the Sect Master, he would probably be your direct disciple by now." However, Huntian remained very reasonable. "Sect Master Ye defeated me with just 3 sword strikes. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I have been at this Azure Dragon Sword Peak for a very long time, and know it like the back of my hand. I will definitely do my utmost to assist the Sect Master." Hearing this, Tianming couldn't help but smile to himself in admiration. This Yuan Huntian is truly an honest man. Right after, Xiaoting quickly asked, "Jin Yu, even if I give you this chance to challenge them, what if you win? Do you want to become my disciple?" Jin Yu immediately frowned and shouted, "No, a master for a day is a father for life. Even if my master isn't a sect elder, he is still my master for life." Xiaoting said calmly, "I really like your spirit. You are a good disciple, which makes me admire the hall master greatly. Forget the challenge, it's meaningless. Their opponent is not you." Right after, he announced loudly, 5 days from now, they will represent Azure Dragon Sword Peak in the Taiyi Tower battle. Hearing this, Tianming was stunned, and he asked again, "The Taiyi Tower battle?" Huntian also immediately voiced his opinion, "Sect Master, you can't. With their current strength, if those two go, they're just going to their deaths. The Taiyi battle is a matter concerning the honor of our Azure Dragon Sword Peak. It's not a joke." Xiaoting replied to him, "The participants in the Taiyi Tower battle must be direct disciples. If we forfeit, wouldn't that be even more disgraceful?" The fan in Xiaoting's hand tapped rhythmically against his palm. He hesitated. Their strength is a bit lacking. Or perhaps, with the brightest smile he could muster, Xiaoting immediately shifted his focus to him. "How about you let Jin Yu become my disciple and take on the Taiyi Tower challenge?" Jin Yu was so angry he gritted his teeth. "No, I already have a master!" Huntian couldn't help but scratch his head helplessly. If the sect master has already decided, then so be it. After all, our Azure Dragon Sword Peak is used to being embarrassed. Xiaoting laughed cheerfully, then added, "That's all, you're dismissed. Jin Yu and Tianming, you two stay behind." Jin Yu began to speak. "Master." Xiaoting immediately said, "Tianming, Jin Yu, today you have become my disciples. If there's any welcome gift you want, just tell me directly." But Jin Yu smiled brightly. "Master, your willingness to accept us as your disciples is the best gift of all." Hearing this, Tianming asked gleefully, "For real?" Xiaoting quickly took out 2 items. "That won't do. If word gets out, people will say that I, Ye Xiaoting, am stingy. How about this? I'll gift each of you a sacred beast battle soul." Jin Yu humbly accepted it. "Thank you, Master." Tianming, on the other hand, couldn't help but drool. "Master, we've just met and you're already giving such a huge gift. It's a bit much." Xiaoting looked at him and smiled cheerfully. "Is that so? If it's that much pressure, then I won't give it to you." Tianming was startled. "That won't do. A real man, a true gentleman, never goes back on his word. A dignified sect elder can't eat his words." Xiaoting then explained, "This sacred beast battle soul is currently masterless. After being dormant for over 1,000 years, refining it will only take 5 days, which will be a great help to you in the Tai Chi clash." Tianming now became serious. "Master, I've never heard of the Tai Chi Tower." Xiaoting immediately fanned himself with the fan in his hand, looking completely at ease. Looking at Tianming, he said, "Don't be hasty. I'll tell you all about it now." Then he began to tell Tianming about the Tai Chi Tower. The Tai Chi Tower is the sacred ground of the Eastern Emperor sect, and it's also a divine artifact. Normally, only sect elders and Tai Chi disciples can cultivate in the Tai Chi Tower. Usually, the Tai Chi Tower is sealed, and no one else can enter. According to him, the Tai Chi Tower opens once every 3 years. This time, each sect elder has 2 slots for their direct disciples to enter the Tai Chi Tower. The Tai Chi Tower has a total of 3 floors, and by passing through 3 consecutive gates and honorably reaching the top of the tower, one can become a Tai Chi disciple. Li Tianming, you probably know what kind of status a Tai Chi disciple holds, right? He listened, looking bewildered. This disciple knows it's the highest status a disciple can achieve, and within the entire sect, only sect elders and hallmaster elders can compare. Tianming's eyes became determined. It's equivalent to the sacred sun of the Holy Sky Palace. Immediately after, Xiaoting fanned himself and replied, "You're not wrong. Only sect elders can manage Tai Chi disciples, and it must be done through the Council of Elders." He added, "Furthermore, Tai Chi disciples enjoy the best resources of the entire Eastern Emperor sect, for example, having the qualification to cultivate in the Tai Chi Tower." Tianming now felt a bit smug. When it comes to cultivation resources, the Li clan's ancestral land is probably even better. Tianming looked at him blankly. Is this Tai Chi clash in the tower very difficult? Out of the usual 66 people, how many succeed? Xiaoqing's expression turned a bit cold. Are you kidding? Normally, having even one person succeed is considered very lucky. It's also normal for no one to succeed. He said that the Tai Chi Tower is divided into a total of 3 floors. The first and second floors are manageable, as all the tests are designed by the sect elders, but the third floor is the true holy ground of the Tai Chi Tower. And what disciples encounter in there, even the sect elders don't know. It's a mystical place created by the astronomical formation of the Li Saint clan's ancestral land, filled with hidden murderous intent, but also many great fortunes. According to Xiaoqing, even I wouldn't dare say I could leave unscathed if I went in there. Tianming continued, "Doesn't that mean I have no chance? With my current condition, becoming a Tai Chi disciple is harder than ascending to the heavens." Xiaoqing's eyes were a bit pensive. But in truth, you don't need to reach the 3rd floor. Nor do you need to fight to become a Tai Chi disciple. Because the key to this Tai Chi clash isn't about who becomes a Tai Chi disciple, but about the treasures on the first 2 floors. He was surprised. What kind of treasures? Xiaoqing then replied, the reward on the 1st floor can allow a companion beast to directly evolve into a 3rd-rank sacred beast with a top-grade Earth-level divine source. Hearing this, Tianming's face turned pale. An Earth-level divine source. He was secretly dumbfounded. A beastmaster of a 3rd-rank sacred beast can reach the peak of the earthly saint realm. In that case, that's too much of a bargain, Xiaoqing then added. The treasure on the 2nd floor is decided by the sect elders. I don't have the authority to know what it is, but it's definitely 3 times more valuable than the 1st floors. The more Tianming heard, the paler he got, as he was a bit stunned. 3 times more valuable. Are they that rich? Then, his face couldn't hide his smugness. Although it's said that passing through the 3 floors of the tower to become a Tai Chi disciple is very difficult, the allure of the treasures in the 2 tower floors ahead are actually quite significant. After hearing this, Jin Yu slowly spoke up. Master, in 5 days, are we going directly to the Tai Tower? I remember 3 years ago, the first few matches were still held in Donghuang. Xiaokong answered her question. According to the rules of previous years, the first battleground is in Donghuang. There will be 2 qualifying rounds, and in the end, 17 people will be selected to enter the Tai Tower's Summit Battle. This is the complete Tai Summit Battle. He explained the rules. Between the 2 qualifying rounds, there will be a half-month period for rest and adjustment, and 1 month after the 2 rounds conclude, the official Tai Summit Battle will be held. Tianming was pleased with this thought. In other words, the real Tai Summit Battle is 50 days away, and at his current cultivation speed, he might just have a chance. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. If everything goes smoothly, Long Tianzi, the next time we meet, I'll also be a Tai disciple. The scene shifts to Qintian Mountain, where the surrounding area was completely silent. The person sitting inside the carriage was Yuan Shendu. At that moment, a loud voice called out, causing him to open his eyes. Big brother. Shendu watched him run in. Sheng Cheng, did you succeed? Sheng Cheng happily reported, I succeeded, big brother. My holy city beast has evolved to the 2nd stage. Pausing for a moment, he added, my cultivation realm, through bloodline cultivation, has also vigorously broken through to the 6th level of the Unity realm. Shendu smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, you've finally caught up to where I was at 13. Sheng Cheng was stunned. You're a real monster, big brother. I don't want to compare myself to you. He laughed, revealing several broken teeth. Then he added, but this breakthrough is really useful for me right now. Now that I've improved so much, that Li Tianming guy is nothing but trash. He paused. Sheng Cheng asked, Big brother, does father know about Li Tianming's existence? Shendu replied, Of course, but he hasn't said anything. He felt extremely angry. Why? He's now a direct disciple of the Grand Elder. We must eliminate him, right? Shendu quickly explained. Sheng Cheng, this isn't several decades ago. Father's level is not what it used to be. He has more important things to deal with. No matter what kind of genius appears, Father can easily crush them. That's why he doesn't pay it any mind. Within the Donghuang sect, there's no one qualified to be my opponent. And besides, I need to prepare for the Taiyi battle. He casually offered his thoughts. This Li Tianming might be a decent opponent, so I'll leave him for you to handle. Defeating a strong enemy will be greatly beneficial for your future cultivation and mental training. Shendu then gripped his shoulder reassuringly. Therefore, I hope you can do a good job and prove that you've grown up. Sheng Cheng was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Big brother, you've gone to such great lengths for me, wanting me to face an interesting opponent to train myself. This is truly shouldering the heavy responsibility of our family. Shendu put on an affectionate expression. Sheng Cheng, Father wants you to participate in the Taiyi Tower's summit battle to gain some experience, and when you turn 16, you will officially become a Taiyi disciple. Therefore, Father has specially arranged your opponent for the first battle in Donghuang, for tomorrow to be Li Tianming. Hearing this, he was instantly overjoyed. A chance for revenge so soon? This is great. The flames of anger in Sheng Cheng's heart surged once more. Li Tianming, you broke my teeth and humiliated me. I will make you die without a complete corpse. You would never have dreamed that I've broken through at this very moment. In front of me, all you can do is tremble. Sheng Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in delight. I'm so strong. I'm really so strong now. Tomorrow, I can finally kill you, Li Tianming. Shendu, who was opposite him, said, Go ahead and kill him. Father will be at the match tomorrow. If you kill someone, he will back you up. After a pause, he added, Big brother, there's something I don't understand. Why is Father so strict with you? In terms of cultivation, a single mistake is not allowed? A sinister look appeared on Shendu's face. Soon, you will understand that from the age of 3 until now, I have desperately cultivated every single day, all in preparation for that one day. He felt endlessly excited. On that day, for the sake of the Yuan family, I will walk the path of defying the heavens and obtain something crucial. This is the most important step of my life. Starting from the age of 3, I have been preparing until this very day. Sheng Cheng couldn't help but ask. Asked again, Brother, is that the Eastern Emperor's sword? Clenching his fists, Shendu replied, his whole body trembling with rage. Yes, he's made a great resolve. Sheng Cheng, even if I have to bleed dry, even if I have to burn my soul and flesh to cinders, I will retrieve the Eastern Emperor's sword for the Yuan clan. The scene shifts to the first battlefield of the Eastern Emperor, where all the guests have arrived, and the stands are completely packed. This place is Mount Fengyun Shen. The elders were also present early on. First among them was Huangpu Fengyun, the first grand elder of the Eastern Emperor sect at the Saint Realm. As he was sitting there, a voice rang out, Old brother Huangpu, long time no see. This was Shangguan Jingqiu, the fourth grand elder, also at the Saint Realm. Fengyun spoke up, So it's Jingqiu. Come, let's watch the performance of the new generation of disciples together. Jingqiu smiled brightly. Old brother, I had the same idea. Fengyun continued, Jingqiu, I recently heard something very interesting concerning Li Wudi's illegitimate son, the one who possesses the 5 tribulations, samsara body. She replied cheerfully, I've heard about it. Yi Xiaoting even took him as a disciple. He said the boy broke through 2 realms consecutively in half a month and can even fight opponents above his own realm and defeat them. Jingqiu was basically certain he had the 5 tribulations samsara body, a sign that the ancestors of the Li clan saint tribe had blessed them. Feng Yun then said, Be that as it may, Ye Xiaoqing taking him as a disciple is a clear move against the Yuan clan. His gaze suddenly grew cold. I think that both the Ye family and Li Tianming will soon face a calamity. The crowd was now buzzing with incessant chatter. The 2 from the Yuan clan are determined to get the Eastern Emperor's sword. Once they obtain it, the Council of Elders will lose its balance. Jingqiu then added, It sounds absurd, but right now I'm hoping the Sacred Heaven Palace can hold on to the Eastern Emperor's sword. Once Yuan Taiji gets his hands on it, no one will be able to stop him. I'm afraid that eventually, even the Council of Elders will be buried in the river of history. Pausing for a moment, she mused, But I wonder if you and I will be able to survive? Just then, on the stage, a girl stepped forward as the announcer and shouted, The first Towers Peak contest officially begins. She quickly announced to everyone, The first battle, Yuan Shengcheng of Taiji Peak versus Li Tianming of Azure Dragon Sword Peak. Although he knew Tianming's strength, Xiaoqing couldn't help but remind him, Tianming, don't be careless. I've heard that. This Yuan Shengcheng has already broken through to the 6th level of the Guiyi realm. Moreover, his life-bound beast has evolved into a second-order Shengcheng beast, and its combat power is rising. The boy wasn't worried at all. Rest assured, master, no one I've defeated has ever been able to catch up to me. Elsewhere, the other man instructed, Sheng Cheng. Today I'm giving you a chance to kill your opponent. Sheng Cheng was incredibly smug. Father, I will definitely succeed. He thought maliciously, Li Tianming is Ye Xiaoqing's direct disciple, and father told me to defeat and kill him. Sheng Cheng grew arrogant, thinking it seems his father's power in the sect has grown so great that everyone is afraid, allowing me to do as I please. Speaking of which, didn't that young master from the Guiyi realm knock out 4 of Yuan Shengcheng's front teeth? The crowd buzzed and then burst into laughter. This is Yuan Shengcheng's revenge match. I heard he's gotten incredibly strong. To be hyped up like this right from the start. Awesome! This must have been arranged by the Yuan clan. They seem very confident in him. Finally, the boy was ready. Tianming stood before the crowd and announced loudly, direct disciple of Azure Dragon Sword Peak, Li Tianming, enters the arena. Sheng Cheng, whose broken teeth still hadn't fully healed, stepped forward and responded, Yuan Sheng Cheng of Taiji Peak enters the arena. From a distance, Sheng Cheng declared, Li Tianming, you've got some nerve, challenging me to a death match. We won't determine a winner or loser, only who lives and who dies. The boy didn't back down. In your dreams, if you kill me, you'll have people to clean up the mess for you. If I kill you, would I even be allowed to live? The other couldn't help but taunt back. You bastard, all you know is how to make excuses. Try to have some respect for the dignity of your supreme bloodline, and don't just surrender and run from the arena. Tianming found his words grating. He beckoned at his enemy with a single finger. Oh yeah? Then bring it on. It seemed Sheng Cheng was starting to lose his patience. Let me open your eyes. Then he drew his great blade, the white bone heavenly blade, his entire body emanating a dark aura as he charged forward like a madman. It's that Taoti again, but now its power seems to have been upgraded, and it now has 6 arms. The crowd watched in astonishment. Could Yuan Sheng Cheng really wield the power of a 7th stage beast weapon? The white bone heavenly blade is perfect for spilling blood, and his demi-beast has also evolved. Has he really undergone a complete transformation? Tianming also began to summon his life-bound beasts. Little Chick, Meow Meow. He silently marveled at his opponent. This guy had indeed gotten much stronger. Ying Huo quickly flew up. Leave it to me. I'm getting pissed off. Meow Meow, come gouge out his eyes with me. Immediately, both of his life-bound beasts charged at the ferocious Taoti before them, which was also much larger in size. Meanwhile, down below, Tianming and Sheng Cheng were also charging at each other with immense speed and power. His sword clashed against the sharp blade, creating an incredibly ear-piercing sound. In the first exchange, a fiery battle erupted that made the spectators in the stands hold their breath. With just the first move, the ground and rocks beneath their feet cracked from the massive impact of their spirit energy. Their eyes met. Sheng Cheng was determined to take Tianming's life today, to get revenge for himself, but after clashing with his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What's happening? I can't suppress him at all. Did he get stronger too? Tianming saw the opening and reminded him, hey, don't lose focus, buddy. The main course is next. Right after, he channeled his spirit energy and used the Earth Fiend Sword Pulse technique, sending his opponent flying. Not stopping there, Tianming pressed his advantage. Human Fiend Sword's ghostly dance, Heavenly Fiend Sword's God's wrath. The crowd looked at the scene before them and began to murmur. What's going on? Only one side was falling. Yuan Sheng Cheng was being completely crushed. This was just too ridiculous. Meanwhile, Ying Huo also became wary of their opponent. The entire body of that big black creature is covered in hard armor. I don't believe the parts down below are covered too. Attack its nuts. And just like that, it and Meow Meow split up to act, both attacking from 2 sides, confusing the Taoti. The crowd instinctively covered their lower bodies. Damn, just watching it is painful. A 2-on-1, and so vulgar at that. The other side couldn't take it anymore. Seeing the critical situation, Sheng Cheng gritted his teeth, telling himself that he could not lose. Right after, he sent a mental message to his life-bound beast. If we lose, we'll lose everything. Heichi, hurry and help me. But when he looked at his Taoti, Sheng Cheng's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in shock. Heichi was in an even more miserable state than he was. While he was distracted, Tianming threw a punch, straight at Sheng Cheng's face, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood. After taking that punch, he just face-planted into the ground, in an utterly pathetic state. Seeing the boy's foot quickly stomp on his face, he couldn't accept it. I lost. Damn it. Why? Sheng Cheng still couldn't help but threaten him. Li Tianming, don't get cocky. I'll definitely make you suffer 10,000 times more than I am right now. Tianming was unfazed. He said, save it. You'd be better off using this time to go home and drink some more milk. The referee immediately crossed her arms in an X shape and announced loudly, the match is decided. Both combatants cease. Tianming stood before the crowd as the referee shouted his name. The winner of this match is Li Tianming of the Azure Dragon Sword Peak, and he is permitted to enter the next preparatory round. In an instant, the stands erupted in thunderous cheers. The young sect master is mighty. We thought he was a joke, but he turned out to be a legend. The real joke was Yuan Shengqing. Gu Yu and Hun Tian couldn't help but turn pale seeing this. So that guy is really that strong? Hun Tian then looked at his favorite disciple. Are you convinced now? Gu Yu, having a straightforward personality, let out a breath. I'm convinced. From now on, no one will doubt that he is the heaven-defying monster of the five tribulation samsara body. Actually, Hun Tian also had his own thoughts. I've come to understand over these past few days. I also admire Lin Xiaoting. Honestly, he has the ability to make the Azure Dragon Sword Peak better. This young sect master also allows the disciples of the Azure Dragon Sword Peak to hold their heads high. The scene shifts back to Shengqing's home. The atmosphere here was so heavy that the people inside didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Taikang looked at his son, furious. Stay over there, you demon, don't come over here, Shengqing replied meekly. Yes. Shendu bowed respectfully. Father, Shengqing has never suffered like this before. As his older brother, I want to personally vent his anger for him. This son of Li Wudi is a bit interesting. I underestimated him before. But then, Taikang said, don't get involved in this matter. Just let Zhenxing handle it. You must always remember what your greatest mission is. Although he was extremely angry and wanted to avenge his younger brother, he was still a rational person. Father, I understand, Taikang continued. You're not wrong. This person is a bit interesting, but he is not Li Wudi's son. Hearing this, Shendu's face darkened. He frowned and asked, why? He replied in a cold voice. Because no one understood me better than he did back then. Taikang's voice was filled with cruelty. Even if he is a 10 tribulation reincarnation body, in my presence, he's nothing but a fly. I just need to make Ye Xiaoqing understand the stakes, and I can kill him at any time. Taikang immediately continued. If I obtain the Eastern Emperor sword, I can even make Ye Xiaoqing die, forcing the entire Eastern Emperor sect to bow before me. Son, do you understand the key to all of this? Shendu was no fool. He replied, Father, I understand. As long as we have the Eastern Emperor sword, even 10,000 geniuses with 5 tribulation reincarnation bodies are useless. Taikang spoke coldly. Then he said, it's good that you understand. Now leave. Shengqing knelt on the ground. He barely dared to breathe, knowing his own weakness. After the others left, Taikang slowly walked towards his son. Shengqing, for the next 3 years, the best things I've prepared for you will all be given to Yuan Zhenxing. 3 years from now, I want you to become a Tai disciple, following in the footsteps of your older brother. Pausing for a moment, he added coldly, otherwise, you will have to atone with your life before our ancestors. A failure is not worthy of being a founder of the Yuan family. Shengqing stammered in fear. Yes, father. He then directed all his rage towards the boy. Li Tianming, my miserable state, is all thanks to you. I will definitely make you pay. As he gritted his teeth with determination, he suddenly whimpered and shouted, it hurts so much. The scene shifts to the stands, where the referee continued. Next, we will proceed with the second round of the competition. Li Qingyu and Su Yiran listened to the referee's words, and Qingyu began to slowly approach her opponent. This girl was Su Yiran, at the 7th level of the Unity stage, and she was incredibly arrogant. Li Qingyu, come on, I won't hurt you. On the side, Xiaoqing said to her, Su Yiran, 7th level of the Unity stage, you are still not her match. Just forfeit directly to keep your trump card hidden. With your talent, you will surpass her in less than a year. Qingyu listened to her master's advice and immediately said, I forfeit. The referee happily announced loudly, Li Qingyu forfeits, giving up her right to fight. The winner is Su Yiran. Yiran snorted coldly and turned away. How boring. I couldn't even vent my anger for brother Shengqing. She was still a bit smug, but since she forfeited, I still advance, and it was easy. Then, the referee cheerfully said, I declare the next round of the competition will be in half a month. Standing before the arena, she announced loudly, everyone please leave the arena in an orderly fashion. The scene then shifts to the Azure Dragon Sword Peak, where Tianming's voice was heard. Master, what are you thinking about? Xiaoqing then replied, I'm thinking about whether you will continue in half a month. Tianming still didn't understand what he meant. He immediately said, it's hard to say for now. I'm just afraid you'll be in danger if you enter the Tai Tower. Hearing this, the boy asked in bewilderment, would Yuan Taikang dare to kill someone? Xiaoqing told him, he won't do it. He couldn't care less about you. But the disciples from the Tai Peak competition might. Once you enter the 3rd floor of the Tai Tower, it will be very difficult for me to protect you. Tianming wasn't worried at all. He said calmly, if it's just the disciples, then master, you can rest assured. If I can't even deal with other competing disciples and choose to run away, someone will kill me in the future anyway. Xiaoting seemed very pleased with this disciple. He's truly brave. Your father back then was also bold as the heavens, but his personality was too rash, not as careful as you, which made him suffer losses easily. And once he suffered a loss, his whole life was ruined. You must learn from his example. At that moment, a powerful wave of internal energy flew towards them. Xiaoting quickly warned, someone is coming. The person's steps were extremely poised and arrogant, completely disregarding everyone else. That was none other than Taiji. He stared at Tianming with a haughty gaze. Upon seeing the other party, Xiaoting immediately became wary. Yu and Taiji stared at him and asked, "Isn't this the son of Li Wudi? Where did you pick him up from?" Xiaoting replied calmly, "On what grounds do you say he's not?" Taiji's face darkened, unable to contain his displeasure. "Stop with the meaningless words. You can fool anyone, but you can't fool me." Faced with his harsh words, Xiaoting simply said calmly, "Think what you will. In any case, he's my disciple and has nothing to do with you." He ignored Tianming's incredibly gloomy expression. He asked him again, "Disciple Ye Xiaoqing, I ask you, what exactly are you trying to do?" Then he glared and continued to question him, "Feeling arrogant now that you're a sect elder?" Looking at him, "Ye Xiaoqing, do you know how determined I am?" Taiji said in a cold voice. "If anyone dares to stop me from obtaining the Grand Orient Sword in these next 2 months, even if they pose the slightest threat, I won't hesitate to eliminate them." But of course, Xiaoqing wouldn't back down and taunted, "Are you really that powerful?" Taiji replied, "It's been a few years since I taught you a lesson. It seems you've forgotten the outcome of challenging me. Aren't you afraid? If that's the case, let's take a trip to the Sunken Abyss battlefield." Xiaoqing retorted, "Then let me see what you're made of after 4 years, and whether you're worthy of your current ambition." Before he could finish, the man shot up into the air, leaving behind only one sentence, "You're wrong. This is called great aspiration." Tianming looked worriedly at his master, Xiaoqing, who pretended not to care and told him, "Cultivate well and don't be lazy. I'll be back soon." Then the two of them quickly flew away, and 2 different sources of internal energy were now in the sky. Tianming stood there, staring intently, at a loss for words. He clenched his teeth in resentment. Master will likely be at a disadvantage fighting him. He's doing this to protect me. Damn it. After a while, Jin Yu came over. "Did Yu and Taiji just come here?" Tianming was surprised. Jin Yu, Linger. He then recounted, "Just now, Master went to the Sunken Abyss battlefield to duel with Yu and Taiji. I'm very worried about him." Jin Yu replied, "Brother, Master is a new sect elder. That Yu and Taiji wouldn't dare to cause real trouble. You don't need to worry." Fei Ling also added, "Big brother, your master is very strong." Tianming replied, "I know nothing fatal will happen, but he'll definitely be threatened." But he was still secretly worried and didn't voice it. "Besides, I'm afraid Yu and Taiji will play dirty." Time passed, and the scene was now as quiet as the people within it. Suddenly, a figure flew over. Tianming was startled, but he quickly recognized his master, Xiaoqing. He said cheerfully, "Were you waiting for me?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Worried, Tianming immediately asked, "Master, what was the result of your battle?" Xiaoqing replied, "He is indeed very powerful, but I'm not weak either." Looking at his master's hand, Tianming couldn't help but be shocked. "Master, your hand?" Xiaoqing still tried to act nonchalant. "It's nothing. I can still use a sword with 4 fingers. Who knows? Maybe I'll be even better." "Don't worry. He didn't get any advantage either. Your master didn't bring shame to the Azure Dragon Sword Peak." Tianming looked on, filled with indignation. His little finger was severed. Isn't this just an injury sustained in battle? He knew full well, his own hands trembling as he clenched his fists. Moreover, this was a form of punishment after being defeated by an opponent. Tianming's heart wavered. To humiliate his master like this. "Yu and Taiji, I, Li Tianming, swear that we cannot live under the same sky." Then Xiaoqing said, "You all go and cultivate. Your master wants to rest here for a bit. Tell the others not to come near." Tianming understood, but he didn't expose the truth. "Master." As night fell, a sudden drizzle began, as if echoing the feelings of the man below. Thieu Khan sat alone, circulating his internal energy. He couldn't help but cough a few times, a clear sign of his severe injuries. With his disciple gone, Thieu Khan gritted his teeth in fury. Vu Van Tai Kuk. In the sky, crimson lightning struck down relentlessly. Below, Thieu Khan clenched his jaw and channeled his internal energy, seemingly trying to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Immediately after, Thieu Khan snapped his eyes open. Before him stood a figure that Thieu Khan did not recognize. It was completely unexpected. Standing before Thieu Khan now was Vodish. He resembled a fire demon, with flames of fury erupting around his body. Thieu Khan was startled by the sight. He couldn't help but shout, "Are you insane? Get back quickly. There's only one final step left, otherwise it will all be for nothing." Vodich was furious. He glared and yelled, "They cut off one of your fingers. How can you expect me to endure that?" Thukan then said, "You've endured it for 14 years, and you can't take it anymore after just this?" Vodich replied, "I'm just too enraged. Brother, thank you." Thukan immediately responded, "Don't be polite with me. Vodich, hurry back to your kennel. Don't come out and get in the way." Vodich glared, silently making a resolution. "Just give me a little more time, and then I'll settle all scores, new and old, at once." Thukan immediately continued, "All right, let's see just how powerful you are. Besides, I tested his strength today, and I can only say that even at my realm, he feels unfathomable. If he manages to obtain the Donghuang Qian, he will become exponentially stronger." Vodich replied coldly, "The Donghuang Qian belongs to my Li Clan Saint tribe, let alone him getting it. Even if he does, I can still make him die without a complete corpse." Thukan added, "I'm looking forward to it." "Oh right, that convenient son of yours isn't half bad." He resolved the marriage contract for Qin Ngu, allowing you to take the final step with peace of mind. "I like him." Vodich seemed very pleased. "He is a miracle. You cannot possibly imagine his future." "Imagine," Thukan smiled faintly. "There you go, exaggerating again." But Vodich immediately asserted, "I'm not exaggerating. If you don't believe me, teach him your rebellious god sword intent, and see for yourself what level his talent is on." At Vodich's words, Thukan also felt a sense of anticipation. This kid is the type to defy the heavens and change fate, so let me see just how intense the rebellious spirit in his heart truly is. The sky finally brightened, and at that moment, at Van Chi Fong Mountain, while over at the Vo-U Palace, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. The girl sitting there was Sheikh Vo-U, a Tai disciple, and the leader of the Vo-U Alliance. Vo-U spoke up, "Today, all the core members of my Vo-U Alliance have gathered here, so there's no need for formalities. Let's raise our glasses and enjoy the feast." Everyone raised their glasses and cheered in unison. "Long live Sister Vo-U, long live the Vo-U Alliance." Than smiled while thinking to himself, "Sister Vo-U is the #1 beauty of the new generation. It's a pity she likes her own brother, otherwise I would definitely." At that moment, just as his mind was wandering, Vo-U spoke up. Than. He flinched, his face paling from his improper thoughts. "Sister Vo-U," she continued, "I've already heard about your matter from Brother Tran Tin. You don't need to worry. Your brother and I will help you. This is a challenge your father has set for you, so you don't need to worry about it. Plus, he's already arranged an opportunity for you to get revenge. He will surely die." Hearing this, he sighed. "It's a shame I can't do it myself. Brother Tran Tin said he would eliminate him for me." Vo-U said casually, "He's going to die for sure anyway, so it doesn't matter who does the killing. But you don't need to be so down about it. You came to my place today, so you should be happy." Than walked up to her with a bright smile. "Oh right, Sister Vo-U. Li Qiannu is also part of the Vo-U Alliance, isn't she?" Vo-U replied, "She hasn't shown up in a long time. I was just about to kick her out." Than suddenly thought of something, and a sly grin spread across his face. "Don't kick her out." Hearing the tone in his voice, Vo-U caught on and said, "You little rascal, you're interested in her, aren't you? How about I set up a private meeting for you?" He feigned shyness. That wouldn't be right, but if such an opportunity arose, it wouldn't be so bad. Just then, a large man walked in and slung an arm around Than's shoulders, startling him. "Hey, little Than, who are you daydreaming about now?" This man was Vu Van Tran Tin, the grandson of Vu Van Tai Kuk. Than looked up. "Brother Tran Tin, I was just looking for you. I have something to tell you." His face couldn't hide his sly expression. Tran Tin asked, "What is it?" Than then said, "When the time comes, I need you to purposely lose to Li Tianming, but don't make it too obvious, or else he won't dare enter the Tai Tower. We have to make sure he enters the tower, and then we'll kill him." Tran Tin found this incredibly amusing and couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Don't you worry. Acting is my specialty. I guarantee he'll strut into the Tai Tower full of confidence." Night fell on Tai Kuk Peak, covering the place in a quiet darkness. Sheng Cheng arrived at the hall and said, "Hey, Li Xuan-shen." Xuan-shen replied, "Sheng Cheng, what brings you here so late?" Sheng Cheng gave him a cunning look. "Do you remember what you said last time?" But Xuan-shen hadn't forgotten the matter concerning Li Qingyu. "Don't worry, I'm preparing a secret plan for you. Everything is still in the preparation phase, so I can't reveal it yet." Sheng Cheng was a little intrigued. "Oh?" Xuan-shen then continued with a sly tone. "These past few days, I've heard that Li Qingyu is at the Wu Yuming sect, and she has what could be considered a friendship. That guy, Guo Xiaofu, is an outer sect disciple being promoted to an inner sect disciple. He has no power, no influence, and no background. They've gone out on missions together before." Sheng Cheng couldn't help but ask, "And then what?" Xuan-shen explained, "Li Qingyu hasn't taken on a mission from the Wu Yuming sect in a long time. We can get Sister Wu Yu to help, have her pull some strings, and at the same time, lure Guo Xiaofu into asking Li Qingyu out. Li Qingyu seems to trust her, so as long as Li Qingyu leaves, the Donghuang sect, that's your chance to strike. Hearing this plan, he couldn't help but let out a delighted, sly laugh. All right, and what do we do after it's done? Xuan Shen took out an item. Then you'll have to see the little goodie I've prepared for you. Sheng Cheng was surprised. What goodie? Xuan Shen explained, the Wu Yu fruit. It can make a person temporarily lose their memories. A slightly larger dose will damage the brain, turning them into an idiot. Hearing this, Sheng Cheng's face couldn't help but reveal a wicked glint. So, after I'm done, I don't have to kill her. I can just turn her into an idiot, find a place outside, and lock her up, so I can have her all to myself, and no one will ever find her. Xuan Shen replied, Exactly. It absolutely won't affect your reputation, nor will it bring you any trouble. Then we kill Guo Xiaofu, which means they'll both just be missing. Hearing this perfect plan, he broke into a delighted grin, revealing several missing teeth. Li Qingyu, Sheng Cheng said to himself, with the Wu Yu fruit, you'll become a fool, and even dying will be a luxury. In the dead of night, the two deviants were extremely pleased with their plan and immediately burst into joyous laughter together. The sun rose quickly. Cutting to Tianming's side, he asked Qingyu innocently, This blade of yours isn't bad. Where did you get it? She said happily, Master gave it to me. It's called the Moon Demon Slaying Blade, and it's a 7th grade beast weapon. These past few days, he's been teaching me a transcendent unification battle art called the Milky Way Falling Moon Blade Technique. I feel like it's incredibly powerful. Master says I'm a peerless genius. Actually, I've been hiding it, but I've almost completely mastered it. Hearing this, Tianming couldn't help but feel a little competitive. That old Ye is so biased, only giving things to you and not me. Qingyu quickly told him, That's not true, big brother. Master has been waiting for you at the Azure Dragon Sword Palace. As soon as he heard her, he couldn't hide his excitement. Then I'd better hurry over there. The scene shifts to Xiaoqing's palace, where Tianming had quickly arrived. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately called out, Master, you were looking for me. When he got no reply, he frowned in confusion. Why is your back turned? And you're not talking to me? Are you trying to strike a cool pose or something? But at that very moment, Xiaoqing suddenly channeled his internal energy, concentrating it at his fingertips. Swiftly, he spun around as if flying, his steps becoming quick and graceful. Xiaoqing's eyes now held a somewhat sinister look, one he had never shown to his disciple before. Those 2 fingers had now condensed into a long blade. Just like that, Xiaoqing lunged toward Tianming. He, of course, had no idea what was happening and just stood frozen as the blade came hurtling toward him. Xiaoqing was incredibly fast. His attack was just inches from Tianming's face, but Xiaoqing pulled his hand back in time, blowing out the magical energy. He calmly smiled brightly and asked Tianming, Young man, did you feel that? Tianming replied pointedly, I felt it all right. You're trying to murder your own disciple. Xiaoqing then corrected him. You fool, I was asking if you could feel the power of my God-defying sword intent, but Tianming seemed unimpressed, picking his nose as he spoke. It was just so-so. Damn, are you trying to pass this on to me? Inside, he was endlessly impressed. Not only did I feel it, it was absolutely terrifying. Even stronger than my Heaven, Earth, and Man 3 Kills sword. I almost peed my pants. No one wants to teach someone who isn't passionate about it. Xiaoqing pouted. The man turned his back. No, if you're going to look down on it, let's just end it here. Tianming still wouldn't give in. Come on. Even though it's just average, I can still handle it a little. Xiaoqing challenged him. Handle it a little? If you can master the first form of the God-defying sword intent within 1 month, I will become your disciple from now on. This time, Tianming became incredibly excited. Are you serious? Then let's make a bet. Xiaoqing looked exasperated. I've met too many ignorant juniors who thought the heavenly will combat arts weren't difficult, but in the end, they all shed tears. Of foolishness in front of me, Tianming had to retort, but I'm already prepared to take the sect elder as my disciple. Xiaoqing was eager to teach this guy some manners. Let's go. I'll show you what the real God-defying sword intent looks like outside. He couldn't be happier, but still had to taunt him. Are you worried about losing to me, so you're just giving me some careless instructions on purpose? Xiaoqing yelled. Nonsense! Me, afraid of you? How ridiculous. Soon, the 2 of them were at the foot of the mountain. He drew his sword, ready to teach him. Watch closely. Xiaoqing began to explain. The God-defying sword intent is a combat art that transcends heavenly will. It's a saint-level combat art, even stronger than heavenly will combat arts. If you can cultivate it, it will be at least much stronger than the Unification's superb combat arts. Xiaoqing continued, enlightening Tianming. A sword art, this profound, and you still dare to bet with me? You truly don't know your place. The profundity of this God-defying sword intent lies in a single word, defy. He analyzed it in great detail. Defy is a form of will. It is the will of non-submission, the will of rebellion, the will to break the rules, and even more, the will to defy heaven and change fate. This God-defying sword intent was created by the ancestors of your Li Saint clan, and since you possess the minor life calamity bloodline, you can easily comprehend this kind of will. At this point, Xiaoting combined his teaching with a demonstration. The first sword is called Defying Mountains and Rivers. He just swung his sword horizontally, and the power it unleashed spread for hundreds of thousands of feet. Look closely. It blew a round hole right through the base of that mountain over there, creating a small cave you could pass through. Even Ying Huo's eyes went wide. In excitement, so strong, I want to learn. Without delay, Xiaoting moved on to the second form. Next is the second sword, called Slashing the Fallen Stars. For this technique, Xiaoting had to leap into the air, but the attack was truly devastating. He didn't stop and demonstrated all of them in one go. The third sword is called Shattering the Universe. This strike spun like a whirlwind, as Shattering the Universe provides both offense and defense. For the next move, Xiaoting seemed more meticulous and invested. Finally, the fourth sword, which is also the finishing blow, is the ultimate form of the God-defying sword intent. This is a true saint-level combat art called 10,000 Swords Soul Sovereign. This is the same sword I demonstrated in the hall before, and then an even larger cave was created. Did you see that clearly? I only demonstrated it once. The hardest part is the sword intent. These 4 swords are actually considered one sword, because from beginning to end, there is only one will, and that is the will of a sword god. He then took out a book for him. Take this combat art manual and comprehend it. Next, you will watch and visualize my sword strikes from just now. Tianming happily accepted it. Thank you, master. I'll study it right away. I'm still waiting for you to become my disciple. Xiaoting sat down to rest. After seeing my demonstration, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Very good. You have fighting spirit. I'll be waiting. He observed Tianming closely. This kid has a very strong fighting spirit. If he can pass the second round, he will probably want to try going to the Tai Tower no matter what. If, before going to the Tai Tower, he can learn this God-defying sword intent and raise his cultivation level, he might actually have a fighting chance. And just like that, on his very first try, Tianming perfectly replicated the Defying Mountains and Rivers. He had been confident from the start, and now he was just waiting to win the bet, so he turned and urged the man to become his disciple, never mind having to accept a newbie. As his master, Xiaoting was completely dumbfounded. The martial art he had studied his entire life, there's no way he could have learned it just by watching. I must be seeing things. What he used definitely wasn't the God-defying sword intent. Tianming, however, wasn't being serious and got off topic. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Unless you have some kind of weird hobby, Xiaoting yelled. You brat! I don't believe it, do it again! Tianming did it immediately, his technique decisive and clean. A few more times, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping your hand? Xiaoting absolutely refused to believe it, stomping his foot and saying, You prodigy, you're an absolute, unparalleled prodigy. Tianming reminded him again and again that this was just a small matter and that he would get used to it later. Wait, is it that you don't want to become my disciple? Xiaoting got angry. Shut up. Did I ever say I wanted to take you as my master? He turned defeat into victory, patting the boy's head, thinking about how for the rest of his life he could have a super genius as a disciple, which was still very exciting. Next, you will train desperately for me. Train until you've mastered the Tao, and even if you train fast, you are not allowed to be arrogant or complacent, understand? Tianming was obedient. Understood. I know my own mission. How could I be arrogant or complacent? Xiaoting didn't hesitate to pull out an incredibly precious sword. Very good. I'm giving this weapon to you. A 7th-tier beast armament, the Black Nether Dragon Sword, imbued with the blood of a 3rd-tier saintly demonic beast, the Black Nether Demonic Dragon. If you can harness the power of the Black Nether Demonic Dragon's blood, the benefits of this sword will exceed your imagination. Tianming was astonished as he took this unbelievable treasure. Thank you, master. Seeing the sword react when the boy held it, Xiaoting was shocked, yet again. This demonic sword was actually resonating with this kid. What a monster. So the 5 Tribulations reincarnation body was truly that terrifying. No wonder the first ancestor of the Li Saint clan could achieve the ancient saint realm. As long as this child doesn't die, he will defy the heavens sooner or later. The sky was still bright, with white clouds against a blue backdrop and fresh air, as time continued to pass. Half a month later, in the Li clan's ancestral land, Tianming was standing before a tomb that was emitting flames from all around it. He was holding his life-bound beast, Meow Meow, who had a look of utter boredom on its face. Tianming was sitting cross-legged to cultivate with the blazing fire, and soon a halo of light flared up, and Tianming shouted, I've broken through, 3rd level of the Unity Realm. Unfortunately, Someone was sleeping nearby, and being disturbed, he grumbled. Are you going to let anyone else sleep? It's so noisy. Is breaking through that big of a deal? Really? Invincible had to sit up and question him. This guy is a total cultivation maniac. I can't believe I can't find a quiet place to sleep. Tianming paid him no mind. He just looked down at his hands. This breakthrough was very important. In this half-month, both his immortal arts and sword intent had breakthroughs, and with the evil demon and the black nether dragon sword, there must be no mistakes on the Eastern Emperor battlefield tomorrow. Then, Fei Ling appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder to encourage him. You still have me, big brother, Tianming said. Ling Er is my secret weapon. Until a critical moment, you don't need to make a move. The two of them looked forward together. Tianming was full of anticipation. Next up was waiting for the good show tomorrow. At the venue, Lin Ling stood on the stage and announced clearly, I declare the second selection round has begun. This challenge will select those who will enter the finals in 1 month. Looking at the excited audience below, Lin Ling continued, let's welcome the two combatants that everyone has been waiting for. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Jin Yu and Tianming were watching quietly. Who is your opponent today? Tianming replied casually. The same as your last opponent. Jin Yu then explained that the girl and Yuan Zhenting are a couple, both at the 7th level of the Unity Realm, which surprised Tianming a bit. A couple? Jin Yu's face tensed up. Brother, Yuan Zhenting is the one who wants to kill you the most, and that Su Yiran is definitely devoted to him. After hearing this, Tianming sneered. I didn't need to guess to know that. Jin Yu became even more serious. Besides those two, you need to watch out for two other people. One is Chen Xiaoji, the direct grandson of the 7th sect elder, Chen Nantian. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Unity Realm, and his life-bound beast is a 2nd-tier saintly beast, a blue-scaled unicorn. Sect elder Chen Nantian is a loyal ally of Yuan Taiji. Chen Xiaoji and Yuan Shen are bad news together. If you manage to enter the Taiyi Tower, you should also be careful of this Chen Xiaoji. The match was gradually coming to an end. Lin Ling announced, Chen Xiaoji wins. In 1 month, he can enter the Taiyi Tower. And at that moment, Chen Xiaoji suddenly turned his head and glanced at Tianming. Tianming showed no expression, just a slight smirk. Looks like he's already targeted me. Jin Yu then provided more information. Besides him, there's another person named Gongsun Qi. Gongsun Qi is from the Gongsun family, and his life-bound beast is a flame-type empress, the Heaven-Devouring Locust Empress. The Heaven-Devouring Locust Empress relies on attacks from the locusts it spawns, and it can produce over 100,000 of them. Fan Tin. Wherever his burning heaven locusts pass, everything is incinerated and devoured. A life-bound beast like that is incredibly hard to deal with. If you run into him, you absolutely must be careful. Chen Jiaoji, Gongsun Shi, Yuan Zhenxing, all three of them are tough opponents. Tianming understood. It sounds like a real pain, especially that insect. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. But these three can't scare me. Tianming's ambition showed. My target is the treasure in the Taiyi Tower, and no one is going to stop me. Jin Yu looked at him with disdain. You greedy pig. Just then, Lin Ling continued her duties. Next up, Su Yiran of Nine Paths Peak versus Li Tianming of the Azure Dragon Sword Peak. Will the two of you please enter the ring? Tianming let out a confident laugh. Is it my turn already? The audience below immediately erupted into a flurry of discussion. This young sect master's strength is probably a little stronger than Yuan Shengcheng's, at the 6th level of the Unity stage. For him to fight Su Yiran, I'm afraid he's still a bit outmatched. But we don't know how much he's improved, given his talent. I'm guessing Su Yiran will avenge Yuan Shengcheng today. This is going to be a great fight. Yiran sighed to herself. This is such a headache. I have to pretend to lose to him, and I can't let him figure it out. I'll have to put on a good act. I have to seem weaker so he'll enter the Taiyi Tower. I'll test him with about 70% of my strength. I just need to play weak. Yiran gently waved her hand, summoning her life-bound beast, the white-eyed vine serpent. Yihuo watched unhappily. I hate snakes, especially one with vines growing out of it. She smirked, speaking words to belittle her opponent. Young sect master, I say you're nothing but an over-eager, reckless fool who doesn't know when to quit. Do you agree? People like you don't live very long. Tianming replied nonchalantly. You're absolutely right. I really don't have long to live. Yiran had already started to unleash her technique. So you can talk the talk, huh? She had her serpent exhale a cloud of poisonous smoke, the heart-burning toxic flame. But when the smoke cleared, her opponent was gone. Where did you go? She muttered in disappointment. Did my toxic flames really turn him to ash? Were his defenses that weak? If I had known, I wouldn't have used 70%. 30% probably would have been enough. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, radiating a god-defying sword intent. Yiran was horrified. He's above me. Since when? Li Tianming slashed down towards Yiran with the ultimate technique Xiaoqing had taught him, the sword that reverses mountains and rivers. As The attack shot down. A brilliant light engulfed the entire arena. Her body was significantly wounded. Yuran gritted her teeth and glared at him. "You bastard! You absolute scoundrel! How dare you make me look this pathetic?" The audience was in an uproar. "Did you see that? What was that technique? It was incredible." If her life-bound beast hadn't taken the hit for her, Su Yiran would have been finished. Tianming looked down at Yiran scornfully. "You're too weak. Your form is full of openings. Are you really at the 7th level of the Unity stage?" She ground her teeth in rage. "What did you just say? How dare you humiliate me? A dead man, walking like you still has the gall to act so smug. I'll admit defeat today, but just you wait. Next time, you're a dead man." Tianming scoffed. "Listening to you, it sounds like you all are specifically targeting me in the Taiyi Tower, aren't you? Thanks for the heads up then. I guess I won't go into the Taiyi Tower." Yuran quickly backpedaled. "No, wait, it's not like that," she thought. To herself, crap. He figured it out. What now? He of course already knew and cursed internally. What a foolish woman. Then, he once again applied the technique taught by Xiaoting to strike at her. Tianming's speed was incredible as he moved to attack her directly once more. This strike was far more decisive than the last. In one fluid motion, within a split second, Tianming appeared behind Yuran and severed her pinky finger, making her scream in terror. "My finger!" Yiran shrieked in agony, her cries echoing across the entire audience. Tianming calmly sent her a mental message. "Su Yiran, when you go back, tell Yu and Zhen. Xing, I know he's watching. Tell him that in the Taiyi Tower, 1 month from now," his expression turned unusually serious as he threatened, "I'm going to cut off his hand." The audience below erupted into chaos. Li Tianming actually dared to sever Su Yiran's pinky in front of everyone. Damn, that level of guts and arrogance is something else. In a corner somewhere, a vein popped on Zhen Xing's bald head. He furiously swore revenge. "Yiran, I swear I will. Make Li Tianming repay what you endured today 10,000 times over." Zhen Xing roared as he stormed towards the arena. "Li Tianming, just you wait," Tianming sneered. "So you were watching. This is exactly the effect I wanted." After it was over, Lin Ning announced that Li Tianming had won, and in 1 month, he would be chosen to enter the Taiyi Tower. Tianming had made up his mind, declaring that in 1 month, they would all be dead. Feng Yun turned and said to Jingshu, "The young sect master truly has heaven-defying talent, and his courageous spirit is admirable. I really hope the heavens can grant him a little more time to cultivate." She replied calmly, "Cultivation isn't measured so simply by time. One will eventually face obstacles or get stuck. From now on, it won't be such smooth sailing for him." He pondered for a moment before speaking. "Let's see if he can overcome this difficulty. In the battle at the Taiyi Tower, if he can stay alive, he might even gain something. If he can become a disciple of Taiyi, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop his progress." Jingshu had to admit it was true, knowing that Yuan Zhenxing and his people will deal with him in the Taiyi Tower, yet he still dares to enter. He's truly a brave man. He cut off someone else's finger. This was to get justice for his master. I wonder what Yuan Taiji thinks. Feng Yun narrowed his eyes. What else could he think? He's already a figure of that stature. If he were to kill the young sect master, it would make the Donghuang sect a laughingstock. In the future, when he wants to become the sect master, I'm afraid people would still bring this up to mock him. Then, Jingshu said helplessly, "But if Yuan Taiji really wants to kill him, there's nothing we can do." As the two were talking, 2 figures suddenly appeared, startling both Jingshu and Feng Yun. Great-grandparents. A young man and woman, holding hands, walked in slowly. The young man was Shangguan Jiayi, the great-grandson of Shangguan Jingshu, and the girl beside him was Huangfu Feifei, the great-granddaughter of Huangfu Feng Yun. Jingshu looked at the two of them and smiled with satisfaction. "You two are quite strong. You can go compete for the treasures of the Taiyi Tower. When the time comes, you must work together and support each other." Jiayi looked at her and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I will definitely protect Feifei." Feng Yun gently instructed him. "Once you enter the Taiyi Tower, aside from competing for treasures, do not confront Li Tianming, but you don't need to help him either. We'll figure everything out after the battle ends, understand?" Immediately after, Jiayi and Feifei turned to leave and replied respectfully, "Understood. We won't help anyone." High above, the sky was a deep blue, with clusters of white clouds drifting in the wind, like a peaceful immortal realm. At Taiji Peak, the sky was azure, and white clouds lingered like thin silk ribbons stretched across the heavens. Before the mouth of a deep cave that seemed to swallow the light, 3 people stood silently, a chilling aura emanating from within. A cold-faced man stepped forward. He was Yuan Fengtian, the 3rd sect elder and the father of Yuan Taiji. Success or failure depends on this. The monster in the dark cave roared fiercely, its killing intent surging towards the three men. Facing the thunderous roar, the three men remained silent, their gazes calm and unwavering. In just a flash, the monster's body began to glow brightly as streams of pink spiritual energy spread throughout the cave. Seeing the surging spiritual energy, Shendu couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. It's a success. Feng Tian was so happy that his eyes welled up with tears. He has finally comprehended heavenly will. Right before the battle, Shendu has finally successfully taken the final step. Shendu truly hasn't disappointed me. This child has been persistent since he was young, with a strong will, worthy of being the grandson of Yu and Feng Tian. He turned around happily. Grandfather Feng Tian stroked his beard with one hand and placed the other on Shendu's shoulder. With the heavenly will realm, plus the divine artifact we've prepared, who can stop him in the realm battle? Immediately after, Feng Tian's gaze suddenly shifted to Taiji. Taiji, are you not happy? Hearing his father's question, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His voice was slow and cold as he spoke. Before the Donghuang sword is in our hands, it's too early to celebrate, Feng Tian gently advised. Honestly, you don't need to put so much pressure on him. In all these years, Shendu has never once disappointed me. He replied nonchalantly, this is a world with a strict hierarchy. If he wants to climb, he must work twice as hard and devote all his strength. Taiji suddenly lowered his voice, and the aura around him subsided. Father, don't blame me for being harsh with him. Later, when Shendu dominates the Donghuang realm, he will thank me. Once Shendu obtains the Donghuang sword, Shendu will also experience everything his older brother went through. Our Yuan family only needs geniuses, not useless things. Hearing Taiji's words, Shendu also nodded in agreement. Grandfather, father is right. I must continue to work harder. Feng Tian slowly closed his eyes. Taiji, you are not only strict with yourself, but also with everyone else. This is also why you've brought such achievements to the Yuan family. In the pitch-black cave entrance, Taiji stood motionless. The realm war was less than 2 months away. This was the final period of intense training for Shendu. Starting today, aside from the day of the Tai Tower competition, you and I will stay here, and we will do everything in our power to guide him in cultivating the heavenly will battle art. His voice rang out, mingling with the churning dark clouds outside. Until the day of departure for the realm war at Azure Dragon Sword Peak, a crescent moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the twinkling stars around it. Tianming gently swung his sword, and a flash of light from its tip tore through the silent night. The sound of applause echoed. Xiaoting smiled in praise. Not bad. The spirit-severing slash is already at major completion. He was startled, his master said in astonishment. Out of a total of 4 sword techniques, you've already mastered 2 in just 1 month. He screamed internally, damn it, what a monster. Xiaoqing mused to himself. I always thought that Li Wudi, with his 4 tribulation samsara body, was already a heaven-defying genius. But he still can't compare to Li Tianming. Now I finally understand the true meaning of the words, unparalleled heaven-defying talent. He looked up, and Ying Huo also unleashed a wave of spiritual power that swept through the air, a heaven-defying sword intent, the spirit-severing slash. Xiaoqing's jaw dropped. Unbelievable, no way? Even that chicken can do it, Ying Huo asked in surprise. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a handsome chicken before? Hearing this, Tianming laughed and said, Master, perhaps you're still not used to my rate of progress. Jin Yu also ran over, excitedly showing off to Xiaoqing. Master, the cultivation technique you told me to practice is already at major completion, and I've even broken through to the 6th level of the Unity realm. He was stunned. In disbelief, Qing Yu, even you? Finally, Xiaoqing could only nod helplessly and admit, all right, your whole family is a bunch of monsters. Then he chuckled and suddenly said, but your enthusiasm is certainly more than enough. Xiaoqing sighed softly, his weary gaze sweeping over Meow Meow, who was sleeping under a tree, with the exception of that sleepy cat. However, Xiaoqing couldn't help but admit that as their master, he felt incredibly proud and honored. He looked proudly at the spirited Tianming and Qing Yu. For kids like these, it would be worth it to fight and die for them, right? Regardless, he wanted to see just how epic their path to immortality would be. Then Xiaoqing looked up at the vast, deep sky filled with twinkling stars. Under the starry sky, 2 voices softly rang out, breaking the silence of the night. Yu Shi, Yuan Kaitai. Yu Shi turned around, her expression annoyed as she snarled, Get lost, dear nephew, don't block my way. Seeing her expression, Kaitai sneered mockingly, Yu Shi, you're in such a hurry, which proves that your heart is in turmoil, your mind is uneasy, and you're afraid. You must have heard that Shendu comprehended heavenly will and broke through to the true heavenly will realm for the realm war, so his chances of seizing the Eastern Emperor's sword are even higher. Your Ye family is in big trouble. Yu Shi tried to ignore his words, though a small ripple of unease stirred in her heart. I couldn't care less about you. Then, she and Kaitai walked past each other, and Yu Xi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. He suddenly turned back. Yu Xi, out of consideration for our past connection, I can give you one last chance. Your second brother, Ye Xiaoting, took a fly as his disciple. A fly who doesn't know his place, and this action has displeased my Yuan family. Kai Tai tried to persuade her. Therefore, once we obtain the Eastern Emperor sword, after we return, the first to be cut down will be the Ye family, specifically your father and second brother. This will be like removing an obstacle, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Those old dogs Huangpu Fengyun and Shangguan Jingshu will have no choice but to seek refuge with my older brother. As he said this, Kai Tai's face lit up with confidence, his eyes shining with anticipation. At that time, we will unify the Eastern Emperor sect. If you come with me now and become a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family, you will be spared a death sentence. Yu Xi simply responded with an icy gaze. You all are a bit too confident. Kai Tai laughed nonchalantly and said, This isn't about confidence. Your eldest brother Ye Tianlong has already submitted to us, she replied coldly. That coward is not worthy of the Ye surname. Yu Xi suddenly spun back around. I just want to, saying, You're all far too confident in Yuan Shendu. Isn't it said that the sacred heaven palace has grown insanely powerful, with a total of 7 holy heavenly sons, 4 of whom have already reached the Heaven's Will realm? The second, third, and fourth ranked factions are all eyeing the Eastern Emperor's sword. Her voice dripped with sarcasm, relying on just one. Yuan Shendu. Even if he has a few tricks up his sleeve, how could he possibly take the Eastern Emperor's sword from the hands of all the outstanding geniuses in the realm battle? So, if you want me to submit, you can talk to me after you've obtained the Eastern Emperor's sword. Despite Yu Xi's words, Kai Tai remained confident. That's because you don't know Shendu's true capabilities. Besides, even without the Eastern Emperor's sword, my elder brother just needs to keep growing to shatter the balance of the Council of Elders, without any trouble. Yu Xi turned and walked away. Then I'll just wait and see. Kai Tai watched her retreating figure, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk as his tongue darted across his lips, revealing a hint of unconcealed interest. He sneered inwardly, choosing death over life. Even a great beauty is nothing but a pile of white bones in the end. The cold moonlight draped over the mist as a lone figure silently swung his sword, his aura staining the entire space. Tianming suddenly collapsed to the ground, which trembled slightly from the impact of his fall. Damn it, it's still not enough. Tianming panted heavily. The remaining 10 days were clearly not enough to break through to the 5th level of the Unity Realm. He slightly furrowed his brows, his heart filled with worry. With his current strength, he wasn't sure if he could deal with Yuan Gentian and his group. If he could break through, it would definitely be dangerous, but if he couldn't, it would just be a fight to the death anyway. At that thought, Tianming shot back up, his entire body radiating a fiery aura. The Grand Orient Sword Peak contest is absolutely perilous. This is a path of life and death. I just need to make sure that tomorrow, I'm stronger than I am today. A fierce glint of determination flashed in his eyes. I need to train like a madman, without stopping for even a single second. In the silent space, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Brother, are you staying up all night to train again? Tianming was surprised. My time has been doubled, so of course I have to train twice as hard. But it's so early. Where is everyone going? Feeling smiled and replied, Qing Yu has to go with a friend for a few days, so I came especially to stay with. Hearing that, he chuckled and gently reminded her, A friend? I've never heard you mention having any friends. The Grand Orient Sword Peak contest is coming up. Qing Yu, don't you dare miss my match. Qing Yu maintained a confident expression. I'll be back soon. I absolutely won't miss you dominating everyone. It's just a friend from the Worry-Free Alliance who asked for a little help. It was time for her to leave, and Tianming called out after Qing Yu. Then you be careful. She waved her hand. Don't worry, I'm not famous like you, attracting attention everywhere I go. Goodbye, I'm off. He suddenly put a hand to his chin, his expression wary. A friend from the Worry-Free Alliance is looking for her. I have a bad feeling about this. Seeing Tianming's concern, Feeling gently comforted him. Brother, you don't need to worry about Qing Yu. Her progress these past few days hasn't been any slower than yours. It's just that all eyes are focused on you. So in contrast, she has become invisible. Hearing her words, he realized she had a point. That's true. Her 5 moons in the sky, life-stealing talent has already caught up to me. She's about to break through to the 7th level of the Unity Realm. If she continues to train so humbly, when the time comes, even a casual move from her will leave people stunned. High above, the sky was as blue as jade, with white clouds drifting like smoke in the void. Under the bright moon, countless stars twinkled, creating a serene and mystical scene. In the vast sky, 2 figures rode on the back of a giant eagle. Xiao Fu, are we almost at your hometown of Zhenfu Ridge? Xiao Fu lowered her head and replied, Almost. It's just past the mountain range ahead. Qingyu was puzzled. Xiaofu. Why do you keep your head down? Are you not feeling well? She averted her gaze, avoiding Qingyu's eyes. No, it's nothing. Seeing this, Qingyu placed a hand on Xiaofu's shoulder. It's okay, even though they threatened your parents. Didn't you say that as soon as you show them your status as a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, they'll release them immediately? Yeah. Xiaofu narrowed her eyes slightly, a deep sadness reflecting in them. That's right, my parents offended some mountain bandits. But when the bandits heard I was a disciple of the Eastern Emperor sect, they didn't dare to make a move. Hearing this, Qingyu comforted her. Then it's fine. Don't worry, I've made a lot of progress recently. A 4th-level Unity Realm mountain bandit. I'll help you deal with them, she replied, touched. Okay, thank you. Qingyu, right in front of them, was a massive mountain shrouded in darkness, looking eerily gloomy. We're here. Let's go down. Qingyu was surprised. Are you sure this is the place? She asked again, confused. There are no people here. Xiaofu, didn't you say? That mountain bandits took over your town? Is this a town? Xiaofu quietly shed a tear. Qingyu, right after that, she cried out in anguish. I'm sorry. I'll repay the debt I owe you in the next life. Without hesitation, Xiaofu dashed off, heading straight for the figure standing in front of them. Qingyu was startled, her eyes widening in surprise. She was shocked to see Li Xuanzhen standing there smugly, his arms crossed over his chest. A cold smirk played on his lips. In that instant, Xiaofu suddenly fell to her knees. A choked sound stuck in her throat. She pleaded with him in anguish. Li Xuanzhen, please tell Qi Wuyu and his group to release my parents. Hearing this, Qingyu's voice turned harsh. Using Xiaofu's parents to threaten her and lure me out. Li Xuanzhen, what do you hope to accomplish by being so despicable? Xuanzhen's lips curled into a wicked smile. You'll find out very soon. A man with more than half his teeth broken suddenly spoke up. Li Qingyu, you should be asking me that. Shengcheng appeared beside him with a triumphant grin. Xuanzhen, we finally lured you out. Looking at the two men before her, Qingyu's face darkened. Yuwen Shengcheng, what are you trying to do? He gave a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with a chilling cruelty. What am I trying to do? To get my revenge on you, of course, and to make you and Li Tianming pay 10,000 times over for the humiliation I suffered. I want you to live the rest of your life haunted by me. I'll break your spirit and make you mine, so that you can scream to the heavens and get no answer, and call to the earth and hear no reply. Shengcheng's malicious voice echoed, I'll make it so you'll beg for death, but won't receive it. Qingyu calmly retorted, Yuwen Shengcheng, everything that happened to you was your own doing. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself. Her voice was filled with obvious scorn. Blame your own pathetic strength and the arrogance that brought this humiliation upon yourself. Despite his broken teeth, Shengcheng roared in fury. Shut up! You're just from the bloodline of the dying Li Saint clan. What right do you have to look at me like that? Li Qingyu, I'm dying to know if, after I strip you bare, you'll still dare to act so arrogant in front of me? Qingyu glared at him with killing intent. Don't bother trying to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Yuwen Shengcheng, I'm here now. There's no need to torment Xiaofu anymore, so give the order to release her parents first. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Xiaofu was incredibly moved and called out Qingyu's name through her sobs. Suddenly, an extreme pain shot through her from behind, causing her whole body to freeze. Seeing she was no longer of any use, Xuanzhen disposed of her without a second thought. Xiaofu, you've outlived your usefulness. Qingyu watched the scene unfold, her heart twisting in agony. She cried out Xiaofu's name in despair. Xiaofu. After finishing off Xiaofu, Xuanzhen turned his gaze to Qingyu. Li Qingyu, now it's your turn. She grieved silently. I'm sorry, Xiaofu. I'll make sure you can rest in peace. Qingyu's face darkened as she clenched her fists in rage, turning around with an overwhelming killing intent. Immediately after, Qingyu unsheathed her glowing blue sword. She swung it coldly, the steel flashing in the night. You two are unforgivable. The moonlight shone down, illuminating Qingyu's figure brilliantly. Today, I will borrow the light of the full moon to deliver heaven's judgment. Shengcheng and Xuanzhen chuckled, their eyes filled with ridicule. Did I hear that correctly? You actually dare to fight back? Xuanzhen sneered. You truly overestimate yourself. Shengcheng laughed wickedly. Fine then, we'll play along and show you the true meaning of despair. In the moonlight, both sides drew their weapons at once and charged at each other, their steel flashing like shooting stars. The clear night sky was filled with twinkling stars, like a vast galaxy. 2 days later, at the first battlefield of the Eastern Emperor, a jubilant and passionate atmosphere filled the air. The audience below was visibly excited and eager. Today's the day the Tai Tower opens. But I wonder just how much progress the young sect master has made. Someone in the crowd commented enthusiastically, adding to the lively atmosphere. Well, I heard Yuwen Zhenxing and his crew have already set everything up. Someone shouted, Look, it's the astronomical projection made by Elder Su Zhenzong, the projection. This sky screen allows us to clearly see everything happening on the first and second floors of the Taiyi Tower. Xiaoting wondered, why hasn't Jin Yu returned yet? Tianming replied, grandmother has already gone out to look for her. She said Jin Yu went to Lingzhen Manor and should have been back a day ago. His voice suddenly deepened, laced with a bit of solemnity. With Jin Yu's personality, she would never miss these matches. Tianming mused, Jin Yu must have run into some kind of trouble. I have a feeling Wu Yuming is behind this, and I hope my premonition is wrong. Xiao Qing suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Tianming, don't overthink it. Jin Yu is always careful and wouldn't make others worry. Grandmother is very familiar with her life-bound beast, so she'll probably find her soon. Just go out there and focus on the match. The important thing is not to get yourself killed. Tianming gave a thumbs up, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, master. With my current strength, I at least won't die in there. Xiao Qing nodded. While ensuring you stay alive, you must also try to get the treasure on the 12th floor. As for the 3rd floor, passing it will make you a Taiyi disciple, but there can be no more than 4, he said softly. Right now, there are already 4, so if you pass, a duel will be arranged for you to eliminate someone. Tianming understood. I see. I should just focus on the first 2 floors for now, and take it from there. The announcer's voice suddenly rang out. The Taiyi Tower is about to open. 70 direct disciples, please gather here with me. Xiao Qing watched his retreating back. Tianming, go and assemble. Remember to be extremely careful. Tianming smiled and replied, yes, master. After everyone had gathered, the announcer began to speak. I will take attendance first, and then you will all enter the tower. Huoqi Huang Peak, Gongsun Qi, Yunxiao Mountain, Shangguan Jiai, Fengyun Shenhuang Mountain, Pu Feifei, Nantian Peak, Chen Jiaoji, Beilin Shui Peak, Zhang Hangling. The announcer called out the names one by one. For the roll call, Taiji Peak, Yuan Genting. As his rival's name was called, Tianming's expression suddenly turned grim. Qinglong Sword Peak, Li Tianming. When the roll call was finished, the announcer's voice rang out with excitement. Prepare to enter the tower. The scene shifts to the tower, where a referee was waiting at the entrance to announce the rules. Looking at the crowd lining up, she shouted, you may all choose your own entrance. Tianming silently deduced, so there are 17 entrances. No wonder they chose 17 disciples. At that moment, Genting walked up. Young sect master, do your best. Try to make it to the 3rd floor. Tianming replied with disgust. Do I need you to tell me that? Genting sneered contemptuously. You piece of trash. You're courting death. Jiaoji, walking behind, chimed in sycophantically. Genting, for the first 2 floors, you just focus on getting the ultimate treasures. No matter who you're up against, Gongsun Qi and I will block them for you. All right. Gongsun Qi also added. That's right. After you've obtained the 2 ultimate treasures, it won't be too late to deal with this fly who's courting death, he replied with amusement. Deal. Immediately after, a command was shouted, enter the tower, and with that, everyone leaped inside at once. The members of the Yuan Taiji family were discussing amongst themselves. We designed the first 2 floors, so we can guarantee Genting gets the treasures. Taiji looked towards everyone and asked, what about Sheng Cheng? Shendu was a bit puzzled, looking at the woman beside him. Wu Yu isn't my younger brother. Always with you? Why isn't he here today? Hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help but fall silent. Taiji's voice was cold. It seems you know where he is. Don't lie, just spit it out. She then recounted, he and Li Xuanchen went to find Li Qingyu. That's the whole story. Hearing this, Taiji couldn't hold back his anger. He slammed his fist on the ground. The audacity. That damn brat. Then Taiji ordered, Kai Tai, arrange for some men to go out and bring him back to me. Lock him up for 3 years. He's not allowed out for 3 years. However, Kai Tai remained completely nonchalant. He said, Big brother, young people are impulsive and can't stand being humiliated. It's good for them to vent a little. Sheng Cheng is just having some fun. There's no need. He hadn't even finished speaking when Taiji shot him a murderous glare. Seeing his displeasure, Kai Tai immediately stood up. All right, I'll send people to find him. Taiji then added, that brat has been spoiled rotten. Hurry up and bring him back to me. Shendu looked over at the woman. Wu Yu, why did you let him do that? All this, she explained. Shendu has been upset lately. I just wanted to help him vent his anger. Wu Yu's voice grew colder as she spoke. Don't you want him to release this anger so he can focus on his cultivation later? He turned away, trying to suppress his rage. Wu Yu, stop thinking you're so clever in the future, or we'll just grow further and further apart. Seeing how angry he was, she didn't dare say anything more, just quietly murmuring in agreement. Shendu added, after this match, I will enter the realm battlefield. If I manage to ascend to the heavens and you still want to follow me, then stop doing these despicable things that make me look down on you. Wu Yu suppressed the indignation in her heart, clenching her fists. I understand. Now, the look on her face. on Wu Yu's face was incredibly ugly. She secretly gritted her teeth as the scene shifted to the tower. Inside, it was already chaotic. Everyone rushed straight in, shouting, "Get the treasure first," Tianming thought to himself. It seems everyone's goal is clear. They're heading straight for the treasure. I thought someone would try to stir up trouble to stop them. The terrain of this cave is really complex. Now, countless passages lay before them, so I have to keep a clear head. Tianming observed that the walls were semi-transparent, with a structure much like an ant's nest, a complete maze. He grew suspicious. That bald guy seems very familiar with the path here. Could he have known it beforehand? Tianming could easily guess that, with the personality of the despicable Yuan clan. This guy was probably cheating. Then he glanced at Zhao Ji, riding his mount behind him, with his underlings taking care of the aftermath. Yeah, he was definitely cheating. Now, Tianming stepped forward, saying to himself, "If that's the case, I'll just have to use my own eyes." He closed his eyes to sense it. I have to find the true path. Finally, he located it, a nearby orb radiating a pure blue energy. Tianming was secretly delighted. Found it. Just as I thought, there's only one true path. Yuan Zhenting and his group clearly knew about it. It's the divine origin sphere, the vessel that contains the divine origin, and obtaining it is the same as obtaining the divine origin itself. Failing at his side said, "Big brother, they're cheating. It's despicable. This is clearly an inside job." "There's no fairness at all," he replied. "It truly is disgusting. They're already so strong, yet they still refuse to play fair." Tianming immediately said, "Ling Er, use the wings of heaven to speed up and catch that guy." At the same time, a pair of white, angelic wings instantly emerged from Tianming's back. Tianming stomped hard on the ground, using the force to launch himself into the air. Right after that, Tianming followed the path his eyes revealed and took flight. His speed was so incredible that it startled the others. What just flew past? That was so fast. I couldn't get a clear look. The crowd buzzed. Was that Li Tianming? How is that possible? Outside, the spectators were also astonished by his speed. How can Li Tianming be that fast? They couldn't believe their eyes. Not only is he fast, he also seems to know the exact route. What kind of flight artifact is that? Meanwhile, inside, Zhao Ji was also flying ahead on his divine steed. The moment he saw Tianming, he couldn't help but be taken aback. It seemed Zhao Ji never expected that his speed would be so incredible. He stared smugly at Tianming and sneered, "If you want to catch Zhenting, you'll have to get past me first." Not stopping at just words, Zhao Ji quickly drew his weapon and attacked Tianming. Starlight convergence, demon stars fall. Of course, Tianming had no intention of letting the attack hit him. Tianming instantly swerved, dodging the attack. Zhao Ji looked extremely amused and immediately shouted, "Get lost!" Tianming started giving orders. "Chicky, meow meow, keep him busy. I'm in a hurry. Leave it to us. You go grab the treasure," Zhao Ji said smugly to him. "You think these two little critters can stop me?" Tianming replied nonchalantly. "They'll hold you for as long as they can. I have no interest in stopping to fight you." Then, a wicked smile spread across his lips as he told his opponent, "Later," Zhao Ji yelled while defending himself. "Don't get cocky, I'll catch up to you in a flash." But in reality, Tianming was hiding behind a large boulder, thinking smugly, "This idiot really is easy to trick. While you're distracted, I'll take your life." Then Tianming channeled his power once again, rebellious god sword intent, sword that reverses mountains and rivers. Just like that, he launched a powerful blow at Qi, throwing him into a momentary panic. Qi was stunned, watching that immense power rush toward him. What? The crowd stared in amazement at the explosion on the screen. Tran Qi was ambushed by Li Tianming, and the power of this move was incredible. Could he actually die here? That would be too unlucky. No way. As arrogant as Li Tianming is, he wouldn't dare kill someone in the first stage. Inside, on the ground, the horse had died on the spot, the ground soaked with its fresh blood. Qi couldn't contain his rage and shouted, "Li Tianming, you're despicable. You are so dead." Once again, he charged at his opponent with his sword, startling him. It wasn't over yet. A malicious glint flashed in Tianming's eyes. He flashed a demonic smile. "Die." Tianming then immediately thrust his sword at him with a god-defying sword intent strike. Qi gritted his teeth to parry the blow. He then spoke up, "Just because I was holding back, you thought I was a pushover?" Tianming then let out a smug smile and said, "Fooled you again?" At the same time, Yinghuo instantly channeled its power for a god-defying sword intent, and Meow Meow lunged forward for the kill. The crowd watched on, buzzing with chatter. That guy got ambushed again. What an idiot. Those two little beasts are really powerful. That little chicken knows a sword technique. Tianming immediately lunged forward, shouting at the same time, "Stay down for me." As the words left his mouth, his powerful fist smashed into Kyokai's face, and now he was completely flattened on the ground. Tianming didn't spare him another glance. "Let's hurry. Getting the treasure is more important." "Right. We've wasted far too much time on this guy." He began to soar into the air, while also saying, "Linger, wings of the sky, chase that bald dude." Fei Ling immediately responded, "Understood, big brother." With that, the two of them immediately soared into the sky, ready for the next challenge. Seeing him take flight, the referee immediately announced loudly, "Li Tianming has defeated Tran Qiuqi." That's just an incredible display of power. Even though it was a sneak attack, it was more like he just walked all over him and left. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock at the news. To have improved so much in such a short time, his strength was simply unbelievable. Hun Tian, standing behind them, spoke up. "I expected the young sect master to improve enough to be on par with Tran Qiuqi, but I never imagined I was still underestimating him this much." Wu Ji was also stunned. It's truly terrifying. Everyone knew he was a heaven-defying talent and expected him to fight Tran Qiuqi, but the result shows he's even more incredible than we could have imagined. Over here, Ye Qing couldn't help but chime in. "I'm over 70 years old, and I have never seen anything like this." As for Xiao Qing, his expression was unreadable. He said, "The best part of the show is yet to come. Just wait and see." Yi Qing immediately said to Xiao Qing, "After this event concludes, we absolutely must keep him here." He replied, full of confidence, "Not a problem." At that moment, Yu Si quickly came forward and said, "Father, about what happened with my big brother." Ye Qing sighed, saying, "He made his choice. Just let it go." Xiao Qing looked at her. "Yu Si, once we've made a choice, we shouldn't be afraid. We must see it through to the very end." Yu Shi, slightly irritated, turned away. "Do you think I need you to tell me that? I have no desire to be a lackey." Meanwhile, Sun Shi was surprised and immediately asked, "Hey Tran Qiuqi, how did you get into such a pathetic state?" Qiuqi said, annoyed, "Gong Sun Ji, you're so damn slow. I got ambushed." He looked at him with a scornful laugh. "Even if you were ambushed by Li Tianming, there's no way you should look this pathetic, is there?" Qiuqi's face was swollen with rage. "Enough talk. Hurry up and go after him. Don't screw up Zhenxing's plan." Sushi was still incredibly smug. "I got it. You just rest up and heal. Leave the rest to me." As he leaped away, he thought with contempt, "I never thought Tran Qiuqi would be this useless, especially with so many people watching." At this thought, he smirked to himself. "I won't lose face and be as useless as him. If it were me, I'd make that brat suffer a fate worse than death." Meanwhile, over with Tianming. Susi quickly caught up to him. Tianming naturally saw him coming, but instead of being worried, he looked extremely pleased and broke into a broad smile. He was being chased, but it turned out he was the one chasing Zhenxing. He couldn't help but be surprised. Zhenxing wondered to himself, how is Li Tianming this fast? Weren't those two supposed to stop him? Oh, he has a flight artifact, I see. But he quickly reassured himself. It's okay, the treasure is right in front of me, no less. Then, Zhenxing immediately roared and summoned his beast soul, Shui Yu. Looking at it, he felt a bit more relieved. Besides, my Shui, you can block this guy's path. Yi Huo took the initiative and charged forward to clear the way. A good dog doesn't block the path. Get lost. However, that attack didn't harm Shui Yu in the slightest. Yi Huo was startled. Damn, it's really tough. Meow Meow said urgently. Hurry and take care of that big guy. It's too late, Tianming added. Even if we deal with it now, it's too late. That bald dude has already gotten it. And just as Tianming said, Zhenxing had laid his hands on the orb and began to absorb its power. Zhenxing laughed gleefully. Everything is going according to plan. At that moment, a portal suddenly opened above his head. A gateway, startling Zhenxing himself. He was ecstatic. It's the entrance to the second floor, all according to plan. Shui Yu, let's go. Zhenxing then glanced back and remarked with a sigh, Li Tianming, you've tried your best just by making it this far. Then he quickly ran forward. I'll be taking my leave first. You guys can take your time. Yi Huo couldn't help but curse as he watched. This pisses me off. My treasure was taken by that bald bastard. Tianming, however, smirked slyly. No need to rush. Let him be complacent for now. We'll just hunt him down and take it from him later. Then he looked straight ahead and declared, let's go. Upon quickly entering the second floor, Tianming immediately became vigilant. He peered ahead into the distance. The fog is really thick. I can't see anything. Then Tianming activated his special vision, and Yi Huo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Those eyes of yours are really useful in critical moments, he said happily. I see it. Tianming then relayed to Yi Huo. It's completely empty all around. I can't see anything. Just a bell in the far distance. It's clear that bell is the second ultimate treasure we have to fight for. He watched for a moment longer and added, the fog is slowly clearing up. It looks like the situation on the second floor will be a battle royale. At the same time, he added, at least they had the decency to give us a bit of this thick fog to hold Yuan Zhenxing back. If there was no fog, he would have rushed forward and snatched the second ultimate treasure by now. Yi Huo shot forward. What the hell are you still looking at? Let's just charge in and grab it, Tianming retorted. Isn't that what I'm doing? Just then, a wave of energy suddenly struck at Tianming, startling him for a moment, but he reacted quickly, dodging the sneak attack by leaping away to safety. Seeing the figure emerging from the fog, he instantly recognized Gong Sun Shi. The man sneered, "Not bad reflexes. You actually managed to dodge that. Don't even think about running away." Yi Huo couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, this is so annoying. The fog has cleared. That bald dude is definitely going to get there first." Tianming added, "Don't rush. It won't be that easy for the bald guy this time. The others are heading up too." At the same time, he told it, "Besides, everyone is gathering around that bald guy." Zhen Xing stepped forward. "You people are quite bold. You dare to contend with me?" The golden-haired youth said to him, "You and Zhen Xing, we don't want to become your enemies, but this is fundamentally a fair competition." The woman next to him added, "We might not win against you in a solo fight, but if the two of us join forces, you can't possibly win." But at this, his gaze couldn't help but turn savage. Zhen Xing said, "Cut the crap and come at me together." Watching them, Tianming felt a bit of relief. "Excellent, just